Ah! Sun Xian felt as though his soul had been cast into a rapidly spinning washing machine. An uncontrollable torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. These were the memories of Sun Wukong's life from Dragon Ball, from his arrival on Earth, where he was found by his grandfather Son Gohan, to the arduous training under Master Roshi, and ultimately to his death from heart disease. At last, the imagery converged with the despondent one-armed youth he had last seen in an anime set in a future timeline. It began and ended with Son Gohan. He was an ordinary university student, lamenting the fate of Gohan in the anime just a moment ago. Yet now he had traversed time and space to become Gohan's father, Son Wukong. Himself. What the hell? Have I watched too much anime and ended up in a different world? However, the system's notification left him bewildered. Ding! The fated individual Sun Xian has been bound. The strongest journey to the West system has been activated. World determination. Journey to the West. Projection. Newbie task. Issued. The stone monkey emerges. Please assist the host in rebirthing through the body of Sun Wukong. Task reward. Immortal Body. Journey to the West. Stone monkey. Indeed, I have become Sun Wukong, but I am not that great sage equal to heaven. Detection indicates the host has successfully fused with Sun Wukong's body. The task the stone monkey emerges is completed. Reward. Immortal Body is being dispensed. Before he could voice his complaints, the system's notification interrupted his chaotic thoughts. Once more, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of vibrant life erupted within him. A warm current swept through his limbs and bones, and Sun Xian felt every cell rejoicing with exuberance. Crack! Crack! The halo above his head suddenly appeared with web-like fissures swiftly spreading. Boom! The halo exploded, transforming into countless points of light, like fireflies merging into his body. He had been resurrected, and in a state brimming with vitality. System. Is this the immortal body? Sun Xian could no longer conceal the tremor in his voice. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. It felt as if he were enveloped in a sauna, waves of warmth continually rising. Returning to the host, the immortal body signifies that you are now immune to the concept of death. The system's voice resonated like the delightful sound effect of spring in a joyful card game, causing Sun Xian to shudder with astonishment. Immune to death. What does this imply? The Scion's extraordinary ability to grow stronger when on the brink of death, combined with an immortal body. This meant he could recklessly engage in perilous endeavors, growing stronger without limit. The more reckless he became, the more formidable he would grow. This cheat, no, this gift, was simply unparalleled. System, let me confirm. Sun Xian suppressed his overwhelming joy and quickly inquired. So, from now on, no attack can kill me? Indeed, the host is now invulnerable. Then, what about powers at the level of rules? For instance, erasing a person's existence entirely. He cautiously rephrased to ensure the system comprehended. The system fell silent for a moment. At this stage, the immortal body can exempt one from erasure at the rule level. But, just as Sun Xian thought he was on the verge of becoming invincible in the Dragon Ball world, an excruciating, piercing pain unexpectedly struck his soul. Sun Xian let out a piercing cry, nearly fainting on the spot. The soul-wrenching agony lasted but a fleeting moment, yet the terror was indelibly etched into his consciousness. However, the current soul strength of the host is too low. Forcibly enduring the pain of rule-level annihilation will result in the soul collapsing before the flesh. The system's voice resounded at an opportune moment. The collapse of the soul due to exceeding one's pain threshold does not fall under the category of death. Damn it! Sun Xian gasped for air, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Curse it, I was careless. I didn't dodge. It turns out that immortality does not equate to invulnerability. Yet, this only adds to the thrill. A mere fatal wound is hardly worth concern. As long as both my body and soul reach their utmost potential, I could easily toy with Beerus and treat the Omni King like an eraser. Just as Sun Xian was lost in his daydreams, the system's warning sounded like a bucket of ice water dumped over him. System alert. The immortal body is not without its weaknesses. Although the host cannot be killed, certain special abilities, such as sealing or spatial exile, remain effective against you. Please refrain from reckless behavior, host. The last few words were pronounced slowly and heavily. Though Sun Xian registered them, he felt an overwhelming annoyance. Damn it, I'm a Scion. You expect me not to be reckless? But then he jolted, quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, I almost forgot about the magic sealing wave. Such a game-breaking skill. If I were to get too carried away and end up sealed in a rice cooker for 2,000 years, wouldn't that align perfectly with the sayings of those Scion rabbits? Stay calm, don't panic. As long as I don't ride the wind too far, there shouldn't be any major issues. While he was mentally reinforcing himself, the system issued another alarm. Ding! 2 extremely potent demonic presences detected ahead. Control of the host body has been restored. Mission issued. Exterminate the demons. The host is to proceed immediately and eliminate King Goldhorn and the Black Wind Monster. Mission reward: 72 transformations. King Goldhorn? Black Wind Monster? Sun Xian's mind went blank. What on earth is this? Did I wander into the wrong scene? Or did you misplace the script? But in the next moment, the memories and emotions belonging to Sun Wukong surged forth, overwhelming his rationality. Scenes flashed before his eyes. The final memory froze amidst the ruins of a city. This was the sight of Earth as observed through the antenna of King Kai. A beautiful woman with golden hair and a spirited young man with black hair wore mocking smiles as they executed the prince's battle tactic against a golden-haired, one-armed youth. Golden hair, black hair, demons. So that's it. One must say, this foolish system either hasn't awakened or has a peculiar thought process, matching androids 17 and 18 to the King Goldhorn and Black Wind Monster from Journey 2. The West, Gohan. A heart-wrenching roar erupted, not sounding like it came from Sun Xian himself, but rather like an instinct lying dormant within this body. He was now Sun Wukong Kakarot. He was the father of Son Gohan. He could not allow the tragedy of the future to unfold before his eyes. Right, instant transmission. Sun Xuanfu's heart and mind were in perfect harmony, rendering thought unnecessary. His body's instincts propelled him to make the most judicious choice. He quietly withdrew the hand resting on the King of the Realm's back, placing 2 fingers upon his brow. Following the faint connection of their bloodline, he swiftly pinpointed the vanishing essence. He could still feel it. What a relief. Gohan was not yet lost. Amidst the ruins of Earth, just as Son Gohan was about to be engulfed by a torrent of energy blasts. Whoosh! A figure seemingly tore through the fabric of space, shimmering into existence before him. That broad silhouette, clad in the unmistakable orange GI of the Turtle School. Was it merely an illusion? Had he perished, and was his father come to escort him? I'm sorry, Gohan. A voice, so familiar it sent tremors through his very soul, resonated behind him, laden with profound remorse. Father, you've come too late. Chapter 2. The Immortal Body. You too can transform into light amidst the ruins. The radiance of energy blasts illuminated the despairing visage of Son Gohan. It is over. Trunks. Aunt Bulma, I am sorry. I have failed to protect everyone. Am I incapable of safeguarding this world? He closed his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not ensue. Instead, a familiar face materialized before him. Boom. A barrage of energy blasts relentlessly struck that figure, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Dust and debris filled the air. Son Gohan felt as if a powerful technician was standing upon his back, his bones nearly crumbling. Yet, he distinctly sensed the overwhelming vitality within him rapidly mending his injuries. If he did not engage in battle soon, he would be fully healed. System notification: Immortal Body is now active. Splendid. The Bloodlock feature has been activated. As the dust settled, Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood an incredibly familiar face, adorned in the unmistakable Turtle School martial arts uniform. Dad. Tears instantly blurred his vision, and Son Gohan's voice trembled. Nearly unable to believe his eyes, Son Goku slowly turned around, revealing a slightly apologetic smile. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Apologies, Gohan. I have arrived late. He directed his gaze toward the android siblings hovering in the air. A warm surge enveloped Son Gohan's heart, only to be quickly overshadowed by the fear instilled by the androids. No, they are far too powerful. We cannot possibly contend against them. Father almost couldn't defeat Android 19 back in the day, let alone the stronger Androids 17 and 18. Son Goku interrupted his thoughts, confidence and fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. Gohan, how can we know we cannot win unless we try? Let your father transform into light to illuminate your path. Before he could finish, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. A golden blaze soared skyward, his formerly black hair standing on end, transforming into a brilliant gold. Wow, the golden legend. No, it is Super Saiyan. Their essay master. Oh, back from the dead? Android 17 raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Perfect timing for us to claim a kill. Android 18 flexed her wrist, her gaze icy. As Son Goku felt the surging power within him, he quickly sensed something amiss. Though he had successfully transformed, why did the aura radiating from him feel less potent than anticipated? There was an unsettling sense of weakness. Could it be that the viral heart condition had diminished his attributes? At this moment, his battle power in Super Saiyan form was merely around 200 million. Meanwhile, each of the androids across from him boasted battle powers exceeding his, likely surpassing 400 million. A direct confrontation was utterly futile, yet I possess an immortal body. Is it not manly to fight back? Furthermore, a Saiyan grows stronger when on the brink of death. If I cannot prevail even with that advantage, how disgraceful would that be? Let us do this. Son Goku growled, and his body instantly vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce collisions. Though his combat prowess was considerably lacking, Son Xian, relying on his formidable instinct for battle, managed to seize the initiative, engaging in a fierce exchange with androids 17 and 18. However, it was not long before he found himself at a disadvantage, truly a fleeting moment of glory. Cursed be this ailing body. Son Xian gritted his teeth, possessing the body of a protagonist, yet lacking the vitality to match. He felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Very well, if chaos is to reign, then let it be. After all, I cannot truly perish. King Kai's fist. The golden aura enveloped him, rapidly infused with a crimson essence. He strained his body, forcibly activating the King Kai's fist in Super Saiyan form. Ordinarily, one could not employ King Kai's fist while in Super Saiyan state, yet Son Xian sensed that his unyielding life force could serve as fuel for this technique. To his astonishment, he succeeded. However, the moment it was unleashed, he felt an intense burning sensation coursing through his entire being, dimming even the golden flame of Super Saiyan slightly. Triple. Before he could fully harness the momentum, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing from the sheer force. It appeared that his current physical state could only sustain a twofold King Kai's fist in Super Saiyan form, and even that was fleeting. The searing pain surged through his nerves like a relentless tide, as if every cell within him was lamenting, annihilating. Warning: host's body is under immense strain. The system's alert was only halfway through when Son Xian chose to disregard it. If he continued to listen to this insufferable system, he might soon find himself unable to persist. Let the pain come. It matters not, for I shall not die. What is this slight discomfort in the face of such power? My strength multiplies. The pain is but a bittersweet accompaniment, is it not? What? Androids 17 and 18, momentarily stunned by Son Xian's dual transformation, suddenly realized that his figure had vanished from sight. Bang! Seizing the opportunity while Android 18 was momentarily dazed, Son Xian reappeared, delivering a powerful punch to her soft abdomen, sending her hurtling several meters away. Following this, he kicked Android 17 aside and executed a precise elbow strike, shattering his jaw. With the augmentation from King Kai's fist and his increasingly adept control over his body, Son Xian forcefully subdued the two adversaries. At this point, his battle power had surpassed 400 million. Facing two opponents of equal strength was hardly an issue. Yet, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Father is so strong. In the distance, Son Gohan watched in astonishment. Not too shabby. Android 17 steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Android 18, enough games. Let us be serious. Understood. Android 18 rubbed her abdomen, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. This steel-hearted man truly lacks the ability to appreciate the delicate. The two swiftly distanced themselves, palms directed at Son Xian as terrifying energy began to coalesce. The two energies intertwined, merging into a colossal and malevolent energy wave. A clash of waves, you say? I am a member of the Sun family. Son Xian took a deep breath, positioning his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. However, just as he assumed the stance, he sensed something amiss. He stood on the left? The androids on the right? Historically, the left side loses in energy clashes. Yet, he had no choice but to press on. Kamehameha. A faint blue energy column suddenly erupted, colliding fiercely with the energy waves of the android siblings. The thunderous roar echoed as the two forces clashed violently, producing a deafening explosion. Sun Xian's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and an uncontrollable surge of energy poured from his body in a reckless frenzy. The burden of the King of Worlds technique, coupled with the immense energy expenditure, rendered his breath increasingly erratic. To make matters worse, he recalled that the androids possessed infinite energy. Desperation set in as Sun Xian watched helplessly as his faint blue energy column was gradually pushed back by the opposing energy waves. Ultimately, the blue radiance was completely devoured, and a colossal torrent of energy engulfed him. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept through the ruins once more, sending shockwaves that flung Son Gohan, who was far away, into the air. "Dad!" Son Gohan cried out in despair, watching helplessly as his father was consumed by light. As the dust slowly began to settle, a bloodied figure staggered upright from the deep pit. Covered in wounds, it was nearly impossible to discern a human form. Smoke billowed from his body, suggesting he had been scorched. Yet, Sun Xian remained steadfastly alive. Furthermore, that faint aura was rapidly recovering and climbing, even surpassing his previous peak. Sun Xian grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth, and laughed joyfully. "Ah, it truly hurts, but enduring this beating is a beautiful experience." At the brink of death, the bloodline within him erupted, and his strength surged as if he had activated a cheat. This sensation was exhilarating. The combination of immortality and the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger at the edge of death was simply a perfect match. Chapter 3. Not reckless, but a Saiyan? "Dad, you're still alive," Son Gohan exclaimed, flying over with uncontainable joy as he gazed at Sun Xian. That overwhelming torrent of energy could have killed him 10 times over. How could it fail to extinguish his father? Sun Xian grinned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Gohan, stay back. Dad is fine." He flexed his body, restored to its peak condition, and transformed back into a Super Saiyan, his bones crackling audibly. System notification. Immortality remains in effect. The state of near death has been lifted, bloodline traits activated, host combat power significantly increased. Ding. The host has endured immense pain. Pain threshold elevated. Feeling the surge of power within, Sun Xian harbored but a singular thought. On the path to becoming stronger, I must continue to push the limits. No, it was about continuing to refresh my passives. Floating in the air, Androids 17 and 18 wore expressions of utter disbelief. They had held nothing back in that last strike. Yet, the individual before them not only survived, but seemed to have grown even stronger. What manner of monster is he? Android 18 furrowed her brow, a flicker of apprehension crossing her gaze. Android 17's expression grew serious, as the situation seemed to spiral beyond their control. His body felt peculiar. Sun Xian listened to their conversation, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Golden Horn King. Black Wind Monster. He turned to face Androids 17 and 18, a provocative smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Your recent assault lacked sufficient force. The expressions of number 17 and number 18 darkened instantaneously. Their full-throttle onslaught was deemed inadequate. Moreover, what absurd monikers are Golden Horn King and Black Wind Demon? How infuriating. You court death. Number 17 bellowed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Number 18 followed closely, their speed surpassing that of before. Bang! Sun Xian swiftly raised his arm to block. He was merely in the Super Saiyan state now, unburdened by the physical strain of the Kaioken. And handling the combat techniques of the androids was remarkably effortless. In this moment, his battle power surged to an astonishing 400 million, teetering on the brink of death. With enhanced strength, he decided to ride the wave of fortune. Confronted with the android siblings' onslaught, he did not evade, but rather easily parried their attacks. Sun Xian's demeanor remained impassive as he seized number 18's long leg with his left hand, delivering a powerful punch towards her face with his right. Number 18, in a state of panic, hastily turned her head to evade, yet the gust of Sun Xian's punch grazed her cheek, leaving a crimson mark. This fellow has grown stronger? Anxiety flooded her mind as she swiftly retreated. Number 17 also arrived, gathering energy in both palms and unleashing it directly upon Sun Xian's chest. Perish. Yet, instead of being startled, Sun Xian felt exhilarated. He willingly exited the Super Saiyan state, extending his arms to embrace the energy wave. A high-density energy wave swiftly engulfed him. Number 17's expression turned peculiar. Why did he not evade? He warily observed Son Xian's oddly poised figure ahead. Because he feared nothing, until a deafening roar reverberated through the air. Son Xian felt as though his chest had been struck by a speeding train, his internal organs churning violently. System notification: Immortal Body activated, suffering fatal damage, pain sensation retained. Ding. Host has endured immense suffering, pain threshold elevated. Ding. Bloodline trait triggered. Host's battle power enhanced. Amidst the swirling dust, Son Xian staggered but stood once more. His chest was charred, yet his aura was even more potent than before. To his delight, the energy coursing within him flowed more smoothly, and his strength had doubled. Ha ha! Son Xian could not suppress his laughter, his mirth tinged with exhilaration. 16 million. In his normal state, his battle power had already reached 16 million. With the Super Saiyan enhancement, that equated to a staggering 800 million. This was exhilarating. To unleash such power continuously was a sheer delight. Come again. Is this meager energy a sign of eternal resources running dry? He pointed at the android siblings. Transforming once more into a Super Saiyan, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. This sensation of teetering on the brink of death and being reborn was utterly addictive. In the distance, Son Gohan was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening with Dad? Not only was he alive, but it seemed he was reveling in battle. Furthermore, his aura was terrifyingly strong. This completely upended Son Gohan's understanding of power. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged incredulous and furious glances. This monster. Number 18 gritted her teeth. Their attacks had inadvertently become nourishment for his newfound strength. On the 17th, his recovery speed is utterly terrifying. They are indeed artificial beings, aren't they? How can their regenerative abilities fall short of a mere human? He must be utterly annihilated. The 18th declared coldly. The two ceased holding back, unleashing a far more dreadful aura. They fervently elevated their energies, ferocious power coiling around them, forming an invisible domain, causing the rain in the sky to evaporate instantaneously. Excellent. Son Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He understood that this was the final trump card of the android siblings. It was also his last opportunity to gain passive experience. Just as he prepared to disperse his energy and employ his old tactics once more, he heard a desperate cry. Dad! Son Gohan exclaimed anxiously. He could sense that the power the androids unleashed this time was exponentially stronger than their previous combined energy wave. His father was underestimating them. He might not withstand it. Gohan, trust me. Son Xian turned to glance at Son Gohan, his gaze resolute. Though he may have acted recklessly, he would never let the tragedies of the future unfold in reality. Die. Both the 17th and 18th launched their assault simultaneously. They no longer engaged in energy waves. Instead, they transformed into two fleeting shadows, attacking Son Xian from different directions. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of collisions echoed continuously, and from Son Gohan's perspective, all three had vanished from sight. Son Xian exerted every ounce of strength to defend and evade. Yet the synchronized onslaught of the android siblings made it impossible for him to disregard entirely. Each impact resonated with the sound of cracking bones and Son Xian's muffled groans. He did not completely evade. Rather, he consciously allowed some attacks to strike him. Excruciating pain. An indescribable agony. It felt as though his body was being crushed piece by piece. Yet he gritted his teeth, excitement flickering in his eyes. It is not over yet. The cold voice of the 17th rang out. Seizing the moment Son Xian let his guard down, he delivered a brutal knee strike to Son Xian's abdomen. Pooh! Son Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape, his Super Saiyan form obliterated. Damn, I overdid it. Before he could react, the 18th swiftly followed up with a knife-hand strike to the back of Son Xian's neck. Crack! In an instant, Son Xian's body plummeted like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. He lay at the bottom of the pit, convulsing, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. It is over. The 17th and 18th hovered above the pit, their faces devoid of any expression. They raised their palms, terrifying energy gathering once more. This time, they intended to completely vaporize this bothersome individual. No! Son Gohan screamed, attempting to rush forward, but was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. Just as the energy was about to descend, an extraordinarily brilliant golden light erupted from the pit. Chapter 4, Son Gohan. It seems I have forgotten something. The raging energy surged skyward, tearing apart the clouds above. Son Xian gradually rose from the pit. His expression was grim, maintaining his Super Saiyan form. I am granting you an opportunity. You are utterly useless. His injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, and his formidable upper body radiated immense strength. Surrounding him, the golden aura shone even more brilliantly and densely than before. His power had far surpassed previous levels. 1.6 billion. The might of his Super Saiyan form had broken through the 1.6 billion threshold. Faced with the energy waves unleashed by androids 17 and 18, Son Xian merely waved his hand, causing their attacks to veer off course. His golden figure flickered as if teleporting, appearing directly behind the duo. Clasping his hands together, he struck down swiftly, sending both androids crashing into the ground. The tide of battle had turned dramatically. There is no purpose in keeping you around. It's time to fulfill my mission. Son Xian assumed the stance of the Kamehameha, preparing to obliterate the android siblings with this decisive blow. In his eyes, androids 17 and 18 had exhausted their potential, and further engagement would yield no breakthrough. That is so powerful. Son Wukong sat helplessly on the ground, gazing up at his father, who hovered above the ruins like a deity. He had never witnessed such overwhelming strength in his father. The aura emanating from him was far more terrifying than he remembered from his father's prime. As the dreadful pressure descended upon them, 17 and 18's expressions shifted dramatically. So, we are not even going to put on a show. Retreat. 17 made a near-instant decision. Their opponent was simply invincible. His power escalation knew no bounds. How could they possibly fight back? Remaining there would only serve as a stepping stone for their adversary's ascendance. Halting their descent, they attempted to flee. But how could Son Xian permit their escape? Want to leave? Too late. His form vanished abruptly, teleporting directly behind them. A massive pale blue energy beam surged forth from his hands, and before 17 could react, he was engulfed in agony and despair, disintegrating upon contact. Due to a momentary obstruction, 18 managed to shift her body sideways, but the energy beam severed her left arm, avenging Son Wukong's own injury. She glanced back at the source of the devastating energy, fear and apprehension flickering across her usually stoic face. Without hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. There was no way she could let the hard-earned experience slip away. Son Xian retracted his hands, once again using teleportation to pursue the swiftly retreating 18. Farewell, the most beautiful woman in Dragon Ball, he silently mused, before unleashing an energy slash that, in mere moments, split 18 in two, shattering her energy core as well. Beep. Task: exterminate demons and eliminate evil completed. Rewards dispensing. Congratulations. Host has acquired the incomplete volume of the 72 Transformations medicine, automatically learned by the host. Incomplete volume? Wasn't the reward supposed to be the complete 72 transformations? This black system. It feels like I've been played by the capital. However, having a reward is better than none. Medicine? ISNT the 72 transformations supposed to entail 72 different changes? Why has it turned into this? Son Xian pondered, perplexed, as he queried the system. To the host. The skill of medicine is the 69th transformation of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, capable of healing the ailments of mortals, reviving the dead, and mending flesh and bone with ease. Healing mortals? That seems rather futile. Son Xian gradually descended, his golden aura retracting and reverting to his usual dark hair. At that moment, he spotted the one-armed Son Gohan soaring towards him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball universe, aside from deities like the God of Destruction and the King Kai, all other beings are considered mortals. Even the later Super Saiyan God, at best, merely possesses divine power, yet remains immortal in essence. This medicinal skill could prove invaluable. Gohan. With that thought in mind, he waved at the approaching Son Gohan. Sensing the absence of the androids, Gohan eagerly flew towards his father. Feeling the still formidable aura emanating from his father, he finally felt at ease. Father, have you dealt with androids 17 and 18? Son Xian walked over to Gohan, gently patting his back, warmth surging within him. After all, this was still the body of Son Wukong. Although he was a transmigrator, he inherited Son Wukong's body and memories, naturally developing feelings for Gohan. Gohan, everything is fine. Your father has vanquished them. He gazed at the one-armed youth before him, filled with compassion and guilt. System, can the skill medicine heal Gohan's arm? Sun Xian was aware that the Senzu beans and Dragon Balls could regenerate severed limbs. But the former had become a rarity after being consumed by the likes of Majin Buu, and the last one had already been fed to Trunks by Gohan. As for the latter, with Piccolo's demise at the hands of the androids, the Earth's Dragon God perished alongside him, rendering the Dragon Balls ineffective. Alas, it was all Gohan's fault for being heavily influenced by Piccolo's combat style, sacrificing his left arm for information and opportunities, and habitually using his arm to withstand damage. Prescription retrieved, Dragon Blood Regeneration Pill, capable of healing severed limbs and regrowing flesh and blood. A detailed prescription instantly materialized in Sun Xian's mind. Well, this divine ability is still the inferior version. I must take matters into my own hands to provide for myself. Father, Uncle Piccolo, along with Mom, Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, and Tien, they have all been slain. Upon seeing his father, his emotional pillar, return, Gohan finally released his tense composure and threw himself into Sun Xian's embrace, weeping profusely. Rest assured, they will all be resurrected. Sun Xian's words momentarily calmed Gohan's tumultuous emotions. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth have already lost their efficacy. Gohan gazed at his father with confusion, unable to fathom any means of resurrecting everyone apart from the Dragon Balls. I understand. Sun Xian looked up at the starry sky. Yet there will always be other methods. Really? What methods? Do not fret, Gohan. I will undoubtedly find a way to resurrect everyone. For now, there is a matter of greater importance. He ruffled Gohan's hair, casting him an encouraging glance. A matter of greater importance? Father, what do you mean? Let your arm regrow. Oh my what? Gohan stared at Sun Xian in shock. Father, are you truly serious? Upon Sun Xian informing Son Gohan that he possesses a method to restore his severed arm, Gohan found the notion somewhat incredulous. You shall understand in due time. But I require Aunt Bulma's assistance, Sun Xian said, feigning an air of mystery. Let us return to the shelter for now. With that, he and Son Gohan soared towards the underground refuge. Gohan scratched his head, an uneasy feeling creeping in that he had forgotten something of great importance. Regardless, he decided to return and speak with Aunt Bulma first. Chapter 5. Bulma's Doubts. You are not Goku. Meanwhile, not far from the desolate city ruins, the young Trunks struggled to rise from the rocks, shaking his heavy head. Gohan. He distinctly remembered their agreement to fight together. However, just before their departure, a sharp pain had pierced the back of his neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. Now, he strained to sense ahead, but could no longer detect that familiar presence. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Fear swiftly enveloped him, and he dared not dwell on the thought as he raced madly towards the location where the androids had appeared in his memory. In the underground shelter, Sun Xian stood before the heavy metal door, a structure built by Bulma in the aftermath of the calamity, nestled deep within the ruins. Ordinary individuals, devoid of energy signatures, hid within, rendering detection by the androids nearly impossible. What expression would Bulma wear upon seeing Goku again? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he chuckled and pushed the door open. Inside, the alarm suddenly blared to life. Sun Xian paused in surprise. The security mechanism of the shelter was triggered when someone attempted to enter without the proper code. Son Gohan's figure appeared nearby, his anxious voice barely escaping. Dad. Wait, bang. A sharp gunshot echoed. The bullet struck Sun Xian's chest like a collision with a wall, falling limply to the ground without inflicting harm. Yet, it left him momentarily stunned. Who are you? A cold female voice resonated from the depths of the corridor. At the end of the passage stood a blue-haired woman, her gun still emitting faint smoke. Her gaze was piercing, and her other hand subtly pressed a nondescript button, the shelter's self-destruct mechanism. Aunt Bulma, Dad has returned. Son Gohan rushed in, positioning himself protectively in front of Sun Xian with his single arm. Gohan. Bulma's voice conveyed astonishment. Her gaze swept over Gohan before returning to the man behind him. Impossible. Goku has been dead for ages. Who are you really? It's truly Dad. He just defeated androids 17 and 18. Gohan's voice trembled with excitement, instinctively taking a step forward. Bulma's gun immediately shifted in response, her tone becoming more severe. Stop. Don't come any closer. Bulma, please don't be alarmed. It's me. Sun Xian raised both hands, forcing a smile that bore his signature simplicity. Due to my previous contributions to Earth, The underworld has granted me a temporary revival. Bulma showed no signs of easing her grip. How can you prove you are Goku? With a sense of resignation, Sun Xian realized he never anticipated needing to validate his own identity. You are Bulma. Our first encounter was on Pauza Mountain. When you accidentally ran into me with your car. You even helped me bathe. He noticed the shift in Bulma's expression and quickly added, right. You have a penchant for handsome men, just like Yamcha. Bulma's face stiffened momentarily before she lowered her weapon and hurried forward. She leaned in close to Sun Xian, scrutinizing him, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Goku, is it truly you? Sun Xian nodded affirmatively. Yes, but my time on Earth is limited. Bulma turned to Gohan, her voice still tinged with disbelief. So, the androids have really been vanquished? Indeed. Dad is incredible, Gohan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. With a single Kamehameha, he took out Android 17 and then pursued Android 18, using a Keyblade. All right, Sun Xian interjected at the opportune moment. We have more pressing matters to attend to. He glanced at Gohan's empty left sleeve. I need to regrow Gohan's arm. What? Bulma's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Sun Xian nodded confidently. However, I require some materials. A few should be available on Earth. Bulma, I need your assistance. Without hesitation, Bulma guided them to the heart of the shelter, a laboratory cluttered with instruments. Nearby stood a massive machine, shrouded in a black cloth. I need dragon's blood, the celestial flower, nethergrass, and some rare earth plants, Sun Xian listed. Dragon's blood? Bulma furrowed her brow. You mean from the dragon? No. Just ordinary dragon blood will suffice. Sun Xian chuckled. Gohan, do you remember your childhood companion? That little purple dragon? Ah, it's the speedy dragon. Gohan's face lit up. It should still be at Mount Payos. The celestial flower should be in the heavenly temple, Sun Xian continued. As for nethergrass, we need to venture to the underworld. For now, the focus is on the earth plants. Bulma, can you help me locate them? Bulma approached a large computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Tell me what you need. Sun Xian described several plants' names and characteristics, and soon, the screen displayed a series of potential locations and coordinates. All right, I've noted everything down. Sun Xian rose. I shall set off to find them now. Dad, I'm going with you. Gohan immediately declared. This was about his arm. He had to be involved. Sun Xian shook his head. Gohan, you stay here with Aunt Bulma. The crisis on Earth may not yet be fully resolved, and it will be easier for me to operate alone. Gohan hesitated, wanting to say more, but upon seeing his father's resolute gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded silently. I will return shortly. Sun Xian ruffled Gohan's hair affectionately before turning towards the door. By the way, Bulma suddenly recalled something and asked urgently, what about Trunks? Gohan froze momentarily, then slapped his forehead in frustration. Ah, Trunks. I completely forgot about him. What? Bulma's complexion turned pale in an instant. Wasn't Trunks with you? Gohan averted his gaze sheepishly. During the battle with the androids, I was worried for his safety, so I knocked him out before we left. What? You left him all alone out there? Bulma was filled with dread. What if? Do not worry, Bulma, Sun Xian reassured her. Trunks should be fine. I will also look for him along the way. Bulma bit her lower lip, her hands trembling slightly, the worry etched on her face unwavering. After Vegeta's demise, Trunks and Gohan had become her sole anchors in this desolate world. The thought of losing Trunks was too harrowing to fathom. Gohan offered a few words of comfort before he turned to leave the shelter, making his way swiftly towards the lookout. Meanwhile, in a state of despair, Trunks was flying towards the shelter. Tears brimmed in Gohan's eyes, though he stubbornly refused to let them fall. The beloved Gohan had also perished at the hands of the androids, leaving no trace of his body behind. Now, he was the last warrior on Earth. He had to summon his strength to protect his mother and humanity. He landed at the entrance of the shelter and knocked on the metal door using the agreed-upon code. Knock, 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 pause, knock, knock. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the howling wind. He struck the door again with more force, but there was still no response from within. The shelter felt like a tomb, cold and silent. Trunks' heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by a hand. He could not bear to contemplate the possibility of losing his mother. Chapter 6, You're Alive? Trunks trembled as he opened the shelter door. An alarm blared, but he paid it no heed. Mother! He called out loudly into the depths of the shelter. Rushing through the corridor, he frantically burst into the laboratory, only to be taken aback. Bulma and Gohan were seated there, both turning in surprise to face him. Trunks! Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him tightly. I'm so relieved you're safe. Gohan. Trunks stared in disbelief at Gohan. You're alive? Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, Trunks, are you? Trunks recalled the moments before he had fainted, anger surging within him. With a sudden burst of fury, he charged forward and landed a solid punch on Gohan's face. The grievances in his heart igniting like a fuse. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought you had been killed by the androids. Gohan stood frozen, looking somewhat bewildered. I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect you. I don't need protection. Stubborn tears trickled down the corners of Trunks' eyes as he glared at Gohan. You promised we would fight together. Trunks, please calm down. Observing Gohan's confusion, Bulma pulled her son back to her side. I have good news for you. The androids have been defeated. What? Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. Gohan, how did that happen? It was Gohan's father, Bulma smiled. Gohan's father has been revived, and he defeated both androids 17 and 18. Trunks still found it hard to believe, turning to Gohan and asking, is it true? Gohan nodded, a pure smile lighting up his face. Yes, Trunks. It's true. Dad is amazing. Trunks was momentarily speechless, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, surprise, joy, and frustration, eventually giving way to a sense of relief. He glanced back and forth between Gohan and Bulma, finally exhaling deeply. Mother, where is he now? He inquired. He had just departed not long ago, claiming to be engaged in some mysterious endeavor in the Heavenly Temple. Upon successfully landing, Sun Xian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The deity of this timeline had not yet merged with Piccolo before perishing alongside him. Had they merged, the combined Piccolo might have had a chance to vanquish the androids. After all, he was a super Namekian. During his journey, he had witnessed the destruction of Korin Tower, and with it, his hopes for the magical beings had been dashed. That wretched fatso, Yachirope. This glutton had treated the Senzu beans as mere snacks, consuming them until they had become a rare commodity. Ever since Korin entrusted him with their care, a downward spiral had ensued. Initially stored in cans, they had transitioned to bags, and ultimately, he was down to just a few beans. How had he not succumbed to their abundance? Wukong, you have arrived. Just as Sun Xian was lost in his thoughts, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, with round eyes, skin as dark as coal, and teeth as white as snow. It was that man. Ah, Mr. Bobo. His heart lifted as he inquired about Bobo's well-being. Bobo raised an eyebrow. You are quite polite. Since the deity's demise, I have been a solitary soul. How could I possibly be well? He sighed with resignation. I have been all alone here. What could be good? No one to converse with, no one to play with. But now that you are here. Wait a moment. Sun Xian interjected, sensing that according to the narrative, Bobo would likely wish to engage him in a game first. I have come with an important matter. Do you know where I might find the heavenly flower? Bobo's already dark visage deepened further. The heavenly flower? Why, it is right behind you. Sun Xian turned to behold rows of lotus-like ornamental plants. Good heavens! It appeared that the flowers in the heavenly temple were all precious medicinal herbs. May I pluck one? His gaze fixated on the largest blossom. Of course, feel free. Bobo replied nonchalantly, though a flicker of something unusual glimmered in his eyes. To pick a lotus? Or perhaps you should practice more. With Bobo's affirmative response, Sun Xian gleefully said about his floral thievery. Now that your matters are resolved, will you play with me next time? Certainly. Sun Xian waved his hand in haste and soared away from the heavenly temple. What an intriguing fellow. Bobo paused for a moment, then smiled with a hint of resignation. After securing the heavenly flower, Sun Xian pondered briefly before utilizing instant transmission to arrive at King Enma's hall. Startled by his sudden appearance, King Enma and two little ghosts, who were napping, jumped in surprise. Who goes there? Oh, it's you? King Enma steadied himself. What brings you back? Weren't you with the King of Worlds? As Sun Xian contemplated how to explain, his gaze fell upon a potted flower on the table, and a plan formed in his mind. King Enma, may I see that pot of flowers? King Enma, somewhat perplexed, replied, You returned just for a pot of flowers? What do you want with it? It's merely a decorative item. Sun Xian, feeling quite at home, picked up the plant and swiftly removed a few weeds from the pot. See, no one has tended to it. It's overrun with weeds. He casually tossed the weeds onto the ground, yet discreetly concealed a singular purple stem. What on earth is the matter? Yama was further perplexed. Could it be that you went to King Kai's planet for training and ended up muddling your brain? Observing that his objective had been achieved, Sun Xian had no desire to delay. Actually, it's nothing much, just that I miss you. No sooner had he spoken than he activated his instant transmission with an air of nonchalance. Yama, losing interest in his nap, immersed himself in paperwork instead. Yama King, one of the little demons, suddenly exclaimed, "That person, what happened to him? Could he have returned?" Yama inquired gruffly. "His halo is gone. So what if it's just a halo? Why the fuss?" Yama was nearly thrown off balance in shock. After departing from the underworld, Sun Xian busied himself immediately. The medicinal ingredients were still incomplete. The journey ahead was indeed arduous. Several hours later, following the coordinates marked by Bulma, he embarked on a globe-trotting adventure, finally gathering the rare plants required for the potion. During his passage through an underground cavern, he fortuitously collected several ores, which, if memory served him right, could be utilized to extract fuel for the time machine. Upon arriving in the forest of Baozi Mountain, Sun Xian called out loudly, imitating Son Gohan's whistle, and indeed, the speedy dragon emerged. "Little one, come with me to meet Gohan." Perceiving a familiar essence akin to Son Gohan emanating from Sun Xian, the speedy dragon joyfully nudged him with its nose. "Oh, and we should bring Trunks along." With that, he placed his left hand on the back of the speedy dragon while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture at his brow, carefully sensing the aura. "Found it. Goodness, we're going straight home?" In a flash, the speedy dragon experienced what true speed entailed. Chapter 7. Rebirth. Am I cultivating immortal beings in Dragon Ball? At this moment, Trunks was seeking guidance from Son Gohan on the training methods of Super Saiyans. It seemed the Saiyans' combative genes were indeed restless. Although the energy within him had erupted to its peak, revealing a faint golden radiance, he still could not take that final step, which might be termed Super Saiyan 0. 5. Damn it, why can't I transform? Just hold on, Trunks. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires anger, Son Gohan advised while reclining on a rock, sharing his insights on achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Suddenly, Sun Xian and the speedy dragon arrived nearby via instant transmission. "Gohan, Trunks, are you here?" They found themselves amidst piles of rubble at the edge of a city, evidently indicating that the two had ventured out to train. "Dad, Uncle Goku," the two exclaimed in delight, rising to behold the figure of a man and a dragon hovering before them. Speedy Dragon, upon seeing his childhood companion, the steadfastness in Son Gohan's gaze was instantly replaced by joy. He abandoned Trunks and soared through the air to closely examine the speedy dragon. Sun Xian, speechless, realized that his status as a father seemed to pale in comparison to that of a dragon, and thus he descended before Trunks. "Trunks, I sense your energy fluctuating. Were you just trying to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks gazed up at the hero before him, his eyes brimming with hope. "Uncle Goku, could you enlighten me on how to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation?" "Well, to become a Super Saiyan, it's simply a matter of having hands," Sun Xian mused, stroking his chin. Trunks suddenly felt as though his inability to transform stemmed from a lack of talent. Haha, just kidding. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan is indeed quite straightforward. While Sun Xian rummaged through his mind for the key to the transformation, he casually bantered with Trunks. In the Dragon Ball narrative, Goku successfully transformed due to Krillin's sacrificial act, while Vegeta's inability to transform fueled his rage, leading to his successful transformation. In the main timeline, Gohan and Trunks seemed to have little difficulty achieving the Super Saiyan form. Trunks even astonished Vegeta when he transformed within the gravity chamber. He pondered the commonalities and then stated, "In essence, the most crucial factor in transforming into a Super Saiyan is to ignite your anger." "Anger? My brother Gohan mentioned something similar," Trunks replied. "While anger plays a role, it isn't the sole factor," Sun Xian added. As a fervent fan of Dragon Ball, he was well aware that the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan lies in activating the cells within one's body. Typically, Saiyans can only transcend their limits and unlock their potential during moments of fury, enhancing cellular vitality. However, the quantity of cells tends to increase rapidly during peaceful and calm periods. Later on, Goku mastered the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at will through rigorous training, even achieving Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. This illustrates that anger is not the only prerequisite for the transformation. "Trunks, do not fret. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a place where you will quickly learn to transform into a Super Saiyan." Upon hearing Sun Xian's words, Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really? Uncle Goku?" More genuine than even Ding Zhun. "But first, let us focus on the task at hand." As he spoke, Sun Xian began to summon Gohan and the Quick Dragon. "You two, stop playing around and come here. We cannot afford to waste time." Upon hearing the call, Gohan promptly descended with the quick dragon. Dad, are you saying? His eyes gleamed with excitement, barely concealing his enthusiasm. Sun Xian nodded. Indeed, but I will need a drop of this little fellow's blood. Trunks looked perplexed as he observed the two. What are Uncle Goku and Brother Gohan discussing so mysteriously? Soon, under Gohan's guidance, the quick dragon used its claws to create a small wound on its body. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xian produced a prepared container and collected a drop of dragon blood. Perfect. Gohan, just wait for your arm to heal completely. He then retrieved an assortment of rare plants and ethereal herbs, including the heavenly flower from the system space. Transform. As Gohan and Trunks watched in astonishment, the medicinal materials began to spontaneously melt and flow, ultimately coalescing into a pale green elixir. Isnt this is Senzabine? Gazing at the dragon blood rejuvenation pill in his hand, which bore an 8/10 resemblance to the mystical Senzabine, Son Gohan fell into contemplation. Was all the effort his father expended merely to concoct a single Senzabine? Although the Senzabines were no longer available, the process seemed excessively cumbersome. This was not a Senzabine, yet its effects would be comparable. Sun Xian, with a hint of exasperation, urged, "What are you waiting for? Consume it, Gohan." Trunks, momentarily taken aback, realized that Uncle Goku intended for Son Gohan's arm to regenerate. But was this truly feasible? Upon meeting his father's unwavering gaze, Son Gohan hesitated no longer and swallowed the pill in one swift motion. No immediate reaction? Son Gohan pondered. As he expected an instantaneous effect akin to that of a Senzabine. Be patient, let the medicinal properties spread, Sun Xian reassured. Confident that the system would not deceive him. Though the underlying logic might be flawed, the rewards should undoubtedly be reliable. No sooner had he spoken than Son Gohan felt an itch at the sight of his severed left arm, followed by a piercing pain. Oh! Son Gohan involuntarily transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura flickering erratically. Gohan, Trunks, and the quick dragon gazed at him with concern. At that moment, Son Gohan's energy began to surge dramatically. 2, 5 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. As his power escalated, the area where his left arm had been severed suddenly erupted, becoming a gruesome sight before it began to regenerate slowly. At long last, a new left arm emerged in its entirety, while Son Gohan's battle power stabilized around 500 million. His eyes sparkled with astonishment at the sight of his new arm. It truly had grown back. Trunks, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of relief. Son Gohan's arm had been lost in the effort to protect him from the androids, and now witnessing his recovery filled him with genuine happiness. The quick dragon also rejoiced, chirping around Son Gohan in delight. Gohan, congratulations on becoming stronger. Sun Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the system had provided a genuine product. Otherwise, it would have been a failure in bravado. Dad, thank you. Son Gohan embraced Sun Xian tightly. This arm represented not only a part of his body, but also embodied his martial spirit. Now that his body had returned to its original state, he felt a surge of confidence, unencumbered on the path to greater strength. All right, little ones, let us return. Bulma is still waiting for us. Sun Xian reminded them. Just as he prepared to fly back to their refuge with the two boys and the dragon, a notification from the system abruptly chimed. Chapter 8. Is that you, Cell? Ding. The emergence of the Demon King has been detected. The main quest has been issued. Main quest. Eliminate the Demon King. Crush the burgeoning Demon King in its infancy. Quest reward. 72 transformations. Here we go again. System. I hope this reward is not. As Sun Xian inquired. He could not help but feel a tinge of apprehension. Indeed. Host. It's still a fragment, came the reply. Could you please be clearer next time? Sun Xian felt fortunate for having asked, lest he be left in vain anticipation once more. Sun Xian's expression suddenly turned grave. Dad, what is going on? Son Gohan perceptively noted the subtle shift in his father's demeanor. Just moments ago, Sun Tzu intended to return to the shelter with them. Unable to sense Bulma's aura, but he suddenly halted mid-flight. Gohan, Trunks, be cautious. There are enemies nearby. Thoughts raced through Sun Tzu's mind. The unparalleled Demon King mentioned by the system was likely Cell. Furthermore, the intensity of the aura he sensed far surpassed that of the newly born larval Cell. With no time for explanation, Sun Tzu concentrated his energy and, accompanied by Son Gohan, Trunks, and the speedy dragon, they dashed towards the source of that malevolent aura like a streak of light. A moment later, they hovered over a desolate city. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, and scattered piles of clothing on the ground silently narrated the tragedies that had unfolded here, as if all the inhabitants had instantaneously evaporated into thin air. A menacing creature, towering over 2 meters and entirely green, hovered serenely in the air, seemingly unperturbed by their arrival. "I am Cell. I am destined to become the perfect being," his deep and arrogant voice echoed throughout the space. "I have absorbed the cells of the strongest warriors in existence, the pride of the Saiyans, the cruelty of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, the intelligence of Earthlings, and the power derived from countless life essences." Sun Tzu's heart trembled. It truly was Cell. Moreover, this creature's immense aura suggested a battle power exceeding 2 billion. Glancing at the empty clothing scattered on the ground, a chill ran down Sun Tzu's spine as he pieced everything together. After the demise of androids 17 and 18, this version of Cell from the future, upon realizing he could not evolve into his perfect form, had crazily transformed all survivors in this world into sustenance for himself. Sun Tzu's temples throbbed. With 2 companions and a dragon beside him, this battle would be arduous. "Dad, let me test him." Son Gohan's arm, having just healed, surged with newfound strength. Although he still fell short of Sun Tzu, he stood firmly at the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan form, his battle power exceeding 500 million. The surge of power, combined with the joy of his arm's restoration, unleashed the repressed Saiyan nature within him, inflating his confidence immensely. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a roar, and his golden Super Saiyan aura erupted, propelling him like a cannonball towards Cell. "Gohan, don't be reckless." Sun Tzu attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late, having to shield Trunks and the speedy dragon behind him. "Oh, a Saiyan?" Cell glanced at the rapidly approaching Son Gohan, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "Just a child, but this power is somewhat acceptable." Boom. Son Gohan's confident and furious punch was effortlessly intercepted by Cell, who nonchalantly blocked it with a single finger. "How is this possible? Is this all the strength you possess?" Cell mocked, exerting a slight force with his fingertip, unleashing an irresistible surge of power. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, uncontrollably propelled backward and crashing into the distant city, stirring up clouds of dust. "Damn it!" Son Gohan roared, forcibly stabilizing himself and recklessly charging forward once more. He exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing a furious barrage of punches, kicks, and energy blasts, each strike imbued with rage and defiance. Yet all were effortlessly deflected by Cell. With casual counterattacks from his tail, Cell sent Gohan reeling, his body battered and bruised. "Well, the warm-up is over. Now, obediently become my nourishment." Before Cell's words could fully dissipate, a swift knife hand struck Gohan's neck. Darkness enveloped him as his body plummeted to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. Lying amidst the cold rubble, pain coursed through him, rendering him momentarily immobile. He had grown stronger than before and had given his all. Even when facing androids 17 and 18 simultaneously, he believed he stood a chance. Yet against Cell, he found himself utterly defenseless. Was it a lack of investment on his part, or was Cell simply overpowered? A sense of helplessness and despair surged over him once more. He felt feeble, incapable of protecting anything. Cell descended slowly from the air, his absorption tail extending ominously, its tip aimed at the fallen Gohan. "The essence of a Saiyan is truly delectable," he remarked, licking his lips with insatiable greed. "You should consider yourself fortunate to be my first grand feast." The absorption aperture at the tail's tip emitted a chilling hum, casting a shadow of death once again over Gohan. He weakly closed his eyes, lamenting that he had yet to witness Trunks transcend to Super Saiyan or see their new home established, pondering if he would be consumed by this monster. Just as the tail's tip loomed larger, ready to envelop Gohan's body, a brilliant golden light tore through the air. The figure of Sun Xian, who had been watching from a distance to gauge Gohan's true strength, suddenly appeared before him. "How dare you!" he shouted, his golden aura erupting like a volcanic explosion. The terrifying might of 1.6 billion battle power surging forth. Clenching his right fist, he struck fiercely at Cell's tail. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as immense force collided with Cell, sending his massive form hurtling away, crashing into distant mountains until he finally came to a halt. Sun Xian withdrew his fist and turned to see Gohan on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his breath labored. Anger and concern surged within him. He then redirected his gaze towards the dislodged Cell, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. So you are the infamous Cell? Prepare to face the consequences for harming my family. In the far-off ruins, Cell shook his dazed head, rising from the debris and wiping away the green blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Sun Xian, sensing a life force within him that far surpassed Gohan's, powerful and unique. Oh, Son Goku. A manic, bloodthirsty grin spread across Cell's face. What a vibrant life force. If I were to absorb you, just how extraordinary would my power become? Sun Xian's gaze sharpened, instinctively tensing. Cell, a creation of Dr. Gero's relentless efforts, cultivated from the cells of numerous formidable warriors, would not be an easy adversary. Moreover, the Cell before him boasted a battle power potentially exceeding his own. Though possessing an immortal form may confer strength, it does not necessarily safeguard against the peculiar absorption abilities of Cell. Should he fall victim to Cell's insidious grasp, his immortality would be rendered futile. Since his arrival in this realm, he has experienced, for the first time, a palpable sense of peril. A bead of cold sweat silently trickles down his forehead. Chapter 9. Unable to absorb? Has Cell's straw expired? Sun Xian glares at Cell, his golden aura erupting violently, silently conveying his fury. Behind him, Son Gohan struggles to rise, his body trembling with weakness. Observing his father's silhouette, he is engulfed by regret. Son Wukong. Cell emerges from the haze, a sneer etched upon his face. You are indeed formidable. However, no matter how potent the nourishment, it remains merely sustenance. His voice drips with disdain and malice. I shall savor your exquisite flavor. Sun Xian, indifferent to Cell's taunts, propels himself off the ground with a powerful push, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, surging towards Cell. Taking advantage of his adversary's vulnerability, he seeks to strike decisively. After all, villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Bang! The two figures collide before swiftly separating. Sun Xian unleashes a flurry of punches, channeling the innate combat instincts of Sun Wukong to their utmost limits. Each strike, each kick, is imbued with destructive force, yet Cell effortlessly parries them. With every clash, turbulent shockwaves erupt around them. Amidst the onslaught, Cell finds moments to counterattack, revealing that Dr. Gero indeed infused Cell with the cells of Sun Wukong and others, granting him the combat experience of countless martial artists. The two figures dart through the air, colliding repeatedly. Son Gohan and Trunks can barely discern the blurred afterimages of their fierce duel. They rely on the reverberating sounds of combat to track this epic confrontation. How incredibly powerful. Trunks swallows hard. Father, go for it. Son Gohan shouts fervently. The excited cries of the Rapid Dragon join the fray. Enough noise. Cell seems irked by the Rapid Dragon's outburst, a flicker of annoyance crossing his visage. With a single punch, he repels Sun Xian, and in an instant, he vanishes. To Sun Xian's astonishment, Cell bypasses him entirely, lunging toward the Rapid Dragon. A surge of alarm grips Sun Xian. He had not anticipated this sudden shift in Cell's target. With no time to ponder, he pivots to pursue, intent on rescuing the Rapid Dragon from Cell's clutches. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Cell's true aim has never been the small dragon. A sinister grin spreads across Cell's face, a sign of his successful machination. The figure that was initially aimed at the Rapid Dragon suddenly veers, appearing before Sun Xian in an instant. The sharp, luminescent tail stinger lunges toward his heart. Dad! Son Gohan screams in horror. Uncle Wukong! Trunks cries out in despair. They are acutely aware of the terror that Cell's tail possesses. With a sickening thrust, the tail stinger penetrates Sun Xian's body without resistance. Cell's triumphant laughter echoes as the absorption poured at the tails and begins to hum ominously. Son Wukong, become my nourishment. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the smile on his face falters. The anticipated surge of pure, potent life energy does not flood into his being. Instead, an indescribable essence begins to course through him. What is this? Cell's expression shifts dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He felt an intense repulsion from his body against the energy being absorbed, causing his once fluid breath to become chaotic. At this moment, Sun Xian also sensed something amiss with Cell's physique, and having narrowly escaped death, he let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Cell's absorption ability was monstrous. The instant the needle pierced his body, he felt a continuous loss of energy, and his body began to spasm uncontrollably. Just as he was preparing to resign himself to death, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Detected that system asset, Immortal Body, is being stolen, anti-theft measures activated. Well, it seems he had fallen into a trap set by Capital. In that fleeting moment, Sun Xian felt as though his body and energy were locked down, rendering Cell's siphoning futile. A peculiar energy began to emerge from the depths of his being. It seemed almost sentient, actively spreading towards the needle embedded in Cell. Upon entering Cell's body, the system's mysterious energy reacted violently with his energy and Cell's, causing thunderous explosions within him, leading to unbearable agony. Seizing the moment while Cell was momentarily dazed, a glimmer of determination shone in Sun Xian's eyes. Now was the time. With a thunderous roar, his golden aura surged once more, unleashing a terrifying power that forcefully expelled the needle from his body. What? Cell's eyes widened. He had never encountered such a scenario before. The prey he thought he had was now slipping away. Get away from me. Sun Xian, enduring the excruciating pain from the wound, pivoted sharply. His right arm cut through the air with a fierce whistle, delivering a furious punch squarely to Cell's astonished face. Bang! Cell's massive form was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into several distant peaks and stirring up clouds of dust. Sun Xian gasped for breath, blood still flowing from his wound. However, the characteristics of his immortal body began to manifest, healing the injury at a visibly rapid pace. He grinned, tauntingly shouting in the direction Cell had been hurled. Hey, Cell, has your straw expired? Why can't you suck it up? Did you purchase a counterfeit product? Would you like me to recommend a brand? I guarantee it's genuine, with powerful suction. From the ruins, Cell struggled to rise, wiping the green blood from his mouth. His face contorted with rage. You bastard! Cell roared in fury. The failure to absorb energy, compounded by Sun Xian's mockery, was a profound humiliation for him. I've changed my mind. He gritted his teeth, his aura surging dramatically. I shall crush you completely. No sooner had he spoken than two brilliant orbs of light coalesced in his hands, emanating terrifying energy waves. Die! A colossal energy beam surged towards Sun Xian with ferocity. Sun Xian's pupils constricted. He could feel that this strike contained power far surpassing the previous ones. Boom! At the epicenter of the explosion, smoke and dust engulfed the area. Gradually, Sun Xian's figure emerged from the haze, his body drenched in blood, his aura waning, like a flickering candle poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet he stood firm. Under the influence of his immortal body, a more potent and refined aura began to slowly rise from within him. The Scion's ability to grow stronger when on the brink of death caused Sun Xian's combat power to soar. 2 billion. 3 billion. Ultimately, his combat power stabilized at approximately 2 billion. Impossible. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sun Xian, whose aura not only remained intact but surged. It was as if a diminutive figure, barely a square root of 2 in height, suddenly transformed into a towering giant of 3 meters. The blow he had just delivered was sufficient to obliterate a small planet. Yet, this individual not only survived but emerged even stronger. For the first time, Cell felt a sense of trepidation, a flicker of unease washing over him. Sun Xian slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a mocking smile gracing his face. Cell, are you merely tickling me? Cell's expression darkened, nearly dripping with malice. A glint of madness and determination flickered in his eyes. Can't kill you. Then I shall reduce you to dust. Let us see how you recover. He raised his arms high above his head. An even greater surge of energy began to gather and compress within his palms, warping the space around him with its sheer power. Chapter 10, 10 billion. Annihilate Cell's arms were elevated, and the energy sphere in his palms expanded ominously. The aura of destruction rendered Gohan and Trunks, who were at a distance, pale with fear. This attack was infinitely more terrifying than the combined assault of the android siblings, evoking a sensation that it could penetrate the very core of the earth. Dad, quickly get away, Gohan shouted hoarsely. Yet, in a startling turn of events, Sun Xian did not evade. Instead, he assumed a welcoming stance, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. This posture bore a resemblance to the Gaia energy cannon. Bring it on, he declared, inhaling deeply as his aura surged dramatically, charging directly toward the terrifying energy sphere. Huh, seeking death, are we? Cell sneered. In the next moment, the energy sphere, now at its pinnacle, was unleashed. Die. The colossal energy sphere instantly engulfed Sun Xian's minuscule form, along with the ruins beneath him. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire city. the shockwave leveling distant mountains to mere plains. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed in horror. The two, a dragon and his rider, soared into the sky mere moments before the energy sphere descended, narrowly escaping calamity. However, below, Gohan and Trunks stared in disbelief at the devastation before them. Their faces ashen with despair, the darkness of hope's fleeting appearance only amplifying their anguish. At the epicenter of the explosion, a golden light ignited. Sun Xian's figure materialized amid the void. His body was charred, flesh and blood a gruesome mess, with his left arm and right leg reduced to shattered bone. A grim sight indeed. Yet, within those eyes, an indomitable spark persisted. System notification. The body of the immortal continues to function. Near-death status has been lifted, bloodline traits activated. Host combat power significantly enhanced. Ding. The host has endured immense pain. Pain threshold elevated. He had survived. Yet, the agony of his severed limbs was excruciating. Sun Xian gazed at his mangled form, witnessing his flesh regrowing and bones reconstructing at a visible pace. In the span of a few breaths, he stood restored, whole once more. Not only that, but the golden aura surrounding him shone even more brilliantly than before. His power surged at a terrifying velocity. 5 billion, for billion. 5 billion. How could this be possible? Cell's eyes widened like saucers. That last blow should have been enough to reduce a planet to ashes. Before me stands a creature that, even if forged from steel, ought to have been reduced to vapor by now. Yet, astonishingly, he not only remains alive, but appears even more formidable. For the first time, a look of shock graces Cell's countenance. "Heh, Cell? I told you your straw has expired. Why did you not heed my warning?" Son Goku flexes his muscles. An unprecedented surge of power courses through him. As if with the mere flick of his wrist, he could reduce the earth to mere dust. He cannot suppress an exhilarating smile. The sensation of dancing on the precipice of death, only to emerge stronger in an instant, is utterly intoxicating. I refuse to believe it. "Come again." Cell roars, his fury igniting anew. He gathers energy once more, launching an assault towards Son Goku. Unable to comprehend this bizarre phenomenon, he can only hope that this strike will obliterate his adversary once and for all. Son Goku laughs heartily, welcoming the challenge. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing scene is a chaotic tapestry of nightmares and miracles interwoven, leaving Gohan and Trunks' emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Their father, Uncle Goku, is shattered time and again by Cell's terrifying onslaught, even reduced to blood mist, with only his head remaining. Each time, their hearts are wrenched, convinced that all hope is lost. Yet, miraculously, that golden figure reappears, unscathed and even more powerful than before. "Dad is up again." Gohan's voice trembles. His gaze transitions from initial fear and concern to disbelief, and finally to a numbed acceptance. "Is Uncle Goku immortal?" Trunks queries, as their minds grapple with an unprecedented revelation. Death has become a frequent specter in their lives, with the future overshadowed by the menace of androids. Yet, before their father Goku, death seems to lose its significance. How can this be? What manner of monster are you? Cell's astonishment morphs into intense rage, which then spirals into uncontrollable fear. His assaults grow increasingly potent, consuming vast reserves of energy. Yet, the foe before him appears to possess boundless energy and an infinite capacity for growth, an entity that cannot be vanquished. His power breaks through its limits, soaring to an astounding 50 billion due to his fury. However, after enduring several lethal blows, Son Goku's battle power has surpassed the 100 billion threshold. "Monster? You are the true monster, devouring others." Son Goku sneers. His strength has reached an entirely new realm, enabling him to effortlessly crush Cell. He decides against enduring further punishment. With a flash, he materializes before Cell. Bang! A simple straight punch strikes Cell's face with an astonishing velocity. Cell's massive form is uncontrollably sent flying, tracing a ragged arc through the air. Seizing the momentum, Son Goku becomes a streak of golden light, darting around Cell with relentless agility. His fists and feet rain down like a tempest, each strike accompanied by a resounding impact. Cell stands defenseless, retreating under the onslaught, his emerald skin fracturing under the relentless barrage. His once proud regenerative abilities seem trivial in the face of Son Goku's terrifying might. Fear has completely engulfed his heart. Unable to comprehend or conquer this relentless force, he realizes that continuing this struggle will only lead to his utter destruction. "Flee!" A powerful urge to retreat blossoms within Cell. After a feigned retreat, his body suddenly surged backward, attempting to create distance. Still wishing to flee? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Sun Xian's mouth. With the experience gained, escape was out of the question. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes as a peculiar energy surged within him. Stemming from his understanding of the laws governing the energy flow of living beings, a gift from his medical skill, he swiftly formed hand seals, and an invisible wave instantly locked onto Cell. Cell's body, soaring through the air, abruptly froze, as if grasped by an unseen hand around his throat. Though the pause lasted less than a second, in battles of this caliber, a mere moment could determine life or death. Farewell, Cell. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xian quickly gathered energy before him. Kamehameha, a beam of blue energy, brighter and more robust than ever before, erupted forth. Accompanied by Sun Xian's furious roar, it hurtled towards Cell in the sky. No! Cell's voice echoed with resentment and despair. Yet, the terrifying energy beam engulfed his body in an instant. Struggles, wails, and hopelessness, all were rendered to nothingness by this cataclysmic power. Boom! The thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens, flattening the distant mountains once more. It marked the definitive end of the future's Demon King. Sun Xian gradually lowered his hands, the golden aura subsiding, reverting to his usual dark hair. He sensed the complete disappearance of Cell's energy and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Main quest. Eliminate the Demon King completed, rewards being distributed. Congratulations. Host has acquired the fragment of Earthly Transformation, 72 Changes, Binding. It has been automatically learned by the host. Feeling the surge of newfound power and skills, Sun Xian wore a satisfied smile. Beside him, Gohan and Trunks, having just landed with the help of the instant transmission, were left in awe, their jaws nearly dropping. Gohan gazed at his formidable father, his expression complex, murmuring softly, "Dad, what on earth have you been through?" Chapter 11. The vanished Namek star. Once Cell's presence had completely vanished, Sun Xian finally exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves easing. Indeed, despite his outward bravado, he had remained vigilant, using taunts to control the rhythm of the battle until Cell was utterly annihilated. He turned to see Gohan and Trunks, both dumbfounded, along with the equally astonished instant transmission. With a broad smile, he declared, "All done, time to wrap up." This experience was quite substantial. Gohan and Trunks felt as though their understanding had been thoroughly challenged. "You call Cell a monster? He was stronger than any android. Moreover, the way you speak of experience sounds akin to playing a game. Dad, is Cell really gone?" Gohan's throat felt dry. Absolutely, not a trace left. Sun Xian clapped his hands, the golden aura gradually retracting as he returned to his black-haired form. "Come on, let's head home for dinner. Bulma is probably getting anxious." With one arm around each of them, he hoisted Gohan and Trunks, while instant transmission followed suit, the trio transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the shelter. Inside the shelter, Bulma was restless, glancing at the entrance from time to time. When Sun Xian returned with her 2 children and a dragon, she was momentarily taken aback, her gaze immediately locking onto Sun Wukong's robust left arm. "Wukong, your arm!" Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Sun Wukong's left arm, turning it over in her hands, her eyes swiftly welling with tears. "Aunt Bulma, Dad helped me heal." Sun Wukong beamed with pride, flexing his new arm. After the crisis with the androids, he had come to understand that strength was paramount. Scholarly pursuits could take a back seat. "Goku." Bulma turned to Sun Xian, her excitement leaving her momentarily speechless. "Oh, it's nothing, just a small matter," Sun Xian waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Trunks suddenly interjected, "Mom, we also encountered Cell, a creature far more formidable than the androids. But Uncle Goku defeated him." "Cell?" Bulma gasped, her breath hitching. She was well versed in various subjects and seemed to recognize the name. He was the final and most terrifying creation of Dr. Gero. She regarded Sun Xian with admiration and a hint of intrigue. "Goku, how on earth did you manage that?" Sun Xian scratched his head and began his customary explanation. "Well, you see, the situation is rather unique. To put it simply, I can't die at the moment, and as Saiyans, we possess a certain talent. So long as we aren't killed, we only grow stronger. But Wukong and Trunks, don't you dare try this lightly." Sun Wukong and Trunks nodded vigorously. Although the process had been absurd, the outcome was undeniable. They had witnessed Sun Xian being killed by Cell time and again, only to resurrect and grow stronger each time, a resilience akin to that of a cockroach, utterly outrageous. Sun Xian's reckless approach to combat had completely upended their understanding of battle. I, too, want to grow stronger. A fierce determination ignited within both of them. This was not mere admiration. It was a resolution that one day, the younger generation would surpass the older, a vow to one day embody such audacity. To celebrate the conclusion of the android crisis and the demise of Cell, Bulma unveiled the treasured ingredients from the shelter, preparing an extraordinarily lavish banquet. Observing Sun Xian and Sun Wukong devouring their meal with fervor, Trunks reaffirmed that Saiyans must possess some innate racial gift that ordinary people could not replicate. After feasting to their heart's content, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Sun Xian wiped his mouth and turned to Bulma. By the way, Bulma, what is the status of the Dragon Balls on Earth? Are they still usable? At the mention of the Dragon Balls, the previously joyous atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. Bulma sighed and shook her head. They are no longer functional. Many years ago, I gathered all the Dragon Balls, but they have since turned into ordinary stones, losing their power. The smiles on Sun Wukong and Trunks' faces froze. Indeed, with Uncle Piccolo gone and the Supreme Kai no longer present, the Dragon Balls had naturally become ineffective. This meant that those beloved ones lost to the androids, Uncle Krillin, Tien, Dend, Yamcha, and his father Piccolo, could never be revived. As this realization struck him, the joy in Sun Wukong's heart was swiftly overshadowed by profound sorrow. Do not lose heart. Sun Xian observed their despondency and consoled them. If the Dragon Balls on Earth are unattainable, we have other means. Father, what do you mean? Son Gohan looked up. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Sun Xian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Have you forgotten that Namek also possesses Dragon Balls? Tomorrow, I shall inquire about the coordinates of Namek from Lord King Kai. Son Gohan and Trunks' eyes brightened simultaneously. Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek. In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged, and the spirits of the group instantly lifted. Early the following morning, after bidding farewell to Bulma and the children, Sun Xian placed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated instant transmission. With a whoosh, he arrived at King Kai's planet. The North Kai, adorned with 2 antennae, strolled about, sighing and muttering, that Goku, even in death, brings no peace. Now he has stirred up such a commotion. What will Lord Kai do if he finds out? Good morning, Lord Kai. A familiar voice called from behind. Startled, the North Kai shivered and turned abruptly, finding Sun Wukong standing there, grinning. Huh, where's the halo? WW Wukong. How are you resurrected? The North Kai stammered, pointing at Sun Xian's head, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Sun Xian scratched his head and recounted the prepared explanation. A powerful individual deemed my potential remarkable and allowed me to be temporarily revived. The North Kai felt his mind nearly combust. Temporary revival? Such a method exists? After all these years as a Kai, how was I unaware? Wukong, you must tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? The North Kai's expression turned serious. Oh, it's a long story. In short, I was merely fortunate and came back to life. Sun Xian chuckled, wishing to avoid delving into the intricacies of the system. But enough of that. Lord Kai, could you assist me? I seek to know the current coordinates of Namek. The North Kai's antennae quivered, filled with curiosity, yet sensing that Sun Wukong's demeanor would yield no clear answers. As for Namek, I can only provide you with a rough direction. He closed his eyes. His antennae began to spin like radar. Moments later, he pointed in a direction. It's over there. Beyond that, I cannot assist. Thank you, Lord Kai. Sun Xian mimicked Wukong's stance, closing his eyes to concentrate on sensing the energy in that direction. Namekian energy, reveal yourself. Dragon, I mean Namekian. Sun Xian strained to perceive it. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Sun Xian opened his eyes, scratching his head. Bewildered. Strange, why can't I sense anything? This shouldn't be. He attempted several more times, yet still felt nothing. Now it was Sun Xian's turn to be baffled. This script is incorrect. According to the original, I should have sensed it quickly and then teleported there, right? Could my arrival have caused a butterfly effect? Where has Namek truly gone? Chapter 12. Are you studying a time machine? On King Kai's planet, Sun Xian remained frozen, maintaining his stance in an attempt to sense the energy. Had it not been for the few beads of sweat trickling down his temples, the King of the North would have believed he was gazing upon a statue. Initially, he stood there with his hands clasped, but soon he began to pace anxiously, his antennae drooping in frustration. Wukong, what is the situation? The king of the north blinked in confusion, observing Son Wukong, who remained motionless for quite some time. He was still eager to inquire about the secret of resurrection. Slowly, Sun Xian opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of bewilderment and reluctance deep within. Your Excellency, are you certain this is the right direction? Is there no mistake? He had yet to sense the presence of the Namekians. This was not in alignment with the narrative he remembered. Could it be that this timeline-s Namek had undergone some unknown transformation? I am uncertain, but that region is beyond my jurisdiction. Well outside the northern galaxy, the King of the North responded, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall return to Earth now. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Xian's figure vanished. The King of the North gazed at the empty lawn, sighed, and muttered softly. This lad is becoming increasingly inscrutable. In the refuge, Bulma was engaged in a fervent discussion with Son Gohan and Trunks regarding the preliminary plans for rebuilding their home. Suddenly, Sun Xian materialized among them. Uncle Wukong, Dad, Trunks and Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully as they approached him. Bulma also rose, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wukong, how did it go? Did you find Namek? Sun Xian paused for a moment, gently shaking his head. The King of the North provided me with a general direction, but I am utterly unable to sense the presence of the Namekians. The smile on Bulma's face instantly froze, her gaze visibly dimming. No sense of their presence? That's all right. We have a spaceship, and we can venture to that location. The excitement on Son Gohan and Trunks' faces also abruptly faded as they awaited Sun Xian's response. I'm afraid. What I mean is that Namek is most likely no longer there, and even with a spaceship, it would be impossible to locate, as it lies beyond the northern galaxy. Sun Xian struggled to articulate this, fully aware of the implications of such news for them. Bulma took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's all right. Wukong, you did your best. Yet, despite her words, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Son Gohan and Trunks bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. Witnessing their despondent expressions weighed heavily on Sun Xian's heart. In truth, resurrecting everyone was not entirely out of reach. Bulma, Son Gohan, and Trunks simultaneously lifted their heads, staring at him in unison. Dad, what have you thought of? Son Gohan asked eagerly. Sun Xian feigned mystery, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Bulma, shall we have a private conversation? Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. Gohan, Trunks, why don't you step outside and play with the dragon for a bit while we discuss some matters? Although the two children were curious, they understood and departed the laboratory. Wukong, what are you trying to say? Upon hearing this, Sun Xian approached Bulma, locking his gaze onto her eyes. Bulma, are you researching a time machine? His tone was rather neutral, yet it sent a shockwave through Bulma's heart, causing her to instinctively take a step back and collide with the nearby workstation. How do you know? Her voice trembled with panic, revealing her surprise. She had been discreetly working on this project, and even Trunks only had a vague awareness that his mother was constructing something significant. Son Wukong crossed his arms and gazed at her with a smile. If I am not mistaken, that black cloth must be concealing it, right? Bulma inhaled deeply, her eyes flickering. What are you talking about? It's merely a discarded large machine. I assent it? Yet, Son Wukong was unfazed, interrupting her with a grin. You intend for Trunks to travel back in time to alter the outcome of this timeline, or perhaps to seek a method to save the world. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically, as this was the secret she had kept buried deep within her. After a brief moment, she slumped her shoulders in resignation and managed a wry smile. All right, I admit it. I am indeed researching a time machine, but there shouldn't be a need for it now, right? After all, the androids and Cell have been vanquished, and the world has returned to peace. It's just that everyone. Her voice was laced with profound weariness. No, I need you to create it. I can state with certainty that the hope for everyone's resurrection lies within that time machine. Are you serious? Bulma's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again swiftly. But the construction of a time machine is exceedingly complex, and the core energy issue has yet to be resolved. Based on the current progress, it will take at least several more years. Years? That is far too long. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow. What if I told you I could help shorten the time? Bulma abruptly lifted her head, disbelief evident in her gaze. You can assist me? You must be joking. In her eyes, Son Wukong was merely a simpleton who didn't even grasp the principles of reproduction, let alone the intricacies of a time machine. I am not jesting. I have unexpectedly acquired some theoretical knowledge regarding time machines, which should prove beneficial to you. Son Wukong replied confidently with a smile. However, I have one condition. Bulma regarded him warily, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. What is the condition? Quite simple. Son Wukong extended a finger. Once the time machine is completed, it must first be made available for my use. Additionally, you must assist me in concealing my whereabouts from Gohan and Trunks. Just tell them that my resurrection is time-limited and that I must return. At his words, Bulma slowly lowered her hands, yet her brow furrowed tightly. What exactly do you intend to do? Why must you keep this from them? Son Wukong's gaze deepened. I am going to another timeline to seek a genuine method to resurrect everyone. By the way, I forgot to mention that parallel universes exist. Traversing time will not allow us to return and alter history. Bulma fell silent. She looked at Son Wukong, the person she had watched grow up, now becoming somewhat inscrutable. Yet, for the sake of resurrecting those who had perished, she had no reason to refuse. She nodded. All right, I agree. Son Wukong beamed, as if Bulma's acquiescence was entirely anticipated. Subsequently, he turned his palm, revealing several translucent crystals that shimmered with an ethereal light. Bulma's gaze was instantly captivated, as she sensed the energy pulsating within these stones. You may take them for examination. I discovered these crystals during my previous exploration of an underground cavern. They should serve to replenish the energy source for the time machine. Simultaneously, he shared with Bulma all the details he had gleaned about the time machine from the original narrative. Bulma gingerly accepted the crystals, immediately rushing to the laboratory table, where she employed an array of intricate instruments for analysis. After a brief moment, her breathing grew increasingly rapid. This is truly astonishing. These crystals harbor an immense reservoir of energy, Goku. They should be capable of being refined into a power source. She turned around, her excitement palpable as she grasped Son Goku's arm. In just 7 days, I will be able to construct the time machine. Chapter 13, The Room of Spirit and Time, Part 1, 7 days. Son Goku pondered. It was neither too long nor too short, but just right. Bulma, during these 7 days, focus solely on the construction of the time machine. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Bulma seemed to have entered a fervent state of research, offering no response to Son Goku. Furthermore, the crisis on Earth would not conclude with the defeat of Cell. We must prepare in advance. Bulma had already climbed atop the colossal time machine, and a voice emanated from within it. I understand. Son Goku paused, disregarding what Bulma had comprehended, and turned his gaze towards the laboratory's exterior, softly murmuring, I intend to further enhance Gohan and Trunks' abilities, so that they may protect the Earth in my absence. A moment later, Son Goku located Gohan and Trunks, who were playfully engaged with the dragon. Gohan, Trunks. Upon hearing Son Goku's voice, both boys sprang up with excitement. Dad, Uncle Goku. Son Goku affectionately ruffled their hair. Come, I shall take you to a wonderful place, a sanctuary where you can grow stronger. Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement and curiosity in the other's eyes. What kind of place is it? Trunks eagerly inquired. Gohan's face was alight with anticipation. His father, already so powerful, would surely lead them to a training ground that would not disappoint. Son Goku merely smiled mysteriously, withholding a direct answer. He placed his hands on their shoulders. Close your eyes, we will arrive shortly. Before they could utter a word, the three of them vanished from their location in an instant. The dragon, still lying on the ground, lifted its head and let out a puzzled whine. Weren't we just joyfully playing a game? How could they have disappeared so suddenly? In the other world, Popo was diligently watering the trees lining the path. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized before him, having arrived via instant transmission. Greetings, Mr. Popo. Son Goku called out, while Gohan and Trunks looked on with curiosity at the ebony-haired figure. Popo paused his task, but did not turn around. Goku, you have returned. Mr. Popo, I would like to request your assistance with something. Son Xian, unambiguous in his approach, gestured towards Son Wukong and Trunks behind him, earnestly requesting entry into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Bobo turned around, his round eyes glistening with curiosity. The hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed, it is quite suitable for training. However, only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and the total duration permitted is merely 2 days. Son Xian felt a pang of surprise. This was not how he remembered it. In the Buu saga, wasn't it the case that 4 individuals could enter at once? Furthermore, in Dragon Ball Super, didn't Goku and Vegeta remain inside for 5 years before emerging? He instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Bobo appeared to sense the shift in his expression and quietly inquired, "Goku, you seem somewhat perplexed." Regaining his composure, Son Xian offered an awkward smile, choosing to adhere to Bobo's stipulated rules. He was acutely aware that Bobo was not as straightforward as he seemed. Officially, Bobo's combat prowess was recorded to be merely over 1,000. Yet, he effortlessly withstood attacks from Trunks and Goten in their Super Saiyan forms. His speed was astonishing enough to catch them off guard. Was this reasonable? Was this scientific? Son Xian surmised that Bobo might be akin to the enigmatic sweeping monk from demigods and semi-devils, a hidden master of exceptional skill. "It's nothing, Mr. Bobo. It's simply that we are 3 in number, and it appears we will have to enter in 2 groups." He glanced at Son Gohan and Trunks, who were still curiously observing Bobo. Bobo nodded, his expression inscrutable, contemplating for a moment. Son Xian pondered the intriguing possibilities had Trunks been the first to enter the hyperbolic time chamber instead of Son Gohan. He nodded in agreement, addressing Son Gohan. "Gohan, why don't you stay outside with Mr. Bobo for now? I will take Trunks in first for training. Once we emerge tomorrow, I shall bring you in." Though a hint of disappointment flickered across Son Gohan's face, he nodded understandingly. "All right, Dad. I've already grown stronger through the recovery of my arm. Now is an opportunity for Trunks to experience the thrill of becoming stronger as well. The entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber is right inside. Please follow me," Bobo instructed, leading them into the grand hall. Son Xian grasped Trunks' hand, closely trailing behind. After traversing rows of trees and passing through archways, they arrived at a mahogany door adorned with uniquely shaped indentations. "This is the hyperbolic time chamber," Bobo announced, pulling the door open to reveal a pristine white expanse within. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo. We shall enter now," Son Xian signaled to Bobo while stepping inside with Trunks. "Such a polite young lad," Bobo mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as the two entered. Upon crossing the threshold into the hyperbolic time chamber, they were greeted by an expanse of blinding white, and an overwhelming wave of heat hit them. "Uncle Goku, it's unbearably hot in here," Trunks exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "And the gravity is significantly greater than outside." Son Xian, however, seemed largely unaffected, only initially struggling with the thin air before gradually acclimating to the environment. After all, this body has been trained under 100-fold gravity, so the mere 10-fold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber is of no consequence. "Trunks, while the conditions here are somewhat arduous, the room and provisions are plentiful. A true master does not concern themselves with the harshness of their environment. Come, Trunks. Time is precious. Let us commence our training." Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded resolutely, his heavy footsteps following Goku ahead. He resolved to endure any hardships and strive to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He no longer wished to experience the frustration that his brother Gohan faced alone against the enemy. "Trunks, the time and gravity here differ greatly from the outside," Goku explained as they walked. "The gravity is approximately 10 times that of Earth, and the temperature can plummet from over 50 degrees during the day to below -40 at night. Your immediate task is to acclimate to this environment." With that, he took a deep breath and began to warm up his muscles. Under the 10-fold gravity, Goku's figure flickered as he left behind a series of afterimages. Trunks, however, moved clumsily yet determinedly with each step, soon drenched in sweat. "I understand your eagerness, but do not rush," Goku instructed. "Please sit down and center your energy first." Sighing, Trunks felt a surge of impatience. Just as he was about to retract his energy and sit down to regulate his breathing, Goku halted him. "Wait, Trunks." Goku suddenly stopped his training and turned to Trunks. "What is it, Uncle Goku?" Trunks, poised to sit, found himself frozen in place, unable to decide whether to sit or stand. "Do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Goku asked, moving closer with an enigmatic smile. At the mention of Super Saiyan, Trunks' eyes sparkled, and he stood tall with renewed vigor. "Of course I do. I dream of it," he exclaimed. "Uncle Goku, do you have a secret?" "A secret?" Goku stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "Indeed, I do. Just now, when the weight bore down on you and you relaxed your body, I sensed a violent surge of your energy, which sparked an idea in my mind." The system notification chimed simultaneously, bolstering his confidence. Perhaps it was time for Trunks to take that crucial step. "Trunks, listen carefully," Goku continued. "I cannot guarantee that you will transform into a Super Saiyan, but the likelihood is quite high. First, try to elevate your energy to its peak, and then, Trunks, growing increasingly impatient, quickened his breathing. And then what? Goku abruptly paused, smiling as he tapped Trunks' forehead. First, as you did before, attempt to transform. You will soon understand what to do. With that, he unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, vanishing in a cloud of dust. Trunks, inspired, hesitated no longer and assumed the signature stance of a Saiyan preparing to unleash their power, muttering fervently to himself. A wisp of faint golden light pierced through the haze, only to quickly fade away, reminiscent of a malfunctioning light bulb. Trunks' hair flickered between shades of gold and pale purple. Had he failed once more? A pang of anxiety gripped Trunks' heart, yet he resolutely endeavored to elevate his energy further. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted, and an uncontrollable fury surged within him. It was not Uncle Goku emerging from the smoke, but rather Android 18. What was happening? Was this an illusion? It seemed that Mr. Popo had mentioned before entering that those with wavering resolve might encounter phantoms within the hyperbolic time chamber. But where had Uncle Goku gone? Trunks, you remain as weak as ever. The mocking voice of Android 18 echoed, and the overwhelming pressure compelled Trunks to question the authenticity of the android before him. We could have easily eliminated you and Gohan last time, but we spared your lives merely to witness if you would feel any remorse. After all, Gohan's left arm was severed because of you. Ha! Trunks' body trembled with agitation as a tumult of complex emotions brewed within him, ultimately transforming into anger towards his own inadequacy. How infuriating! If only he could transform into a Super Saiyan sooner, perhaps he could have aided Gohan instead of being a burden as he had before. At that moment, a gust of energy suddenly swept through, clearing the smoke, and Android 18's face appeared vividly before Trunks. You little brat. It's all because of your weakness. Stop it. Trunks seemed to have lost his sanity from the provocation. His eyes bloodshot, he unleashed an even more potent aura, breaking through the constraints of tenfold gravity as he charged towards Android 18. Seeing his plan succeed, Son Goku exhaled in relief. The Android 18 that materialized within the hyperbolic time chamber was, in fact, an illusion crafted by his technique from the earthly transformation of the 72 changes. In his state of mental disarray, Trunks failed to perceive any discrepancies and was drawn into the carefully orchestrated illusion laid out by Son Goku. This ability was a reward granted by the system the very moment Son Goku began his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Ding. Task: Seek the Hidden Paradise completed. Rewards being issued. Congratulations, host has acquired the incomplete volume of the earthly transformation of the 72 changes, illusion, automatically learned by the host. Following the system's brief introduction, Son Goku realized that this ability was perfectly suited to the illusions of the hyperbolic time chamber, ideally assisting Trunks in breaking through to Super Saiyan. Within the illusion, Trunks grew increasingly enraged under Android 18's relentless taunts. To enhance the effect, Son Goku intentionally conjured only the weaker version of Android 18, avoiding instilling fear in Trunks while inciting his anger. Simultaneously, he continued to verbally provoke Trunks, finally awakening the Saiyan ferocity residing within him. I will kill you. Trunks' eyes burned crimson, unleashing the royal combat techniques inherited from Vegeta, his aura growing ever more tempestuous. Yet, ultimately, it was all in vain. He was oblivious to the fact that the figure before him, Android 18, was merely an illusion, a mere outlet for his impotent rage. Son Goku furrowed his brow. At this rate, not only would he fail to transform into a Super Saiyan, but he was also genuinely inheriting the Saiyan genes. It seemed he needed to stoke the flames further. Thus, within the illusion, Son Goku directed Android 18 to deliver a hammering blow that sent Trunks crashing down, his left foot pressing firmly against Trunks' chest as he unleashed a torrent of taunts. With this level of strength, have you forgotten to eat? You seem quite capable of indulging. Didn't Son Gohan give you the last Senzu? Under the dual pressures of Android 18 and the tenfold gravity, Trunks' body oscillated between the ground and the air, yet he remained unable to rise. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth, his aura intensifying rather than diminishing, propelled ever higher by his fury. At last, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with triumph. His painstaking efforts were not in vain, and he had finally crossed the threshold. A resounding roar erupted as Trunks' flickering hair color stabilized into a golden hue. The golden aura surrounding him surged forth, violently propelling Android 18 away. The 50-fold increase in combat power rendered Trunks remarkably at ease. transforming his previous struggle in the hyperbolic time chamber into a sensation akin to the outside world. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? How magnificent! Trunks stood, curiously examining himself, completely oblivious to the dissipating illusion of Android 18 that had been sent flying. Congratulations, Trunks, you have finally succeeded. Sun Xian's voice snapped Trunks back to reality. Uncle Goku, Android 18 is not dead? I was just fighting her. Calm down, Trunks. What you encountered was merely an illusion. Sun Xian reached out, brushing aside the aura of the Super Saiyan to gently pat Trunks on the head. Honestly, you can't just rush into battle with the air. Listening to Uncle Goku's explanation, Trunks remained skeptical, yet with no sign of Android 18 in sight. He resigned himself to the truth. All right then, Uncle Goku, I truly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Xian was rendered speechless. This child had been so rattled that he was now devoid of confidence. Yes, indeed, you are a Super Saiyan. Take a moment to truly feel it. With that, he too swiftly completed his transformation, demonstrating a far more refined control over his aura than Trunks. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the sacred world of the Kais, an oppressive silence hung in the air. Bubbles and Son Gohan exchanged intense stares, neither daring to break the stillness. Mr. Bubbles, do you have something to say? Son Gohan finally ventured, feeling the weight of the silence as he gazed at the still figure of Bubbles. Bubbles' expressionless face betrayed no emotion. Son Goku's son, do you wish to train alongside me? Is that possible? Son Gohan replied, taken aback, realizing that even his father referred to Bubbles with the utmost respect. Although the crisis of the androids has rekindled Son Gohan's passion for martial arts, his years of upbringing by Chi-Chi have instilled in him a certain reticence when confronting his elders. Son Gohan, your potential surpasses that of your father. Do you wish to transcend him? As Bobo spoke, a faint smile graced his lips, reminiscent of days gone by. Is that true? Was it under your guidance that my father became so strong? Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Bobo remained non-committal, acknowledging that there was indeed a reason, yet noted that Saiyans possessed the ability to grow stronger rapidly. Then, Mr. Bobo, what must I do? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's enthusiasm surged. The innate desire of a Saiyan to continually enhance their prowess fully awakened. Attack Bobo with your utmost speed and strength. If you touch me, consider it a victory. That might not be appropriate. Son Gohan hesitated, recalling Chi-Chi's teachings on humility and respect. Fear not, Bobo is stronger than you realize. Seeing Son Gohan still wavering, Bobo produced a black satin ribbon and blindfolded himself. Come forth. Bobo beckoned with a gesture. Son Gohan focused on the seemingly unresponsive Bobo, unaware that the latter had extended his perception throughout the entire heavenly temple. Then, Mr. Bobo, here I come. He launched a probing punch, the wind from his fist howling. Yet he struck only a phantom. Bobo's form evaded with an almost ghostly grace. With his eyes covered, Bobo's lips curled into a slight arc as he subtly shifted his body. Son Gohan suddenly felt a deft force, and he was knocked to the ground. Ugh! As Son Gohan propped himself up, rubbing the impacted area, excitement flickered in his eyes. Mr. Bobo, you are incredible. Never underestimate your opponent. Bobo admonished, hands clasped behind his back, yet he seemed to gaze directly at Son Gohan with uncanny accuracy. At that moment, the Saiyan blood within Son Gohan boiled over, igniting his fighting spirit like a blazing fire. A golden aura erupted violently, enveloping him entirely. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting behind Bobo with a tinge of pride, his palm extending toward him. However, his hand met only emptiness. Where is he? In his perception, Bobo appeared to have vanished from sight entirely. Behind you. A gentle voice resonated from behind, as a hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Son Gohan spun around sharply, only to find Bobo several meters away. That speed is astonishing. Despite his internal complaints, Son Gohan pursued him. His attacks grew increasingly rapid and ferocious. Yet Bobo remained effortlessly agile, as if he were able to anticipate every move, evading with an uncanny grace. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks and Son Gohan, both adorned with radiant golden hair, were unmistakably in their Super Saiyan forms. The two had thoroughly acclimated to the environment of the chamber and commenced their training. After a time, they collapsed to the ground, exhausted and panting heavily. Uncle Goku, haha? Trunks gasped, his voice intermittent. Is what you said true? Is there truly a power beyond that of a Super Saiyan? I am certain that the Super Saiyan transformation is by no means the ultimate destination. Sun Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and stated resolutely, our current objective is to sustain the Super Saiyan state for as long as possible. If memory serves me well, the subsequent forms of Super Saiyan should be the muscular form, encompassing both the Super Saiyan 2nd and 3rd grades, followed by the full power Super Saiyan. The 2nd grade indeed enhances muscle mass, resulting in increased strength and speed, albeit at the cost of rapid energy depletion, rendering it unsustainable. The 3rd grade, on the other hand, further exacerbates muscle expansion, consuming vast amounts of energy while severely hindering speed. This flaw renders it a transformation destined for failure, suitable only for bursts of power, incapable of enduring battles. Full power, however, represents the ideal Super Saiyan state. While combat prowess may not exhibit marked changes, it overcomes the significant energy drain characteristic of Super Saiyans in battle, allowing for calm self-control. As for the Super Saiyan 2, it is regarded by Sun Wukong as transcending the limits of Super Saiyan. Sun Xian speculated that only by pushing the Super Saiyan state to its utmost limits could one achieve such a breakthrough. He organized his thoughts, determined the direction of his training, and began to maintain the Super Saiyan state. Yet, in the original anime, Sun Wukong merely sat in meditation to master the 2nd and 3rd grades of Super Saiyan. The mastery of full power was only attained when he exited the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Sun Wufan. Unfortunately, the training methods for full power Super Saiyan were not elaborated upon. It appeared that he would have to explore this on his own. Come on, Trunks. Let us continue. Sun Xian reached out to help Trunks rise from the ground. Uncle Wukong, I truly have no strength left. Trunks managed to lift his head, his face etched with fatigue. Having just recently mastered his transformation, he had reached his limit in sparring with Sun Xian. Observing this, Sun Xian awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had been a bit too eager. After all, Trunks had only just learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. Pushing him further would indeed be unreasonable. All right, let us take a break and have some food, then resume our training this afternoon. He dissipated his Super Saiyan aura and pulled Trunks to his feet. Fortunately, the accommodations and provisions within the hyperbolic time chamber were ample, allowing both of them to focus solely on their training without concern for their basic needs. In the heavenly realm, Sun Wufan found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Bobo, collapsing in exhaustion on the ground. Bobo, you and your father have far too many tedious movements. Bobo removed the black satin bandage from his eyes and slowly approached Sun Wufan. You must learn to still your mind, transforming your state into nothingness. Your movements should be swifter than lightning. Is that so? Sun Wufan seemed to grasp the concept, performing a leap and standing upright, attempting to emulate Bobo by relaxing and allowing his energy to radiate outward. Truly the son of Sun Wukong, Bobo remarked with a smile. Pleased to witness this. Chapter 16. The preliminary form of the ultimate skill? Bobo, is this correct? Sun Wufan did not transform into a Super Saiyan, yet unleashed a burst of speed, aiming a punch directly at Bobo's face. Bobo remained silent, effortlessly evading once more with a swift motion of his body. It was still too slow. Bobo's voice, calm yet resonant, echoed in Gohan's mind, urging him to sense with his body, to allow his physical form to outpace his consciousness. Pondering this, Gohan retracted his fist, contemplating the profundity of Bobo's words. He closed his eyes, striving to clear his mind, disregarding the flow of energy within him and the rhythm of his breath, until Bobo, with hands clasped behind his back, stood observing Gohan's state without pressing him to advance. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. Gohan was startled by a playful strike from Bobo. Gohan, to be devoid of thought is not akin to slumber. Bobo's reprimand jolted Gohan into full awareness. Was I asleep? He exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes and sheepishly rubbing the spot where he had been tapped. You must learn to let your body move instinctively, without concern for the outcome, allowing your physicality to flow freely. A flicker of understanding crossed Gohan's eyes as he promptly seated himself, delving deeper into this newfound comprehension. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon, the energy within him began to disperse naturally, forming a concentrated barrier just inches around him. He ceased his attempts to control his body, yet his mind was crystal clear, and he found himself moving without conscious thought. Without any formal greeting, Gohan's body glided towards Bobo, stepping forward in a state of pure instinct, as if he had transcended the constraints of space and appeared directly before Bobo. Within the few inches surrounding him, it seemed he could manifest anywhere at will. With a clap, Bobo did not evade Gohan's casually thrown punch, but instead extended a hand to catch it. Excellent. A glimmer of approval shone in Bobo's eyes, clearly pleased with Gohan's performance. You are more astute than your father. You have grasped the essence so swiftly. However, Bobo was poised to counter soon. Do be cautious. Encouraged, Gohan's energy surged once more, a subtle silver luminescence enveloping him, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He ceased to ponder, relying solely on his unwavering calmness to launch a series of attacks, pursuing Bobo relentlessly. Bobo's expression remained impassive, yet his round eyes deepened with intensity. Your body has learned to act autonomously, he remarked while evading. But this is merely the beginning. True formlessness is to merge with the world around you, becoming one with nature. Gohan halted his movements, nodding in partial understanding. He could distinctly feel a remarkable transformation occurring within his body. Each strike and dodge flowed with greater fluidity than before. Each motion exuded an ethereal grace. No longer did he need to deliberate or perceive. It was as if his body possessed its own consciousness, preemptively responding. Throughout this process, Gohan's cells began to multiply inexplicably, and his combat prowess steadily rose without his conscious awareness. Mr. Bobo, is this what you mean by freedom? Gohan inquired as he deftly evaded Bobo's casual strike. Bobo nodded, refraining from countering Son Wufan. One could say that. However, you remain far from true freedom. Freedom is neither a realm nor a mere state. Genuine freedom is the heart moving as it wishes, unrestrained and unconfined. Son Wufan pondered deeply, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a profoundly esoteric domain. Though he was unaware of its nature, and in stark contrast to the furious rage of a Super Saiyan, it exuded a calmness and restraint that resonated with him. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, a fierce roar erupted from Trunks, his golden aura enveloping him. His golden hair stood erect, muscles swelling dramatically as he charged towards Sun Xian. His fist, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Sun Xian's face. Sun Xian neither flinched nor dodged, instead unleashing a more potent Super Saiyan aura that seemed to eclipse the intensity he had upon entry. However, his muscles did not bulge as exaggeratedly as Trunks's. The two had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for 3 months, during which they exerted themselves to develop their Super Saiyan forms, yielding initial results. Trunks had mastered the muscle state of the second tier, while Sun Xian, discontent with the rapid energy depletion, opted not to utilize the muscle state, instead activating the ordinary Super Saiyan form. Yet, Sun Xian had significantly reduced the energy consumption of the Super Saiyan form, although he had not yet attained full power. His endurance and combat prowess had markedly increased. With a resounding thud, Trunks' fist was caught by Sun Xian's single hand, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward, enveloping the area in dust and debris. Trunks stumbled back several steps, unable to maintain his muscular form. Well done, Trunks, Sun Xian praised. Your progress is remarkable. Your current combat strength should now surpass Wufan's. Trunks panted heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead, uncertain whether it was from the heat or fatigue. Over the past 3 months, Uncle Goku's demands had escalated in severity, requiring him to maintain his Super Saiyan form not only during combat, but also while eating and sleeping. This grueling regimen was exceedingly arduous for a teenager. Uncle Goku, why do you not employ the second-tier form? Trunks inquired, perplexed. Although Sun Xian had grasped the muscle state first, Trunks had hardly witnessed him utilize it. Though the second tier does confer greater strength, it is not the most prudent path, Sun Xian replied with a smile. You cannot continue down that route. Rather, you must adopt a new training approach. A new training approach? Trunks asked with curiosity. Yes, Sun Xian affirmed. Allowing your muscles to continue swelling can indeed unlock a more potent state. Yet it significantly increases the burden and amplifies negative effects. The true Super Saiyan should embody a state of normalization. This was the training direction he had painstakingly discerned for achieving full power. By maintaining transformation over extended periods, continuously reducing energy consumption, and enhancing energy conversion rates, he aimed to establish a perfect cycle between energy depletion and natural recovery. Normalization? A flicker of doubt crossed Trunks' eyes. Is that why we must maintain our transformations, even while eating? However, I feel as though I have reached my limit, Uncle Goku. Are you truly not tired? With that, Trunks' golden hair transformed back to its original purple hue. Sun Xian dissipated the golden aura enveloping him, yet his golden locks remained unchanged. You feel fatigued because your control over energy is insufficient. Trunks, look. Chapter 17. Harnessing the full power of Super Saiyan following the voice that resonated in his ears. Trunks turned to gaze at Sun Xian's outstretched finger. In an instant, a golden aura ignited from the tip, only to halt at the base, refusing to extend further. Is this not a Super Saiyan? So it can be done this way. Trunks stared in astonishment at Sun Xian's demonstration, but when he attempted to replicate it, he found it exceedingly difficult. The energy often dissipated entirely the moment it attempted to leave his body. Trunks asked, Uncle Goku, how do you achieve this? I just told you, your mastery over energy is lacking. Sun Xian extinguished the golden aura and withdrew his finger. The golden hue of his hair faded back to black with the absence of the aura. This is the new form of Super Saiyan, which I have dubbed Super Saiyan Full Power. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle Goku, have you truly succeeded? No. There remains a considerable distance to go. Sun Xian couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. It had been over 3 months since he began developing the Super Saiyan Full Power, yet he still had not grasped the essentials. A month ago, he could envelop parts of his body in energy, but even now he struggled to maintain the Super Saiyan form while fully retracting his aura. Trunks, once we can sustain the Super Saiyan state for an extended period while containing our aura, we will consider our training a success. I speculate that this depends on an extraordinary mastery of energy. Once we cultivate the Super Saiyan Full Power, we will significantly reduce our combat expenditures. Sun Xian sat upon the ground, adopting the meditative pose of the original Goku, hoping for a moment of enlightenment to learn the method of mastering the Super Saiyan Full Power. After all, Goku had directly attained the Super Saiyan muscle form through meditation. Seeing that Sun Xian had entered a meditative state, Trunks sighed softly. Little did he know that upon becoming a Super Saiyan, he had merely taken the first step on the path of the strong. Within the Heavenly Temple, Gohan and Bobo had concluded their training and were now partaking in lunch. Mr. Bobo, was what you said earlier true? Do I indeed possess a vast potential yet to be unlocked? Bobo paused his eating but did not respond directly. Your Saiyan lineage is indeed endowed with remarkable talent, almost as though born for battle. However, the path of Super Saiyan may not be suitable for you. Why? Father said that Super Saiyans can continually surpass their limits and grow stronger. If Sun Xian were present, he would surely contest Bobo's assertion. After all, Gohan was the first character in the original tale to master Super Saiyan 2. How could one claim he was unfit for Super Saiyan? Although it is said that his potential was squandered due to his studies, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan form, found himself unable to defeat the androids. In the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, he even struggled against minor adversaries, ultimately becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, in the eyes of Goku, Gohan remains the one with the greatest potential, the strongest individual in the realm of Dragon Ball. However, it must be said that Gohan's mysterious state has further unlocked his potential, granting him power that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. In his beast form, Gohan fully releases his latent abilities, showcasing a near-divine strength. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, compared to the Saiyans, you embody the essence of a human. Secondly, the path of Super Saiyan is fundamentally misguided. Baba's words resonated like thunder in Gohan's mind. He believed that it was through becoming a Super Saiyan that he could hold his ground against the androids in this apocalyptic world. The Super Saiyan form symbolizes strength, the pinnacle every Saiyan aspires to attain. How could it be otherwise? Gohan was perplexed. Baba continued, the Saiyans are inherently combative, venerating strength above all else. The Super Saiyan form is merely a manifestation of power acquired at the cost of being consumed by rage. While training can mitigate emotional control, without a steadfast heart dedicated to martial arts, one inevitably falls into the abyss of malevolence. He approached slowly, his dark eyes locking onto Gohan. Gohan, your veins run with the blood of earthlings, benevolent, innocent, and peace-loving, traits that starkly contrast with the Saiyan penchant for battle. Thus, I assert that you may not be suited for the path of a Super Saiyan. Your strength should not be derived from anger, but from a profound desire to protect. Gohan fell into a trance, murmuring about the heart of martial arts and guardianship, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He reflected on the past few years. Under his father's protection, he had neglected the cultivation of his martial heart, resulting in his inadequacy during the crisis posed by the androids. He yearned for the power to safeguard everyone, aspiring to become a hero akin to his father. With this realization, Gohan's confusion dissipated, and within his gaze, an invisible flame seemed to ignite. Your potential is immense, yet it has been sealed by your disposition, Baba continued. What I wish to teach you is to awaken the power deep within your being, allowing it to align with your instincts. There is no need for you to force a transformation. Your body will reveal the source of your strength. Remember, your heart is the key to mastering power. Begin your heart's training with Baba this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Baba. I have comprehended. At that moment, Gohan finally rediscovered his martial heart and envisioned his future path. The following day, Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with Trunks. Unlike when they entered, their clothing was tattered, yet they appeared revitalized, as if they had just awakened from a refreshing slumber. In their normal states, their hair gleamed with a striking golden hue. Noticing Baba and Gohan waiting outside, Goku greeted them. Mr. Baba, Gohan. Just as Gohan was about to approach, he suddenly paused, inquiring, Father, what has happened to your hair? He did not sense any explosive energy emanating from Son Goku and Trunks, yet the color of their hair unmistakably indicated the Super Saiyan state. What could this possibly mean? Bobo, seemingly unfazed, merely smiled and responded, Goku, it appears your training has yielded impressive results. Son Goku returned the smile, instinctively ruffling Son Wukong's hair. Perhaps it is better for Trunks to explain it to you. He nodded toward Trunks and stepped aside. If you manage to defeat me, I'll divulge the details. Upon seeing his older brother, whom he hadn't encountered in a year, Trunks felt a surge of emotion and refrained from immediately clarifying matters. Oh, Trunks, it seems you have grown stronger. Let us see what you can do. Son Wukong appeared eager to test his strength and measure how much he had improved under Master Bobo's guidance. Be careful, brother. Chapter 18. Bobo's request. Son Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he assumed a combat stance, beckoning Trunks with his hand. Feeling slighted, Trunks accelerated suddenly, delivering a powerful punch forward. Surprisingly, Son Wukong did not attempt to block. Rather, he elegantly evaded the attack with a fluid motion, sidestepping the blow with remarkable grace. What was happening? Trunks barely managed to halt his momentum, nearly toppling over. This is the embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct. Son Goku was astounded, realizing that Son Wukong had grasped the rudiments of Ultra Instinct. Though still lacking in proficiency, he was already toying with Trunks effortlessly. Could it be Master Bobo's influence? He turned to Bobo, his eyes filled with curiosity. Bobo smiled and nodded slightly. Trunks, show your true strength. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow, the innate Saiyan desire for competition igniting his confidence. Trunks, regaining his composure, was determined not to let Son Wukong underestimate him. He resolved to unleash his full potential and surprise his older brother. Without the lengthy process of furious roars, Trunks simply clenched his fists at his waist, his energy surging dramatically, erupting into a towering golden aura. Brother, what do you think? This is the fruit of my training. Impressive, Trunks. You have finally mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. However, it may not be sufficient to confront me. At that moment, Trunks' combat power approached the monumental threshold of 500 million, comparable to Son Wukong's prior strength. Yet, Son Wukong still had not transformed, his energy fluctuating unpredictably, rendering his true combat potential nearly impossible to discern. Initiating the offensive, Son Wukong charged toward Trunks in his normal state. Although he remained untransformed, he exhibited exceptional control over his energy and strength, targeting Trunks' vulnerabilities with precision in each strike. As the battle progressed, Trunks grew increasingly alarmed. He felt powerful yet unable to unleash his strength, landing blows only on empty air. Meanwhile, Son Wukong's counterattacks appeared almost preternatural, striking decisively whenever Trunks exhibited even the slightest lapse in focus. Though the damage was minimal, it was undeniably painful. That's enough. Brother, you are being too mischievous. I can hardly land a hit. Trunks deliberately dissipated his energy and slumped to the ground, playfully feigning defeat. So does this mean I've won? He exclaimed. Gohan blinked in surprise and relaxed, slowly approaching Trunks to help him up. Suddenly, Trunks sprang up with a swift motion, unexpectedly launching a sneak attack on Gohan. With a look of astonishment, Gohan narrowly evaded the blow but still felt the sting of Trunks' fist graze his cheek. Yes, I hit you. Trunks cheered with glee. Gohan shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that he was still just a 14-year-old child. All right, Gohan, Trunks. Let us stop now. The two, in the midst of their playful chase, halted and turned their gazes toward Gohan. Allow me to enlighten you, Gohan. This is the Super Saiyan transformation, correct? Gohan's father, Son Xian, unleashed a portion of his energy, a vibrant golden aura blazing fiercely, nearly solidifying into a tangible form. The golden flames began to recede from his feet, gradually enveloping his upper body. In an instant, this golden aura enveloped Son Xian entirely, vanishing along with his formidable energy. This is the culmination of my training with Trunks, the ultimate form of Super Saiyan, which I shall call Super Saiyan Full Power. But Dad, it doesn't seem much different from the regular Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion, unable to discern the difference. Super Saiyan Full Power allows the Super Saiyan state to become our default form. By continuously minimizing energy expenditure, we can maintain the transformation for an extended duration, achieving a perfect cycle of energy consumption and natural recovery. In simpler terms, the previous Super Saiyan form could only sustain combat for a maximum of 1 hour. However, now, as long as the energy within is not entirely depleted, one can fight in the Super Saiyan state indefinitely. Gohan pondered, counting on his fingers. I see. But it still feels like there's no difference. Isn't it true that we revert to our normal state once the energy is exhausted? What your father means is that Super Saiyan Full Power utilizes energy more efficiently. Bobo interjected, prompting Gohan's understanding. Thank you very much for your guidance, Mr. Bobo. Son Xian expressed his gratitude to Bobo. Sensing that while Gohan's combat power had not visibly increased, his combat awareness and instincts had significantly improved, surpassing even Goku's current form. One might say he truly deserves his designation as the secondary protagonist. Goku, I have a request. Gohan is not in a suitable condition to continue training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Let him stay with Bobo for now. I wish to help him develop his potential. Son Xian was taken aback. What is happening? Bobo is actually keeping Gohan to develop his potential? This didn't occur in the original story. And isn't potential development supposed to happen in the Kaioshin realm under the guidance of the old Kai? After a brief moment of surprise, Son Xian, brimming with joy, quickly consented. Once Gohan's potential is fully realized, he should be capable of safeguarding this timeline, which implies that he could venture into the main timeline without concern. Mr. Bobo, could you inform me how many days Gohan will need to stay? Based on my estimations, approximately 5 days. It seems this is indeed a great opportunity. If the divine Gohan were to be developed, it would indeed surpass even Super Saiyan 3. In this current timeline, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power on Earth, excluding, of course, the augmented version of himself. How splendid. Let us keep Gohan here. The bewildered son Gohan wore an expression of utter confusion. Before he could utter a word, his father had already acquiesced. 5 days. A full 5 days. And he seemed rather pleased. Was he truly his biological father? Father, I am Gohan. You should remain here. I will come for you in 5 days. Son Xian did not allow Gohan to continue. Trunks, and I shall return now. With that, he instantly teleported behind Trunks, his left hand deftly resting upon him. Farewell, Mr. Popo. The two figures flickered momentarily before vanishing, leaving behind the astonished Gohan and Mr. Popo. This is utterly absurd. They vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Son Xian, having utilized instant transmission, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he finally cast off his burdens, ready to venture into another timeline. Initially, he had reservations about departing, but now it seemed likely that the divine Gohan would manifest ahead of schedule. Why fret over this future timeline? He could simply indulge in the main timeline's culinary delights and revel in the storyline's grandeur. Was that not enticing? The refuge, or rather, the transformed new home of the sanctuary. When Son Xian appeared before Bulma with the golden-haired Trunks, a voice filled with confusion and indignation rang out. Trunks, what is the meaning of your hair? Don't tell me you dyed it. Son Xian found himself both amused and perplexed. Surely Bulma could not be so misguided as to confuse Super Saiyan hair with mere dye. Mother, this is Super Saiyan. Trunks' words were cut short as Bulma enveloped him in a warm embrace. Oh, my Trunks, you've grown so thin in just 1 day. Yet, you have become more of a man. Mother, Son Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he intruded upon this tender mother-son moment? Realizing he was Gohan's sole family in this timeline, and having entrusted Mr. Popo with his upbringing, Son Xian sighed helplessly and walked past Bulma and Trunks into the house. pouring himself a glass of water. Trunks, when you transform into a Super Saiyan, does your hair not stand on end? Why does yours seem different? Bulma inquired suddenly. The hairstyles of Saiyans are fixed at birth, and both Goku and Vegeta, who could transform into Super Saiyans, had their hair standing upright during their transformations. Yet, as a half-blooded Saiyan, Trunks' hair was soft and pliable like that of a human. Surely, it should stand up when he transformed into his golden-haired state. Mother, I am not certain. When I first transformed into a Super Saiyan, my hair did indeed stand up, but afterward, it settled like this. Trunks recalled his training experiences within the hyperbolic time chamber. In his ordinary Super Saiyan state, his hair did indeed spike upwards, but in his muscle form, it seemed to flare out wildly. Since mastering the full power of Super Saiyan alongside Uncle Goku, my hair has gradually returned to its usual state, save for the color. Previously, I was solely focused on enhancing my strength, neglecting the matter of my hair. Uncle Goku, do you have any insight into this? Trunks turned to Sun Xian, who was sipping water alone, in search of a reasonable explanation. Rising, Sun Xian gestured to his own hair. Bulma, we are indeed in the Super Saiyan state, but it differs slightly from the previous Super Saiyan form. This is known as Full Power Super Saiyan. It represents the optimal state of Super Saiyan, minimizing energy consumption to the greatest extent, thereby rendering us closer to our normal state. Bulma nodded, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed. However, since Goku was the one explaining, she felt assured. After all, despite his naivety, Son Goku was the pillar of their group, and his words carried weight. She then redirected her attention to Trunks, inquiring about his well-being. Observing this, Sun Xian seized the opportunity to approach Bulma, lowering his voice to ask, Bulma, how is your research on the time machine progressing? At this, Bulma instantly perked up, an excited expression illuminating her face as she exclaimed, Goku, you are nothing short of a savior. Mom, what savior? I don't understand. Trunks replied, his face a mask of confusion. Hadn't his mother just been asking him about his year? Why the sudden outburst? Bulma, realizing her excitement had led her to momentarily forget Trunks was present, chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing. You must have misheard. I was merely saying how impressive Uncle Goku is. Yet, Trunks found himself even more bewildered. Stop dawdling, Trunks. Hurry to the kitchen and help prepare lunch. Oh, Trunks muttered, retreating to the kitchen while lamenting how capricious women could be. Just moments ago, she had been inquiring about his well-being, and now she was issuing orders. Trunks, be mindful of your strength. Sun Xian suddenly grew tense. Recalling how Goku had caused a mishap in the original story due to the sudden influx of power he was unaccustomed to, he couldn't help but feel anxious for Trunks. If he accidentally exerted too much force, it could lead to disaster, potentially collapsing the newly renovated house. Got it, Uncle Goku. Trunks replied cautiously as he left. Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, pulled Sun Xian closer. Goku, where did you find those ores? They are simply remarkable. They perfectly resolve the energy issue for the time machine, propelling its development forward. Sun Xian felt a surge of joy. Bulma, just tell me how much longer until completion. Theoretically, we're only a step away from final assembly and testing. If all goes well, the time machine could be ready in 2 days. Sun Xian nodded, pleased. The progress exceeded his expectations, and everything was proceeding smoothly. That's splendid. Let us not forget our previous agreement. Bulma's smile dimmed slightly as she understood that the completion of the time machine would coincide with Goku's departure. Gazing at the subtle smile on Sun Xian's face, she sighed softly, I understand. In the ensuing 2 days, under the pretext of needing capsules for the reconstruction of her home, Bulma tirelessly immersed herself in her laboratory. And at last, the time machine was successfully completed. As night descended and Trunks drifted into slumber, Sun Wukong and Bulma stealthily slipped out of their home. Bulma activated a capsule, and the familiar form of the time machine materialized on the vacant ground before them. Thank you, Bulma. After I leave, I'll rely on you to take good care of Gohan. Sun Wukong stood before the time machine, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he had prepared himself for the journey to the main timeline, the impending departure stirred a profound reluctance within him. He reached out, attempting to sense Gohan's energy. And under the influence of Bobo, a mysterious force was continuously emanating from Gohan, slow yet unceasing. Rest assured, I'll take better care of him than you ever could. Bulma's voice pulled him back from his reverie. Standing beside him, her eyes reflected a hint of worry and sorrow. Goku, can you truly find a way to revive everyone? Will you return? Sun Wukong turned to her, offering a confident smile, of course. He cast one last glance at the ravaged Earth before stepping into the capsule. Thank you, Bulma, he expressed sincerely. As the hatch slowly closed, Son Wukong settled into the cockpit, following Bulma's prior instructions to input the year 764, the time of Frieza and his father's arrival on Earth. Safe travels, Goku. Bulma's voice reached him from outside, tinged with a slight tremor. The time machine began to vibrate. The spatial gyroscope oscillated incessantly, and the engine emitted a deep rumble. Son Wukong gripped the control stick tightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Main timeline. Here I come. The thrill of showing off, dominating foes, and achieving glory in front of others. What an exhilarating thought. However, this exhilaration was short-lived. As the images before him began to fade, a resounding crash echoed, and the time machine shook violently, all the indicator lights flaring to life, blaring a cacophony of alarms. What is happening? Son Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. There were no issues during the Great Crossing. Chapter 20. Crononia, surely not. How could I be this unlucky? As he gazed at the distorting scenery outside the hatch, a chill ran down Son Wukong's spine. It appeared that he had encountered a temporal turbulence. Logically, as he had transmogrified into Son Wukong, the protagonist's halo should have shielded him from such misfortune. Was it possible that he had inadvertently brought along the misfortune characteristic of being a non-lucky individual? After all, before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary university student, whose attempts at luck had yielded nothing but the bare minimum. Or could it be that the time machine Bulma hastily constructed was unreliable? What a disaster. Bulma didn't even teach me how to operate a manual transmission. In a frantic flurry of ineffectual attempts to rectify the situation, Son Wukong realized that besides the time machine shaking even more violently, nothing had changed. His heart sank. Setting aside the challenge of navigating through the temporal turbulence, he pondered how he would survive in the vastness of the cosmos should the time machine be damaged. Even with an immortal body, a Saiyan could not breathe in the vacuum of space. If one were to drift through the vast expanse of the universe, it would be far more unbearable than being sealed away. It would be akin to a fate worse than death. Oh, great deities, three pure ones, Amitabha, Allah, God, Divine Monarch, please, rescue your devoted follower. It is said that gods dwell just 3 feet above our heads, and in times of trouble, one should first offer a prayer. Thus, with a mindset of hoping for a miracle, Sun Xian began to engage in mystical practices to extend his life. Just as despair began to envelop him, a gentle, pure light pierced the void, enveloping the time machine. As the radiance enveloped it, the time machine, which had been violently trembling, suddenly fell silent. The blaring alarms ceased, and a hazy luminescence cloaked Sun Xian's surroundings. The light outside the time machine grew increasingly bright, forcing him to squint against its brilliance. Who might this powerful being be, halting the chaotic currents of time and space? Before he could ponder further, he felt an immense force pulling the time machine, drawing it away from the void. When his vision cleared, Sun Xian discovered a space that felt utterly foreign, with no place in his mind resembling it, even from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon exiting the time machine, he beheld a uniquely designed structure, alongside enormous gears that hovered ethereally in the air. Why did this place seem somewhat familiar? Where could this plot be from? Sun Xian pondered, recalling a similar scene from an anime, yet he could not pinpoint the exact episode. He leaned on his hand, scratching his head, meticulously sifting through his memories, oblivious to the petite figure slowly materializing before him. It was an adorable little girl with pink skin, pointed ears adorned with golden patera earrings, and large, curious eyes that scrutinized Sun Xian with intrigue. Sun Wukong, casually traversing time and space, is a grave sin. Her voice was gentle and melodious, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Sun Xian, jolted from his reverie, was taken aback. Upon recognizing the charming short-haired girl before him, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. At last, he remembered. This was the nest of time. You are the supreme Kai of time, Cronoa, he exclaimed. The curiosity in the girl's eyes intensified, and she playfully inquired, "It seems you know me?" A surge of joy flooded Sun Xian's heart. Cronoa, the supreme Kai of time. She is a beloved character from the Dragon Ball Heroes and Dragon Ball Super Universe, the Athena of the Dragon Ball realm. Prior to his traversal, he had been fascinated by this little girl who could transform into a mature lady. And some even claimed that if Kranoa and the goddess Eros were to be included in the main storyline, the status of Razali as the most beautiful would be challenged. Now, as he found himself in the role of the protagonist, wouldn't it be justifiable to pursue a relationship with the Supreme Kai of Time? What? Some might argue that differences in race hinder romance. Even Yamcha could make arrangements to marry the blue-skinned Baido, so what is wrong with me seeking a cute, pink-skinned, anime-inspired partner? As for Chi-Chi, she belongs to the main timeline as Sun Wukong. What connection does she have with me, Sun Xian? Yet, standing before the real-life figure, Sun Xian felt that Kranoa was far more endearing than her animated counterpart. The playful little face, rosy and tender, boasts exquisite features and pointed ears, resembling a little girl from the real world. He wore a smile that he believed to be quite gentlemanly. His tone is gentle as a flowing stream. Beautiful lady, I believe we have encountered each other in a dream, a delightful experience that has left your name indelibly etched in my memory. Kuranoya was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. In 75 million years, no one had dared to tease her so boldly. Sun Xian, seizing the moment, recalled the 3 phrases he had learned earlier, realizing they had warmed her heart throughout the day, and he quickly unleashed a more fervent assault. Ah, look at the myriad stars in the sky. They pale in comparison to the beauty of your eyes. Ah, to gaze upon you for another moment would cause an explosion, and to draw closer would result in melting. You are the most perfect goddess in my eyes. Kuranoya, caught off guard by this sudden flattery, felt unsure of how to respond. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation, her mind frozen, momentarily forgetting all else. After a brief pause, she finally regained her composure, hurriedly burying her head in embarrassment. The situation had been utterly mortifying. Who expresses their affections so indiscriminately? She thought, clearing her throat. She endeavored to restore her authority, yet the crimson hue on her cheeks betrayed her current fluster. Do not divert the conversation. You, without permission, traverse time and space, altering historical events, thus severely disrupting the temporal order. She playfully blinked, attempting to regain control. Originally, your actions were inexcusable. However, considering your commendable attitude, I shall present you with 2 choices. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian's spirits lifted, a choice indeed. And he could not afford to make the wrong decision given the significance of his name. The first choice, Kuranoya extended a finger. Based on the extent of your alterations to historical events, well, I shall confine you for a millennium. Sun Xian's expression fell. A millennium? That simply would not do. A certain singer once proclaimed, do not wait until 1,000 years have passed. He promptly shook his head. No. What is the second choice? The corners of Kuranoya's mouth curled into a sly smile, as though her scheme had succeeded. The second choice, she retracted her finger, placing her hands behind her back. Her tone laced with admiration, is to join my temporal patrol team, undertaking the noble mission of rectifying history and maintaining the order of time. The mention of the temporal patrol team sent a chill down Sun Xian's spine. Had it been established so soon? As for the so-called noble mission, it merely sounded appealing. Would it not be akin to laboring alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, battling the Dark King to the end? Why not start from the 100 Herb Garden and finish at the 3-flavor study? Moreover, it was said to entail a relentless 996 schedule with no pay. How could that be acceptable? How would he maintain his image of prowess? He unequivocally declined. No. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and do not wish to enter the system at such an early stage. Kuranoya's smile instantly froze. She could hardly fathom that her momentary compassion had resulted in such disregard. Is there a third choice, Lord of the Time Realm? Sun Xian inquired tentatively. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a chilling aura envelop him. Looking up, all that met the gaze was the cold smile adorning the face of the little girl. Indeed, there was only one thought. To kill you. Power of Time, Unleash. Chapter 21. Her artistic style surpasses mine. Power of Time, Unleash. Kuranoya's voice turned frigid, divine light swirling upon her rosy skin. Under the golden radiance, her petite form began to ascend, powerful temporal waves surging around her. As the transformation unfolded, her originally pink skin gradually faded, and her black and purple god of destruction attire morphed into a splendid blend of gold and white. Within her profound, light golden eyes, a murderous intent now filled the void. In the blink of an eye, Sun Xian witnessed the transformation of an adorable girl into a statuesque, curvaceous woman. The post-transformation visage aligned more closely with his ideals. Yet, how could a mere transformation also alter her attire? Just as he intended to discuss the nuances of classical and modern fashion with Kuranoya, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him, akin to being crushed by an invisible mountain. Is this the power of a deity? Truly formidable. With no time for further contemplation, he unleashed all the pent-up energy within him, a colossal golden aura erupting skyward, creating tumultuous waves of force. However, the temporal nest before him seemed particularly solid, devoid of the cataclysmic phenomena he had witnessed on Earth. Super Saiyan. Sun Xian assumed a combat stance, striving to alleviate the oppressive sensation, yet he felt an unsettling uncertainty, sensing that this time he might very well transform into a Super Saiyan in haste. Kuranoya's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a mocking smirk gracing her lips. A feeble mortal, committing the grave sin of altering historical events and disrupting the fabric of time, dared to defy her? She uttered no further words. The temporal rings swirling behind her melded into her form, and she vanished from Sun Xian's sight in an instant. This woman is exceedingly capricious. Sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent, Sun Xian's heart tightened. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in pleasant conversation, yet now, a mere disagreement had led to lethal intent? According to the narrative of Dragon Ball heroes, Kuranoya's power should be on par with that of Goku in his Ultra Instinct form. Although he was uncertain whether the Kuranoya before him existed before or after the storyline, her strength should not be underestimated. His Super Saiyan form might not suffice. Thus, he resolved, let's go? Sun Xian's gaze turned steely, his aura erupting with even greater intensity. Winds swirling around him, arcs of electricity crackling at the periphery of his golden flame. His hair stood even taller, a strand of golden bangs cascading over his forehead. Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, this was a transformation he had secretly mastered during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. He had discovered that, in the full-powered state of Super Saiyan, his control over energy reached unprecedented heights, and with a year of foundational training enhancing his strength immensely, he effortlessly broke through to the realm of Super Saiyan 2. A flicker of interest passed through Kuranoya's eyes, but it quickly returned to its icy demeanor as she continued her assault on Sun Xian. Intriguing, yet it would not alter the inevitable outcome of destruction. Sensing a slight leak of power from Kuranoya, Sun Xian's heart sank. This was his first genuine confrontation with a deity, specifically the god of time, who excelled in the laws of time. A suppression stemming from a higher plane of existence sent shivers of both trepidation and exhilaration through his entire being. Uncertain whether his immortal form would prove effective, he could only proceed with caution and test the waters. He took the initiative, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Kuranoya. With a light laugh, Kuranoya perceived Sun Xian's movements as if they were executed in slow motion. She did not even attempt to evade. Instead, she simply stepped forward, traversing the trajectory of Sun Xian's time-space attack, causing it to miss entirely. Sun Xian was struck with profound fear. Kuranoya's figure seemed ever-present, yet he could not touch her. Each attempt at striking her ended in futility. While Kuranoya glided around him like a specter, her every appearance instilling dread in his heart. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Kuranoya delivered a powerful chop, and Sun Xian felt an overwhelming force strike the back of his neck, sending him crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Perhaps the law of no harm with smoke was at play. Though he coughed up a mouthful of blood from the impact, his body appeared largely unscathed apart from the pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he rose, his heart racing with astonishment. The magnitude of her strength and speed was entirely beyond his comprehension. It was evident, her prowess surpassed his own. Kuranoya, however, did not grant him a moment's respite. Her form flickered once more, appearing directly before Sun Xian. In that instant, she gathered an energy sphere in her palm, radiating a power akin to that of Beerus' destructive energy, aimed straight at Sun Xian's head. This terrifying force was likely potent enough to obliterate him completely. As the energy sphere drew near, and with the invisible pressure rendering him unable to counteract, cold sweat poured down Sun Xian's face. In a moment of crisis, he quickly devised a plan, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Freeze, he silently intoned, and an indescribable wave of energy surged outward. Kuranoya's advance momentarily halted, her energy sphere losing its coherence and gradually dissipating. Though it was but an instant, for Sun Xian, It felt like snatching time back from the grasp of death itself. Seizing this fleeting pause, he barely managed to evade the fatal strike. Gasping for breath, he was drenched in cold sweat. The disparity in combat strength was staggering. With merely the embryonic form of Son Wukong's body, he could not hope to evade Kuranoya's onslaught. While the immobilization skill he acquired from defeating Cell had taken her by surprise, it could only momentarily restrain someone who mastered the laws of time, like Kuranoya. Moreover, it was likely that he would not be able to employ it again anytime soon. Estimating his current battle power as a Super Saiyan 2 to be around 50 billion, he assessed that Kuranoya's power, judging by the intensity of her recent energy attack, was at least 500 billion or more. Furthermore, divine strength transcends mere combat power. And given that Kuranoya excelled in advanced sealing techniques, that was his Achilles heel. If he did not devise a strategy soon, the next attack could seal his fate. Impossible. How could you wield the power of the laws? Kuranoya's golden-hued gaze, once filled with murderous intent, gradually softened into a playful glimmer. Unless, of course, you are not Son Wukong. A seemingly simple statement struck Sun Xian with a profound sense of impending crisis, far more intense than the recent energy assault. It dawned upon him that his true essence had been discerned. Desperate to quell the tumult within, he slowly turned around, and there stood the statuesque figure of Kuranoya. "I am Son Wukong," he began, catching a glimpse of the piercing gaze from Kuranoya, but quickly amended, "You may call me Sun Xian, of course. Addressing me as Son Wukong is also acceptable. Soul fusion? Are you one of them?" Kuranoya suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "What a pity. It appears my temporal patrol squad shall not recruit anyone after all." She sighed lightly, her tone tinged with regret, yet moments later, her resolve hardened. "Since you are a heretic disrupting the fabric of time, allow me to rectify this with time itself." With a deliberate motion, she raised her hand, and a translucent, radiant glow emanated from her palm. Freeze. Chapter 22. Zophie, is Shafulin a scion? As she commanded, an illusory clock materialized before Sun Xian, and as its hands moved, he felt the entirety of time and space around him come to a standstill, reminiscent of his initial arrival. His body became immobile, yet his mind remained acutely alert. Soon, Kuranoya extended her arms forward, and Sun Xian beheld his soul gradually being extricated from Son Wukong's corporeal form, his body quivering and distorting as if caught in an ephemeral bubble. Just as his essence was on the brink of complete extraction, a blinding white light shone forth from the depths of his being, causing the frozen time to melt away like snow under the warm sun. Both Kuranoya and Sun Xian stood in bewilderment under the radiance. Once the brilliance dissipated, a mysterious mark began to swirl between them, ultimately transforming into specks of light that merged into Sun Xian's body. "That is the mark of the Esteemed One," Kuranoya exclaimed in astonishment. Under the influence of the mark, she instantly reverted to her youthful form, her eyes betraying her surprise. The Esteemed One. Upon sensing that Kuranoya bore no ill will, Sun Xian lowered his guard and inquired with curiosity. Kuranoya scrutinized Sun Xian's form, eager to uncover what made him distinct. "Quickly tell me, where have you encountered the Esteemed One? Speak, please." After circling around him several times, she began to shake Sun Xian fervently, her urgency palpable. "My dear lady, do cease. I am on the verge of becoming dizzy." Having just re-established the union of his soul and body, Sun Xian felt even more disoriented due to Kuranoya's fervent actions. Realizing her overzealousness, Kuranoya stepped back and composed herself. "I apologize, I got carried away. But Sun Xian, where exactly have you met the Esteemed One? Why do you bear their mark?" "The Esteemed One." Sun Xian shook his head, striving to regain clarity. "Before I address this inquiry, might you enlighten me as to who this Esteemed One truly is?" he asked, exasperation evident in his gesture. Kuranoya was taken aback. She had presumed that since Sun Xian bore the mark, it must have been intentionally bestowed upon him by the Esteemed One. Little did she anticipate that Sun Xian was entirely unfamiliar with their identity. Upon closer inspection of his reaction, it did not seem as though he were lying. "You do not know who that esteemed individual is?" Her tone carried a hint of bewilderment and disappointment, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Very well, perhaps I misjudged. Thus, who exactly is this esteemed individual?" Sun Xian felt a surge of urgency. He had always detested those who spoke in ambiguous riddles. However, the adorable little girl before him stirred a flicker of affection within his heart. "You merely need to understand that this esteemed individual is the sovereign of time. the embodiment of temporal will. Kuranoya's gaze suddenly deepened, reminiscent of a starry sky. He exists within all realms of time and space, but amidst the vast expanse. Sun Wukong finds it exceedingly difficult to perceive his true form. Even I, as the god of time, can only occasionally sense his will. The sovereign of time? Sun Xian furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He could not recall such a figure within the Dragon Ball lore. Rapidly, he reviewed every storyline in his mind. From Bulma's early quest for the Dragon Balls to the later erasure of the universe by the Omni King, and even the various temporal confusions within Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball heroes, including thoughts of the films. Yet, who on earth could this be? What being had emerged above the god of time? That esteemed individual? Zophie? Shafulin? After fruitless pondering, Sun Xian inadvertently muttered a meme from Earth before his transmigration. What Zophie? Shafulin? Are those names of your scions? Hearing these peculiar names, Kuranoya cast a questioning glance at Sun Xian. His expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Kuranoya would misconstrue the meme as the names of scions. Rubbing the back of his head, he offered an awkward smile. Esteemed god of time, I have only recently arrived in this world and have had little interaction with others. I genuinely do not recall having encountered the esteemed individual you mentioned. However, recalling that time had momentarily frozen upon his arrival, he added, or perhaps I did meet him somewhere, but my memories have been erased. Sun Xian's words were a blend of truth and fiction. After all, he was a traveler from another realm, having arrived in this world in a state of confusion, the existence of the system being a delicate topic. Wait, the system? Could it be that the system is the sovereign of time? Upon hearing this, Kuranoya's initial fervent excitement was swiftly replaced by despondence. She had anticipated a delightful surprise, yet found herself with nothing. Gazing at Sun Xian, a flicker of hope remained in her eyes. Esteemed god of time, do not lose heart, Sun Xian urged, quick to console her. Since that esteemed individual has left a mark upon me, it signifies that I am chosen by him. Perhaps one day I shall encounter him once more. A glimmer reignited in Kuranoya's eyes as she softly replied, Sun Xian, you may call me Kuranoya from now on. She lifted her gaze to the distant void, her tone growing solemn. My most crucial mission is to locate that esteemed individual, for this world is currently lamenting. Sun Xian felt a chill run down his spine. What was this unexpected wave of sorrow? Had a new narrative been unlocked? All realms of time are gradually collapsing, and all I can do is continuously correct the chaos, struggling to maintain stability. Only by relying on the strength of that esteemed individual can the world be thoroughly restored. Kuranoya's voice trembled slightly, a delicate furrow creasing her charming visage. Is there a formidable enemy? Could it be the Dark Demon Realm? You are aware of the Dark Demon Realm. Kuranoya expressed her surprise. However, it is not them, but rather an unknown force that, under its insidious influence, threatens to collapse even the nascent timelines birthed by the Eternal Bird. It was at this moment that Sun Xian grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the world would vanish shortly after his arrival? Kuranoya once again gazed at Sun Xian, her eyes shimmering with a resolute light. Since that esteemed individual has chosen you, it signifies that you are the key to resolving this dilemma. I firmly believe that with your innate talent and that peculiar ability you previously displayed, you are destined to create miracles. Sun Xian felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Was he truly being tasked with saving the world as a mere novice? Dear sister, I implore you not to place such faith in me. Can we not act like ordinary individuals? However, having just escaped from the jaws of death, Sun Xian dared not outright refuse. The enemy was formidable, and he was but a humble shrimp, blessed with looks that could charm. Even without remuneration, he had no choice but to don the shackles of fate. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to continue his quest for conquest. After all, hardship must be endured, and labor must be performed. Pursuits of romance could not be counted. In light of this, Kuranoya, might I acquire your WeChat contact? Chapter 23. Safely arrived. Who claims invincibility? Kuranoya, might I acquire your WeChat contact? An elevated approach to flirtation often necessitates the simplest expressions. WeChat? What is that? Kuranoya inquired with curiosity, having never encountered this unfamiliar term in her 75 million years of existence. It's a means of contact. I am about to depart, and there must be some way to reach you, right? Sun Xian explained casually, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Kuranoya seemed to find this reasonable. extending her delicate hand as a golden pocket watch slowly materialized in her palm. This is the time pocket watch. You may use it to contact me. However, you must remember to reach out only in critical situations. Sun Xian accepted the watch, feeling the lingering warmth upon its surface. The undulating, intangible waves of time indicated its exquisite quality. Rest assured, I shall contact you frequently. He flashed Kuranoya a mischievous smile, having obtained her contact. It would be a waste not to utilize it. Thus, beautiful Kuranoya, farewell. When we meet again, I shall treat you to the culinary delights of Earth. You are certain to enjoy them. Kuranoya's cheeks flushed slightly. This little fellow's intentions were not pure. She huffed softly, choosing not to respond to Sun Xian's playful teasing. Go on, I truly wonder what that esteemed individual sees in you. With a murmured farewell, she waved her hand gently, and their figures vanished from the spot, reappearing before the time machine. Subsequently, a ripple of time and space emerged, and Kuranoya gradually faded from Sun Xian's view. Sun Xian sighed lightly. This little girl departed far too swiftly, leaving him uncertain when their next encounter would take place. It appeared that the road to conquest would be long and arduous indeed. He stepped into the time machine, which hovered motionless in midair, and pressed the activation button once more. The machine rattled momentarily before gradually ascending, vanishing into the void of time's nest. This journey unfolded with remarkable ease, as the time machine glided smoothly through the temporal tunnel, allowing Sun Xian to revel in the magnificent spectacle of time and space. Time flew by, and every scene transformed into a flurry of particles. The kaleidoscopic lights outside were the chaotic intertwining of various timelines. Sun Xian slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the scene that awaited his arrival. If memory served him correctly, he would arrive just in time to witness Frieza and King Cold exacting their vengeance upon Earth. With the original Trunks absent to intervene, he could not afford to squander such a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. Would it be a decisive strike that would astonish all, or a cunning taunt that would deceive the enemy? During the wait, Sun Xian reviewed every trope from the exhilarating shows he had watched before his journey. The time displayed on the machine, akin to the rapid beating of his excited heart, gradually settled on a singular number, 764. Precisely the year of the Age of the Gods. A blinding white light abruptly snapped Sun Xian from his reverie, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. The time machine jolted violently before coming to a halt. The hatch opened slowly, and Sun Xian leaped out, greedily inhaling the fresh air, free from the rust and despair of future timelines, filled instead with the fragrance of Earth and the vitality of life. On Earth, in the desolate plains, a massive disc-shaped spaceship descended gracefully. King Cold and Frieza had successfully landed. As the hatch opened, enveloped in energy, two ominous figures emerged from the vessel. The purple figure, clad in mechanical components, bore a sinister grin and crimson eyes. It was none other than the former Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Beside him stood a towering figure, his father, King Cold. In midair, Frieza surveyed his surroundings, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. A fine place indeed, but now it belongs to me. He turned to the soldiers of the Cold Army behind him and commanded, "You, eliminate everyone on this planet." Meanwhile, Piccolo, Vegeta, young Gohan, and several other warriors concealed their presence near the spaceship. Indeed, it was Frieza. He still lived. Young Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. Cold sweat dripping onto his battle attire, betraying his inner fear. Frieza, he has grown even stronger. Krillin seemed still haunted by the shadow of his past, trembling involuntarily with fear. The energy of those around him felt even more formidable. Damn Kakarot, why didn't he eradicate the threat completely back then? The proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, felt a surge of anger but dared not reveal his presence to Frieza. Now was not the time for such thoughts. They had to stop them. The calmest among them, Piccolo, was the first to soar into the sky, confronting the soldiers of the Cold Army. Seeing Piccolo take flight, Vegeta and the others no longer hesitated, springing into action to intercept the impending threat. Without the arrival of future Trunks, the two minions who acted first narrowly escaped a gruesome fate, only to encounter the wrath of Piccolo. Die! Two green arms pierced through their chests, executing a ruthless display of strength. Frieza witnessed the fury of the Namekian. Meanwhile, Vegeta, while lamenting that Kakarot should have spared him the cleanup, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Vegeta, the Namekian, and Little Bald Head? Oh, you all have returned? Frieza's mocking voice echoed in everyone's ears. He and King Cold remained suspended in the air, seemingly unwilling to engage directly. Suddenly, the hatch of their ship swung open, and a swarm of cosmic soldiers descended like a plague of locusts upon the warriors below. Damn it! How can there be so many of them? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he wielded his energy blade to fell several soldiers. Observing the struggling warriors, Frieza wore a sinister smile. Ha ha ha. Do you see this, father? On this planet, we are invincible. Before Frieza could finish his taunt, his voice abruptly halted. Who dares claim invincibility? Son Gohan had just arrived nearby, overhearing the boastful declaration, and it was intolerable. A flash of golden light appeared, and a familiar silhouette manifested. Standing with its back to Frieza and King Cold, golden hair stood erect, and the familiar Turtle School martial arts uniform fluttered in the wind. Dad! Son Gohan's voice trembled as he gazed in disbelief at the unmistakable face before him. Goku! Krillin's eyes widened, quickly turning to elation. Goku had indeed arrived just in time. Vegeta, clad in a flamboyant pink shirt, crossed his arms, a triumphant smirk gracing his features. He knew that Kakarot was not one to perish easily, a mixture of irritation and relief washing over him. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Frieza and King Cold. Frieza's gaze sharpened. The golden figure before him exuded an overwhelmingly formidable aura. The oppressive presence was many times greater than that of the previous Super Saiyan. Without recognizing Son Gohan from the back, he wondered when Earth had acquired such a powerful adversary, having previously sensed no trace of his energy. However, Frieza was not the same as the version that faced future Gohan. With King Cold by his side and countless soldiers at his disposal, he felt invulnerable. What did it matter if the enemy was strong? He was not afraid of the ruthless Frieza race. How dare you interrupt me? Quickly eliminate him. Everyone attack. Enraged, Frieza commanded his minions to assault Son Gohan, eager to gauge his strength. Kill that blonde brat. Protect King Cold and Lord Frieza. Except for the minions still engaged in battle, all rushed towards Son Gohan, the overwhelming number creating a scene reminiscent of an eclipse. Frieza, it seems your penchant for self-destruction remains unchanged. Son Gohan turned, his icy gaze sweeping over Frieza, a mocking smirk playing at his lips. It can't be. Frieza clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word. What troubles you, Frieza? The king of the Kurds, who had been observing from the sidelines, sensed something amiss. Frieza appeared to be in a state of disquiet. No matter how formidable the enemy, could it be that his imposing physique could not provide a semblance of paternal security? Why did the mere glance from the golden-haired youth evoke in Frieza a sense of suspicion, dread, and even fear? Father, he is the Super Saiyan. He did not perish. He has returned alive. Frieza's voice trembled, as if he struggled to emerge from the overwhelming terror of facing death head-on. At that moment, Sun Xian had already turned around, rapidly condensing an enormous energy sphere in his hands. He did not utilize the Kamehameha wave, but instead opted for this visually stunning attack. Gaia Energy Cannon. Go. The luminous sphere expanded between Sun Xian's hands, a technique he had mastered during his training with Cell, boldly naming it the Gaia Energy Cannon. Just as he intended to launch the energy sphere, a sharp pain jolted through his lower back. A plume of black smoke wafted up as Frieza and the King of the Kurds executed a sneak attack with their death rays, which failed to penetrate Sun Xian's body, leaving only shallow black marks. What the hell is wrong with you? Why focus your fire on my lower back? The pain in Sun Xian's back caused him to lose control of the Gaia Energy Cannon, which plummeted to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The enormous light sphere detonated beneath Frieza's army, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rapidly expanded outward. The ground, as if plowed, instantly formed a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter, with magma surging from the fissures, triggering a series of chain explosions. The cosmic soldiers caught in the energy's grasp had no time to scream, as they were instantaneously consumed and reduced to dust. Smoke billowed, and scorched earth lay in abundance. The fortunate soldiers who narrowly escaped stood frozen in midair, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. If this was merely a miscalculated attack, the consequences were already horrendous. A direct hit would likely have created a vacuum. However, it was indeed a case of smoke with no injuries, as those who were wounded had been vaporized, leaving no corpses behind. Frieza's complexion turned ashen, his crimson eyes fixated on the figure before him, who was now inspecting his lower back, awakening the fear deep within him once more. Frieza, do not be afraid. The King of the Kurds forced himself to remain composed, though he could not conceal the gravity in his gaze. Even if he is the prophesied Super Saiyan, so what? As long as we eliminate him, no one will threaten the dominion of the Ice Demon clan. Oh, who said there could only be one Super Saiyan? Sun Xian turned around, gazing defiantly at Frieza and his father, a playful smirk curving his lips, for there was indeed another who could transform. In his mind, the image of the most flamboyant man in attendance surfaced, none other than the perennial second, the tragic Taba of the Saiyan race. In his perception, Vegeta's condition surpassed that of Trunks, who was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan in the future timeline. Vegeta had long possessed the foundational capability to undergo this transformation. After all, during the battle against Frieza on Namek, he had already achieved the form of a pseudo-Super Saiyan with white pupils. Now, after a year of tranquility, the quantity and vitality of the cells within Vegeta were ample to support a transformation, merely awaiting the right opportunity. At this moment, King Cold, poised for battle, suddenly hesitated. His understanding of Super Saiyans was limited to mere legend. Hearing Sun Xian's words piqued his interest. Could it be that I and Frieza could also transform into Super Saiyans? A spontaneous thought escaped his lips. Sun Xian, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. In the original narrative, King Cold had not even had the chance to beg for mercy before Trunks obliterated him with a single energy blast. Yet here he was, displaying such a comical and foolish demeanor. Do not say I do not grant you a chance. Sun Xian extended a finger, his flowing hair swaying in the gusts generated by the explosion, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, brazenly exuding arrogance and disdain, reminiscent of the imposing Vegeto. If you can endure my assault in your strongest battle form for 1 minute, I shall consider sparing you. Dad, let us attack together. Frieza grit his teeth. Despite his mechanical modifications preventing him from transforming again, his current combat power was even greater than during his peak on Namek. King Cold, recognizing the urgency of the situation, understood that while the young man before him was audacious, he possessed the means to be so. The aura he unconsciously exuded was already unfathomable. With a bellow, his imposing figure expanded once more, muscles quaking and swelling as he transformed into his most formidable state after 2 successive transformations. The father-son duo, Frieza and King Cold, assumed their battle stances, with the diminutive Frieza hovering above King Cold, prompting Sun Xian to recall a famous line, "I shall form the head." Indeed, in a certain sense, the bloodline of the Ice Demon race was indeed superior to that of the Saiyans. Observing King Cold, whose battle power had surged tenfold, Sun Xian chuckled softly. His fighting spirit ignited. However, to contend with you, this shall suffice. Sensing the combined battle power of merely a few billion before him, Sun Xian decided to take the risk, opting to confront them in a standard Super Saiyan state. He even kept one hand behind his back. Admittedly, the transformation into a Super Saiyan was primarily for show, as the golden hue was far more aesthetically pleasing than black. Yet, even the mere pressure of the aura generated by his Super Saiyan transformation rendered the warriors and soldiers of King Cold's army below gasping for breath. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? A suddenly tense Vegeta clenched his teeth. Despite having attained the ability to transform into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he was astounded by the considerable gap that still existed between him and a true Super Saiyan. Chapter 25. Slaying Frieza, how astonishing! Krillin exclaimed, his body being pushed back repeatedly by the force of Sun Xian's aura. Piccolo, with a grave expression, fixated his gaze on the figure provocatively beckoning the opponent with a finger, his heart shaken. This power far exceeded what had been displayed on Namek. What had Sun Wukong endured over this past year? Come forth, Frieza, King Cold. In Sun Xian's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled. He was confident that he could overpower the 2 adversaries with a single hand, without even exerting his full strength. Die, Sun Wukong! Frieza bellowed, preparing to strike first. He and King Cold simultaneously gathered energy, conjuring a purple orb pulsating with an aura of destruction and malevolence, which rapidly expanded at an astonishing pace. Faced with Sun Xian's terrifying presence, Frieza and his father opted for a conservative energy attack rather than close combat. Convinced that this assault was potent enough to obliterate the Earth, something Sun Xian could not possibly withstand. If he couldn't block it, he would perish. If he dodged it, the Earth would still meet its doom, and he would die nonetheless. However, Sun Xian maintained a serene smile, observing them as they amassed their energy. The purple orb soon grew larger than a disc-shaped spaceship, and its destructive aura caused Sun Xian to furrow his brow slightly. Initially, he intended to endure the impact, hoping to grow stronger from the brink of death, but the overwhelming energy compelled him to reconsider. Should things go awry, the Earth would be lost. He himself might be immortal, but there were countless companions to think of. Even if no one got hurt, the flora and fauna could not be disregarded. Nonetheless, despite the orb's immense size, he believed the situation remained under his control. As the orb was released, the sky was suddenly enveloped in darkness, with electric sparks dancing around its periphery, silently conveying the terrifying energy contained within. The colossal orb surged towards Sun Xian at breakneck speed, catching the warriors below off guard as Sun Xian's figure was engulfed by the energy. Wukong, father, old son, everyone exclaimed in unison, witnessing a blinding flash of white light erupt at the moment of collision, after which Sun Xian's figure vanished without a trace. Fear not, his aura still lingers, Vegeta remarked. His arms crossed, brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. In his original position, Sun Xian extended his right palm to block the energy orb. Yet its overwhelming size forced him to retreat several steps, rendering him visible only as a silhouette against the orb. Did it succeed? Frieza, having unleashed his attack, was now panting, his energy nearly depleted, yet a reckless grin adorned his face. However, in the next moment, that smile froze as the orb was cleaved in two, revealing Sun Xian, unscathed, with his palm shaped like a blade, enveloped in a dense golden aura. As if to demonstrate how he had performed this feat, Sun Xian swiftly moved, utilizing the fiery blade of his palm to slice the severed energy orb into countless fragments. A resounding cacophony of explosions erupted, resembling a spectacular fireworks display in the high sky. Frieza, be cautious. While Frieza remained startled and enraged, he failed to notice Sun Xian's figure vanish once more, only to reappear behind him. With a powerful elbow strike, Sun Xian delivered a blow that left the bewildered Frieza's head ringing, nearly causing his mechanically repaired body to fracture anew. Sun Xian's figure flickered once more, suddenly appearing before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. Frieza, caught off guard, was struck with immense force, sending his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing into several mountain peaks and carving a deep trench into the ground. Immediately following this, Sun Xian spun around, deftly avoiding King Cold's deliberate punch, and seized his arm, flinging him fiercely into the sky like a mere sandbag. What? Frieza, rising from the rubble and still gasping for breath, witnessed his imposing father being wielded by Sun Xian like a massive hammer. In an instant, the grim figure reappeared before him. Apologies, but time is running out, Sun Xian declared as he conjured a large, upgraded version of the Keyblade, decisively swinging it forth. Let us grant you a demise akin to the original tale, upgraded for free, with added pain at no extra cost. Frieza's eyes widened in shock before he could react. He was severed into numerous pieces by the controlled Keyblade. However, unlike Trunks, who would have finished him off with an energy blast, Sun Xian quietly collected a piece of the flesh into his system space. King Cold, arriving belatedly, was consumed by rage. He roared, channeling all his energy into his fingertips, unleashing an extraordinarily thick death beam aimed straight at Sun Xian. Too slow, Sun Xian scoffed dismissively, shifting his body slightly aside as the beam obliterated the remnants of Frieza's corpse into cosmic dust. In the world of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. See, as I evade, it is your son who suffers. He chuckled triumphantly, turning to face the furious King Cold. You, in light of the Ice Demon clan's formidable prowess and advanced cosmic technology, there might have been a chance to reassemble the shattered Frieza. Yet now, he had been utterly disintegrated by his own death beam, leaving no hope for reconstruction. The warriors stood in stunned silence, having witnessed the entire process of Frieza's obliteration. The once dominant tyrant who had shaken the universe lay utterly vulnerable before Sun Xian. Is Frieza really dead? Krillin stammered, his throat dry as if caught in a dream. Yamcha's face turned pale, his legs trembling. He could hardly fathom that human strength could be so terrifying. In contrast to the excited crowd, Sun Xian appeared unfazed. He understood that the most popular antagonist in Dragon Ball, Frieza, would not easily meet his end. Since he had perished on Earth, he would undoubtedly descend into Hell. In the original tale, it was through torment in Hell that Frieza attained his golden form. With this thought, Sun Xian turned his gaze with keen interest towards King Cold. Some achieve the golden form in merely 4 months, while others may require a bit of assistance. If we were to send King Cold to hell for a bit of a beating, could he perhaps cultivate into a golden King Cold as well? And let us not forget about the vengeful cooler. He too should make the journey to hell. After all, a family of 3 should remain intact. The king of the Kurds trembled under the penetrating gaze of Sun Xian, his initial fury swiftly supplanted by a sense of unease. What do you intend to do? The imposing figure of the king, once brimming with rage, now stood before Sun Xian like a timid recruit, rooted to the spot, too apprehensive to move. Sun Xian wiped the blood splattered across his face and, with a playful grin, inquired, King of the Kurds, I trust you can transform once more? Chapter 26. In truth, I am not Sun Wukong's Sun Xian. Uncertain whether the king of the Kurds indeed possessed a hidden form, recalled discussions he had overheard prior to his journey, which suggested that the king's ultimate transformation could rival Friesia's 100-fold strength. What does a 100-fold imply? That equates to a staggering battle power exceeding 10 billion. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, he posed the question. Indeed, I can transform again, but how do you know this? The king's confidence appeared to swell upon Sun Xian's prompting, gradually calming his nerves. Transform. I grant you the time. Presently, you are no match for me. Sun Xian shook his head, crossing his arms over his chest, indicating to the king that he may commence his display. Very well, as you wish. The king of the Kurds exhaled a sigh of relief. As if the transformation would exact a great toll, he shed his battle armor, donning only a pair of shorts, and then unleashed a ferocious roar. His muscles tensed, and his already formidable physique began to swell visibly. With a thunderous boom, the king's stature surged, soon reaching several times his previous height. His back tore open, and a pair of robust arms emerged, exuding an escalating aura. With each increment, the ground trembled, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. Oh! Excitement and curiosity flickered in Sun Xian's eyes. This aura was exponentially more potent than before. He extended his hand from behind his back, adopting a stance that signaled his readiness for combat. Now, you warrant my earnest attention, he declared, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes alight with the spirit of battle. Come, let me see how much stronger you have become. However, the king of the Kurds paid him no heed. His visage had become grotesque, his eyes bloodshot. With pupils that reflected nothing but pure, unadulterated bloodlust, a frenzied madness consumed him. With a beastly roar, the massive figure of the king charged at Sun Xian with astonishing speed, leaving Sun Xian momentarily stunned. As he beheld the enormous figure that had suddenly appeared before him, Sun Xian furrowed his brow, realization dawning upon him. So, this final form comes at the cost of losing one's sanity. The king had morphed into a frenzied beast. At this moment, the king's battle power soared to an astounding 15 billion, yet his strikes were erratic, seemingly fueled only by the desire to rend apart his foe. Though Sun Xian's full-powered Super Saiyan state exceeded 20 billion in strength, he understood that a moment's inattention could still leave him vulnerable to the king's onslaught. Behold my devastating blows! Sun Xian shouted, his body darting with agility, fists and legs launching into a flurry of strikes, transforming into countless afterimages that precisely targeted the king's vital points. Bang! 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 As the relentless blows fell upon him like a torrential downpour, the Kurdish king trembled with each impact. It was as though he were a warrior struck by a numbing ring, momentarily paralyzed by the force. His massive form swayed in the air, yet relying on his tough skin and robust flesh, he stubbornly absorbed Sun Xian's relentless assaults. Like a frenzied beast, he was fixated on tearing apart his adversary, heedless of his own injuries. Truly, this brute was resilient. Sun Xian mused inwardly. He realized that while his martial arts strikes inflicted damage, they were but a mere tickle against the Kurdish king's extraordinarily thick health bar. It felt as if the entirety of the Kurdish king's combat prowess was concentrated in his vitality and defense, akin to an indomitable bull. Seemingly incensed by Sun Xian's thoughts, the Kurdish king let out a furious roar and opened his cavernous maw, unleashing several devastating energy orbs that erupted forth. Is that Godzilla? A sardonic smile crept across Sun Xian's lips as he ceased his barrage against the Kurdish king. Faced with the colossal energy orbs hurtling towards him, he did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly raised his right hand and executed a series of rapid knife-hand strikes. Crack! Seizing the moment before the energy orbs could react, he delivered a decisive blow, sending the orbs careening towards the ground with a deafening roar. Boom! Explosions erupted in succession. creating a massive crater where the energy orbs had landed, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. A few unfortunate soldiers from the Kurdish ranks, caught at the epicenter of the blast, emitted wails of despair, leaving only charred remains behind. What an opportunity! With a glint in his eye, Vic evaded the shockwave of the explosion while leading his warriors to capitalize on the chaos, swiftly dispatching the remaining Frisia soldiers who were still quaking in place. If you wish to survive, fly far away. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, glancing at the two figures clashing fiercely above. Though he feigned bravado, he had to concede that this battle was beyond their capacity to join. Even merely spectating posed a lethal risk. This power was immensely destructive. Even the residual effects of Sun Xian and the Kurdish King's clash could obliterate them. In midair, the battle between Sun Xian and the Kurdish king intensified. Their figures darted and weaved, each collision accompanied by resounding booms and terrifying shockwaves. Sun Xian, utilizing his superior speed and intricate combat techniques, continually left marks upon the Kurdish king, while the latter, with his formidable physique and primal ferocity, countered with devastating force at every turn. Finally, as the Kurdish king extended a claw, Sun Xian seized the opportunity, darting behind him, with his hands clasped at his waist. A pale blue energy rapidly coalesced in his palms. Kamehameha, a colossal beam of energy erupted forth, engulfing the Kurdish king's massive form entirely. The Kurdish king emitted a pained roar as he was propelled skyward by the force of the beam. Boom! Within the radiant column of energy, the Kurdish king's body gradually became indistinct, then erupted into countless tiny fragments, ultimately vanishing in the air. The battle had finally reached its conclusion. Sun Xian, panting heavily after unleashing a tremendous amount of energy, could no longer maintain the full power of Super Saiyan. His body trembled violently before reverting to its normal state. Sensing the presence of his comrades, he gradually descended, a weary yet relieved smile adorning his face. Goku. Krillin was the first to rush forward, his eyes glistening with tears as he embraced Sun Xian. You really came back. This is wonderful. Dad. Son Gohan also hurried over, overwhelmed with emotions after not seeing his father for more than a year. Old Son, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, and Kairatsu gathered around, their faces radiating joy. Only Vegeta stood to the side, arms crossed. Kakarot, what on earth have you experienced this past year? How have you become so powerful? He inquired in a deep tone, laced with a hint of reluctance and confusion. Sun Xian smiled, his gaze sweeping over the group before landing on Vegeta. He understood that if he did not reveal the truth soon, Vegeta might succumb to despair. In truth, I am not the Goku you all know. Chapter 27. Vegeta is about to explode. What? You say you are not Goku? The moment Sun Xian's words fell, everyone was rendered speechless. Krillin scratched his head, quickly regaining his composure, and chuckled. Goku, do not jest. Only you could defeat Frisia and save us all. Son Gohan looked at him in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly mistake his own father. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with frustration. You rascal, are you inventing new tricks just to keep me babysitting? You don't even bother to pretend anymore, do you? Yet, despite this person's striking resemblance to Goku, his aura felt distinctly different from the Goku that Piccolo remembered, albeit with a strangely familiar essence that left the highly intelligent warrior puzzled. If this individual were not an ally, it would indeed be a cause for great concern. Kakarot, cease your theatrics. Vegeta scoffed, for no one understood Saiyans better than he did. Who else among Earth's Saiyans could possibly be other than Goku? Sighing, Sun Xian smiled wryly, taken aback by their intense reactions. He looked at them earnestly and said, I am not joking. I truly am not the Goku you are familiar with. As he spoke, he observed their expressions. Noticing their faces practically screaming disbelief, he continued, never mind. You will soon understand. Follow me. Goku's spaceship should be arriving shortly. Spaceship? What spaceship? Krillin asked, bewildered. Sun Xian pointed in a direction. It's over there. Let us go welcome him. Skeptical yet intrigued, they followed Sun Xian as he led them toward the indicated spot. Before long, they arrived at a desolate area. Suddenly, Sun Xian halted, a familiar smile spreading across his face. This is the spot. Please wait here. He was the first to sit upon a rock, prompting the others to follow suit. Yamcha stood beside Bulma, mimicking Vegeta's posture, his arms crossed, seemingly still jealous over Bulma finding clothes for Vegeta. Piccolo stood proudly at the highest point, gazing into the starry expanse, his cape billowing in the wind, accompanied by the young warrior Son Gohan clad in battle attire. "They are here," Sun Xian announced suddenly after a few minutes. The crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. Piccolo exclaimed, "A formidable energy is rapidly approaching." Tien added, "I can feel it." Gohan declared, It's Dad's energy." In the distance, the horizon shimmered with sunlight as a small black dot expanded, swiftly drawing nearer. It was a spherical spacecraft, trailing flames as it hurtled towards the ground at an incredible speed. With a thunderous crash, the ship landed heavily before the onlookers, kicking up a thick cloud of dust upon impact. As the smoke began to dissipate, a massive circular crater emerged, at the center of which lay the Ginyu Force's spacecraft. The hatch opened, revealing a man clad in peculiar attire, complete with a classic crab-like head, none other than Son Goku. Upon seeing the familiar faces surrounding him, a radiant smile spread across his face as he joyfully exclaimed, "Everyone, it's been so long." Gohan, with tears brimming in his eyes, rushed forward in excitement. Previously, when Son Goku had appeared, he had yearned for a heartfelt embrace, only to be met with the revelation that this individual was not his father. But now, this man before him could not possibly be mistaken. Krillin, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing Goku tightly. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Son Goku's return. He greeted everyone with warmth, realizing how much he had missed them over the past year. From Gohan and Krillin to Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, and even Yamcha and Bulma, as well as the distant Vegeta, each face brought back cherished memories. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the back of the gathering, his smile suddenly froze. This face, why did it seem so familiar? This cannot be right. Who placed a mirror here? Moreover, why did the attire differ? Who are you? Son Goku questioned, puzzled. As he turned toward Son Gohan, Son Gohan made his way through the crowd, tapping Goku on the shoulder and guiding him aside. "Hello, Son Goku," he said with a mysterious smile. "Let's have a chat." Goku nodded, intrigued, and followed Son Gohan, eager to discern what this counterpart had to convey. Observing the two engaged in whispered conversation, the crowd discreetly stepped back, speculating about the nature of their exchange. "I am you from the future." Hailing from the year 780 of the age, approximately 16 years hence, Son Gohan revealed, delivering a bombshell that nearly dropped Goku's jaw. "What? You mean you are the future me?" Goku struggled to comprehend the notion of encountering someone who bore his likeness from a time yet to come. "Indeed," Son Gohan affirmed, sensing Goku's incredulity, and succinctly recounted the impending chaos wrought by androids 3 years hence, along with the tragic fate that awaited Goku due to a viral heart disease. Upon hearing that he would succumb to heart failure, a pained expression crossed Goku's face. "Is that so? What a pity. I won't even get the chance to battle those formidable foes before succumbing to illness." Suddenly, he realized, wait a moment. If I were to die, how could you be here? Goku's understanding shifted as he grasped that, since this individual was indeed a future version of himself, the notion of his demise due to heart disease seemed implausible. "I was revived due to some extraordinary circumstances, something you cannot replicate. However, there is no need for concern." Sun Xian patted his chest confidently, assuring me that he could heal me. Moreover, he promised to enhance my strength. Although Bulma has yet to develop a miraculous cure for heart disease in the future timeline, with the capabilities of the 72 transformations in medicine, treating heart ailments should be a trivial matter. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Wukong suddenly ignited with a fighting spirit. "You are truly formidable," he exclaimed excitedly, striking a combat stance. "Let us have a spar, and I shall witness how strong my future self has become." "I am more than willing," Sun Xian chuckled, gesturing for Sun Wukong to initiate the attack. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted from playful to serious, enveloped in a golden aura as his hair stood upright, shimmering like gold. Indeed, after training on the planet Adrat, Sun Wukong had grown even stronger. Sun Xian marveled inwardly, estimating Sun Wukong's battle power to be around 200 million. The onlookers observed the exchange between the two Sun Wukongs, perplexed by the sudden transformation. Piccolo, standing nearby, utilized his exceptional hearing to catch fragments of key phrases: future, heart disease, androids. His gaze sharpened, deep in thought. In the backdrop, Vegeta turned away silently, his clenched fists tightening further. He gritted his teeth, a tempest of fury raging within. One Kakarot was already absurd. Now, two had appeared. It seemed that his long-held title of second best was in jeopardy. At this rate, He would never surpass Kakarot. A tumult of unwillingness, anger, and humiliation churned within Vegeta. Why could the legendary Super Saiyan not be him? If two Kakarots could transform, why could he not? Zzz. Vegeta's hair flickered rapidly between black and gold. A turbulent energy brewing within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Wait. Sun Xian suddenly interjected, halting the impending clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" "Let us postpone our duel for another time," Sun Xian replied, his gaze shifting toward Vegeta, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "There is something of greater importance at hand." He pointed behind Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Vegeta is about to explode." Chapter 28. Oh Lord! Quick, dodge Vegeta. Following Sun Xian's indication, Sun Wukong immediately noticed that Vegeta's condition was far from normal. He gritted his teeth, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his hair flickering wildly between black and gold like a frenzied wildcat. What the hell? Krillin, who had been intently watching the two Wukongs, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned around, only to be met with a shocking sight. Vegeta appeared to have lost control, his face contorted, his aura surging dramatically. What is this guy planning? Yamcha, pale with fright, hurriedly scooped up Bulma and took off into the sky. "Can't you just back off if you can't defeat me?" T-God couldn't help but remark. Vegeta is being extraordinarily petty. S&T? Did he really explode just because I mimicked his pose in front of Bulma? Indeed, Saiyans are inherently volatile and explosive. It is certain that Bulma would not favor such a man. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Goku's eyes briefly sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware that Vegeta's current state was indicative of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. If Vegeta were to achieve this transformation as well, it would mean an additional formidable sparring partner. However, Goku quickly recalled that there were others present. He raised his voice to warn everyone, step back. Vegeta is about to transform. The initial transformation into a Super Saiyan possesses an extraordinarily destructive potential. It would be wise for them not to remain in the vicinity for an immersive experience. Sun Xian suddenly paused, recalling a moment from the Dragon Ball saga, where Vegeta is secretly trained on a desolate planet, ultimately mastering the Super Saiyan transformation. At that moment, the entire planet had exploded. Although Earth's conditions were far superior to that planet's, he still feared inadvertently causing its destruction. Yet, Sun Xian dared not intervene directly, for interrupting Vegeta's opportunity would mean waiting 3 years for him to transform again. After exchanging a knowing glance with Son Goku, they ascended to a safe distance in the air, opting to observe Vegeta's changes for the time being. How infuriating! Both fathers abandoned their child. Piccolo, seeing Sun Xian and Son Goku take off, swiftly scooped up Gohan and launched into the sky, muttering under his breath that he was Gohan's true father. The remaining allies, including Krillin and Tien, soon followed suit, utilizing their flight techniques and leaving Vegeta alone on the ground. On the ground, Vegeta's knees bent slightly, his body trembling more violently. His eyes glowed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he emitted low, beast-like growls. A powerful torrent of energy radiated from him, carving deep grooves into the earth. Why? Why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta's roar was laden with resentment and humiliation. He recalled past grievances, being suppressed by Frieza, easily surpassed by the lower-class warrior Kakarot, and now confronted by 2 legendary Super Saiyans of his kind, yet he remained powerless. Initially, he felt a degree of respect for Goku, who had single-handedly avenged himself against Frieza on Namek, and had spent the year in pursuit of Goku's whereabouts during his training. But with the simultaneous appearance of Sun Xian and Son Goku, Vegeta's pride, frustration, and fury erupted in an instant. If this continues, I shall never surpass Kakarot. His hair flickered rapidly between black and gold, like a malfunctioning light bulb. His energy surged wildly, yet he remained shackled, unable to transmute the surrounding white aura into the hallmark golden flames. Faced with this turmoil, Vegeta's anger intensified. Recklessly pouring his emotions and energy outward, bulging veins surfaced on his muscles, rendering him even more fearsome. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed by rage, Sun Xian's voice suddenly cut through the chaos. "Vegeta, try concentrating your power in your back." Sun Xian's voice resonated clearly in Vegeta's ears as he shouted. Just moments ago, He recalled an intriguing concept from Dragon Ball Super. The secret for the Scions of Universe 6 to transform into Super Scions involved channeling their power to their backs. To his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan without even needing to summon anger. Beside him, Son Goku paused at Sun Xian's reminder, realizing that such a technique existed. His own transformation into a Super Saiyan had always relied on intense rage and a solid foundation of training, and he had never considered the possibility of such a method. Vegeta, on the verge of fury, suddenly froze at the sound of Kakarot's voice. Was that really Kakarot? His anger intensified. How dare a lower-class warrior attempt to instruct the proud Saiyan prince? Yet deep within, the insatiable desire to grow stronger compelled him to obey Sun Xian's instructions, forcing all his raging power to coalesce at his back. With a thunderous roar, a massive golden aura erupted from Vegeta, soaring into the sky. A tempest swirled around him. The very heavens shifted in hue, and the ground beneath, centered on Vegeta, fractured and expanded outward, while blinding golden light enveloped him. Vegeta had finally transformed into light. No, he had finally become a Super Saiyan. As the brilliance dissipated, a new Vegeta emerged before everyone. His hair stood erect as if struck by lightning, now a dazzling golden hue, and his eyes sparkled not with rage, but with confidence and joy. The aura he radiated was incomparably stronger than before. The power of the Super Saiyan surged forth from him, overwhelming the floating warriors, compelling them to descend to the ground. "Oh wow, quick, bow to Vegeta." With an expression of utmost confidence, Vegeta spread his arms wide, showcasing his formidable strength, feeling more invigorated than ever. The onlookers, including Piccolo and others, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the golden figure clad in a pink shirt. "Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan," Yamcha exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. It was unfathomable that a Saiyan with an evil heart could achieve such a transformation. Krillin furrowed his brow, his gaze upon Vegeta complex, as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Vegeta surveyed the astonished crowd with satisfaction. He had finally put on a show, feeling utterly revitalized. However, when his gaze shifted to the composed Sun Xian and Son Goku, he momentarily faltered before a smug smile crept across his face. His body transformed into a streak of golden lightning, darting to stand before the two. "Hey, Kakarot, now is the time to defeat you and restore my glory as the Saiyan Prince." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fierce combativeness as he scanned between Son Goku and Sun Xian. "Which of you will come first?" Chapter 29. Vegeta and Son Goku. Who comes first? 2 against 1. The advantage is mine, Sun Xian mused, only to witness Son Goku shaking his head, seemingly having anticipated his thoughts. Yet, as a martial artist, his pride compelled him to maintain respect for every opponent, making him averse to the notion of a group assault. Indeed, upon noticing that Sun Xian had not stepped forward to challenge, Sun Wukong advanced with a grin, stating, "Vegeta, allow me to be your adversary." It appeared that after a year on Yardrat without engaging in combat, Sun Wukong was eager to prove himself. And Vegeta's proposal for a sparring match presented the perfect opportunity. Observing this, Sun Xian nodded and flew to the side of the onlookers, ready to witness a spectacular battle. He sensed that Vegeta's aura was approximately 1.8 billion, surpassing Sun Wukong's initial transformation to Super Saiyan, which was around 1.5 billion. However, during his year on Yardrat, Sun Wukong had not remained stagnant. In addition to mastering instant transmission, his combat power had also increased, now exceeding 200 million. "That future dad of mine. Who do you think would win, Dad or Vegeta?" Young Gohan initially intended to inquire of his guardian Piccolo behind him, but gazing at his future father clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, he inadvertently voiced the question. Sun Xian paused, turning to look down affectionately at young Gohan. He had already deduced the answer to Gohan's question, although Sun Wukong and Vegeta's energies were evenly matched at that moment. As long as Vegeta refrained from unleashing the explosive techniques from the puppet arc, it was likely that Sun Wukong would emerge victorious. "Gohan, your father is always the strongest." "Yes, Dad will definitely win." Gohan nodded vigorously, smiling as he glanced at Piccolo, seemingly seeking his agreement. Sun Xian tenderly ruffled Gohan's hair. This incarnation of Gohan was at an age where he desperately needed a father's love, and the impact of Piccolo's regenerative capabilities had yet to deeply affect him. It was imperative for him to correct that influence. Ahead, Sun Wukong had assumed a battle stance, brimming with combat eagerness. He focused intently on Vegeta, excitement palpable in the air. However, the typically fervent Vegeta did not immediately engage. Instead, he cast a peculiar glance at Son Wukong and snorted, "Kakarot. That odd outfit you are wearing must be from Yardrat, right? Shouldn't you change into something else? I wouldn't want you making excuses if you lose." Vegeta remained true to his character. Though brash and proud, he poured his heart into the battle, determined to leave Son Wukong without a retort. Son Wukong was taken aback, attempting to stretch his limbs. Although comfortable, the attire was somewhat restrictive during an intense fight. Scratching his head, he expressed his frustration. "This outfit is indeed a bit cumbersome. But I have no other clothes. My garments were torn during the battle on Namek." Observing the stalemate between the two, Sun Xian understood Son Wukong's predicament. With a resigned smile, he flipped his hand, summoning a brand new Turtle School martial arts uniform from the system's space. He utilized instant transmission to appear beside Son Wukong and handed him the attire. "Here, put this on first." Son Wukong accepted the clothing with delight, nodding at Sun Xian. "Thanks, future me." As he spoke, he paid no heed to the gaze of the crowd, undeterredly beginning to change clothes right where he stood. "Kakarot, you fool. What do you think this place is?" Vegeta scolded vehemently, veins bulging on his forehead, incredulous at Goku's utter lack of shame. Bulma, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger, turned away, exclaiming, "Goku, what are you doing? There are girls here." Piccolo and Yamcha shared a moment of exasperation, quickly averting their eyes. However, Goku seemed oblivious to the stares, swiftly changing attire with remarkable efficiency. It must be noted that, outwardly, the newly attired Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Xian, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish between them. Goku flexed his limbs, a satisfied smile gracing his face. I feel much better now." He turned to Vegeta, his expression suddenly serious. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he transformed, enveloped in a golden aura, his energy rivaling that of Vegeta. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, his body launching towards Goku with remarkable speed. Bang, bang, bang. The two golden figures collided instantaneously, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth. With each impact, an invisible force radiated outward, causing the onlookers to stumble back in shock. Their speed escalated, soon surpassing the speed of sound, their figures vanishing into the air. "How fast?" Krillin gasped, his eyes wide as he struggled to track their movements. "Is this truly human strength?" Yamcha's complexion paled, swallowing hard with difficulty. Piccolo's expression grew grave. Although he could not see the fighters, the overwhelming intensity of their battle felt terrifying, rendering him insignificantly small before them. Only Sun Xian managed to keep pace with their movements, his gaze shifting fluidly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Truly, the perennial second place," he murmured softly, admiring Vegeta's performance. "Second place? What do you mean by that?" Piccolo inquired, his keen ears catching the words, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sun Xian stiffened, hastily clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. It's nothing. You must have misheard." Piccolo regarded him with suspicion, but chose not to press further, redirecting his focus to the battlefield instead. In midair, Vegeta, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, felt his anger heighten. He soared upwards, unleashing a furious roar as several violent energy blasts erupted forth. Prince's fighting style. Goku remained stationary, effortlessly swatting away most of the energy blasts, which scattered in every direction, quickly endangering the warriors below. "This is bad." Krillin and the others paled, caught unprepared. Sun Xian furrowed his brow, his form vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he had snatched Bulma, Gohan, and others, flying them to a safe distance. "You all stay here and watch. It's too dangerous." After setting them down, he turned to rejoin the fray. "Wait." He abruptly paused, glancing back at Krillin. "Krillin, give me 2 senzu beans." Krillin quickly retrieved the pouch containing the beans and handed them to Sun Xian. Sun Xian flashed him a smile, grasped the beans, and sped toward the heart of the battle. By the time he returned, Goku and Vegeta's fight had reached a fever pitch. 2 individuals each harnessed a colossal wave of energy, colliding fiercely together. Sun Xian could not help but murmur to himself. Observing the scene, Vegeta stood to the left while Goku was on the right. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists a law. Historically, those on the left side of the wave have lost, and one should never engage in a wave contest with the Sun family. Yet, Vegeta was the sole exception. having triumphed while positioned on the left during his battle against Toppo in Dragon Ball Super. What, then, would be the outcome? Ah, it is indeed a puzzlement, provoking a considerable headache. In truth, Sun Xian already possessed the answer in his heart. However, this confrontation between Goku and Vegeta was a rare spectacle, and he wished to witness if it could yield additional amusement. Chapter 30. Please, cease your fighting. As Sun Xian regained his senses, the two forces of energy collided violently in the air, with both Vegeta and Goku unleashing furious roars. Kamehameha. Final flash. But soon, the two energy waves, previously locked in a stalemate, began to inch toward Vegeta's side. Cursed Kakarot. Witnessing his energy wave being suppressed, Vegeta's fury erupted completely. I cannot allow myself to be defeated by you. Huh. An inexplicable surge of power emanated from within Vegeta's body, swiftly infusing the energy wave. The energy wave was gradually pushed back by Vegeta. Goku struggled to sustain the energy wave. Despite his trembling hands, neither could afford to retreat. They were compelled to continuously pour forth their energy. Even though he had held back, not wishing Vegeta to suffer an embarrassing defeat, he realized that if he did not increase his power, he would find himself outmatched. Gritting his teeth, Goku reluctantly amplified his energy output. The two forces of energy became locked once more in a stalemate. Vegeta exerted every ounce of his internal power, but Goku still retained some reserve. Sun Xian smiled faintly. Goku's mastery over his energy was evidently superior to Vegeta's by a significant margin, rendering the outcome of this battle predictable. However, considering Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan earlier under his influence, Sun Xian did not wish to see him fall into despair in his first battle as a Super Saiyan. Enough. Please, cease your fighting. Sun Xian swiftly darted towards the center of the two energy waves. Danger. Both Goku and Vegeta's eyes widened simultaneously. Yet they could not retract the energy they were furiously unleashing, helplessly watching as Sun Xian approached the energy waves. In a mere instant, Sun Xian reached the point of collision between the two energy waves, decisively transforming into a Super Saiyan. A brilliantly intense golden aura erupted forth, forcefully tearing apart the two energies at the point of impact, dispersing them. Sun Xian unleashed his formidable energy without reservation, causing the ground to shatter and rocks to fly. As if a massive bomb had been detonated, a violent shockwave rapidly radiating from his body in all directions. The shockwave spread with astonishing speed, generating invisible ripples in the air. Oh no, it seems I have inadvertently exerted too much force. Boom. Son Wukong and Vegeta were struck by an invisible force, causing them to stagger and simultaneously expel a mouthful of blood, their bodies uncontrollably hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Such formidable power. From a distance, Krillin stood in stunned disbelief. Had he possessed hair, it would have been swept wildly by the sudden gale. The shockwave that reached him from such a distance nearly knocked him off his feet, forcing him to stretch out a hand in a futile attempt to brace himself. How immense must the force at the center of that battlefield be? It was indeed fortunate that they had been whisked away by Sun Xian as if they were mere chicks. They had merely witnessed Sun Xian's figure vanish, only to reappear instantaneously between Son Wukong and Vegeta, followed by a tempestuous wind that began to dissipate the two terrifying energy waves, sending both Son Wukong and Vegeta flying. Is this still human? Yamcha struggled to swallow, finding it hard to fathom that human strength could reach such staggering heights. The residual waves alone required him to cling tightly to Piccolo's leg to avoid being blown away. To be frank, aside from himself, Krillin, and Bulma, who were normal humans, the rest present were rather extraordinary. Son Wukong and Vegeta were Saiyans, considered extraterrestrials. Tien Shinhan was of mixed heritage from the Three-Eyed Clan, and Kaiatsu was rumored to belong to a clan of zombies. As for the green-skinned Piccolo, could one truly expect him to be a regular human? Moreover, Krillin had only become so powerful due to the potential unlocked by extraterrestrials. With this thought, our dear god of tea successfully convinced himself to remain passive. On this battlefield, Sun Xian had no time to ponder the reactions of the onlookers. Son Wukong and Vegeta were already exhausted and gravely injured from the earlier skirmish. In a swift motion, he appeared beside the more severely wounded Vegeta, flicking his fingers to drop a senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth, who was gasping for breath. Vegeta immediately recognized the senzu bean and, after swallowing it, cast a complex gaze at the already departed Sun Xian. Sun Xian then materialized beside Sun Wukong, presenting him with another Senzu bean. Although Sun Wukong was also panting, his condition was significantly better than Vegeta's. He sat up, accepted the bean, and wore a foolish grin. You are exceedingly strong, future me. Sun Wukong had abandoned the notion of sparring with Sun Xian, for the recent display had made him acutely aware of the disparity in their powers. He likely did not yet possess the qualifications for such a contest. Yet, I too shall strive to grow stronger. At this moment, the now recovered Vegeta approached the two, quickly identifying Sun Wukong by the state of his tattered clothing. Humph, Kakarot. This battle is far from over. Vegeta retorted defiantly. You didn't unleash your full power just now, did you? Vegeta, you are already quite formidable. There is no need for, Sun Wukong began, having regained his strength and rising to his feet to extend a hand to Vegeta, only to be swatted aside by the latter. I have no need for your pity. Vegeta reverted to his haughty demeanor, maintaining his distance from others. Observing the tension escalating between the two, Sun Xian hastily intervened. Vegeta, your mastery of Super Saiyan is still in its infancy. With continued training, you will undoubtedly, yes, become even stronger. Sun Xian did not speak definitively. The long-standing narrative of Vegeta being the perennial second best loomed over them. If Goku did not hold back, Vegeta's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Vegeta, with a haughty demeanor, turned away, leaving one to ponder whether he truly absorbed the words. Future Dad, why do you support Vegeta? At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from behind Sun Xian. It was the recently arrived young Gohan. Sun Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to ruffle the hair of this fatherless boy, saying, Apologies, Gohan. However, I have something of greater importance to address than Vegeta. He glanced at the others who had flown over with him, his tone shifting to one of gravity. In 3 years, Earth will face an immense crisis, brought about by a monstrous creation known as the androids. He paused, succinctly recounting the grim horrors of the future timeline, the ferocity of the androids, and the tragic sacrifices of the warriors. I returned from that desolate future to alter this fate. Therefore, from this moment on, we must all expedite our training to confront this impending threat. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered group turned somber. Androids? Are we all doomed? A colossal crisis? Why does Earth always seem to be plagued by misfortune? Though Vegeta feigned indifference, his expression belied a growing seriousness. He snorted, took to the skies, declaring, Kakarot, I shall surpass you. Without finishing his sentence, he transformed into a streak of light and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 31. Crafting a tale requires more than just words. At the home of Son Goku in Mount Pozu, Chi-Chi was preparing dinner. Upon noticing her son Gohan accompanied by 2 versions of Goku, she was momentarily stunned. Jigoku? Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Moments later, she erupted in fury. So, you return and play this game with me, without even clearly stating which of you is the original. Sun Xian felt somewhat intimidated by Chi-Chi's wrath and was at a loss for words. A glance at Goku revealed he too was unsure how to explain. Mom, they're both Dad, Gohan explained helplessly, but one is from the future. What? Chi-Chi circled around them, scrutinizing both men closely, unable to discern any differences. They look exactly the same. Sun Xian chuckled softly and stepped forward. Chi-Chi, allow me to clarify. I am the future version of Son Goku. For clarity's sake, you may call me Sun Xian. Of course, you may continue to call me Goku if you wish. Chi-Chi was taken aback. After longing for her husband's return for over a year, she was astonished to find 2 of him appearing simultaneously. 2 husbands who neither did household chores nor earned a living. Was this a ploy to make her life more chaotic? She could not help but exclaim, Sun Xian? This situation is indeed peculiar to have 2 Gokus. Let us return to the matter at hand. Sun Xian cleared his throat, his demeanor suddenly serious. I have returned primarily for 3 crucial matters. Upon hearing Sun Xian address the serious topic, Goku and Gohan, who had been whispering, turned their attention to him. Similarly, Piccolo, who had accompanied them, felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that he was about to hear some significant revelations. Sun Xian extended a finger and spoke gravely. Firstly, we must prevent the crisis of artificial beings, while simultaneously discovering a means to revive everyone from my timeline. Are you implying that everyone in the future is dead? Kiki interjected, seizing upon the crux of the matter. Sun Xian nodded but refrained from elaborating further. A profound silence enveloped the room until Piccolo's voice shattered the stillness. What exactly transpired in the future? How did everyone meet their demise? Sun Xian's countenance grew even more somber as he inhaled deeply, commencing the recounting of that despairing future. It was an era shrouded in hopelessness. In the year 767 of the age of AI, merely 3 years hence, two formidable adversaries emerged on Earth. Artificial humans, number 17 and number 18. They reveled in the wanton destruction of cities and the slaughter of humanity, transforming the Earth into a hellish nightmare. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin all fell in that cataclysmic battle. Sun Xian's gaze suddenly shifted to Son Gohan, his eyes brimming with affection. Only Gohan and Trunks, Vegeta's son, survived due to their youth. Yet Gohan lost an arm in subsequent confrontations with the artificial beings. As he spoke, Sun Xian was consumed by guilt, while Son Wukong stared at Gohan in shock. He had not mentioned Gohan's fate during their previous conversation. And what about you, Wukong? Were you unable to contend with those artificial beings? Kiki clutched Gohan tightly, unable to fathom the helplessness and hardship that awaited future Gohan. It was only when he mentioned himself that Sun Xian emerged from his sorrow for the fallen. This leads me to my second point. The future Son Wukong, before he could even join the battle, succumbed to a viral heart disease. Upon uttering this, an eerie silence descended upon the room. What? A heart disease? Kiki's face paled instantly, the spatula in her hand clattering to the ground. Trembling, she released Gohan and turned her anxious gaze towards Son Wukong. Wukong, how could you have contracted heart disease? But you have always been so healthy. Gohan felt as if his tender heart had been struck with 1,000 blows. He perceived his father as the strongest person in the world. How could he perish from something as trivial as heart disease? Only Piccolo remained composed, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. He had previously overheard the conversation between Sun Xian and Son Wukong, and the mention of heart disease, combined with his own deductions, led him to surmise this grim reality. I know you may find it hard to believe, but this is the truth. In that desolate future, only Gohan and Trunks are left to struggle against the odds. The room fell into a heavy silence once more. Kiki covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She could not envision a future devoid of Wukong, Gohan, and all their loved ones. Piccolo's green visage darkened ominously. He could not accept such an outcome, especially upon hearing that his own death would render the Dragon Balls ineffective. A wave of intense guilt and fury surged within him. I am dead. Piccolo's voice quivered slightly, for the Supreme Kai had perished alongside him, rendering the Dragon Balls on Earth ineffective and preventing the resurrection of their companions. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his palms nearly bled from the pressure of his grip. He had always prided himself on being the most astute among them. Yet he never anticipated that he would one day fall victim to his own hubris at the hands of an adversary. His demise had resulted in the inability to resurrect everyone, leading to Gohan's solitude and despair, and ultimately, the tragedy of the future timeline. The group was engulfed in sorrow and rage, and Piccolo even contemplated urging the Supreme Kai to preemptively locate the androids and extinguish them in their infancy. However, wasn't it said that he was the future Goku? If he succumbed to a heart condition, how then did he come to be here? Kiki's incisive remark caught Sun Xian off guard. He had yet to devise an adequate explanation for this predicament. Surely, he could not claim to be a time traveler who had usurped Goku's body. Yet, to weave a single lie would necessitate 1,000 more to sustain it. A rather daunting challenge. A revelation. Crafting a tale, wasn't that merely a matter of having the gift of gab? Sun Xian chuckled inwardly, retrieving the pocket watch gifted by Kuranoya, and donned a face of reverence as he organized his thoughts. Are you aware that there exists a god of time in this world? Before the stunned group could fully process his words, he continued to weave his narrative. The illustrious god of time, moved by the plight of the future timeline, had deliberately plucked me from the river of time to aid in salvaging this reality. Although I succeeded in vanquishing the androids, I was powerless to revive our comrades. Thus I traversed your timeline via time machine. Sun Xian's tale was so fantastical that the group listened in a daze, convinced there was some semblance of truth to it, since they acknowledged the existence of the Supreme Kai on Earth. What was the harm in believing in a god of time? Meanwhile, Kuranoya, traversing through myriad timelines, suddenly sneezed, feeling an unusual sensation. After 75 million years, he had never caught a cold, so what was amiss today? Seizing the moment while the others were still reeling from his earlier statements, Sun Xian pressed on with his verbal barrage. This brings me to the second matter. though a miracle cure is yet to be discovered. I am determined to find a way to cure Goku's heart condition. As for the third matter, he raised a third finger and pointed to Gohan, who stood behind Goku. This relates to Gohan. Upon hearing Sun Xian's words, both Kiki and Piccolo furrowed their brows, while Goku, lost in thought, seemed to ponder whether he had heard of the God of Time before. Sun Xian, now fully aware of why future Gohan was so profoundly influenced by Piccolo, understood why Pan felt an overwhelming rage upon witnessing Piccolo's demise, transforming into a feral version of herself, yet remained relatively unfazed by Goku's death, believing he would simply train on King Kai's planet and that it was of little consequence. It's often said that in matters regarding Gohan, Piccolo cared more than his biological father, revealing Goku to be a rather ineffectual parent. However, to chastise Goku was to cast blame upon himself, and Sun Xian preferred not to invite trouble at this juncture. He surveyed the group and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Kiki, concerning Gohan's future. I believe it is imperative that we undertake a thorough reevaluation. Upon hearing this, Piccolo finally exhaled in relief, as he feared that Sun Xian might suddenly reveal that Gohan harbored some latent illness, leading to an unexpected demise. However, Sun Xian's words immediately displeased Chi-Chi. What did you say? I have the most authority regarding Gohan's future plans. The only thing he should focus on now is studying diligently. If he, like his father, ends up without a proper job, how will he earn a living to support the family? Studying is imperative. He must excel in his studies. Chi-Chi's once gentle tone suddenly escalated, compelling Sun Xian to reflect on her fierce maternal instinct, likening her to the fiercest tigress in the Dragon Ball universe, one who could even baffle the mightiest Saiyan, Son Goku. Yet, his conviction would not waver in the face of adversity. For there is a saying, if Gohan neglects his studies, even Goku would weep. The greater the challenge, the more one must confront it head-on. Even with emotional appeals and rational discourse, it was vital to prevent Gohan from becoming overly engrossed in his studies, ultimately leading to humorous predicaments stemming from nearsightedness and his inability to catch senzu beans. He sighed and patiently elucidated, Chi-Chi, Gohan is still a child. While education is undoubtedly significant, it is equally important to provide him with a joyful childhood. Perhaps you should inquire whether Gohan prefers studying or martial arts. The young Gohan paused at this suggestion, only to see Sun Xian subtly winking at him, prompting him to respond thoughtfully, Mom, I want to be a hero like Dad, possessing enough strength to protect everyone. Son Goku smiled warmly, ruffling Gohan's hair, realizing that in his son's eyes, he was a paragon of heroism, truly a remarkable boy. Sun Xian, having successfully navigated the conversation, exchanged a knowing smile with the father and son duo. Ah, you both conspire against me. Chi-Chi felt her temper rising, overwhelmed by the burdens of managing the household as a woman. It was one thing for Goku to be a simpleton, but why did Gohan fail to appreciate his mother's sincere intentions? Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. She comprehended Gohan's perspective. Having once been a martial artist herself, having fallen in love with Goku through their shared passion for martial arts. However, the mundane trials of daily life had dulled her edges. Although she recognized the significance of strength, she had no choice but to bow to life's realities. Nevertheless, education remained crucial. Noticing Chi-Chi's slight concession, Sun Xian seized the opportunity. What I mean is, while ensuring Gohan studies, we must not neglect his own training. As for the challenges at home, we still have Goku and Mr. Piccolo, don't we? Of course, I will lend my assistance as well. Sun Xian winked at Piccolo as he spoke. Piccolo snorted, but surprisingly refrained from arguing. After years of nurturing Gohan, he had come to regard him as his own son. Son Goku scratched his head and chuckled amiably. Yes, Chi-Chi, we will strive to earn a living. Gohan, do you truly wish to train in martial arts? Gohan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. To him, his father was the greatest hero in the world, and he yearned to grow strong like him. Yet, he also did not wish to disappoint his mother, especially considering that the Sun family had not historically excelled in academics. He felt he was the hope of the entire village. As Chi-Chi gazed into her son's longing eyes, memories of Sun Xian's grim depiction of Gohan's future stirred her heart, causing her resolve to waver. With a heavy sigh, she waved her hand in reluctant acquiescence. All right, I consent. But let it be clear that martial arts shall remain a secondary pursuit. Academics must take precedence. Goku, you must not lead Gohan into any perilous situations. Sun Xian exhaled in relief, having finally convinced the formidable matriarch. With a smile, he assured her, "Rest assured, Chi-Chi, I guarantee that Gohan's future will not disappoint you." That night, the Son Wukong family, along with Piccolo, gathered around the dining table. Chi-Chi quickly served dinner, and although the ingredients were modest, the meal radiated the warmth of reunion. Observing the scene before him, Sun Xian felt a pang in his heart. The last time he had experienced such a cozy atmosphere was during the New Year's Eve dinner before his transmigration. He pondered wistfully whether he would ever return to his original world or have the chance to see his parents again. Yet, he swiftly concealed his emotions and savored the delightful evening. As night deepened and Piccolo departed, Sun Xian retreated to the room Chi-Chi had arranged for him. Lying on the bed, a sudden thought struck him. The special medicine for heart disease. System, is there an effective treatment for viral heart disease or a suitable alternative? He silently mused. Beep. Connecting to the temporal marker, please hold on. Sun Xian was taken aback. Connecting to the temporal marker? What trickery is this? Surely, the system is not on the verge of collapsing due to temporal disarray. After a brief wait, silence enveloped him, with no further response. Just as he was convinced the system had malfunctioned, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Beep. The most powerful journey to the West system welcomes your use. A new fated individual has been detected, and a mandatory mission has been issued. True or false, Monkey King? Sun Xian bolted upright, his heart racing. Why is there a compulsory mission? True or false, Monkey King? What nonsense is this? Mission details. The host must compete against Son Wukong. Compete against Son Wukong? That has nothing to worry about. Victory is assured. System, what are the terms of this contest? The system will randomly select the time and manner of the contest. The host must complete the mission within the stipulated time. Successful completion will yield substantial mysterious rewards. Mission penalty. Should the host fail, the system will obliterate the host's soul. What the hell? A cold sweat trickled down Sun Xian's forehead. What is this? A mandatory mission is one thing, but the penalty for failure is soul obliteration? Am I merely a fool to be toyed with? Sun Xian cursed inwardly, pondering the absurdity of the true or false Monkey King concept. Detected host's derogatory remarks towards the system. The time and manner of the contest have now been set to Hell Mode. Hell Mode. Power Enhancement, 99. Mission time limit, 5 minutes. Good luck. Damn. Sun Xian's expression darkened, akin to the most unfortunate of souls. Can someone enlighten me on the conditions for the standard mode? Standard mode. Power Enhancement, 0. Mission time limit, 1 day. Sun Xian sought to inquire further about other modes, only to see a countdown materialize before him, for 58. I can't believe it. There really is a 5-minute limit. In a fit of frustration, Sun Xian suppressed his full power of 99 to engage in a duel with Son Wukong. With a mere 5 minutes to determine the outcome, the stakes were dire. A loss would mean obliteration, an utterly exasperating predicament. A certain system remarked, idle. This was your choice. How could he possibly initiate a confrontation with Son Wukong at such an ungodly hour? Chapter 33. A fair duel with Son Wukong. How could he broach the subject with Son Wukong? Lying on his bed, Sun Xian stared at the countdown visible only to him, his heart racing with both anxiety and fury. It seemed he was indeed a victim of misfortune, having activated this nonsensical journey to the West system. Initially, he relished the gift of immortality, but now he found himself ensnared in a ludicrous task involving a false Monkey King, with failure leading to his demise. What was most infuriating was that this task was assigned in the dead of night, with an urgent 5-minute deadline for the battle's conclusion. How was he to address Son Wukong? Should he barge into Son Wukong's room and say, "Hey, Son Wukong, what time is it? Get up and let's duel. We'll determine our fates." The very thought seemed preposterous. Just as he was at his wit's end, racking his brain for a way to preserve his life, a soft knock resonated at his door. "Xiangu, are you asleep?" Son Wukong's hearty voice drifted from outside, tinged with excitement and curiosity. Sun Xian sprang from his bed, his heart racing. This truly was a stroke of luck. Son Wukong had come to him. He dashed to the door and flung it open. "Not asleep. Come in." Before Son Wukong could comprehend the situation, Sun Xian seized his arm and pulled him into the room, swiftly shutting and locking the door behind them. The suddenness of this maneuver left Son Wukong momentarily bewildered. He crossed his arms over his chest, perplexed. "Xiangu, what's the rush?" "I'm here to. There's no time." "Son Wukong, I know why you're here. Let's get started." Sun Xian interrupted, his breath quickening with impatience. "Xiangu, please don't be like this. I'm afraid, what are you thinking? I mean that we should have a match. Sun Wukong froze, glancing at his pajamas and then at Sun Xian, who was already geared up and ready for action. He couldn't help but chuckle. Gu, what are you joking about? I'm not your match. He waved his hand dismissively, resolutely refusing. Once I've trained a bit more and become stronger, I'll come to test my progress against you. I cannot wait. With only 3 minutes remaining on the countdown, the system kindly reminded him in his mind. Friendly reminder. If the countdown ends without a winner, the host will be obliterated. Sun Xian was now in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The system was dead serious. Without a second thought for Sun Wukong still clad in sleepwear, he grabbed his wrist and leapt out of the window, soaring into the sky. Wait, Gu, I haven't changed yet. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, but his body was already airborne alongside Sun Xian. Listen, Sun Wukong. I have compelling reasons to duel with you right now. Sun Xian shouted as they flew, his tone tinged with urgency and resignation. In a moment, I shall suppress my power to engage you in combat, thus ensuring an utterly fair confrontation. You must unleash your full strength. Sun Wukong, momentarily swayed in the air by Sun Xian, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes upon hearing the words fair duel and full strength. He forcefully broke free from Sun Xian's grasp, exuding a formidable aura as he soared alongside him towards their destination. Observing this, Sun Xian smiled faintly, his only concern now being how to surpass Sun Wukong in the impending duel. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, a fatigued Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, utterly drained after an intense session of training under 450 times Earth's gravity. Just as he contemplated a refreshing shower and a much-needed rest, a familiar presence pierced the night sky at an astonishing speed. Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief and rage. This fool had the audacity to sneak out for training in the dead of night. His teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. The thought of a relaxing bath at Bulma's home suddenly lost its appeal, replaced by jealousy and resentment. How infuriating. Do you think you are the only one growing stronger? Vegeta bellowed, spinning on his heel to lock himself back in the gravity chamber, resolutely deciding to train for another hour. To save time, Sun Xian and Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyans mid-air, their speed so brisk that they reached a desolate wilderness, far from the city, in less than half a minute. Upon landing, Sun Xian swiftly stepped back, the countdown now glaring at 2:30. Only 2.5 minutes remained. Apologies, but there is no time to waste. Sun Xian, a flicker of regret in his eyes, wasted no further words and launched an unhesitating strike at Sun Wukong, a deliberate punch, cutting through the air towards his opponent's face. Such urgency. Though caught off guard, Sun Wukong's instinct for combat kicked in, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Bam! The two figures collided instantaneously, their fists and feet striking rapidly before separating, neither gaining an advantage. Remarkable. Sun Wukong grasped Sun Xian's powerful punch, but was forced back several meters. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a heavy blow that sent Sun Xian reeling in return. This is troublesome. A technique taught by a master cannot be broken. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their forms flickering in the air, golden flashes colliding incessantly, making it impossible to discern a victor. Within mere seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows, each strike producing sonic booms that whipped up violent gusts. Yet, the countdown quietly approached its conclusion, 0:30. Panic surged within Sun Xian. At this rate, a victor would never emerge. He abruptly retreated to create distance, panting as he proposed. Continuing this way would yield no resolution. Let us settle this with a single decisive move. Agreed. Huh. Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. It felt as though he were training against himself. Equal strength, identical techniques, the same visage. This sensation was truly exhilarating. After 2 minutes of intense confrontation, Sun Xian and Sun Wukong gained profound insights into martial arts, corroborating and absorbing each other's experiences through their battle. The two simultaneously placed their hands at their waists, gathering energy, yet a faint smile curled at the corner of Sun Xian's mouth. Huh, he still exposed his flaw. With a simultaneous roar, Kamehameha, two beams of light, a soft azure hue, collided with equal force and velocity. A thunderous boom echoed as the radiant light illuminated the wilderness as brightly as day, a powerful shockwave crashing against their equally determined faces. Watching the countdown nearing completion, Sun Xian and Sun Wukong instinctively increased their output. their already formidable energy beams becoming even more robust. In the very moment the countdown reached its end, a blinding flash surged forth, and both energy columns erupted in a magnificent explosion. When calm returned, only one silhouette remained standing, Son Xian. Through this exchange, he had emerged victorious. Chapter 34, Rise and Shine. This place doesn't allow sleep as the brilliance faded under the faint moonlight. The vast wilderness revealed two figures of similar stature, one standing and the other sprawled upon the ground. The one standing was Son Xian, who now gasped for breath. Every cell in his body seemingly lamenting, his internal energy completely depleted from the earlier Kamehameha. A profound sense of emptiness and exhaustion overtook him. He struggled to lift his gaze towards the ground not far ahead, where Son Wukong lay, his attire shredded to fragments by the earlier energy waves, leaving only tattered remnants. Son Wukong's exposed, muscular frame was wreathed in faint wisps of black smoke, evidence of the energy waves that had ravaged him. Son Xian took a deep breath, recognizing that this victory was not merely a stroke of luck. Beyond the psychological advantage conferred by his right-side positioning during the energy clash, what truly enabled him to surpass Son Wukong was his exquisite mastery of energy manipulation. Though the system had equalized their powers for a fair and swift duel, allowing for a level playing field, his rigorous training had endowed him with the experiences of mastering Super Saiyan Full Power and Super Saiyan 2, which he retained. The arduous training process had elevated his understanding of energy to unprecedented heights. When Son Wukong engaged in the energy clash, his Kamehameha was indeed formidable, yet it exhibited a lower energy efficiency, with some of its potency dissipating during the exchange. In contrast, while Son Xian's overall energy output was comparable, it was far more refined and concentrated, resulting in significantly less energy loss. In simple terms, Son Wukong represented the ordinary gush from a faucet, while Son Xian was akin to a high-pressure water gun. The rate and intensity of energy output were incomparable. This deeper comprehension and application of power allowed him to unleash 120 units of force with only 100 units of energy, ultimately besting Son Wukong within mere seconds. Son Xian trembled as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a mystical bean. It was one he had pilfered earlier from Klin's pouch, while the latter was momentarily distracted. He swiftly placed the bean in his mouth, crunching it between his teeth before swallowing. Instantly, a peculiar force surged from the depths of his being, revitalizing his energy. This power bore a striking resemblance to the vitality of immortality, swiftly alleviating his fatigue and imbuing his body with a resounding strength. Son Xian could not help but exhale deeply, relieved not only by the restoration of his physical condition, but also by his narrow escape from peril. For he had truly come close to being obliterated by the system. "Hey, you wretched system. I prevailed. Does that mean the task is accomplished?" Son Xian silently mused, harboring a tinge of resentment towards this troublesome system after his brush with death. Ding. Detection confirms host has defeated the Son Wukong of this timeline. The task of discerning the true and false Monkey King is complete. Power suppression has been lifted, rewards are being dispensed. As the system's notification resonated in his mind, Son Xian felt a familiar energy flooding back into his body, the vigorous life force of immortality. He sensed each cell within him brimming with vitality, as if infused with energy once more. His reclaimed strength had finally returned. Congratulations, host. Rewards granted. 72 transformations of the earthly demons designated Fragment 1, Immortality Upgrade, Card 1. Host's destined identity has been verified. The system will be permanently bound to host, Son Xian. Permanently bound. A smile brightened Son Xian's face. All previous fears, anxieties, frustrations, and resentments evaporated in that instant. He decided to forgive this troublesome system for now. It wasn't that he couldn't uphold his principles, but rather that the system had provided him with an abundance of rewards. The guaranteed self-selected rewards and free upgrades were precisely what this unfortunate soul had yearned for. More importantly, with the system bound to him for life, he no longer needed to worry about it betraying him unexpectedly. Although the system had its flaws and peculiar logic, the rewards it offered were undeniably enticing. Just as Son Xian contemplated claiming his rewards to ascertain their authenticity, another notification chimed in. Ding. The system is about to upgrade. Certain functions will be temporarily suspended during this period. New functions will be unlocked post-upgrade. An upgrade? New functions to be unlocked? Son Xian was suddenly exhilarated. Surely, After this upgrade, the system would return to normal, perhaps transforming into the ultimate Dragon Ball system? What new functionalities could possibly await him? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Accelerated training? A mysterious marketplace? Or perhaps point allocation for upgrades? Countless fanciful thoughts raced through his mind, and the more he considered them, the more he envisioned himself becoming invincible once the system upgrade was complete. When he, Sun Xian, became the unrivaled champion of the world, striking down divine angels and kicking the Omni King's Alama, how glorious that would be. Suddenly, amidst his daydreaming, he was jolted back to reality by a series of groans. It dawned on him with startling clarity that Sun Wukong was still lying on the ground, caught up in his own elation. He had nearly forgotten the true protagonist of the moment. He quickly employed instant transmission to approach him, observing the still incapacitated yet unharmed Sun Wukong. Unable to resist a jest, he quipped, "What are you doing lying there? Get up, this isn't a place for a nap." Sun Wukong struggled to sit up, only to realize his entire body was sore and powerless. Lifting even a hand felt like a Herculean task. He sighed in resignation, yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. "Shingo, I concede. You truly are formidable. Even when I suppress my strength, I cannot prevail against you." Upon hearing his admission of defeat, Sun Xian ceased his teasing and produced another magical bean, placing it into Sun Wukong's mouth. As Sun Wukong swallowed the bean, he was instantly rejuvenated, springing up from the ground like a carp leaping from water, his limbs invigorated and his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager for another bout. Observing Sun Wukong's bare torso juxtaposed with his intact pajama pants, Sun Xian couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the Dragon Ball universe. No matter how fierce the battles raged, clothing would be reduced to tatters, yet pants remained forever unscathed. He pondered which factory produced such resilient garments. He retrieved a matching set of pajamas from his system space and handed them to Sun Wukong. This was something he had prepared prior to his time-traveling adventure. After all, the system space was vast enough to accommodate various items. Moreover, since the system began its upgrade, aside from previously awarded items, this storage space was the only utility still accessible. "Put this on, don't catch a chill. I can't bear the thought of Kiki's scolding," Sun Xian chuckled. Sun Wukong accepted the clothing, donning it with remarkable swiftness while grinning and patting Sun Xian's shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't tell Kiki." As the two conversed, they streaked across the night sky like two shooting stars, heading towards Sun Wukong's home. "By the way, Wukong," Sun Xian suddenly halted, turning to face Sun Wukong. "What brings you to seek me out at this hour?" Chapter 35. The Path to Strength. With his worries alleviated, Sun Xian felt exceptionally buoyant as he inquired about Sun Wukong's reasons for visiting. "It's nothing much, really. You mentioned earlier that you could help me grow stronger. What exactly does that entail?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and added, "Also, what are your thoughts on Gohan's martial arts training?" "What do I think? Well, I suppose I would observe it with my eyes," Sun Xian replied, initially intending to resolve Sun Wukong's heart condition before embarking on training with everyone. However, since Sun Wukong had taken the initiative to inquire, he felt it was inappropriate to decline. "As for the ways to become stronger, I possess 3 methods that can elevate everyone's abilities to a level sufficient to confront the android crisis in the shortest time possible." Sun Xian hovered midair, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Sun Wukong. "After all, while I may be powerful, it is challenging to safeguard the entire world alone. Everyone must grow rapidly." Upon hearing that Sun Xian indeed had several methods to enhance their strength, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "Really? Xingu? Please, enlighten me." Sun Wukong had returned to Earth from planet Yardrat with a fair amount of confidence. Having endured life-and-death trials and dedicated a year to serious training on Yardrat, transforming from a mere martial arts enthusiast into a true master. During his encounter with Vegeta, he had even concealed some of his strength, yet he was utterly unprepared for the onslaught of Sun Xian's unleashed aura, which rendered him gravely injured in an instant. Although he did not feel disheartened, a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered within him. What a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess had been so swiftly eclipsed by Sun Xian. It was only by nightfall that he comprehended the profound truth. Sun Xian equated to the future incarnation of Sun Wukong, which in turn represented himself, indicating that his future self could indeed attain such formidable strength. In fact, The Son Wukong of the primary timeline had indeed grown stronger by the year 780 of the AG era, surpassing Sun Xian significantly, even mastering the ultimate technique of freedom. However, it was evident that Sun Wukong was not a traveler from another realm, nor could he possess any foreknowledge of the unfolding plot. Thus, that evening, driven by an urgent impulse, he sought out Sun Wukong to inquire about methods for enhancement. The first method. Sun Xian suddenly raised his voice, startling Sun Wukong from his reverie of rapid power enhancement. This method was the most fundamental and universally applicable, one that even Krillin and Tien could utilize to swiftly amplify their strength. Gravitational training. Wukong, I trust you are familiar with this term? I am aware. Sun Wukong nodded. In my youth, Master Roshi had me and Krillin bear a 40-kilogram turtle shell during our training. Indeed, gravitational training is the finest approach to lay a solid foundation. However, I must clarify that I am not merely referring to the simple act of carrying heavy objects, which would be excessively slow and cumbersome. Are you alluding to the gravity room? Their voices harmonized in realization. Sun Wukong swiftly grasped the concept, having surpassed Earth's warriors in combat prowess. He found no suitable sparring partners. It was only through training against himself in the high-gravity environment of the spacecraft that he could effectively augment his strength. Yet, where could one acquire so many gravity rooms? Allocating one for each individual would be prohibitively expensive. Sun Xian merely smiled enigmatically. Fear not. I have my methods to enlist Bulma and Dr. Briefs to equip us. While this first method was suitable for all, its results would be gradual. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Then his expression turned to one of concern. Now, let us discuss the second method. The second approach, however, was specifically tailored for the Saiyans. Sun Xian paused, a hint of resignation gracing his features. This means that, for now, we can only enhance the strength of the two most powerful among us, yourself and Vegeta. What about Gohan? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Gohan is still too young for this method, and I have other plans for him, Sun Xian replied, harboring a tinge of sentimentality towards Gohan. Perhaps influenced by the tragic fate of the one-armed Gohan from the future timeline, leaving him with a lingering sense of indebtedness. This method involves exploiting the Saiyan ability to become stronger when gravely injured or on the brink of death, Sun Xian continued. By bringing you and Vegeta to the verge of death, and then finding a way to recover, you can significantly enhance your power. However, this method was fraught with danger and could not be employed continuously, as it required meticulous control over the extent of injuries, teetering on the edge of death repeatedly. Of course, Sun Xian excluded himself from this perilous equation. His immortal restoration abilities allowed him, in theory, to indefinitely bolster his combat power. For a moment, Sun Wukong was taken aback, recalling a past incident aboard the spacecraft when he mistakenly set the gravity to its maximum, nearly meeting his demise, only to emerge stronger after the ordeal. Furthermore, the power gained through this method had its limits, dependent on the concentration of cells within their bodies and their vital energy. I understand the vital energy. But what is this about cells? Sun Wukong was left bewildered, grappling with terminology that felt rather advanced for his straightforward comprehension. Understanding the complexities of Sun Wukong may pose a challenge. Thus Sun Xian succinctly explained, all you need to grasp is that it is unique to the Saiyans. And your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan is a direct consequence of its existence. I see, Sun Wukong nodded in partial comprehension. And what of the third method? As for the third approach, Sun Xian gestured towards the sky. That would be the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong followed Sun Xian's pointed finger, only to behold a vast expanse of stars. The hyperbolic time chamber? What sort of place is that? You will discover its nature the next time you encounter Mr. Popo. Sun Xian replied with a gentle smile. He had resolved to take Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the chamber for training once their powers reached a certain threshold. Additionally, he wished to ascertain whether the hyperbolic time chambers across different timelines shared the same limitations. Shortly thereafter, the two swiftly returned to Sun Wukong's home, stealthily slipping through the window into Sun Xian's room. Sun Wukong seated himself before Sun Xian, ready for an earnest conversation. Brother Xian, do all three methods require a substantial quantity of senzu beans? Indeed, they do, Sun Xian sighed. First, we must curtail the actions of a certain glutton who devours senzu beans, and then devise a means to enhance their production. To become stronger, one must ensure adequate logistical support. Sun Wukong chuckled at Sun Xian's description, fully aware he referred to Yajirobe. As for Gohan, Sun Xian's tone softened. It would not be amiss for him to train alongside Piccolo. Piccolo is a commendable teacher, capable of unlocking Gohan's potential. However, you are his father. It is paramount that you shower him with love and companionship. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face revealed a hint of guilt. He recognized his negligence in spending time with Gohan, feeling he had failed in his duties as a father. I will chart a unique path for Gohan, Sun Xian continued. Rest assured, he shall become a formidable warrior. At this, Sun Wukong felt a stirring in his heart, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his visage. Chapter 36. This watch can summon people? As the morning sun bathed Baozi Mountain in its golden glow, Sun Xian slowly awakened. He languidly stretched, having enjoyed the most restful slumber since his arrival in this realm. Following the harrowing confrontation of the previous night, his taut nerves finally relaxed, leaving him somewhat dazed upon awakening. Oh no, I've missed the early roll call. Sun Xian sprang from his bed with remarkable speed. Racing to the bathroom to freshen up, his movements so practiced they elicited sympathy. Wait a moment. Upon catching a glimpse of his iconic crab-like hairstyle in the mirror, Sun Xian gradually regained his senses. How on earth could I forget that I've traversed worlds? With his hands moving at near supersonic speed, he paused to observe his reflection. White foam threatened to obscure half his face, while his pearly whites gleamed, seemingly ready to endorse multiple toothpaste brands. Sun Xian couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had indeed been quite dazed, forgetting the extraordinary nature of his journey into the Dragon Ball universe. After donning a fresh set of martial arts attire emblazoned with the character for Go, Sun Xian calmly exited his room. The Sun Wukong family had already gathered in the dining room below, and upon seeing Sun Xian, Sun Wukong waved cheerfully. Brother Xian, you're awake. Come join us for breakfast. Sun Xian simply hummed in response, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, judging by the sweat glistening on their brows. It was evident that Sun Wukong had taken Wufan out for a morning exercise. Xiangu, let us visit Bulma's home for lunch, Sun Wukong offered, pouring milk for young Wufan while extending the invitation to Sun Xian. One would not expect this steadfast man to show concern for children. Moreover, it dawned on Sun Xian that he had not seen Piccolo that morning. As the esteemed caretaker, Piccolo was typically a resident at Sun Wukong's abode. Was there something amiss? Sun Xian promptly began to tackle his breakfast, and one must admit, Chi-Chi had indeed captured Sun Wukong's appetite. In truth, the gathering was likely to celebrate the complete resolution of the Frisia crisis, and Sun Wukong was rapidly devouring his food at a pace that left Sun Xian feeling somewhat inadequate. Additionally, to welcome your arrival, Bulma has thoughtfully organized a gathering at her spacious home. Chi-Chi, I've finished. Please bring me another serving. No, make that too. Sun Xian pondered whether to attend the gathering Bulma had arranged when he noticed Sun Wukong beckoning towards the kitchen, revealing that Chi-Chi was still preparing breakfast. Eat, eat, eat. At this rate, we will be financially ruined. Do you think our money just blows in from the wind? At that moment, Chi-Chi re-emerged with 2 servings of breakfast, seemingly having anticipated Sun Wukong's needs. Ah, Xiangu, you're awake? Upon seeing 2 husbands seated at the table, Chi-Chi paused momentarily before presenting a fresh serving of breakfast to Sun Xian. You must still be hungry. Would you like another portion? Gazing at the mountainous pile of dumplings, though Sun Xian felt a pang of desire, he was internally conflicted. Who consumes lizards for breakfast? Besides, wasn't he there to be a feast at noon? Shouldn't he save some room? No thank you. I'll let Wukong have it. Sun Xian swiftly made the breakfast vanish, finding its way before Sun Wukong. Then I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong resumed his astonishingly quick consumption. By the way, Chi-Chi, I have an idea that could potentially generate some income. Although Sun Xian had been a reclusive individual prior to his transmigration and his culinary skills were not particularly noteworthy, he had nonetheless been exposed to modern gastronomy. The culinary culture in the Dragon Ball universe during this period seemed rather underdeveloped. Wasn't this a prime opportunity? Moreover, he had not forgotten the voracious appetites of Beerus and Whis, who could even transcend their principles in the face of exquisite cuisine. This was a multifaceted plan that would not only alleviate Sun Wukong's financial woes, but also subsidize his own stay in their home, while paving the way for future endeavors and enhancing his presence. We could consider establishing a restaurant that specializes in selling peculiar, yet exceptionally delicious snacks. I assure you, it will be immensely profitable. Chi-Chi regarded him with skepticism. Snacks? Is that feasible? Rest assured, Sun Xian proclaimed confidently. With my recipes combined with your culinary expertise, we are bound to achieve tremendous success. Hearing the mention of food, Sun Wukong became intrigued. Selling snacks? That idea sounds quite promising. I want to help. Beside them, Sun Wufan raised his hand upon hearing the mention of earning money. You? Chi-Chi shot him a glare. Have you finished your homework? If you can't get into college, just wait until I break your legs. Wufan shrank back, obediently retreating to his room to complete his assignments. Without further ado, let us proceed to Bulma's house. Sun Xian suggested arriving at Bulma's home early, allowing him to prepare the ingredients and test his culinary creativity, hoping to replicate the delectable dishes from before his journey into this world within Dragon Ball. Upon tasting Sun's fried chicken, egg-stuffed pancakes, meat sandwiches, and grilled gluten, Bulma and the early arriving Goku were immediately captivated by the unique flavors. My goodness, what a heavenly delicacy. This is the most exquisite food I have ever tasted. In an instant, Sun Xian earned a new title among them, gourmet. Bulma predicted that these culinary creations held immense commercial potential, and she was particularly intrigued by Sun Xian's idea of online ordering and home delivery. She even contemplated investing in a few chain stores for Goku's family, satisfying her cravings while reaping the rewards of entrepreneurship. Goku, shall we open a store? Chi-Chi excitedly shook Goku, even considering expanding the business to West City. Meanwhile, Yamcha continued to stuff his face with various snacks, casually dismissing the situation. How about this? You all train to become stronger, and Bulma and I will handle the finances. With two Gokus around, the earth won't crumble. I might as well take a shortcut, retire early, and enjoy life, haha. Suddenly, Bulma approached with a cold expression, forcefully slapping a photograph onto Yamcha's face. Humph, Yamcha, let us break up. The photo revealed Yamcha lounging in a bar booth surrounded by several stunning women. Bulma, let me explain. Yamcha scrambled to his feet, the food in his mouth suddenly losing its appeal. There's nothing to explain. Bulma coolly turned away, her gaze shifting to the aloof Vegeta. Now, I prefer a cool and powerful man. Vegeta was taken aback, not expecting to be drawn into this drama. Meanwhile, Sun Xian, also an observer, stroked his chin, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a pocket watch gifted by Kuranoya. Hello? Kuranoya? He called tentatively. The watch emitted a faint glow before quickly dimming. Did I buy a fake? Just as Sun Xian pondered this, a shimmering portal appeared before him, revealing a petite girl within. Wow, this watch can summon people. Chapter 37. I am not a glutton. The lustrous white light gradually faded, and from the portal emerged a white high-heeled shoe, followed by the diminutive figure of Kuranoya. All eyes turned to the unexpectedly materialized young girl. Dressed in a finely crafted purple priestess uniform, Kuranoya exuded an undeniable charm. Her pink hair curled elegantly, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Hey, who are you? The first to break the silence was Bulma. With her hands on her hips, she scrutinized the unexpected guest, questioning why they had intruded upon their gathering. Sun Xian, caught off guard, quickly stepped in to smooth over the situation, cheerfully explaining, everyone, please don't be alarmed. This is Kuranoya, a friend of mine. Friend? Bulma regarded Kuranoya with suspicion, her gaze ultimately fixating on the pair of pointed ears. Suddenly, she darted to Sun Xian's side, lowering her voice as she nudged him with her elbow. Hey, Goku, is this friend of yours an alien? Did you meet her in the future? What is the level of technology like over there? A barrage of questions left Sun Xian both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi had already warmly welcomed Kuranoya. Oh, since you're a friend, please have a seat. A guest from afar should first savor our culinary delights. Without waiting for a response, she pulled Kuranoya to the dining table. Sun Xian joined them, curious about Chi-Chi's reaction upon learning that this little girl was, in fact, the god of time he had spoken of. Upon hearing that Kuranoya was a friend from the future, everyone's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm, bombarding her with inquiries about her family and life. Only Vegeta remained aloof, arms crossed, coldly observing from the side. His gaze was fixed intently on Kuranoya. His instincts warned him that this young girl was not ordinary, for there was an absence of any detectable energy emanating from her. This could imply one of two things. Either she was merely an ordinary person, or her strength was unfathomable, far beyond his comprehension. As a friend invited by future Kakarot, could she truly be just an average individual? While he continued to scrutinize Kuranoya, she happened to glance in his direction, smiling and nodding. In that instant, Vegeta felt an alarm bell ring within him, as if he had brushed too closely to the abyss. It wasn't a matter of oppressive strength, but rather a suppression of life itself, akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens, rendered insignificant and incapable of grasping the magnificence of the other. Kuranoya, seemingly indifferent to Vegeta's scrutiny, was wholly captivated by Sun Xian's exuberant description of the universe's finest cuisine. "What is that on the ball?" she inquired, pointing at the bonito flakes dancing atop the takoyaki, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire. "That's called takoyaki, and what is sticking to it is katsuobushi. Here, try some," Sun Xian said with a smile, offering her a box. Kuranoya gingerly speared one with a skewer, blew on it gently, and placed it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushed with joy, not simply warm, but blissfully ecstatic. Delicious. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction. "What is this golden, crispy thing?" "That is fried chicken. I want to eat it." "What is that spiral thing?" "Grilled wheat gluten. It looks delectable. Bring me a few skewers." Sun Xian then realized that this esteemed deity, the overseer of the universe's timelines, was in private quite endearing and playful, embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the petite and endearing girl astonishingly devoured a piece of fried chicken larger than her own head, consuming it with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Kuranoya's lips were slick with grease, her face radiating an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. "Delicious." She contentedly wiped her mouth, proclaiming it to be the finest delicacy she had ever tasted. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Sun Xian felt a nagging suspicion that Kuranoya had anticipated this moment when she had previously gifted him the pocket watch. After indulging in the sumptuous feast at the celebration, Sun Xian bid farewell to the others and took Kuranoya aside to relish the breathtaking beauty of the earth. They arrived at a tranquil cliff on Baozi Mountain, where they sat side by side, gazing at the distant sunset. "Kuranoya," Sun Xian began, "what has become of my original time and space?" She gently shook her head, the twilight glow reflected in her eyes. "I do not know. Ever since you departed from that timeline, I have been unable to observe it on the time scroll." Sun Xian was taken aback, not expecting such a response. He had intended to inquire about Gohan and Trunks, but it seemed those answers were beyond reach. He shook his head and shifted the conversation. "Will my actions here, such as training everyone in advance and altering certain historical events, cause any issues?" "Certainly not," Kuranoya replied succinctly. "Sun Xian, you are the chosen one by that esteemed individual. Your very existence is the greatest affirmation. As long as you refrain from committing acts that would lead to a complete collapse of time and space, any of your actions are permissible. That esteemed individual." Sun Xian mused internally. Kuranoya's words were like a soothing balm, easing the anxiety that had persistently lingered in his heart. "I understand," he nodded, filled with a sense of grandeur. "It is nearly time for me to return," Kuranoya said as she stood, brushing off the grass from her clothes. "I had a wonderful time today. Thank you for your hospitality, Sun Xian." Pausing for a moment, a mischievous smile graced her face. "By the way, when I come again, you must prepare delicious fried chicken for me." "No problem. I shall take care of it," Sun Xian replied with a smile, surprised to discover Kuranoya's penchant for food. "Or," Kuranoya tilted her head, playfully suggesting, "why not simply accompany me? Join me in patrolling various timelines to rectify erroneous histories." Sun Xian's heart raced at this proposition. Was this not an excellent opportunity to cultivate their relationship? Spending time together could expedite his progress in winning her over. However, he instantly quelled this impulse. No, not yet. He was acutely aware that although his current strength was considered exceptional at this stage, it still paled in comparison to the vast universe and countless parallel timelines. To earn the right to accompany Kuranoya in correcting time, he would need to attain the ability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, the prerequisite of becoming a Super Saiyan God necessitated the presence of 6 benevolent Saiyans. It was likely that remaining in the primary timeline was his only chance to gather such a condition. That would not do. Sun Xian feigned nonchalance as he shrugged. "I still have many important matters to attend to. Besides, if I accompany you, where will I find the time to prepare fried chicken for you next time?" Kuranoya seemed to discern his thoughts, but chose not to expose them. Instead, she let out a soft giggle, her eyes curving into charming crescent moons. "Very well. It is settled then." With a wave of her hand, golden light traced a distorted portal in the air. "Farewell, Sun Xian." "Farewell, Kuranoya," Sun Xian replied with a smile. "Next time, I shall present you with something novel. Chapter 38. The upgrading of immortality. As the portal gradually dissipated into the air, Kuranoya's mischievous smile vanished alongside it. A sense of melancholy enveloped Sun Xian as he sat alone on the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance. Uncertain whether he was admiring the splendid sunset or the departed Kuranoya, he was savoring the ethereal day and Kuranoya's laughter when suddenly his mind jolted as if an erstwhile forgotten alarm had finally sounded. The rewards. Although the system was still undergoing upgrades, the rewards previously granted remained tucked away within his storage space, which he had completely overlooked. With a thud of his thigh, Sun Xian nearly leaped from the cliff in excitement. Eagerly, he immersed himself in concentration and opened the familiar system storage. Within, 2 items, suffused with a gentle glow, lay quietly, a card brimming with the essence of life and a shimmering golden page. Indeed, it resonated with the same aura as his immortality. He first focused his thoughts on the immortality upgrade card. With a heart full of anticipation, Sun Xian silently intoned, "Use." In an instant, an exquisitely crafted card materialized in his hand, adorned with wriggling tadpole runes that seemed to dance of their own accord. Before he could fully comprehend the rune's meaning, the card transformed into a stream of pure life energy, surging into Sun Xian's body in an instant. Agony. Sun Xian felt as though the life energy of his immortality had been ignited, causing the essence of his being to burn away rapidly. He could not suppress a roar of pain, curling onto the ground, his body trembling violently. The torment exceeded his threshold, as if invisible hands were violently extracting his life energy, strand by strand. The suffering was unbearable, each cell in his body lamenting, gradually desiccating and rupturing after being drained of energy. Sun Xian's skin and visage, too, with the passage of time, began to decay and wither, soon resembling that of an elderly man nearing his end. His breathing transitioned from frantic gasps to a serene lull, eventually becoming so tranquil that no breath remained. A gentle warm breeze swept through, and Sun Xian, unwillingly, closed his eyes, lowering his defiant head. At last, he transformed into a mere skeleton, his flesh and blood disintegrating into fragments and dust in the wind. Yet, just as the light in his eye sockets was about to vanish entirely, a surge of green energy inexplicably emerged, slowly enveloping Sun Xian's skeletal frame. A wave of warmth, comfort, and an indescribable strength washed over him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. From skeletal structure to flesh, organs, and skin, with each passing breath, Sun Xian's body underwent a remarkable restoration. Mere seconds later, he gasped for air, slowly rising from the ground. He could distinctly sense the monumental transformation within himself. If his previous immortal form had merely granted him a thick layer of vitality and accelerated healing, now he felt as though his life force had burgeoned into a colossal blade exceeding 40 meters, with a recovery ability that bordered on the extraordinary. Freedom and abandon seemed within his grasp. He grinned widely, relishing the overwhelming vitality coursing through him, his heart brimming with joy. An absurd intuition took hold of him. This body of his could likely withstand a few blows from Beerus without faltering. "Hey, Beerus, what is going on? Haven't you eaten?" The thought of enduring destruction while teasing the cat deity made Sun Xian chuckle. It felt as if he had filled his vitality and recovery speed to the brim out of fear of pain. Yet, in the face of the Omni King's potential erasure, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Suppressing the wild elation, Sun Xian shifted his focus to another reward. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiend's designated fragment. A self-selected safety net. An exclusive benefit for the Africans. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Extract." A glimmering golden page materialized in his palm. The page was as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet weighed heavily with significance, enveloped in a rich golden glow, obscuring the contents within. Sun Xian examined it repeatedly and soon comprehended its nature. It was akin to a blank check, requiring him to inscribe the desired supernatural ability before the contents would reveal themselves. The 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Sun Xian found himself in a quandary. Although he was intimately familiar with these 72 transformations, choosing one proved to be a challenge. First and foremost, abilities like summoning deities or expelling spirits were immediately ruled out. The gods from Journey to the West were simply not present in this universe. Whom could he summon or expel? Perhaps he should opt for guidance, concocting pills, and embark on the path of cultivation in this realm? Sun Xian felt a flicker of interest, but quickly regained his composure. The fundamental essence of the Dragon Ball world was qi, and whether spiritual energy suitable for cultivation existed here was uncertain. Should he choose poorly and find himself practicing for centuries, only to remain at the first layer of qi refining, it would be a significant loss. What about selecting soul capture? This ability directly affects the soul. Soul attacks, terrifying indeed. Just imagine. A mere glance from him causing his enemies to have their souls escape their bodies, elevating his prestige to unprecedented heights. Yet, upon further reflection, he hesitated again, yearning to experience other supernatural abilities. Should he opt for the ability to carry mountains? Strength? That seemed lackluster. What about the ability to create clones? This piqued his interest. Sun Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just envisioning himself resurrected in the Dragon Ball universe, unleashing chaos while shouting at foes, evoking memories of martial arts battles, brought him joy. Invisibility also appeared enticing, a masterful skill for ambushes and intelligence gathering. An array of supernatural abilities flashed through Sun Xian's mind, pushing his brain to the brink of overload. Like a mobile game's selective gift pack that allows only one choice, yet devoid of any guides. The dilemma of selecting the right option loomed large. Alas, had he known, a random selection would have spared him this torment. Sun Xian, in distress, raked his fingers through his signature crab-like hairstyle, ensnared in a severe case of decision paralysis. After much contemplation, he ultimately reached a resolution. With utmost care, he returned the resplendent golden page to the confines of the system's space. "I shall keep it for now," he murmured. Opting for any random divine ability at this moment might offer fleeting satisfaction, but it could lead to ennui. However, reserving this opportunity for a pivotal moment could allow him to select a power capable of turning the tide in a dire situation. Holding onto a trump card is, after all, prudent. Following his decision, Sun Xian felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Moments later, he gathered his thoughts and began to earnestly chart out his future. The plan for Sun's culinary venture, having garnered the authoritative endorsement of the esteemed food critic Kuranoya, was halfway to success. It merely awaited implementation with the opening of a restaurant. Thus, the next crucial phase was specialized training, with 3 years remaining until the arrival of artificial beings. This period could be utilized to devise a rigorous training regimen, preparing everyone to confront the impending threat. However, how should they train? Sun Xian furrowed his brow. Would a relentless grind be too mundane? A more audacious idea began to take shape. Chapter 39. Venturing further down the path of dark cultivation Eureka. An idea struck Sun Xian, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. The conventional methodical training seemed dreadfully tedious. A dash of the esoteric was in order, perhaps a foray into the realm of dark cultivation for added excitement. Son Wukong and Vegeta, as Saiyans, possessed the extraordinary ability to grow stronger when on the brink of death. That was a splendid solution. Henceforth, daily bouts of life-and-death duels between the two could ensue. Vegeta had always aspired to surpass Son Wukong. After all, they could fight until only one was left gasping for breath, at which point he could toss a Senzu bean their way, or employ the 72 transformations healing skills directly. If all else failed, he could summon Dandy from Namek to serve as an ever-present healer. What? You say they cannot compete? A few brushes with death would surely change that. If the youth do not strive, can they truly call themselves Saiyans? As for Sun Xian, he would merely consider it a viewing of an authentic simulation film, with the added benefit of providing live guidance to the two Super Saiyans. Master Sun, attack his weak side. Master Bei, counterattack. As for Tian Shinhan, the one renowned for his remarkable Senzu bean and cigarette prowess, a half-blood of the Three-Eyed Clan, he would add an even more entertaining dimension. His newly developed Ki Blast possessed formidable destructive power and immense suppressive capability. By honing his precise control over Ki and minimizing the life force expenditure of his new technique, along with providing him with items like Spirit Tree Fruit to enhance his vitality, it would essentially yield a human perpetual motion machine. The title of Dragon Ball's premier control specialist would be well-deserved. Should Tien falter, Sun Xian could learn to wield the technique himself, unleashing a barrage of Ki blasts to trigger near-death states, utilizing his own immortal recovery to amplify his strength. Now, he pondered how to channel such abundant life force effectively. The smile of Son Gohan and Sun Tzu-in has taken on a subtle quality. This child can be regarded as the one with the greatest potential in Dragon Ball. The elder Kaioshin spent 24 hours unlocking his potential, yet it remains only partially realized. If we were to take advantage of his youth, perhaps employing illusions to stimulate him, simulating scenarios where his father, Piccolo, sacrifices himself, we might be able to extract more of his latent abilities, potentially allowing him to bypass the Super Saiyan 2 transformation and awaken his beast form ahead of time. A young Gohan in a beastly state? However, such a notion may be rather cruel for a child. It could leave him with psychological scars. Xuan shook his head, believing that Gohan's growth should follow a gradual progression. Turning to Krillin, it is imperative that he remains vigilant about his hair. I may be bald, yet I have grown stronger. Baldness is strength. Another law within the Dragon Ball universe asserts that Krillin's combat prowess diminishes as his hair grows. Perhaps I could engage him in a thorough discussion regarding the advanced applications of the Kaioken technique. I will assist you in becoming the Chainsaw Man of Light. And then there is Piccolo. We could explore ways to eliminate the cumbersome delay of his special beam cannon. Alternatively, we might investigate methods for energy accumulation, as some netizens have claimed that with sufficient charging time, even a god of destruction could be vanquished. If we were to have him accumulate energy in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year, upon emerging to unleash a special beam cannon, would it not bring about cataclysmic devastation, piercing through galaxies? Piccolo, is that polite? As for Yamcha, perhaps we should construct a mental control amplifier for him. Let me be called Yuri Yamcha. Master Roshi should not be idle either. Calling Korinoya to teach sealing techniques might prove invaluable in critical moments, enabling us to seal a formidable opponent, disregarding their battle power altogether. The more Xuan contemplated, the more he felt himself to be a genius for devising such ingenious training plans, each step infused with a hint of mischief, causing him to chuckle to himself. Goku, look, isn't that Xuan standing by the door with a silly grin? Chi-Chi's voice resonated from a distance, interrupting Xuan's nefarious musings. He looked up to see Goku, Chi-Chi, and Gohan approaching. Xuan, why are you just standing there? Goku inquired, puzzled by Xuan's peculiar demeanor. Snapped from his daydream, Xuan's smile faltered, and he hurriedly offered an awkward explanation. Oh, it's nothing really. I just thought of a brilliant way for us to become wealthy quickly, and I got a bit too excited. Wealthy? Chi-Chi's eyes instantly sparkled as she hurried over, her expression filled with anticipation. Do tell, what is your plan? Clearing his throat, Xuan began. Chi-Chi, you see, the Son family cuisine is nearly ready to launch. We are just a step away from opening a restaurant, resolving our financial concerns temporarily. So, can I officially begin training with Goku and Gohan now? Chi-Chi's smile vanished in an instant. Her hands placed firmly on her hips as she retorted, I knew it. You and Goku are exactly alike. Your minds consumed solely with fighting and training. Another martial arts fanatic. As she spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon her. This individual before her was, after all, the future version of Goku. Thus, her words seemed somewhat justified. With a resigned sigh, she continued, I am doing this for everyone's benefit. Only by possessing the strength to protect everyone can I leave with peace of mind. Sun Shin steadfastly blocked the doorway, presenting an unyielding stance that suggested he would not allow entry unless Chi-Chi relented. Ultimately, Chi-Chi's eyes twinkled with cunning as a devious smile graced her lips. If you wish to focus on your martial arts, so be it. Just ensure that our family becomes as wealthy as the Bulma family, and I shall no longer concern myself with your training. Sun Shin nearly spewed his soda in disbelief. To become as affluent as the Bulma family? They were the proprietors of Capsule Corporation, a colossal entity wielding the pinnacle of global technology and possessing immeasurable wealth. No matter how formidable he was, bridging that gap seemed a fanciful dream. Unless he wished upon the Dragon Balls to become the world's richest person? Nevertheless, Sun Shin was not disheartened by this daunting challenge. He wore a mysterious smile, beckoning Chi-Chi closer, and then whispered a few words in a low voice. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan observed them curiously from the side. Chi-Chi's expression transformed from skepticism to astonishment, culminating in sheer elation as she enthusiastically patted Sun Shin's shoulder and solemnly declared, All right, it's settled. From this day forth, I shall no longer interfere with your martial training. After a brief pause, she added, However, Gohan must absolutely not drop out of school. That is my bottom line. Wow, that is fantastic. Sun Wukong exclaimed, exchanging a celebratory high five with Son Gohan. He leaned closer to Sun Shin, brimming with curiosity. Hey, Shin, what exactly did you say to Chi-Chi? It was so effective. Sun Xian merely smiled enigmatically. No one knew how he had persuaded Chi-Chi, who had initially opposed Gohan's training, to relent. It's nothing. You'll find out in due time. He patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and suggested, "Now, let us thoroughly discuss our forthcoming training regimen." Chapter 40. The Heart of Martial Arts. Wukong. I have an idea that could propel your strength to unprecedented heights in a short span, potentially even reaching my level swiftly. Oh, what method? Upon hearing about a potential power boost, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued immediately. You should be aware that Saiyans possess a unique ability. Sun Xian indicated towards Sun Wukong, and then himself. Is it the transformation into a great ape? But my tale, no. It is the capacity to experience a significant surge in strength upon nearing death. It's quite simple, Sun Xian smiled, gradually unfolding his audacious training scheme. Bring Vegeta over to a secluded spot and engage in a fierce battle until one of you is left with but a breath. At that point, consume a Senzu-bean. Or I can help you find Dandy to ensure your survival. After several such encounters, your strength will undoubtedly skyrocket. Upon concluding his proposal, Sun Xian anticipated seeing joy on Sun Wukong's face, only to be met with a furrowed brow and a skeptical gaze directed at himself. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong shook his head firmly, rejecting the notion outright. Why not? Sun Xian was taken aback. This reaction was entirely unexpected. Do you not desire to grow stronger? Do you not wish to spar with more formidable opponents? To provoke him further, Sun Xian added, if you do not enhance your strength, you may never witness my true power. Sun Wukong scratched his head, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. He looked earnestly at Sun Xian and said, Xian, of course. I want to become stronger. However, power acquired in such a manner feels too easy. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have an inkling that if one's mindset does not keep pace with the growth of power, it could lead to significant problems, making one susceptible to being controlled by that power and consumed by desire. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. After all, which sane individual would relish the sensation of impending demise? Sun Xian fell into deep contemplation, sensing that there was more to Sun Wukong's words, as if he were reflecting upon himself. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that his audacity stemmed from his indestructible nature and the system he possessed, which rendered him impervious to the fear of losing control over his power, a luxury not shared by Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Sun Wukong's statement was, in fact, quite comprehensible. It was akin to a novice cultivator in the chi refining stage suddenly being bestowed with the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal, effortlessly defeating weaker opponents with a mere flick of his wrist. However, when faced with adversaries of equal standing or exceptionally gifted individuals, he might find himself overwhelmed and mercilessly subdued. Observing the figure of Sun Wukong before him, though his strength paled in comparison, he exuded the aura of a true martial artist. Sun Xian felt a surge of genuine admiration. This individual was a true practitioner of martial arts. He had not lost himself amidst the surge of power that accompanied his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Instead, during that year on planet Yardrat, he had refined and comprehended that power, even advancing his own abilities further. In terms of understanding martial arts and cultivating a sound mindset, Sun Xian felt he was leagues behind the original Sun Wukong. With this realization, it was as though he had pierced through a veil, his entire perspective becoming crystal clear. He exhaled deeply, a serene smile gracing his lips. He had gained a fundamental understanding of the martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe. I comprehend now, he said, gazing at Sun Wukong with a hint of remorse and approval. Wukong, you are right. I have been too hasty. Let us engage more in discussions about martial arts from now on. Absolutely. Sun Wukong replied with a hearty smile. In that moment, Sun Xian silently resolved to never actively seek power through the treacherous method of near-death experiences unless absolutely necessary. The strength that is genuinely one's own must be cultivated step by step, grounded in reality. However, Sun Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he added, but you must not become complacent. Moreover, the gap in strength between you and Vegeta must not be too great. Otherwise, unforeseen crises may arise. Although he did not articulate it, his thoughts were on the fusion technique. Whether it be Gogeta or Vegeto, comparable strength was a prerequisite for fusion. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes clear and resolute. I will strive to train diligently. Merely having determination is insufficient. Training also requires method, Sun Xian remarked with a mysterious smile. Thus, I have prepared a splendid gift for you. A splendid gift? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Earlier today, I discussed 2 collaborative ventures with Bulma, Sun Xian revealed, holding up 2 fingers. First, I have placed the time machine in her possession for her research. Second, I have agreed to her investment in Sun's culinary enterprises, which means we shall become business partners. If all goes well, our inaugural restaurant will soon open in West City. Within the confines of the room, Kiki's ears perked up at the words, her lips curling into an irrepressible smile. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was left utterly perplexed. But how does this relate to our training? It is indeed relevant, Sun Xian replied with an unwavering smile. As a condition of exchange, Bulma has agreed to construct the most advanced gravity chamber for each of us. Furthermore, all subsequent expenses will be borne by the Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong's breath quickened at this revelation. He had long dreamt of possessing his own gravity chamber. During his voyage to Namek aboard the spaceship, training under 100-fold gravity had yielded extraordinary results, significantly enhancing his strength. Is it true, Xingu? Sun Wukong's joy was palpable, yet he struggled to believe that Bulma would truly create a gravity chamber for everyone. Absolutely, Sun Xian assured, maintaining his composure as he patted Wukong's hand. You can confirm this with Bulma tomorrow and discuss your specific requirements for the chamber. Wow, that's fantastic. Incredible. After receiving confirmation, Sun Wukong could no longer contain his elation, bounding around the room while embracing Son Gohan. With the gravity chamber, he could train with greater focus and efficiency. Xiangu, thank you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling Sun Xian into a tight embrace that nearly left him breathless. Sun Xian, grinning despite the discomfort, pushed him away and said, all right, go spread this good news to everyone. Oh, right. Sun Wukong slapped his forehead, spinning around to excitedly dash towards the phone in the room. Observing Wukong's hasty departure, Sun Xian shook his head in resignation, a smile of ease adorning his face. This fellow is indeed a true martial arts enthusiast. He also pondered what the scenario would be like 3 years hence when they faced the androids. Chapter 41. Enemies from another dimension, let us seek out Bulma at once. The following day, after completing their morning exercises, Sun Xian was eagerly pulled by Sun Wukong towards the outside. The allure of the gravity chamber was irresistible to a martial artist with such a pure heart, akin to the attraction of exquisite cuisine for a gourmand. Sun Xian nodded with a smile, preparing to accompany Sun Wukong, when an unexpected malice suddenly halted him in his tracks. Wait, there are enemies. Sun Xian's senses heightened as he turned to face the source of the ominous aura. In the sky, a bizarre purple-black rift had been torn open. A young man with white hair, clad in a black combat suit and wearing glasses, leisurely stepped through the rift, a sardonic smile on his face. Wukong, step back. Sun Xian swiftly pushed Sun Wukong behind him, his expression grave. Xiangu? Sun Wukong sensed the shift in atmosphere. The presence before him felt infinitely more formidable than Frisia, a terror multiplied countless times. The Frisia of Namek seemed insignificant, akin to an ant in comparison. Just then, the golden pocket watch in Sun Xian's possession suddenly flew out on its own, shimmering with a soft glow. Soon, the anxious voice of Kuranoa emerged from within. Sun Xian, be careful. The temporal traces I left behind have attracted unwelcome visitors. They are vile beings from the demon realm. Both the Time Patrol officer and I have become ensnared, rendering us incapable of aiding you. You must rely on your own strength. As these words echoed, the luminous glow of the pocket watch extinguished entirely, gently descending back into Sun Xian's palm. The connection with Kuranoia was severed, and Sun Xian's heart sank in tandem. To pose a challenge even to the sovereign of the time realm suggests that the adversary is far more formidable than anticipated. He stowed the pocket watch away and refocused his gaze upon the uninvited guest in the sky. White-haired, clad in black, adorned with spectacles, and sporting a faint, enigmatic smile, a villain exuding both scholarly sophistication and a sinister aura. Why does this figure seem so familiar? Sun Xian frantically rummaged through his memories, traversing through the faces of numerous antagonists from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z and beyond, yet none matched. Wait, it seems I have seen him in some promotional material. What was his name? Brother Xian? Sun Wukong's voice interrupted his reverie. Wukong. Without turning back, Sun Xian's voice rang clear and resolute. Have you not longed to witness my true power? Sun Wukong felt a jolt of surprise. Now behold. With that proclamation, Sun Xian unleashed his aura, soaring into the heavens as his muscles swelled, releasing the immense power concealed within his form. Sun Wukong instinctively retreated a few steps. Had they not yet engaged, yet the full force was already unleashed? Just how terrifying was this foe? A furious roar erupted from Sun Xian as he unleashed his full might. The golden energy coalesced into a beam of light, piercing the heavens, while the ground trembled violently. Countless fragments were levitated by an invisible force, only to be reduced to dust as they neared Sun Xian. The immense pressure of the wind bent the surrounding forests of Baozi Mountain outward, creating visible ripples in the air. The sky darkened instantaneously, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong gazed at the transformation of the heavens and then at Sun Xian, enveloped in golden energy. Utterly astonished, he could sense Sun Xian's energy escalating at a bewildering rate, multiplying tenfold, 100-fold, rapidly surpassing the limits of his perception. Zzzt. The sharp crackle of electricity filled the air, arcs of lightning entwining around Sun Xian's golden aura, producing explosive sounds. His hair stood taller and sharper under the electric stimulation, his gaze turning cold and piercing. Super Saiyan 2. How astonishing, Sun Wukong murmured, his eyes brimming with awe and yearning. Is this truly the essence of Sun Xian's power? Yet, even in his transformation to Super Saiyan 2, Sun Xian did not feel at ease. Rather, a weightier gravity enveloped him. Wukong, take heed. This is Super Saiyan 2, a power surpassing the limits of a Super Saiyan. However, it may still be insufficient to confront him. Sun Xian shifted his focus to the enemy emerging from the rift, his heart unsettled. The electric arcs flickered intermittently. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 indeed instilled him with a modicum of confidence, yet it was fleeting. He sensed that overcoming the foe before him remained a distant aspiration. Oh, the silver-haired youth adjusted his glasses with keen interest, seemingly captivated by Sun Xian's transformation. What an unexpected existence to emerge in this unremarkable dimension. Who exactly are you? Sun Xian's figure flickered like a flash of lightning, abruptly materializing before the silver-haired youth, his voice cold as he queried, "What brings you to Earth?" "Me?" The youth, introducing himself as FR, casually shrugged with a nonchalant smile. "I am a scientist. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions." "No ill intentions? I find that hard to believe," Sun Xian retorted, sensing the malevolent aura radiating from him. "Wait, FR." The name struck a chord in Sun Xian's mind as realization dawned upon him. This individual was a descendant of the demon god Taoa and the synthetic being Mira from the demon realm, a mad scientist who twisted history to gain power. He is a significant character from Dragon Ball Heroes. How could I have forgotten this notorious figure? As for my purpose, FR's gaze swept across Sun Xian as if appraising a flawless specimen. I initially sought to understand what renders this dimension unique, prompting the Supreme Kai of Time to make a personal visit. However, I find myself far more intrigued by you now. He extended his hand, inviting Sun Xian. Come with me to a certain place. Let us conduct a grand experiment together. And if I refuse? Sun Xian replied without hesitation, fully aware of the implications of FR's experiments. Why should he toil to provide data while FR lounged in an office, analyzing results? Was this not a sheer exploitation of labor? Are you certain you wish to decline? FR maintained his faint smile, casually pointing towards a distant mountain range. There was no overwhelming energy wave, nor dazzling light. Yet, that massive mountain range vanished without a sound. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Sun Xian's heart sank to the depths. This was a power at the level of rules. His upgraded immortal form might withstand a few blows, but what of Sun Wukong? What of Earth? He could not afford to gamble. The destruction of Earth was a risk too great to take. FR retracted his finger, casually remarking, "If you refuse, I shall erase this dull planet." The arcs of electricity surrounding Sun Xian ignited in a brilliant flash before gradually calming. He seethed with rage but knew he had to acquiesce to FR, biding his time to escape later. As for why he shouldn't make a reckless move, Sun Xian understood well. Now was not the time for bravado. He estimated FR's combat power to be at least that of Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong, and engaging in foolish antics would be akin to bathing at the enemy's revival point. "Very well, I will accompany you," Sun Xian resolved, taking a deep breath. Chapter 42. The Prison Planet. I will go with you. The moment Sun Xian agreed to FR, he utilized a nearly forgotten skill, telepathic communication, directed towards Son Wukong. Previously, on Namek, he had employed it to halt Krillin from killing Vegeta. Wukong, you must listen to me carefully. A voice resonated suddenly in Son Wukong's mind. Saiyan God? Son Wukong paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, his gaze shifting to the figure of Sun Xian, who was suspended in the air, facing away from him. Do not worry about me. This fellow cannot kill me. You must immediately seek out Bulma and inform her that the construction of the gravity chamber must be expedited. Everyone needs to devote their time to training earnestly. Furthermore, I promise to cure your heart condition, so I will undoubtedly return. Despite Sun Xian's demeanor resembling one preparing for the worst, his heart was heavy with despair. He possessed the miraculous medical skills from the 72 transformations of the Earth Evil, yet lacked the remedy for the viral heart disease plaguing the Dragon Ball world. To make matters worse, the unreliable dog system was upgrading at this very moment, rendering it incapable of retrieving any prescriptions. It appeared he must devise a plan to return within 3 years. Otherwise, if Son Wukong were to succumb to his illness, Vegeta would likely be unable to address the crisis posed by the androids, leaving Gohan to face a fate akin to that of the future timeline. This was a scenario Sun Xian could not allow to transpire. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his mind, Sun Xian calmly followed behind Fu. He glanced back with a complex expression, taking a deep, lingering look at the familiar mountains of Baozi and the figure below who was gazing up at him. Resolutely, he turned and vanished alongside Fu into the violet-black rift in space-time. As the dark clouds dispersed, the sky returned to its clarity, and the location where the rift had appeared showed no signs of having existed, as if it had never been there. Son Wukong stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the sky, his heart a tumultuous blend of anger and helplessness. Suddenly, several figures streaked across the horizon, landing swiftly near him. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, Kang, and Yamcha, the Earth Warriors, had nearly all assembled. They sensed the overwhelming, chilling aura of malevolence. Kakarot. Upon landing, Vegeta immediately noticed Son Wukong's unusual demeanor and demanded, "What was that power just now? And where is he?" Son Wukong slowly returned to himself, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. The enemy is too powerful, so formidable that it instills despair. The future me was taken away to protect the Earth. He then conveyed the message from Sun Xian through mental communication to the others. Silence enveloped them all. The future Wukong willingly sacrificed himself for us, for the Earth. Krillin broke the stillness first, his voice somber yet resolute. He is right. We must train with all our might. If we encounter such a crisis again, there will be no one left to stand in our way. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving with a mix of fear towards that sinister force and fury at his own impotence. The last time he felt such a sense of helplessness was against Frieza on planet Namek. There, he faced Frieza's actual battle power of 12 million with his own mere 2 million, and that feeling of inadequacy remained a source of shame for him to this day. Now, his combat power had finally reached over 100 million, yet he encountered a being of terrifying strength, whose battle power exceeded at least 1 trillion. He could barely muster the desire to fight. After all, he was a Super Saiyan. Speedy Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger and frustration, while those present felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Piccolo's already green face deepened in hue. He realized that with his current strength, he would not only be unable to join the battle, but perhaps he didn't even have the right to approach the battlefield. He silently gazed towards the direction of the heavenly temple, where a long-avoided thought began to waver, merging with the divine. Perhaps only in that way could he complete himself and hope to catch up with Goku and Vegeta. Tianjinhan and Chaos looked at each other, although they did not speak. The gravity in their eyes was palpable. Even Yamcha, who usually appeared despondent and carefree, now set aside his usual nonchalance. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Perhaps it was the impact of a breakup, or perhaps it was the provocation of a formidable enemy. He felt that he could no longer continue in this manner. He was afraid, not of death, but of the day when Vegeta and Goku could no longer withstand the pressure, leaving him without the qualification to stand before Bulma and the others, to buy them even a second to escape. In that moment, the warrior's spirit rekindled within the hearts of the fighters, burning brighter than ever before. As he traversed the purplish-black time tunnel, Sun Xian felt a fleeting sensation before his feet landed on solid ground. He steadied himself and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The dark red sky was pierced by a colossal chain, binding together 7 planets of varying sizes and environments, forcibly tethering them together. He found himself on a planet strikingly similar to Earth. "Well, enjoy yourself," came Fu's voice in his ear. He adjusted his glasses and flashed Son Shin a knowing smile before his figure flickered and vanished. "Damn it, what a sly trick," Son Shin muttered under his breath. This was a classic scenario where a heartless employer lured employees to a remote location, only to return to the comfort of the headquarters, basking in the air conditioning. He composed himself and began to seek a way out. The air was thick with chaotic energy, and an invisible, overwhelming force enveloped the entire space, making escape through teleportation or similar abilities utterly impossible. This scene, this suppression, prison planet. The name immediately sprang to Son Shin's mind, and his racing heart finally calmed. He recalled that in the plot of Dragon Ball Heroes, Fu created this inescapable dimensional prison to gather powerful warriors from various timelines for his experiments. To escape, there was but one way: to collect the 7 special Dragon Balls. If he remembered correctly, each Dragon Ball was held by a master, and one was in the possession of another version of Goku from a different timeline. But the pressing question remained, at this point in time, how far had the storyline of Prison Planet progressed? Was Goku even here? Who possesses the Dragon Balls? Do they truly exist? All remains shrouded in mystery. This old rascal, Fu, offers not a single hint. How on earth can I escape this prison? Chapter 43, The Evil Scion, Kamba. Son Shin wore a countenance akin to a bitter gourd as he began to explore every conceivable method of escape on this unfamiliar terrain. He retrieved a golden pocket watch from his pocket and infused it with energy, attempting to contact Kuranoa. "Hello, Kuranoa, can you hear me?" However, the watch merely flickered weakly a few times before falling silent. It appeared to have lost connection. With no other options, he resorted to summoning the system. "Dog system, is the upgrade completed? If you don't show yourself soon, your host's life is forfeit." A crackling sound of electricity ensued. System upgrading. Estimated remaining time prolonged due to interference from temporal energy. "Damn it, I merely inquired, and yet the upgrade duration has been extended." The cold, mechanical voice sent a chill through his heart, reminiscent of being disconnected from an online game. Son Shin sighed, and, seizing the opportunity while the system's storage space remained accessible, retrieved the selected fragment. Must I utilize it now? This fragment could indeed facilitate the selection of a special ability to resolve his immediate predicament. For instance, among the 72 transformations, there exists a technique called wall pass, allowing one to traverse barriers and conceal oneself. Its most formidable feature is the ability to disregard physical obstructions, including any formations or barriers. Choosing wall pass would effortlessly allow him to breach the prison planet's blockade. Yet, once he escaped the prison planet, how would he return to Earth? He had no answers. Moreover, what if he breached the blockade and found himself in the vastness of space, unable to breathe? Perhaps selecting connecting realms to open a passage between the realms might enable him to return to Earth via the underworld. Never mind, I shall exercise patience. Son Shin resolved that it was not yet a dire situation. First, he needed to ascertain the specifics of these 7 planets. Should the circumstances here prove less exaggerated than those in Dragon Ball Heroes, perhaps he could discover alternative means of escape. He stowed the fragment away, suppressed his aura, and began to wander aimlessly across the planet. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Earth, featuring mountains, rivers, and forests, yet an ominous atmosphere lingered in the air. He flew for an extensive period, and aside from the absence of the red-haired beast, Son Wukong, and Vegeta, he encountered not a single living creature. Just as he contemplated the possibility that the timeline might precede the events of Dragon Ball Heroes, and that Fu's experiments had yet to reach this stage, an overwhelming, suffocating aura of malevolence unexpectedly manifested within his perception. This presence was ferocious and primal, as though evil was its very essence. Son Shin's pupils constricted, and he swiftly altered his course, fleeing in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. Could it be? Had that colossal creature been summoned so soon? Barely 100 meters into his flight, a shadow appeared before him at a speed surpassing his reaction. The figure was exceptionally tall and imposing, with wild black hair cascading behind, a mask obscuring its face, and clad in tattered armor. The evil scion, Kamba. At last, someone had arrived. Kamba gasped for breath, fierce light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fu lounged in a chair, keenly observing the scenes unfolding on the screen. Oh, what delightful fortune! His first opponent happens to be Kamba. Let us see what intriguing data you, an unpredictable variable, can yield. On the battlefield, Sun Xian had barely begun to transform when Kamba sent him flying with a single sweep of his tail. Ha ha ha. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose from the ground and unleashed his full power, golden energy flames rapidly expanding, while blue arcs of electricity crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2. However, Kamba merely smiled dismissively, too indifferent to even transform, charging forward empty-handed. Bang! Sun Xian's powerful punch, infused with the full might of Super Saiyan 2, landed solidly on Kamba's chest. Yet Kamba remained unyielding, even stepping forward against the force of the blow. Is this all the strength you possess? How pathetically weak. With a casual flick of his hand, seemingly slow yet imbued with terrifying power, he struck Sun Xian squarely in the abdomen. Crack! Sun Xian felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed meteor, his body soaring like a severed kite, crashing violently into the distant mountain range. Gasp! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Sun Xian felt his insides shift, every bone in his body crumbling. This is overwhelming. In his ordinary state, I cannot even make him budge an inch. In the observation room, Fu adjusted his glasses, the smile fading from his face. Was I mistaken? Is he truly of such limited capacity? He scoffed, disappointment creeping in, as Kamba didn't even warrant a proper warm-up, yielding no useful data. He prepared to rise and terminate this one-sided experiment. However, just as he was about to move, the screen displaying Sun Xian's life signs and energy readings suddenly underwent an astonishing transformation. The energy curve, which had plummeted to the depths, rebounded with an inexplicable speed, shooting straight upwards. Boom! From the rubble of the mountains, a surge of golden energy erupted, far surpassing anything before. Sun Xian staggered to his feet from the debris, his body covered in wounds, yet healing at a visibly rapid pace. He could distinctly feel a more formidable power surging forth from the depths of his veins. This was the upgraded immortal form, combined with the Saiyan trait of gaining strength in the face of death, resulting in a terrifying enhancement. Oh! In the observation room, Fu sat up straight, his eyes gleaming, fixated on the screen displaying the wildly ascending energy curve. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. He has actually broken through his limits after nearing death. This is simply he trembled with excitement, a fervent smile spreading across his face. A perfect subject for experimentation. I have found it. I have discovered the ideal specimen. On the battlefield, Sun Xian felt the surging power within him, his combat strength soaring tenfold in an instant, directly breaching the trillion mark. Yet he felt no joy, only a deepening gravity of purpose, for he understood that this newfound strength remained insufficient in the face of Kamba. It seems I must resort to that particular technique. The immortal body has been upgraded, with regenerative abilities and vitality significantly enhanced compared to before. Now my health bar is at least as long as a 40-meter blade, so there should be no issues. Sun Xian quickly contemplated, and a decisive glint flashed in his eyes. In a surge of power, he activated Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a low growl as his golden aura surged once more, with arcs of electricity becoming increasingly ferocious. Kaioken. Buzz. Beyond the golden flames, a faint crimson aura instantly enveloped him. It is accomplished. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, he successfully initiated the Kaioken. His body merely felt a slight burning sensation, which was well within tolerable limits. Once more, Sun Xian gritted his teeth and continued to amplify his power. 5 times. 10 times. The red aura thickened, intertwining with the golden lightning to form an even more formidable force. Super Saiyan 2 combined with 10 times Kaioken, and Sun Xian still felt no significant burden. Given this, a spark of madness flickered in his eyes. Let's amplify it even further. 20 times Kaioken. Chapter 44. The bottleneck of strengthening on the brink of death. Boom. It seemed that a qualitative change had emerged from the quantitative shift as the speed of his energy control accelerated. A new force erupted within Sun Xian. The intertwined crimson and golden flames burned with extraordinary intensity, and the overwhelming power made him feel as though every cell in his body was filled to capacity. This time, he finally sensed pressure. The rapid flow of energy weighed upon him like a heavy mountain, rapidly depleting his vitality. Yet, his health bar was long enough to withstand it. In the observation room, Fu had descended into madness. He watched the energy index on the screen surge wildly, letting out an ecstatic laugh. This is incredible. Truly more and more fascinating. Meanwhile, Kamba, facing Sun Xian, simply suppressed his mockery, finding the spectacle slightly more interesting. In an instant, Sun Xian vanished from his position, reappearing behind Kamba with an overwhelming aura, ruthlessly striking toward Kamba's back. However, Kamba did not even turn around. His massive frame was surprisingly agile, as one hand effortlessly grasped Sun Xian's fist. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated. Too weak. Kamba's tone carried a hint of disappointment as he casually flung Sun Xian away like refuse. Bang! Sun Xian crashed heavily to the ground. Amidst the dust, he quickly sprang to his feet, his right hand hanging limply, reminiscent of Piccolo facing Android 20. Yet, before he could register the excruciating pain in his arm, a wave of dark red malevolent energy surged toward him. Boom! Sun Xian barely managed to dodge, but the right side of his body was instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace of flesh or blood. Sizzle! The wicked aura seeped into the exposed flesh, relentlessly spreading toward Sun Xian's brain and body, attempting to corrupt his mind. However, the vigorous life energy of his immortal body swiftly surged forth, neutralizing the black malevolent aura and expelling it from Sun Xian's being. A cloud of black smoke dissipated into the air, and Sun Xian, whose half-body had been obliterated, was restored by a mass of indistinct flesh and blood, rapidly reconstituting into its former, pristine state. Yet, the exhilarating sensation of a Scion's power surging upon the brink of death was conspicuously absent. What was amiss? Where had my battle prowess vanished? Surely, it could not be mere network latency. As someone who refused to accept any loss, Sun Xian found it intolerable that his strength had been devoured. He stood frozen for an extended period, awaiting the thrill of a power surge that never arrived. It appeared that the Scion's unique ability to grow stronger when near death had hit an impasse. Clearly, Sun Wukong had been right. He could not indefinitely rely on near-death recovery to enhance his capabilities. The strength he had previously gained remained elusive, and now he found himself stymied. Sun Xian sensed that his baseline battle power, which had skyrocketed from an initial 3 million to over 10 billion, had become stagnant despite repeated deaths and resurrections. How infuriating! How could he possibly fight like this? Even with his life on the line, it would not suffice. It was akin to a novice player who, inexplicably, ventured to challenge the late-game bosses. Even with infinite revival tokens, they would still need to muster the strength to engage effectively. Moreover, they had to ensure their health regeneration was not too rapid. With these thoughts in mind, Sun Xian temporarily abandoned the idea of continuing to battle with Kamba, opting to maintain his normal state without transforming. His Super Saiyan 2 form, augmented by a 20-fold Kaioken, had surpassed an astounding 2 trillion in battle power. A figure that sounded formidable, yet before this foe, it seemed barely sufficient to register as a mere unit of measurement. It was conceivable that Kamba's full strength could be equated to 9,000 Sun Xians. What baffled him further was that, despite Kamba donning a mask, he did not wear any restraining garb to limit his power. What was the purpose of the mask? To prevent bad breath? In the ensuing moments, Sun Xian was reduced to a mere punching bag for Kamba. Dark energy waves, sinister energy blasts, wicked slashes, and malevolent claws. Upon realizing that none of his techniques could vanquish Sun Xian, Kamba's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Sun Xian, enduring the torment of repeated deaths and rebirths, was on the verge of madness. The sensation of dark energy invading his being was genuinely agonizing. He continually sought a way to escape Kamba, yet each attempt was thwarted, resulting in yet another brutal assault of dark energy. What is your grudge against me? Was it merely a single punch that provoked such ire? After a while, Kamba seemed to lose his patience. Initially keen to derive amusement from killing Sun Xian, he found that this seemingly pitiful insect, akin to an indestructible cockroach, only grew more vibrant in vitality, even subtly suppressing his malevolent aura. This realization ignited within him an unprecedented fury and frustration. With a sudden surge of power, Kamba raised his hand, concentrating a dazzling artificial moon in his palm, and hurled it forcefully into the sky. As Kamba gazed upward at the moon, his body began to swell dramatically, his hair growing wildly until, in a matter of moments, a colossal golden great ape materialized at his former location. Roar! The terrifying aura emanating from him caused the very planet to tremble. Good grief, was he truly intent on killing me? Sun Xian gazed helplessly at the gigantic beast before him. The golden great ape lowered its head, its crimson eyes fixating on the minuscule figure below, and raised its massive foot to stomp down with tremendous force. Fu gazed intently at the incessantly fluctuating stream of data on the screen. A fervent expression etched upon his face. Immortal, truly the essence of corporeal immortality. The regenerative abilities could even resist the malevolent corruption of Kamba. Yet, his brows soon furrowed in contemplation. Why hasn't he transformed? At this rate, how will he absorb energy? Fu rested his chin in his hand, a hint of distress shadowing his features. Sun Xian's immortal trait held immense value for his experiments, but presently, Sun Xian was being mercilessly ravaged by Kamba, failing to elicit the latter's true prowess. Moreover, if this continued, the barriers of the prison planet would soon be shattered by Kamba. With this thought, Fu's figure abruptly vanished from the recliner. On the prison planet, just as the colossal foot of the golden giant ape was about to crush Sun Xian into a pulp, a figure materialized between them. Halt, Kamba, Fu stated calmly, adjusting his glasses. Roar. Kamba, enraged by the interruption, paid Fu no heed, swinging a massive fist down towards Fu's head. Yet, in the face of this terrifying blow, Fu did not even flinch. He casually drew the lightsaber from his waist and with a delicate flick, slashed at Kamba. A slender beam of purple light flashed past. Thud! A severed tail soared through the air. The golden giant ape, its enormous form rapidly diminished, reverted to its normal state. Such an unruly specimen, Fu remarked, sheathing his short sword without casting a glance at Kamba. In a blink, he appeared before Sun Xian, grasping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. You still hold value for me. Let us relocate and continue. Before his words fully dissipated, their figures flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 45. Fu's perverse experiment. Suspended in midair, Sun Xian felt the world spinning around him, the scenery warping in a dizzying manner. Fu's grip on his neck seemed to possess a strange power, constraining the flow of energy within him. In the next heartbeat, the sensation of control evaporated, and Sun Xian was unceremoniously cast onto the metallic floor. Clang! Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in the heart of a vast laboratory brimming with advanced technology. The space was expansive and cold, its walls adorned with screens of various sizes and flickering precision instruments, a torrent of complex data streams racing across the displays, imparting upon Sun Xian the unsettling sensation of being hacked. As he contemplated rising, metallic shackles suddenly emerged from the ground, fastening his ankles, wrists, and waist, binding him firmly to a circular metallic platform that had risen beneath him. These restraints not only immobilized his body, but also emitted a peculiar wave, thoroughly suppressing and locking away the energy within him. Do not waste your strength, Fu's frivolous voice echoed from above. He adjusted his glasses and sauntered to the control console, a morbidly fervent smile gracing his lips. He did not glance down at Sun Xian, but instead gazed entranced at the main screen displaying the life signs of Sun Xian as a fluctuating graph. The ability to recover from death and continually grow stronger was, without a doubt, the most exquisite trait in the universe. With you, my experiment shall swiftly advance to the next phase. As if admiring an unparalleled work of art, Fu murmured, You are an inexhaustible source of eternal energy. Ha! Sun Xian gritted his teeth. Both the pride of a scion and the decorum of a 21st century university student made it intolerable for him to be treated as a mere experimental subject to arbitrary dissection. He desperately summoned the strength within his body, attempting to break free from his restraints, but his muscles strained to their limits, veins bulging. And yet the metallic shackles remained immovable, tightening further instead. The humiliation was utterly unbearable. Sun Xian's heart roared with indignation. Fu seemed quite pleased with his struggles, elegantly extending a finger to gently tap on the virtual screen of the control console. Thus, the experiment commenced. Let me see where your limits lie. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a searing crimson energy beam shot down, striking Sun Xian's chest with precision. Ack! The excruciating pain surged throughout his body. Even for someone with Sun Xian's threshold for suffering, it was nearly overwhelming. This was no mere penetrating wound. It was annihilating his very bodily tissues, piece by piece. Sun Xian watched in horror as a void rapidly formed in his chest, flesh, bones, and organs disintegrating into particles, leaving not a trace behind. Yet deep within Sun Xian's being, a tremendous life force surged forth once more. From the hollow cavity in his chest, flesh began to grow at a visible rate. intertwining and reconstituting until, in mere seconds, he was restored to his former self. On the screen, the curve representing Son Xian's vital signs plummeted to a nadir, only to soar vertically in the next moment, resembling a wild oscillation. Oh, how intriguing! Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fingers incessantly tapping on the screen. Energy impact test. Successful. Recovery time, 23 seconds. Data threshold unchanged. Next, let us try physical dismemberment. He manipulated the controls once more, and several gleaming mechanical arms extended from around the restraint platform, each terminating in high-speed, rotating metal saw blades of indeterminate material. The shrill sound of cutting reverberated throughout the laboratory, accompanied by Son Xian's suppressed cries of agony. Fu, you are a monster. His limbs were severed simultaneously, blood spraying wildly. Yet in the next heartbeat, new, intact limbs sprouted from the stumps. They regenerated even faster than those of Namekians. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, Fu appeared entranced, gleefully toying with Son Xian. Energy waves, shock waves, gravitational crushes, high-frequency sound vibrations, and extreme cold. Every conceivable method of annihilation was tested upon Son Xian. His consciousness blurred amidst the cycles of death and rebirth. Though there were no system notifications, he sensed that his pain threshold had undoubtedly increased manifold. Why? Why had he not grown stronger? His once proud immortal Saiyan advantage seemed to have faltered. At the main control console, Fu also took note of this. He observed the line on the screen, wavering yet again, but the peak showed no signs of increased energy readings, and his brow gradually furrowed. The fervent smile upon his face vanished, replaced by confusion and disappointment. It appeared that the mere application of physical and energetic stimuli could no longer awaken your deeper potential. Fu halted his actions, and the laboratory was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. He circled the restraint platform repeatedly, his fingers gently tapping his chin, his gaze imbued with contemplation. Has your unique characteristic reached its zenith? Or is it that the stimuli I provided were insufficient? He paused, casting his eyes once more upon the naked yet unscathed Son Xian, a wicked and intriguing smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the mere destruction of the flesh cannot validate my hypothesis. You may require stimuli that are both more potent and intriguing. With that, Fu turned and strode deeper into the laboratory, his silhouette swiftly disappearing behind an automatically sliding metallic door, leaving behind a thought-provoking statement that echoed through the vacant laboratory. I hope my next collectible can render you a tad more valuable. Damn it, come back. Let me go? Within the laboratory, only the heavy gasps and curses of Son Xian remained. He gazed in the direction Fu had departed, a foreboding sense welling up within him. What scheme does this old trickster have in mind now? He attempted once again to summon the system for salvation, yet was met only with the unresponsive crackle of static. A wave of despair surged from the depths of his being. Surely, I cannot remain bound here indefinitely. Must I truly resort to that tattered page? A thought sprang to his mind, and he prepared to immerse his consciousness in the system's storage space, intending to retrieve the selected fragment of the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. Whether it be a wall breaking or a path opening, anything would be preferable to playing bondage games with Fu. However, just as he was about to deploy this final trump card, the golden pocket watch he had kept close to his heart suddenly vibrated without warning. Following this, a faint yet familiar voice broke through the static, accompanied by intermittent noise. Can you hear me? Son Xian. Chapter 46. Rescue. Time Patrol Team. That voice. It arrived at the most opportune moment. Son Xian's heart jolted, as though a flicker of hope had ignited within the endless darkness, illuminating his eyes. Kuranoya? He cautiously called out, fearing he might be mistaken. It's me, Son Xian. How are you? The fragmented voice echoed once more, resonating in Son Xian's ears like divine music. My dear Yaya, you finally remembered me? I thought you had forgotten your long-term benefactor. Once reassured that it was not an illusion, Son Xian felt invigorated, his banter returning. If you didn't come soon, I would have been sliced for research. Shut your mouth. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Kuranoya's voice became clearer, as though she had found a signal. They are collaborating with that unknown power. I cannot come to rescue you in person. Furthermore, the space-time in your location has been obscured, making it impossible for me to pinpoint your exact coordinates. Son Xian's heart sank. So, you have come to leave my fate to chance. I have barely established a connection with you through this timepiece. In response to Son Xian's inquiry, Kuranoya remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating. However, Sun Xian, I am unable to rescue you directly, so I have summoned external aid. External aid? Is it a Martian rescue? It is the elite of the Time Patrol, and they have already embarked on a quest to find you. Henceforth, I shall exert every effort to channel a force of time through your pocket watch, establishing a temporal anchor for them, while simultaneously assisting you in extricating yourself from this predicament. As her words faded, the golden pocket watch in Sun Xian's embrace erupted in an astonishing brilliance of gold, akin to the radiant glow of treasure unearthed from the abyss, illuminating the entire laboratory. With a crackle, several metal shackles binding him disintegrated under the onslaught of temporal energy, cascading from the metallic platform. At last, salvation had arrived. Sun Xian rose from the platform, cautiously moving his newly revived body, a wave of elation washing over him. Yet, he did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Instead, he meticulously examined his physique. Though his form had been restored under the influence of immortality, he sensed a blockage within the flow of energy, as if something were obstructing its natural circulation, leaving him considerably weakened. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Sun Xian's gaze sharpened. He promptly assumed a meditative posture, immersing his consciousness within. With the aid of his medical prowess, his comprehension of the human body transcended mere anatomical observations. In that moment, to Sun Xian's perception, his body transformed into a diminutive universe composed of countless meridians and acupoints. He distinctly observed that within several crucial energy points, sinister and bizarre energies clung to him like parasitic worms, obstructing the normal flow of energy. To confine me, the biological prince? Not so easily. Sun Xian huffed, summoning the boundless vitality within him and launching himself fiercely toward one of the energy blockages. With a resounding impact, it felt as though a pane of glass had shattered. He sensed the energy hub no longer impeded, flowing like a tumultuous river. He pressed on relentlessly, uprooting every vestige of energy that had been left behind. As the final blockage was shattered, Sun Xian felt an exhilarating surge, akin to a nearly depleted phone suddenly recharging to full capacity. Strength completely restored. With a long exhale, Sun Xian leaped from the metallic platform. He cast a glance toward the direction of his previous captor's departure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It won't do to leave just like that. I must leave that old trickster a surprise. He swiftly formed hand seals, reciting the incantation of the illusion technique acquired in the Spirit Time House. A strand of peculiar light emanated from his fingertips, cascading across the barren metallic platform. As the light distorted, a replica of Sun Xian materialized, shackled just as he had been, eyes vacant, chest heaving faintly, embodying a visage of profound torment. Done, finished. He nodded in satisfaction. Having completed this task, he immediately concealed his presence and cautiously began to stealthily navigate the expanse of the laboratory. The laboratory was astonishingly vast. Rather than merely a lab, it resembled a comprehensive research center. Each chamber was filled with an array of intricate instruments meticulously monitoring the details of 7 celestial bodies. After considerable effort, Sun Xian finally returned to the original planet. They have arrived, echoed the voice of Kuranoya from the pocket watch once again. I can sense their presence. Sun Xian gazed into the void above, his demeanor as tranquil as before. There, he faintly discerned 2 indistinct red dots, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Listen, I have deciphered the structure of the barrier, Kuranoya said swiftly. At your 3 o'clock position, there is a significantly weak node. Soon, I will instruct them to strike there. You must assist from within and unleash your power simultaneously to breach the barrier. Understood. Sun Xian's gaze sharpened with determination. He no longer concealed his strength as his energy erupted forth without reservation. A golden aura surged skyward, instantly propelling the power of Super Saiyan 2 to its zenith. Meanwhile, in the extra-dimensional space outside the prison planet, 2 red figures hovered in the void, silently observing the 7 celestial bodies entwined in chains. Both had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, their bodies cloaked in red fur concealing immense power. Hey, Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly spoke. Is that kid named Sun Xian truly another version of you from a different timeline? Indeed, the Supreme Kai of Time has indicated as much, Son Wukong replied, his gaze fixed on the planet resembling Earth. Moreover, I can sense the temporal anchor's aura emanating from that planet. No matter which timeline you hail from. Trouble always seems to follow, Vegeta scoffed, though a glimmer of fervent battle spirit shone in his eyes. The signal has arrived. It's right there. He pointed to a specific area within the barrier of the planet where an almost imperceptible temporal fluctuation had occurred. Let us strive to shatter it in one breath. Sun Wukong's expression hardened, his palms claw-like as he began to concentrate his ferocious energy. Vegeta swiftly entered the fray, gathering energy into his palms with remarkable speed. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. Two destructive beams of energy, one from the left and one from the right, intertwined and surged toward the weak point of the barrier. Within the barrier, Sun Xian too elevated his power to its pinnacle. Break for me, he shouted as he thrust his palms forward. A Kamehameha, compressed to its utmost limit, surged forth like a silver-blue spear, roaring towards the barrier's vulnerable point. Boom. Three streams of terrifying energy struck the impenetrable dimensional barrier simultaneously from both inside and out. In that instant, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared, radiating wildly from the point of impact. The barrier was forcefully breached, creating a massive opening. Now's the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xian seized the opportunity, transforming into a golden streak of light as he bolted through the breach. Though he did not look back, he sensed the frantic pursuit of Frieza close behind. Chapter 47. Frieza, the Messenger? When FR appeared once more in the laboratory, he held in his hands a specially crafted container, which housed 7 Dragon Balls emitting an ominous crimson glow. He approached the metallic platform with measured steps. Gazing at Sun Xian, who seemed to have succumbed to his fate, a morbid smile of near obsession adorning his face. My perfect specimen, behold what I have brought you, FR proclaimed, lifting the container as if presenting a product showcase to the illusion of Sun Xian. These are no ordinary Dragon Balls. They are not meant for your escape. He extracted the Dragon Balls from the container and placed them upon the control panel, his hands clasped behind him, pacing like a professor. It appears that mere physical enhancement can no longer stimulate your growth. There exists but one truth. Between your immortality and your potential for strength, a bottleneck must exist. Adjusting his glasses, FR believed he had uncovered the secret. The cunning frog has been probing your vulnerabilities. But fear not. With these 7 Dragon Balls, I shall grant a wish capable of shattering your limitations. I will propel you beyond your limits, endowing you with boundless potential for growth. He spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with fervor. At that moment, you shall transcend humanity, becoming an inexhaustible source of energy. You alone will provide the most stable and potent energy output for my experiment. You will be the cornerstone of the new world's birth. Ha ha. FR reveled in his own fantasies, laughing heartily. However, after an extended bout of laughter, Sun Xian remained unresponsive upon the metallic platform, his eyes vacant, as if frozen in a game of statues. The laughter abruptly ceased. FR's smile instantly froze, his brows knitting together in suspicion. Tentatively, he approached the metallic platform and extended a finger, gently prodding the illusion of Sun Xian. His fingertip passed effortlessly through Sun Xian's visage, shattering the illusion like fragile foam. The empty metallic platform was left with only a few rusted fragments of broken chains. A deathly silence enveloped the room. FR's expression shifted from confusion to a deepening fury, his complexion darkening visibly. I can't believe it, he exclaimed, transforming into an irate messenger, his words dripping with venom. I was outwitted by a mere child. I spoke for so long to thin air. A wave of humiliation and indignation washed over him, igniting a furious blush. In an instant, FR vanished from his location, reappearing on a planet reminiscent of Earth. He quickly spotted a golden figure soaring through the air, coordinating with 2 energy forces crashing from the outside, relentlessly assaulting the chains and the planetary barrier. You think you can flaunt your power and escape? FR seethed, vanishing again in a fit of rage, racing toward the breach in the barrier. Meanwhile, Sun Xian, on the verge of breaking free, sensed a terrifying presence rapidly closing in from behind. Damn, is this old fox a bloodhound? His senses are too keen. Without looking back, Sun Xian summoned every ounce of power within him, racing forward with all his might. What a joke it would be to turn back now. It would be akin to searching for death in a brightly lit restroom. A gentleman avenges. Even if it takes 10 years, it is never too late. As I mature, I shall transform your wretched laboratory into a public lavatory. For the countless times you have subjected me to your cruel experiments. As the imposing figure of Fu drew ever closer, an overwhelming sense of dread nearly caused my heart to cease. With resolute determination, I cast aside my doubts and unleashed a skill, Earthly Transformation of 72 Forms. I abruptly turned, locking my gaze onto the menacing Fu, and in my heart, I bellowed, "Freeze. Regardless of your status as a demon realm scientist, you shall stand still and receive my blows." An invisible force traversed the space between us, enveloping Fu in its grasp. In the midst of his relentless pursuit, it was as though he had been struck by a pause button, his body abruptly halting. Though it barely lasted half a second, it was more than sufficient for me. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed through the barrier, positioning myself beside the two crimson-haired creatures. "You!" Fu's furious roar echoed behind me, but I paid it no mind. Just as I escaped, the gap in the barrier began to widen, ultimately leading to its total collapse. The colossal chains that spanned 7 planets shattered one by one, and the planets, freed from their constraints, began to crumble under the force. Fu hovered in midair, witnessing the destruction of his meticulously crafted laboratory, his complexion turning a shade of green that could rival that of Piccolo. He cast a cold, vengeful glance in the direction I had vanished, muttering, "I shall remember you, Sun Xian. We will meet again soon." With a casual sweep of his light sword, he conjured a pitch-black dimensional rift, into which his figure vanished without a trace. Outside the barrier, I exhaled deeply, releasing my transformation. Finally, I had escaped. Turning around, I beheld the allies who had come to my aid. 2 crimson figures floated in the void, silently observing me. The moment I discerned their appearance, my heart skipped a beat. Both were cloaked in a layer of red fur, emblematic of primal and wild power, with long tails trailing behind them. Super Saiyan 4. To my left stood none other than my doppelganger, Son Goku. To my right, with that iconic hairline and an air of arrogance that proclaimed himself the strongest in the universe, was none other than Vegeta. As I scrutinized them, they too assessed me. Confirming that no foes had followed, they reverted to their normal forms, their black hair restored. "Oomph, you finally made it out," Vegeta began, arms crossed and a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. This alternate universe-esque cockroach seems to be even more troublesome than our version. The familiar haughtiness was undeniably authentic. "Oh, you truly do look just like him," Goku exclaimed, his demeanor far more amiable. He flashed me a bright smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "You must be Sun Xian, right? I'm Son Goku. Lord Kranoa has informed me about you. Your energy is quite fascinating." I scratched my head, shaking off the shock from earlier, and returned a signature Sun family smile. "Greetings, esteemed warriors. Thank you for coming to my rescue." He could sense that the 2 Super Saiyans before him possessed an unfathomable power. In their presence, he felt as insignificant as a child in front of university students. "No need to be formal," Son Goku waved his hand. "It's not wise to linger here. We should return to the time nest. Lord Kranoa is waiting for you." As he spoke, he extended his hand, seemingly preparing to initiate instant transmission. Sun Xian nodded, placing his hand on Son Goku's shoulder, ready to hitch a ride. However, at that moment, the golden pocket watch nestled in his arms, which had been silent until now, began to tremble violently once more. Simultaneously, the long-dormant system suddenly emitted a notification. Chapter 48. New function? No, a new world. Wait. Just as Son Goku was about to activate instant transmission, Sun Xian abruptly halted him. "What is it?" Son Goku asked, retracting his finger in confusion. Vegeta, who was also resting his hand on Sun Xian's shoulder, frowned in impatience. "What is going on?" "Kakarot, we still need to report back." Ignoring Vegeta's urgency, Sun Xian focused all his attention on the voices resonating in his mind and from the watch. Almost simultaneously, 2 distinctly different voices echoed. "Sun Xian, do not rush back." The anxious voice of Kranoa emanated from the watch. "Frieza has left a trap for you. It's a highly mixed energy. I suspect it's part of a conspiracy against the time nest." At the same time, the long silent system notification chimed in. Beep. High concentrations of chaotic energy detected within the host. Chaotic energy, the primordial energy emanating from the seed of the universe, possessing the characteristics of erosion and reconstruction of spacetime. Absorbing it can significantly accelerate the system's upgrade process. Warning, this energy is highly chaotic. The absorption process will impose a tremendous shock on the host's soul and body. Would you like to proceed with the absorption immediately? One urged him to flee, while the other suggested he stay put. Sun Xian's mind raced. Should he heed Kranoa's warning and lay low? Or should he listen to the system and dine with these 2 esteemed figures? Chaotic energy was undoubtedly a high-caliber substance. and its connection to the seed of the universe in Frisia's possession raised suspicions of a conspiracy. It was implausible that Frisia, out of the goodness of his heart, believed Sun Xian to be a chosen one and wished to bestow him a gift, acting as an angelic investor. Yet, this also pertained to system upgrades. Fortune favored the bold, while the timid faced starvation. Could I trouble you two esteemed warriors to protect me for a moment? Sun Xian raised his head, an apologetic smile gracing his face. It seems I have been left with a little gift from the enemy that I must handle first. A memento? Son Goku and Vegeta immediately grew alert, swiftly transforming back into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku concentrated, sensing a weak yet extremely chaotic aura within Sun Xian, confirming its inherent danger. Humph, what a troublesome fellow, Vegeta remarked, though his arms crossed and sharp gaze scanning the surroundings revealed his agreement. Thank you. Without further hesitation, Sun Xian settled into a meditative posture, aligning his state. System, commence absorption. As the energy absorption commenced, peculiar dark purple patterns gradually emerged upon Sun Xian's body, the aura he emanated becoming increasingly erratic and ferocious. Hey, Kakarot, something seems amiss with this guy? Vegeta detected the anomaly. Indeed, his energy is spiraling out of control. Yet his life force appears to be intensifying. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with astonishment. What they were oblivious to was that within Sun Xian, a far more perilous battle was unfolding. Chaotic energies were being extracted from the depths of his being by the system's power, incessantly dismantling his physical form and gnawing at his soul. Countless chaotic, frenzied, and destructive thoughts surged into his mind, attempting to obliterate his consciousness entirely. You dare to attempt to seize my body? Sun Xian's consciousness roared in defiance, the combative spirit of a Saiyan merging seamlessly with the resilience of his very soul at that moment. Begone! Withstanding the excruciating agony that felt akin to his soul being torn asunder, he summoned the vibrant life force within his body. Under the influence of the medical divine arts, he channeled the life energy of his immortal body to transform his essence, persistently replenishing the strength of his soul. If the body remains undying, then the soul shall not perish. It was a contest of endurance. Time passed inexorably. The dark purple patterns on Sun Xian gradually faded, and the tumultuous, chaotic energy within him began to stabilize. The oppressive sensation that had lingered dissipated. Chaos energy absorption complete. System upgrading 1030700100. Ding. System upgrade complete. The Ultimate Journey to the West System version 20 has been updated. Ding. Congratulations, host. The new functionality module for signing in at the Sacred Land of Journey to the West has been unlocked. A series of notifications rang out, akin to celestial melodies. Sun Xian slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It worked. Hey, are you alright? Sun Wukong approached, his concern palpable. I'm perfectly fine, Sun Xian replied, rising to stretch, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Although the chaotic energy had been entirely absorbed by the system, its passage through his body had significantly widened his meridians. This was of profound significance. With the same combat power, the energy attacks he could unleash were enhanced by at least 20%, greatly aiding the flow of his energy. Yet, the true delight resided within his mind. Eagerly, he delved into the system to explore the new function. Information flooded into Sun Xian's consciousness. Signing in at the Sacred Land of Journey to the West? Sun Xian pondered, finding it rather intriguing. Could it be that this insistent system had resolved to conflate the Dragon Ball universe with the Journey to the West? The system, seemingly attuned to his confusion, presented a more detailed explanation. This system will automatically determine the location of the host and classify it as either a sacred land or a den of demons from the Journey to the West. Upon successful classification, the host may sign in and receive random rewards. Sun Xian's mind raced with possibilities. Did this imply that? Images flashed before his eyes. Baozi Mountain equating to Huahua Mountain? What of King Kai's planet and Beerus's world? How would they be categorized? The Heavenly Palace? The Great Thunder Sound Temple? As for the location of the villains in Dragon Ball, it is undoubtedly the lair of demons. Upon this realization, a twitch of amusement flitted across Sun Xian's lips. This system, though not particularly astute, certainly possesses a playful charm. Subsequently, the information regarding the sign-in rewards vividly unfolded before his eyes. The host may sign in once daily, with rewards drawn randomly from merit points and items, abilities, or techniques within the Journey to the West realm. Special location sign-ins offer a chance to acquire unique divine abilities or treasures. First, there are the merit points, which can be exchanged in the system shop for purchases, including cards for upgrading immortality and divine abilities, albeit at exorbitant prices, often in the billions. Then there are various items, abilities, and techniques. Sun Xian had glimpsed several redeemable items in the system shop. For instance, items such as spirit elixirs, 9-turn golden pills, and ginseng fruits, if truly as potent as those depicted in Journey to the West, would enable even the god of tea to contend with the destroyer god. There are also unique divine abilities or treasures, one of which made Sun Xian exceedingly envious. The Rui Jingu Bang is a weapon he is determined to acquire, for no one can prevent him from doing so. Once obtained, it would enhance melee attacks tenfold. The conditions for acquisition would unlock upon a successful sign-in at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Gazing at the exchange price displayed as, Sun Xian had to suppress his inner excitement. Although the items were splendid, they required preconditions for unlocking, and even then, purchasing them was not guaranteed. If he understood correctly, these treasures were likely awarded randomly through the sign-in process, right? Free rewards bring me joy. I excel at metaphysical lotteries. At this moment, Sun Xian yearned to be a wanderer, to traverse the Dragon Ball world, while everything else faded into insignificance. Chapter 49, The Nest of Time. Hey, what are you grinning about? Vegeta's voice jolted Sun Xian from his deep reverie. Once the trouble is resolved, let us depart without wasting time here. My apologies. Sun Xian regained his composure, scratching his head and revealing his signature, earnest smile. My apologies for the wait, esteemed warriors. We may set forth now. He placed his hand back on Sun Wukong's shoulder, while his mind was already calculating. The first destination, the Nest of Time. I wonder how the system will classify the Nest of Time. What mysterious rewards might await? Just thinking about it sends a thrill through him. Sun Wukong's instant transmission was far more sophisticated than Sun Xian's own mastery. It felt as though they were gliding through the threads of time rather than merely traversing space. Countless fragments of time flitted between the three, and after a brief moment of disorientation, the scene before them became clear and distinct. It was a familiar sight, with numerous ethereal clock phantoms suspended in the sky, but this time, they stood before a grand palace. The Nest of Time. At last, they had returned. Vegeta transformed back to his usual form, landing impatiently in a square before the palace. Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, patting Sun Xian on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "We are safe now. This is the territory of the Lord of Time, and even the strongest foes dare not intrude here easily." Just as Sun Xian was about to mention that this was not his first visit, a petite figure hurriedly emerged from the palace. It was indeed the lowly form of the Time Realm King God, Kuranoya. She rushed towards the three, completely disregarding Sun Wukong and Vegeta, circling around Sun Xian, inspecting him from head to toe. After confirming that he was unscathed, she finally sighed in relief. "You fool," she scolded loudly, tilting her head back. "You've caused quite the mess. The chaotic energy left by Fu on you is sufficient to contaminate the entire time nest, and it could even taint the entire timeline along with the time patrol. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if something went wrong?" Sun Xian, however, did not respond immediately. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he teased, "Xiaoya, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Are you expressing concern for me? Shut your mouth." Kuranoya's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him fiercely. "Humph. One must not show disrespect to the Time Realm King God." Vegeta scoffed from the side. "Well, I'm just glad you returned safely," Kuranoya interjected, trying to mediate the tension. Curiously, she regarded Sun Xian. "But speaking of which, how did you manage to deal with the energy left by Fu? Your aura seems remarkably pure." Just as Sun Xian was about to speak, a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected entering the projection area of the Ling Tai Fongsun Mountain, Xiaoyu Senxing Cave. Would you like to check in? It's here. It's here. It has come bearing rewards. Sun Xian's heart surged with joy, though his expression remained composed. However, Ling Tai Fongsun Mountain, Xiaoyu Senxing Cave? What a place, where Monkey King learned his craft. It can be considered the starting point of the entire journey to the west. The check-in rewards here should be quite generous, right? That Kuranoya. I feel like I haven't fully absorbed yet. I should find a place to examine it further. Sun Xian clutched his stomach, feigning a weak expression. Upon hearing this, Kuranoya immediately grew anxious. "Really? Come with me. I'll help you check it out." She disregarded any further inquiries and quickly pulled him towards a side hall. with Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanging glances before following suit. Once they entered a quiet chamber, Sun Xian promptly sat cross-legged and addressed everyone. I can check myself. It should be nothing serious. With that, he closed his eyes, delving into his mind. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in at Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain. Xia Yusin Xing Cave successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward. Bodhi Enlightenment Pill X1. Bodhi Enlightenment Pill? Sun Xian had expected to receive something related to the 72 transformations or the somersault cloud, but was surprised to find a pill instead. A stream of information flooded into his mind. Bodhi Enlightenment Pill. The Bodhi itself is devoid of substance. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where could dust settle? Consuming it will clarify the spirit and greatly enhance comprehension, allowing for quicker mastery of techniques and powers. Hiss. Sun Xian inhaled sharply. An enhancement to comprehension directly. It's akin to modifying one's innate talent. This pill is truly a passport to the path of the strong. Without hesitation, he decided to consume it. A pill radiating a verdant glow appeared in his hand, which he swiftly swallowed. Hey, you shouldn't take medicine recklessly. Kuranoya's keen eyes caught sight of Sun Xian consuming a peculiar pill, but there was no time to intervene. It's merely a celestial being, intended to replenish stamina. Sun Xian reassured. Hearing this, Kuranoya felt a slight relief, yet the expressions of Son Wukong and Vegeta nearby were laced with skepticism. Was a celestial being truly meant to appear thus? Moreover, which celestial being radiated a green glow, suggesting a mutation? Suddenly, a thunderous jolt struck Sun Xian's mind, rendering him momentarily blank. In an instant, a profound chill surged from the depths of his soul, cleansing every fragment of his consciousness. The previously disordered memories and power systems seemed to be meticulously organized by an unseen hand. Insights regarding the energy expenditure of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the spatial principles of instant transmission, and the situational applications of the earthly transformation techniques surged within him. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals before him. In Kuranoya, he perceived the intricate weaving of temporal laws, a myriad of ephemeral time silhouettes coalescing into one. This, he realized, was the essence of Kuranoya's unique existence across multiple timelines. Upon observing Vegeta, he envisioned a blazing flame, an embodiment of indomitable fighting spirit fused with the pride of a Saiyan prince. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Son Wukong, he glimpsed an entirely new world. Perhaps due to their shared source of power, he witnessed the journey to mastering Super Saiyan 4. He discerned how the primal ferocity emanating from the great ape was tamed by formidable intellect, ultimately evolving into a superior, more restrained combat form. Super Saiyan 4 represented a perfect equilibrium between strength and control, wildness and rationality. So, this is the essence of Super Saiyan 4, Sun Xian murmured. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing an odd appreciation in Sun Xian's gaze towards him. Nothing, Sun Xian replied, returning to the moment and rising from the ground, his overall demeanor subtly transformed. If he had previously radiated a sharp intensity, now he exuded a harmonious simplicity. I'm fine now, Kuranoya. Kuranoya observed him closely, sensing an indefinable change, though she could not articulate it. As long as you are well, she said, regaining her composure, her expression turning serious. Sun Xian, the reason I summoned you today involves a matter of greater significance. Chapter 50. Joining the Temporal Patrol. Kuranoya paused, her tone heavy with gravity. I fear this is merely the prelude. There seems to be a more ominous force at play. I have observed that the histories of multiple timelines are being manipulated, eroded, and even utterly obliterated by an unknown power. The entire multiverse is confronted with an unprecedented cataclysm. The room fell into an unusual silence. Vegeta's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Son Wukong, breaking the stillness, inquired, is it truly that dire, Kuranoya? Kuranoya gently nodded and continued to elucidate how they assist those who ought to have faded into history to acquire power, defying the conventional flow of time and perpetually generating new timelines. If this continues, the number of erroneous time-space anomalies will only multiply. Moreover, I speculate that their conspiracy aims not merely to overthrow the reign of the All-King, but to reset all timelines to zero. Reset? What does that entail? Sun Xian found it hard to comprehend. Was not Fu's objective to forge a new universe? How could it then relate to resetting time? Are you implying that even our time-space would be obliterated? Sun Wukong suddenly inquired with urgency. He and Vegeta were not merely working for Kuro Noya for naught. They hailed from a parallel time-space akin to Dragon Ball, with their own people and worlds to safeguard. During their missions with the Time Patrol, they not only engaged formidable foes, but also received assistance from Kuro Noya to better protect their original time-space. If their plan succeeded, none of the time-spaces would escape the fate of destruction. However, your time-space is under my vigilant watch, and they shall not find success so easily. Kuro Noya, devoid of her usual playful demeanor on Earth, bore a serious expression, which made Sun Xian realize the gravity of the situation, knowing he would likely find it hard to remain uninvolved. Moreover, even if it were solely for Kuro Noya, he would not abandon her. So, does this mean that even your time patrol lacks the capacity to resolve this issue? Sun Xian queried. For him, the solution seemed rather straightforward. If one could not rectify the problem, then one must eliminate those who create it. With so many prominent figures in the time patrol, it should be a matter of locating the enemy and dispatching them. We are severely understaffed, and our adversary operates from the shadows while we are in the light. Kuro Noya shook her head. She gazed at Sun Xian, her large, captivating eyes imbued with a glimmer of hope. Currently, the only recourse is to individually rectify, investigate, and thwart the enemy's schemes. When they realize their plans are thwarted, they will inevitably reveal themselves. Though unspoken, Sun Xian grasped that Kuro Noya was once again extending an olive branch to him. Yet, how could one continue to pursue such a connection after becoming superiors? An inappropriate workplace relationship? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Xian turned to Kuro Noya, already having formulated his response. I am willing to assist, but I have several conditions. First, you must grant me the authority to return to my original time-space at will, akin to your previous journey to that realm. Second, I must have unrestricted access to the time nest. Its ambience is quite conducive for recuperation and cultivation. As for the third, he paused, revealing a benign smile. During my missions, I expect to have my meals and accommodations covered, and you must fulfill some of my other requests. What requests? Offering oneself would be quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Sun Xian's words, Kuro Noya readily acquiesced without hesitation. Of course, that is not an issue. With a swift motion of her small hand, a look of delight brightened her face. The first and second conditions will be granted once you formally join the Time Patrol, and the Time Nest shall be open to you. However, this privilege must not be abused, for it could lead to the emergence of time-space paradoxes. Sun Xian nodded. As this was anticipated, in the realm of Dragon Ball, traversing through time and space without restraint is indeed a grave offense. As for the third point, Kuro Noya tilted her little face upwards, gazing for a long while without uncovering any hidden intentions behind Sun Xian's innocent smile. As long as your requests are not overly excessive, I can acquiesce, she stated. Sun Xian had initially wished to seize the opportunity to tease her, pondering whether offering oneself in return could be deemed an unreasonable demand. However, upon noticing Goku and Vegeta lingering nearby, he swallowed his words. Never mind, he thought. It is prudent to preserve some dignity for this esteemed Kai of time in the presence of others. Agreed, Sun Xian replied readily. Observing his decisiveness, Kuro Noya sighed in relief, her face illuminating with a genuine smile. From this moment on, you are a member of the Time Patrol. As she spoke, she drew forth an ancient scroll from the void, unfolding it before Sun Xian. First, let us sign a contract. Infuse your energy into it, and the initiation ceremony will be complete. Sun Xian regarded the scroll, reminiscent of a contract of servitude, yet he paid it little mind. He concentrated, allowing energy to coalesce at his fingertips before gently touching the scroll. A soft hum emanated from it as a gentle light enveloped the parchment, and his name appeared at the end of the Time Patrol roster. All set. You too. Take him to receive his uniform and equipment, Kuro Noya instructed the two bystanders. Humph. Troublesome fellow, Vegeta scoffed, turning to lead the way. Goku, on the other hand, amiably patted Sun Xian on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, welcome aboard." Upon returning with them, Sun Xian had changed into a long red vest. Apart from his distinct aura, he bore a striking resemblance to Goku. After collecting his gear, Goku and Vegeta departed, seemingly resuming their missions. Sun Xian contemplated for a moment, and then followed Kuro Noya's energy signature back to her. He found her sitting on the railing of a floating terrace, her small legs swinging as she gazed into the distance at the ethereal clock, her petite frame exuding a trace of solitude. Hearing footsteps, she turned, her eyes brightening upon recognizing Sun Xian. "Why have you returned? Aren't you going to familiarize yourself with your new company? That is how you say it on your Earth, right?" Sun Xian's expression darkened, feeling as though he had signed up with a dubious company. "I hope I'm not going to be subjected to a relentless schedule," he mused. "Not in a rush," Sun Xian replied slowly as he approached Kuranoya. "I need to return to my original timeline first to manage some matters." "Ah, I see." Kuranoya nodded in understanding. "By the way, there is something I need to inform you. The prison planet and the nest of time exist independently of all timelines. They are unique spaces where the flow of time differs from the outside world." "Differ?" Sun Xian questioned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Kuranoya explained, "What I mean is, upon your return, if you find that not much time has passed, do not be overly surprised." Upon hearing this, Sun Xian grasped the situation. The Nest of Time was designed to facilitate the Time Patrol's mission by controlling the flow of time to a significantly slower or even halted state. The notion of the prison planet aligns with this reasoning. In order to facilitate the progression of the experiment, it is certain that the flow of time has been altered. Suddenly, Kuranoya approached, displaying a youthful modesty. "When you return next time, could you bring some of that fried chicken?" Sun Xian couldn't help but chuckle at her eager expression. "No problem. I'll bring enough for you to enjoy for a year." He leaped down from the railing, stretched lazily, and declared, "I shall take my leave now. Little foodie, if there are any tasks, do not hesitate to inform me." With that, he concentrated his thoughts, activated the temporal patroller privileges he had just acquired, and vanished in a burst of white light from the Nest of Time. Kuranoya stared blankly at the spot where he had disappeared, her cheeks faintly flushed. Who is the little foodie? That scoundrel. Chapter 51. Vegeta seeks guidance on humanity? The privileges of the time-traveling patrol team proved to be far more advantageous than Sun Xian had anticipated. As he focused his thoughts, attempting to return to his original timeline, the intricate tapestry of the multiverse's temporal threads unfolded before him like a selectable coordinate map. Countless parallel timelines materialized as luminous coordinate points, densely interwoven into an expansive star map. "Remarkable," Sun Xian exclaimed in awe. This sensation was akin to utilizing the King Kai's instant transmission. Simply point to where one wishes to go. The technology of the Time Patrol was indeed light years ahead. Sun Xian swiftly pinpointed his destination, the luminous point corresponding to the year 764 in the era of AI, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his form was transformed and drawn into the temporal transport. When he finally set foot on solid ground once more, he was greeted by the familiar scenery of Baozi Mountain. Indeed, it was the place from which he had been taken by Fu. "At last, I have returned." Sun Xian inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful essence of Earth. He glanced around and ultimately turned his gaze to the mountains behind him. What would the system determine this place to be? A thought crossed his mind, and he promptly called upon the system. "System, can I sign in here?" Beep. Detected that the host has entered the projection area of Huagua Mountain. Today's sign-in attempts have been exhausted. Please try again tomorrow. Huagua Mountain? As expected, it was entirely reasonable for the system to classify this as the home of Sun Wukong. Sun Xian shook his head, recalling that he had already signed in once today at the Nest of Time. It appeared he would have to wait until tomorrow to sign in at Baozi Mountain. However, he pondered what rewards might await him for signing in at Huagua Mountain. After all, it was the birthplace of the great sage. Surely, something valuable would be bestowed. He desired no more than a trace of the Monkey King's bloodline, or perhaps the coveted golden eyes of perception. Nevertheless, there was no rush. There would be ample opportunities to return here. He resolved to attend to more pressing matters first. Orienting himself, he soared towards the direction of Sun Wukong's abode. The little cottage was tranquil and devoid of occupants. It seemed that Sun Wukong and Chi were not present. Sun Xian glanced at the clock on the wall and realized that only half a day had passed since he had been captured by Fu. Indeed, the flow of time was distinctly different. It appears that Kuranoya was indeed correct. Although it felt to him as though he had spent an eternity on the prison planet and in the realm of time, merely half a day had elapsed in the primary timeline of Earth. Sun Xian pondered the words he had spoken prior to his departure, realizing that, with no one at home, it was highly likely that they had all congregated at Bulma's residence. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and his aura instantly enveloped the globe. Soon, Two familiar presences flickered into existence in the direction of West City, akin to flames in the night. None other than Son Wukong and Vegeta. With a swift motion, he activated instant transmission with increasing finesse, evidently benefiting from the enlightenment bestowed by the Bodhi Mind Pill, which proved advantageous for such auxiliary techniques. Sun Xian felt as though he had grasped a fragment of the spatial laws governing instant transmission. He no longer needed to sense a person's aura, but could traverse wherever he had previously left a mark. In an instant, his figure vanished from Baozi Mountain, reappearing beneath the vast emblem of Capsule Corporation. Several brand-new gravity chambers hummed with activity. Through specially designed glass, he could observe Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others, drenched in sweat as they trained diligently within. Piccolo 60 times. Krillin 20 times. Tien 15 times. Yamcha 15 times. Their gritted teeth and bulging muscles indicated they were clearly teetering on the brink of their limits. Outside the gravity chambers, Son Wukong and Vegeta stood like two sentinels, rooted in place. Kakarot, why aren't you going in? Vegeta asked, arms crossed and a displeased expression on his face. Bulma had mentioned that these gravity chambers were still experimental, with low-gravity multipliers, capping at a maximum of 100. Son Wukong scratched his head, somewhat vexed, noting that the gravity chambers suitable for them would require more time to be completed. Don't think I am yielding to you. Vegeta scoffed, yet remained motionless. Although Bulma's facility boasted a gravity chamber with an upper limit of 500, he hesitated to enter first, feeling it would undermine his pride compared to Son Wukong. That damn Saiyan Prince's pride compelled him to wait idly here, eager to compete with Son Wukong. At that moment, a figure appeared unexpectedly behind them. Hey, are you two standing in punishment? They exclaimed. The two spun around with lightning speed, shock and elation flooding their faces as they recognized the newcomer. Shingo. Son Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't he get captured? Vegeta, equally astonished, scrutinized Sun Xian from head to toe. Save for the red long vest and black form-fitting attire he now wore, his aura remained unchanged from their first encounter, still as formidable and unfathomable. Yet, what was this curious address, Shingo? Wow, that outfit looks incredible. Where did you get it? Get me one too, Shingo. Son Wukong's attention always seemed to gravitate towards the most peculiar details. Sun Xian's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly explained, this is a work uniform. It isn't available for purchase. He briefly recounted his ordeal of being taken to the prison planet by Fu, subsequently rescued by two red-haired behemoths, and ultimately joining the Temporal Patrol. Naturally, he omitted numerous details intentionally. Son Wukong attentively listened, occasionally inquiring about the strength of his opponent, leaving Sun Xian nearly speechless. While he was on the verge of being dissected by the enemy, here was Wukong asking whether the foe was formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta quietly pondered why Son Wukong referred to Sun Xian as Shingo. His interest peaked when he heard Sun Xian mention another Vegeta from a different timeline. The concept of time patrols and the multiverse once again shattered their previous understanding. Sun Xian's arrival had already led them to accept the existence of parallel universes, and now he spoke of countless such realms, which was difficult for them to digest. Vegeta's expression fluctuated as a sudden realization struck him. His sharp gaze pierced through to Sun Xian. Did you have a prior encounter with Kakarot? Sun Xian paused, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Vegeta was likely referring to that fateful night. Excellent. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled upward. He was unconcerned with Sun Xian's motivations for battling Son Wukong. What mattered was that he, like Kakarot, would not be overshadowed. Since you have returned, then let us engage in combat. I am eager to discover your true capabilities. Sun Xian regarded the spirited Vegeta with a smile of delight. Surely, you do not believe that your feeble skills could rival mine? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails. Chapter 52. Vegeta, are you instructing me? Then let us contend in a desolate wilderness. For I have no desire to ravage this place. Upon hearing Sun Xian's agreement, Vegeta's fighting spirit surged as the golden aura of a Super Saiyan erupted forth. Although somewhat restrained, the resulting pressure tousled Son Wukong's hair. No need for that, Sun Xian replied, shaking his head and extending a finger to gently point into the air. Buzz. Suddenly, the space before the three shimmered with ripples, and a swirling vortex emanating a soft white light materialized. Son Wukong and Vegeta were both momentarily stunned. Could this be some magic Sun Xian had learned on another planet? This is the exclusive combat space of the Time Patrol, a virtual dimension constructed by the Kaioshin of Time for the convenience of communication and training. Sun Xian explained, within this realm, the flow of time is nearly stagnant. No matter how long we fight inside, only a fleeting moment passes outside. He turned to Sun Wukong with a smile. Wukong, you should join us as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle pulling force enveloped the three. Whoosh. In an instant, the area outside the Capsule Corporation returned to tranquility, as though nothing had occurred. This was a pure white space akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, its boundaries infinite, allowing them to battle without impacting the outside world in the slightest. Vegeta marveled at his surroundings, absorbing the peculiar environment. If only this space were permanent, it would truly be a sanctuary for training. However, he quickly refocused his attention on Sun Xian. Kaka, Sun Xian. Vegeta instinctively miscalled the name, but promptly corrected himself, having gleaned Sun Xian's true name from his whispered exchanges with Sun Wukong. Let me see just how formidable you are. Transform. The golden aura blazed fiercely around him, unrestrained and uninhibited. The power of the Super Saiyan was unleashed without reservation, the violent wind pressure creating explosive sounds in the air. Yet, in the face of Vegeta's full-throttle assault, Sun Xian showed no intention of transforming even slightly. His base battle strength had now reached a staggering 1 billion, and even a mere fraction of his power would effortlessly crush Vegeta, but that would be far too mundane. Casually, he flexed his wrist, producing a series of crisp cracks from his neck, then beckoned to Vegeta with a signature smile of the Sun Clan. No need to rush. Vegeta, allow me to first ascertain whether you have grown complacent during this time. This nonchalant demeanor and the air of disdain ignited Vegeta's pride as the prince of the Saiyan race. You insolent fool! You are courting death. With a furious roar, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before Sun Xian as if through instantaneous movement, unleashing a furious punch aimed squarely at Sun Xian's face. Quick! Too quick! Sun Wukong, observing the battle, felt his heart race as he noted the speed with which Vegeta had erupted. However, against Vegeta's relentless barrage, Sun Xian remained as steadfast as a rock, not moving an inch, yet deftly evading or blocking with the slightest of movements. Vegeta's fist brushed past his nose, and a fierce kick was deflected with the back of Sun Xian's hand, veering off course. In Sun Xian's eyes, the trajectory of all Vegeta's attacks, the intricate flow of energy within his body, and even the wasted energy dissipating were vividly clear. Was this the understanding of combat that came with enhanced insight? Damn it, do you only know how to flit about like a fly? After dozens of powerful strikes had all missed their mark, Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed. His stamina was depleting rapidly while his opponent remained composed. Your attacks are far too crude, Vegeta. Just then, Sun Xian's calm voice rang out. At the moment Vegeta delivered a heavy punch, exhausted from previous efforts and yet to gather new strength, Sun Xian stepped forward rather than retreating. He brought his index and middle fingers together, precisely striking Vegeta's elbow joint as he charged. Vegeta felt a powerful, deft force surge through his elbow, akin to an electric shock, causing half of his body to tingle, and his next punch was abruptly interrupted before he could gather the requisite power. Your method of fighting is riddled with flaws. It won't be long before you exhaust yourself. Sun Xian's voice echoed again, akin to a teacher admonishing a wayward student. Are you attempting to instruct me? Vegeta bellowed in shock and fury, abruptly distancing himself. He could not fathom how Sun Xian could be so formidable, despite not transforming. He effortlessly toyed with Vegeta, rendering all his attacks as mere jest. Taste my final flash. Vegeta spread his legs wide, gathering a dazzling purple energy before him, a terrifying aura pouring forth. This was his self-created ultimate technique, one that had even subdued Jiren in the later stages. The torrent of purple energy roared like a raging dragon, tearing through the pure white space as it barreled down towards Sun Xian. Wukong, watch closely. Suddenly, Sun Xian's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's ear. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Sun Xian remained untransformed. He merely raised his right hand slowly, pushing forward with a single hand, effortlessly walking through the torrent of violent energy. Your energy surge is too direct, in pursuit of a broader destructive range. Its cohesion and penetration have been severely compromised. Hearing Sun Xian's continued critique, Vegeta gritted his teeth and intensified his energy output. A true warrior can masterfully wield every ounce of power, By concentrating strength into a singular point, one can unleash a devastating force that transcends all limits. In the astonished gazes of both combatants, Sun Xian's form was engulfed by the purple energy wave, yet he emerged unscathed, as if the raging energy beam were merely a beam of light from a flashlight. As Sun Xian steadily approached, looming before the stunned Vegeta, he formed his fingers into a sword and gently tapped the energy source just inches away. With a whoosh, the formidable energy wave dissipated like a deflating balloon, gradually fading and shrinking until it flickered a few times before vanishing into a myriad of glowing particles. Sun Xian, utilizing the sheer strength of his corporeal form, had effortlessly dispersed Vegeta's energy blast while in his Super Saiyan state. This moment struck the proud Saiyan prince like a resounding slap to the face. Vegeta stood there dazed, as the golden aura around him gradually receded, voluntarily relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. His eyes were filled with confusion, resentment, and a trace of fear he had not even recognized within himself. How could this be? Sun Wukong, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment, his heart racing. Sun Xian had grown even stronger, unbelievably so. If before being taken by Frieza, Sun Xian's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 had exuded an overwhelming sense of raw power, now it sent chills down Sun Wukong's spine. Although it seemed the power displayed by Sun Xian was not significantly greater than his own, the feeling of defeat loomed large and insurmountable. Why was this so? Chapter 53. The pride of a prince in the pure white combat space. Time itself appeared frozen. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, stood in a daze, his head bowed, his body slightly trembling, as he voluntarily exited his Super Saiyan form. He had lost. Losing to Sun Xian was not a disgrace, yet he remained utterly bewildered by the means of his defeat. Was Sun Xian truly so powerful, able to crush him in his normal state, or had his Super Saiyan form become stagnant? This sensation was more despairing than when Frieza toyed with him on Namek. Your strength is akin to a flood unleashed. Sun Xian's voice shattered the silence. He did not mock Vegeta in victory, but rather recounted the truth. Despite the grand display and astonishing destructive capability, the effective energy that constituted a true attack was minuscule. He extended a finger, a shimmer of golden aura dancing at its tip. With a flourish, Sun Xian naturally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta sensed any fluctuation in his aura. It remained as subdued as before. Yet this golden hair was unmistakably that of a Super Saiyan. A true warrior possesses an extraordinarily high degree of control over every ounce of their power. He directed his finger towards Vegeta, and a beam of light, honed to perfection, swiftly grazed past Vegeta's ear, striking the ground and resulting in a minor explosion. Vegeta stood frozen in place, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. In that fleeting moment, he felt an imminent threat of death. This was infinitely more potent than King Frieza's death beam. What appeared to be a simple beam of light concealed a deadly intent. Sun Xian observed Vegeta, noting that in his pursuit of strength, he neglected the mastery of that very power. Vegeta, your combat style is exceedingly wasteful. To Sun Xian, it was quite reasonable to label the early and mid-period Vegeta as Speedy Vegeta. It was not merely a deficiency in his energy reserves, but rather the inefficacy of his attack methods that squandered energy. He would recklessly charge and strike, unleashing chaotic assaults without regard for efficiency. In his earlier battles, Vegeta's combat intelligence was lamentably low. He failed to analyze his opponents or discern their weaknesses, opting for brute force when he could win and giving up when he could not, even succumbing to tears at the hands of Frieza. Wasteful? Vegeta shot his head up, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Sun Xian. Are you mocking me, you lower-class warrior? In that moment, his pride and the glory of being a Saiyan prince were utterly shattered by Sun Xian's words, trampled upon and ground into the dirt. Sun Xian shook his head, refraining from further explanation. For someone as excessively arrogant as Vegeta, no amount of words would suffice. Only by witnessing the insurmountable gap firsthand could he truly awaken. Wow. Shinbro, you are incredible. In stark contrast to Vegeta's reaction, Sun Wukong exclaimed, your technique just now is based on the same principle as Piccolo's special beam cannon, right? Teach me. I want to learn this. The immense strength of Sun Xian did not deter Wukong. Instead, it ignited his yearning and excitement for a higher martial realm. All right. Sun Xian replied with a smile. Attack me with your utmost speed and strength. You got it. In an instant, Sun Wukong erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. He eschewed any feints, his form flashing directly before Sun Xian, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at his vital points. However, the ensuing scene caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict to pinpricks. In the face of Wukong's torrential assault, Sun Xian did not evade as he had against Vegeta. Instead, he continuously intercepted the attacks. Wukong, feel the energy within you, Sun Xian instructed while parrying. Approximately 30% of your energy dissipates at the moment of each punch, transforming into shockwaves around your fists. While it may appear visually impressive, it is utterly ineffective. Oh, really? Wukong halted his onslaught, focusing on the flow of energy. Moments later, an expression of enlightenment dawned upon his face. Concentrate. Gather all your power into your fists. The simpler the attack, the more effective. Like this? Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed a straight punch towards Sun Xian, aimed directly at his face. This strike was devoid of the golden aura and the whooshing sound of air being split, resembling a mere brawl between ordinary individuals. Yet, this punch effortlessly pierced through Sun Xian's casual defenses, advancing relentlessly. Indeed, this was somewhat intriguing. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Sun Xian's mouth. Sun Wukong's comprehension of martial arts was truly extraordinary. With merely a hint from him, Wukong could swiftly assimilate and master the concepts. However, this punch was caught between two fingers, unable to advance an inch. But I am stronger, Sun Xian declared, effortlessly restraining Sun Wukong with just 2 fingers, rendering him incapable of retreating or advancing, regardless of his attempts to unleash his formidable aura. Vegeta remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, his gaze fluctuating. Kakarot, this lowly warrior, was shamelessly learning from that man the means to grow stronger. And what about himself? Was he to cling to the absurd pride of the Saiyan prince, watching helplessly as Kakarot surpassed him? No, absolutely not. The Saiyan prince may be defeated, but he must never stagnate. An unprecedented yearning surged forth from the depths of his soul. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta finally managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice rasping as if it were not his own. Teach me as well. These 5 words seemed to drain every ounce of energy from him. He still did not look at Sun Xian, but instead fixed his gaze steadfastly on the ground, as if unable to bear the shame of uttering them. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Sun Xian's lips. It was done. The proud Saiyan prince had finally lowered his noble head. Very well, Sun Xian said, surveying both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, before you become stronger, you must first learn to master your current powers perfectly. Starting today, your training regimen will change. Training in the gravity chamber will continue, but the focus will no longer solely be on enhancing strength. It will shift towards control training. Control? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Yes, control, Sun Xian affirmed with a nod. You must learn to maintain perfect restraint of your energy in both normal and Super Saiyan forms, revealing not a hint of it. This state must be upheld at all times, even while eating or sleeping, until it becomes second nature. This is the foundation for ascending to a higher realm. Once you have mastered this, I will teach you the power that transcends Super Saiyan. Sun Xian's words ignited a spark of excitement in both their eyes. Chapter 54. Urgent temporal mission with a slight distortion of space. Sun Xian, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were transported back to the Capsule Corporation. Under Sun Xian's guidance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had gradually begun to grasp the path forward, directly exploring the full power of Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, several gravity chambers released a burst of air as their doors slowly opened. I can't take it anymore. Krillin was the first to tumble out, drenched as if he had just emerged from water, gasping for fresh air and feeling rejuvenated. Soon after, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Yamati emerged one after another, their faces flushed and footsteps unsteady, clearly having reached the limits of their physical endurance. Only Piccolo appeared unervingly green. Despite being drenched in sweat and struggling to catch his breath, he stood upright, exuding an air of resilience, as if he could endure for an entire day. It was evident that none of them had resorted to the use of senzu beans to restore their strength. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves accompanied by Sun Xian, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Dog Wukong. Krillin was the first to react, struggling to rise from the ground, exclaiming joyfully, "You're back. Are you all right?" Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered, mistaking Krillin's words for a reference to himself, but soon realized and sheepishly scratched his head. The others quickly gathered around, expressing their concern for Sun Xian. Upon learning that the formidable Sun Xian had been taken by the enemy, they indeed felt a twinge of panic. "I'm fine. No need to worry," Sun Xian said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were bubbling with energy. "All right, starting today, I will intensify my training in controlling my energy." Sun Wukong was filled with enthusiasm, reminiscent of his training days under Master Roshi. Vegeta, with a scoff, soared into the sky like a streak of light, evidently eager to reach the gravity chamber that Bulma had prepared for him. "Hey, Vegeta, wait for me." Seeing Vegeta take off, Sun Wukong hurriedly followed suit. Observing Sun Wukong's rush, Sun Xian shook his head. "Why are you following him?" "Bulma isn't yours. She 1T secretly prepare a gravity chamber for you." He then addressed Krillin and the others. "I have some matters to discuss with Bulma. You all should take a rest." He turned and entered the Capsule Corporation building, finding Bulma in her exclusive office, troubled by a pile of charts. Upon seeing Sun Xian, she immediately complained, "You're finally back. Your Sun family cuisine is too limited. Although the snacks taste good, they require manual preparation. Once mass-produced by machines, the flavor diminishes significantly." Sun Xian chuckled. "That's simple. I have a solution." Over the next 2 hours, Sun Xian imparted his knowledge of modern fast food to Bulma. From various culinary recipes to franchise operation models, from food preservation techniques to branding effects, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she fervently jotted down notes. "So it can be done this way," Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "Sun Xian, you are simply a genius." Sun Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. All of this was preparation for conquering the appetites of Beerus and Whis in the future. He was also contemplating learning the Ultra Instinct technique from Whis. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Time remarked, "Does my appetite not matter?" Sun Xian merely smiled, his expression becoming serious. "Bulma, listen carefully. You must strive to expand and enhance this culinary industry, ensuring that everyone knows Earth's cuisine is the best in the universe. This is crucial for me and the future of Earth." Although Bulma was baffled, the earnestness in Sun Xian's demeanor compelled her to nod vigorously. As night fell, the vibrant lights of West City illuminated the surroundings. Sun Xian did not return to Baozi Mountain, but chose to reside at the Capsule Company. For him, a university student hailing from modern society, occasionally experiencing the bustling nightlife of the city provided a genuine sense of reality. Naturally, he had not forgotten the promise he made to a certain food enthusiast. He first enlisted Bulma's assistance in preparing the equipment, ingredients, and seasonings necessary for frying chicken, transforming an entire warehouse into an automated fried chicken production line to embark upon his culinary venture. Opting for high-quality ingredients, he swiftly operated 365 frying pots simultaneously, executing marinating, battering, frying, and plating with remarkable speed. The golden chicken sizzled in the bubbling oil, emitting an enticing crackling sound, while the rich aroma quickly filled the entire warehouse. After preparing the batter, Sun Xian meticulously categorized the fried chicken by flavor: spicy, garlic, sweet plum, cumin, and curry. However, a conundrum arose: how to preserve and transport such a bounty of fried chicken. It would be impractical to carry hundreds of Sun family buckets to the nest of time. System, is there something akin to a spatial ring? Sun Xian pondered in his mind. Ding. The system store recommends Naesumi Mustard Seed Space. It contains a small storage space where time stands still, priced at 999 merit points. Would you like to exchange? 999. Why don't you just rob a bank? Sun Xian grimaced at the thought. The system was truly a shrewd merchant. With only 10,000 merit points in total, he would be left with just one. Exchange. Sun Xian gritted his teeth and made a decision. Ding. Naesumi Mustard Seed Space successfully exchanged. A delicate ruby ring materialized from the void. Sun Xian tentatively brought a freshly cooked piece of fried chicken close to the ring, and indeed, it was drawn inside. When he retrieved it, he discovered that the chicken's temperature, aroma, and flavor remained unchanged. Excellent. Sun Xian felt invigorated, categorizing mountains of chicken and storing them in the mustard seed space. This should be enough for Kuro Noya to feast for a year. The following morning, Sun Xian awoke refreshed from his bed in the guest room. Finally, no blunders about my early morning class. Glancing out at the towering skyscrapers, he instinctively murmured in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding. Signing in is not possible here. As expected, it was futile. Sun Xian had anticipated this and felt no disappointment. With a swift movement, his figure vanished from the West Capital and reappeared atop Baozi Mountain. System, sign in. Ding. Host detected entering the projection area of Huahua Mountain. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 10,000 merit points. Bah, how stingy. Sun Xian now understood that 10,000 merit points would be quickly depleted. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special reward, currently being drawn. Special reward. Sun Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After signing in at the Nest of Time and receiving the Bodhi mind-clearing pill, surely this time at the home of the great sage. Huahua Mountain, he would receive something substantial. Just don't let it be a monkey or its offspring, he urged the system impatiently. However, just as the system was about to announce the reward, beep, 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 a sudden, urgent alarm blared unexpectedly. It was not the sound of the system, but rather an emergency communication from the Time Patrol Squad. Sun Xian was taken aback. Had the first mission finally arrived? What kind of mission? He activated the communicator, which displayed the specific details of the task. Emergency mission, rectify the anomalous timeline 13. Mission code, the first assassin. Chapter 55. The struggle of the first assassin. Just as Sun Xian confirmed his acceptance of the mission, the communicator on his wrist fell silent. Meanwhile, a pocket watch belonging to Kuranoya levitated in midair. Sun Xian, allow me to introduce the mission details. A miniature hologram of Kuranoya emerged from the watch. Her tone exceedingly grave. Timeline 13 has experienced a severe historical deviation. If not rectified promptly, it will lead to catastrophic consequences. Historical deviation? Sun Xian was momentarily confused. As a novice embarking on his first mission, he was unaware of how to amend the timeline. Indeed, in that timeline, the renowned assassin Tao Baibai, hired by the Red Ribbon Army, has supplanted Sun Wukong as the protagonist. Kuranoya explained swiftly. You mean, Tao Baibai killed little Wukong? How did that happen? I have little time. Please allow me to finish. Kuranoya did not indulge Sun Xian's curiosity, but continued her exposition. He dominated Earth, eliminating androids, Cell, and Majin Buu, following the standard trajectory until he prematurely departed from Universe 7, severely disrupting history, which I subsequently observed. I suspect an unknown force is at play here. As Sun Xian absorbed this increasingly absurd narrative, he was left in shock, as if he could devour a piece of fried chicken prepared for Kuranoya. Your task is to journey to Timeline 13 and rectify the erroneous history. Kuranoya paused, her voice low. This means you must eliminate the heretic Tao Baibai and eradicate that flawed parallel timeline. Tao Baibai. Sun Xian's expression turned peculiar. The assassin with a fee of 100 million? Is he not just a comical character with braids, dressed in a pink robe, and flying on a pillar? How could he possibly kill Sun Wukong and take the lead role? This is even more absurd than severing red hair from Elbu to make it one's steed. What exactly did he do? Could it be that he transcended through murder? Wait, eradicate the timeline. Sun Xian furrowed his brow. But isn't our objective to rectify history? To him, this seemed like a classic case of discarding the problematic elements rather than resolving the issues at hand. Rest assured, this is a flawed parallel timeline diverging from the main temporal narrative. Countless such timelines are created and destroyed daily. Kuranoya's projection flickered briefly but quickly stabilized. You could say this timeline is merely Tao Baibai's fantasy, yet a force has rendered that fantasy a reality. All you need to do is eliminate Tao Baibai, and this timeline will collapse on its own. The situation is urgent. You must depart at once. The coordinates are. I must also check other timelines. With that, the communication was severed. Sun Xian barely had time to bid farewell to anyone, nor could he afford to investigate the special reward he had just obtained from the system space. He could sense that this mission was of utmost significance. Glancing back at the tranquil and serene Baozi Mountain, Sun Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, a vortex of time and space, radiating a white light, materialized before him. Taking a deep breath, Sun Xian stepped into it, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. In the 13th dimension, within the 6th universe, Sun Xian emerged from the temporal passage, his feet landing upon a desolate expanse of crimson wasteland. The dark purple sky crackled with thunder, and an atmosphere of desolation and hostility permeated the air, as if this planet had long been forsaken. Such a world, in the eyes of Beerus, would undoubtedly be deemed unworthy, categorically belonging to the realm of destruction. It seemed that the inclination to slack off was not his affliction alone. Not far away, Two formidable auras were suspended in the air, locked in confrontation. Sun Xian immediately suppressed his own presence, his figure flickering as he stealthily concealed himself behind a massive rock. Observing from the shadows, among the two adversaries, one was all too familiar to him. With purple skin and hands tucked into the pockets of his trench coat, it was none other than Hit, the legendary, aloof assassin from the Sixth Universe. The opponent facing Hit, however, was nearly unrecognizable to Sun Xian. The individual still bore the appearance of Tao Bai Bai, sporting his signature braids and clad in a pink robe emblazoned with the character for kill. Yet, his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. The formerly lecherous glint in his eyes had shifted to one of profound coldness, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan's transformation. He exuded an eerie aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Tao Bai Bai Hit. What is this? A contest of assassins? Do you really think you are worthy to stand before me? Tao Bai Bai's voice was hoarse and flat as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leaning slightly backward, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In my eyes, your approach to assassination is merely child's play. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hit vanished without warning. The next instant, he materialized behind Tao Bai Bai, his hand poised to strike with lethal energy aimed at the latter's back. However, as Hit's strike was about to connect, Tao Bai Bai's figure shimmered like a reflection in water, becoming ephemeral. Hit's attack passed directly through that illusion. What? Hit's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a look of astonishment broke through his perpetually icy facade. When had it happened? His time-skip technique had been evaded? No, that was not correct. It was that from the outset, he had locked onto an illusion. Is that all? Tao Bai Bai stood with his back turned to Hit. He did not even bother to turn around, maintaining his defiant posture while extending a single finger. To compete with me in the art of assassination. You are still 20,000 years behind. With a swift motion, a meticulously condensed peach-colored energy wave shot forth with breathtaking speed. Yet Hit, being a top-tier assassin with extensive combat experience, activated his time skip once more the moment Tao Bai Bai extended his finger, vanishing yet again. The energy wave left behind only a deep, unfathomable hole in the ground. What should have been a high-stakes duel between elite assassins had devolved into an awkward scenario where neither could land a hit on the other. Sun Xian, hidden in the shadows, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the prowess of this mutated Tao Bai Bai is not excessively formidable, his wit is sharp, and his abilities are rather peculiar. It appears that Hit can also restrain him, indicating that he is not fighting alone. However, an inexplicable ire surged within Sun Xian. These two individuals are simply too adept at posturing. Are you competing in the art of killing, or merely in the art of boasting? Hit remains unperturbed, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of calm superiority, embodying his signature persona that suggests everyone else present is beneath him. But what of that Tao Bai Bai? With his hands clasped behind his back, he now gazes at the sky at a 90-degree angle, as if peering down his nose at others, radiating an air of arrogance that gives Sun Xian the impression that his presence demands payment, regardless of whether he strikes or not. Observing the two engaged in their turn-based game, exchanging empty threats and posturing, Sun Xian's irritation grew. You are far too verbose. True killing is a decisive blow delivered face-to-face, a single strike that ends it all. Nonsense. Killing is silent and can take myriad forms. As the pretentious display threatened to devolve into a debate, Sun Xian could no longer restrain himself. Hey, I say you two. A languid voice emerged as Sun Xian emerged from behind a rock. Hit and Tao Bai Bai were simultaneously startled, turning abruptly towards the source of the sound. There stood a man clad in a red patrol uniform, leaning against a distant boulder, a playful smile gracing his face. They had completely overlooked his presence. Are you two vying for the title of the universe's greatest braggart? Sun Xian smirked. In my opinion, Hit, you win. Tao Bai Bai's posture is simply too ridiculous. Who are you? Hit shot a warning glance. Meanwhile, Tao Bai Bai's expression darkened instantly. You are Sun Wukong? Impossible. I thought I had killed you. No, that can't be right. You are. Chapter 56. Hit takes action. Sun Xian ignored Tao Bai Bai, fixating instead on his familiar stance of fists clasped behind his back, which grew increasingly recognizable. Wait a moment. There is indeed another who favors such a pose. The Great Priest. An absurd yet dangerously potent thought flickered through Sun Xian's mind. Could it be that the Great Priest of this timeline is aiding Tao Bai Bai in assuming the role of protagonist? Goodness, if that is indeed the case. We are in grave trouble. No, you are. Tao Bai Bai did not finish his sentence, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over Sun Xian before returning expressionlessly to hit. Seemingly indifferent to Sun Xian's identity. Purple Yam Spirit, it seems we shall not determine a victor anytime soon. He lowered his head, while still maintaining his haughty demeanor. Proposing, let us settle this. Whoever slays this fellow first shall be deemed the ultimate assassin. Hit remained with his hands in his pockets, seemingly disinterested in the proposition. A weight settled in Sun Xian's heart. Based on Tao Bai Bai's earlier reaction, he undoubtedly possessed some insider knowledge. Although Hit is an assassin, Sun Xian, from his readings, understands that beneath this seemingly cold exterior lies a strong sense of justice and principles inherent to a true warrior. I am Sun Xian. Sun Xian cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Hit, a member of the Time Patrol. He had come on the orders of the King of Time, Cronoa, to eliminate heresy. He deliberately emphasized the title of the King of Time. This fellow, Sun Xian pointed at Tao Bai Bai. I am perplexed as to how he found you. However, in this timeline, there should be no trace of his existence. Sun Xian appealed to reason and emotion, even invoking the King of Time in hopes of resonating with Hit, a fellow time traveler. Yet, Hit remained unresponsive, quietly floating with his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed, seemingly annoyed by the chatter of Sun Xian and Tao Bai Bai. Damn, this guy is quite the actor. Sun Xian thought to himself, realizing he would have to take the initiative. Time Patrol, Tao Bai Bai exclaimed as he charged directly at Sun Xian. Oh, so you are a lackey of the Time Nest. Killing you will surely please my master. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure vanished without a trace. Behind you. Sun Xian spun around only to see Tao Bai Bai materialize eerily behind him, his tongue darting towards his temple. Sun Xian instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the attack as the tip of the tongue grazed his face, leaving a thin line of blood. That was close. Before he could regain his footing, a long blade swept towards him with a whistling sound. Bang! Sun Xian raised his arm to block, but he was still pushed back several steps by the immense force. This guy possesses incredible strength, he thought, astonished that he could be pushed back in his normal state. Dong Dong Wave, Tao Bai Bai pointed, unleashing a pink energy wave that shot towards Sun Xian's forehead at blinding speed. Uffed. It was over. Tao Bai Bai retracted his finger, maintaining his haughty demeanor with his hands behind his back. In his perception, Sun Xian's presence had completely vanished. Yet, a slight flicker of emotion appeared in Hit's gaze. Sun Xian had mysteriously appeared beside him, unnoticed even by this legendary assassin. Was it an illusion? Hit suddenly recalled that Tao Bai Bai had employed a similar technique, albeit not as skillfully as Sun Xian. He turned to look directly at Sun Xian. What do you think? Interested in joining the Time Patrol? Hit remained silent, merely observing Sun Xian. From his eyes, Sun Xian discerned his intention. Let us see how this unfolds. It was clear that he needed to demonstrate his true capabilities to potentially recruit this formidable individual. Sun Xian actually held a certain admiration for this legendary assassin, who had dared to defy Zampa's will multiple times, even going so far as to allow the Deliverman Manaka to knock him out in the Tournament of Power, disregarding all pretense. You think you're something special, using my entire sixth universe to repay a debt. Sun Xian resolved that once he dealt with Tao Bai Bai, and before the collapse of the parallel timeline, he must bring this version of Hit along with him. Next, he would display not an advertisement, but rather his true prowess. Hey, look this way. Observing Tao Bai Bai standing there with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky in a pretentious manner, Sun Xian felt a hint of hesitation about interrupting him. You, how are you still alive? Tao Bai Bai, somewhat astonished, did not expect this top assassin to falter. Come here. I could stand here and let you strike, yet you wouldn't be able to kill me. Sun Xian beckoned with a finger, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Enraged, Tao Bai Bai thought, how dare you mock me? I have always been the one to ridicule others. Who would dare to return the jest? If anyone did, they would have been slain. Maintaining his posture, he lifted his right foot and propelled himself towards Sun Xian like an arrow released from its bowstring. Here we go again? Sun Xian frowned, wishing to avoid Tao Bai Bai's tongue, which he found utterly repulsive. He raised his foot, anticipating the trajectory of the attack, preparing to stamp down upon Tao Bai Bai's head. In response, Tao Bai Bai finally revealed his right hand, extending 2 fingers, his advancing figure adjusting its angle to strike directly at Sun Xian's eyes. Although Sun Xian intended to display the might of his immortal body, he instinctively tilted his head, resulting in Tao Baibai's fingers leaving 2 crimson trails across his face. Is it because you haven't eaten? Arrogance. Tao Baibai's expression darkened, his murderous intent surging. He unleashed both hands, transforming them into countless afterimages, each part of his body, fingers, elbows, feet, and hair, becoming a lethal weapon, relentlessly assaulting Master Son, who maintained his iron cloth posture. With each strike, blood mist erupted around Sun Xian. His heart was pierced by fingers, his skull shattered by hair, and his shoulder sliced by a hand strike. In mere seconds, Tao Baibai unleashed a myriad of lethal techniques upon Sun Xian. Yet, the smile on Sun Xian's face only grew more pronounced. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, with no injury remaining for more than 3 seconds. Tao Baibai's assault faltered as he gazed at this monster who restored himself to pristine condition in an instant. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Is this the power of an immortal body? Sun Xian smiled slightly, his refined visage betraying no sign of the beating he had endured. You just struck me with 186 moves. Now it's my turn, I assenti it? It was not in Sun Xian's nature to merely receive blows. Just as he prepared to turn defense into offense, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. Let me give it a try. The previously passive Zit finally spoke, slowly withdrawing his hands from the pockets of his trench coat. Chapter 57. The fury of Tao Baibai. Sun Xian and Tao Baibai simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zit. His eyes suddenly sharpened with intense focus. Glass-like fissures appearing within the rose-hued dimension of time. It seemed Zit had discerned Tao Baibai's techniques, and with his first move, he aimed for an instantaneous kill. In a flash, his figure vanished. This time, Tao Baibai's expression shifted. He felt the weight of Zit's strike locking onto all his movement trajectories. No longer overconfident, he tightened his breath, forming an aura akin to a protective barrier around his body. Suddenly, with no warning, a blood mist erupted from Tao Baibai's chest as an invisible shockwave penetrated his defenses, striking at his vital points. However, his figure merely swayed briefly before stabilizing. The assassin's robe suddenly bursting into countless fragments, revealing a cylindrical hollow at the heart. Yet, an enigmatic smile surfaced on his face. Futile. Tao Baibai lifted his head, fiercely chewing on a celestial being. Your time flash technique is indeed formidable. Yet, regrettably, everything lies within my control. His pupils constricted, the time flash technique activated. Yet it bore no fruit. Despite striking at the vital point, he failed to deliver a fatal blow. This constituted a failure for Hit. As an assassin, the most crucial element is information. Tao Baibai extended a finger, tapping his own head, proclaiming, and all of your intelligence resides right here. I am acutely aware of the duration of your time flash ability, the number of assassination techniques you possess, and even the rhythm of your lethal strikes. Yet, you remain oblivious to the location of my vital point. Through the wounds on Tao Baibai that had yet to fully heal, Sun Xian caught a glimpse of his pulsating heart, strangely shifting back into position. His expression finally darkened. This was the consequence of underestimating his opponent's intelligence. Observing Tao Baibai's audacious arrogance, as if everything was within his grasp, a surge of anger ignited within Sun Xian. He despised such pretentiousness. He exchanged a glance with Hit, then provocatively turned his gaze back to Tao Baibai. Is that so? You claim to know this and that. Do you also know that your demise approaches? Tao Baibai disdainfully glanced at him, poised to mock the two for their audacity, one daring to compare skills in assassination, the other in verbal sparring, only to realize Hit's figure had vanished once more. Another time flash. Humph, do you wish to tread the same path again? Tao Baibai scoffed, preparing to respond as he had before. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt his body grow rigid, immobile. Immobilization. It was a timely execution of a binding technique by a certain crafty individual. Prepare to be struck while standing at attention. Tao Baibai could only remain frozen in place, watching as Hit materialized before him, delivering a devastating hand strike, infused with all his power, straight toward his heart. This was Hit's lethal strike. Tao Baibai's smile froze. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. How could he be rendered immobile? Thud. Hit's hand strike penetrated Tao Baibai's heart with precision, unimpeded. The lethal energy stored within the dimension of time erupted within him instantaneously. After Hit inflicted the strike upon Tao Baibai, the immobilization technique cast by Sun Xian was also triggered and released. Tao Baibai struggled to lower his head, gazing at the hollowed cavity in his chest. his eyes brimming with confusion and reluctance. However, contrary to the expectations of Sun Xian and Hit, he did not collapse. An ominous, frenzied aura suddenly erupted from within him. Goodness, what malevolent force is this? Could it be that after exhausting the first segment of his health, he has plunged into a frenzy, completely replenishing his vitality? Roar! Tao Bai Bai emitted a roar that was anything but human, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Crack! Crack! A cacophony of bone-crunching sounds emanated from within him. Tao Bai Bai's body began to undergo a violent transformation. His back arched high, and a white, bony exoskeleton erupted from his shoulders, chest, and shins, resembling the biological armor of Frisia's final form. A long tail, adorned with bone spurs, lashed out violently from his caudal vertebra, carving a deep trench in the ground. His once normal visage contorted into a grotesque mask, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and two diminutive demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. Sun Xian's pupils dilated in shock, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. This familiar white exoskeleton, this iconic long tail, this essence of malevolence, the Ice Demon. Was this not the very essence of the Ice Demon clan? How could Tao Bai Bai also undergo a second transformation? Panting heavily, Tao Bai Bai seemed to be acclimating to this newfound physique. I had no intention of adopting this form. He flexed his clawed hands, revolted by this hideous appearance, an affront to the aesthetics of assassination. However, you have forced my hand. Hit's expression grew grave, sensing that the creature before him radiated an aura tenfold stronger than before. What on earth are you? Sun Xian could not help but inquire. Ha! Curious, are we? Tao Bai Bai cackled wildly, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, mimicking King Frisia. I made a wish to the dragon and obtained the bloodline and potential of the Ice Demon, the mightiest clan in the universe. Coupled with decades of relentless training, I have seamlessly fused the path of killing with this body. I have long surpassed the so-called Cosmic Emperor. Sun Xian suddenly comprehended, albeit puzzled as to how he maintained a human form for such an extended period. I shall engage. Faced with the fully transformed Ice Demon Tao Bai Bai, Hit abandoned his usual demeanor. Rather than utilizing time skip, he completely transformed from his previous assassin style into a berserker. Yura Yura Yura. His fists moved with such rapidity that they left only a blur, each strike precisely targeting Tao Bai Bai's vital points. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless barrage of fists rained down upon Tao Bai Bai, seemingly failing to penetrate his defenses. Nevertheless, Hit persisted in his assault, furiously unleashing punches while manipulating his mastery over time, continuously adjusting his position and angles of attack within mere fractions of a second, leaving Tao Bai Bai unable to discern his rhythm, forced to endure this unending onslaught. Finally, after a series of precise strikes, a crack appeared in Tao Bai Bai's hardened shell. You dare! Just as Hit displayed a glimmer of hope, Tao Bai Bai suddenly accelerated, delivering a sweeping blow that sent Hit flying. Too swift. Sun Xian seized the opportunity to instantly transform into Super Saiyan 2, a tempest of electric arcs enveloping him like a writhing silver serpent, crackling with explosive sounds. Grasping Hit, both were propelled backward by an immense force, sliding several dozen meters and carving deep furrows in the earth before gradually coming to a halt. Let us join forces. Chapter 58, Facing the Grand Priest? Let us join forces. As Sun Xian's words echoed, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hit, without the need for words. An unspoken understanding formed between the two. A resounding roar erupted as Sun Xian unleashed an even more formidable aura, ignited by a blazing golden flame and crackling arcs of electricity, launching a frontal assault. Meanwhile, Hit stealthily maneuvered towards the flank of Tao Bai Bai, poised to exploit any vulnerabilities for a lethal strike. However, Tao Bai Bai, in his second form, merely scoffed disdainfully. His crimson tail, akin to a steel whip, danced rapidly in the air, sweeping with precision. Whoosh. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5. The lightning-fast quintuple lash accurately predicted the trajectories of both Sun Xian and Hit's attacks. Bang, bang. 2 thunderous sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Both Hit and Sun Xian were struck by the long tail, forcefully hurled towards the ground not far away. Boom. The trembling earth erupted, dust soaring into the sky. In a single move, their combined probing assault was effortlessly shattered. Deep within the crater, Sun Xian coughed up a mixture of blood and flesh, realizing that even with immortality, One could not bear the role of a tank. Through mental communication, he conveyed a thought to Hit in the distance. Hit, listen. I shall act as the bait while you seek out his weaknesses. Fear not, I am impervious to death. In another area of the ruins, Hit gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trench coat. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise impassive iceberg face for the first time. The plan took him by surprise. After all, it was only a short while since they had met, and yet Sun Xian was willing to endure the enemy's pressure to create conditions for him to analyze the intelligence. However, as he gazed at the distant golden figure, memories of the opponent's peculiar ability to instantaneously heal from wounds and those confident eyes flooded his mind. After a moment of silence, Hit gave a slight nod. For the first time, this legendary assassin who traversed the sixth universe relinquished control of his assassination rhythm entirely to another. Come on, is that all? Are you merely tickling me? Sun Xian leaped from the pit, his golden aura erupting once more as he unleashed his verbal prowess upon the imposing Tao Bai Bai in the distance. Seeking death, Tao Bai Bai's figure vanished, only to reappear before Sun Xian, his hand, imbued with malevolent energy, crashing down towards Sun Xian's chest. This time, Sun Xian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he boldly advanced, abandoning all defense. Thud! The hand effortlessly pierced through Sun Xian's chest, emerging from his back. Yet, the smile on Sun Xian's face only grew more radiant. The force is too feeble. Tao Bai Bai, consumed by rage, coiled his tail around Sun Xian, suspending him in midair. Following this, a relentless barrage of attacks commenced: fists, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and bites. Tao Bai Bai unleashed all his lethal techniques upon Sun Xian without restraint. Sun Xian resembled a tattered punching bag, being battered back and forth in the air, yet the grin on his face became increasingly audacious. Tao Bai Bai was increasingly alarmed. This fellow before him seemed more like a monster than he did. A mere fatal wound was of no consequence. Regardless of the grievous injuries inflicted upon him, his adversary could instantaneously recover in the blink of an eye. The existence of such an immortal being was nothing short of an affront to the profession of assassination. That smiling visage served as the utmost mockery and insult to him, the foremost killer. Damn it, perish! Tao Bai Bai's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, losing their original rhythm and composure, thereby exposing even more vulnerabilities. Just as he delivered a powerful kick that sent Sun Xian hurtling against a mountain peak, an abrupt system notification echoed within Sun Xian's mind. Ding! The host is detected to be using self-sacrifice to feed the demon. The task is classified as a high-risk, high-reward endeavor, with an additional reward of 5,000 merit points. Sun Xian nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Here I am, risking life and limb to endure damage for intelligence, and you call this self-sacrifice? And even grant me a bonus? Why does it feel like I've been duped by the system? At that moment of his lament, the ever-hidden Hit took action. His figure transcended the dimensions of time, vanishing soundlessly. This time, he eschewed any conventional vital points. Utilizing the intelligence he had just analyzed, he unleashed his long-prepared temporal flash. When he reappeared, he materialized like a specter behind Tao Bai Bai, who was intent on pursuing Sun Xian. The hand drawn from his trench coat transformed into a sharp blade of time, condensing the horrific energy from the temporal dimension, and precisely pierced the connection between the discovered chink in the armor and the flesh. Crack! A crisp, teeth-gritting sound of shattering resonated. That seemingly indestructible white shell shattered in an instant. A piercing scream erupted, and Tao Bai Bai's massive form trembled violently. Tao Bai Bai's shape convulsed in midair, forcibly reverting from the colossal frozen demon form back to human shape. Well done, Hit. Sun Xian broke free from the mountainside, seizing the rare opportunity without hesitation. Kamehameha. A dazzling blue radiance rapidly coalesced in his palm. Meanwhile, Hit was not idle either. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as his fists intertwined. Purple energy surged from his fists, imbued with the terrifying power to distort time. Two entirely different, yet equally lethal attacks surged forth, sealing off all avenues of survival for Tao Bai Bai. It's done. A glimmer of certainty flashed in the eyes of both Sun Xian and Hit. However, just as the two energies were about to engulf Tao Bai Bai, an unheralded figure appeared before him. It was a diminutive figure clad in a light blue robe, wearing a gentle smile. He stood with his fists clasped behind his back, striking a pose reminiscent of Tao Bai Bai's previous stance, yet exuding an entirely different aura. With a mere outstretched hand, the two energies capable of sending Tao Bai to his demise vanished as if wiped away by an invisible cloth, disappearing without a trace. Sun Xian, frozen in the pose of launching the Kamehameha, could think of but one thought. What happened to my enormous wave? Hitler displayed an unprecedented solemnity. The High Priest? Sun Xian's mind buzzed. The absurd conjecture he had entertained earlier now thundered with clarity. It was indeed he, the father of Weiss, the leader of the angelic lineage, the most formidable being beneath the celestial throne. What a disobedient child he is. The High Priest paid no heed to Sun Xian and Hitler. He merely lowered his head, casting a gaze that appeared gentle, yet was chillingly cold upon Tao Bai. To consent to let you experience the thrill of being the ultimate assassin does not equate to subjecting you to such humiliation. His voice was soft and tender, akin to the warm sun in winter. Yet, at that moment, Sun Xian and Hitler felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies enveloped in a frigid chill. To oppose the High Priest? Chapter 59. Take a hit from Old Sunday. The High Priest's gaze traversed past Tao Bai, ultimately resting upon Sun Xian and Hitler. His deep-set eyes bore no trace of human emotion, only a lofty and pure scrutiny. You two have disrupted my experiment. Thus, remain here and serve as sustenance for this imperfect creation. Experiment? Creation? Sun Xian's heart sank heavily. The High Priest's words hinted that this 13th space-time had emerged due to his experiments, resulting in a distorted temporal state. As his words fell, the High Priest made no extraneous motions, merely raising a finger slowly. An incomprehensible and irresistible force of regulatory power descended in an instant. It was not an attack, but rather a correction of a higher dimension, seemingly intent on erasing the existence of Sun Xian and Hitler from all records. Fear etched itself onto Hitler's face for the first time. His prideful time-shift ability appeared as naive as that of a novice before this maneuver. He could distinctly sense that no matter which temporal dimension he sought refuge in, that erasure force would follow him relentlessly. This was not a matter of evasion, but rather the ultimate judgment of a being that should never have existed. However, just as Hitler was on the brink of surrendering, a golden figure, crackling with arcs of electricity, stood defiantly before him. Sun Xian erupted with an overwhelming aura, fully shielding Hitler behind him. Bracing his own body to confront the erasure force emanating from the highest echelons of the universe. No fear graced his countenance. Instead, a smile intermingled with madness and exhilaration illuminated his face. Come, let me witness the true strength of the universe's most formidable power. In the next moment, the erasure rule descended. Sun Xian's body began to vanish from his fingertips, not in an explosion or a transformation into ashes, but rather in a gradual dissolution. It was as though he were being erased from paper with an eraser, his physical form and the very concept of his existence gradually dissipating. His fingertips, palms, and arms quickly succumbed to the void. Hitler's pupils constricted. He found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Yet, at the instant when the right half of Sun Xian's body was obliterated, an overwhelming surge of life force erupted from within him. The erased portion began to reconstitute and regenerate at a visible speed from the void. The undying body and rule erasure formed a bizarre and comical stalemate. Sun Xian let out an uncontrollable roar, not born of physical agony, but rather the excruciating torment of consciousness being repeatedly torn asunder, crushed, and reconstituted. With each passing second, he felt as though he were undergoing countless deaths and rebirths. Yet, amidst this boundless suffering, he erupted into laughter. Ha! Great priest, is this truly your level? I find it rather mediocre. For the first time, the great priest's eternal smile vanished, replaced by an unmistakable look of astonishment. He sensed that his opponent was not resisting with equal force, but rather had somehow bypassed the rules of erasure in a manner he could not comprehend. Damn it, die already. On the other side, Tao Bai, shielded by the great priest, watched this scene unfold, jealousy and resentment clouding his mind. Why? Why could this man not be easily obliterated even by the great priest? With a furious roar, he lunged again at Sun Xian. However, before he could get close, an invisible force pinned him in midair, rendering him immobile. It was the great priest, who had lost interest in Tao Bai's performance. All his attention was now fixated on Sun Xian, who was simultaneously being erased, reborn, and laughing maniacally. Sun Xian felt as if his consciousness was on the verge of shattering under the weight of endless pain. even if his body could endure. His soul was close to collapse. Just then, ding, detection of host undergoing a rule-based attack. Judged as an extraordinary demon-slaying action, special reward. The Rui Jingu Bang, trial version, meets activation conditions and has been activated for the host. You can unleash a strike of the Dinghai Shinjian, an attack imbued with the supreme rules of the journey to the west. Will you proceed? Bring it on. Use it. Sun Xian summoned the last of his strength. Roaring in his heart, he knew this was his only chance. Even if he could not kill the great priest, he had to break free from this fatal predicament. Buzz. A radiant golden light surged explosively from within Sun Xian, illuminating the entire sixth universe in an instant. A colossal shadow of a divine staff. Adorned with golden copper hoops at both ends and forged from black iron in the center, manifested majestically behind Sun Xian. The overwhelming aura that shattered the skies and obliterated all obstacles swept forth. The great priest, who had always remained composed, felt his expression change upon sensing this aura. Genuine trepidation flickering in his eyes. It was a force starkly different from that of the Dragon Ball universe, yet equally standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. Under Sun Xian's nearly collapsing will, the shadow of the golden staff swung toward the great priest, delivering a cataclysmic strike. Damn it! Take this, old son. The great priest's gaze turned gravely serious as he raised his hand once more, attempting to counter with the power of the erasure rule. However, the immense shadow of the divine staff blatantly disregarded his power, ruthlessly crashing down upon his protective divine strength. Crack! The invisible barrier of divine power before the great priest shattered with a resounding echo. He was staggered back a half-step by an overwhelming force. A trickle of faint golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. In midair, Tao Bai Bai's eyes nearly bulged out, rendered utterly stupefied. In the distance, sight stood frozen in disbelief. The high priest had been injured? Though it was merely a trace of blood, for one who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, this was nothing short of astonishing. After the ethereal strike of the golden staff dissipated into motes of light, Sun Xian felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He fought against the debilitating sensation coursing through his soul, managing to stand upright, his tone more defiant and arrogant than before, sneering at the high priest. So, you are the high priest? That strike was merely a warning from those behind me. As he spoke, he summoned his power forward. Have you consulted the Elder S before you shamelessly tampered with space and time, diverging from the timeline? Those behind you? The high priest's expression turned grave. From that strike, he sensed not mere energy, but a pure, tyrannical principle devoid of any rationale, a supreme rule that rivaled even that of the All-King. He began to rapidly reassess Sun Xian's origins and background. On the surface, Sun Xian exuded confidence, yet internally he was on the verge of madness. He desperately attempted to contact the Time Patrol through his communicator, sending the most urgent and prioritized distress signal to the Nest of Time. Crononia, I need help. It's a matter of utmost urgency. If you don't arrive soon, your most charming and favored subordinate will be reduced to ashes by the High Priest. Acknowledge receipt. Acknowledge receipt. The High Priest cast a deep glance at Sun Xian, as if unraveling a profound understanding in an instant. The gravity on his face gradually lifted, replaced by a knowing smile. He refrained from attacking again and turned to the nearly petrified Tao Bai, speaking slowly. I see. So their people have also arrived. How intriguing. This game has just become even more interesting. His gaze returned to Sun Xian, the smile now imbued with a hint of approval and amusement. In that case, this realm of time and space is yours. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle force enveloped Tao Bai, their figures beginning to shimmer, on the verge of vanishing from this temporal plane. Chapter 60. Abducting Zeit. After the high priest vanished with Tao Bai, the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. Sun Xian's tense body relaxed, nearly collapsing to the ground in relief. Thank goodness, I finally managed to outweep this deity. The impact of that strike had nearly drained him of all his spirit, and now a sharp pain akin to needles prickled deep within his soul, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued. Yet, he could not afford to falter, as Zeit was still watching. Having put on a show, he had to maintain the fade until the end. Sun Xian forced himself to stand tall, turning his back to Zeit, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. While internally he was raging. Crononia, if you don't arrive soon, I might as well perform my own demise right here. Surely, This communicator wasn't he purchased from a discount store? It had failed at the most critical moment. As if he had heard the cries of his heart, the space ahead suddenly rippled like the surface of water, and soon a violet vortex of time and space emerged. A petite figure burst forth from within, stumbling slightly upon landing, almost falling over. I'm here. I'm here, Kuranoya exclaimed, adjusting her hairstyle, breathless as she surveyed her surroundings. Where are the enemies? Where have they gone? Huh? What has happened to this space? Upon witnessing the chaotic scene where two forces collided, resulting in a tumultuous disruption of time and space, the relaxed expression on Kuranoya's face instantly froze. Sun Xian turned around and, upon seeing her expression, felt his earlier weakness replaced by a surge of desire, a desire to scoff. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone that was bland yet weary, tinged with loneliness. It's nothing serious. The high priest of this realm was merely bored and decided to take a stroll, intending to erase me in passing. After a bit of sparring, we reached a friendly consensus. He probably deemed my backing formidable enough to warrant his retreat with his experimental subjects. The high priest. Kuranoya's eyes widened in disbelief, her previous regal demeanor evaporating, resembling a startled groundhog. You fought the high priest, and you're still alive? She exclaimed, as she summoned a luminescent screen from the bracelet on her wrist, displaying a time-space disruption index that had skyrocketed, with red alarms flashing wildly. When she observed the data analysis revealing the traces of erasure rules alongside another set of incomprehensible traces marked as unknown supreme rules, Kuranoya was utterly rendered speechless. Her mouth agape, she glanced at the data and then up at Sun Xian, her eyes filled with shock and incredulity. She had thought that her association with Sun Xian had elevated her perception of him, but she had clearly underestimated him. Not only had he survived the High Priestess erasure, but he had also instilled enough trepidation in the High Priest to compel a retreat. At this moment, the previously silent hitter approached slowly. He first glanced at Kuranoya, clad in a black robe, and then turned his gaze to Sun Xian, a complex expression crossing his face. He was astonished that Sun Xian could withstand the High Priest's erasure unscathed, and he felt a vague, indescribable sentiment about Sun Xian standing before him. Was the individual he mentioned as his backing the very Time King in front of him? This little girl was so formidable. Lord of Time King, Hitter began, his voice deep and resonant. Kuranoya finally regained her composure, recognizing the cold, imposing figure of the violet-skinned bald man. Hitter, are you the one behind him? Hitter's inquiry was astute. Kuranoya felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively wishing to deny it. What nonsense is this? If I were a match for the High Priest, would I still be frantically occupied with repairing time and space daily? I would have stormed the Hall of Kings long ago and given the High Priest a couple of slaps. As the words lingered on her lips, she cast a glance at the glaring data of the unknown supreme rule displayed on the screen, along with Sun Xian's smug grin, rendering her denial unutterable. In that moment, Kuranoya found herself in a quandary, her face flushed as she stammered without producing a single word. To Height, this demeanor appeared as a tacit acceptance, an inscrutable, unspoken acknowledgement. Observing this, Sun Xian barely suppressed a laugh, thinking how splendidly he was playing his part as the god of time's domain. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Kuranoya, taking the lead in the conversation. Height, allow me to formally introduce you. Sun Xian's tone returned to its previous languidness, as if he had not just withstood the divine official's annihilation. This is the god of time, Lady Kuranoya, my immediate superior, the Grand Overseer of the Temporal Patrol Squad. As for myself, I am an elite member of this squad. He patted his tattered red uniform, continuing, our mission is to traverse various timelines, eliminating heretics who, like Tao Bai, distort history. Sun Xian paused, fixing Height with an intense gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. What do you think? Are you interested in a change of scenery? It would be far more exhilarating to hone your skills across different timelines. Height remained silent, a look of struggle emerging on his icy visage. Kuranoya, recovering from her astonishment, felt a surge of admiration for Sun Xian's ability to sway Height so effortlessly, almost wishing to reward him for his efforts. This timeline is on the brink of collapse. We must depart immediately. Kuranoya urged Sun Xian with urgency, gesturing towards the cracks appearing around them, like glass fracturing and peeling away from reality. Sun Xian nodded, finally turning to Height. You have 3 seconds to decide. Will you remain in this impending doom of a timeline, or will you join us? 1, 2. I will accompany you. Height replied almost without hesitation. A wise choice, Sun Xian grinned, extending his fist toward Height. Height, momentarily taken aback, slowly raised his own fist to meet Sun Xian's in a light touch. Welcome aboard, colleague Height. Let us go. Seeing this, Kuranoya was filled with joy and promptly opened a temporal portal back to the nest of time. Sun Xian and Height stepped through, their figures vanishing in an instant. The moment they departed, the entirety of Timeline 13 collapsed, disintegrating into countless shards of time, dissipating into the river of time itself. At the nest of time, as the sensation of solid ground returned, Sun Xian could no longer maintain his composure. A wave of mental fatigue and weakness washed over him, his vision blurred, and he staggered backward. Hey, a hand caught him just in time. It was Height. Thanks, Sun Xian murmured, leaning against Height, his complexion pale. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Being boastful is delightful momentarily, but the aftermath feels like a funeral pyre. That technique, akin to the stabilizing needle, seemed to drain his very essence, leaving him feeling withered, prickling sensations coursing through him, and it was a challenge to focus. Are you all right? Kuranoya rushed over, concerned upon seeing his state. If something were to happen to Sun Xian, who would prepare her fried chicken? She would certainly survive. Sun Xian waved his hand weakly, stating that once his energy was depleted, he would return to the city to soak in the spring waters. Kuranoya did not fully comprehend but grasped the essence of his words. You should rest in the quiet chamber. It will aid in your recovery. By the way, I am granting you a leave. You need not undertake any missions for the time being. With Hitter's assistance, our burden has significantly lightened. She cast a glance at Hitter, who stood nearby resembling a purple light bulb, and her heart brimmed with joy. Although their target, the peach white, had been taken away by the high priest, they had acquired Hitter. While you may not incur a loss, I am undoubtedly reaping a bountiful reward. Chapter 61. Kuranoya's cheeks flushed. In the tranquil chamber of the nest of time, specks of light floated about. Here, time flowed slowly, and the energy was pure, making it the ideal environment for meditation and recuperation. Sun Xian sat cross-legged upon a smooth jade stone, his complexion still pale, struggling to regain his strength. The cost of contending with the high priest was beyond imagination. Indeed, his immortal body withstood the test after upgrading, capable of recovering from the high priest's obliteration. Yet the dual depletion from the rules and the stabilizing needle nearly drained his soul. Although Sun Xian possessed a few celestial beings pilfered from Klen, they were of little use against this fundamental sense of weakness. System, is there any method to swiftly restore my mental power? Or shall I say my soul's strength? Sun Xian inquired within his mind. Relevant elixirs are available in the shop. The host may exchange them at will. Sun Xian immediately accessed the system's shop, sifting through the array of wares to filter for mental recovery elixirs. Calming elixir clears the heart and focuses the mind, restoring a minuscule amount of mental power. Price, 100 merit points. Nourishing soul elixir nurtures the spirit, slowly repairing minor soul injuries. Price, 1,000 merit points. 9-turn rebirth elixir fragment reshapes the soul, containing a hint of the true essence of reincarnation. Price, 15,000 merit points. Upon seeing the price of the 9-turn rebirth elixir, the corners of Sun Xian's eyes twitched. He currently possessed a total of 15,000 merit points, 5,000 from the previous self-sacrifice reward, and 10,000 obtained from signing in at Bun Mountain. Not to mention, there was also the remaining 1 merit point from his last purchase of the Nasumi mustard seed space. This system must be well aware of the contents of his pockets, right? Sun Xian became increasingly convinced that he was being played by capitalism. Could there not be a discount? Hostess authority insufficient. Fine, you are indeed ruthless. Sun Xian gritted his teeth and chose to exchange. Ding. 15,000 merit points deducted. 9-turn rebirth elixir fragment exchanged successfully. A softly glowing elixir appeared in his palm, releasing an inviting fragrance. Without hesitation, Sun Xian consumed it. The elixir dissolved upon entering, and a warm current instantly enveloped his entire being, eventually flowing deep into his consciousness. His withered and aching soul, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, was nurtured by the elixir's potency. The sensation of pain gradually subsided, and his weakened consciousness became robust and substantial once more. In but a moment, Sun Xian opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within. Although the merit points have reverted to their initial state, The exhilarating sensation of revival is undeniably delightful. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and was about to depart from the quiet chamber when ripples began to emerge at the edge of the space, and Kuranoya stepped through. Recovering so swiftly? Kuranoya remarked, somewhat astonished at his spirited demeanor. Such talent is beyond comprehension, Sun Xian quipped casually. Kuranoya rolled her eyes, evidently not in the mood for jest. I have finalized the employment formalities for Hit. He shall henceforth be your official partner. She stated this before shifting the topic. Now, we must discuss pressing matters. The High Priest's situation? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. Kuranoya lowered her voice, her expression gravely serious. Sun Xian, this matter may be far more severe than we anticipate. The High Priest serves as the steward of the All-King, the leader of the angelic race. His conduct ought to be entirely neutral, maintaining the balance of the cosmos. He could not, and should not, engage in actions that alter history or create temporal distortions. A thought struck Sun Xian as he interjected. He is not the High Priest of the normal timeline, and there are others behind him. Kuranoya's face was etched with concern. The defection of a High Priest from a parallel timeline implied that such forces might have infiltrated realms beyond our comprehension. This was no mere historical correction. It could escalate into a war that engulfs the entire multiverse. Suddenly, Sun Xian recalled the High Priest from Timeline 13, who had mentioned that their people had also emerged. This statement was intriguing. Could there be a third faction involved in this game? Regardless of their schemes, we shall confront them as they arise. As for what follows, we shall take it one step at a time. Our current task remains to resolve the chaos within these timelines. Listening to Sun Xian, Kuranoya felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Hit's earlier inquiry had revealed to her that Sun Xian had backing as well. She just did not know whether it was that esteemed individual or another great entity. I understand. Kuranoya inhaled deeply, her taut expression easing considerably. I will enhance surveillance over all timelines at the Nest of Time. Should we detect any anomalies, we will intervene immediately. Indeed, Sun Xian nodded, then seemed to recall something. Flipping his palm, an ancient ring, shimmering with a faint silver glow, materialized in his hand. Ah, this is for you. Sun Xian extended the ring towards her. Kuranoya was taken aback, gazing at the ring with a hint of bewilderment on her delicate features. What is this? It's the fried chicken I promised you. Sun Xian replied matter-of-factly. A year's worth is all contained within. This ring is a storage artifact, known as the Naisumi mustard seed. It will be convenient for you. Whenever you desire to eat, you need only think of it. He elucidated, making it clear that it was essentially a container for fried chicken, albeit one whose value far surpassed the contents within. However, Kuranoya's thought process evidently struggled to align with his. Her gaze flitted from the ring to Sun Xian's face, and then back again. After living for 75 million years, it was her first time receiving a ring from a man. In numerous civilizations, the act of giving a ring seems to carry a profoundly special significance. Is that what it means? Kuranoya's heartbeat suddenly quickened. A warm flush surged from the nape of her neck to her cheeks, giving her fair complexion a delicate rosy hue. What is he trying to convey to me? Is he using a ring meant for fried chicken as a token of affection? A multitude of chaotic thoughts bubbled frantically in her mind. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Sun Xian observed Kuranoya, who seemed momentarily dazed and blushing, and asked curiously, It's not hot in here, is it? And nothing. Kuranoya, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snatched the ring from Sun Xian's hand, clutching it tightly in her palm, her gaze evasive and unwilling to meet his eyes. The fried chicken is great. The ring is wonderful. I'll accept it. Her speech was slightly stammered. That's good, then. Sun Xian thought little of it, assuming her excitement stemmed from the fried chicken. I'll head back now. Remember, I have a holiday. Contact me if anything important comes up. With that, he turned and left the quiet room. Kuranoya stood there, still in a daze, opening her palm to gaze at the ring resting quietly within. Its design was not particularly beautiful, yet it possessed an inexplicable ancient charm. She carefully placed the ring on her index finger, and it fit perfectly. A strange sensation began to spread from her heart. Is he being serious? Kuranoya lowered her head, observing the ring on her finger, a slight smile tugging at her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a hint of distress. Chapter 62. Signing in again at Bowsy Mountain in the primary timeline, Earth, at the Capsule Corporation. Bulma stood before the control panel, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the data displayed on the screen. Can those two not be a bit more considerate? Are they intent on dismantling the gravity chamber I just built? On the screen, two golden figures were engaged in an unfathomable training session. This was a specially constructed high-end gravity chamber, with the gravity multiplier set to 150 times. However, instead of engaging in a traditional high-intensity battle, Son Wukong and Vegeta were playing cards in the gravity chamber. A small iron table was set in the center, and both maintained their Super Saiyan forms, their golden auras steadily burning, seemingly having persisted for quite some time. I'll call 3 threes and a pair of kings. Son Wukong exclaimed cheerfully as he tossed down several cards. That's a bomb. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he slammed his cards onto the table. Kakarot, are you really that foolish? Has it? I thought only 4 of a kind counted as a bomb. Son Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Bang! Vegeta could no longer contain himself and smashed the table to pieces, cards scattering into the air. Boring. What is the purpose of this training? He roared, his golden aura expanding dramatically due to his agitation, only to be forcibly restrained moments later. Just then, the door to the training room opened. It seems your training is quite effective. Sun Xian strolled in with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, lazily adorned in his turtle school martial arts uniform. With an extended holiday upon him, donning work attire seemed rather inappropriate. Xiangu, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he instantly forgot about the card game. You're back. Where have you been this past week? Humph. Vegeta merely grunted, turning his head away, though his peripheral vision frequently darted towards Sun Xian. Has it been a week already? I thought it had barely passed. I was on a mission in another dimension and nearly got eliminated. Sun Xian shrugged nonchalantly. He stepped between the two and observed their steady auras, nodding in approval. Not bad. You've grasped the fundamentals. The key to achieving full power in Super Saiyan form lies in allowing your body to completely acclimate to the Super Saiyan state, treating the transformation as a norm. This way, you can unleash your full potential while minimizing energy consumption. As he spoke, Sun Xian extended a finger and tapped Vegeta's fluctuating energy, which was stirred by his anger. Vegeta, your heart is not calm enough. That's why your energy flares up unexpectedly. You should learn from Son Wukong. His mindset is truly commendable. What did you say? Vegeta seethed, ready to explode, but suddenly recalled the unfathomable strength of his counterpart, stifling his rage and turning his face a shade akin to liver. Hee, Son Wukong chuckled foolishly from the side. Ignoring the disgruntled Vegeta, Sun Xian turned to Son Wukong. Wukong, while you may appear composed, it is merely a facade. You have yet to truly comprehend the tranquil nature of anger. The essence of Super Saiyan lies in anger. What you must do is not suppress it, but rather master it. Draw strength from your anger without being controlled by it. Sun Xian's words acted like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the fog in the minds of both men. Sun Wukong contemplated thoughtfully, while Vegeta, despite his stubborn demeanor, exhibited a glimmer of introspection in his eyes. Having guided the two, Sun Xian chose not to intrude further and departed the gravity chamber. As he traversed the corridor, he spotted Krillin, Tien, and others devouring their meals in the cafeteria, the table laden with an array of new fried chicken burgers. It seemed his culinary strategy was beginning to bear fruit. After exchanging simple greetings with the group, Sun Xian sought out Bulma. I've finalized that fast food plan you mentioned last time. Bulma exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. Huh. Sun Xian was momentarily taken aback. Bulma snapped her fingers triumphantly. In the center of the laboratory, a holographic projection illuminated, displaying a striking commercial. It featured a version of Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, sporting golden spiky hair, holding a bucket of chicken with a broad grin. The slogan boldly proclaiming, "Did you go gold today?" Sun Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. What is this? It feels rather pirated. It's the abbreviation. Bulma explained matter-of-factly. I've registered a global trademark, and leveraging Capsule Corporation's technology, the smart mobile restaurant is already in production, ready to launch into the global market. I must say, this will undoubtedly ignite a culinary revolution across the globe. Observing Bulma's ambitious demeanor as she prepares to establish her commercial empire, Sun Xian was utterly speechless. Good heavens! While he toiled endlessly on perilous missions, battling foes, and engaging in a battle of wits with the high priest, Bulma was at home seemingly selling fried chicken to the cosmos. The joys and sorrows of humanity, at times, do not resonate with one another. You truly are a genius. Sun Xian marveled sincerely. Naturally, Bulma proudly lifted her chin. Bun Mountain. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Sun Xian returned here. System, check-in, he silently intoned. Ding. Successful check-in at Flower Fruit Mountain. Projection. Detected that the host is a repeat checker. The location's value has significantly diminished, and merit point rewards have been cancelled. Sun Xian smirked. He was already aware of this. The avarice of capitalists. How miserly they can be. Distributing check-in rewards. Here it comes. Sun Xian's heartbeat quickened ever so slightly. The last time he checked in at Bun Mountain, he received a Rui Golden Staff, trial version, enabling him to confront the High Priest and forcibly break the deadlock. That one strike capable of shattering all laws and obliterating the heavens still lingered vividly in his memory. The system's notification chime, amidst his fervent anticipation, finally resounded once more. Congratulations, host, you have received. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the follow-up. Reward. Peach of Immortality, Ordinary, X1. As the words faded, a plump, red peach, seemingly unremarkable, materialized in Sun Xian's hand. The expectation on his face froze instantly. He glanced down at the peach, then up at the sky, momentarily questioning the very essence of life itself. System, could you repeat that? What exactly is the reward? Peach of Immortality, Ordinary, produced in Flower Fruit Mountain. It serves as a daily snack for monkeys. Effect. Restores a small amount of stamina, with a sweet taste. No other special effects. Sun Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A daily snack? No. System, you must come forth and explain this situation. Special rewards may be triggered upon the first check-in at unique locations. Repeat check-in rewards will revert to normal levels. Please strive for further progress, host. The system's voice remained unperturbed, yet Sun Xian detected a hint of a rogue assertion that the final interpretation lay solely with the system. I see now. This is a classic ploy by game developers. They entice you with a 5-star divine card at the start, and once I've invested, once I'm hooked, they begin to shower me with 1-star dog food, right? Sun Xian was so furious he nearly crushed the peach in his hand. This system is not only lacking in intellect, but is also malevolently designed. He indignantly took a large bite out of the peach. Well, to his surprise, the juice was abundant, sweet, and refreshing. It actually tasted quite delightful. Sigh. Sun Xian quickly devoured the peach, casually tossing the pit into the forest. Well, something is better than nothing. Chapter 63. Zid's new job. Time is the domain with which Zid is most familiar. As a time assassin, he transforms moments into silent blades, reaping countless lives. Now, time has become his client, with the objective of resolving temporal anomalies. This endeavor is far more intriguing than he had anticipated. The Nest of Time is an extraordinary realm, and the diminutive deity of the time realm, Kranoa, is his new employer. Although she does not offer monetary compensation, she provides guidance to Hit on the path of time. Currently, Hit's time flash has expanded to 0.5 seconds. For Hit, the missions of the Temporal Patrol present formidable adversaries scattered across various timelines. Each correction of history serves as a refinement of his own lethal prowess. Standing upon the platform of the Nest of Time, he gazes at a temporal scroll marked 53 in his hand. This marks his 12th assignment since becoming a formal member. Temporal Transition. Universe 53, Planet Namek. In the distance, a Scion radiating a golden aura is laughing maniacally. Do you see this, Frisia? This is the power of a Super Scion. Your end is nigh. Vegeta's voice is filled with the exhilaration of fulfilled aspirations. In this timeline, due to Goku and his son's premature demise at Frisia's hands, the last surviving Scion, consumed by rage, has transcended his limits. Hit conceals himself behind a rock, hands tucked into the pockets of his crimson standard coat, his gaze devoid of any ripples. His target is to eliminate the exceedingly formidable anomaly, Frisia, within this timeline. The cosmic tyrant, Frisia, clutches his forehead, his body tremoring in exaggerated fashion, his expression caught between constipation and terror. Is this the legendary Super Scion? Am I, King Frisia, to have my illustrious name extinguished here? Yet in the next moment, a peculiar smirk creases his lips. Oh ho ho, this is quite amusing. If this continues, I fear I may die from laughter. Frisia gradually rises, dusting himself off, his originally diminutive physique swelling, muscles bulging, exuding an exceptionally potent aura. My battle power is a staggering 5.3 billion. Vegeta's maniacal laughter instantly freezes. Hit raises an eyebrow slightly. This is intriguing indeed. From his previous missions, He learned that Frisia's original battle power should have been a mere 530,000. The ensuing battle is devoid of suspense. The unyielding Scion Prince is utterly crushed by the ruthless Frisia, lifted by his tail and mercilessly battered. This is dull. It doesn't even qualify as a warm-up, Frisia remarks, cracking his knuckles and casting his gaze around. Is there anyone hiding over there, too timid to show themselves? Hit steps out from behind the rock. The usually composed assassin nearly chuckles, having not anticipated Frisia's acute perception. Oh, a purple-skinned monkey? You don't appear to be a Scion, Frisia observes with keen interest. Very well, let me demonstrate the might of King Frisia to you. Before his words are fully uttered, he vanishes from sight. Yet in the next instant, Hit's figure also disappears. Time flash. The entire world plunges into a stagnant gray. Frisia's face, twisted in a grotesque grin, suddenly freezes. Hit sidesteps, delivering a piercing punch that penetrates Frisia's chest. Time resumes its flow. Frisia could scarcely comprehend the fleeting vision before him as the purple-skinned, bald figure vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of impending doom that coursed through his body. He hardly had time to react before a penetrating force pierced through his chest. How could this be possible? Frisia glanced down to behold the ever-widening void in his torso, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Despite possessing a combat power of 530 billion, he had failed to perceive his opponent's movements. Too weak, Hit retracted his hand, observing as Frisia's form disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. He cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Vegeta before turning to tear open a rift in space-time. The mission was accomplished, clean and decisive. This was merely one of many tasks he had undertaken. During Son Goku's hiatus, Hit's skills in the art of assassination had been honed through a series of unprecedented challenges. He had once confronted a celestial beast capable of devouring planets, its power rivaling that of a god of destruction. This entity possessed no physical form and was immune to all forms of physical and energy attacks. Even his time skip proved futile against it. Hit devoted 3 sleepless days to meticulous observation, ultimately discovering a fleeting energy stagnation lasting precisely 0.01 seconds while it consumed the core of a star. Seizing that ephemeral opportunity, he unleashed a punch imbued with the very essence of temporal laws, shattering its core entirely. He had also infiltrated a future timeline ruled by machines, tasked with assassinating a mechanical overlord with the computational power of an entire planet, capable of foreseeing the future. Each action was preemptively predicted, as if he were locked in combat with an omniscient deity. Ultimately, he exploited a loophole in the temporal patrol regulations, teleporting himself across time and space directly before the mechanical brain, creating a paradox of multiple timelines that confounded its logic, allowing him to approach and destroy it. Every assignment represented a supreme trial, and Hit relished each one. The thrill of honing his craft amidst life and death far surpassed the monotony of being the unrivaled assassin in Universe 6. Well done, Hit, came the voice of Kuranoya, seated upon her throne in the nest of time, her legs swinging contentedly as she perused the mission report. Your efficiency surpasses that of certain individuals who rely solely on brute force to resolve issues. Her words were laced with meaning as images of Goku and Vegeta, who had been ensnared in a chaotic predicament due to Frisia's machinations, flickered in her mind. Hit maintained his stoic demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, standing silently as he awaited the next assignment. Kuranoya mused, rifling through the scrolls of time. You've addressed nearly all recent anomalies. There are no new tasks at present. Suddenly, a thought sparked in her mind, her eyes brightening. Goku has been on leave for quite some time. Let us see. Considering the normal flow of time in his dimension, it's nearly half a year now. Since you have the time, why not visit his realm? It will be an opportunity to ascertain what he has been up to and whether he has stirred any new troubles. Consider it a courtesy visit from the Time Patrol. Upon hearing those words, a slight tremor flickered across the eternally stoic visage of Hit. Son Goku, the man who had taken him by surprise. He vividly recalled the moment in the 13th dimension when that man stood resolutely in front of him, defiantly enduring the divine official's attempt to erase the rules. He also remembered how, afterward, Goku was nearly incapacitated yet still attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, a comical sight indeed. A figure filled with contradictions and secrets. Yes, the Lord of Time and Space. Hit refrained from further inquiries and simply acquiesced. A mission is a mission. However, this particular task was somewhat extraordinary. Kuranoya gestured, and a temporal portal leading to Earth in the 7th universe gradually materialized before him. Hit stepped inside, his figure vanishing into the violet vortex. He was curious about what reaction Son Goku would display upon their reunion. Chapter 64. Half a year later, time flowed like an unceasing river, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. The transformations on Earth during this period were nothing short of revolutionary. The most conspicuous change was the sweeping golden tide that engulfed the globe. Bulma's entrepreneurial genius, bolstered by the formidable capital and cutting-edge technology of Capsule Corporation, reached its zenith. Fully automated smart mobile restaurants sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, appearing in the streets and alleys of major cities worldwide, even extending their reach to remote towns. The restaurants were designed to resemble colossal family buckets, emblazoned with an image of the Super Saiyan Goku, grinning widely and flashing a peace sign, exuding an infectious joy. "Have you gone gold today?" This catchy advertising slogan, accompanied by the mouth-watering aroma of fried chicken and hamburgers, successfully captivated the palates of people around the world. Whether common folk or martial artists, everyone found themselves unable to resist the allure of this novel and delectable fast food. In West City, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Son Goku reclined on the lawn, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. He observed as Krillin and Yamcha passionately argued over the last piece of golden crispy chicken, prompting an exasperated sigh from him. As a Time Patrol officer tirelessly working to save the world, his most significant contribution during the holiday had been to provide an array of culinary recipes. Indeed, beyond merely selling fried chicken, Goku had nearly replicated every fast food delicacy he had tasted prior to his travels, which Bulma had then brought to market. Approaching him in high heels, Bulma held a data report in her hands, her face alight with barely contained excitement. "Goku, you are simply a commercial prodigy. The global net profit for the first quarter has already surpassed Capsule Corporation's total revenue for the same period. I have begun preparations for the Interstellar franchise plan, with the first stop set for Yardrat. As long as you're happy," Goku replied with a slight smirk. In truth, he had not envisioned extending the culinary venture to extraterrestrial realms. Instead, he intended to use fast food as a stepping stone to gradually transition into the high-end dining market. However, since Bulma had proposed this idea, he felt it would be impolite to decline, for she was the financier while he merely contributed his expertise. Yet, a peculiar image lingered in his mind, a future where a group of Yardratians, capable of instantaneous movement, traversed the cosmos delivering fried chicken. It was utterly absurd. After reveling in a leisurely existence for a while, Sun Xian finally recalled a significant matter that had been relegated to the back of his mind: Sun Wukong's heart condition. This ailment was the root cause of all impending tragedies. Although this timeline had changed considerably due to his intervention, the threat remained, akin to a thorn lodged in Sun Xian's throat. He sought out Sun Wukong, who was engaged in a meditative standoff with Vegeta. This meditation technique had been imparted to Wukong by the Eridratans, greatly benefiting his martial arts mindset. The two sat cross-legged in the center of the gravity chamber, eyes tightly shut, their golden auras enveloping them like a delicate veil. The first to exhibit even the slightest disturbance would be deemed the loser. "Wukong, open your mouth." Sun Xian approached him. Sun Wukong, puzzled, opened his eyes and obediently complied. Sun Xian flicked his fingers, and a pill shimmering with a verdant glow soared into Wukong's mouth, transforming into a warm current upon entry. "Xiange, what is this?" "It's sweet and quite delicious," Wukong inquired with curiosity, smacking his lips. "It's a medicine for your ailment," Sun Xian replied nonchalantly, though his heart bled at the thought. This pill of immunity, which he had exchanged his accumulated merit points for over the past 6 months, was reputed to eradicate all ailments and provide permanent immunity to toxins, curses, and other negative effects. It was somewhat expensive, costing 10,000 merit points. Although it pained him, this investment was worthwhile. Do not question why Sun Xian did not resort to conventional medicine. It was simply the system's suggestion that prompted him to perform a surgical procedure to replace Wukong's heart. Sun Xian always felt that this capitalistic system was deliberately leading him into a shopping spree in the marketplace. Wukong acknowledged, closing his eyes once more to continue his contest with Vegeta, as if he had merely consumed a sugary treat. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a twitch in his eyelid, but ultimately refrained from opening his eyes. That fool Kakarot casually ingests whatever is offered to him, yet for some inexplicable reason, he harbored a profound sense of trust towards Sun Xian. Once Sun Wukong's heart condition had been addressed, Sun Xian believed he could rest easy. However, the unfolding of another matter exceeded his expectations. In the divine realm, Piccolo stood alone, addressing the Kai with a grave expression. "You have come," the Kai stated, leaning on his staff, seemingly having anticipated Piccolo's intent. "I require greater strength," Piccolo declared straightforwardly, his green visage etched with seriousness. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed the rapid growth of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The formidable enemies that Sun Xian had described loomed over him like a mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. "Have you made your decision?" The Kai's voice bore a hint of melancholy. "A god who cannot protect his own planet has no purpose." Piccolo's words were resolute. What Earth needed most was not a god, but someone with power. The Kai fell silent, gazing down at the vibrant, flourishing land for an extended period before finally breaking into a knowing smile. "I can sense that the darkness in your heart has diminished significantly. Come, Piccolo, allow me to be the catalyst for your empowerment." He turned, presenting his chest towards Piccolo's outstretched hand. In that instant, a searing white light enveloped the entire divine realm. As the light faded, only Piccolo remained in place. Yet, the aura emanating from him had grown exponentially, surpassing even that of Goku and Vegeta from 6 months prior. The Super Namekian was born. However, the repercussions of assimilation soon followed. The Dragon Balls of Earth, due to the absence of the Supreme Kai, had transformed into 7 unremarkable stones. It was imperative to locate a new Supreme Kai swiftly. This notion resonated with all. "I know of a suitable candidate." Sun Xian stepped forward once more. The Namekians had established a new home in the cosmos. "We could venture there to find a worthy successor for the Supreme Kai's position. However, I shall refrain from joining this time. Goku and Vegeta, you two shall go." Sun Xian wished to indulge in a few leisurely days. Thus the task of seeking the new Namek and the new Supreme Kai fell upon Goku and Vegeta, who had just mastered the full extent of Super Saiyan capabilities. After all, Goku could utilize instant transmission, just as he did in the original narrative when he brought Dandy back. The inclusion of Vegeta served 2 purposes. First, it would allow him to take a breather, aiding in the mastery of Super Saiyan full power. Second, during this time frame, their journey to Namek might lead them to an unexpected adversary, one that had emerged within the past 6 months and should have already been eliminated. Chapter 65. The Assassin's Consolation. After bidding farewell to Goku and Vegeta, Sun Xian instantly felt the world around him become tranquil. No longer were there the incessant inquiries of those 2 battle enthusiasts. Even the air in West City seemed remarkably sweet. He reclined on the lawn atop the Capsule Corporation building, legs crossed, a blade of grass pilfered from Bulma's garden clenched in his mouth, basking in the sun with a contented squint. This was the essence of a proper vacation. Correcting history and saving the world could enhance one's experience occasionally, but doing so daily would lead to an unhealthy obsession, detrimental to both mind and body. Even the donkeys from the production team would not dare to engage in such folly. Just as Sun Xian languidly lay on the grass, on the verge of slumber, a subtle chill suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was not the aura of malice, but rather an extreme void. It felt as though a portion of the space behind him had been excavated, rendering the silence almost excessive. Sun Xian's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he did not open them. His Scion sensitivity to energy, combined with the enhancement from the 9-turn rebirth pill, allowed him to instantly discern the source of this anomaly. A tall figure clad in a red standard coat, hands tucked into pockets, stood silently on the lawn behind Sun Xian, resembling a statue. He emitted no sound, no hint of breath, and even his very existence seemed to strive to blend with the surrounding environment. Aside from Sun Xian, no one could perceive his arrival. Even if he stood there, no one would feel his presence. It was as if the energy radar had malfunctioned. The visitor was none other than the legendary assassin from Universe 6, now the ace worker of the Nest of Time, Hit. "Did Kuranoya send you?" Sun Xian inquired lazily, still with his eyes closed, the grass in his mouth swaying slightly. In the depths of Hitler's crimson eyes, a flicker of surprise passed through. He mused that he had perfected the art of stealth to its zenith. Even if a slightly weaker destroyer were to descend upon him, they might not detect his presence in a state of utter neutrality. Yet, Sun Xian seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It was the Lord of Time and Space, the King God. Hitler's voice was low and gravelly, devoid of any emotion. "She has sent me to convey her condolences." "Condolences?" Sun Xian finally opened his eyes, sitting up with a peculiar smile gracing his face. I am perfectly fine. What need is there for condolences? Is that girl regretting inviting me into the Time Patrol, seeking an excuse for you to physically transcend me? Hitler remained silent, offering no response. He merely regarded Sun Xian with a gaze as focused as one observing a target. Although Sun Xian's aura was subdued, even weaker than that of a mere novice wielding a firearm, Hitler sensed a profound dissonance emanating from him. It was akin to a tranquil sea poised to unleash tumultuous waves. How does it feel to be on leave? Hitler shifted the topic. Not too bad. I've established a culinary empire, which is proving to be more lucrative than your assassin endeavors. Occasionally, I guide a few inept companions. Life remains quite fulfilling. Sun Xian brushed off the remnants of grass from his attire and stood. And you? I've heard you've been rather busy lately. Are you accustomed to the role of a temporal janitor? The corners of Hitler's eyes twitched imperceptibly. The term temporal janitor conjured images of the anomalies he had cleansed. Though somewhat crude, it was fitting. For me, each mission serves as a form of cultivation, Hitler stated flatly. Oh, then, what are the fruits of your cultivation? Perhaps I might witness them? Sun Xian smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement. He understood that for a frigid assassin like Hitler, no amount of dialogue could rival the immediacy of a spirited battle. This was precisely what he wished to see, and he was curious just how formidable the Time Patrol member, Hitler, had become. Very well. Hitler swiftly responded through action. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, not through rapid movement, but through a genuine disappearance, as if all traces of his existence had been erased. In the next moment, Hitler's form materialized from all directions surrounding Sun Xian. These were not mere afterimages, nor a technique akin to Tian Xinhan's multiform technique. Each manifestation of Hitler exuded the same formidable aura. This was no longer merely a matter of temporal blinking. It was a higher-order manipulation of the laws of time. An attack that had been present in one position in the previous instant now struck from different angles in the next. Hitler executed these assaults within the same temporal dimension. Quite impressive, Sun Xian surveyed his surroundings, his smile unwavering. He released no energy, nor did he prepare to transform. Hitler moved. All of his manifestations launched an assault simultaneously, converging upon the center where Sun Xian stood, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Their objective was singular, to strike at Sun Xian's vital points, heart, throat, temples, delivering a lethal barrage of countless blows. As Hitler realized that Sun Xian could not be defeated, a moment of stillness enveloped Sun Xian's smiling visage just as the multitude of fists from Hitler were about to make contact with his body. In the next 0.5 seconds, countless iterations of Hitler amassed their strength into their right fists, striking precisely at Sun Xian's heart. This technique had been honed over 6 months. A lethal strike combining the manipulation of time with absolute precision. An unavoidable blow, devoid of any opportunity for evasion. Time resumed its flow. A muffled thud echoed as Hitler's fist landed squarely on Sun Xian's chest. The overwhelming force, layered across multiple dimensions of time, surged unimpeded into his being. Sun Xian swayed slightly before effortlessly returning to his composed demeanor. He lowered his gaze to his unscathed chest, then lifted his head to meet the astonished expression of Hitler. That was quite a punch. It tickled a bit. Sun Xian smiled broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Hitler's pupils dilated in disbelief. He froze mid-punch. Incredulity etched across his face. How could this be? That strike, not even the flesh of a mortal, but the hardest material in the universe should have been obliterated into dust. Moreover, even if a single attack failed to breach defenses, a multitude of strikes layered across time should have inflicted considerable damage. Yet, not only was his opponent unharmed, but even his clothing bore not a single wrinkle. No, something was amiss. It was my turn now. Suddenly regaining his senses, Hitler noticed Sun Xian's hand, delicately resting upon his shoulder. Tension coursed through his muscles as he instinctively attempted to use his time manipulation to distance himself. However, in terror, he discovered that no matter how he activated his abilities, Sun Xian's hand remained firmly on his shoulder, as though trapped in a certain temporal realm. Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to treat you to a meal. Sun Xian gently patted his shoulder, and the sensation of being ensnared in time dissipated. Gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat formed on Hitler's brow as realization dawned upon him. He finally comprehended why this man had survived under the High Priest's command. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was Sun Xian's abilities that had always eluded his understanding. He was still grappling with how Sun Xian had disregarded his temporal assault and ensnared him in the process. A meal? Hitler croaked, his thoughts struggling to keep pace with Sun Xian's erratic rhythm. Indeed, Sun Xian pointed towards the enormous bucket-shaped establishment in the distance, smiling like a charismatic pyramid scheme leader. I run a restaurant, Golden Fried Chicken. It's extraordinarily delectable, and you must try it. However, Hitler was momentarily caught off guard, his attention not drawn to the cockroach poster plastered on the bucket, but rather fixated on the earlier event. How did you do that? Chapter 66. The Revenge of Metal Gula. How did you accomplish that? Hitler rasped, still grappling to comprehend the disjointed tempo of Sun Xian's thoughts. He could not fathom how Sun Xian had disregarded his time manipulation or ensnared him. These two questions weighed heavily on him. That is indeed a pertinent inquiry. Sun Xian stroked his chin, earnestly spouting nonsense, perhaps due to my exceptional handsomeness. Hitler, his iceberg-like visage was rarely on the verge of flushing. Just a jest. Sun Xian laughed heartily, patting his shoulder, effortlessly brushing aside the topic. Come, let us dine. I shall treat you to my golden crispy chicken. Even Kuranoya loves it. With that, he paid no heed to Hitler's agreement and strode purposefully towards the colossal bucket of chicken. Hitler silently followed, his profound gaze flickering with indecipherable brilliance. The enigma surrounding this man was more intricate than all the missions he had ever undertaken combined. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, on planet North Kai. Lord Kai, could you assist me in locating New Namek? The figure of Son Goku materialized, greeting cheerfully. Startled, North Kai nearly toppled from his chair while scratching Baburus. Goku, why do you keep appearing unannounced? Could you at least give me a heads up next time? North Kai grumbled, clutching his antennae in exasperation. Hey, my apologies. It's rather urgent. Earth is in need of a new deity. Son Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Humph. Always something to do with Earth, North Kai grumbled, yet closed his eyes to sense the coordinates of New Namek. Moments later, he gestured in a direction. Over there, quite far from here. But it should pose no challenge for you. Thanks a lot, Lord Kai. Son Goku expressed his gratitude before vanishing in a flash. North Kai gazed at the empty grassy expanse, letting out a resigned sigh. That guy, truly, comes and goes like a phantom. On Earth, Capsule Corporation. I've found the location. Vegeta, quickly grasp my shoulder. Son Goku urged the impatient Vegeta beside him. Vegeta snorted disdainfully but reluctantly placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. In the next instant, the two vanished from their spot. When their vision cleared once more, they found themselves on an unfamiliar planet. Yet, the scene before them was far from the serene tranquility depicted in the original story. The sky was bathed in a dark crimson hue, and countless mechanical soldiers ruthlessly slaughtered the fleeing Namekians on the ground. Amidst the ruins of a Namekian village, a familiar yet strange figure hovered silently in midair. Composed entirely of metal, its purple biological tissue seamlessly melded with a silver metallic shell, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Is that Goldo? Son Goku's pupils constricted. Impossible. Wasn't he supposed to be sent into the sun by you? Vegeta recognized the figure as well, his face etched with shock. The metallic figure in midair slowly turned its head, its crimson electronic eyes locking onto them. Son Goku and Vegeta, the voice of Metal Goldo dripped with hatred. I never expected you would deliver yourselves right to me. Goldo, how are you still alive? Son Goku demanded fiercely, golden energy erupting from within him as he transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan. Vegeta, undeterred, unleashed a golden aura, standing shoulder to shoulder with Son Goku. Alive? Ha ha ha. The metallic Gula cackled ominously. I must thank you, Son Goku. If it weren't for you hurling me into the sun, I would never have merged with the core computer of the Big O Star, evolving into this perfect form. He spread his arms wide. Now, I possess infinite repair and replication capabilities. I am eternal. No sooner had he spoken than countless identical metallic Gulas emerged from the ground, forming a legion of despair. Enough of your nonsense. Vegeta roared, launching the first attack. Transforming into a streak of golden light, he appeared before one of the metallic Gulas, his fist charged with immense power, striking with ferocity. However, the metallic Gula merely extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's assault. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Too slow. Saiyan Prince, the metallic Gula's voice echoed in his ear, as another hand, swift as lightning, struck down on Vegeta's neck. Ugh! Darkness enveloped Vegeta as he plummeted like a severed kite. Truly, the speed of a Saiyan is undeniable. Despite harnessing full power, his glory lasted but 3 seconds. Vegeta! Son Goku exclaimed in shock, rushing to catch him. Did you see, Son Goku? This is the absolute disparity in our power. Yet, I shall not kill you. Once I drain your energy, I will create a Super Saiyan army. The leading metallic Gula descended slowly, surveying them from above, and shared a grim fact. My battle power exceeds 10 billion. 10 billion. He finally comprehended why Vegeta, in his full power state, had been dispatched in a single blow. It is worth noting that the current Vegeta equates to 10 Friesias, while Son Goku, though slightly stronger, does not surpass 15 Friesias. Damn it! Son Goku fed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, gritting his teeth as he elevated his energy to its zenith. Kamehameha, a blue energy beam, embodying all his strength, roared forth towards the metallic Gula. Yet, the metallic Gula, with disdain, merely extended a finger, and a thin beam of death shot forth, effortlessly piercing through Son Goku's Kamehameha and hurtling toward him. Uffed! Son Goku barely evaded, but his shoulder was instantly pierced, blood splattering. Game over. In an instant, the metallic Gula appeared before Son Goku, delivering a kick that sent him flying, then pinning him down with a foot on his back, rendering him immobile. On Earth. In West City, a restaurant, Sun Xian savored a piece of golden crispy chicken, while the expressionless Shite sipped slowly from a glass of iced cola, seemingly indifferent to the food before him. Suddenly, Sun Xian's chewing halted abruptly, the chicken no longer appetizing. Furrowing his brow, he gazed through the restaurant's glass window into the distant void of space. He sensed a formidable aura engaging in battle with Son Goku and Vegeta. Since he began taking the Bodhi mind-eliminating pill, his sensitivity to and comprehension of Chi has reached an astonishing level. What is the matter? Hit sensed his transformation with keen awareness. Nothing much, just a couple of acquaintances in a bit of trouble. I'm going to lend them a hand. Sun Xian stood up, casually grabbing a paper towel to wipe his hands. He glanced at Hit and suddenly broke into a grin. Perfect timing. I'll take you to witness a splendid spectacle. Consider it a post-meal entertainment. Before Hit could voice his inquiry, Sun Xian's hand had already settled on his shoulder. In the next instant, the two figures vanished from the restaurant. Hit felt a blur before his eyes, as the surroundings swiftly transformed from the bustling fast food joint to the ravaged and blood-soaked new Namek. The acrid stench of gunpowder and blood assailed his senses. He gazed at the metallic being looming over Sun Wukong, exuding an aura of terror, then glanced at Sun Xian, who wore an expression of genuine concern. At that moment, Hit gained a newfound understanding of the terms consolation and post-meal entertainment. Chapter 67. Your legion is impressive, but it belongs to me now on the battlefield of New Namek. Sun Xian and Hit materialized amidst flickering lights. Hit, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his crimson coat, surveyed the surroundings. Transitioning from the fast food establishment to this war-torn wasteland did not evoke any discomfort in him. After all, his numerous temporal missions had rendered him quite accustomed to such scenes. Hit's gaze briefly lingered on the metallic life form beneath the feet of Sun Xian, whose visage mirrored that of Sun Xian, before sweeping over the thousands of identical metallic beings approaching them, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. Is this it? This is the so-called spectacle and trouble Sun Xian spoke of? A fighter with barely over 100 billion in combat power, accompanied by a horde of mass-produced minions? He had cleared out temporal anomalies of this magnitude more than 10 times, each time from identifying the target to erasing its existence taking no more than a minute. Finding the situation somewhat tedious, Hit leaned against a relatively intact rock, adopting a classic spectator's posture. He was eager to observe how this man, who even the Kai of Time found challenging, would handle such a trivial affair. Meanwhile, Metal Gula, along with Sun Wukong, whom he had pinned to the ground, and Vegeta, who had just been revived by a Senzu bean and was gasping for breath, all caught sight of that familiar figure almost simultaneously. Xiangu, Sun Xian. Hope rekindled in the eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With Sun Xian's arrival, no matter how formidable the enemy, it seemed manageable to them. Oh, another Sun Wukong, and a purple-skinned bald head. The leader, Metal Gula, scanned the two with his electronic eyes. Sun Xian shot Hit a glance, signaling him to remain calm. Everything would be handled by him. The last person to address Hit in such a manner had long since become fertilizer for the grass. Metal Gula, puzzled, noted that Hit's presence was nearly non-existent, while Sun Xian appeared as an ordinary person devoid of any energy. Despite his confusion, he continued to issue threats, declaring that since they had arrived here, they would serve as energy for his legion. Sun Xian, however, appeared to be oblivious to his words, absorbed in scrutinizing the metallic legion before him. Indeed, it became evident that the theatrical version was rife with deception. The metallic Gula was nothing more than an entity capable of infinite repair and replication, boasting a combat power that soared to an astonishing 100 billion. Had it not been for the narrative contrivance in the original tale, which allowed Sun Wukong and Vegeta to exploit their protagonist privileges and barely obliterate its core in unison, the two, newly acquainted with the Super Saiyan form, would have inevitably succumbed to its might. Now, these two possessed the full power of Super Saiyan, one wielding strength equivalent to 10 Friesias, while the other, marginally stronger, was akin to 12 Friesias. Yet, collectively, they still fell short of even a single hand of this formidable foe. Nevertheless, Sun Xian's gaze fixated upon the regiment of over 1,000 identical, expressionless metallic Gula. His eyes gradually transformed. No longer did they reflect the scrutiny of an adversary, but rather the keen insight of a capitalist who had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. These were not mere metallic lumps. They were akin to tireless delivery personnel. With astonishing speed, robust physiques, and an unflagging spirit, they could be mass-produced. If he could seize them all and convert them into exclusive delivery agents. Even regions as distant as Shidu and Zhongdu, or the very venue of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, could receive swift deliveries within a minute. His culinary enterprise would not only span the globe, but could potentially extend throughout the entire northern galaxy. In his mind, he pondered, is there a spell or artifact capable of controlling these iron entities? Beep. Searching for options for the host. Plan 1. Spirit Pivot Puppet Technique. An esoteric method from the journey to the West that allows the refinement of unclaimed objects or those with diminished intellect into puppets, granting absolute control. Total exchange requires merit points, 400,000. Plan 2. 7 Return Purple Gold Bell. An artifact forged in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord, capable of releasing smoke, sand, and fire, as well as subduing demons and transforming them into servants. Exchange requires merit points, 1,000,000. Upon glancing at the long string of zeros, Sun Xian's mouth twitched. Good heavens, each option was more exorbitant than the last. Selling himself would not suffice to gather the necessary funds. Was there not a more economical choice? He lamented, I am but a pauper. Detected remaining merit points, 28,001. The system's voice resounded once more. Strongly recommended. The host may first exchange for Spirit Pivot Puppet Technique, Part 1, priced at precisely 56,000 merit points, now available at a limited-time promotional price of 28,000 merit points. Spirit Pivot Puppet Technique, Part 1, capable of controlling up to 1,000 puppets simultaneously. Subsequent accumulation of merit points allows for the exchange of Parts 2 and 3 in batches, gradually enhancing both the quantity and quality of control. Sun Xian felt as though he had been ensnared by this insidious system once more. What a limited-time offer. It was evident that it had capitalized on his urgent need and the fact that he possessed just enough funds, ingeniously crafting a trap for installment payments. He resolved, I'll buy it. Despite the internal grumbling, Sun Xian gritted his teeth and made the decision. Beep. Merit points have been deducted. Spirit Pivot Puppet Technique, Part 1, has been purchased. In that instant, a torrent of vast information surged into Sun Xian's mind. He immediately grasped the application of this technique completely. To the outside observer, it merely appeared as if Sun Xian had momentarily lost himself in thought. The metallic Gula, infuriated by Sun Xian's complete disregard for him, seethed with rage. It seems you require a lesson to comprehend who truly reigns here. He raised his hand, palm directed at Sun Xian, as a beam of death began to coalesce. However, he was taken aback when Sun Xian suddenly smiled, gradually lifting his right hand, fingers splayed. He gently clenched them towards the multitude of metallic Gulas. A profound wave of invisible energy instantaneously radiated outwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, the movements of the metallic Gula replicas abruptly froze. Their electronic eyes began to flicker wildly, as though besieged by an invading consciousness. What? The countenance of the original Gula shifted dramatically. He sensed the connection between himself and the legion of replicas being forcefully severed by a brazen and domineering power. How is this possible? These replicas are part of the high-star core computer, extensions of my body, manifestations of my will. How could they be interfered with by an external force? He attempted to reclaim control, only to find the replicas unresponsive, as if they had lost their connection entirely. In the next moment, the flickering of the electronic eyes ceased, their crimson glow transforming into a haunting azure hue. With a swift motion, the thousands of metallic gulas turned in unison, bowing slightly towards Sun Xian, as if venerating their new master. In that instant, they donned their golden robes. The Deliverman metallic gula was activated. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Hitting upon the rocks to watch the spectacle, Hit straightened his posture. His gaze now filled with profound intrigue. The original gula, utterly bewildered, witnessed his own avatars and clones transformed into subservience. "What have you done to my legion?" he shrieked, his voice sharp with incredulity. Sun Xian lowered his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Nothing much," he replied nonchalantly, gesturing to the thousands of replicas behind him. "Your legion is impressive, but now it belongs to me." Chapter 68. The Rebirth of the Golden Deliverman Gula. What exactly have you done? Gula questioned in disbelief. Sun Xian offered no reply, merely raising his chin, signaling the multitude of replicas behind him. "Go forth, show your former master what it means to be a Golden Deliverman." As soon as the words left his lips, the legion surged towards their former master. "This cannot be. Stop. Cease at once." The original Gula bellowed, but the replica army disregarded his commands. Simultaneously, thousands of beams of death were unleashed, accompanied by a barrage of metallic fists, converging upon the original Gula in a massive assault. "What is happening?" Sun Wukong and Vegeta were utterly flabbergasted. This method of defeating magic with magic surpassed their comprehension. Hit, too, found himself intrigued. Sun Xian consistently managed to astonish him. "No, I will not be defeated. I am eternal." The metallic Gula roared amidst the overwhelming barrage of attacks, yet was soon engulfed by the relentless cacophony. In less than a minute, the metallic Gula was utterly obliterated, courtesy of its legion of replicas. "Xian, you are magnificent. Let us hasten to our important task. Earth still needs a deity." Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. "Wait," Sun Xian interjected, waving his hand. "What has been vanquished is not the true essence of Gula." Sun Wukong and Vegeta paused, their expressions of excitement freezing in place. "The true core of that being is hidden much deeper," Sun Xian elucidated. Having previously watched the film, he was well aware that the genuine form of metallic Gula was the supercomputer of Begao Star. "What?" Vegeta's countenance shifted. "Was the one we just defeated also a mere replica?" "Come, I shall take you to witness the true Gula," Sun Xian declared, proceeding directly towards the Begao Star, which had taken residence on New Namek. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and followed suit, with Hit trailing closely behind, increasingly intrigued by Sun Xian. Upon reaching their destination, Sun Xian pointed to the ground and said, "Here." Descending underground, a narrow passageway emerged before them. Constructed of cold metal, the corridor was flanked by blinking indicator lights, extending into the abyss of darkness. "Do you think this will be sufficient to defeat me? I am Begao Star. I am eternal. I can proliferate infinitely. I can evolve without end. You cannot even fathom my might." The colossal mechanical head of Gula materialized, and in a fit of impotent rage, countless metallic Gula replicas surged forth, charging at Sun Xian and his companions. "Xian, they're coming," Sun Wukong shouted, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Do not rush. Watch my method," Sun Xian replied calmly, unwilling to squander such valuable labor. In the face of the encroaching metallic legion, he merely extended his hands forward, palms facing outwards. A hum resonated as an invisible force, akin to a whale consuming its prey, instantaneously siphoned the energy from all the approaching metallic Gula replicas. As those replicas neared Sun Xian, their forms crumbled into heaps of scrap metal, collapsing to the ground. Their energy had been entirely absorbed by Sun Xian. Turning to his advantage, Sun Xian chuckled, reluctant to destroy these potential future delivery agents. He utilized the system to harvest their energy, simultaneously accumulating several hundred merit points. "Xian, you are incredible," Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration, promptly assuming the stance for the Kamehameha, preparing to unleash a direct assault on Gula's massive head. Vegeta seized the opportunity to rapidly gather energy as well. "Wait." Sun Xian once again halted them. "Why?" Vegeta queried, perplexed. Should they not eliminate such an enemy at once? Sun Xian gazed at the core computer of Begao Star, a shrewd glint flickering in his eyes. To destroy it would be a pity. Such immense productivity would serve well for deliveries. If I can control it, it would mean an endless supply of metallic Gula delivery agents. He retracted the control imprint from the previously defeated 1,000 metallic Gula replicas, concentrating all his focus on the core computer of Begao Star. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Ling Shu puppet technique quietly. Buzz. However, Sun Xian felt as though his mental energy had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Although it had seeped through, complete mastery eluded him. After all, it was the force of an entire planet, difficult to fully command. Ding. Detected that the host's current control limit is 1,000, unable to fully dominate the core computer of the Big Har. Recommended option: exchange for the Spirit Will Puppet Technique, medium length, price, 100,000 merit points. Limited time discounted price, 50,000 merit points. The heart of Sun Xian abruptly constricted. That insidious system had returned. He currently possessed a mere 1 merit point, which meant he would owe the system an astounding 49,999. System, I am financially depleted. Sun Xian seethed, gnashing his teeth and roaring in his mind. The host may opt for a merit point loan service, with a daily interest rate of 0.03, flexible repayment, no collateral or guarantees required. Sun Xian, infuriated, felt the urge to curse. This system was nothing short of a capitalist exploit. Yet, gazing at the increasingly uncontrollable metallic Gula replica and his grand vision for an empire of delivery, Sun Xian inhaled deeply and ultimately acquiesced. Fine, I shall purchase it. Ding. Merit points have been lent. Loan of 49,999 points. Daily interest of 15 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Spirit Will Puppet Technique, medium length. Once more, Sun Xian concentrated, infusing the upgraded technique's power into the core computer of Big Har. This time, there were no hindrances. His formidable mental energy surged forth, penetrating the innermost depths of the core computer, enveloping and suppressing Gula's consciousness entirely. Buzz. The once furious consciousness of the metallic Gula began to distort, struggle, and roar. But soon, it was completely subdued and assimilated by an even more powerful and domineering will. Master. A cold, mechanical voice, laced with a hint of obedience and respect, resonated from the core computer of Big Har, echoing throughout the subterranean space. Son Wukong and Vegeta stood agape, witnessing this astonishing spectacle before them. Create the metallic, no, the golden delivery core. Sun Xian issued his first command, a hint of excitement in his tone. Boom. The core computer of Big Har operated at full capacity, and the entire underground space began to tremble. The ground, walls, and even the ceiling began to crack, as an endless stream of metallic Gula erupted forth. They lined up in orderly rows, surging towards Sun Xian like a tidal wave. 10,000. A full 10,000 golden delivery Gula. They stood in perfect formation, awaiting Sun Xian's command. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Was this a miracle? 10,000 metallic Gula had become Sun Xian's servants. Excellent, splendid. Sun Xian beamed at this vast legion and waved his hand, commanding, transform your appearances into gold. Swish. Instantly, the metallic exteriors of the thousands of Gula shimmered, transitioning from their original silver gray to a dazzling and resplendent gold. Their forms became more rounded, losing some of their menace and gaining a touch of approachability. Now they truly resemble golden delivery personnel. Sun Xian nodded, softly reciting the classic line. Have you turned golden today? He chuckled. Gula, I have bestowed upon you a new life. Chapter 69, Alien Invasion. After subduing the metallic Gula Legion, Sun Xian turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. All right, let us seek the Grand Elder now. Exiting the subterranean space, Sun Xian, accompanied by all the golden delivery personnel, soared towards the Grand Elder's residence on Namek. Upon sensing their formidable energy, the Grand Elder had already awaited them outside his dwelling. Observing the throng of golden figures behind Sun Xian, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Sun Wukong, I am grateful for your assistance. The Grand Elder's benevolent voice resonated. Grand Elder, Earth is in need of a new deity, preferably one capable of creating Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong stated directly. Eager to restore the Dragon Balls of Earth. The Grand Elder smiled slightly at this request and turned to a young Namekian nearby. Dandy, come forth. A slender, green-skinned youth approached, appearing somewhat shy. He was none other than Dandy, the future deity of Earth. Dandy, Son Wukong exclaimed with delight upon seeing the familiar young Namekian. How wonderful. You are still alive. He had encountered Dandy during the Frieza saga, where he had healed Gohan and Krillin multiple times. Knowing a familiar face made the situation all the more fortuitous. Sun Xian smiled as he witnessed this scene unfold, pleased with how smoothly events were progressing. Although Dandy was a frail healing-type Namekian, he would play a pivotal role. Sun Xian had left behind 1,000 metallic Gula replicas to assist the Namekians in rebuilding their homeland, as a gesture of gratitude to the Grand Elder. These replicas, undeterred by damage and brimming with inexhaustible energy, were undoubtedly the finest form of inexpensive labor. Make sure to work diligently and help the Grand Elder and his people beautify their homeland, Sun Xian instructed the 1,000 Gula. At your command, Master, they replied in unison. Their voices synchronized, indicative of a well-trained unit. Son Wukong and Vegeta were left astounded once again. These seemingly indestructible metallic beings had transformed into tireless construction workers. Grand Elder, I have left my 1,000 servants to aid the Namekians in their reconstruction, and they can also serve as labor for cultivation afterward. Sun Xian gestured towards the golden figures, who had already begun clearing the rubble. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. Thank you, young man. This indeed provides significant assistance to the Namekians. Xiangu, how are we to bring these fellows back to Earth? Sun Wukong pondered, glancing at the remaining 9,000 golden Gula, feeling somewhat troubled. Such a vast number could not be transported all at once, even with instant transmission. Do not worry, I have a plan, Sun Xian replied confidently. After consuming the Bodhi Enlightenment pill, his perception of energy and understanding of space had reached extraordinary heights, leading to new insights regarding instant transmission. With a single command, the 9,000 golden metallic Gulas swiftly converged towards the center, condensing into a colossal golden metallic sphere, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, suspended in midair. The surface of the metallic sphere gleamed with a smooth sheen, emitting a faint golden radiance, while its internal energy was densely concentrated. With a swift motion, Sun Xian grasped the sphere in one hand, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, and instantly transported himself elsewhere. Startled, Shite quickly placed his left hand on Sun Xian's shoulder just before he vanished. In a flash, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Vegeta and Dandy, also executed an instantaneous relocation, leaving behind only the 1,000 metallic Gula replicas laboring on new Namek and the Elder, who remained in place. On Earth, in West City, Capsule Corporation, Bulma had just exited the building, intending to review the latest sales data from the store. Recently, she had been immersed in the expansion of her culinary empire, and her spirits were high. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky, and a colossal wave of energy enveloped the entirety of West City. A massive golden metallic sphere appeared out of thin air, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and visual impact. With a thunderous boom, the surface of the sphere began to crack and disintegrate, revealing 9,000 golden Gula replicas that burst forth, densely filling the sky and casting a shadow over Capsule Corporation, turning day into night. Good heavens! An alien invasion. Bulma gasped at the terrifying scene before her, dropping her tablet to the ground. Her mind went blank, fixated only on the notion of invasion. Meanwhile, Sun Xian stood atop the enormous metallic sphere, smiling and waving at Bulma. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta teleported back, and upon seeing the ominous dark mass above, Sun Wukong expressed his surprise. Oh, has it turned dark so quickly? With the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bulma's screams finally ceased. After a 3-second mental freeze, her brain rebooted successfully. Sun Wukong. A roar resonated throughout the Capsule Corporation grounds. Bulma picked up her fallen tablet, disregarding any potential damage, and pointed at the darkened sky, trembling with rage. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Why bring so many enemies to Earth? Sun Wukong appeared innocent, as it was Sun Xian who had brought them back. Coughing lightly, Sun Xian descended from the sky and stood before Bulma. Bulma, long time no see. Don't be alarmed. These are our new employees. New employees? Bulma was taken aback. You mean these golden creatures are my employees? Sun Xian smiled and snapped his fingers. Attention, everyone. Stand at attention and greet your new boss. In the sky, The 9,000 golden Gula replicas moved in perfect unison, straightening their forms and bowing their mechanical heads as a resounding voice echoed across West City. "Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss." The security personnel, who had been on high alert, nearly dropped their weapons. Employees and citizens alike ceased their screams, staring in awe at the surreal spectacle. These robots are actually employees of Capsule Corporation? Am I going to lose my job? Bulma's mouth fell open in shock and exhilaration. Do they really listen to me? She asked cautiously. Of course, came the reply. With a smile, Sun Xian declared that they were now his exclusive property, and he could issue any commands to them, except for causing harm to humanity or destroying the Earth. Bulma took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing her excitement. After all, she was a person who had weathered many storms, and she quickly regained her strong demeanor. Clearing her throat, she tentatively shouted towards the sky, "Please descend and gather in the open space behind the company. And do not frighten the citizens." "At your command, boss." The 9,000 metal Gula instantly transformed into 9,000 streams of golden light, silently descending upon the vast expanse behind the Capsule Corporation. The oppressive feeling that had once darkened the sky vanished in an instant, restoring clarity to the heavens. The chaos in West City had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Citizens rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had experienced a collective hallucination. My goodness. Bulma pinched her own cheek, feeling as though she were dreaming. An army of delivery personnel that was utterly obedient, tireless, immensely strong, and could soar through the skies. What did this signify? It meant her deliveries could reach any corner of the globe, whether it be the summit of Mount Everest or the depths of the Mariana Trench. As long as there was an order, it could be delivered at lightning speed within a minute. What logistics costs? What traffic congestion? What delivery timelines? Before these golden delivery personnel, all of that was mere folly. Chapter 70, Arise. Shinran, all right. Bulma, wake up. Sun Xian coughed lightly, interrupting Bulma's daydream. He pointed to Dandy, who was hidden behind Sun Wukong, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to Dandy, the future new god of Earth." God. Bulma's attention finally shifted from the 9,000 golden employees, and she curiously examined the petite Namekian. "Hello," Dandy shyly greeted her. "Are you saying the Dragon Balls can be restored?" "Not only can they be restored, but they can also be upgraded," Sun Xian replied with a smile. "That's fantastic." Bulma clapped her hands in excitement, regarding Dandy as if he were a walking, wish-granting machine. "Now, let us focus on the matter at hand." Sun Xian turned to Dandy. "Let us head to the goddess temple." With that, he placed his hands on the shoulders of Dandy and Bulma. Sun Wukong followed suit, and in a flash, the three vanished from sight. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, choosing not to follow. Instead, he cast a complex gaze at the neatly assembled Golden Legion on the empty ground. The goddess temple awaited them, with Mr. Bobo having stood by for quite some time. He slightly bowed to the three, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he gazed upon Dandy. "Mr. Bobo, long time no see," Sun Wukong greeted warmly. Sun Xian had previously communicated with Bobo, and, upon realizing that he was not connected to the Bobo from his assumptions regarding another timeline, lost interest. After a brief exchange, under Mr. Bobo's guidance, Dandy approached the center of the temple. He took a deep breath and pressed his hands against the ground. A soft, sacred green light emanated from Dandy. The once dull Dragon Ball model radiated a dazzling brilliance, even more resplendent than before. "We did it!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Dandy rose to his feet, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "I have made some enhancements to the Dragon Balls. Now, they can grant 3 wishes at once." "3 wishes?" exclaimed Son Goku and Bulma, their eyes wide as saucers. Son Gohan was not surprised. He nodded in satisfaction. "This makes things much easier. Goku, Bulma has the Dragon Radar. You and Vegeta should go and retrieve the Dragon Balls," instructed Son Gohan. "Sure thing." Without the slightest hesitation, Son Goku vanished in an instant. With 2 Super Saiyans as laborers and Bulma's technological prowess, locating the Dragon Balls would be merely a matter of minutes. Half an hour later, in the Heavenly Temple, 7 orange-hued Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground, radiating a marvelous glow. Bulma, Vegeta, Hit, as well as the newly appointed deity Dandy and Mr. Popo gathered here, curiously watching Son Gohan. "Come forth, Shinran. Grant my wish." Son Gohan recited the incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal golden beam shot into the heavens. As a serpentine dragon spiraled through the air before bowing its head to gaze down upon the assembly. Speak your wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled. Up to 3 in total. The voice of Shenron resonated deep within each soul present. Even the boisterous Bulma held her breath at this moment. Meeting Shenron's gaze, Son Gohan paused for a moment. He recalled the desolate future timeline, took a deep breath, and tentatively asked, "My first wish is to resurrect all those who were killed by the androids 17 and 18 in my original timeline." This was the obsession that had compelled him across dimensions. Shenron's enormous head remained silent for a long while before finally responding, "I'm sorry, but this wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot interfere with other timelines. Nor can I resurrect those who have died due to natural causes or whose time of death has long passed. Please choose another wish." Disappointment flickered in Son Gohan's heart, yet it was as he had anticipated. He quickly regained his composure and articulated his true first wish. "Then, my first wish is for all Saiyans to possess the ability to breathe and survive in any environment across the universe." This issue had plagued the warrior race for countless years. They possessed the power to obliterate planets, yet could not survive in the vacuum of space, which was a significant shortcoming. This wish was straightforward. Shenron's eyes glowed, red momentarily. In an instant, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and the eagerly observing Son Goku felt a tremor within their bodies, as if a wondrous transformation was occurring inside them. From this day forth, the vast cosmos would no longer be their forbidden territory. "Very well, now state your remaining 2 wishes." Shenron's voice echoed once more. "I no longer require the remaining 2 wishes," Son Gohan replied, shrugging his shoulders and turning to Bulma. "Bulma, they are yours. You may make a wish. Yours to give to me." Bulma was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sudden stroke of fortune. She pointed at herself, her face a mask of disbelief. Of course. Bulma's heart raced. 2 wishes. 2 opportunities to fulfill any desire. Beside her, Vegeta furrowed his brow, inexplicably burdened by a sense of foreboding. "Hurry up and decide, woman. Do not squander time," Vegeta urged. Bulma cleared her throat and, with utmost seriousness, addressed the eternal dragon, articulating her first wish. "Dragon, please extend my eyelashes by another 5 millimeters." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Sun Xian's smile froze, while Sun Wukong scratched his head in bewilderment. Vegeta's expression darkened at an observable pace. The dragon's colossal visage betrayed no emotion, yet it dutifully responded, "This wish is quite simple." A flash of red light ensued. Bulma promptly retrieved a small mirror from her pocket, excitement radiating from her as she gazed into it. "Wow, they really have grown longer. How splendid." Content. She set the mirror aside and turned to the dragon once more, her tone brimming with anticipation as she articulated her second and final wish. "Dragon, please enhance my posterior to be a tad more shapely." The atmosphere seemingly solidified. Sun Xian opened his mouth, utterly speechless, feeling his intelligence insulted. The dragon's precious wish was squandered on eyelashes and a dairy. Vegeta's forehead was adorned with bulging veins, and his energy began to overflow uncontrollably. Once, he had traversed Namek, enduring grave peril to secure the Dragon Balls for the desire of eternal life. And now, this wish is quite simple. The dragon's voice carried an air of resignation. Another flash of red light, and Bulma turned, proudly twisting her figure away from the onlookers to savor the delightful curve her wish had bestowed, a look of utmost satisfaction gracing her features. With her wishes fulfilled, she bid farewell. The dragon's immense form transformed into golden light, dispersing into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered across the globe. The sky reverted to clarity, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Sun Xian remained rooted in place, observing Bulma reveling in her newfound form, while glancing at the now enraged Vegeta, on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Ultimately, his gaze was filled with sympathy. He silently sighed within. It turns out that the true victor in life is indeed you, Vegeta. This round, you have truly drawn the short straw. Chapter 71. Training on King Kai's planet in the Heavenly Temple, Bulma was entirely absorbed in the joy of self-admiration, blissfully unaware of the volcanic eruption brewing behind her. Vegeta's countenance had darkened to a smoldering black. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. He had fought valiantly for the Dragon Balls, enduring life-threatening trials. Yet now, such a precious opportunity was squandered by this foolish woman on mere eyelashes and a posterior. This was a profound desecration of his warrior dignity. "Bulma." Vegeta's voice emerged like a hiss between clenched teeth, each syllable laced with a chilling intent. What is it? Bulma turned around, confronting Vegeta's fierce expression, not with fear, but with hands on her hips, boldly retorting, "What kind of face is that? A woman's charm is a form of strength that a battle fool like you cannot comprehend. You hopelessly foolish woman." With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's golden aura erupted, his suppressed fury no longer containable, enveloping the entire God Temple in the overwhelming force of a Super Saiyan. "Hey, Vegeta, what do you intend to do?" Goku immediately positioned himself in front of Bulma upon witnessing the scene. "Get out of the way, Kakarot. Today, I will make her understand that the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls are not meant to satisfy her pathetic vanity. All right, everyone quiet down." A calm voice interjected as Sun Xian unexpectedly stood between Vegeta and Goku. Without releasing any aura, his presence acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Vegeta's fury. Vegeta glared at Sun Xian and roared, "You see this? It's absolute nonsense." "I do see it," Sun Xian nodded, his tone remaining composed. "It is indeed a bit absurd." He turned to Bulma, a playful smile gracing his face. "However, Bulma, perhaps next time you could wish for Vegeta to grow an additional 5 centimeters. I believe he would appreciate it." Bulma couldn't help but laugh at that. "You." Vegeta's anger shifted instantly, feeling as if his lungs might burst. His height had always been a sore spot, and Sun Xian's comment struck deeper than any taunt could. "What? Do you want to fight?" Sun Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. "Do you really think you stand a chance against me now?" Vegeta's bravado swiftly diminished as memories of his prior challenge against Sun Xian resurfaced, the anger ebbing away, replaced by a sense of humiliation and unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately subdued his aura. "Very well." Sun Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Vegeta, anger is the weapon of the weak. A true warrior knows how to harness their rage rather than be consumed by it." His gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta. "You two have now surpassed the threshold of full-power Super Saiyan, but this is merely the beginning." Goku's spirits lifted at once. "Xian, what should our training entail next?" "The previous gravity chamber training holds little significance for you now," Sun Xian stated, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the boundless sky. "I have resolved the issue of Scions being unable to survive in the cosmos. From today onward, your training grounds will be the entire universe." "The universe?" Both Goku and Vegeta shuddered, their eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. The inability to survive in a vacuum had always been the greatest shortcoming of their warrior race. With this limitation lifted, a brand new realm unfolded before them. "Come, I will take you to a remarkable place." As soon as Sun Xian finished speaking, Bulma exclaimed, "Hey, I want to go too." "What for?" "Your battlefield is on Earth," Sun Xian replied with a smile. 9,000 gold medal delivery personnel are waiting for you to plan their first order." Upon mentioning this, Bulma's eyes instantly transformed into symbols of currency. Casting aside thoughts of adventure into the ether, brimming with excitement, she bid farewell to Dandy and Mr. Bobo, preparing to return to Capsule Corporation to unleash her ambitions and establish a culinary empire that would span not merely the globe, but the entirety of the Northern Galaxy. Sun Xian spoke little, a thought flickering in his mind. With a swift motion, the trio vanished from the Hall of Gods. Outside the Hall of Justice, countless souls awaited their judgment, forming an interminable queue. "Who dares?" The King of Hell abruptly slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the space. Upon seeing Sun Xian and his companions materialize, he furrowed his brow in indignation. "Bold intruders, the living are strictly forbidden from entering the underworld. Do you think our rules are mere decorations?" "Calm down, King Yama," Sun Wukong responded, scratching his head and greeting him with a smile. "We come not to create chaos." Vegeta, arms crossed and emitting a disdainful snort, regarded the bureaucratic institution with contempt. "Silence, Wukong." Sun Xian stepped forward, locking eyes with the King of Hell, whose gaze resembled twin brass bells. "We are here to request the use of a private vessel to King Kai's planet." "A private vessel?" The King of Hell chuckled. "Do you think this is a bus? Just hop on whenever you please. By the way, you are indeed Sun Wukong? These two would soon become the backbone of the universe's guardians." Sun Xian spoke with a calm demeanor, "And I am one who has returned from the future. King Yama, I am aware that soon, Earth will face a calamity, and the underworld will descend into chaos. They are the key figures in resolving these issues." The King of Hell was momentarily taken aback, He sensed an even more formidable power lurking within Son Wukong and Vegeta than before. Yet that did not justify a breach of protocol. Rules are rules. He stubbornly waved his hand. No, unless you can present me with an irrefutable reason. A reason? Sun Xian smiled knowingly. He took a couple of steps forward, leaning slightly towards the imposing desk. Look closely and discern my true identity. In that instant, the King of Hell perceived Sun Xian's visage morph into that of Beerus. The King of Hell widened his eyes, but before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Lord Beerus gesture for silence. This was Sun Xian's illusion, cleverly crafted to make the king see him as Beerus. Fortunately, Sun Xian's vivid memories of the hairless cat allowed him to replicate the illusion perfectly. Cough, cough. The King of Hell cleared his throat, striving to maintain his authority. Yamato, quickly escort our esteemed guests to the airport. Moments later, the trio found themselves aboard a private vessel heading to King Kai's planet, the scenery outside the window blurring past at a rapid pace. Upon disembarking, they encountered numerous martial arts masters engaged in physical training, many of whom had honed their skills in this realm for over a millennium. Curiosity guiding them, Sun Xian led his companions until they arrived before an opulent mansion. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared, carrying a speaker and sporting sunglasses, his long white hair reminiscent of Master Roshi in his Super Saiyan 3 form, were it not for the color. Sun Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ah, finally, he is the person we seek. Chapter 72, The Oppressive Presence of Pork Rib Rice Before a Magnificent Mansion. An elderly man with white hair, who sported sunglasses and carried a speaker, swayed his body to the pulsating rhythm of the music. The beat was strong, yet his dance was far from commendable. His flowing white locks danced in tandem with his movements as he hummed an off-key tune, dressed in denim, resembling a street performer more than a master of martial arts. Xian, are you certain this is the person we seek? Sun Wukong's expression was one of disbelief as he pointed at the self-indulging old man. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his lips twitching in skepticism. The old man's penchant for singing and dancing made him seem more like a novice than a skilled fighter, raising doubts about his ability to instruct them in their cultivation. Surely, this could not be the individual meant to guide them. Indeed, it is him. Sun Xian replied with unwavering conviction. Though filled with doubts, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, trusting Sun Xian's judgment. However, the Scion's combative instincts urged him to verify this personally. He discreetly took a step back, his hands instinctively coming together at his waist, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha technique. Hey, Wukong! Sun Xian's peripheral vision caught his subtle movement, and he quickly interjected, mind your manners. This gentleman is the Grand Kai, the supreme ruler of all the kings of the galaxy. The Grand Kai? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. Hello? The old man finally noticed their presence, turned off the music, adjusted his sunglasses, and scrutinized the trio with keen interest. Grand Kai, greetings. Sun Xian stepped forward, maintaining a respectful demeanor. We are Scions from the North Galaxy. We have heard of your upcoming first martial arts tournament in the Netherworld and have come to participate, hoping to also train under your guidance. The martial arts tournament? The Grand Kai chuckled, his voice carrying a light-hearted tone. I do have such an event in mind. However, you appear to be living beings, correct? He gestured towards Sun Xian and his companions. According to the rules, living beings are prohibited from participating. Rules are rigid. Yet people are flexible, Sun Xian replied calmly. Grant us this opportunity. It should pose no challenge for you. Such bold words from a youth. The Grand Kai stroked his chin, amused. Yet, I find it appealing. If you wish for me to make an exception, it is not impossible, provided you can demonstrate the formidable strength that merits such a concession. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Grand Kai clapped his hands. Pork Rib Rice, step forward. A green figure materialized silently behind the Grand Kai, clad in a white martial arts uniform and topped with a high hat. He bore a stern expression and an unyielding gaze. His mere presence exuded an intangible pressure that instantly erased any sense of disdain from Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces. This individual, known as Pork Rib Rice, was undeniably powerful. If you two can join forces and defeat him, the Grand Kai said with a grin. Pointing at Pork Rib Rice, I shall make an exception and allow you to stay for the martial arts tournament. Not a problem. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his spirit ignited. Humph. A mere trifle, Vegeta concurred, both warriors ablaze with fierce determination. In their eyes, no matter how formidable the opponent, it was inconceivable that they could surpass the warrior race of the Scions. Allow me. Goku exclaimed eagerly, stepping forward. Stand aside, Kakarot. Don't get in the way. Vegeta pushed him aside, positioning himself at the forefront. Observing the self-assured duo, Son Goku furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware of the prowess of Rebirth fan. In the movie, this character had battled evenly with a Super Saiyan Goku, who had mastered the Kaioken technique. Although Goku and Vegeta had now entered full-power Super Saiyan mode, their chances of defeating him seemed exceedingly slim. Let us make this quick. Vegeta growled, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, charging ahead without hesitation. In the face of the imposing Vegeta, Rebirth fan calmly assumed a stance. Prepare yourself. Vegeta opened with his signature royal techniques, unleashing a torrent of golden energy blasts that rained down upon Rebirth fan like a tempest, the resounding booms echoing throughout the Grand Kaishin planet. However, Rebirth fan's figure weaved effortlessly through the dense barrage, as if strolling leisurely, evading every energy blast aimed at him. Too slow. Rebirth fan's voice suddenly rang out from behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta spun around only to meet an exceptionally swift kick. Bang! With a muffled thud, Vegeta was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a long trench into the ground before finally coming to a halt. Damn it! Vegeta clutched his abdomen. Disbelief etched across his face. Vegeta, let me take over. Goku shouted, also transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging forward. Learning from Vegeta's experience, he opted for close combat rather than ranged attacks, engaging Rebirth fan in hand-to-hand combat. Their fists and feet collided, creating waves of energy. Goku's assault was relentless, each punch accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. Yet, Rebirth fan's defense was impenetrable, his movements precise and efficient, effortlessly neutralizing Goku's strikes with minimal effort while occasionally retaliating. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Goku grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that all his attack patterns seemed to have been anticipated by his opponent. Lightning attack. Rebirth fan seized an opportunity when Goku's strength waned, his arms swinging fiercely as two sharp energy blades sliced toward Goku. Goku's pupils constricted, and he quickly crossed his arms to block. Boom! The immense force sent him staggering backward, his arms tingling with numbness. Kakarot, move aside. A furious shout erupted, and Vegeta charged in once more. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the pride in his gaze was replaced by a grave intensity. Behold! Vegeta spread his arms wide, countless energy blasts reappearing around him, denser and more ferocious than before. This technique again? Goku was taken aback. Even he could discern that this strategy was ineffective against Rebirth fan. So why was Vegeta employing it? Yet, Son Goku nodded. He recognized that while the energy blasts Vegeta released appeared formidable, the actual energy contained within was far less potent than it seemed. This is a feint. It's futile. The Rib Rice shook his head, his figure vanishing once more from sight. In the fleeting moment he evaded the energy blasts, a cold smirk of triumph crept onto Vegeta's lips. His true lethal move was not those energy projectiles. Final flash. A colossal, golden beam of energy erupted from Vegeta's palms, striking with blinding speed and precision at the very spot where Rib Rice had just materialized. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, causing the entire King Kai's planet to tremble. The dazzling light seemed almost blinding to all present, except for the sunglasses-clad King Kai. Dust and debris clouded the air, obscuring everything. Goku and Vegeta fixated on the heart of the chaos, their hearts racing with anticipation. Had he succeeded? As the dust slowly began to settle, a deep, bottomless crater was revealed. Vegeta gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, yet a triumphant smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. With this strike, he had honed his sense of timing and control over energy to perfection. He could hardly believe that anyone could withstand a full-powered final flash at such close range unscathed. Goku, equally tense, stared ahead, secretly admiring Vegeta's growth. This arrogant fellow had indeed made significant strides in his timing and strategy during battle. Not bad, came a flat voice, freezing the expressions on their faces. Rib Rice remained standing, untouched and unchanged, his white robes still pristine. How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Just as the final flash was about to strike him, Rib Rice's body had spun at an incredible angle, generating a whirlwind that formed an impermeable barrier. Vegeta's powerful beam was torn apart and dissipated into energy particles in the air. Your attack is lacking. Rib Rice's voice echoed again, as he flickered away. In the next instant, he materialized between Goku and Vegeta. Your over-reliance on energy attacks is a common flaw, he remarked. And before the words had fully escaped his lips, he thrust his arms outward, spinning like a windmill, unleashing a tremendous centrifugal force upon the two warriors. The whirlwind obliterated the surrounding area. Crash! Crash! Goku and Vegeta screamed as they were hurled backward, crashing into the hard surface of King Kai's planet, creating two massive craters. Their golden auras instantly dissipating. Damn it! Vegeta struggled to rise, spitting blood and his expression turning grave. Meanwhile, Goku shook his head to regain composure, glancing at the unfazed rib rice nearby, and then at the disheveled Vegeta. His warrior spirit surged within him. Yet, reason cautioned him. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither stood a chance against rib rice. This was no longer merely a battle of pride. Whether they could remain here to train and experience a broader world hinged entirely on their forthcoming performance. Goku took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to Vegeta. Vegeta happened to glance over, and their gazes intertwined in the air. No words were exchanged, yet the unspoken understanding between rivals allowed them to instantly comprehend one another. From his eyes, I discerned his unvoiced thoughts. From his eyes, I realized he grasped my unvoiced thoughts as well. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his head away, yet subtly adjusted his stance, ceding the flank to Goku. Hee. Goku scratched his head and assumed a fighting stance. Boom. Boom. Two even more powerful and concentrated golden auras surged skyward. This time, it was a full power state unleashed without reservation. Oh. The Grand Kai adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a flicker of interest. It's about to begin, Vegeta. Silence, Kakarot. I do not require your guidance. Nevertheless, at the very moment Goku charged forward, Vegeta had already gathered blinding light in his hands, poised to unleash a barrage of firepower. Faced with their strikingly different approaches to combat, Ribrian's previously vacant expression finally shifted. Goku's movements were agile and swift, his punches and kicks no longer mere brute force, but interspersed with an abundance of feints and distractions, constantly probing Ribrian's vulnerabilities. In contrast, Vegeta resembled a mobile artillery platform. The energy blasts he launched were no longer indiscriminate showers, but became precise and cunning, each shot targeting the evasion gaps left by Goku's attacks. In an instant, the three were engulfed in a chaotic melee, energy clashing and thunderous roars echoing. Under the unrelenting onslaught from Goku and Vegeta, Ribrian could no longer maintain her leisurely composure. She began to block, evade, and earnestly respond to each attack. Quite impressive. These two youngsters have managed to exchange blows with Ribrian. The Grand Kai stroked his pale beard, chuckling to himself. Sun Tzu stood nearby, a faint smile adorning his face, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. He could see that Goku and Vegeta had exhausted their full strength, maximizing their Super Saiyan full power synergy. However, Ribrian had not yet revealed her true prowess. In the battlefield, after a prolonged stalemate, Vegeta let out a furious roar, seizing the moment when Ribrian was entangled with Goku, and unleashed a final flash. Yet, it seemed as though Ribrian had eyes in the back of her head. Without so much as a glance, she effortlessly waved her hand, and an energy wave precisely collided with the final flash, resulting in a violent explosion in midair. Now's the time. Goku seized the visual and perceptual blind spot created by the explosion, instantly appearing behind Ribrian, channeling all his strength into a fierce punch aimed at her back. However, his fist halted midair. A hand, having appeared there unbeknownst to him, casually enveloped his fist. This is where it ends. Ribrian spoke calmly, her other hand darting out like lightning to deliver a knife-hand strike to Goku's neck. Darkness engulfed Goku's vision, and his body succumbed. Immediately thereafter, Ribrian seized Goku by the ankle, using him as a weapon to sweep toward the recently stabilized Vegeta. What? Vegeta felt a sudden blur before being struck solidly by Son Goku, both of them tumbling together and crashing out once more. Enough. Stop. Just as Son Goku and Vegeta struggled to continue their clash, the voice of the Grand Kai resonated, halting this contest dubbed as a trial. You two are quite impressive, the Grand Kai remarked with a cheerful demeanor as he approached them. To exchange blows with the likes of Riboku already demonstrates your strength and potential. After 2.5 years of training, you might yield results beyond my expectations. There remains ample time before the martial arts tournament. For now, stay by my side to cultivate your skills. To the Grand Kai, Acquiring two formidable fighters without cost was a delightful opportunity. As for the affairs of Son Goku and Vegeta, it mattered little. In his domain, as long as he chose not to divulge their existence, none would be the wiser. Fantastic! Son Goku exclaimed, immediately jumping with excitement. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at the thought that two Saiyans had yet to best Riboku. Yet he could not deny that he had underestimated the prowess of the masters here. Sun Xian nodded in satisfaction, all unfolding as per his design. At that moment, the Grand Kai's gaze shifted towards him. And you? Another Son Goku? The Grand Kai observed Sun Xian with keen interest. Will you not stay to train as well? I shall pass, Sun Xian replied with a smile, shaking his head. My approach to cultivation is rather unique. This place is not ideally suited for me. He paused briefly before adding, however, I shall return periodically to check on them and bring along some delectable treats. Delicious treats? Son Goku's eyes lit up instantly, saliva nearly dripping as he inquired, Brother Xian, are they the delicacies developed by you and Bulma? Plenty to go around, Sun Xian chuckled. Yay! Observing Son Goku's renewed vigor, the Grand Kai burst into hearty laughter, an amusing fellow indeed. Very well, I consent. With that, he turned and called to Son Goku and Vegeta, come along, lads. Allow me to showcase the finest mansion on this planet. Exchanging glances filled with excitement and anticipation, Son Goku and Vegeta followed in the Grand Kai's footsteps. Sun Xian stood still, watching their figures fade into the mansion's entrance, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. He lingered no longer, with a thought. His presence quietly vanished from the Grand Kai's planet. There remained a multitude of matters awaiting him back on Earth. Chapter 74. Are they here? Upon returning to Earth, the first task Sun Xian undertook was to rescue Son Gohan from the mountain of books he was buried under. Bun Mountain. Chi-Chi brandished a spatula, fiercely blocking the doorway like a hen guarding her chicks. Sun Xian, do not overstep your bounds. While I agreed to Gohan training, it was contingent upon him completing his assignments. Leaning against the doorframe, Sun Xian nonchalantly responded, Chi-Chi, let us not frame it that way. What do you believe is most vital for a scholar? Certainly, knowledge and intellect. Chi-Chi replied without hesitation. Precisely, Sun Xian snapped his fingers. What I am teaching Gohan is also a profound discipline, the art of combat. This necessitates an exceptional understanding and application of physics, mechanics, psychology, and tactical strategies. Consider, if you will, the challenge of calculating an opponent's trajectory of attack in the briefest of moments and devising the most optimal evasion strategy. Does this not engage the intellect more profoundly than solving a mere mathematical problem? Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback by this line of reasoning, so much so that she forgot to wield her spatula. Son Gohan, hidden behind Chi-Chi, peeked out with wide eyes filled with admiration for Sun Xian and curiosity about the outside world. Moreover, Sun Xian's tone softened as he continued. I shall not cast him into the wilderness to fend for himself as Piccolo did. I will personally guide him, balancing toil and rest, ensuring that both his studies and training progress harmoniously. After all, safeguarding the world necessitates wisdom, does it not? Ultimately, Chi-Chi, though skeptical, acquiesced. Sun Xian's training methodology was indeed distinctive. He refrained from coercively provoking Gohan's anger, but instead guided him to sense and harness the power within. Gohan, your potential resembles a reservoir. Anger is the explosive that could breach the dam, wielding immense power, but usable only once. Sitting cross-legged beneath the waterfall, allowing the rushing water to pummel his body, he continued, what I aim to teach you is how to fully unleash the stored water of that reservoir. He spoke little of grand philosophies, merely gazing steadily into Gohan's eyes. Gohan, remember, power itself is not fearsome. What is truly terrifying is a heart unable to control power. Within you lies a force beyond your own imagination, born of anger, yet it cannot be governed solely by fury. Your new task is to learn to feel it, guide it, and integrate it into your being, rather than letting it run wild like a feral beast. Under Sun Xian's tutelage, Gohan progressed at an extraordinary rate. He began to consciously manipulate his power, moving beyond mere emotional outbursts. His gaze transformed from one of timidity to a burgeoning confidence and resoluteness. While mentoring Gohan, Sun Xian did not neglect the advancement of his commercial empire, which had surpassed even Bulma's boldest expectations. With 9,000 tireless, obedient, and remarkably swift metal gula delivery personnel, the distribution network achieved true global rapidity. this was merely the beginning. The market for fried chicken and fast food had become saturated. Bulma, we must extend our vision into the future, Sun Xian declared during a conversation, addressing Bulma, who was flushed with excitement. How much further can we reach? We are on the verge of opening establishments in outer space. Bulma brandished a financial report, the figures sufficient to make anyone immensely wealthy. Fast food is merely our entry point, a means to generate traffic, Sun Xian remarked with tranquility. Next, we can launch a mid-range brand, such as Sun's Tea, featuring milk tea, fruit tea, and coffee. Following that, we could introduce a high-end brand, the Golden Steakhouse, positioning it as a premier dining experience. We could even establish a Bulma Chinese restaurant encompassing the 8 major culinary traditions of Huaxia. Bulma's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, her grip on the report tightening to the point of crumpling it. She envisioned a colossal commercial empire constructed from culinary delights, mapping out an ambitious blueprint in her mind. What on earth inspires your imagination? She exclaimed. It's merely fundamental. Let us remain humble, Sun Xian replied with a smile. Thus, in the ensuing months, the commercial landscape of Earth underwent a complete transformation. Beside the golden bucket emblem, a myriad of new brands has emerged. In the morning, people sip Sun's coffee on their way to work, order takeout at noon, indulge in a cup of Sun's bubble tea in the afternoon, and savor delightful pastries from Bulma's dessert shop. In the evening, one might find themselves on a date at the Golden Steakhouse. The entire world is enveloped in a blissful illusion of peace and prosperity, until that fateful day. On a small island near Nandu, a flying car races along the coastal highway, its interior filled with soothing melodies as a family relishes their rare vacation. Suddenly, an apparition appears unannounced in the middle of the road. Watch out, the driver exclaims, abruptly swerving the wheel. The vehicle spirals out of control, crashing into the guardrail and plummeting downwards. In the center of the road stands a boy with long black hair, adorned with a red scarf. His gaze indifferent as he smirks without even glancing at the tumbling car. Hey, number 17, stop playing around. A girl with golden hair and striking blue eyes, her eyeliner as bold as a cartoon character, descends beside him. Dr. Gero's orders are to locate Sun Wukong and eliminate him. I am aware, number 18. The boy, referred to as number 17, casually places his hands in his pockets, a playful smile gracing his lips. But before we find that tedious fellow, shouldn't we have a little fun? Perhaps erase this dull city from the map? With that, he nonchalantly raises a finger, gathering a small sphere of energy at its tip, and gently flicks it towards the distant city. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a flash of light. In the next moment, a colossal mushroom cloud erupts from the city center, a violent shockwave surging forth, instantly obliterating the coastal highway. Number 18 furrows her brow, seemingly disapproving of such brutish amusement, yet she refrains from intervening. Almost simultaneously, within the offices of West City Capsule Corporation, the enormous screen broadcasting entertainment abruptly switches to static. An urgent news bulletin interrupts, the anchor's voice trembling with fear and chaos. The scene shifts to above a city, where a helicopter shakes violently. Below, the entirety of Nandu is engulfed in flames. Explosions resonate in succession as skyscrapers collapse like a house of cards, terrified crowds scatter, their cries and screams merging into a cacophony of despair, resembling a hell on earth. Nandu is under an unknown attack. The camera zooms in, locking onto the epicenter of the catastrophe. Amidst the ruins of the streets stand 2 figures, mercilessly executing survivors. Android 17. Android 18. Why are they appearing now? Their emergence precedes the timeline of the original narrative by over 2 years. Sun Xian gazes at the screen, his brow furrowed. Has Sun Wukong and Vegeta's premature strength provoked Dr. Gero? Or has my acquisition of Big Go and the formation of the Metal Cooler Army instigated that lurking madman to activate his imperfect creations ahead of schedule? With no time for reflection, a chilling intent to kill emanates from him. Everyone, brace yourselves, they are coming. Chapter 75, Super Saiyan 2? The West Capital Capsule Company was filled with a piercing alarm, and the enormous screen displayed the catastrophic inferno engulfing the South Capital. As Sun Xian concluded his call, an overwhelming surge of energy converged from all directions. Piccolo, his expression grim, was the first to arrive in the hall, followed closely by Krillin, Tan, Chaozu, and even Yachirobe, who had made a rare descent from Korin Tower, clutching half a fried chicken in his hand. Is that the android? Krillin observed the two reckless youths wreaking havoc on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt utterly oblivious to their energy. Tien's demeanor was serious, his three eyes fixated on the screen. Stay calm. Sun Xian's voice, though soft, instilled a sense of reassurance among them. The time they had spent honing their skills was for this very moment. Go forth. It is time to test our results. He turned to Bulma. Bulma, activate the emergency protocol for the gold medal delivery service, target South Capital. The mission is not to engage in battle, but to evacuate all survivors and minimize casualties. Bulma quickly grasped the situation, rushing to the control panel. Understood. Are we sending them to save people? Indeed. Sun Xian nodded. Leave the androids to them. He gestured toward Piccolo and the others. Why? Krillin questioned, puzzled. Wouldn't it be quicker to have the Gula Corps handle this? Tender flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. Sun Xian's gaze swept over each individual. True strength is not cultivated under the protection of others. Future foes will only grow more formidable. If you cannot overcome this challenge, how can you claim to protect Earth? His words sent a chill through the crowd. Indeed, they had unconsciously relied on Son Goku for far too long. And now there was an even more inscrutable Sun Xian. Yet, if they did not rise to the occasion, they would forever remain a burden. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit in their eyes, Sun Xian allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he added, Fight with abandon. I will be your safety net. This assurance served as a reassuring balm for all. Finally, something sensible, Piccolo scoffed, charging out first. Gohan, you must not follow. Chi-Chi grasped her son, who was eager to pursue. Mom. Gohan anxiously watched Piccolo's retreating figure. Gohan, go ahead, Sun Xian's voice resonated. But remember what I taught you. Control your anger. Unleash your power. With Sun Xian's permission, Gohan's eyes sparkled as he transformed into a beam of golden light, racing after Piccolo, disregarding Chi-Chi's frantic calls. South Capital had become a veritable hell on Earth. Android 17 kicked a burning car aside, yawning in boredom. This is dull. Humanity on this planet is far too fragile. Let us eliminate Son Goku quickly and complete our mission. Android 18 adjusted her golden short hair, displaying little interest in this destructive game. Just then, several figures descended from the sky, landing before them. You are the androids? Piccolo stood at the forefront, exuding a formidable aura that bolstered the spirits of his companions. Androids 17 and 18 regarded their challengers with keen interest, their gazes lingering momentarily on the green-skinned Piccolo. Oh, just a bunch of weaklings? A playful smirk curled at the corner of 17's mouth. Where is Son Goku? Bring him forth to meet his demise. Confronting you requires no intervention from Yukon. Piccolo crossed his arms, his confidence swelling to unprecedented heights after the recent training, particularly following his fusion with the Supreme Kai, elevating his combat power to an astonishing 850 million. Is that so? The figure of number 17 suddenly vanished. Piccolo's pupils constricted, instinctively tilting his head back. A fierce gust from a punch grazed the tip of his nose. How swift! He immediately launched a counterattack, his arms moving like the wind, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks toward number 17. The two engaged in a fierce battle, carving deeper trenches into the already ravaged streets. However, after several exchanges, Piccolo's heart sank. Your strength is impressive. Perhaps in the past, you might have stood a chance against me. Number 17 effortlessly deflected Piccolo's assaults while casually commenting, Unfortunately, it is insufficient now. With a swift chop of his hand, he severed Piccolo's left arm, then delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Piccolo let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, crashing into the ruins of a collapsed building. Struggling to rise from the debris, his face was pale, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained sharp. Damn it, Piccolo gasped, his eyes filled with utmost seriousness. The opponent's combat power vastly surpassed his own. Perhaps it exceeded even 1 billion. Mr. Piccolo, Krillin and the others exclaimed, rushing to assist. Do not move. Piccolo raised a hand to halt them, his voice weak yet resolute. You would only be walking to your doom. He stood protectively before them, dragging his wounded body. You must have been awakened prematurely. How could you be so formidable? Number 17 observed the beleaguered Piccolo with a bemused smile. It seems you have reached your limit. How dull. Number 18 stepped forward, her tone laced with impatience. 17, finish this quickly. These fools are far too weak to warn our time. No need to rush, 18. Number 17 shrugged. After all, Goku cannot escape either. Since this Namekian is near death, he might as well understand it fully. The old man Dr. Gero seems to have detected some abnormal energy fluctuations, believing that your Group S increase in strength exceeded expectations. Therefore, before awakening us, he urgently equipped us with enhancements. Now, we are stronger than Goku. Piccolo appeared to listen weakly, yet his heart sank. Abnormal energy fluctuations? Technological upgrades? This information was far more significant than he had anticipated. He knew he could not delay much longer. He had to make a desperate stand in the final moments. Instead of regrowing his severed arm, he quietly gathered his strength during number 17's explanation. Special beam cannon. With 2 fingers aligned, a spiraling energy rapidly converged, shooting forth with immense penetrating power towards number 17. However, number 17 merely extended a hand, palm open, and a pale blue energy barrier instantly materialized. Boom! The special beam cannon collided with the barrier, erupting in a blinding flash, yet failing to penetrate even slightly. A commendable technique, but alas, the energy intensity is insufficient. Number 17 scoffed disdainfully, shattering the barrier. His figure vanishing once more. In the next moment, he reappeared before Piccolo with a cold smirk, delivering a single punch that pierced directly through Piccolo's chest. As Piccolo's body trembled violently, disbelief filled his widened eyes. His lips quivered, yet no sound escaped them. He cast his gaze down at the gaping, bloodied wound in his chest before collapsing onto the ground, powerless. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's mind went blank in an instant. Was Uncle Piccolo truly dead? An indescribable wave of sorrow and fury erupted from the depths of his heart, like a volcano. This tempest of emotion overwhelmed him, instantly causing him to forget the words of Sun Xian about controlling his rage. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. A golden aura exploded from Gohan's small frame, cracking the ground beneath his feet, while the surrounding air resonated with a thunderous roar. Within the golden flames, blinding arcs of blue lightning erupted, crackling fiercely. Gohan's hair stood on end, becoming sharper, and his gaze transformed from fear or anger into a chillingly cold intent to kill. Super Saiyan 2. This sudden surge of immense power sent shockwaves through everyone present. Even the androids number 17 and number 18, poised to attack Krillin and the others, were involuntarily halted, staring in astonishment at the boy enveloped in electricity. What was happening with this little brat? Chapter 76. I will kill you. Not far away, atop a towering building, Sun Xian's figure materialized quietly. Although Gohan had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan under his anger training, and his combat prowess was somewhat unexpected, Sun Xian still felt a twinge of unease and had followed him. He listened intently to number 17's explanation, his brow furrowed in thought. Was it a self-correction of history? Or did the mysterious force mentioned by Kuranoya also relate to Dr. Gero's actions? Might the early power-ups of Goku and Vegeta have provoked this force, leading to upgrades for the androids via Dr. Gero? As Sun Xian pondered, Piccolo had once again engaged the androids in combat. As anticipated, Piccolo placed his right hand on the shoulder of his severed left arm, feigning protection over the wound while secretly gathering energy. Special beam cannon. This attack, in Sun Xian's perception, possessed a lethality exceeding 1 billion, yet it still failed to penetrate number 17's defenses. Estimating the calculations, it seemed that number 17's combat power was around 1.5 billion. Meanwhile, number 18, though slightly weaker, likely ranged from 1.2 to 1.3 billion. As the battle shifted unexpectedly, Sun Xian had not yet reacted when Piccolo was pierced and fell to the ground. However, he noted that while Piccolo's heart had been struck, his brain remained intact. Unlike humans, the Namekian anatomy allowed for recovery as long as the brain was unharmed. A mere fatal wound was inconsequential. Just as Sun Xian prepared to teleport over and offer Piccolo a senzu bean, Gohan surprised him immensely. Super Saiyan 2. Upon witnessing what he believed to be the death of his surrogate father, Piccolo, Gohan lost control and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, there were 3 things one should never do in the Dragon Ball universe. The first was to kill Krillin in front of Goku. The second was to kill Piccolo in front of Gohan. The third matter is the prohibition against taking Bulma's life in front of Vegeta, of course, only after she has given birth to Trunks. On the battlefield, blinding blue arcs of electricity flicker rapidly, entwining around Gohan's exterior. A golden aura erupts violently, shattering the earth around him as fragments of rock defy gravity, floating upwards only to be pulverized by an invisible force in midair. Gohan's hair stands on end, sharper than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, with a rebellious strand falling defiantly over his forehead. His gaze has transformed. The former timidity and gentleness have vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. The 17th unit gazes incredulously at Gohan, whose energy is escalating dramatically, the overwhelming pressure causing a palpitation within him. How could this be? Before he could finish his thought, a heart-wrenching roar silenced him. I will annihilate you all. The moment the words left his lips, Gohan's figure vanished. There were no afterimages, no forewarnings. He simply evaporated from the sight of 17 and 18. Where could he have gone? 18's pupils constricted as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. The 17th unit reacted more swiftly, spinning around abruptly as a lethal sense of danger surged from behind. Instinctively, he raised his arms, crossing them defensively in front of his chest, forming an energy barrier. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated. A small fist struck solidly against the 17th unit's arm. The barrier, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from Piccolo, shattered like mere tissue paper. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed, and astonishment turned to agony on 17's face as he was sent flying, crashing through 7 or 8 already dilapidated buildings. 17. 18 exclaimed, her complexion drained of color. How could this be? How could this boy's power have surged so dramatically? Next, it will be you. The icy voice resonated in her ear. 18's body bristled with fear as she instinctively executed a spinning kick. However, she struck nothing but air. That diminutive figure appeared like a specter behind her. A hand gently pressed against her back, and in an instant, her body stiffened as an irresistible force surged from her spine, displacing her innards with its might. Boom! She was slammed face first into the ground. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed. Even from a distance, Krillin, Tien, and the others could not discern what had unfolded. Is this Gohan? Krillin stammered, his voice trembling. This is terrifying. Tien's third eye widened in shock. He could sense the aura escalating, becoming more ferocious, chaotic, and exceedingly unstable. Amidst the dust, the 17th unit staggered to his feet, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. You will die? He bellowed, gathering a massive energy sphere in his palm and hurling it fiercely toward Gohan. Confronted with a blinding flash capable of annihilating an entire city, Son Gohan did not even glance back. He simply raised his other hand slowly, fingers splayed, and with a casual grip, crushed the enormous energy sphere before him, dispersing it into a myriad of shimmering lights. Android 17 was utterly stunned. In the next moment, Son Gohan's figure reappeared before him. There were no superfluous words, only a fist imbued with boundless fury. With elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and swift hand chops, Android 17 was left bewildered, unable to muster even a single effective counterattack, merely enduring the tempest of blows like a battered punching bag. Atop a towering building, Sun Xian observed this scene, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Gohan's potential was more astonishing than he had anticipated. Yet, if this continued, Gohan would spiral out of control. On the battlefield, Son Gohan slowly raised his right hand, palm aimed at Android 17's head, as golden flames and blue arcs of electricity converged at his fingertips, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a calm and familiar voice resonated in his mind. Gohan, incapacitate them, but spare their lives. They are still of use to me. In a fit of rage, Son Gohan's movements abruptly faltered, his raised hand freezing in midair. Trembling slightly, his gaze regained clarity, and seizing the moment before his power waned, he swung his elevated hand downward, redirecting his target from 17's head to the ground beside him. Kamehameha. Boom. The shockwave did not strike Android 17 directly, but grazed his body, uprooting the very earth beneath him and launching him into the air. The terrifying torrent of energy extended to the city's edge, ultimately igniting a mushroom cloud reminiscent of a small nuclear explosion. Swept by the edges of the shockwave, Android 17 spun helplessly before crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Charred and unconscious, having dealt with 17, Son Gohan's icy gaze swiftly turned to Android 18, who had just emerged from the crater. Observing the unscathed Gohan and glancing at the distant fate of 17, dread and despair washed over her face. In a flash of golden light, Son Gohan appeared before her. There was no frenzied beating, nor was there a devastating energy wave. Just a swift and precise chop landed on the back of 18's neck. Her eyes rolled back, and without even a whimper, she collapsed, utterly devoid of combat capability. After accomplishing this, Son Gohan stood amidst the ruins, weariness and confusion etched on his face. You did exceptionally well, Gohan. Chapter 77. The Conspiracy of Dr. Gero. A familiar voice, like a gentle breeze, swept through Son Gohan's consciousness, dispelling the chaotic fury that threatened to engulf him. You did exceptionally well, Gohan. His body stiffened, and as he slowly turned his head, he beheld a face he knew all too well, causing his taut nerves to relax. Uncle Xuan, he murmured softly, as the world before him began to whirl. The blue arcs of electricity and golden flames that enveloped him dissipated in an instant, and the once upright golden hair softened, reverting to its original black hue. A profound weariness washed over Gohan, and darkness clouded his vision as he slumped backward. Son Goku instinctively caught him in his embrace. Gazing down at the little one who had succumbed to slumber in his arms, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and concern. A commendable feat indeed, but such reckless play should be avoided in the future. At that moment, Krillin, Tien, and the others finally arrived at the heart of the battlefield. The sight before them rendered them speechless. The scene was one of utter devastation, with the architects of this chaos, the two androids, lying motionless amidst the rubble, resembling lifeless fish. Krillin pointed at the sleeping Gohan in Son Goku's arms, and then at the charred remains of Android 17 and the semi-conscious Android 18 in the distance. He merely exhausted, Son Goku reassured as he carefully transferred Gohan into Krillin's care and strode directly towards Piccolo's lifeless body. TSK, that Namekian is remarkably resilient. Son Goku squatted down, pried open Piccolo's mouth, and placed a senzu bean inside. The onlookers gasped in horror. Piccolo had been pierced through the chest, his heart obliterated. In the next moment, Piccolo erupted into a violent cough, the gaping wound in his chest visibly healing at an astonishing pace. He sprang upright, his first instinct to survey his surroundings. Upon spotting the unscathed Gohan and the fallen androids, a complex mix of shock, relief, and something deeper flickered across his green visage. Son Goku paid no heed to the astonishment of the others, effortlessly lifting androids 17 and 18 from the debris as if they were mere chickens. What are you doing with them? Krillin inquired anxiously. Although he found the female android aesthetically pleasing, he felt ill-equipped to handle such formidable beings. Utilizing resources. Son Goku replied with a grin. Such a boundless source of energy would be a waste not to explore. It might even spark an industrial revolution. The group fell silent, astonished that he dared to treat the androids as experimental subjects. In West City, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma paced anxiously. Upon seeing everyone return safely, she sighed in relief. But her attention was quickly drawn to androids 17 and 18, unceremoniously discarded on the floor. Good heavens, these are the androids. Bulma's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with the excitement of a tech enthusiast encountering cutting-edge technology. The structural design and materials were nothing short of masterpieces. She dashed forward, pulling out an array of peculiar instruments to conduct a comprehensive scan of the unconscious androids. Don't just gawk. Help me analyze why they exceed my expectations. Son Goku leaned against the doorframe, his demeanor turning serious. Strong? Just how strong? Bulma queried without lifting her gaze from her instruments. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai fused, and they were dispatched in a single blow. Bulma's hands froze mid-operation, her head snapping up in disbelief. Previously, when Bic assimilated the deity, even while situated within the Capsule Corporation, she felt the overwhelming pressure. And now, Sun Xian claims that the androids are vastly superior to Bic. What a jest! Do I appear to be in jest? Sun Xian gestured towards the data stream on the screen, indicating that Dr. Gero had conducted a technological upgrade. I am eager to discern the nature of his methods. I appreciate your assistance, Bulma. Under Bulma's fervent analysis, a series of data reports swiftly emerged. Eureka! They discovered that their core is an eternal energy source, capable of providing limitless power. However, this should not be the case. According to my calculations, even with infinite energy, their output should have a limit, rendering such strength impossible. Bulma furrowed her brow, pointing to a segment of indecipherable gibberish on the screen. There exists an energy reaction here that eludes my comprehension. It does not conform to any known physical categories. It appears to be a perfect amalgamation with the biological cells of the androids and their mechanical components, akin to a catalyst that significantly amplifies their power. Sun Xian leaned closer, scrutinizing that segment of data flow, though he could not decipher it. The description of the energy invoked a familiar sense of dissonance within him once more. It resembled the mysterious force that disrupted time and space. As mentioned by Cronoa in the realm of time, as well as the extraordinarily potent Tao Bai Bai, they share a common origin. Dr. Gero could not possibly wield such power without assistance. There must be someone behind him. Dr. Gero's research facility is situated near North City, correct? Sun Xian inquired suddenly. Indeed. It should be located in a valley on the outskirts of North City, Bulma promptly replied. I shall seek him out for a discussion. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Sun Xian's figure vanished from sight. In North City, Sun Xian's presence materialized out of thin air. Utilizing his extraordinary perception and the terrain imprinted in his memory from the original narrative, he effortlessly located the concealed research facility. Open sesame. With a casual wave of his hand, the door parted as if it were mere tofu. However, the interior of the facility was enveloped in eerie silence. The lights flickered, and some instruments remained in standby mode. Yet the entire base was devoid of life. Critical data and core equipment had been vacated, leaving behind only inconsequential shells. Clearly, this place had been abandoned, and the exodus was executed in haste. Sun Xian navigated swiftly through the base and soon arrived at the deepest level of the biological cultivation area. A massive glass incubation chamber stood prominently in the center. Yet it was utterly vacant, save for some viscous green culture fluid. On the glass wall, a gaping crack marred its surface. The larval form of cell, which should have been in slumber here, was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, the capsules containing androids number 16 and number 19 were equally empty. Sun Xian's countenance darkened completely. Dr. Gero, that cunning old fox, proved to be far more wily than he had anticipated. Not only had he upgraded the androids upon detecting anomalous energy, but it was likely that number 17 and number 18 had been prematurely released as mere tests. He had long known that number 17 and no. 18 were difficult to control, rendering them failed products. Thus, he not only absconded with the most crucial research materials, but also took away his ultimate trump cards, the absorption type number 19, crafted from his cherished Son S template, the formidable number 16, and the ultimate weapon, Cell, which possesses the genes of all warriors. This madman is not fleeing. He has merely relocated to a more clandestine place, preparing to finalize his even more exquisite masterpiece. Sun Xian stood in the empty laboratory, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is becoming intriguing. Dr. Gero, no matter who stands behind you, I shall see what other schemes you harbor. Chapter 78. I stand behind you in West City, a Capsule Corporation. Sun Xian's figure flickered into existence before the gathered crowd, without any forewarning. You're back. Bulma was the first to approach him, clutching a tablet computer. Did you find that old coot, Dr. Gero? What about his research materials? All eyes were fixed on Sun Xian, as they believed that locating the mastermind would signify the end of this crisis. However, Sun Xian's expression remained unnervingly calm, a tranquility that weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. Everything is gone, he stated flatly, the words striking them like heavy blocks of ice. What do you mean? Piccolo furrowed his brow. It means we have all been deceived. Sun Xian surveyed the room, his gaze briefly lingering on the unconscious androids 17 and 18. These two creations were not Dr. Gero's trump cards. They barely qualified as his backup. He paused before continuing. They were merely bait, pushed to the forefront for two purposes. First, to test our strength and gather data. Second, to buy time. Buy time? Krillin's voice trembled. What could he need to buy time for? Indeed, Sun Xian interrupted his speculation, affirming the dire possibility. By the time I arrived, the core materials and equipment of the research facility had already been evacuated. Moreover, the other three androids that were supposed to be stored there, number 16, number 19, and his true perfect creation, had vanished. Perfect creation? Tian Xinhan inquired. Sun Xian's gaze deepened, a being that amalgamates the cells of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Frieza, capable of continuously absorbing energy and techniques, evolving infinitely, the ultimate biological weapon. Its name is Cell. Cell. This unfamiliar name bore down on everyone like an invisible mountain. An android capable of obliterating Piccolo had already left them at a loss. Now, a creature embodying the strengths of all the formidable warriors had emerged. How is it possible to combat this? Krillin murmured, nearly devoid of fighting spirit. Fear not, for you still have me. Sun Xian nonchalantly encouraged, sensing that everyone was beginning to embrace their roles as guardians of Earth. Bulma, however, seemed entirely oblivious to Sun Xian's words, her gaze fixated on her tablet, where an incomprehensible energy anomaly seemed to mock her technical prowess. I understand. Bulma suddenly shrieked, having been engrossed in her tablet. She pointed at a segment of energy fluctuations that she had just deciphered. That abnormal energy. It's a biological catalyst. It can seamlessly integrate with cells and machinery, resulting in exponential enhancement. Through this innovative technology, Jiro has augmented all the androids. That cell must have been enhanced as well. Drip. A bead of cold sweat fell to the ground, and Piccolo turned pale with fear. The previously encountered Android 17, after enhancement, could not even breach defenses with his special beam cannon. If Cell has been further enhanced, the enemy, already formidable, would have an unfair advantage. Dr. Jiro is not fleeing. Son Gohan approached the window, gazing at the city outside, which was regaining its order. He merely shifted to a more concealed lair to complete his final masterpiece. Once Cell is fully realized, he will return, transforming the entire Earth into his laboratory and hunting ground. For a moment, silence reigned in the room, only interrupted by Son Gohan's steady breathing, a reminder of how fortunate their recent victory had been. Piccolo moved beside Son Gohan, his expression complex. Although Gohan could unleash such power, it was highly unstable and came at a great cost. If the enemy truly is as you described, then Gohan's eruption of power was akin to a one-time firework, beautiful but uncontrollable. Son Gohan acknowledged this, recognizing he still needed time to master this newfound strength. Turning to meet the anxious and despairing gazes of his companions, a faint smile graced his lips, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Thus, our current strength is insufficient to confront them. What shall we do? Bulma asked anxiously. Quite simply, Son Gohan extended 2 fingers and signaled for reinforcements. Reinforcements? Yes, summon those 2 training fanatics back early. Initially taken aback, the group quickly realized. Indeed, the 2 strongest Saiyans. They have been training on the Supreme Kai's planet. Their power must have surged. The stifling atmosphere lifted, rekindling hope within everyone. And you? Piccolo astutely seized the crux of the matter. Why don't you directly eliminate Dr. Jiro? No. Son Gohan shook his head, his smile taking on a playful twist. I shall remain here. This response surprised all present. In such a critical moment, the mightiest warrior, Son Gohan, chose to hold his ground. Observing the bewildered expressions, Son Gohan elaborated. Do you truly believe that the old fool, Dr. Jiro, could conjure the energy technology to significantly enhance androids out of thin air? Bulma suddenly looked up, a flash of realization in her eyes. This old fox hides a more cunning hunter behind him. Son Gohan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. I wish to draw him out, but he is too deeply concealed. This presents a splendid opportunity. If I remain passive, that hunter will see Goku and Vegeta return to defeat Cell, which will inevitably prompt him to act out of impatience or reveal his true intentions. Should I leap out now and obliterate Dr. Jiro and Cell with swift ferocity, that hunter will only burrow deeper, and the next time he strikes, I cannot foresee when or what sort of plot it will entail. He shrugged, his tone as relaxed as if discussing a mere game. Thus, Wukong and Vegeta serve as the apparent bait, intended to lure the formidable fish lurking behind Dr. Jiro. As for me, I shall assume the role of the hidden predator. This is exceedingly perilous. Krillin expressed his concerns, acutely aware of Wukong and Vegeta's formidable prowess. Yet the uncertainty surrounding the strength of Cell left him feeling unsettled. Do not underestimate those 2 combat enthusiasts. Sun Xian chuckled lightly, asserting that when presented with a sufficiently strong opponent, they could rend the very heavens asunder. Moreover, he cast a confident glance at the assembly, adding, Am I not here to provide support? His words dispelled the doubts lingering in everyone's hearts. Indeed, with Sun Xian present, it was akin to possessing an infallible trump card. What about those 2? Krillin gestured towards the unconscious android on the ground, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Android 18. Sun Xian exchanged a meaningful glance with Krillin and casually remarked, Let us secure them for now and allow Bulma to conduct thorough research. If feasible, we might dismantle the bombs within them. Perhaps we can sway those 2 elite operatives to our side. The group fell silent, bemused by the timing of his business-minded thoughts. Nevertheless, this familiar jest eased their trepidation completely. Sun Xian spoke no further. He stepped aside, closed his eyes, and concentrated his senses on the distant Supreme Kai's planet. All right, everyone, prepare to welcome your reinforcements. He opened his eyes, a hint of eager anticipation curving his lips. Let us hope that the fruits of their training do not disappoint me. Chapter 79. The Returning Warriors on the Supreme Kai's Planet. A desolate world akin to a small asteroid, two golden streaks of light clashed at an almost imperceptible velocity. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision unleashed a tempest that tore through the fabric of space, creating unfathomable fissures in the once solid ground. In an instant, Wukong's figure flickered, appearing behind Vegeta, delivering a devastating kick aimed at the back of his neck. Seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, Vegeta did not turn, but swiftly countered with an elbow block before pivoting, his golden aura coalescing around his fist, striking out with ferocity. Too slow, Kakarot. In this clash of fists and feet, pure strength and technique were pitted against one another. There were no flashy energy blasts, only the most primal and savage forms of combat. Not far off, an elderly figure donned in sunglasses, swaying to the rhythm with a speaker in tow, was none other than the Supreme Kai. Beside him, the skeletal figure of the Rib Rice watched intently, occasionally displaying a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Over the past few months, the progress of Wukong and Vegeta has been nothing short of miraculous. They absorbed the essence of martial arts imparted by the Supreme Kai like two parched sponges, seamlessly integrating it into their Saiyan combat instincts. They had transcended their former selves, those who once challenged Rib Rice. After witnessing a myriad of bizarre attack styles from various martial arts masters, Wukong and Vegeta seemed to have unlocked their potential, their strength surging exponentially. It is nearly time to conclude, Vegeta roared, his energy flaring once more as he forced Wukong back with a powerful punch. Just as I hoped. Wukong steadied himself, elevating his own energy to its zenith. Just as they were about to exert their utmost effort to make contact, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, Goku, Vegeta, Shinji. Goku exclaimed in delight. Indeed, Shin's figure appeared nearby. What is it? Vegeta replied with a scowl, irritated that this individual always interrupted his training at critical moments. Training ends here. Shin's voice was succinct. A few intriguing characters have arrived on Earth, and your vacation has been abruptly cut short. Intriguing characters? Goku's eyes instantly sparkled. His innate thirst for battle ignited. How intriguing. Are they stronger than Mr. Rib's Rice? Are you referring to the androids? Vegeta interjected, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Have they shown up earlier than expected? Indeed. Shin pondered for a moment, refraining from directly answering Goku's question. To put it simply, the androids have emerged earlier than anticipated, and they are significantly stronger than I had imagined. Piccolo was knocked down in a single blow, and then Gohan unleashed his latent power and took them all down. Goku's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a profound concern. Piccolo, what about Gohan? How is he? Piccolo consumed a sense of being. He is not seriously harmed. It can be said that Namekians possess remarkable vitality. Shin's voice paused momentarily. Moreover, that kid Gohan inadvertently achieved Super Saiyan 2. What? This time, Vegeta could no longer maintain his composure. The whimpering little brat, Kakarot's son, had surpassed him? Attained a state beyond Super Saiyan? A wave of indescribable humiliation and jealousy surged within Vegeta. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, as though his very blood was aflame. Despite having trained diligently for months on the Supreme Kai's planet, he had been unable to master the secrets of Super Saiyan 2. While that brat had managed to achieve it first, it was unbearable for the proud prince of all Saiyans to be outdone not only by Kakarot, a mere lower-class warrior, but also by a child. Was Super Saiyan no longer a rare achievement? Vegeta was engulfed in deep self-doubt, though it may not be a complete breakthrough. As he fell unconscious after defeating the androids, he likely cannot yet wield such immense power. Shin's voice momentarily faltered. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The real focus is on that old coot, Dr. Gero, who is still concealing his true trump card, a fusion of your two essences, along with cells from Piccolo, Frieza, and other formidable fighters, known as Cell. Sounds like quite the formidable opponent. Goku's eyes burned with excitement. He longed to return and confront him. Return? Vegeta abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Shin. Of course, we must return. That scoundrel called Cell must be dealt with by my own hands. His words conveyed not merely the intent to defeat, but rather to eradicate, as if Cell were nothing more than refuse that required disposal. Excellent. That's the spirit. Xian nodded with satisfaction. Then let us set off. No sooner had he spoken than he activated instant transmission, whisking Goku and Vegeta away. Hey, wait. As the Grand Kai was about to articulate his thoughts, the figures of the three had vanished without a trace, leaving the Grand Kai in a state of disarray amidst the swirling winds, alongside the seemingly dazed Riboku Rice. In the martial arts tournament of West City, within the Capsule Corporation, Son Gohan had awakened, weakly leaning against Chi-Chi, his gaze reflecting remnants of confusion and trepidation. Suddenly, three silhouettes appeared before the crowd without warning. Dad! Son Gohan was the first to exclaim. Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, and others joyfully surrounded them. Indeed, you have surpassed your father, Gohan. Son Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, prompting Gohan to shyly lower his gaze. Humph! Vegeta surveyed the scene, his eyes finally resting on the unconscious androids 17 and 18th on the ground. His expression filled with disdain. For such worthless beings, was it worth calling this prince back? He sensed no trace of energy from them. Almost convinced that Son Gohan was exaggerating the enemy's strength to deceive them into returning. The enemy is not them, Piccolo spoke gravely. The enemy is a creature known as Cell. That monster is far stronger than you can imagine. Leaning against the doorframe, Son Gohan lazily added, Indeed, that guy has been referred to by Dr. Gero as the perfect life form and has been enhanced for greater strength. Moreover, that old fox Gero might be concealing an even larger threat behind him. I need you to take care of this little fish, Cell, to lure out the big fish. As for me, Son Gohan shrugged, I will handle the net and consume the big fish. Upon hearing Son Gohan's plan, Son Goku's expression turned exceedingly serious, excitement gleaming in his eyes. So that's how it is. This sounds even more intriguing. Vegeta, crossing his arms defiantly, raised his chin with a fiery spirit. Cell? The ultimate bioweapon? A haughty smile crept across his lips. No matter what it is, before the absolute power of this prince, it is merely a bug awaiting to be crushed. He cast a glance at the eager Son Goku and coldly warned, Kakarot, do not dare to compete with me. This prey is mine. Chapter 80. Who is the fisherman? Outside the Capsule Corporation's laboratory, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. That little brat, Kakarot's son, had actually reached the level of Super Saiyan 2 before him. This felt more humiliating than losing to Kakarot himself. Meanwhile, Son Goku was half squatting beside the sofa, gently comforting Son Gohan. Do not fear, Gohan. That power is your own, and you have done exceptionally well. Son Goku's voice was tender as he stroked his son's head with his rough hand, his eyes filled with paternal love and pride. This warm father-son bond only fueled Vegeta's ire, prompting him to snort disdainfully and turn away. In the midst of this heavy silence, the laboratory door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Bulma, sporting severe dark circles under her eyes, rushed out like a whirlwind. She waved a device reminiscent of the Dragon Ball radar, her face alight with exhilaration and joy. I did it. I succeeded, she exclaimed, entirely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. The self-destruction mechanisms within androids 17 and 18 have been completely dismantled. As she spoke, she proudly shook the device in her hand. Moreover, based on the enigmatic energy within them that defies analysis, I have created this. An energy tracker. Bulma resembled a child boasting about a new toy. It can detect fluctuations of the same energy source. As long as that old scoundrel Dr. Gero dares to unleash his new toy, we will certainly be able to find him. All eyes turned towards her. In a corner, the recently awakened android 18 sat against the wall, golden strands of hair cascading down to obscure her icy gaze. Upon hearing Bulma's words, her eyes flickered ever so slightly. Krillin observed her solitary figure, hesitating before gathering the courage to approach with a cup of water. Here, have a drink, he offered, his nervousness causing his tongue to stumble. 18 lifted her gaze, her emotionless blue eyes sending shivers down Krillin's spine. She silently regarded him for a few seconds before finally extending her hand to accept the cup. This small gesture ignited a burst of joy within Krillin, who scratched his bald head and chuckled foolishly. Nearby, Piccolo watched the exchange, a thoughtful glint passing through his eyes. At that moment, the tracker in Bulma's hand emitted a soft beep, and a red dot on the screen began to blink furiously. It's here, Bulma exclaimed. Before her words could finish, A shadow darted swiftly past her. Give it here. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fierce determination, snatching the tracker from Bulma's grasp without affording anyone a moment to react. He glanced at the screen, a proud smile forming on his lips. At last, I found you. Cell. Hey, Vegeta. Bulma shouted in frustration. I haven't finished explaining how to use it. With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted skyward, enveloping his form as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, a mongrel that has fused with the noble blood of my lineage. His voice dripped with malice. This filth that tarnishes Saiyan honor will be swiftly dealt with by me, Vegeta. He whirled around, catching a glimpse of Goku poised for action. Kakarot. Stay here and indulge your precious son in playtime. This quarry belongs solely to me, Vegeta. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta transformed into a golden comet, shattering the ceiling as he sped toward the direction indicated by the tracker. That jerk. Bulma fumed, glaring at the gaping hole above her. Honestly, Vegeta hasn't changed a bit. Goku chuckled helplessly, though his expression quickly turned serious. He turned to Chi-Chi and Gohan, saying, I'll be back soon. Then, he too heightened his energy, the golden flames of his Super Saiyan form shooting into the sky. Hey, Vegeta, wait for me. The figure of Son Wukong swiftly followed, transforming into another streak of light that darted away. Outside the laboratory, only Piccolo, Krillin, and others remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Is that it? They're just leaving? Krillin appeared utterly confused. Sun Xian leaned casually against the doorframe, observing the farce as an outsider. Piccolo approached him and asked in a low voice, Are you truly allowing them to depart like this? We have no intelligence on that cell at all. I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm. Sun Xian yawned languidly. The main act has only just begun. The fish have yet to bite. As the fisherman, I mustn't falter. He paused, his gaze deepening as if he could see through Dr. Gero's intentions. Who is the true fisherman, and who will be the bait? Let them stir the waters for now. They will prevail, won't they? Krillin murmured to himself, more for encouragement than inquiry. Once a person develops attachments, they become hesitant. But do not underestimate the warrior spirit. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the desolate expanse above, Vegeta gripped a tracker, racing forward like an arrow released from a bow. The roaring wind filled his ears. Yet all his focus remained on the flickering red dot in his hand. The last time he felt such exhilaration was when he had stolen Frieza's Dragon Balls. Closer, ever closer. He could sense an evil and formidable energy just below. Within that aura were Kakarot, Piccolo, even Frieza, and himself. This sensation made him nauseous and filled him with rage. Come out, Cell! Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a colossal energy blast towards an inconspicuous little town below. Boom! A blinding beam of light instantly engulfed the earth, raising clouds of dust that darkened the sky. Amidst the explosive flames, a figure gradually rose from the rubble. It possessed an insect-like form, with a deep green shell adorned with spots and a long tail swaying behind it. Hee. Have you finally arrived, Scion? The figure lifted its head, revealing a grotesque face with a mask-like mouth that opened and closed slightly. I have awaited you for a long time. Vegeta hovered in midair, gazing down at the creature, his aura intensifying, golden flames burning fiercely around him. Humph, scum, he smirked slightly, as if to disdain Cell. Let me show you the true power of the Prince of Science. Chapter 81, 2 Cells. Prince of Science? Heh. Your cells are indeed marvelous material. Cell's grotesque mouth opened and closed as he appraised Vegeta in midair with keen interest. Shut your foul mouth. Vegeta's fury reached its zenith, and the golden aura surrounding him surged dramatically, nearly doubling in size. He was too impatient for further conversation. His figure abruptly vanished. Bang! A heavy punch, propelled by momentum, struck Cell's face with tremendous force, twisting his head backward and sending his entire body uncontrollably flying, crashing into several building remnants. Is that all you've got? Vegeta hovered in the air, a derisive smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he caught a glimpse of movement from the ruins out of the corner of his eye, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Amidst the rubble, Cell gradually rose to his feet, the half of his face that had been crushed twisted and writhed with flesh and shell, intertwining until, in mere seconds, it restored to its former state. He even twisted his neck, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Is the warm-up over? Cell's voice carried a hint of mockery. Your power surpasses that recorded in Dr. Gero's database by a considerable margin. It seems you two have acquired some form of enhancement. You seek death. Feeling greatly insulted by the creature's piercing gaze, Vegeta spread his arms wide, gathering a heart-stopping energy in his palms. Final flash. A robust beam of energy roared forth, instantly engulfing Cell. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion, several times more ferocious than before, erupted, ripping a layer off the ground of the entire town and forming a massive circular impact crater. As dust and smoke enveloped the scene, another golden streak descended from the heavens, landing beside Vegeta. Vegeta, this fellow's aura has heightened Son Goku's expression to an extreme seriousness. Get lost, Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed without looking back. This is my prey. If you dare interfere, I will eliminate you alongside him. Observing Vegeta's quivering figure, trembling with rage, Son Goku sighed in resignation. As the dust began to settle, Cell's figure re-emerged at the center of the crater. His shell bore several new cracks. Yet his aura had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it surged even stronger than before. A commendable attack. Cell brushed the dust from his body. As a token of appreciation, let me demonstrate my technique. He slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist. Kamehameha. This initial stance left both Son Goku and Vegeta momentarily stunned. Energy wave. A blue energy wave, indistinguishable from the Kamehameha, erupted from Cell's hands. Damn it, Vegeta cursed, hastily firing an energy wave in response. The two forces clashed violently in midair, unleashing shockwaves that leveled everything in their vicinity. How could he? Son Goku's face was a mask of disbelief. How dare he use Kakarot's technique? Vegeta's rationality began to fray at that moment. He could not endure the affront of a monster wielding the technique of a lower warrior he despised to attack him. This was nothing short of a mockery of his inferiority to Kakarot. Vegeta succumbed entirely to fury. He frantically amplified his energy, unleashing a tempest of relentless assaults upon Cell. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, interspersed with erratic energy blasts, poured forth recklessly. Were it not for the extensive training under Son Goku and the Grand Kai that had significantly enhanced his endurance, such wastefulness would have left him exhausted and rendered him a mere shadow of his former self. Nevertheless, Cell stood unfazed. He even began to nimbly evade amidst the onslaught, his occasional counterattacks always striking precisely at the openings exposed by Vegeta's rage. Too slow, too chaotic. Cell's voice rang coldly. Vegeta, is this truly your limit? He grinned menacingly, delivering a powerful punch that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Vegeta's body contorted like a shrimp, his golden aura extinguished, reverting him from Super Saiyan to his original form, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, rushing towards the oncoming Cell. Your opponent is me. Goku's movements were more agile than Vegeta's, his attacks more cunning. The martial arts essence he had learned on the Supreme Kai's planet was on full display at that moment. Nevertheless, Cell's battle intelligence was equally astounding. From initial unsteadiness to quickly adapting, and then seamlessly countering, merely seconds had passed. Useless. Cell kicked Goku away, creating distance. All your battle data is stored in my mind. I am the perfect warrior. With a resounding thud, Cell sent Goku flying, who landed heavily near Vegeta. Coughing up blood, Goku struggled to rise. He glanced at Vegeta, who was equally battered and attempting to gather energy anew, his voice hoarse as he called out, Vegeta, let's team up. This guy is far stronger than the data suggests. Shut up. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the feeling of humiliation nearly overwhelming his consciousness. Teaming up with Kakarot against a creature composed of his own cells? That was more painful than killing him. Yet, gazing at the monstrous figure in the distance, whose power continued to surge, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Kakarot was right. Humph. A cold snort signified his reluctant acquiescence. Vegeta reignited his golden aura, shakily rising to his feet. Goku, witnessing this, finally managed a smile amidst the tension. Now, he shouted, and both sprang into action. This time, it was not a reckless endeavor of individual combat. Goku's form flickered unpredictably, ensnaring Cell, using rapid movements and exquisite fighting techniques to restrain him. Meanwhile, Vegeta transformed into a mobile artillery unit, accurately launching energy blasts from a distance, blocking all of Cell's escape routes. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. For the first time, Cell felt pressure, flustered by their cooperation, new wounds appearing on his body. Now, Goku shouted amidst the fray. Vegeta understood, channeling all his energy into both hands. Final flash. Kamehameha. Two colossal torrents of energy, one golden and one blue, surged from different angles, simultaneously crashing towards Cell. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. At the point of their convergence, Cell emitted a reluctant roar, never anticipating he would falter in such a manner that these two could defeat someone stronger than himself. Just as they prepared to amplify their output and completely engulf Cell, a light-hearted voice, laced with amusement, drifted from behind them. What a splendid performance. Goku and Vegeta froze, abruptly turning around, their energy output involuntarily skewed. There, atop a nearby hill, stood a solitary figure. He possessed a physique reminiscent of Cell, yet more fluid and flawless. His exoskeleton was devoid of blemishes, exuding a smooth texture. His face was no longer marred by grotesque mandibles, but instead bore a striking visage, adorned with human features that were both handsome and alluringly sinister. Most importantly, an aura radiated from him, tranquil as the sea yet unfathomably deep, far surpassing the previous Cell in strength by an immeasurable magnitude. He was the perfect form of Cell. Chapter 82. The Mockery of Perfect Cell. Ha ha ha. What a splendid performance. This voice seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, causing Son Goku and Vegeta to tremble profoundly. The surge of energy they had just amplified deviated fatally in that instant. The two streams of energy that should have reduced Cell to ashes diminished in potency, grazing Cell's side as they soared into the sky, where they erupted into two resplendent bursts of fireworks amidst the clouds. What is happening? The two turned sharply, their pupils constricting to the size of pinheads. Upon the hill, the newly emerged Cell, while still bearing traces of his predecessor, was utterly transformed in form. His body was free from the grotesque spots of before, replaced by a seamless exoskeleton, and his tail was nowhere to be seen. His face no longer exhibited the insect-like grotesqueness, but instead bore a human countenance, strikingly handsome. One could say he was an evolved version of Cell. Who are you? Son Goku inquired gravely. This newly manifested creature exuded a sense of oppression that was several-fold stronger than Cell's. Me? The newly emerged Cell smiled elegantly, extending his arms as if to embrace the entire world. I am Cell. Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell then turned his gaze toward the fortunate counterpart who had narrowly escaped a calamity, now wearing a look of astonishment and confusion. Evidently, this Cell had not anticipated the emergence of a second self and appeared to have successfully absorbed androids 17 and 18, transforming into his final form. However, hadn't they been captured? A glimmer of pity flickered in the eyes of the perfect Cell. After all, the initial Cell was merely a tool for gathering the latest combat data. What? Vegeta felt as though struck by lightning. Cell's pupils contracted. He could hardly fathom that the version of himself enhanced by Dr. Gero was merely a data collector, a bait. He had believed that androids 17 and 18 were the bait, while he was the hunter, only to find himself transformed into bait as well. Your task is complete. Perfect Cell disregarded the stunned Vegeta, addressing the embryonic Cell. Now, relinquish all that you are to me. The embryonic Cell seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, emitting a terrified shriek as he turned to flee. But it was far too late. A tail extended from beneath Perfect Cell's wing, the needle at its tip piercing accurately into the embryonic Cell's back. With a piercing scream, the embryonic Cell's body visibly withered at an alarming rate, ultimately being wholly absorbed by Perfect Cell. Perfect Cell even let out a satisfied belch. The formidable aura he already possessed surged further after consuming his counterpart. All right, the warm-up is over. He stretched his body with satisfaction, casting a seductive glance once more at Son Wukong and Vegeta. Now, let us commence the true battle. Die, you wretched creature. Vegeta, devoid of any sense of martial decorum, seized the moment while Cell's words were still lingering, delivering a swift punch directly to Cell's handsome visage. However, this unexpected attack was effortlessly thwarted by Cell with a mere fingertip. Is this truly your utmost effort, Vegeta? A mocking grin adorned Cell's face. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's every capability, and at this moment, it seemed as though he were merely toying with him. With a flick of his finger, an irresistible force surged forth, propelling Vegeta like a baseball struck for a home run, screaming as he flew backward. One move. In just a single strike, the fully powered Super Vegeta was utterly vanquished. Cold sweat trickled down Son Wukong's brow as he watched, yet he hesitated not for an instant. He instantly activated instant transmission, appearing beside the unconscious Vegeta amidst the rubble, pulling him from the debris. Upon confirming that Vegeta was merely gravely injured and unconscious, Son Wukong exhaled in relief. Though his expression soon turned grave. It appears we shall not escape today. After securing Vegeta, he turned to confront Cell, assuming the initial stance of the Turtle School. Oh, Son Wukong. Cell regarded him with keen interest. Your cells ignite within me a fervor for battle. You are far more intriguing than that arrogant Scion Prince. Come now, let me see where your limits lie. Meanwhile, in West City, at the Capsule Corporation, the atmosphere in the laboratory was equally tense. How could this be? Krillin clutched his head, drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta's energy had suddenly diminished to a mere whisper. How could a stronger foe emerge so suddenly? Piccolo's complexion darkened. Though he did not witness it, he could distinctly sense the aura from the distant battlefield, magnitude stronger than before. This is a trap, Piccolo stated solemnly. Are you not going yet? The group turned their attention to Sun Xian, who had been lazily leaning against the doorframe. Sun Xian yawned, retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, and took a swig. Burp. He let out a belch, languidly remarking, why the rush? The fisherman across has yet to make his appearance. What time is it? How can you still joke? Bulma, nearly in tears, fretted over Vegeta and Wukong. Rest assured. Sun Xian waved his hand dismissively, moving to the window to gaze towards the battlefield, munching on a small fish. He had caught a big one. As it was all part of the plan, was it not? A subtle smile played on his lips as he focused his mind to sense the distant energies of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Now, it remains to be seen whether they can consume this succulent catch. In the wilderness, the battle had devolved into a lopsided affair. Son Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, employing instant transmission and various martial arts techniques learned from the Grand Kai. Yet he could not even graze the hem of Cell's attire. The force was too feeble. The technique is commendable, yet regrettably slow. Cell effortlessly dodged and blocked, arrogantly highlighting each of Son Wukong's vulnerabilities. Bang! Sheru finally lost his patience and delivered a swift blow to Son Wukong's neck. As darkness enveloped his vision, Son Wukong's body plummeted uncontrollably from midair. How infuriating! He struggled to rise, yet his body refused to obey. The disparity in power was insurmountable. It was truly tedious. Sheru slowly descended from the sky, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. I had anticipated a more delightful surprise from you. He raised his hand, palm directed at Son Wukong's head, as a sphere of yellow energy began to coalesce. It is over, Son Wukong. You have failed to pique my interest. Just at that critical moment, Sheru's movements abruptly halted. It seemed he had conjured a thought of something more entertaining, and he willingly dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. To eliminate you so easily would be rather unfortunate, for your potential has sparked a glimmer of expectation within me. A self-satisfied grin spread across Sheru's face. I have decided to grant you, in this planet, an opportunity. In 10 days, I shall host a martial arts tournament upon this wasteland, which I shall name the Sheru Games. Go forth and train with fervor. Call upon all the martial arts masters on Earth. In 10 days, come to challenge me. Should you prevail, I shall spare this planet. If no one can defeat me, he surveyed his surroundings, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Then this beautiful blue planet, along with all of you, shall become mere cosmic dust. No sooner had he spoken than his figure shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 83. The metamorphosis of Metamoru. It is uncertain whether it was due to the Scion cells within him, but at the final moment, Sheru inexplicably chose to spare Son Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, he announced the Sheru Games, challenging martial arts masters from around the globe. The reactions among everyone upon hearing this news from the returning Son Wukong were varied. 10 days. How could we possibly defeat such a monster in just 10 days? Even our strongest, Shingo, would likely be insufficient. Krillin was the first to crumble, frantically clutching his shiny bald head as he spun around. It is over. Earth is finished. Observing from the sidelines, Son Wukong quipped, you already know it's over before I've even made a move. You're quite perceptive. Why not call for a break? This is no game at all. Piccolo's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Sheru reveled in our fear and despair. He intended to intensify these emotions over the next 10 days before crushing them completely. Enough. Vegeta roared hoarsely, merely a synthetic abomination. 10 days, I will not allow it. His words were laced with defiance. 10 days is not an eternity. Xian smiled slightly, leisurely stepping into the midst of the group. You can still smile? Vegeta shot his gaze upward, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Xian, You claimed you could cover for us. Yet where were you when Sharu sought to end my life? Do not rush, Vegeta. Xian calmly stretched his limbs. Sharu, that great fish, has now emerged from the shadows. It is our time to perform. However, in merely 10 days, it is utterly impossible for us to elevate our strength to a level capable of defeating Cell. Krillin couldn't help but voice his frustration. That pertains to you all. Sun Xian cast a sweeping glance around the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Goku and Vegeta. Using conventional methods, it is indeed futile. He paused, capturing everyone's attention. Nevertheless, I am aware of a method, one that transcends the ordinary, enabling a rapid exponential increase in combat power. Goku's eyes brightened with curiosity. What method? Vegeta regarded him with skepticism, yet refrained from speaking, quietly awaiting the explanation from Sun Xian. There exists an ancient secret technique, Sun Xian declared, extending 2 fingers and gesturing in the air, that can unite 2 individuals of comparable strength into a singular, formidable fusion warrior. This fusion is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. Rather, it multiplies their power, potentially rendering them even stronger. Multiplication? The attendees were momentarily taken aback. Precisely. Sun Xian snapped his fingers. However, this secret technique has a prerequisite. It necessitates the execution of a rather special dance by the 2 participants. With that, he cast a meaningful glance between Vegeta and Goku. Dance. The mere mention of the word instantly transformed the atmosphere in the room into something peculiar. Goku remained unfazed, willing to dance if it meant gaining strength. However, Vegeta's expression darkened to one of impenetrable disdain. I refuse. Vegeta's voice was strained, as if forced through clenched teeth. I, Vegeta, would sooner perish than engage in such humiliating steps, let alone fuse with Kakarot. Oh, Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. So, you would rather face the disgrace of being annihilated by a monster birth from your own cells than relinquish your ludicrous pride for the sake of vengeance? You. Vegeta trembled with rage, each of Sun Xian's words penetrating his heart like a dagger. Goku. Sun Xian disregarded the furious Vegeta and turned to Goku. Do you wish to learn? If you master this technique, with the power gained from your fusion, you should be more than capable of easily overpowering the current Cell. Absolutely. Goku nodded without hesitation. As long as it allows me to defeat that fiend and protect everyone, I shall do whatever it takes. Excellent. Sun Xian nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze back to Vegeta, a hint of pity in his expression. You see, Goku possesses a clearer understanding than you. Your so-called princely dignity holds no value in Cell's eyes. When he has you beneath his foot, will you truly be content to succumb to such humiliation? Shut your mouth. The more furious you become, the more delighted Cell will be. He wields your pitiful pride as a weapon, repeatedly defeating and humiliating you. Do you think, once he has slain you, he will not mockingly declare how the proud Saiyan Prince has fallen, unable to find rest here? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. He could not deny that Sun Xian's words resonated deeply within him. That monster, having returned them, would not be satisfied with mere death. He would relish in their futile resistance, deriving pleasure from their inability to overcome him despite their utmost efforts. They would mercilessly mock the unwillingness of their foes in those final moments. The mere thought of such a scene engulfed him in a wave of humiliation more terrifying than death itself. Do you desire vengeance? Sun Xian's voice slithered like a demon's whisper. Would you relish the opportunity to trample that self-satisfied visage beneath your foot? Would you not wish for him to experience the dread and helplessness that comes from being dominated by absolute power? Vegeta gasped for breath, caught in a tug-of-war between reason and pride. Sun Wukong approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Vegeta, this is not solely for our own sake. Even for the sake of all, for the continuation of the Saiyan race, we must vanquish Cell. At these words, Vegeta clenched his jaw, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Bulma's abdomen. After a prolonged silence, he appeared deflated, his taut muscles relaxing as if the air had been let out of a balloon. Where can I learn this? He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength. Precisely. Sun Xian chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. Since you are on the Supreme Kai's planet, you must have heard of the Metamorans, correct? Sun Xian elaborated. This technique is known as the Metamoran fusion technique. Thus we must journey to the underworld. The underworld? Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. Sun Xian stepped between Son Wukong and Vegeta, placing a hand on each shoulder. Son Wukong's face radiated excitement and curiosity, while Vegeta bore an expression of utter desolation, his spirits utterly deflated at the thought of fusing with Kakarot. In a flash of white light, the three vanished from the living room, leaving behind a room full of confused onlookers. Piccolo approached the window, his expression a mix of contemplation and concern. The prospect of learning secret techniques in the underworld sounded ominously foreboding. He could only hope that this so-called fusion technique would indeed create miracles, as Sun Xian had claimed, and defeat Cell. Chapter 84. The embarrassing dance lesson in the underworld at the King of Hell's palace. Behind the familiar imposing desk, King Enma furrowed his brow, gripping the judge's pen as he scrutinized a scroll of life and death. Suddenly, three figures materialized before him, startling him nearly out of his chair. You again? King Enma recognized the visitors and exclaimed, Why have you returned? My lord King Enma, do not be alarmed. We are here on serious business this time. Sun Xian grinned mischievously, offering a knowing glance. Serious business? King Enma regarded them skeptically. What kind of business necessitates a visit to me? We wish to find the Metamorans to learn a craft. The Metamorans? King Enma paused, then suddenly understood. You wish to learn that fusion technique? He glanced at Son Wukong and Vegeta, his expression turning peculiar. Indeed, Sun Xian snapped his fingers. We would appreciate your guidance. King Enma grimaced slightly, but ultimately pointed in a direction. Descend from the other end of Snake Way, and the rest you must discover on your own. After bidding their farewells, the trio confidently embarked upon Snake Way. Humph, to think I must fuse with Kakarot is a profound humiliation. Vegeta crossed his arms, his face a picture of displeasure. Oh, come now, Vegeta, Son Wukong replied enthusiastically. It sounds quite intriguing. The power multiplied, after all. Our combined strength. How formidable will it become? Vegeta turned his head, choosing to ignore the fool who only knew how to fight. Under Sun Xian's guidance, they soon encountered a group of short, stout aliens adorned in peculiar vests. Dear visitors from afar, you seem to be burdened with worries. An elderly Metamoran greeted them with a smile. Good sir, we have come to seek your wisdom regarding a certain secret technique. Sun Wukong promptly stepped forward, politely stating their intent. Sun Xian, however, got straight to the point. We wish to learn the Metamoran fusion dance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light sparkled in the elderly Metamoran's murky eyes. He scrutinized Sun Wukong and Vegeta up and down, nodding slowly. I see. You are indeed well suited to learn the fusion technique. He turned and beckoned to his kin behind him. Pay close attention. Every movement and every beat of the fusion technique must be executed flawlessly. As he spoke, two young Metamorans stepped forward, standing several meters apart. Ready? Fusion. They both stepped outward, arms raised, bodies slightly crouched. Merge. They advanced 3 steps toward each other, their arms tracing bizarre arcs in the air, resembling two crabs inching closer. In the final moment, they simultaneously extended their index fingers, perfectly aligning them in midair. A dazzling light flashed, and the two short figures vanished, replaced by a single, taller warrior clad in the same vest, radiating a power several times greater. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, incredible. They truly fused. Vegeta's face darkened entirely. What is that? What a disgraceful display. Twisting about like a clown, and in the end, they even had to touch fingers with Kakarot? Kill him. Kill him now. Meanwhile, on Earth, all television screens in West City suddenly flickered and switched to the same image. A handsome green creature stood amidst the ruins, flashing a confident smile at the camera. Greetings, inhabitants of Earth. Cell's voice echoed across every corner of the planet. I am Cell. In 10 days, I will host a grand martial arts tournament, known as the Cell Games. I will construct a stage on the plains at latitude north and longitude east, awaiting the world's strongest to challenge me. The rules are simple, one-on-one. Defeat me, and Earth will be saved. If no one can defeat me. Cell's smile twisted into a sinister grin as he unleashed an energy blast toward the ruins behind him. I shall obliterate everything on this planet. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust, Cell severed the transmission. Panic erupted across the globe. However, within the luxurious dojo of the world martial arts champion, Satan, the atmosphere was entirely different. Ha ha. Satan laughed heartily at the sight of Cell on television, doubled over with amusement. What are the Cell Games? This is clearly a trick. Special effects. It must be special effects, he assured the gathered reporters, thumping his chest. Rest assured, everyone, I, the embodiment of Satan, shall grace the scene in 10 days, unveiling before the world the trivial charade of this green monstrosity. Long live Mr. Satan. Champion! Champion! Journalists and disciples erupted into thunderous cheers. In the realm of the underworld, the dwelling of the Metamorans, I shall never. Vegeta's roar threatened to shatter the very fabric of existence. I would rather perish than engage in such a foolish dance with Kakarot. Oh, is that so? Son Wukong quipped, clearing his ears. You may as well return, as the Cell games are about to commence. Perhaps you could perform a speed contest as the Prince of Science for Cell, and if he is pleased, he might spare your life. Vegeta's body froze. Vegeta, Son Wukong gazed intently at him, for the honor of the Science, clenching his teeth, trembling all over. He finally managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Just this once. Precisely. Son Wukong grinned like a cunning fox. Thus, under the expectant gazes of the Metamorans, Son Wukong and Vegeta, two Scions of comparable strength, reluctantly positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena. With deep breaths, they commenced mimicking the exceedingly embarrassing dance steps. Son Wukong executed them with flair, while Vegeta kept his eyes tightly shut, his movements stiff as if he were a marionette. Fusion. In the final step, as their fingertips were about to connect, Vegeta, overwhelmed by humiliation, inadvertently twitched, bending his fingers slightly. A flash of light erupted. I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am a warrior, round as a ball, clad in peculiar attire, who appeared in their stead. After uttering a few words, he gasped for breath, barely able to stand. Who am I? What am I to do? The rotund warrior wore a bewildered expression. The Metamorans stood petrified. Son Wukong, clutching his abdomen, was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Ha! How did we fuse into Beikong? If there remained any vestige of Vegeta's consciousness within Beikong, he would undoubtedly wish to find a crevice in the ground to hide within, never to emerge again. Chapter 85. The Provocation of Gogeta. Who am I? What am I to do? The rotund warrior stood in place, utterly perplexed, his voice laced with a greasy wheeze. He glanced down at his bulbous belly and then at his nearly invisible short legs, his eyes filled with philosophical confusion. He attempted to take a few steps, only to trip over his own feet, losing balance and rolling forward like a ball, ultimately landing with a thud, face first into the ground. Silence. An oppressive silence. Then, a sound emerged, neither loud nor soft, but distinctly clear, a muffled noise from beneath his taut white pants, accompanied by a faint, discernible odor. The elder Metamoran's mouth twitched uncontrollably, while the tribespeople behind him turned crimson, their shoulders shaking violently as they struggled to uphold their race's dignity with all their might. Ha ha! Son Wukong's laughter thundered like a clap of thunder, shattering the awkward silence, as he doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes. He even retrieved the latest model of a fruit-branded smartphone from his pocket, aiming it at the rotund warrior sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. A historic moment. How quintessential. The most resplendent instant in the lives of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Xian shouted excitedly while recording, insisting that this must be captured in high definition. He would later share it with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the entirety of Earth for collective admiration. The plump warrior struggled to regain his footing, attempting to strike a heroic pose, only to lose his balance and plop back onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. For Vegeta, this hellish 30 minutes felt longer than eternity itself. When the dazzling light finally flashed once more, the comical figure vanished, and as Son Wukong and Vegeta re-emerged, the world seemed to fall into silence. Son Wukong scratched his head, looking innocently at his hands. Huh? Did we fail? It feels as if I just had a nap. My body feels so heavy. Meanwhile, Vegeta hung his head in silence. The air around him seemed to solidify, whether it was an illusion or not. Golden energy surged from him, thickening ominously, and the ground beneath began to crack inch by inch. The overwhelming aura of destruction instinctively caused all the Mitamo beings to step back. What? Do you intend to self-destruct? Sun Xian pocketed his phone and casually cleaned his ears, reminding Vegeta, just so you know, this is the underworld. Even if you self-destruct, you won't die. At worst, your soul will be shattered into countless fragments, and King Yama would probably be too apathetic to assist in piecing you back together, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation. Vegeta suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, ablaze with fury and humiliation. A profound sense of disgrace washed over his soul. Yet, mere seconds later, that overwhelming rage receded like a tidal wave, replaced by an eerie calm. It seemed that all his distractions, pride, and self-respect had been utterly incinerated during that public execution of 30 minutes. What remained was only the purest, most primal goal, vengeance against Cell, and the desire to erase that dark chapter from memory, ensuring that all who witnessed it would forever remain silent. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, yet remarkably composed, devoid of any emotion. Son Wukong paused momentarily. Huh? What is it, Vegeta? Once more, Vegeta turned to face him. This time, let us execute every movement flawlessly. Son Wukong gazed into Vegeta's tranquil eyes and nodded emphatically. All right. Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, refraining from further mockery. He understood that the proud Scion Prince had been driven to smooth out his edges, leaving only the sharpest fangs. Without a hint of hesitation or shyness, Son Wukong and Vegeta stood at opposite ends of the arena, mirroring each other perfectly as they executed that shameful dance with precision. Their movements were flawless, the rhythm impeccable, and even their expressions bore an uncanny resemblance. Fusion. Their forefingers aligned perfectly in the air. An unparalleled brilliance erupted, heralding the arrival of a formidable warrior whose very presence sent tremors throughout the underworld. Satisfied, Sun Xian nodded approvingly, instructing them to practice slowly, to find their rhythm and familiarize themselves with their new forms. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. How was that? Are you satisfied with the force of this punch? Vegeta, exuding an air of extraordinary confidence, gazed at the astonished Sun Xian. Come, let us have a spar, rubbing his reddened cheek. Sun Xian couldn't help but suspect that Vegeta had taken the lead, waiting for his moment to retaliate. It seemed that after their fusion, they felt emboldened enough to challenge him. Very well then. Sun Xian grinned, enveloped in a resplendent golden aura as he swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although he had mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan, he preferred to maintain his base form, always ready to perform at his best. Enough chit-chat. Vegeta's aura erupted with tremendous force, golden flames soaring into the sky. Let me show you what a true Super Saiyan is capable of. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Sun Xian, delivering a straight punch imbued with terrifying power directly towards his face. It was too swift. Sun Xian's pupils constricted as his body instinctively leaned back, the force of the punch grazing past his nose, making him acutely aware of its might. Before he could regain his footing, Vegeta's onslaught arrived like a tempest. His combat techniques were nothing short of perfection, forcing Sun Xian to concentrate intently on defense. In an instant, the entire settlement of the Metamorans transformed into their battlefield. The ground cracked and sank beneath their collisions, while the air vibrated with the energy unleashed, resonating with explosive sounds. The Metamorans, terrified, huddled together, trembling in fear. The fusion warrior they had become was extraordinarily powerful, and the opponent he faced was equally formidable. The very earth seemed on the brink of collapse. With a sudden impact, Sun Xian was caught off guard, receiving a kick to the chest from Vegeta that sent him hurtling backward, crashing onto the ground some distance away. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Vegeta hovered in the air, a smile gracing his face as he looked down at the wreckage where Sun Xian lay. I must have overestimated you. Your strength is rather underwhelming. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Sun Xian gathered his energy once more. A smile spread across his face. The fusion warrior was undeniably powerful. Even though Goku and Vegeta could only transform into Super Saiyan 1, the strength of their fusion, Vegeto, surpassed that level. However, his true potential was far greater than that. Warm-up is over, Vegeto, Sun Xian proclaimed with an increasingly excited smile, cracking his neck with a satisfying sound. Vegeto, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, was indeed a fitting name. In an instant, he traversed the distance between them, appearing before Sun Xian, unleashing a torrent of relentless attacks. As Sun Xian evaded Vegeto's strikes, he sought opportunities to counter, their forms flickering through the air, each appearance punctuated by the sound of fierce collisions. Sun Xian seized a moment to elevate his energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, the shockwaves sending Vegeto hurtling several meters away. His golden hair stood even taller, arcs of electricity leaping and flickering around his aura, producing a piercing crackle. The force of Super Saiyan 2's impact forced the spectators from planet Metamor to cling desperately to pillars, lest they be swept away by the violent winds. Vegito, recovering with a swift motion, sprang back to his feet and dashed towards Son Goku once more. Crack! At the moment of their clash, the very fabric of the surrounding space trembled, fissures appearing in the void. Son Goku paused, then quickly retreated, addressing Vegito. Let us change the battleground. If we continue here, the space will tear apart. Vegito retracted the energy wave he was about to unleash and, glancing at the rifts in the air, nodded in agreement. Follow me. Son Goku gestured, and a swirling vortex radiating soft white light materialized. Let us fight within that space. Here, we can truly unleash our potential. As the two entered the vortex, the Metamorans sighed in relief. They pondered whether teaching the fusion technique to these two was a wise decision, for they nearly obliterated their home. Within the combat space, Son Goku and Vegito faced each other across the void, the atmosphere charged with tension. Make your move. I wish to witness the extent of your limits. Without honor in martial arts, Son Goku swiftly appeared behind Vegito, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at his head. Vegito, without a word, vanished just as the blow descended. In the next instant, he materialized behind Son Goku, retaliating with an elbow strike of his own. Oh, you utilized instant transmission, did you? I can do that too. Son Goku chuckled, activating his own instant transmission. What followed was a frenetic exchange of blinks and elbow strikes, each of them relishing the relentless shift in positions. Finally, after narrowly evading Vegito's elbow strike for the umpteenth time, Son Goku could no longer tolerate the pace and sidestepped to create distance. Let us engage directly, otherwise, your fusion time will be upon us. Very well. Vegito grinned confidently. Allow me to defeat you. He clenched his fists at his waist and, closing the gap between them, unleashed a simultaneous barrage, one fist aimed at Son Goku's abdomen, the other descending towards the crown of his head. Crack! That was quick, not a lightning-fast whip. Son Goku blocked the head strike with his left hand while countering with a punch from his right, meeting Vegito head-on. The impact bent Vegito's body into an arc, reminiscent of a shrimp, before he began to spiral upwards into the sky. This is Son Goku's punch infused with spiral energy. The moment it made contact with Vegito's fist, it seemed as though his entire right arm contorted grotesquely, and then he was forcefully sent flying. As Vegeta spun through the air, his trajectory shifted to a roll, but he managed to halt his motion, grasping his dislocated right arm and twisting it with determination. With a sharp crack, it returned to its original state. Evidently, he would need to summon greater strength. Although he had been repelled by Son Goku, Vegeta maintained a confident smile, his fists clenched as he began to gather energy. Witnessing Vegeta's output reliant solely on his roars, Son Goku's eyes lit up. Could it be? A blinding golden light shimmered, and Vegeta's figure gradually emerged from the radiance, enveloped by a golden aura that swelled in size, with arcs of electricity flickering rapidly. The resolute expression on his face revealed an even more pronounced confidence. Indeed, Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It appeared that this time, the Cell games were assured. Come, let us continue. Vegeta beckoned with his finger, his voice imbued with both Goku's pure excitement in challenging formidable foes and Vegeta's arrogance and eagerness to redeem himself. Before his words had fully left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, not through instant transmission, but sheer speed. Son Goku's pupils constricted sharply, and almost instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself. Bang! A thunderous impact resonated as Vegeta's knee collided solidly with Son Goku's arms. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, and Son Goku felt an overwhelming power surging towards him, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably, carving a bottomless trench into the solid battle arena floor. Before he could stabilize himself, Vegeta was upon him again, unleashing a seamless barrage of attacks. Fist, foot, elbow, knee, Vegeta's strikes were executed from the most cunning angles, and their strength had multiplied several times over. Boom, boom, boom. Son Goku found himself thoroughly on the defensive, yet the smile on his face only broadened. At last, he encountered a worthy opponent. Previous adversaries had either been too strong or too weak, preventing any satisfying exchange. Indeed, had it been half a year ago, he might have truly struggled against you. Still boasting, Vegeta, seeing Son Goku's relaxed demeanor, felt an unquenchable fire igniting within him. He raised his right hand high, and within his palm, a colorful energy sphere began to rapidly coalesce and expand. Here it comes. A gift for you, Vegeta bellowed, hurling the rainbow energy sphere fiercely towards Sun Xian. What the hell? This is intense. Is he trying to purify me? Sun Xian gasped, realizing that the energy sphere bore the purifying capability of the Soul Punisher, which would instantly erase anyone struck by it. It seemed he would need to reveal his true abilities. Ah! A soul-shattering howl echoed, causing the entire battle arena to tremble and wail. Sun Xian's originally spiked golden hair now cascaded down to his waist like a waterfall. His brow became more pronounced. His eyebrows vanished, and his gaze turned unfathomably deep and cold, devoid of any emotion. He swiftly condensed a sphere of energy, striking it forcefully against the approaching Soul Punisher's energy ball, resulting in an instantaneous and violent explosion. A brilliant pillar of energy flickered and expanded, ultimately erupting into flames, stirring up clouds of dust within the battleground. Bang! As the dust slowly settled, Sun Xian's figure had not yet fully materialized before he delivered a powerful punch to the stunned Vegeta, who remained frozen in place. This technique was known as Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 87, The Battle Beyond Limits. As the dust cleared, Sun Xian's form emerged, his golden hair cascading to his waist, brows pronounced, and his gaze remained icy and fixed upon Vegeta. Vegeta stood motionless, his confident smile completely frozen. He could distinctly sense that Sun Xian's current form had multiplied his power several times, exerting an absolute dominance over him. It turned out that beyond Super Saiyan, there existed such a realm. After a brief moment of shock, a manic grin spread across Vegeta's face. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Come, let me witness the true extent of this power. As you wish. Sun Xian's voice grew hollow and distant, as if echoing from afar. However, your fusion time is limited. If you have any hidden abilities, now is the time to unleash them, or you may find yourself with no opportunity left. Do not underestimate me, Vegeta roared, unleashing the full force of his inner energy without reservation. Rather than retreating, he elevated all his power to its utmost limit. Amidst the golden flames, blue arcs of electricity flickered wildly, crackling with thunderous resonance. He pushed the power of Super Saiyan 2 to its extreme. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together at his waist, where an energy sphere, a furious amalgamation of golden and blue light, spun and condensed with intensity. It was the violent energy of Vegeta's Big Bang attack fused with the pure essence of Goku's Kamehameha. Allow me to showcase my true strength. Big Bang. Vegeta thrust his hands forward vehemently. Kamehameha wave. Boom. A robust energy wave, already formidable in its own right, erupted explosively, expanding several times and surging towards Sun Xian with a devastating momentum. The battleground itself seemed on the verge of being shattered by this energy, as purple lightning danced and flickered around the space. In the face of this attack, Sun Xian's expression bore both admiration and excitement. He slowly raised his hands, mirroring the same stance. Kamehameha. His voice was calm and steady, exuding confidence, as he believed he would not falter against Vegeta's wave. A deep blue energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Though modest in size, its energy was compressed to the utmost limit, with the blue electric aura of Super Saiyan 2 shimmering at its core. Wave. A beam of deep blue energy, slender compared to Vegeta's robust light column, shot forth from Sun Xian's palm. In the next moment, two colossal waves of energy collided fiercely at the center of the space. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a fleeting moment of silence. Immediately following, at the intersection of two powerful energies, the very fabric of space became insubstantial. The colossal, intangible force generated by their collision obliterated every particle within the air, conjuring a minuscule void. Although the energy beam emitted by Gogeta was immense, it was resolutely held at bay by the highly condensed energy beam of Son Goku, unable to advance a fraction further. Cursed! Gogeta roared in frustration, relentlessly extracting power from within his being, forcefully infusing it into the shockwave. The massive blue beam surged forward, momentarily overpowering Son Goku's energy beam. Yet, Son Goku merely snorted disdainfully, his gaze sharpening. Return. The slender, deep blue energy beam surged explosively, audaciously pushing back the enormous light beam. The two energies formed an eerie stalemate in the air, the point of impact wildly shifting left and right. Each oscillation caused vast expanses of space to collapse. I pushed forward again, I pushed back again. At that moment, Gogeta's body trembled violently. He sensed the rapid depletion of power within him. The Super Saiyan 2 form combined with this ultimate attack exacted a tremendous toll on his body. This is bad, the energy. Before he could finish, a blinding white light erupted from him. The cataclysmic Kamehameha, capable of annihilating worlds, instantly vanished into thin air. As the radiance faded, the formidable fusion warrior Gogeta had completely vanished. In his stead, two figures fell from the sky, utterly drained. Son Goku and Vegeta had reverted to their normal states. Gasping for breath, their faces etched with confusion and discontent. Damn, how could this happen now? Vegeta glared at his hands, trembling with rage, feeling so close yet so far. They had already pushed it back 2/3 of the way. Observing this, Son Goku slowly retracted his hand, the equally potent Kamehameha dissipating into motes of light in the air. His waist-length golden hair swiftly retracted, his eyebrows reappearing, and the coldness in his eyes returning to their usual indifference. It seems the game has concluded prematurely, gentlemen, he remarked, casting a glance at the disheveled duo. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Capsule Corporation, the atmosphere in the living room had reached a suffocating intensity. Krillin, clutching his bald head, buzzed around the room like a headless fly. This isn't enough. No matter how I calculate, it's insufficient. He grabbed a pen and began scribbling on a whiteboard, counting Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and myself along with Tien and Yamcha. That's only a handful who can fight. That cell could eliminate even Vegeta with a single strike. We have no chance. Piccolo's face turned ashen, remaining silent. Although he knew Krillin had overlooked Son Goku, in his eyes, an additional Son Goku was merely another potential casualty. That perfect cell was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond comprehension, suffocatingly strong. Look, fishing. This time, we're likely to come up empty. Just as despair enveloped the group, a cool, somewhat irreverent voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Count us in as well. Everyone was taken aback, collectively gazing toward the doorway. There stood androids 17 and 18, leaning casually against the doorframe, their expressions devoid of emotion as they regarded the onlookers. Krillin, mouth agape, stared incredulously at Android 18. You are going to help us? Android 18 slowly straightened, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Golden strands of hair cascaded down, obscuring her icy blue eyes. Help you? Don't misunderstand. Android 17 ambled in, hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze drifting past the crowd to the television screen where a pre-battle proclamation from the nefarious Cell was being broadcast. That fellow named Cell is the creation of Dr. Gero, is he not? He halted, slowly lifting his head, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He gently flexed his wrist, producing a series of crisp cracks. I am quite curious to see just how powerful this so-called ultimate weapon truly is. It is time to settle the score for being used as bait. Chapter 88. The androids join the fray, a blood oath? In the underworld, amidst the dwelling of the Namekians, Sun Xian emerged from the battle space, his breath steady, as if the monumental clash he had just endured was merely a casual warm-up, leaving him largely unscathed. In contrast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared far more disheveled. Even though they had consumed the senzu beans and completely restored their stamina, the mental fatigue and shock were inescapable. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. They fused. He relinquished all pride as the prince of the Saiyans and engaged in that humiliating fusion with Kakarot, that lowly warrior. And what was the outcome? A thorough and utter defeat at the hands of Sun Xian. The humiliation seared through his soul like fire, causing blood vessels to surface in his eyes. Sun Xian paid no heed to the tumultuous emotions of the two, nor did he feel inclined to guide them. Some paths must be traversed alone. Some hurdles must be conquered individually. He merely cast a calm glance at them and stated, "The mission is complete. It is time for us to return. It is also time for Earth to commence." This statement, devoid of context, left Sun Wukong and Vegeta momentarily stunned. Commence? What is to begin? Is it Crazy Thursday? Before they could inquire further, Sun Xian placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Buzz. In an instant, the three vanished from the underworld. The next moment, they materialized in the living room of Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared abruptly, and before they could regain their balance, the scene before them caused their pupils to constrict sharply. The atmosphere in the living room was tense to the point of freezing. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha wore complex expressions, as if facing a formidable adversary. Opposite them, Androids 17 and 18 leaned against each other, their expressions amused, as though they were witnessing a tedious circus act. Upon seeing these two figures, Vegeta's pent-up fury found its outlet. "You bastards!" he roared, releasing a torrent of humiliation and rage that had been building within him. "How dare you stand here?" Vegeta raised his hand, and within his palm, golden energy radiated and coalesced, prepared to unleash upon those two detestable foes. However, a hand effortlessly pressed down on his wrist. It belonged to Son Goku. "What are you doing?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he exerted all his strength in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that Goku's arm was as immovable as if it were welded in place. No matter how much power he summoned, even tapping into his Super Saiyan might, he could not budge it. "This fellow's strength. They are here to assist us." Son Goku's calm words left everyone present in utter bewilderment. "Assist us?" Piccolo's sharp gaze bore into Goku. "Have you lost your mind? Goku, have you forgotten how everyone perished in your future? Forgotten how that world was obliterated by them? You want us to collaborate with these two cold-blooded killers?" Piccolo's inquiry cast a pall over the group, their eyes now filled with suspicion and hostility towards androids 17 and 18. Even Krillin, who had initially sought to mediate for android 18, became wary, releasing Vegeta's wrist. Goku spoke softly. "They are not like the androids from the future. Their essence is inherently good. They were merely altered by Dr. Gero. Now, the bombs within them have been dismantled by Bulma. They are free and can stand with us to protect the Earth. Partners?" Android 18 crossed her arms and rose from the sofa, a smirk of blatant mockery gracing her lips. "Don't flatter yourself." Her gaze swept over the group, momentarily lingering on Krillin, who immediately flushed crimson and awkwardly averted his eyes. "We only wish to personally eliminate that creature named Cell." Android 17 interjected, hands in pockets, adding, "That guy has no right to use us as bait." Ignoring the clamor and doubts from the others, Goku strode directly toward androids 17 and 18, his demeanor serene as he met their gazes with profound intensity. "Words alone won't suffice. If you wish to join us, you must first sign a declaration of loyalty." Unfazed by the puzzled looks from the crowd, he produced a small chip from his pocket and handed it to Bulma, who stood nearby. "Bulma, activate the energy detection system and search for energy signatures that correspond with the data recorded on this chip. Limit the range to the abandoned industrial zone in West City, 300 meters underground." Although Bulma's expression was one of confusion, she promptly rushed to her computer to execute the instructions. Before long, the main screen displayed a detailed schematic of a vast underground facility, concealed behind a formidable energy barrier. "What is this?" Gasps erupted from Krillin and the others, astonished that such a place lay hidden beneath West City. "This is Dr. Gero's true vault." Goku's voice resonated, unveiling the mystery. "It lacks formidable combat power, but it houses all of his research backups, as well as—" He hesitated, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. "Some failed creations that should never have been brought into existence." With that, he directed his gaze once more at androids 17 and 18. "My request is quite simple. Infiltrate the location, seize the core database, and obliterate all biological samples contained within. This is your opportunity to demonstrate your worth and the initial step towards avenging Dr. Gero." What a farce. Vegeta could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. "Are we to rely on the strength of these two androids? Is this an affront to us Saiyans?" With a furious roar, he turned and stormed towards the gravity chamber. "I require no assistance from anyone, not Cell, nor anything else. I shall surpass all of you in my own way." Bang! The door to the gravity chamber slammed shut with a resounding thud. Goku observed the retreating figure of Gohan. Although he harbored his own doubts about the androids, he placed greater trust in Gohan's judgment. Yet, for the first time, he felt that the person before him was an enigma, unfathomable and alien. It was as if everything lay within his calculated designs. How did he know that androids 17 and 18 were to join? How was he aware that Dr. Gero had contingencies? Meanwhile, Android 17 caught a miniature communication earpiece tossed by Gohan, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Just retrieving items and clearing debris? He donned the earpiece, a confident smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It sounds quite simple. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Android 18, and the two prepared to depart. Just as they were about to step through the living room door, Gohan's voice suddenly whispered in their earpiece, "By the way, there should be a dormant chamber marked as 21 next to the database. If anything within awakens, you may utilize any means necessary to neutralize her." The moment before stepping out, 17 and 18 halted abruptly. The relaxed and playful expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Chapter 89, Retrieving the Bone Spirit. The duality of Android 21. The silhouettes of 17 and 18 faded from the doorway, yet the tense atmosphere in the Capsule Corporation's living room showed no sign of abating. Piccolo was the first to break the silence. His green visage was etched with concern and confusion, piercing eyes fixated intently on Gohan. "Are you truly sending them?" Piccolo's voice bore an icy edge, tinged with anger, as remnants of the earlier incident where 17 had killed him lingered in his mind. "What are you thinking? Allowing the androids to venture into Dr. Gero's lair? Are you releasing a tiger back to the mountains, or stirring a snake in the grass? This is a gamble." Gohan leisurely picked up a can of chilled cola from the table, cracked it open with a crisp sound, and took a hearty swig before responding nonchalantly. "It's not a gamble, it's a test. A test to see if they can truly join us, while also validating some of my hypotheses." His deep-set eyes remained calm as they met Piccolo's, leaving the highly intelligent Namekian at a loss for words. This version of Goku was entirely inscrutable to him. Meanwhile, only Gohan could perceive the system panel quietly unfolding before his eyes. Ding! Side quest triggered. Subjugate the Bone Demon task description. This demon is born from obsession. Adept in myriad transformations, possessing 3 souls. The benevolent one is human, while the malevolent one is a demon. The host is tasked with capturing its benevolent soul, suppressing its demonic heart, and bringing it back intact. Special reminder: avoid aggressive actions. Otherwise, the demonic heart will run rampant, leading to irreparable consequences. Task reward: 1 pure soul orb, 1 random fragment of the 72 transformations. Sun Xian's gaze flickered slightly. So it is. The system has directly classified the terrifying appetite and fragmented personality of Android 21 as the ever-changing bone demon with 3 souls. Quite intriguing. In the West City, within a derelict industrial zone, the air was thick with the scent of rust and machine oil. Androids at 17 and 18, guided by the chip coordinates provided by Sun Xian, soon discovered an underground entrance cleverly disguised as a massive sewage pipe. Android 18 glanced back at a nearly camouflaged mini-surveillance device, reminiscent of a chameleon. Tucked away in the corner, a smirk gracing her lips. That fellow provided surprisingly accurate information. Without hesitation, the two leaped down. Upon entering the base, a piercing alarm erupted. Intruders! Intruders! Walls, ceilings, and floors sprung open as countless hidden compartments revealed a swarm of laser turrets and heavily armed combat robots, their red targeting dots completely enveloping the two. Android 17's expression hardened, poised to eliminate the scrap metal before him. Suddenly, Sun Xian's languid voice, tinged with a hint of a yawn, resonated through the earpiece. "Don't waste your energy. Just tell the main control computer's camera that Laplace and Lazuli have returned home." Android 17, known as Laplace, froze momentarily, skepticism flickering in his eyes as he directed his gaze at the nearest camera and coldly recited the command. In the next instant, a miracle unfolded. Identity recognized. Laplace, Lazuli. Access confirmed. "Welcome home, Master." The blaring alarms ceased abruptly, and all turrets and robots retracted their weapons, reverting to standby mode. Android 18, or Lazuli, stared in astonishment as the robots withdrew. They had never anticipated that Dr. Gero, who viewed them as failures, would establish such a backdoor using their human names from the past. Unimpeded, the pair swiftly made their way to the core area of the base. A massive database server stood silently at the center, while beside it, a colossal dormant chamber, marked with the number 21, caused their pupils to constrict. The reinforced glass of the chamber was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, green nutrient liquid pooling around it. Inside, it was utterly empty. "Are you searching for me?" A soft, somewhat sickly feminine voice drifted from the shadows behind the database. "My children." A woman clad in a lab coat, wearing glasses, exuding an air of intellect and gentleness with her red hair, slowly emerged. A warm smile adorned her face, yet deep within her slightly reddened eyes flickered a disquieting light. Android 21. Impossible. Where did they acquire the cells of the demon? The voice of Sun Xian echoed through the headphones. Yet numbers 17 and 18 were too preoccupied to respond. An overwhelming aura of terror, far beyond their imagination, enveloped them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. It was not merely the pressure of combat prowess, but a primal, insatiable thirst for energy. Number 21 elegantly licked her lips, her gaze lingering on numbers 17 and 18. "You smell so delightful," she remarked, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly clutched her head, the gentle expression on her face swiftly replaced by madness and anguish. "No, I cannot harm them. They are my children. Get out. Leave my body," she screamed in torment, a malevolent pink aura erupting from her like a volcanic eruption. "Now is the time." Sun Xian's voice thundered through the headphones. Number 18, ask her if she remembers Kivo. Number 17, destroy that blue glowing energy stabilizer behind her at once. With no time to ponder, number 18, facing the tormented number 21, shouted with all her might, "Do you remember Kivo?" Kivo, the name of the artificial human number 16, was also the name of Dr. Jero's son who had died unexpectedly, and one of the reasons behind his creation of artificial beings. Upon hearing that name, number 21's madness momentarily faltered, a fleeting glimpse of confusion and memory flashing in her eyes. In that instant, number 17 sprang into action. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy blast that struck the energy stabilizer with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The device exploded into a heap of scrap metal. Deprived of external energy stabilization and overwhelmed by the mental shock from her mother's core memories, the internal conflict of good and evil within number 21 reached its zenith. The malevolent pink energy around her suddenly retracted, her eyes rolled back, and her entire system overloaded, rendering her unconscious. Number 17 stepped forward and hoisted the unconscious number 21 over his shoulder. Meanwhile, number 18 quickly approached and retrieved the hard drive from the core database. Mission accomplished. Number 17 cast a complex glance at the miniature communication device in his ear, muttering softly to himself, "Who are you truly?" The Capsule Corporation. Sun Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he observed the system panel indicating, "Mission complete." The soul, purifying pearl, and pages of the 72 transformations had been received. However, his gaze did not linger on the rewards. Instead, it pierced through the glass, focusing on the figure in the gravity chamber. Subjected to hundreds of times the gravitational force, relentlessly tormenting himself, Vegeta. Sun Xian chuckled inwardly. The true demons of the heart extend beyond just number 21. Next, it will be your turn, Scion Prince. Chapter 90, A Feast for Cell. Numbers 17 and 18 returned, resembling two delivery personnel who had just completed their task, casually dropping an unconscious red-haired woman on the floor and tossing a hard drive to Bulma. The atmosphere in the living room shifted from tense to one of bewilderment. Was this Dr. Jero's hidden card? Piccolo gazed at the woman in the white lab coat, exuding an intellectual beauty even in her unconscious state, his brow furrowed in confusion. He sensed an ominous energy lurking within this woman, a terrifying force that made his heart tremble, malevolent and insatiable. Sun Xian. Piccolo suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on the architect of this chaos. What on earth do you intend to do? Bringing back such a ticking time bomb? Sun Xian ignored him and approached the woman, known as Android 21. He knelt down, observing the pained expression on 21's face, a reflection of her internal struggle, and a slight smile graced his lips. "Ah, the white bone spirit is too deeply obsessed. That is not a good thing." As he spoke, he opened his palm. And a luminous orb, radiating a gentle white light, appeared as if conjured from thin air. The soul purifying orb. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Sun Xian gently pressed the orb against 21's forehead. Buzz. A halo, soft as moonlight, spread from the orb, enveloping 21 entirely. A piercing scream, filled with resentment and madness, erupted from within Android 21. Following this, visible tendrils of pink malevolence, akin to iron filings drawn by a magnet, were uncontrollably extracted from 21's orifices, surging into the diminutive orb. The previously gentle light of the soul-purifying orb now bore a hint of murky pink within, before it regained its tranquility. In merely 2.5 seconds, all the malevolent energy was completely siphoned away. The terrifying aura surrounding 21 vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint energy signature belonging to an ordinary human scientist. Sun Xian retracted his hand, and the pink orb spun in his palm before instantaneously returning to its warm, white hue. What a remarkable item. It's not merely a one-time use. Task accomplished. He clapped his hands and stood up. The android, 21 on the ground, fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes. They were clear, bewildered, and tinged with a hint of fear. Where am I? What have I done? You have done nothing, Son Xian replied nonchalantly, his tone flat. You merely took a nap and had a nightmare. He turned to the astonished Bulma. Bulma, congratulations. Your research team has gained a new member. She possesses the accumulated knowledge of Dr. Gero's lifelong research and biotechnologies that surpass this era. How to utilize her, you should know better than I. Bulma stared blankly at 21, then at Son Xian. Her instincts as a top-tier scientist informed her that this woman before her was an invaluable treasure. She rushed forward, helping the still weak 21 to her feet, her face alight with the ecstatic joy of finding a kindred spirit. Hello, Dr. 21. My name is Bulma. I am certain we have much to discuss. Watching the two female scientists quickly converge, engaging in animated discourse about biological cells and the energy conversion rates of machinery. Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Is this really resolved? This ticking time bomb has been subdued so effortlessly? Boom. A thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the gravity chamber, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The entire Capsule Corporation trembled. A tempestuous, furious, and resentful aura, akin to an uncontrollable beast, seeped through the cracks of the gravity chamber door. Vegeta's roar was filled with boundless humiliation. Son Gohan, Kakarot, and that little brat. I shall undoubtedly surpass all of you. Cell must be vanquished by my own hands. Son Goku's face revealed a flicker of concern, while Son Gohan merely cast a fleeting glance toward the gravity chamber, an imperceptible amusement flickering in his eyes. A heart's demon, perhaps? Quite splendid. How can one shatter that ridiculous pride without being driven to the brink? Pay him no mind. Son Gohan opened another can of cola, took a sip, and languidly remarked, In 10 days, the Cell Games commence. How prepared are you all? His words plunged the atmosphere in the living room back into heaviness. What else can we do? Krillin's expression was one of despair. That perfect cell is as strong as a freak. If we go up there, we're merely serving ourselves as fodder. We must seize the time to train. Son Goku clenched his fists, his gaze solemn. Even a slight improvement in 10 days would require all his effort. Training? Son Gohan sounded as if he had heard the greatest jest, scoffing lightly. I ask you, have your brains been stuffed with fried chicken? He surveyed the group and said leisurely, Who told you that fighting necessitates personal involvement? The others were momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Without further explanation, Son Gohan approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky over West City. Cell, that fellow, enjoys playing games and being the center of attention, does he? Then I shall indulge him in a grander game. He raised his hand and gently issued a command to a miniature communicator on his wrist. All gold medal delivery personnel, respond. Prepare to serve the guests. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding alarm blared throughout the entire Capsule Corporation building. Bulma screamed as she rushed to the screen. When she beheld the global energy response map, she was rendered speechless. Across various corners of the Earth, 9,000 previously concealed golden points of light suddenly ignited simultaneously. The energy emitted by each point far surpassed that of Frisia. 9,000 Frisia-level energy responses surged into the sky at once. The colossal energy coalescing together caused Bulma's custom energy detector to overload instantly, and the energy point representing Cell appeared minuscule, like a mere grain of sand in this golden sea. What in the world is this? Piccolo's pupils trembled violently. He abruptly looked up at Son Gohan's relaxed silhouette, his voice hoarse with shock. Son Gohan turned around, a mischievous smile adorning his face. It's nothing. Just 9,000 gold medal delivery personnel. ISNT Cell hosting a game? I shall deliver him a family bucket. Chapter 91. The opening of the Cell Games. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the atmosphere on Earth grew increasingly bizarre. On one hand, the world champion Satan, through the media, has launched an overwhelming campaign branding the Cell Games as a monumental deception, promising to expose it himself. Countless ordinary individuals have been successfully incited by him, eagerly anticipating this spectacle with a sense of morbid curiosity. On the other hand, in the outskirts of West City, the suffocatingly malevolent aura of Cell looms like a sword over the hearts of every martial artist. With a thunderous crash, The doors of the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber were shattered. Bloodied and imbued with an aura of madness and brutality, Vegeta emerged from within. Over the past 10 days, he had pushed himself to the brink, teetering on the edge of death under hundreds of times the normal gravity. He could sense his strength increasing. Yet he remained unable to cross the threshold into Super Saiyan 2. Not far away, Goku observed the fluid blue arcs of energy surrounding Gohan. His expression a tapestry of emotions, pride, satisfaction, but predominantly an envy he was reluctant to acknowledge. The father found himself eclipsed by his own son. Meanwhile, Krillin switched off the gaming console and exchanged a glance with Yamcha, helplessly raising his hands. They were utterly incapable of keeping up with either the madman Vegeta or the genius Gohan, not to mention the freakish power of Goku. Both had completely resigned themselves, ready with snacks and drinks, prepared to be mere spectators. "Let us go," Goku's voice lazily echoed. "It's time to watch the show." As his words fell, 9,000 golden figures shot skyward, forming an overwhelming tide of steel as they soared towards the arena of the Cell Games. The arena itself, situated on a desolate plain, was now encircled by reporters from around the globe, creating a veritable blockade. Countless cameras were trained on the center of the stage, where a man with an extravagant hairstyle wore an expression of arrogance. "Mr. Satan, the world fighting champion." "Dear audience, rest assured," Satan exclaimed, striking what he believed to be a striking pose before the camera. "This so-called Cell is nothing more than a clown who revels in theatrics. His frightening tricks are merely the most rudimentary of illusions and special effects. Today, I, Satan, shall personally strip him of his shoddy costume before the eyes of the entire world." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sky darkened abruptly. Everyone instinctively looked up, and then fell silent in collective astonishment. 9,000 golden metal cooler replicas merged into a colossal spacecraft, hovering high above and blotting out the sun. The visual impact and sense of foreboding rendered the onlookers speechless, even making it difficult to breathe. Moments later, several figures descended from the sky. Landing not far from the arena, it was Goku and his companions. "Oh wow, look, Mr. Satan's challengers, those supporting actors, have arrived." A blonde reporter, as if she had discovered a new world, excitedly turned her camera towards them. "Their flight effects are so realistic. Are they using wires? I can't see any." Satan disdainfully snorted, crossing his arms and peering at Sun Xian and the others through his nostrils. He pointed at Sun Wukong with a look of utter contempt. "Hey, you with the yellow hair, what is your appearance fee this time? With those muscles, it would be a shame to waste you as a mere stunt double." Maintaining his Super Saiyan form at full power, Sun Wukong looked utterly perplexed. "Huh, appearance fee?" Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Satan, and had it not been for a single glance from Sun Xian that restrained him, he would have been tempted to swat this noisy fly into oblivion. "Idiot," Piccolo coldly muttered. Satan's gaze shifted once more to the 9,000 metallic Gula replicas hovering in the sky, his laughter growing even more exaggerated. "And those golden balloons up there, quite the impressive imitation. The props team must have spent quite a fortune." He casually picked up a stone and hurled it with all his might toward one of the metallic Gula. "Behold, I shall pierce through your deception." However, as the stone soared halfway, it collided with an invisible barrier, bursting into a fine powder with a resounding crack. Satan's smile froze on his face, and the reporters gasped in astonishment. "Wow, it's a force field shield effect. How advanced. Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts?" Clearing his throat, Satan forced a semblance of dignity. "Ahem, did you see that? This is what I call the most rudimentary trick. Merely a few static electricity generators. Child's play." At that moment, a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spines of everyone present descended from above. A flawlessly formed creature, covered in spots, slowly landed in the center of the arena. It was Perfect Cell. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Sun Xian and the 9,000 metallic Gula, a sinister smile curling on his lips. "Sun Wukong, you have certainly surprised me, bringing so many toys to accompany you to your demise. Are you afraid of being too lonely on your journey?" Sun Xian ignored him, instead watching the amusing antics of Satan with keen interest. This lively character was far more entertaining than Cell. "All right, everyone," Cell declared, spreading his arms wide, confidently announcing to the world, "I hereby declare the Cell Games officially commence. Who will be the first to step up and meet their demise?" "I will," Satan exclaimed, shoving aside the reporters beside him, performing a comical front flip onto the stage. and pointing a finger at Cell's nose while unleashing a torrent of insults. You, in that ridiculous insect costume. Stop acting all high and mighty. Today, you shall witness the true power of the world champion, Mr. Satan. Prepare to receive my championess fist. With a loud roar, he struck a ludicrous pose and charged at Cell. The entire world held its breath in anticipation as viewers across countless televisions collectively gasped. The warriors, in unison, covered their faces. This is unbearable. Truly unbearable. Cell regarded the approaching Satan, his cruel smile instantly transforming into one of extreme boredom and annoyance. Akin to a person observing a fly buzzing annoyingly in front of them. He couldn't even be bothered to raise a hand. Just as Satan's feeble fist was about to make contact with his chest, Cell merely exhaled gently. A nearly imperceptible gust of air erupted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of billions around the world, the once invincible world champion, Mr. Satan, was struck as if by a speeding train. His martial arts attire shattered instantaneously, and he was propelled backward at an incredibly terrifying velocity. A piercing scream rent the air. Mr. Satan's figure diminished into an ever smaller than the eyes of the onlookers, ultimately crashing against a towering peak several dozen kilometers away. Boom. The world fell silent. All cameras were fixated on the collapsing mountain. The live broadcast signal was abruptly severed after 3 seconds of utter stillness. Before the television audience, there remained only a blinding flurry of static. The world had succumbed to a profound silence. All surviving journalists, those peering from behind makeshift shelters, and anyone who had witnessed that moment through various channels found their minds frozen. The live broadcast may have been forcibly cut off, but the final 3 seconds of imagery were indelibly etched upon countless retinas. The world champion, Mr. Satan, had been gently blown away by that monstrous entity. Fear spread like wildfire through the severed networks, engulfing every corner of the globe. Shalu reveled in this terror, relishing the sensation as if the very life of the planet quivered under his breath. He disdainfully turned his gaze toward Sun Xian and his companions, ultimately fixing his eyes upon the golden clouds in the sky. The farce had concluded. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Are you prepared to turn to cosmic dust alongside these golden toys? However, the response was not the solemn expressions of the warriors, but rather a languid voice. Sun Xian completely disregarded the oppressive aura emanating from Shalu. He raised his wrist and leisurely spoke into his communicator, gold medal delivery personnel, please respond. The client has left a negative review. Initiate after-sales service. As soon as the words left his lips, a hum resonated through the sky, and 9,000 metallic gulas simultaneously flashed with crimson light. In the next instant, the assault commenced. Yet it was not a deluge of energy projectiles, but rather a dazzling display of coordinated attacks. The 9,000 metallic gulas instantaneously divided into hundreds of small teams. With a sizzling sound, dozens of high-frequency energy beams shot toward the ground from various angles, slicing through the air around Shalu like a hot knife through butter, carving deep, intricate ravines that restricted his movements. Shalu frowned, poised to leap, when above him, hundreds of teams unleashed freezing projectiles. The biting chill caused the surrounding air temperature to plummet, unavoidably causing a slight delay in his movements. What further irked him was that some teams released nearly invisible micro-shockwaves, incessantly bombarding his nervous system, making him feel as if 1,000 mosquitoes were buzzing in his ears. Get lost. With a ferocious roar, Sheru swung his hand, obliterating several nearby metallic gula. Yet, these attacks proved to be endless. The recently destroyed metallic gula quickly restored themselves, resembling a lion besieged by swarms of flies and mosquitoes. The damage inflicted was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Exhausted and frantic, he dodged and weaved, soon becoming a disheveled mess, his body coated in dust. A primal scream erupted from Sheru, now thoroughly enraged. Ignoring the incessant trivial attacks, he surged his energy to its zenith. A terrifying energy storm erupted around him as he raised his hands high, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that enveloped the sky, shooting upwards. Thunderous roars echoed. Thousands of metallic gula, along with all their attacks, were utterly vaporized by this single strike. Breathing heavily, Sheru gazed at the now brightened sky, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The bothersome insects had finally been silenced. However, he noticed that Sun Xian, not far away, wore an expression devoid of panic. instead tinged with a hint of pity? Just as Sheru's words faded, the sky darkened once more. No, it wasn't merely darkening. A colossal shadow, unimaginable in size, loomed over the entire plain. Sheru's gaze shot upwards, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. A terrifying planet, adorned with grotesque metallic patterns and countless cannon ports, slowly descended from the clouds, settling into Earth's synchronous orbit. The Beigao star. At the planet's base, a massive port gradually opened. Following this, tens of thousands of golden specks erupted like a torrent from the port. They instantaneously replenished the previous losses, and in greater numbers. An amplified voice, magnified countless times, resonated across the plain through the Beigao star's sound system. Do not be hasty, Mr. Sheru. Sun Xian's voice carried a hint of amusement. My stock is plentiful. Today, I shall ensure you have an exhilarating experience. The newly emerged Gula Legion did not immediately attack. Under the influence of the spirit pivot puppet technique, they swiftly darted through the air, forming a vast golden magical array that enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless golden energy threads connected each metallic Gula, creating an impenetrable golden net that ensnared Sheru at its center. A simplified version of the great formation of the celestial stars. Sun Xian turned, revealing a standardized commercial smile to a journalist hiding behind a rock, surreptitiously filming with a backup camera. Dear global audience, what you just witnessed was merely an appetizer. Now, the exclusive sponsored interactive challenge segment with Sheru officially begins. He turned back to the bewildered warriors, explaining, this formation can instantly disperse any fatal attacks within it among all the metallic Gula. In other words, as long as this formation remains unbroken, those who enter will not perish. He surveyed the crowd, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Who wishes to be the first to step in and experience the flawless one-on-one training session with Perfect Cell? The eyes of Sun Wukong and Son Gohan sparkled with eager anticipation. Tianjin Fan hesitated, uncertain whether his Kikaho could possibly withstand Perfect Cell's might. Vegeta, however, wore a disdainful expression, dismissing the need for such underhanded tactics. Yet, Sun Xian's gaze transcended them, landing on a figure at the rear of the crowd. Krillin, you go first. What? Krillin's face turned pale with fright, as he instinctively recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. No, I can't do it. At that moment, a cold female voice pierced the air. Android 18 shot him a withering glance. What are you afraid of? You have the audacity to flirt, but lack the courage to fight? Her words struck Krillin like a potent elixir, embedding themselves deep within his heart. His face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger surging through him. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of his resolve and bellowed, Fine, I'll go. With a furious shout, Krillin charged into the arena, channeling all his strength into his most powerful Kienzan. Overestimating oneself, Cell remarked, swatting the energy disk away as if it were a mere fly. Then, in a blur, he executed a swift knife-hand strike aimed at Krillin's neck. This is it. Krillin's pupils dilated, unable to evade in time. Just as the strike was about to cleave him in two, a resounding hum erupted. The entire celestial sphere shone with brilliant golden light. That terrifying energy was swiftly siphoned away, dispersing evenly along thousands of metallic Gula. Boom. Krillin was propelled backward as if struck by a massive hammer. Spewing a mouthful of blood, yet miraculously, he was only gravely injured and not in mortal peril. Cell stood utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at Krillin, who was being attended to in the distance, and then at the impenetrable golden barrier above him. It dawned on him, Sun Xian had not come to duel. He had come to walk a dog, and he was that dog, subjected to mockery. A primal growl erupted from Cell's throat, an overwhelming tide of humiliation and rage threatening to shatter his sanity. Yet, before he could succumb to his fury, Sun Xian's infuriating voice echoed again. All right, remove him. Next. Amidst the shock of everyone, particularly Krillin, a striking figure gracefully entered the arena. It was none other than Android 18. Chapter 93. This little baldy, only I can bully. Krillin, supported by Sun Xian, was led out of the arena, swallowing a senzu bean that instantaneously healed his wounds. Yet, he remained enveloped in a profound daze. I'm not dead. I actually survived a full-force strike from Perfect Cell and only sustained severe injuries. He stared blankly at his unscathed hands before lifting his gaze to the celestial expanse formed by thousands of metallic Gula. Had that terrifying lethal attack truly been diffused? At that moment, A striking figure gracefully traversed past him and entered the grand formation. It was number 18. Claren's heart lurched, and he instinctively shouted, "Number 18. Don't go in. It's dangerous." Number 18 paused momentarily, but did not turn back. She merely angled her face, her cerulean eyes reflecting the arrogant visage of Cell. Her voice was cold, yet imbued with an air of dominance. "This little bald head can only be bullied by me. What are you even worth?" The last remark was directed at Cell. Boom. Claren's mind went blank in an instant, and his face flushed crimson to the roots of his ears. Is she standing up for me? Not far away, Yamcha shot Claren a knowing glance, conveying a brotherly approval. Piccolo's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately restrained himself. Vegeta, on the other hand, snorted derisively and turned his head away. At the center of the arena, Cell's grin faltered. It seemed that Dr. Gero had neglected to instill the concept of reverence within the programming of this failed specimen. Cell's voice turned icy. "No matter. I shall dismantle you piece by piece and return you to his petri dish." "Oh, is that so?" Another nonchalant voice chimed in. Number 17, hands in pockets and whistling, ambled leisurely into the grand formation, positioning himself beside number 18. He stretched his neck with a crack. "Perfect. I, too, am curious to see just how formidable that old fool's masterpiece truly is." "You seek death." Cell was thoroughly incensed. In an instant, he flashed before number 17 and number 18, executing knife hand strikes toward their necks. However, being twins, 17 and 18 shared an unspoken bond and a remarkable synergy. They did not even exchange glances, yet their bodies responded with flawless precision. Number 18 suddenly bent backward, performing a bridge maneuver to narrowly evade the knife strike, while simultaneously delivering a fierce kick aimed at Cell's lower region. Number 17, instead of retreating, advanced, activating his maximum power energy shield to withstand Cell's hand strike. Bang! The energy shield immediately cracked, but ultimately held firm, seizing the fraction of a second during Cell's momentary lapse. Number 17 conjured a deep green energy sphere in his other hand and unleashed it at point-blank range toward Cell's chest. Boom! The siblings' coordination was seamless, flowing effortlessly, yet they faced the perfect form of Cell. Too slow. Amidst the billowing smoke, Cell's cold voice echoed. He had actually anticipated their moves. One hand gripping number 17's throat, while the other seized number 18's ankle as she kicked. "A failure is simply a failure, is this all?" A cruel smile spread across Cell's face. "You truly disappoint me." With a sudden surge of strength, he slammed number 17 and number 18 forcefully into the ground. Boom! Boom! The grand formation radiated with resplendent light, absorbing and dispersing the impact in an instant. Yet, even so, 17 and 18 were still left reeling, their blood surging in turmoil, utterly disheveled. The gap in their power was insurmountable. However, as Sheru gazed at the two, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. The tail hidden beneath his wings began to writhe uneasily. "Although deemed a failure, would absorbing both of you once more render me even more perfect?" As the words left his lips, the expressions of number 17 and number 18 transformed dramatically. "No way!" They roared in unison, unleashing their mightiest energy as it surged toward Sheru. "Futile!" Sheru scoffed derisively, effortlessly raising a hand to deflect their combined assault. His tail suddenly unfurled, its absorbing tip lunging towards the nearer number 18. "No! 18!" Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Just at that critical moment, Sun Wukong, who had been observing from the sidelines, smirked slightly, signaling Vegeta beside him. "It is your turn to take the stage." Vegeta understood, deliberately huffing disdainfully, crossing his arms with an air of extreme arrogance. "TCH, it seems you still need me to intervene." Before his words fully faded, an explosive golden aura erupted skyward. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming a streak of golden light, hurtling into the fray. "What?" Sheru's pupils constricted. He was utterly taken aback. He merely caught a flash of gold, and the next moment, the tail poised to devour number 18 was firmly grasped by a hand adorned with a white glove. It was Vegeta. "You fool." Vegeta sported a proud smile characteristic of a Saiyan prince, gripping Sheru's tail as the muscles in his arm bulged with power. "Get away from here." With a thunderous roar, to the astonishment of all, Vegeta single-handedly swung the perfect Sheru around. Whoosh! Sheru's massive form twirled through the air like a windmill. "Aya!" Sheru bellowed in a mix of rage and fear, struggling to break free, But against Vegeta's sheer might, all attempts were in vain. You shall perish. Vegeta maximized his power, forcefully driving Sharer downward. Boom! The entire Earth trembled violently. A colossal, bottomless crater appeared at the center of the arena. Dust and debris obscured everything. Vegeta slowly descended to the edge of the crater, enveloped in a golden aura, looking down from his elevated position with a smirk of arrogance. Humph, you think you are worthy of merging with my cells? Trash is ultimately trash. Number 17 and no. 18 rose from the ground, their eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as they beheld the scene. This insufferably arrogant Saiyan prince actually saved them? Yet, just as everyone believed the battle had concluded, a low, sinister laughter emerged from the depths of the crater's obscurity. Interesting, Vegeta. As the smoke dissipated, Cell stood unscathed at the bottom of the pit. He brushed off the dust from his body, lifted his head, and fixed his crimson gaze intently upon Vegeta. Your power has indeed grown considerably since our last encounter, he remarked, a previously unseen, frenzied and malevolent grin stretching across his lips. Surely, you do not naively believe that such a level of attack could ever harm the perfect me? Boom. A terrifying aura, far surpassing anything witnessed before, even exceeding Son Goku's estimations by several magnitudes, erupted from Cell's being. The entire Zenkai star array, overwhelmed by this force, emitted a sorrowful wail. Its golden light beginning to flicker violently. Cell ascended slowly, meeting Vegeta's gaze at eye level, his voice echoing like a demonic whisper in the ears of all present. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true despair looks like. Chapter 94, Vegeta's Limit. Boom. A cataclysmic wave of energy, akin to the detonation of a megaton nuclear bomb, erupted from Cell's core. The Zenkai star array teetered on the brink of collapse under the impact of this power. The golden energy threads, woven from thousands of metallic gula, began to flicker erratically, teetering on the edge of rupture. This is not good. Son Goku furrowed his brow and urgently commanded into his wrist communicator, Big High Star. Increase energy output. Send me another 10,000 units immediately. Above in the sky, the grotesque metallic planet opened its ports once more. A multitude of golden light points surged into the atmosphere, swiftly replenishing the various nodes of the array, barely stabilizing the crumbling formation. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight. Just the act of Cell unleashing his energy nearly obliterated an array formed from countless metallic gula, each exceeding Frieza's might. Was this truly the full extent of perfect Cell's power? Cell ascended further, his gaze laced with mockery as he looked down upon the gravely serious Vegeta. Do you truly believe that a mere 10 days of training could bridge the vast chasm between us? Yet, a proud smile began to spread across Vegeta's face, one radiating supreme confidence. Is that so? He retorted, as the golden aura surrounding him surged once more. Do not underestimate me, you monster. At last, the final flash. Vegeta channeled every ounce of strength he had painstakingly cultivated in the hellish gravity chamber over the past 10 days into this single strike. A golden energy beam, exponentially thicker and radiantly brilliant, surged forth with a fierce tearing sensation, hurtling towards Cell. Vegeta has indeed grown stronger. Son Goku marveled from outside the array. However, facing Vegeta's onslaught, Cell did not even flinch. He merely extended a hand in disdain, as if a mere mortal were reaching out to catch a flying baseball. Boom. The energy beam collided fiercely with the palm of Cell's hand. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes widened in anticipation, desperate to know the outcome. Alas, the golden torrent was effortlessly halted by a single hand. What? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply to the size of pinpoints. Is this all you have? A cruel smirk curled at the corners of Cell's mouth. You have truly disappointed me, Vegeta. With a sudden clench of his fingers, he crushed the ultimate flash, which embodied all of Vegeta's power, as if it were a mere glass bottle. The golden energy particles scattered through the air, reminiscent of a lament played for the fallen prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta's mind went blank, and an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He wished to retreat and create distance, but his body felt as if it had been frozen in place, immobile. So swift, Cell's figure had unknowingly appeared right before him. It is over. A chilling voice whispered in his ear. Thud. A white fist, devoid of any flourish, struck mercilessly at Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta's body contorted painfully, blood gushing from his mouth. The golden aura enveloping him extinguished in an instant. He staggered a few steps, then crashed heavily to the ground, battered and breathless. In a state of utter disarray, defiance, an overwhelming sense of resentment and humiliation engulfed his consciousness like a rising tide. The Prince of the Saiyans had once again suffered a complete defeat. Just as Cell prepared to deliver the final blow to Vegeta, a figure teleported before him. It was Son Goku. In his hand, he held a vibrant green senzu bean. "Eat it, Vegeta." Without a moment's hesitation, Goku extended the bean towards him. Vegeta struggled, attempting to push him away. "Get lost, Kakarot. I don't need this, nor do I require your pity." The humiliation of failing once more in front of everyone was unbearable. "Don't be foolish, Vegeta." Goku, without turning around, fixed his gaze on Cell, his expression more serious than ever. "Now is not the time for tantrums. We must fight together." The arrogant Cell, riding high on his momentum, displayed a condescending smile and began to taunt. "Oh, do you think you can prolong your fate with such trivial tricks? The Saiyans truly are pathetic." Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. To be so scorned by this scoundrel. In a fit of rage, he seized the senzu bean and swallowed it whole. Buzz. The miraculous effects of the bean activated instantaneously. Vegeta's wounds healed at an observable rate, and his energy surged back to its peak. He rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at Goku before turning his gaze towards Cell. Damn it all." Vegeta let out a beastly roar, slamming his fist into the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He fixed a steely gaze upon Son Goku. "Kakarot." His voice was hoarse, as if he had made an arduous decision. Goku nodded, not allowing Vegeta to finish, and spoke up. "Let us fuse. Only then can we defeat him." Fusion. The two words struck like thunder in Vegeta's mind. He had intended to suggest a cooperative battle, yet unexpectedly, Goku proposed fusion. Memories of that humiliating dance he performed in the underworld surged to the forefront of his thoughts. A dance so shameful it made him wish for death. "You shall not." Vegeta roared with all his might. "I am Vegeta, even if it costs me my life. I will never partake in such a ludicrous act with you." "Vegeta." Goku suddenly turned around and bellowed at him. "Do you wish for this scum to continue mocking us? Mocking the Saiyans as a race that cannot even protect its own planet? Your pride, your dignity, they are utterly worthless in the face of the enemy's power." Goku's words struck deep into Vegeta's heart. He trembled all over, gazing at the mocking face of Cell in the distance, recalling the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. If Earth were to be obliterated by this scoundrel before him, the Saiyans would truly be homeless. The humiliation, a disgrace more unbearable than death. Damn it all." Vegeta unleashed a primal roar once more. "Just this once. After I defeat him, Goku chuckled, interrupting Vegeta's train of thought. "All right." He immediately assumed a stance. With humiliation and rage coursing through him, Vegeta mirrored the stance that would forever be etched in his memory. "Fusion." "Huh." Both shouted in unison. Their movements synchronized, extending their fingers towards each other. This time, not a single mistake was made. Their fingertips perfectly met. Buzz. An indescribably blinding white light erupted. As the radiance faded, a brand new warrior stood silently at the center of the arena. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing like a crisp snap. Feeling the surge of power within him, Gogeta's lips curled into an extremely confident smile. He lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning, locking onto the astonished face of Cell. "You wanted a spectacle, didn't you? Well, the real show is just beginning." Chapter 95. Gogeta versus Perfect Cell at the site of the Cell Games. When that figure radiating boundless confidence and an overwhelming presence appeared, the entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment. A look of sheer astonishment replaced the arrogance on Perfect Cell's face. He could sense that the energy within this man was akin to an unfathomable universe. Impossible to gauge its limits. Who are you?" Cell's voice quivered for the first time. Gogeta's lips curled slightly upward as he slowly extended his index finger towards Cell, giving a teasing beckon. "I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you." Arrogant. Gogeta's disdainful demeanor completely enraged Cell. "Enough with the theatrics. Die for me." Boom. He unleashed his power to its zenith, condensing all his energy into a fist that tore through the air, crashing violently towards Gogeta's face. However, what unfolded next left the global audience watching through live broadcasts in stunned silence. Vegeta remained utterly unperturbed, merely extending two fingers, his index and middle finger. With a swift motion, he effortlessly intercepted Cell's ferocious onslaught, rendering it completely motionless. "Is this all?" Vegeta tilted his head, even finding the leisure to gesture stylishly at the distant reporter, who, camera in hand, stood frozen in shock. Click, click, click. The reporter, jolted from his stupor, frantically pressed the shutter, capturing this miraculous spectacle. Cell, now thoroughly unhinged, retracted his fist and unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Yet, to Vegeta, it seemed akin to the playful antics of a child. He began to revel in the sheer delight of his overwhelming advantage, slowly toying with Cell. What to use? The solar flare. Vegeta brought his hands together before his face, releasing a blinding light 100 times more intense than the original technique of Tien Shinhan. My eyes. Cell was instantly blinded, howling in agony. The special beam cannon. Vegeta pointed 2 fingers at Cell, unleashing a spiraling energy attack that pierced through Cell's shoulder without the need for any charge. The Spirit Slice. He waved his hand casually, sending a golden disc arcing through the air, severing Cell's other arm at the shoulder. The warriors in the distance were utterly dumbfounded. Could the Spirit Slice be utilized in such a manner? Krillin gaped in disbelief, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression turned grave. As he discerned the truth, Vegeta was not merely replicating techniques. The speed of energy condensation, the sheer power, and the finesse employed were leagues beyond their original forms. This was no mere imitation of skills. It was a dimensional onslaught. Simultaneously, at the outskirts of the battlefield, Sun Xian furrowed his brow slightly. He paid little heed to the predictable clash unfolding before him. His divine perspective was fixated on a minuscule anomaly at the periphery of the battlefield. It was an information black hole. The simplified version of the celestial formation he had established enveloped the entire vicinity, monitoring every subtle energy flow. Yet, that singular point would silently devour the energy sweeping over it, as if nothing existed there at all. How intriguing! Within my meticulously crafted net, there lies a mouse so deeply concealed. A cold smirk crept across Sun Xian's lips. He remained discreet, allowing the calculating prowess of Bigao to silently focus on the black hole, beginning to unravel its essence. On the battlefield, Cell, repeatedly toyed with and suffering minimal injuries, was now utterly broken. His body remained unscathed, yet his dignity and pride had been pulverized by Vegeta. Each time he sought to retaliate, Vegeta would decisively suppress him, forcing him to play along with the game. Cell's plight had transformed into a genuine game at Vegeta's hands. Damn it, I will kill you. I will slay you all. Sheru emitted his final, most desperate roar. He relinquished all forms of attack, his body swelling uncontrollably like a balloon, preparing for self-destruction. He intended to take the entire Earth with him as a sacrifice for his humiliation. Such a fanciful notion. The smile that graced Gogeta's face finally vanished, replaced by a solemn, sacred gravity. He clasped his hands over his chest, as a sphere of iridescent energy, imbued with pure power, began to coalesce within his palms. For one such as you, a mere assemblage of countless remnants, death would be a liberation. Let your essence dissipate into cosmic dust. Soul Punisher. With a swift motion, the rainbow-hued energy sphere, devoid of any cataclysmic sound, transformed into a streak of light and instantaneously struck the expanding form of Sheru. There was no explosion, no agonized cries. Sheru's body froze, the maniacal expression on his face supplanted by endless terror. He could feel every cell within him, every vile thought, being dismantled and purified by an irresistible divine force from within. His body transformed into countless golden specks of light, dissipating into the ether. The formidable Demon King, Sheru, was utterly vanquished. At that very moment, on the opposite side of the Earth, within a colossal spacecraft hidden deep in a secluded valley, the Demon Realm King, Dabura, abruptly opened his eyes from meditation, his face etched with incredulous fear. He turned to the diminutive sorcerer Babidi beside him and trembled. Babidi, this is bad. That energy just now was pure purifying power, a divine force capable of instantly evaporating vast reservoirs of evil energy. How could there possibly be a wielder of such sacred power on Earth? Simultaneously, a faint smile crept across Sun Xian's lips. The analysis from his information black hole had finally yielded results. It was neither energy nor magic, but a mode of observation he had never encountered before. Despite his extensive knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, he could not decipher the underlying principles of this phenomenon. Yet, at the very moment Sheru was purified by the Soul Punisher, the core of that black hole emitted a minuscule, yet distinctly captured wave of emotion, astonishment. Got you. Sun Xian grinned. He issued a command through the communicator on his wrist, after-sales service complete. All units proceed with formatting and cleaning, erasing all traces of battle. Instantly, tens of thousands of metallic gula in the sky transformed into golden torrents, operating with the efficiency of the finest custodians, repairing the ravaged earth, clearing debris, and smoothing over the scars of conflict. The warriors stood in stunned silence. In the center of the battlefield, Gogeta, having exhausted his energy, reverted to his original form. The weakened Goku and Vegeta plummeted from the sky, only to be caught in time by Piccolo. Everyone believed that the global crisis had finally come to an end. Sun Xian's figure quietly materialized beside Krillin and Android 18. He patted Krillin on the shoulder and smiled. Well done. How does the Sheru personal training experience feel? Subsequent to the announcement of a special discount for the Bu Gym annual membership, Sun Xian's figure quietly transformed into a mere illusion. He became a fleeting glimmer, undetectable by anyone, following the faint traces left in the fabric of space by a ripple of astonishment, silently pursuing the hidden fisherman. He was determined to uncover the identity of this individual who dared to take on the role of a spectator on his chessboard. Chapter 96, Beneath the Divine. Are all mere ants? The instant Gogeta reverted to his original form, Sun Xian had already vanished without a word of farewell. He left behind an avatar conjured from the 72 transformations of the reward he had previously claimed, maintaining the illusion of his presence. The trace of the astonishment he had locked onto was exceedingly faint, almost ephemeral. Sun Xian propelled his speed to its utmost limit, transforming into an intangible streak of light that plunged into the ripples of space, following that elusive mark. The sensation of traversing through space was fleeting. There was no chaotic temporal flow, nor any spatial pressure. When Sun Xian regained his footing, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. The scene before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. Gone was the familiar aesthetic of the Dragon Ball universe, replaced by an enormous, magnificent portal that defied description. Towering into the clouds, the portal was crafted from white jade and glazed tiles, flanked by colossal pillars that reached the heavens, entwined with lifelike five-clawed golden dragons. The plaque above bore the ornate inscription Southern Heavenly Gate in gilded characters. What? Sun Xian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The Southern Heavenly Gate? The one from Journey to the West? What a ludicrous twist of fate. Had he mistakenly wandered onto the wrong set, leaping from Dragon Ball straight into the chaos of the Heavenly Palace? System. What in the world is happening? Sun Xian raged internally. Beep. Detection of host entering a special projection area. Southern Heavenly Gate, pseudo. Would you like to check in? The system's prompt chimed in at an opportune moment. A pseudo-Southern Heavenly Gate? Could it be another projection zone? Regardless of its authenticity, action was paramount. Without pausing to check in, Sun Xian's gaze fixated on a figure who was now looking in his direction. It was a divine general clad in celestial armor, with wide, round eyes. His imposing presence was reminiscent of the legendary guardian of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the All-Seeing Eye. Anomaly, you have finally arrived. The All-Seeing Eye spoke slowly, exuding an aura of superiority akin to a deity overlooking an ant that had stumbled into divine territory. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. A sardonic smile crept across Sun Xian's lips. Awaited me? Very well, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Before his words could fully dissipate, he sprang into action. Freeze. The invisible power of rules activated instantaneously. The all-seeing Eye's pupils constricted in disbelief. Caught off guard by Sun Xian's sudden aggression and this unprecedented, bizarre ability, his body was firmly immobilized, unable to move. Now is the moment. Kamehameha wave. Sun Xian's hands erupted with an exquisite blue radiance, a torrent of energy infused with the full might of his Super Saiyan 2 form, surging forth with formidable momentum, striking the chest of the 1,000-mile Eye in an instant. Boom! The deafening explosion caused the entire illusory Southern Heavenly Gate to tremble violently. Yet, Sun Xian's expression darkened in that very moment. As the dust settled, the 1,000-mile Eye deity remained steadfast, unmoved in his position. Not a single wound marred his form, nor was there the slightest damage to his divine armor. Such a display of power, yet the damage was negligible. The 1,000-mile Eye broke free from his paralysis, stretched his neck, and wore a scornful smile of utter contempt. Gods and mortals exist in different dimensions. Your attack, no matter how amplified, cannot harm me in the slightest. For before a deity, you are merely an insignificant insect. Sun Xian's pupils narrowed to the size of pinpricks. An ineffective attack? How could this be? Even with vast disparities in strength, it was inconceivable that he could not breach the opponent's defense. This was no longer a mere overpowering of strength, but a suppression of dimensions. What on earth are you? Sun Xian inquired coldly, his mind racing with strategies. He was 100% certain that this being before him was not the true Thousand-Mile Eye. However, the problem lay in his lack of the great sage's discerning vision. He could not see through the opponent's disguise. What alarmed him further was the possibility that this entity was indeed connected to the legendary Heavenly Court, the very force that threatened to invade the Dragon Ball world. Could it originate from the journey to the west? This game was undeniably expansive. Who I am is of no consequence. The Thousand-Mile Eye seemed to relish the weighty expression on Sun Xian's face. He raised his hand and gently grasped the void. Buzz. A ripple in space unfolded, and a familiar figure was forcibly yanked from the dimensional realm and carelessly discarded onto the ground like refuse. It was none other than the legendary assassin of the Sixth Universe, Hit. At that moment, Hit's eyes were devoid of life, his aura diminished. Bound by chains of purple energy, utterly stripped of the ability to resist. Hit. Sun Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had found it peculiar that amidst the chaos of the Cell games, Hit had not appeared at all. He had assumed he had quietly returned to the time nest. It turned out he had long been captured by this being. This assassin, like you, is an anomaly that should not exist in this timeline. The Thousand-Mile Eye looked down upon Sun Xian, as if pronouncing his fate. To attempt to manipulate the threads of destiny is to risk being ensnared by them. Now, I offer you a choice. Kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, becoming a hound at my command. Otherwise, your fate will be 100 times worse than his. Sun Xian gazed at the ensnared Hit, then back at this seemingly supernatural figure before him, and suddenly laughed. You want me to be your dog? You think you are worthy? I have never knelt before even the Omni King. What are you? Sun Xian's patience had worn thin. Since physical attacks proved ineffective, he would endeavor to try something else. However, just as he was preparing to unveil more of his hidden cards, a slightly anxious and melodious female voice unexpectedly resonated beside him. Sun Xian, are you all right? A portal opened out of thin air, and the youthful form of Kuranoya hurriedly emerged. The moment she appeared, she sensed the peculiar and formidable aura surrounding them, her small face etched with vigilance. I sensed that the power of time in your pocket watch was being disrupted by an unfamiliar force, so I rushed over. Kuranoya positioned herself protectively in front of Sun Xian, her gaze fixed intently on the Eye of Heaven before them, gravely inquiring, "Who is this? Such strange power. I have never encountered it before." "The Eye of Heaven," Sun Xian instinctively replied. "He is the gatekeeper of the Celestial Court, responsible for patrolling the three realms." Upon hearing this, Kuranoya was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful brows knitted tightly, confusion and perplexity adorning her face. She tilted her head thoughtfully for several moments, then, with an air of utmost certainty, exclaimed a few sentences. "A divine general? I have presided over time for over 70 million years. Recording all deities born from the multiverse's myriad dimensions. I have never heard of a deity called the Eye of Heaven." Chapter 97, The Golden Eye of Truth, Revealed. As soon as Kuranoya finished speaking, the sneer on the Eye of Heaven's face abruptly froze. A flicker of undeniable panic flashed in his eyes. Although he attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, the power of rules. "How dare you strike at this divine general?" he bellowed with a fierce bravado. Yet, Kuranoya seized the opportunity to test the power of time, which effortlessly penetrated his being, dissipating into the void behind him. Is it ineffective? No, that cannot be. Sun Xian's keen eyes immediately detected the fleeting oddity in the opponent's demeanor. If he truly possessed overwhelming dimensional suppression, he would exude absolute confidence, even indifferent to lifting an eyelid. Instead, he appeared calm on the surface but was clearly distressed internally. This fellow is feeling guilty. Oh, I understand now. Sun Xian suddenly clapped his hands, a look of realization dawning upon his face as he pointed at the Eye of Heaven, bursting into laughter. "After all this time, you are merely a counterfeit. No wonder your aura is so peculiar and your effects so exaggerated. You court death." The Eye of Heaven, struck at the heart of the matter, erupted in fury. Sun Xian, however, paid him no mind, crossing his arms with an air of disdain. What true divine general from the Celestial Court isn't composed, and extraordinary. With your pitiful display of powers, how dare you embarrass yourself in public? Sun Xian's words pierced deeply, unsettling his opponent, causing even the divine light surrounding him to flicker erratically. Stop pretending and get lost. Otherwise, when the true divine beings arrive, they will smite you with a single blow. Silence. The Eye of Heaven, enraged and humiliated, roared, clenching his fist tightly. The bound hit, ensnared by purple chains, emitted a painful groan, his complexion turning ashen. Speak another word, and I will crush him. He threatened Sun Xian with his life. Instantly, Sun Xian's smile turned icy. Yet within his heart, a wild outcry echoed. System, grant me my daily sign-in. While he engaged in a verbal spar with the foe, the adversary remained unperturbed. Ding. Sign in at the Southern Heaven Gate. Pseudo, successful. Detecting that the host is facing a realm of rule-based illusions and law-like suppression, the sign-in rewards are being adaptively adjusted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, the Golden Eye of Illusion Breaking one-time experience card. A surge of information flooded into Sun Xian's mind. This realm is a false divine domain projected by the outer demon using its own pseudo-divine laws. Under its rule, powers of non-homologous origin will be greatly suppressed. Indeed, Sun Xian instantly comprehended. The so-called dimensional suppression was merely this fellow creating a private server, dictating the game rules. In his domain, he was invincible. Seeking to defeat me with your rules? Let me utilize the Golden Eye of Illusion Breaking to hack your wretched server. A cold smile crept upon Sun Xian's face as he resolutely chanted in his mind. Activate the Golden Eye of Illusion Breaking experience card. In an instant, Sun Xian felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if two searing steel needles had pierced through. The world before him transformed instantaneously. The grand and solemn Southern Heaven Gate, shrouded in ethereal mist, vanished. In its place stood a colossal demonic gate constructed from countless twisted bones and decayed flesh. A foul wind assailed him, and the air was thick with the wails of countless tormented souls. The once majestic celestial general, adorned in divine armor, morphed into a grotesque creature, its body teeming with swirling eyeballs, oozing a viscous black liquid, an abomination beyond description. This horrifying scene was invisible to Korinoya and Hit. They only witnessed Sun Xian's eyes suddenly erupting with blinding golden light, as his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. The creature emitted a piercing mental assault, attempting to taint Sun Xian's spirit. Yet, Sun Xian appeared to behold an absurd farce, bursting into laughter, pointing at it with mirth. Goodness, you're covered in eyes and drooling black goo. My word, brother, your appearance is quite abstract, isn't it? Is this your true form, outer demon? Sun Xian's voice resonated clearly within this false divine domain. How could you possibly see through my divine demonic manifestation? The creature shrieked in abject terror. Break for me. Sun Xian's eyes shot forth two brilliant beams of golden divine light, shattering the disguise upon which the celestial general relied for survival, causing the entire pseudo-divine law to tremble violently. The sacred, inviolable aura that enveloped it dimmed instantly. Before my gaze, all monstrous apparitions shall find no refuge. Sun Xian scoffed, once more adopting the stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. This time, the gathering of energy faced no hindrance whatsoever. A resplendent blue radiance surged wildly in his palm. Receive my energy wave, a remedy for all manner of masked fiends. Freeze. Stun. Sun Xian and Korinoya struck simultaneously. As the creature contemplated its next move, its body was firmly immobilized by the dual forces of the rules. The Kamehameha, a torrent of energy, more refined and pure than before, tore through the void and struck the creature with tremendous force. Boom! This time, it was not left unscathed. One of the creature's tentacles, adorned with countless eyes, was instantaneously vaporized by the impact of the Kamehameha. A chilling wail, so far removed from human sound, echoed through the heavens. The creature was both astonished and enraged. You rodent, how dare you harm me? It realized that its disguise was shattered, and its greatest advantage had vanished. Remaining any longer would lead only to its demise. Sun Xian could not help but retort, you are the rodent here. Your entire family must be rodents. The creature cast a venomous glance at Sun Xian, a flicker of resolution flashing in its eyes. In a decisive act, it detonated the purple chains binding Zit, simultaneously transforming into a streak of black light, tearing through space and fleeing without a backward glance. This tactic of severing its own tail for survival was mercilessly ruthless. The energy from the explosion of the purple chains was sufficient to obliterate the already weakened Zit, along with his very soul. Attempting to escape? In the blink of an eye, Sun Xian's figure vanished from sight. With a sudden teleportation, he appeared beside Zit. Seizing his icy body and narrowly evading the expanding core of the explosion through another swift movement. However, at the moment he grasped Zit, a thin strand of nearly imperceptible purplish-black energy silently infiltrated Sun Xian's arm and entered his body. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated behind him. Sun Xian, with Zit and Kuranoya, returned to their previous location. The pseudo-South Heaven Gate and the creature had vanished, as if they had never existed. Exhaling, Sun Xian felt a momentary relief, ready to assess Zit's injuries. Yet suddenly, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Warning: extraterrestrial demonic energy invasion detected. Warning: this energy is attempting to assimilate a portion of the host's soul. Please, host, eliminate it immediately. Chapter 98. Divine Ability, Soul Capture. Warning: extraterrestrial demonic energy invasion detected. Warning: this energy is attempting to assimilate a portion of the host's soul. Please, host, eliminate it immediately. The cold system notification felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Sun Xian's head. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. Damn, he couldn't help but curse. It was indeed true that what one fears comes to pass. In his haste to save others and display his prowess, he had failed to notice that the malevolent entity had left behind such a trap. Assimilating the soul, wasn't he that akin to seizing the body? Was it trying to transform him into that grotesque creature covered in eyes? System: exchange for the fastest purifying elixir of the soul. Sun Xian raged internally. Ding. The host's current merit points are 0. Exchange not possible. Sun Xian's heart sank instantly. Damn. Previously, in an attempt to exchange for the Ling Shu puppet technique, I squandered all my merit points and now owe the system a staggering 49,999 merit points. I have truly landed myself in a predicament. No, wait. System, what about the merit points I earned from today's check-in? Have you swallowed them? Sun Xian suddenly recalled that his recent check-in had only yielded a special reward, with no notification of merit points credited. Ding. Given that the host still has outstanding merit point loans, this system has automatically deducted the merit points earned from today's check-in. Current outstanding loan, 39,999 merit points. Well, it seems they've even activated automatic payments for my loan. This capitalist system is nothing short of a leech. Sun Xian, are you all right? Why does your complexion look so dreadful? Kuranoya, supporting the unconscious Hitler, noticed Sun Xian's distress and asked with concern. I'm fine. Sun Xian gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could distinctly feel that dark purple energy coursing through his meridians, relentlessly burrowing toward his mind. With every passing moment, a searing agony gnawed at his soul. This pain was entirely different from the physical torment he had previously endured. His immortal body was utterly defenseless against it. I cannot wait any longer. I cannot rely on the system any longer. I must depend on myself. Get out of my way. Sun Xian's eyes burned crimson as he sat cross-legged, his consciousness instantly plunging within. How dare this mere remnant of energy act so brazenly before me? Having integrated the battle instincts of Sun Wukong and undergone the purification of the Bodhi Enlightenment Pill, his will was as solid as a rock. However, that dark purple energy was exceedingly bizarre. It blatantly disregarded the defenses of his internal chi and continued to close in. Your resistance is futile. Surrender, and I shall take over this body. A series of seductive and corrupting whispers echoed in his mind. Get the hell out of here. Sun Xian roared. How dare you demand my surrender while attempting to seize my body? Suddenly, he recalled something. The earthly fiend's 72 transformations. The system had once rewarded him with a selectable fragment that he had yet to use. System, open the list of the 72 transformations for me. Sun Xian's thoughts raced like lightning. Corpse dispersal, spirit communication, mountain lifting, water restraining, wind borrowing, mist creation, sunny prayer, rain invocation, fire sitting, water entering, sun concealment, wind control, stone boiling, flame spitting, blade swallowing, heaven in a pot, divine movement, water walking, rod dispersion, cloning, invisibility, head continuation, body fixation, demon slaying, immortal summoning, soul pursuit, soul capturing. The densely packed list of abilities flashed before him. Sun Xian's gaze locked onto one in particular. Soul capturing. Summon spirits and seize souls. This is it. Select it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, selectable fragment, and comprehending the ability, soul capturing. An enigmatic power was instantly imprinted deep within Sun Xian's soul. Enlightenment struck him. He required no practice, as if he had always been destined to wield this ability. Come forth. Uniting his mind and spirit, Sun Xian unleashed soul capturing against the rampaging dark purple energy within him. Buzz. An invisible, transcendent force beyond the physical realm suddenly descended with great intensity. The violet-black energy quivered violently, from which a twisted, malevolent consciousness was forcibly extracted. No. What is this power? How is this possible? The consciousness emitted a terrified shriek, yet was utterly powerless to resist. Sun Xian felt as if an unseen hand had precisely plucked a fly from a bowl of black sesame paste. With a mere thought, he imprisoned the extracted remnant soul of the demon god tightly within his palm, transforming it into a writhing orb of violet-black light, devoid of its core consciousness. The energy remaining within Sun Xian's body instantly became remarkably docile, evolving into the purest, unclaimed essence. Without hesitation, Sun Xian's immortal form activated autonomously, absorbing the entirety of this energy. He exhaled a long breath, opening his eyes. The crisis was averted. What just happened? Kuranoya stared at the wailing soul orb in his palm, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could sense that it bore the exact aura of the creature they had just encountered. A minor inconvenience has been resolved, Sun Xian remarked casually, although his thoughts lingered on the whereabouts of that old schemer, Dr. Goro. Perfect Cell had been thoroughly vanquished by Goku and Vegeta, yet he had not shown himself, which was inconsistent with his mischievous nature. He glanced towards the rift in space, torn by the monster's escape, where a trace of malevolent energy lingered, akin to the demonic gate that appeared after the false Southern Heaven Gate was breached. Let us go inside and investigate. We cannot allow this fiend to escape. Wait. Kuranoya called out to him, retrieving from the ring on her right hand a capsule resembling a universal glue. However, this capsule was entirely translucent, with what appeared to be a galaxy swirling within, imbued with the essence of time. This is the time capsule. Crafted with the power of time based on Miss Bulma's design, she explained with a hint of pride. By infusing your energy in advance and setting a specific time, regardless of the extent of your injuries, even if you perish, opening it will restore you to your peak state at the designated moment. Sun Xian's eyes brightened. Wow. Isn't this akin to a resurrection coin? This is far superior to the Senza beans. Consider it a token of thanks for the fried chicken last time, Kuranoya said, placing the capsule in his hand. Without hesitation, Sun Xian accepted it, exchanging a glance with Kuranoya before they both stepped through the ominous demonic gate. On Earth. A few hours later, Sun Xian's avatar began to speak. Everyone, I must temporarily depart from this timeline. What? Brother Xian, where are you going? Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were taken aback. To attend to some matters, the avatar replied calmly. Before my return, I have 2 requests for you. Please gather the Dragon Balls and make 2 wishes. First, erase all memories of the Cell games from the people of Earth. Second, increase the production of Senzu beans tenfold. The group fell silent, momentarily stunned. The act of erasing memories is comprehensible. It is intended to avert panic. Once the details of the battle are disseminated, their hopes for a normal life will be extinguished. But could the tenfold increase in the celestial beings imply that future battles will be even more brutal? Fear not. We shall handle it, Sun Wukong assured, thumping his chest in confidence. His clone nodded, dissolving into a myriad of luminous particles. Meanwhile, Sun Xian and Kuranoya had been exploring the realm within the Demon Gate for several hours. Chapter 99. The Secrets of the Gods, the Traps of Demons. Upon stepping through the Demon Gate, Sun Xian could not help but marvel at the scene before him. Goodness, this place is truly peculiar. Contrary to his expectations of rivers flowing with blood or mountains of corpses, he found himself in a realm of chaotic inversion. Fragmented structures hovered in midair, rivers flowed upwards into a gray sky, and the scorched earth was riddled with fissures, exuding an energy imbued with chaos and madness. The entire world resembled a painting that had been carelessly smeared and then torn to shreds. Be cautious, Kuranoya urged. her expression grave as she clutched the hem of Sun Xian's garment tightly. The energy here is strange, somewhat reminiscent of the Dark Demon realm, yet distinctly different. The Dark Demon realm? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. Kuranoya explained. That realm was formed after being corrupted by the demon god Demigula, saturated with negative energy. However, the energy here resembles pure chaos, incomprehensible and unusable, seemingly existing solely for the purpose of distortion and destruction. Sun Xian nodded, sensing that the energy resonated with the aura of the creature they had encountered earlier. A word suddenly surfaced in his mind: demonic energy. Indeed, that creature had the audacity to claim divinity, yet it was nothing more than a counterfeit. Vigilantly surveying his surroundings, Sun Xian inquired, "What, then, distinguishes gods from humans? Is it merely that so-called dimensional suppression?" This question had lingered in his mind for some time. Although he was relatively familiar with the narrative of Dragon Ball, his understanding of the divine hierarchy was scant. Kuranoya pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts. It would not be entirely accurate to say you are wrong, but that creature was merely a clumsy imitation of a god. The true distinction between gods and mortals lies primarily in two aspects. Pray, enlighten me. First, the divine aura. Kuranoya gestured with a finger. Much like the Super Saiyan God, which elevates one's energy to the divine realm, embodying the divine aura. This power can be cultivated by mortals, provided they possess sufficient talent and opportunity. Sun Xian understood. The divine aura represented a higher caliber of energy. Little Yaya, you are familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Of course. I am the Supreme Kai of Time, and my knowledge far exceeds your expectations, Kuranoya replied, her pride evident as she looked at Sun Xian, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for praise. To my knowledge, the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, was the first true Super Saiyan God. I can only tell you that he was the first mortal to genuinely confront the gods. Is he really that powerful? Sun Xian was somewhat taken aback. He resolved to pry open Kuranoya's lips on another day to ascertain the true strength of Yamoshi and the deities he dared to challenge. Was it the god of destruction? An angel? Or perhaps a high priest? What, then, is the second distinction? The second lies in divine power. Kuranoya's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Divine power and divine aura are entirely distinct concepts. It is not something attained through cultivation, but rather an inherent authority that accompanies the divine position, a force at the level of rules. Authority? The term conjured a multitude of thoughts for Sun Xian. Indeed, authority. Kuranoya nodded emphatically. For instance, the destruction wielded by Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is a form of divine power that can disregard energy intensity and obliterate all existence. Similarly, Lord Zeno, while perhaps lacking in combat prowess, possesses the authority to effortlessly erase entire universes. My power over time is also a manifestation of divine power. Sun Xian's pupils constricted slightly as understanding dawned upon him. Divine aura resembles a premium package for wealthy patrons. With sufficient expenditure, one can attain strength. In contrast, divine power embodies administrative privileges, capable of directly altering the foundational code. That monster, Kuranoya continued, lacks the status of a deity, signifying that it is not an orthodox god within our world's framework. However, it has somehow appropriated, or perhaps acquired, a portion of the characteristics of divine power, enabling it to fabricate that pseudo-divine realm and impose its own rules to suppress us. Had you not unveiled its disguise and undermined the foundation of its rules, we would have faced grave peril today. Although it is not particularly strong, it is exceedingly troublesome. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian felt a chill of apprehension. Fortunately, his earlier signing in had proven fortuitous. Otherwise, he might have truly fallen today. Damn it. Does this mean that future adversaries may not adhere to martial ethics? Appearing visible, yet remaining untouchable? Sun Xian cursed. It is highly likely, Kuranoya lamented. Such power capable of altering the very fabric of reality is precisely what I dread most. If they are sufficiently formidable, they could easily transform an entire timeline. As the two conversed, they delved deeper into the chaotic expanse. Along the way, they encountered several grotesque creatures emerging from the rifts. Their forms varied and distorted, yet they were far too weak, swiftly crushed to dust by Kuranoya's mere gesture. We found it. Sun Xian suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a floating fragment of wall ahead. There, a faint yet extraordinarily pure purplish-black energy slithered like a small serpent, probing the space as if seeking to tear open a rift to another realm. This creature has a knack for concealment, Sun Xian scoffed, preparing to advance. Wait. Kuranoya abruptly seized him, an expression of wariness upon its face. This feels like a trap. Oh, it is far too obvious. At that moment, Kuranoya's perceptive abilities reached their zenith. It has been deliberately left here to lure us in. Sun Xian narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the same sensation. The energy was laid bare, strikingly evident against the pale yellow remnants of the wall, and it continually shifted, as if fearful of being overlooked. A trap? The corners of Sun Xian's mouth curled into a playful smirk. I have always relished stepping into traps. He turned to Kuranoya, flashing a grin, eager to discover the true nature of her intentions. Yet, Kuranoya hesitated, instinctively unsettled by the unknown peril. What is there to fear? Sun Xian reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, confidence radiating from his gaze. When soldiers arrive, one must counter. When water comes, one must dam it. Regardless of the monstrous entities lurking, a good thrashing would surely bring them to heel. Besides, there was the resurrection coin you provided. Observing Sun Xian's fearless demeanor, Kuranoya's trepidation inexplicably diminished. She nodded, resolve solidifying within her. Very well, I shall accompany you. No longer hesitating, the two figures flickered and arrived before the swirling violet-black energy. Sun Xian extended his hand, channeling a surge of power into it. Buzz. The energy appeared to respond to his presence, abruptly expanding and tearing open an unstable rift in space before them. On the other side of the rift lay an abyss of darkness and enigma. Sun Xian and Kuranoya exchanged glances, bracing themselves to step into the unknown. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 100, The Demon Nest. Dr. Glow, Devourer of Time and Space. Just as Sun Xian and Kuranoya were on the verge of entering the spatial rift, the previously unstable fissure began to expand at an alarming rate, and the surrounding space solidified instantly. Following that, an irresistible and terrifying force erupted from the depths of the rift. This is bad. Kuranoya's expression changed dramatically as she instinctively sought to stabilize herself with the power of time. Yet, the force was overwhelmingly dominant, capable of distorting and consuming even her temporal abilities. Grab me. Sun Xian reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around Kuranoya's slender waist while gripping the remnants of the wall with his other hand. Kuranoya's cheeks flushed crimson, instinctively attempting to push him away, but soon realized the futility and embraced him instead. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. Crack! The solid rock began to crumble in Sun Xian's grasp. The two quickly lost their balance, helplessly drawn into the rift. As the world spun chaotically, when Sun Xian regained consciousness, a chilling sensation enveloped him entirely. He opened his eyes to find not a demon's lair, but a desolate, frigid expanse of the cosmic void. A cerulean planet floated silently nearby, marred by vast, jagged fissures, devoid of any signs of life. What the hell? A vacuum? Have I been cast into the depths of space? Sun Xian's mind buzzed, nearly causing him to forget to breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing at all. He suddenly recalled that, as a precaution, he had once used a Dragon Ball wish to grant the Son Body the ability to survive in any adverse conditions, including the vacuum of space. Upon confirming that he was unscathed, Sun Xian let out a sigh of relief and turned to his companion, Kuranoya. As a deity, the vacuum of the universe posed no threat to her. However, her delicate visage was marred by shock. Impossible, Kuranoya exclaimed, her trembling hand pointing at the lifeless planet, her voice quivering with disbelief. This is Dimension 89. I inspected it just last month. How could an entire dimension be obliterated without my knowledge? Moreover, it appears that every being in this seventh universe has perished. I cannot ascertain the situation in the other universes, but they are likely not spared from this calamity. How can this be? As the Supreme Kai of Time, I am attuned to any significant anomalies within the timelines, yet this shattered dimension has evaded my awareness. This indicates the presence of a force far superior to mine, one that has obscured the authority of the Supreme Kai of Time. This is a grave dereliction of duty. Do not panic. Let us first ascertain the facts, Sun Xian reassured her, his expression turning somber. These individuals have orchestrated a far grander scheme than I anticipated. I expected an abundance of foes within this trap, yet I find an entire dimension laid to waste. Kuranoya inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. She closed her eyes, and a golden clock insignia glimmered upon her brow, the overwhelming power of time radiating outward as she sought to probe the past of this dimension, simultaneously dispatching a distress signal to the time nest. However, in the next moment, her countenance turned ashen. "My temporal powers are sealed," she gasped, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "This space is utterly isolated by a force I cannot comprehend. We are trapped here." "A trap? Indeed, this is a trap laid specifically for us. Did you only just realize that, little girl?" A mocking and familiar voice echoed through the silent cosmos. Sun Xian and Kuranoya whirled around in alarm. Before them, the fabric of space rippled like water, and the grotesque creature known as Thousand-Eyed emerged, its multitude of eyes surveying the two with a predatory delight, as if relishing the sight of its ensnared quarry. "It is you." Kuranoya seethed, her fists clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the void. "What have you done to this dimension? What has become of its god?" "Me?" Thousand-Eyed chuckled as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "I lack such prowess. I am merely a guide. The true orchestrator is not I." With a respectful gesture, he stepped aside, revealing a figure emerging from the rippling space behind him. It was a silhouette resembling an elderly human, yet half of his body had been transformed into machinery. A massive brain, encased in a transparent dome, was visible beneath a metallic cranium, pulsating with an eerie luminescence. Blood and flesh, a mere vessel for cybernetic ascension? The aura emanating from him was a cacophony of conflicting energies, exuding a disconcerting sense of dissonance. Upon beholding that face, Sun Xian's pupils constricted in shock. "Dr. Gro." "No, that is incorrect." Sun Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened. The Dr. Goro before him was entirely different from the one etched in his memory. His form was no longer purely mechanical, but rather intertwined with a chaotic and malevolent purple-black energy in a bizarre fusion. "Oh." The elder, the artificial being known as Dr. Goro, grinned widely, revealing a smug smile. "It has been a long time, Sun Wukong." "No, I should address you as the anomaly, Sun Xian." His voice was suffused with malice and animosity. "For this day, to have the pleasure of utterly crushing you and your kind, the Scions, I have sacrificed everything." He spread his arms wide, greedily embracing the desolate cosmos. "Can you feel it? The lament and agony of this world. All life, all planets, all energy in this universe now belong to me. I am this world." Boom. An indescribable and terrifying pressure erupted from Dr. Goro, engulfing the entire starry expanse. Kuranoa's face drained of color beneath this oppressive force. The magnitude of this power was immense. It felt as though an entire universe was bearing down upon her. Setting aside the levels of energy, the sheer index of this power was utterly beyond imagination. Impossible to gauge by mere combat ability. "Madman." Sun Xian positioned himself protectively in front of Kuranoa, his expression as grave as the depths of the sea. He finally comprehended where the old schemer had been hiding. It turned out that he was not causing chaos in his own time and space, but had been transported by this otherworldly demon to another Dragon Ball world, where he had consumed everything in this realm through some nefarious means. The 1,000-mile eye beside him smugly added, "Let me share some good news. To prevent your escape, my master has bestowed new power upon Dr. Goro. In this den of evil, he is an absolute deity." Dr. Goro's mechanical eye, shimmering with crimson light, fixated intently on Kuranoa, his tongue flicking greedily over his lips. "You shall become my first offering as I ascend to a higher dimension." Chapter 101. A single strike to annihilation? A tide of hatred. "Doctor." Goro's voice resonated through the cold expanse of the cosmos, as if amplified by a high-fidelity sound system. The moment his words fell, he made no unnecessary movements. The glowing red mechanical eye merely blinked towards Sun Xian. Buzz. There was no cataclysmic wave of destruction, nor any thunderous roar of shattering stars. An invisible pulse, composed purely of annihilation intent, instantaneously traversed the vast distances of space. It was too swift, so fast that Sun Xian's combat instincts went into a frenzy, yet his body could not muster even a single finger to move. If only he had mastered the art of free and unfettered intent, he might have evaded it automatically. Damn, this was the last thought that flickered through his mind. In the next moment, Sun Xian, along with his martial attire, silently vanished without a trace. Aside from a few specks of dust drifting in the vacuum, there was no remnant of his existence. Sun Xian. The scream of Kuranoa echoed, belated yet feeble, rendering the moment utterly devoid of strength. Her delicate visage drained of color in an instant, her mind blank. Dead. Just like that? Without even a shred of resistance. She was annihilated in an instant? Why didn't he use the capsule he was given earlier? Wasn't it said to grant immortality? Did you see that? The King of Time. Dr. Glow let out a satisfied chuckle, nearly bursting into a pig-like snort. Within this abyss of sorcery, I am the omnipotent deity. Resistance is utterly futile. Beside him, the all-seeing eye cackled with glee, countless eyes on its body swirling excitedly, feasting upon Kuranoa's expression of despair. Do not rush. King of Time Kuranoa, you shall be next. Yet, in the next heartbeat, their laughter was abruptly silenced. In the spot where Sun Xian had vanished, a golden speck of light suddenly materialized out of thin air. Almost immediately, the speck elongated, expanding, flesh, veins, and bones frantically reassembling at a visible pace. In less than a second, a completely intact Sun Xian, his hairstyle untouched, reappeared at the same spot. He shook his neck, producing a crisp crack. A hint of reminiscence gracing his features. Dr. Glow's smile froze, his mechanical eye narrowing as if pondering something profound. The eyes of the all-seeing eye ceased their movements, all fixated on Sun Xian. What is happening? Is this an illusion? Hey, old man. Sun Xian dug into his ear and flashed a grin at Dr. Glow. I was careless and didn't dodge. You old fool actually resorted to underhanded tactics. It just feels a bit lacking in power. You. Dr. Glow's massive intellect momentarily faltered. An immortal being that could revive even after being reduced to ashes? The intelligence reports did not indicate such a possibility. The blow he had just dealt contained the death energy of an entire universe. Not even a Saiyan could withstand it, let alone a god of destruction, who would surely be left severely weakened. Of course, that was assuming the god of destruction did not resist. But how could this fellow regain full strength in the blink of an eye? Furthermore, he appeared completely unscathed. Sun Xian, however, paid no heed to his astonishment. Lost in his own reverie, at the moment of his revival, he distinctly felt that his long stagnant combat prowess had actually surged, though only by a negligible amount. Perhaps just a few tens of millions in base power, it had indeed increased. The bottleneck that had troubled him for so long, the near-death enhancement, had been shattered. Why was this? Sun Xian's thoughts coalesced, and he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. It was that purplish-black energy. The essence of the outer celestial demon absorbed from the remnants of that counterfeit all-seeing eye. After being absorbed, that energy seemed to act as a key, or perhaps a catalyst, initiating a marvelous transformation in his Saiyan body, rendering it stronger. With this realization, Sun Xian's heart raced with excitement. This is hardly the malevolent energy that corrupts individuals. It is, in fact, a sumptuous banquet laid out for free. The assassin, ensconced within the confines of the ring's space, mused, "You think yourself remarkable, so noble, yet I am the one deserving of contamination?" His gaze gradually traversed past the formidable Dr. Gallo, ultimately settling upon the grotesque creature behind him, adorned with an abundance of eyes. The expression in his eyes transformed. No longer was there wariness or disdain, but rather the fervent glint of a hunter beholding its prey, a starving wolf eyeing a plump lamb, or a suitor admiring a beautiful maiden, brimming with unabashed avarice and desire. Qianlian trembled under his gaze, as the multitude of eyes reflected a bewildering humanity. Could this young man be afflicted in some manner? Has he lost his senses? What do you want from me? Qianlian instinctively retreated half a step, desperately feigning composure. It's not me you should be concerned about. It's him. Sun Xian remained silent, merely bestowing upon Qianlian a disarmingly warm smile, one that sent shivers down Qianlian's spine. At that moment, Kuranoa, who stood beside Sun Xian, finally emerged from her shock of his apparent demise. With that awakening came an overwhelming wrath. You dare? Kuranoa lifted her head slowly, her once charming visage now marred by frost. Her golden eyes blazed with an inferno of indignation. How audacious to slay him before my very eyes. She had witnessed the instant when Sun Xian was obliterated. In that fleeting second, it felt as though an unseen hand had seized her heart, constricting it until it nearly ceased to beat. Though Sun Xian now stood alive and vibrant, the terror of loss and the aftermath of dread had ignited her rage as the god of time. Unforgivable. Boom. Radiant gold surged forth from her petite form, soaring into the heavens. Her physique rapidly ascended and transformed within the span of a heartbeat, evolving from a diminutive figure into an imposing, curvaceous goddess. Her cherry blossom-hued hair swayed without a breeze, and her golden eyes shimmered with authority and lethal intent. An overwhelming force of time cascaded like a tsunami across the desolate expanse of the cosmos. Oh, a flicker of astonishment and greed crossed Dr. Gallo's eyes. Is this the authentic power of the god of time? How fascinating. Such delectable sustenance. Die. The transformed Kuranoa's voice was as frigid as ice as she raised her hand to unleash the might to freeze time itself. Wait. A hand gently rested upon her shoulder. It was Sun Xian. Sun Xian? Kuranoa turned her head, her golden eyes filled with confusion and fury. Step aside. I shall personally slay these two scoundrels. Don't be too hasty, my little glutton. Sun Xian flashed her a grin, one that reeked of ulterior motives. The game has only just begun. He extended his finger toward the creature, nearly pressed against Dr. Gallo's back from fright. Qianlian. That eye-laden monstrosity is mine to handle. Chapter 102. Closing the door on the dog as Kuranoa was on the verge of unleashing her wrath, harnessing the power of time. A steady hand rested upon her delicate shoulder. Sun Xian? Kuranoa turned her head, her golden eyes, ablaze with divine fury, filled with confusion. Don't be so hasty to clear the field, little glutton, Sun Xian remarked, a playful smile gracing his face. The buffet has only just begun. Ending it so soon would be rather dull. Buffet? Kuranoa paused, the flames of her anger gradually replaced by bewilderment. Was this fellow's mind truly intact? At such a critical juncture, he still thought of food? Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a hurried telepathic communication resonated within her mind. Listen to me, little glutton. This old fool believes this place is a trap set for us, designed to prevent our escape. Let us play along with his assumptions. We shall not flee. Utilize your sealing technique to completely lock down this space. Not merely a simple blockade, but an absolute seal that would prevent even a fly from escaping. Transform this so-called magic nest into an authentic iron cage. I want them to comprehend what it means to swap roles. I shall show them true cruelty. Sun Xian spoke with remarkable speed, yet each word was imbued with an unmistakable madness. Kuranoa blinked her large, captivating eyes, instantly grasping his intent. This fellow aimed to completely reverse the identities of hunter and prey. Meanwhile, Dr. Grollo and Thousand Eyes observed Sun Xian and Kuranoa, sharing a moment of silent understanding. Initially taken aback, they soon erupted into derisive laughter. Even in their final moments, they still engage in theatrics? Thousand Eyes sneered. Save your breath. This is the magic nest bestowed upon us by my master. No matter your extraordinary abilities, you shall not escape our grasp. Dr. Grollo, filled with disdain, spread his arms wide as if embracing his dominion. In this realm, I am invincible. Your struggles will only serve to enhance my delight. However, Kuranoa had grown weary of their banter. She gazed into Sun Xian's clear eyes, her anger and confusion dissipating, ultimately replaced by divine authority. As you wish. No longer hesitating, she slowly traced an intricate seal with her hands before her chest. Boom. An even more magnificent and refined power of time erupted from her being, unleashed without restraint. This time, however, it was not a frenzied assault. Instead, it transformed into countless resilient golden chains of order. These divine chains, moving at an incomprehensible speed, instantly wove the entire magic nest into a resplendent golden cage adorned with countless clock runes. The entire desolate starry sky was utterly enveloped by this golden prison. Crack! The triumphant smile on Dr. Grollo's face abruptly froze. He sensed that the space he believed he controlled had been forcibly locked down. This left him perplexed. Why would this ruler of the realm of time expend such immense energy to reinforce the space rather than attack them? What kind of maneuver was this? Before he could comprehend the situation, the ever-watchful Qianlian suddenly emitted a shrill scream of terror. What have you done? He exclaimed, horrified to discover that the connection he had established with another realm had been severed entirely by an overwhelming force of regulation. His once proud ability to traverse dimensions had been rendered utterly ineffective. This place had transformed into a genuine dead end, with no means of escape. Oh, it's nothing. Sun Xian replied nonchalantly, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds, smiling like a mischievous child. I merely made a few modifications to the trap you so carefully prepared, turning it into your grave. He pointed a finger first at the sullen-faced Dr. Gero, then turned to Curalonia with a grin. That old fool who can't handle a sneak attack is yours. Just don't kill him. His finger then shifted to the panicked Qianlian. This grotesque creature, brimming with eyes, is mine to handle. Seeking death, Dr. Gero roared in fury, feeling as though he was being toyed with by these two insignificant beings. Before he could finish his outburst, Kirillania had already made her move. She offered him no time for a reaction, transforming into a brilliant stream of golden light that collided violently with the enraged Dr. Gero. Boom! The clash between deity and pseudo-deity instantaneously transformed half the starry sky into a tumultuous maelstrom of energy. Although Dr. Gero's chaotic energy was devastatingly powerful, Kirillania adeptly countered and neutralized it with a series of intricate time-space sealing techniques, rendering him utterly ineffective against her. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Sun Xian approached the trembling Qianlian with deliberate calmness, as if a connoisseur of fine cuisine scrutinizing prime ingredients. "You bastard! What is that look in your eyes? Don't underestimate me." Qianlian was thoroughly incensed by Sun Xian's gaze, his fear replaced by fury. Hundreds of bizarre eyeballs adorning his body erupted simultaneously, emitting blinding violet light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of violet-black rays intertwined to form an expansive net, completely sealing off all avenues of retreat for Sun Xian. Each ray shimmered with high-energy brilliance. Yet, in response to this lethal assault, Sun Xian executed an action that nearly caused Qianlian's eyes to bulge in disbelief. He made no attempt to evade, nor did he even adopt a defensive stance. With a smile, he opened his arms wide, as if embracing a lover, and willingly advanced into the deadly web of light. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of rays pierced through his chest, limbs, and abdomen, leaving behind splashes of blood and charred scorch marks. Qianlian was utterly befuddled. Was this man mentally deranged? He had anticipated evasions, blocks, or even a direct assault on the net. But he had never imagined that the opponent would willingly embrace his own demise. What was this? A blatant act of self-harm? Strangely enough, in the moment of his grievous injuries, the expression on Sun Xian's face was not one of agony, but rather one of serene contentment, as though he were luxuriating in a warm spring bath. The wounds on Sun Xian's body healed with astonishing speed, thanks to the extraordinary regenerative abilities of his immortal form. A palpable aura, significantly stronger than before, gradually rose from within him. He could distinctly sense the magical energy of the light web that had invaded his body being quietly devoured and digested by his immortal essence, ultimately transforming into pure nourishment that revitalized him. The bottleneck was loosening. His strength was surging. This sensation was utterly euphoric. Sun Xian comfortably licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with unmasked desire. He fixated on the trembling figure of the Thousand-Mile Eye, whispering softly, "Again. Do not stop." Chapter 103, The Awakening of the Power Bank Again. Do not stop. Sun Xian's nearly frenzied whispers echoed clearly in the desolate starry sky. Each word landed like a heavy hammer upon the bewildered mind of the Thousand-Mile Eye. This grotesque creature, adorned with countless eyeballs, was utterly confounded. Its hundreds of eyes blinked in unison, filled with incomprehensible terror and confusion. What was happening? How could its lethal strike, infused with magical energy, feel as though it were merely a gentle massage? No, it was far more pleasurable than that. Observing the ecstatic expression on Sun Xian's face was akin to experiencing an extraordinary delight. "You monster!" The voice of Thousand-Mile Eye quivered, instinctively wishing to retreat. Yet, in a moment of horror, it realized that its escape was obstructed by a figure standing behind it. Sun Xian had stealthily appeared. "Where do you think you are going?" Sun Xian licked his lips, his dark eyes burning with desire and greed. A power bank must possess the awareness of a power bank. Until you are completely drained, you shall not escape. Before his words could fully resonate, Sun Xian rapidly transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, extending one hand toward the Thousand-Mile Eye. "This is bad." Panic surged through the Thousand-Mile Eye, its hundreds of eyeballs instantly contracting in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, it attempted to gather all its strength to form a protective shield before it. However, it was too late. What good were so many eyes if they were of no use? Sun Xian's mocking voice rang in its ears. A fist enveloped in golden flames struck with relentless speed against the multitude of eyes adorning the creature's chest. Boom! A deafening roar accompanied a piercing scream. The hideous body of the Thousand-Mile Eye instantly caved inward. Splatter! Splatter! Dozens of its eyeballs exploded, sending purple-black ichor flying in all directions. But this was only the beginning. Having landed a successful blow, Sun Xian offered no respite to his opponent. He seized one of the thousand-mile-eyes tentacles, whirling its massive form with dizzying speed before hurling it violently toward a floating meteorite. Boom! The meteorite shattered. Crack! Bang! Sun Xian's silhouette was relentless, launching a flurry of left hooks and right kicks, unleashing thousands of attacks in mere seconds amidst a tempest of fury. With each assault, the strikes landed with precision upon the most vulnerable orbs of the thousand-eyed specter. The cacophony of explosions and anguished cries melded into a singular tumult. The thousand-eyed specter was thoroughly bewildered. Every time he attempted to harness his magical energy for a counterattack, Sun Xian seized the moment to disrupt his incantation. Sun Xian's speed and strength utterly overwhelmed him. It seemed that, aside from his rather peculiar abilities, the true prowess of the thousand-eyed specter was rather lacking. Sun Xian mused that he was at most comparable to a minor demon from the world of Journey to the West. It remained a mystery which formidable entity had bestowed him with such powers, allowing him to swagger into the Dragon Ball realm. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to trigger even system tasks. Enough! Cease this madness! The thousand-eyed specter shrieked with desperation, sensing that if the onslaught continued, he would be compelled to resort to the celestial demon disintegration technique. Where has this even led? Sun Xian cackled wickedly, with a fierce kick. He shattered half of the thousand-eyed specter's body. I have yet to exert my full strength. He could distinctly feel that with each blow upon the thousand-eyed specter, the inadvertently released energy was instinctively absorbed into his own being. The exhilarating sensation of power continuously swelling within him left him enraptured. Battle power, 11. Sun Xian assessed the situation. The thousand-eyed specter was nearing the brink of defeat. He seized the specter's neck, lifting his battered form into the air. What do you intend to do? The remnants of the specter's numerous eyes were filled with dread, unable to fight back or flee. The crucially incompetent Dr. Goro was not there to lend assistance. Do not fret. Sun Xian grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Before you embark on your final journey, let us ensure you are of full service. He gradually raised another hand, his thoughts coalescing. Divine technique, soul capture. A hum resonated as an enigmatic, invisible wave emanated from Sun Xian's palm. A phantom hand, composed entirely of pure psychic energy, materialized from thin air, plunging directly into the very essence of the thousand-eyed specter's soul. No, what manner of power is this? Release me at once. The thousand-eyed specter emitted a scream far more harrowing than before, a lamentation that could rival the cries of swine during a New Year's slaughter. He felt his soul being inexorably dragged from his corporeal form by an irresistible force. Come forth, Sun Xian commanded, his grip tightening fiercely. With a tearing sound, a shadowy figure, radiating a purple-black luminescence and writhing in anguish, was forcibly extracted from the thousand-eyed specter's body. It was none other than the specter's very soul. No, spare me. The remnants of the soul pleaded for mercy, but Sun Xian granted him no reprieve. An extraordinary force erupted from his palm. In an instant, the soul, along with the vast reservoir of pure magical energy it contained, was swiftly absorbed into Sun Xian's being. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the clash between Kuranoya and Dr. Goro had reached a fever pitch. Boom, boom, boom. In her empowered form, Kuranoya wielded immense divine might with every motion. A series of golden chains of order ensnared Dr. Goro, relentlessly sapping the strength from within him. Dr. Grohl, much like an indomitable lunatic, unleashes explosive energy whenever faced with defeat. The energy within him appears inexhaustible, no matter how recklessly he expends it. He can instantly rejuvenate and retaliate with even more ferocious power. This is a battle of ultimate attrition. Kuranoya, drawing upon the divine power accumulated over 70 million years and her mastery of temporal laws, has temporarily subdued Dr. Grohl. Yet, she understands that obliterating this creature that has devoured an entire universe is no trivial task. She remains perplexed about how this ancient being managed to consume the energy of the entire universe without self-destruction. At that moment, a rapidly intensifying aura startled both combatants. Boom! Within Sun Xian's body, something seemed to shatter. The long-standing barrier of his near-death power surge, after consuming the soul energy of Qianlian, fractured like cracked glass with a resounding snap. A torrent of immense power surged wildly through him. His base combat strength began to escalate in an unreasonably reckless manner. 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. In mere moments, his combat prowess doubled, skyrocketing to a terrifying 4 billion. And this was merely the beginning. Sun Xian exhaled a long breath, feeling the formidable power that refreshed his limits coursing within him, and a satisfied smile graced his face. He paid no heed to the lifeless husk of Qianlian beneath him, instead turning his gaze towards the battlefield. "Little glutton, you've worked hard," he remarked, his voice low yet resonant, reaching Kuranoya's ears clearly. "Now, leave the rest to me." Kuranoya was momentarily taken aback before sensing the surging aura emanating from Sun Xian, all flickering in her beautiful eyes. Has he grown stronger again? And at such a meteoric rate? Dr. Grohl, too, was stirred by this sudden surge of energy. His mechanized eye gleamed with a crimson light, fixated intently on Sun Xian. "Oh, you too can consume? No wonder." However, Dr. Grohl slowly raised his head, casting a condescending gaze upon Sun Xian. "Before me, such prowess is utterly meaningless, for you do not comprehend." He spread his arms wide, his voice imbued with divine arrogance and disdain. "You are not a god. You lack even the qualification to injure me." Chapter 104. The late arrival of great disturbance. "Enough of your nonsense," Sun Xian retorted angrily, refusing to be swayed. "Today, I shall see whether I can pound you, this so-called god, into submission." Boom. A golden blaze erupted skyward as Sun Xian transformed once more into Super Saiyan 3. His combat power surged 400-fold. An astonishing battle strength of 800 billion caused the entire sealed demonic lair to tremble violently. In the next instant, he was before Dr. Grohl, his iron fist striking fiercely toward the monstrous visage of the doctor. Yet, Dr. Grohl did not even blink. Bang! A sound resonated with utmost gravity as Sun Xian's fist met an invisible wall of air. Dr. Goro's body remained utterly still, as if the earlier punch had merely been a gentle breeze. What? Sun Xian's pupils abruptly constricted. He distinctly sensed that his strength had plunged into an abyss, failing to deliver any significant impact. "Impossible!" Sun Xian roared, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 In mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of punches, each one imbued with terrifying might. He even forcibly activated the 20-fold Kaioken. The overwhelming power caused his body to emit a mournful cry. Deep crimson flames laced with droplets of blood. Yet, the outcome remained futile. Dr. Goro stood there quietly, allowing Sun Xian's relentless barrage to continue, his gaze thickening with disdain and mockery. Kamehameha. Sun Xian channeled all his energy without reservation into his palm, summoning a colossal beam of blue energy, potent enough to evaporate a planet in an instant, aimed directly at Dr. Goro. However, the subsequent scene nearly caused Sun Xian's eyes to bulge out of their sockets. Dr. Goro merely wore a cold smirk, not even lifting a finger. He stood there, allowing the violent torrent of energy to crash against him. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The terrifying Kamehameha, upon contact with Dr. Goro's body, was bizarrely absorbed, devoured without even creating a ripple. Damn! Sun Xian couldn't help but curse, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Absolute defense? Damage immunity? How had Kuranoya inflicted harm? No, wait. A flash of insight struck Sun Xian's mind, and he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It wasn't immunity. It was an impenetrable defense. Dr. Goro had consumed the entirety of the seventh universe's matter and energy. His body's density and defensive capabilities had reached an unfathomable level, nearly approaching theoretical infinity. His attacks were absurdly ineffective, akin to using a kunai to poke at Susanoo or a toothpick to prod a battleship. They wouldn't even qualify as a trivial annoyance. This was the true essence of dimensional suppression. Unless one possessed the ability to bypass defenses and directly affect the essence with genuine damage, such power was on par with that of the divine. Do you understand now? Aunt Dr. Goro looked at Sun Xian's defeated expression, mockingly declaring, "This is the chasm that separates us. Even if you were 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger, as long as you remain mortal, you shall never inflict harm upon a single hair on my body." A mere waste of breath. Dr. Goro seemed to have lost his patience, slowly raising a hand. A colossal sphere of energy, indescribable by words, materialized above him, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. It was akin to a cosmic spirit bomb. Even more terrifying was the fact that Dr. Goro didn't require the gathering of energy like Sun Wukong. Instantaneous forbidden spell. The game is over, Scion. Dr. Goro's smile vanished, his voice chilling. Aren't you fond of resurrection? Dr. Gero's voice thundered with madness and ferocity. I shall obliterate every particle of your existence, annihilate you completely. I am eager to witness how you will resurrect from the void. Meanwhile, on Earth in the primary timeline, in the backyard of the Capsule Corporation, warriors gathered to celebrate their victory over Cell. By the way, where has that fellow Son Goku gone? He hasn't even shown up for the celebration. Krillin mumbled through a mouthful of fried chicken. Humph, who cares where he is? It would be best if he never returned. Vegeta remarked coldly, arms crossed. Leaning against a tree, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward the sky. Son Goku, however, wore a look of concern. He seemed to leave in quite a hurry. Could it be that he has encountered trouble in his timeline? As the discussions unfolded, a powerful and unfamiliar energy suddenly descended upon the earth. What is this energy? Piccolo was the first to react, his expression shifting. Everyone immediately ceased their activities, turning their gazes toward the source of the energy. Let us go investigate, Son Goku commanded. And the group swiftly ascended into the sky, heading toward the origin of the energy. Moments later, in a desolate wilderness, they encountered an old time machine emblazoned with the words. Aside from the inscription, it bore a striking resemblance to the one Son Goku had left at Capsule Corporation. A bewildered youth with purple hair, clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket and wielding a long sword, stood beside the machine, lost in thought. No, this is the wrong time point, the boy murmured, confusion evident on his face. Wasn't I supposed to traverse to the moment when Frieza first arrived on Earth? Are you referring to Frieza? Son Goku descended before him. Curiosity piqued. He has already been dealt with. What? The purple-haired boy, Trunks, who had traversed from a grim future timeline, gasped in shock as he looked up at Son Goku. Was it you who defeated him, Mr. Goku? No, not me. Son Goku scratched his head. It was another fellow from the future who looks just like me. But his name is Son Gohan. When Trunks learned that a future version of Son Goku had indeed appeared, effortlessly vanquishing Frieza and his father, and had conveyed the very information he intended to share, he was left utterly astonished. A thought struck him like lightning. Parallel timelines. Trunks' lips trembled. So, it is true. The time machine cannot return to the past. Each journey merely creates a new parallel world. His eyes dimmed instantly. This meant he could not alter the past. His world was devoid of hope. Observing his despondent demeanor, Son Goku placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't lose heart. Come back with us to Capsule Corporation. We will face any challenges together. With a heavy heart, Trunks followed the others back to the Capsule Corporation. However, upon entering the living room and catching sight of two eerily familiar figures, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes, alongside an equally striking Ice Queen, etched two faces into his mind, nightmares he could never forget. They were demons of despair that plagued his world, artificial beings. With a resounding clang, the long sword was drawn, and an immense power erupted from Trunks, transforming him into a Super Saiyan in an instant. I will slay you both, Trunks roared, his figure morphing into a streak of golden lightning as he swung his sword fiercely towards Android 17's face. Yet, Androids 17 and 18 remained seated on the couch, seemingly unperturbed by Trunks' assault. Just as the sword was about to make contact, a gloved hand, white as snow, seized his wrist with precision and strength, halting his advance entirely. A cold, disdainful huff pierced the air. Vegeta had appeared before Trunks, his voice laced with arrogance. No one dares to act recklessly here. Chapter 105. Vegeta, the Reluctant Father? Vegeta's fingers tightened mercilessly around Trunks' wrist, the sword's edge mere centimeters from Android 17's cheek, the sharp blade already marking a faint white line upon his skin. This unexpected young man with a center parting, was he also a Super Saiyan? A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's mind, but it was swiftly overshadowed by his irritation at the interruption. Since the Cell games, his attitude towards Androids 17 and 18 had shifted, despite their irritating demeanor. They had contributed to Earth's defense at critical moments and were, in a sense, recognized as allies. Now, an unknown intruder dared to draw a weapon against his own in his territory, especially within Bulma's Capsule Corporation? Such audacity. A glint of cold fury flashed in Vegeta's eyes as his other hand ignited with golden energy, preparing to deliver a harsh lesson to the insolent youth. Wait, Vegeta. Goku's figure suddenly materialized between them, restraining Vegeta's poised fist. Kakarot, you two would stand in my way. Vegeta's brow furrowed, his tone dark, ignoring the inquiry. Goku turned to observe Trunks, whose face was flushed with rage, then glanced back at the disgruntled Vegeta. Finally, scratching his head, he uttered a statement that left everyone in the room utterly astounded. He is your son. The atmosphere thickened instantly. Krillin gaped, his mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. Tien and Yamcha bore expressions of disbelief, while Piccolo's mouth fell open, his antennae stiffened in shock. Vegeta himself appeared as though struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Slowly, he turned his stiff neck, his gaze shifting from Goku's face to Trunks' countenance, both alien yet vaguely familiar, with purple hair and determined features. Why you? What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta's voice trembled, and he unconsciously released his grip on Trunks. Goku, what jest is this? Klin stammered as he pointed at Trunks. Are you saying he is Vegeta's? Indeed. Goku replied nonchalantly, releasing his grip and scratching his head. Mr. Goku, how did you know? Trunks was bewildered, having never considered that his identity would be unveiled in such a manner. Meeting the expectant gazes of those around him, Goku shrugged helplessly. To be honest, if Son Gohan hadn't come from the future, I might not have guessed it either. But since one person from the future has arrived, it isn't so strange for another to follow. Goku gestured towards the Capsule Corporation emblem on Trunks' jacket. The moment I laid eyes on you, I noted that emblem. I thought to myself, could you possibly be related to Bulma? After all, Goku cast a sly glance at Vegeta, who now resided with Bulma. Vegeta's face turned a deep shade of crimson. This is merely a conjecture, Goku continued, but just now, when you intervened to stop him, I sensed it. The essence of your energies, though differing in strength, bore striking similarities. Thus, I could confirm my suspicions. Ah, I see. Trunks exclaimed with newfound clarity. The perception of energy was indeed a blind spot he had not considered. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained utterly silent, his gaze fixed on Trunks, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within him. Is this truly my son? This purple-haired youth, with his rebellious hairstyle and fierce eyes, bore an undeniable resemblance to himself. Trunks sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to the group, his voice tinged with difficulty. Mr. Goku speaks the truth. I am Trunks, and my father is indeed Vegeta, while my mother is Bulma. Bulma's face flushed an apple red as she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. Trunks then turned his gaze toward androids 17 and 18 on the sofa, his eyes now filled with unrelenting hatred tinged with deeper sorrow. It is they, androids 17 and 18, who obliterated my world. They slaughtered everyone. He recounted the harrowing scenes of his timeline. Cities in ruins, humanity mercilessly exterminated, warriors falling one by one, including his mentor and friend, Gohan. By the end of his lament, Trunks' voice was saturated with agony and vengeance. However, upon hearing his accusations, Goku shook his head. Trunks, I believe you may be mistaken. The androids in our timeline differ somewhat from those in yours. Indeed, Klin mustered his courage and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of 18. Though his legs trembled slightly, his tone was unwavering. 18 is a good person. She fought alongside us. What? Trunks stared incredulously at Klin and then at the smiling 18 behind him. How can this be? That fiend who revels in destruction fought alongside humans? He turned to Vegeta, seeking a different perspective from his father, only to find Vegeta's expression remained stoic, offering no contradiction to Klin's words. Trunks' heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this timeline was truly different? He despondently let his arms fall, his countenance once again steeped in despair. I had believed that by returning to the past and vanquishing the androids, I could alter the future, his voice filled with helplessness, yet I was mistaken. The time machine could not reverse time. It merely traversed parallel timelines. This meant that all he had done was utterly meaningless to his own world. His loved ones, his dear brother, all that he cherished was irrevocably lost. A profound sense of loss and powerlessness engulfed him in an instant. The boy who bore the hopes of an entire world felt the light in his eyes dimming gradually. Observing Trunks in such a desolate state, Goku approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't lose heart. There will always be a way. By the way, you mentioned Sun Xian. You said he also came from the future? He must have a solution, right? Where is he? Please, let me see him." Trunks, as if grasping at the last straw of hope, looked at Goku with urgency. However, facing his expectant gaze, Goku fell silent for a moment. Finally, he shook his head, a hint of regret on his face. I'm sorry, Trunks. Sun Xian has already departed from this timeline. Chapter 106. Isn't the capsule meant to be consumed? That orb, brimming with immense energy, resembled a sun slowly rising, instilling in Sun Xian a profound sense of dread as he observed it up close. Before it, he felt as minuscule as a speck of dust, ready to be crushed at any moment. Damn it! Sun Xian gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He could sense that the power of his proud Super Saiyan 3 form would likely create not even a ripple in the presence of this energy sphere. To endure, it would be tantamount to death. Even with an immortal body, a strike from this object would leave not a single particle behind. Who knows if resurrection would even be possible? In the face of danger, one must never remain idle. Find it! Sun Xian roared within, channeling all his mental energy into a singular point, invoking the technique of binding against Dr. Gero. Buzz! An invisible force of regulation descended. However, Dr. Gero merely paused momentarily. The terrifying energy sphere continued to expand wildly, emanating a sense of despair and destruction. Useless? Sun Xian's heart sank. The disparity in their scales was too great. His technique was akin to trying to bind a giant with a finite length of rope, utterly unrealistic. The time Dr. Gero was bound was less than half a second, and only a minuscule portion of his body was restrained before he swiftly regained his normal state. Damn, then let's try this. The technique of soul extraction. Since I cannot bind your body, I shall extract your soul. Sun Xian's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed his ultimate move, a phantom hand appearing out of thin air, lunging toward Dr. Gero's soul. Yet, Sun Xian felt as though he were tugging at a massive vessel with a mere fishing line. The soul remained as steadfast as Mount Tai. Not only was it impossible to extract, but even the slightest movement seemed a burdensome task. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that led to this predicament. Begone, insect! Dr. Glow raised the energy sphere and forcefully thrust it forward. The energy orb, as massive as a star, descended with immense force towards Sun Xian and Kuranoa. Be careful, Kuranoa exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency as she unleashed a torrent of temporal power, forming a divine barrier before her. She was confident in her ability to evade the impending strike. But then she cried out, Sun Xian, quickly, use the time capsule. Panic gripped her heart, fearing that he might be obliterated in an instant, leaving even his immortal form incapable of resurrection. The mention of the time capsule struck Sun Xian's mind like a bolt of lightning. Yes, the time capsule. Within it lay the pure temporal energy infused by Kuranoa. It was a power at the divine level. With the extraordinary insight bestowed by the Bodhi Enlightenment Pill and his immortal form as a foundation for experimentation, could he seize this opportunity to unravel the mysteries of divine energy? A wildly audacious thought surged through his mind. Take a risk, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Fortune favors the bold. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xian retrieved the translucent capsule, within which seemed to swirl a galaxy. Then, under Kuranoa's astonished gaze, he opened his mouth and swallowed the time capsule whole. Gulp! Sun Xian, have you lost your mind? That was meant to restore your state, not for consumption. Kuranoa was left utterly flabbergasted. Sun Xian met her incredulous stare with a grin. Isn't a capsule meant to be consumed? No sooner had he spoken than an unimaginable, terrifying power exploded within him. A deluge of temporal energy surged through his limbs and bones like a river breaking through a dam. The searing agony enveloped every inch of Sun Xian's flesh and every cell within him. He could not contain his anguished screams. Some cells were instantly frozen by the power of time, losing all vitality and turning to ash. Others were accelerated to the brink, experiencing the entire cycle of life from birth to decay in an instant, dying as they aged. Still, others were reversed by the temporal force, undergoing a relentless regression until they devolved into primordial particles, ceasing to exist. This torment transcended the physical realm, reaching deep into the soul. Yet, it also presented an unprecedented opportunity. His immortal form surged into action, granting Sun Xian a precious moment to breathe. Cells that were on the brink of destruction began to regenerate furiously the moment they were annihilated. Regeneration, only to be obliterated again by the power of time. Destruction, followed by rebirth once more. This cyclical annihilation and resurrection granted Sun Xian a singular opportunity. Amidst this frenzied loop, his consciousness, bolstered by the Bodhi Enlightenment Pill, became remarkably lucid. He delved deep within himself, fervently dissecting the savage force of temporal energy. Indeed, the ordinary energy is the application of life force, while divine energy seems to incorporate something else entirely, the power of time. As Sun Xian delved into the principles of time, he endeavored to replicate the structure of divine energy, yet he perpetually sensed a crucial element was missing. The divine shield upheld by Kuranoya was already riddled with cracks under the immense pressure of Dr. Gro's cosmic energy bomb. Sun Xian, wake up! She gritted her teeth, desperately channeling divine power to sustain the shield. As a deity, she indeed possessed the ability to evade, but the sheer magnitude of this ceaselessly intensifying energy rendered her incapable of freezing it. If she were to retreat, then Sun Xian behind her would surely meet a grim fate. I understand now. I completely comprehend. Amidst the relentless and rapid simulations, Sun Xian finally grasped why the divine dragon proclaimed that the heart's power of 6 scions was necessary to birth a super Saiyan God. The principle lay in the resonance of spiritual power, which could unleash a force equivalent to divine energy from the Saiyan bloodline. This elucidated why, in the Zamasu arc, Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan God without external assistance. It was a matter of exhausting oneself, breaking through limits. As long as one could unleash the latent power within their lineage, the method became inconsequential. With the principle now clear, the next step was to put it into practice. Under the extreme duress of life and death, amidst the relentless surge of life energy, a brand new, distinctly different red energy quietly began to gestate within Sun Xian. A single spark could ignite a prairie. The moment this divine flame manifested, it appeared to trigger a chain reaction. The vast Super Saiyan energy within Sun Xian surged wildly towards the red divine flame, transforming, absorbing, and sublimating. 1 strand, 10 strands, hundreds, thousands upon thousands. The divine flame rapidly enveloped his entire being. His long golden hair retracted gradually, reverting to black. Then in an instant, it was suffused with a vibrant crimson hue. Super Saiyan God. It was accomplished. Chapter 107. Super Saiyan God? Celestial Body? The crimson divine flame instantaneously enveloped Sun Xian entirely. Gone was the ferocious, overpowering presence of Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Sun Xian's aura had been refined to its utmost restraint, resembling an ordinary individual. In the perceptions of Kuranoya and Dr. Gro, Sun Xian's presence vanished from sight, yet the crimson figure before them emanated a subtle sense of threat. Super Saiyan God. It was accomplished. However, the massive energy bomb overhead, now swollen to the size of several suns, descended ominously. The cracks in Kuranoya's divine shield spread like a spider's web. Sun Xian. She turned, her beautiful visage etched with urgency. Sun Xian raised his gaze, his crimson eyes calmly fixed on the energy bomb capable of annihilating everything. He could sense that, although he had just entered the realm of divinity and possessed an abundance of energy, it was but a flicker compared to the energy sphere condensed by Dr. Gro, which threatened to consume all of time and space. A direct confrontation was utterly futile. The sheer volume of this energy was overwhelmingly immense. Even with a consumption ratio of 1 in 100 million, it would suffice to thoroughly exhaust Sun Xian. But who said one must confront force with force? The Turtle School's Kamehameha. Sun Xian suddenly brought his hands together at his waist, and a crimson sphere of divine energy instantly took shape in his palms. Without the slightest hesitation, he forcefully thrust it towards the enormous purple energy orb before him. Boom! A slender, solid crimson beam pierced through the colossal purple energy sphere in an instant. Upon contact, there was no cataclysmic explosion. The crimson Kamehameha surged forth like a high-pressure water jet, forging a passageway within the energy sphere. Though narrow, the passage was ample enough for both Sun Xian and Kuranoya to traverse. The energy surrounding the passage continuously clashed with Sun Xian's divine energy, mutually annihilating each other. Let us go. Sun Xian wrapped his arm around Kuranoya's slender waist, transforming into a streak of red light as they swiftly navigated through the narrow corridor, following the Kamehameha wave. Behind them loomed the destructive energy, frantically converging and obliterating everything in its path. In a moment of peril, the two finally burst forth from the opposite side of the energy sphere, appearing before Dr. Glow. Rumble. The energy sphere, now aimless, maintained its momentum, effortlessly breaching Kuranoya's temporal barrier and creating rifts in the dimensional fabric of space. Gasping for breath, Sun Xian's face turned pale. That recent Kamehameha had nearly drained half of his divine energy. However, in the next moment, a surge of pure, formidable vitality erupted from his limbs, automatically transforming into crimson divine energy, swiftly replenishing his depleted state. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's life level transition detected, special physique activated, immortal body. Ding! Immortal body. Your immortal essence has perfectly fused with pseudo-immortal energy. In the state of an immortal, your life energy can continuously convert into pseudo-immortal energy, resulting in an epic enhancement in recovery speed. Immortal body? It even recognizes divine energy as immortal energy? Sun Xian was momentarily taken aback, then elation surged within him. My health bar will now be infinite. Impossible. How could you possibly survive? Dr. Glo's frenzied roar echoed, bewildered that even a mere mortal could escape his lethal strike, alongside the Kaioshin of time. And your power? He fixed his greedy and envious gaze upon Sun Xian. Old man, I find your expression quite displeasing. Sun Xian cracked his neck, his crimson eyes locking onto Dr. Glo, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, it is my turn. Arrogance. You think that stepping into the threshold of divinity allows you to contend with me? I refuse to believe that the power of the entire space-time continuum cannot utterly crush you. Dr. Glo bellowed, as dark fissures opened behind him, seemingly connecting to other universes within this time and space. It is evident that Dr. Glo has reached the limits of the universe's energy contained within him, unable to absorb any further from the other realms. Not a chance, Kuronoya exclaimed, unleashing the power of time, instantly stabilizing the fracturing space. Sun Xian, engage. All right, you're beautiful. I shall follow your lead. In an instant, Sun Xian vanished from his position. The next moment, he appeared before Dr. Glo, delivering a devastating blow infused with divine energy squarely to his grotesque visage. This strike carried a hint of personal vendetta. With a resounding crash, half of Dr. Glo's cheek caved in, and his form was propelled backwards like a cannonball. Impossible. Before he could recover, Kuronoya had already materialized in his trajectory, gracefully waving her pale hand. Time, slow down. Suddenly, Dr. Glo's speed diminished, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Sun Xian reappeared, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. In the state of Super Saiyan God, Sun Xian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Dr. Glo, each impact causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The sensation of 100-fold Kaioken surged as crimson flames erupted, enveloping him in a layer of scarlet fury. His speed and strength surged 100-fold in an instant. This newfound ability, discovered inadvertently upon transforming into Super Saiyan God, significantly enhanced his physical resilience, allowing him to surpass his limits. Dr. Glo was reduced to a mere human punching bag, despite his boundless energy. He found himself incapable of recovering from the relentless onslaught of Kuronoya's temporal manipulation and Sun Xian's unrestrained attacks. What a thrilling experience! Sun Xian bellowed with exhilaration, delivering the final punch that pierced through Dr. Glo's chest entirely. Dr. Glo's body froze in a short circuit, his eyes filled with malice, as his consciousness succumbed to the overwhelming force, plunging into a brief void. Now is the moment. Kuronoya seized the opportunity, extracting an ancient scroll from the void. In the name of Kuronoya, the supreme Kai of time. Time seal. Seal. With a resonating hum, under the authority of the supreme Kai of time, the scroll unleashed an insatiable gravitational pull akin to a black hole. The entire desolate seventh universe, along with the rigid Dr. Glo, was distorted, drawn, and ultimately consumed by the scroll. As the last glimmer of light vanished, the scroll gradually closed, resting in Kuronoya's hands. The demon's lair was breached. Finally resolved, Sun Xian exhaled, reverting from his transformation and releasing a deep breath, his body aching yet quickly recovering due to his immortal nature. Kuronoya also breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the scroll in her hand with a hint of triumphant delight. However, at that moment, a faint cracking sound emanated from the scroll. Their smiles froze in unison. They looked down to find a slender, purplish-black fissure appearing on the surface of the scroll, which sealed Dr. Glo and the entirety of the 89th time space. This cannot be. Chapter 108. I remember you, Sun Xian, and Kuranoya's gaze was fixated on the ancient scroll before them, its surface marred by deep, spiderweb-like cracks that spread ominously. This is impossible. Kuranoya's voice trembled, reflecting the profound shock she felt. This scroll was one of the treasures of the Nest of Time, theoretically capable of sealing all things when combined with the authority of the Time Realm King. Yet now, something was breaking through the seal. No, Sun Xian, the seal cannot hold much longer. Panic etched on Kuranoya's youthful face. She desperately channeled her own temporal power into the scroll, attempting to mend the fissures. However, instead of healing, the cracks proliferated, branching out visibly. Damn it, is that old fool still alive? Sun Xian cursed under his breath, his earlier relief rapidly evaporating. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan God once more, placing his palm over the back of Kuranoya's hand. Divine energy, flow into me. The red energy, designated by the system as pseudo-divine energy, surged along Kuranoya's arm into the scroll. The convergence of two distinctly different sacred energies sought to forcibly repair the cracks. Just as the fissures seemed on the verge of complete restoration, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Buzz. The scroll quivered violently, and an arcane mark flashed forth from within. The instant the mark appeared, Sun Xian and Kuranoya felt as though they were not confronting an adversary, but rather the very embodiment of a fundamental rule. Under the oppressive aura of the mark, they found their own energies struggling to circulate within them. The authority of this mark far surpassed that of Kuranoya. They scarcely had time to react before the mark disregarded the barriers of space, materializing directly before them. It did not attack. It merely hovered in the chaotic flow of time and space, like a lofty eye surveying two insignificant insects. Kuranoya was horrified to realize that the previously sealed 85th time space, which they had fought so hard to contain, had its entire substance and energy absorbed by this mark. What they currently contained was merely the hollow shell of the shattered 85th time space. The mark's gaze lingered momentarily on Kuranoya before shifting to Sun Xian. A thought devoid of any emotion resonated directly in Sun Xian's mind. I, the anomalous number, remember you. As the words echoed, the space surrounding the mark twisted and shattered, creating a vortex of time and space. It effortlessly tore through the chaotic flow, preparing to escape into the unknown, while Sun Xian and Kuranoya could do nothing to stop it. Before departing, the thought resonated once more, tinged with an almost imperceptible amusement. I look forward to the day we meet formally. In the next moment, both the mark and the time-space vortex vanished entirely. The divine flames enveloping Sun Xian gradually receded, returning him to his normal state. He rubbed his head and turned to Kuranoya, who wore a similarly dazed expression. Did something just speak in my mind? Kuranoya did not respond, seemingly still reeling from the earlier shock. She took a deep breath, her delicate face unusually grave. Sun Xian, we have landed ourselves in deep trouble. It was evident that Sun Xian shrugged his shoulders in response. After all our hard work defeating monsters, we've merely crafted garments for others? That fellow took away all the energy, leaving us with nothing but an empty seal. It's more than that, Kuranoya said with utmost seriousness. The status of that mark is far above mine. The entity behind it is likely more powerful than even the High Priest. So formidable? Sun Xian's expression darkened. Being targeted by someone of High Priest caliber was certainly no trivial matter. We must return to the Nest of Time immediately, Kuranoya declared decisively. I need to consult all the ancient texts to uncover any clues. An unprecedented upheaval may be on the horizon. Sun Xian nodded, pondering the intentions of the entity behind the mark. In the main timeline, at the Capsule Corporation, the warriors were gathered in the living room, the atmosphere distinctly peculiar. Future Trunks held a glass of juice, his gaze distant, clearly still processing the vast amount of information he had just received. This timeline was utterly transformative to his understanding. A globally popular fast food, delivered by the Metal Gula Legion, was concocted by none other than Sun Xian. His own father, Vegeta, could now transform into a Super Saiyan at full power, also thanks to Sun Xian. Son Gohan, the older brother figure in this timeline, had astonishingly mastered a realm beyond the Super Saiyan, which was also linked to Sun Xian's influence. Most absurdly, his mother, Bulma, was engaged in a discussion with a beautiful woman in a white lab coat and long brown hair, conversing about cellular activity and energy conversion rates. This woman, known as Android 21, was said to be a creation of Dr. Gero's wife and now served as the chief biological scientist at Capsule Corporation. The recently concluded Cell games left him utterly astounded. The overwhelming power of Perfect Cell, the vengeance-seeking Android 18, and the fusion warrior Vegito painted a stark contrast to his own despair-laden future. After grappling with a profound sense of loss, a new flame ignited within him. He stood abruptly, his gaze resolute. Uncle Goku, everyone. Trunks inhaled deeply, his eyes sweeping across all present. Finally, he turned to the man with crossed arms and an air of arrogance, bowing slightly. Father. Vegeta froze, an unnatural expression flickering across his face as he scoffed and turned away. Humph, who is your father? Please let me stay. Trunks's voice brimmed with determination. I want to train here with everyone. To grow stronger, strong enough to defeat the androids and save my world. Witnessing the unwavering spirit in the young man's eyes moved everyone present. Very well, Trunks. Goku was the first to applaud, adding to the lively atmosphere. However, Vegeta continued to glare at Trunks, instinctively casting a sidelong glance at Goku, his expression fraught with complexity. Kakarot's son is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 even before the Cell games, while my son, Vegeta, who hails from the future, cannot even attain full power as a Super Saiyan, his battle strength merely in the billions. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and competitive spirit ignited Vegeta's proud self-esteem. He suddenly let out a cold laugh, contemplating the path to strength. Vegeta approached Trunks, gazing down upon him from a position of authority. However, merely adhering to our regimented training will never allow you to catch up with Kakarot's son. The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Vegeta's words. He offered no explanation, merely gesturing towards a nearby, newly constructed semicircular building. Bulma had already created a gravity chamber capable of simulating 1,000 times Earth's gravity. The conditions for your ascension have been meticulously arranged. Bearing the blood of the Saiyan royalty, you must reclaim the honor of the royal lineage with your own hands. Ultimately, Vegeta's gaze locked onto Son Goku, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. Kakarot, we shall each take our sons and train separately. A year from now, I shall see whose son emerges as the mightiest Saiyan. Chapter 109. The Alliance of Paternal Sorrow. A year later, I shall see whose son truly stands as the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta's voice thundered through the living room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The entire room fell into a profound silence. Gohan gaped, glancing between the stoic Vegeta and his little brother from the future. Confusion etched across his youthful face. Krillin nearly spilled his soda, his hands trembling. Piccolo, arms crossed, maintained a stoic expression, yet the slight arch of his brow revealed his surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Bulma, with a hand to her forehead, let out a resigned sigh. She knew this man all too well. This damned, restless pride. The future Trunks stood rooted in place, his body trembling slightly. He gazed at his father, a figure both familiar and foreign, a swirl of emotions stirring within him. He felt the exhilaration of being acknowledged, the pressure of high expectations, and above all, an unprecedented sense of anticipation. From the fiery gaze of Vegeta, he discerned the brutal, hellish training that lay ahead. The silence was shattered by Goku's hearty laughter, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together. This sounds intriguing, Vegeta. Since you've declared it, I cannot allow myself to be outdone. Goku's reaction stifled the torrent of mockery Vegeta had prepared, and he simply snorted, turning his head away. Humph, as long as you understand. Trunks, follow me. Vegeta spoke no further, turning his back and striding towards the gravity chamber. Trunks took a deep breath, bowing deeply to everyone, especially to Goku and Bulma. Uncle Goku, Mother. Everyone, please rest assured, I shall exert myself to the utmost and not disappoint my father's expectations. After speaking, he fixed his gaze with determination and hastened to catch up with Vegeta's stride. Watching the father and son depart, one in front of the other, Bulma sighed deeply and remarked to the nearby number 21, Alas, I fear my newly constructed gravity chamber may not withstand even a month. Number 21 smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. Perhaps, for Trunks, this would be a fortuitous turn of events. Meanwhile, Gohan timidly tugged at Goku's sleeve. Dad, do we have to go to the gravity chamber too? He had mentally prepared himself for the exhausting regimen that awaited him. After all, if even Vegeta was pushing himself so hard, his father would surely devise even more rigorous training methods. Goku was not one to easily concede defeat. However, Goku shook his head. No, Gohan. He crouched down to meet his son's gaze, an unprecedented seriousness etched across his face. The strength you possess is merely foundational. Although that rascal Son Xian often acts recklessly, he is one point correct. Power that cannot be controlled only leads to devastation. Your potential surpasses that of anyone else. Yet your mindset is still that of a child. Goku's words left everyone present in stunned silence. Was this truly the same Goku, whose mind was once solely consumed by battle? He was now discussing the intricacies of mindset? Chi-Chi was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in her eyes as she rushed over to embrace Goku. Goku, you've finally come to understand. I always said Gohan should study diligently and become a great scholar. Ahem. Goku struggled to breathe as she squeezed him tightly. Chi-Chi, please let go. After calming the excited Chi-Chi, he turned to Gohan, who wore a bewildered expression, revealing a smile that made Gohan feel uneasy. Thus, starting today, your training regimen will undergo a transformation. Mornings will be spent with your mother, diligently studying cultural knowledge to sharpen your intellect and character. In the afternoons, I will guide you through fundamental martial arts training to solidify your strength. What? Gohan emitted a despairing wail. Studying? Battling those tedious formulas is 1,000 times more painful than fighting Cell. I'd rather be crushed into a pancake in a gravity chamber 1,000 times heavier. Observing his son's sudden despondence, Goku gently ruffled his hair. This too is part of your training, Gohan. You must learn to maintain a calm and resilient heart in any circumstance. When you can solve the most complex mathematical problems while sustaining your Super Saiyan 2 transformation, you will have taken your first steps in mastering your mindset. Gohan felt that his future was shrouded in darkness. Thus, at Capsule Corporation, a peculiar competition for the children commenced. The Power Above All team, comprised of Vegeta and Trunks, clashed with the balanced approach team of Goku and Gohan, embarking on a year-long frenzy of intense rivalry. Everyone was swept up by this fervor. They understood that Son Xian's departure was not an end, but rather a beginning. That man was facing enemies in a world they could scarcely imagine, all on his own. What they can do now is to continuously grow stronger and stronger still. They look forward to the day when they can truly stand beside him, rather than forever being sheltered behind him. Meanwhile, in the nest of time, she has found it. Kuranoya exclaimed, her petite form nearly plunging into the ancient tome. Beads of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, and her meticulously arranged hair had become somewhat disheveled. Ever since returning from the 89th dimension with Son Xian, she had immersed herself in the forbidden library deep within the nest of time, fervently poring over the secrets of creation that even she could scarcely touch. At last, within a scroll titled The Beginning of Time, she discovered pertinent records. The script on the scroll was not in any known language, but composed of symbols forged from divine power. The aberrations from beyond the realms, beings not of this world, named the celestial demons from beyond. When the myriad realms collapsed, time and space fell silent, the gods perished, and order ceased to exist. The great Lord expended his divine essence, reversing the flow of time, ultimately repelling the celestial demons to the outer realms. Yet, the celestial demons are not vanquished, merely temporarily withdrawn. The Lord thus suffered a wound of fate, his whereabouts unknown, leaving only a divine oracle when the anomaly descends. A chance to break the impasse shall arise. These few lines contained information potent enough to overturn the entire comprehension of the multiverse. Kuranoya trembled uncontrollably. It turned out that this world had been utterly destroyed once. It was that great Lord who, at the cost of his own sacrifice, reset time, thus bequeathing the present reality. And the so-called celestial demons were the original instigators of the calamity. The terrifying marks that had previously appeared were merely the tip of the iceberg of the demon's power. Anomaly, anomaly, Kuranoya murmured, lost in thought. Suddenly, she recalled Son Xian, the man bearing the mark of that great Lord. Everything fell into place. Son Xian must be the anomaly mentioned in the oracle. The celestial demons had already set their sights on him, having clearly sensed his uniqueness. I must do something. A grave determination uncharacteristic of her youthful visage emerged on Kuranoya's small face. She could no longer place all her hopes solely on Son Xian. As the guardian of time, she had to prepare for all eventualities. Chapter 110. I cannot comprehend this question. In the nest of time, within the forbidden library, Kuranoya slowly closed the scroll titled The Beginning of Time, her movements imbued with a sense of sacred gravity. Sun Xian, she turned to him. Her voice no longer the playful tone of yore, now devoid of any emotion, embodying a calmness akin to the stillness before a storm. The adversaries we face are known as the celestial demons from beyond. Sun Xian leaned against a nearby bookshelf, arms crossed, quietly listening. He could sense the turbulent thoughts concealed beneath Kuranoya's serene exterior. According to the most ancient records, the entire multiverse we now know, including all timelines, had once been completely obliterated by these celestial demons. Every word spoken by Kuranoya carried an immense weight, as if each syllable bore the heft of 1,000 burdens. It was that enigmatic figure who, through a method beyond our comprehension, reversed the flow of time, driving back the celestial demons and securing a fleeting peace. Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, realizing with astonishment that he had emerged into a world that had undergone a reset, commencing directly from the second cycle. However, that figure had subsequently sustained grave injuries and vanished, leaving behind a solitary prophecy. Kuranoya's gaze became profoundly intricate. The prophecy foretold, the anomaly descends. The opportunity to break the stalemate arises. Sun Xian stroked his chin, jesting, "Isn't that a description of me?" Witnessing Sun Xian's flippant demeanor shattered the gravity of the atmosphere Kuranoya had painstakingly cultivated. In exasperation, she stamped her foot, imploring, "Can you not be serious? Those celestial demons have set their sights on you. They evidently recognize you as the anomaly, the crucial variable. Let them watch." Sun Xian shrugged, his expression one of indifference. "If the sky falls, there will inevitably be someone tall enough to bear its weight." Approaching Kuranoya, he extended his finger and gently tickled her small, crinkled nose. A remnant of her agitation. "Consider this. Why are they so intent on focusing on me?" Kuranoya paused, taken aback. "Is it because I am powerful? Or perhaps because I am handsome?" "No." Sun Xian shook his finger, his gaze drifting, a smile emerging that was laced with intrigue. "In their eyes, I am a veritable treasure, a bountiful feast." Conversely, Sun Xian's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a wolf that had been starved for 3 days and nights. Now spotting a plump lamb. "To them, I am not unlike a delicacy." Celestial demons from beyond? Kuranoya's mouth fell agape, utterly speechless. The terrifying pressure of the demon mark echoed in her mind, juxtaposed with the sight of the man before her, his expression brimming with a voracious appetite. Is this the thought process of a glutton? This fellow's demeanor is indeed unlike that of the world around him. "Xiaoya, this time I risked my life." Barely managing to return, Sun Xian suddenly donned a pitiful expression. "You see, shouldn't I be entitled to some form of compensation for mental anguish, or perhaps an injury subsidy?" Kuranoya momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she realized this rascal had resumed his frivolity just after escaping danger. She turned her head away, murmuring softly, What do you want?" Sun Xian stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, while his gaze roamed over Kuranoya's exquisite visage. "How about a kiss?" "Ah," Kuranoya gasped, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. "Pervert. Lecher." Utterly bizarre. Embarrassed and indignant, she swung her small fists, showering Sun Xian's chest with playful punches. Devoid of any accompanying divine power. Observing her delightful mix of shyness and urgency, Sun Xian burst into laughter. "All right, just a jest. If you keep this up, I might flee, and who will bring you fried chicken then?" The oppressive atmosphere within the forbidden library dissipated in the wake of his laughter, and inexplicably, Kuranoya's heart found a semblance of tranquility. Perhaps, with such an unconventional anomaly present, the apocalyptic crisis brought forth by the otherworldly demons may not be insurmountable. In the newly established gravity training chamber of Capsule Corporation, a deafening roar reverberated. The terrifying gravitational force bore down relentlessly upon the occupants of the room. More specifically, it was Trunks who bore the brunt of this immense pressure. Vegeta had long adapted to such gravity, and a brief encounter with it posed no significant challenge for him. 1,000 times the normal gravity. This was an extreme environment that even Goku had never experienced in the past. The air felt as thick as mercury, rendering each breath an arduous task, as if his lungs were stuffed with stones. Trunks gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat the size of peas began to seep from his pores, only to be crushed into a puddle by the overwhelming gravity, evaporating instantaneously. He struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan form, the golden aura compressed against his body, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, to relinquish this transformation would mean being flattened into a mere pancake. This was Vegeta's brutal training regimen. Only when teetering on the brink of death could one truly unleash their formidable power. However, unbeknownst to his son, the proud and exacting father had secretly procured senzu beans from Krillin for emergencies. Too slow. A chilling reprimand echoed in Trunks' ears. Vegeta, arms crossed and suspended in midair, was enveloped in a faint golden aura that effortlessly countered the oppressive force of gravity. If you cannot even move in this environment, what gives you the right to save your world? What makes you believe you can surpass Kakarot's son? Stand up. The last 3 words were nearly a bellow. Trunks' body trembled violently as he summoned every ounce of strength to straighten his already bent knees. His muscles and bones felt as though they were fracturing with each effort, consciousness wavering from the oxygen deprivation in his brain. He recalled his world, a desolate wasteland shrouded in war and despair. He remembered the tragic fate of Gohan, his elder brother. I cannot lose. Ah! Trunks roared as his golden aura surged explosively for a brief moment. Remarkably, he stood upright again against the 1,000-fold gravity. In that fleeting instance, he transcended his limits. A nearly imperceptible, yet faint, smile graced the corner of Vegeta's mouth, only to swiftly return to its icy demeanor. Excellent. Now, commence with 1,000 squats. Trunks exclaimed, Are you truly my biological father? In stark contrast to the hellish scene within the gravity chamber. The atmosphere in Goku's home on Mount Pazu was eerily quiet. Gohan sat upright, his small frame tense with concentration, brow furrowed. Gripping a pen as he faced a complex calculus problem, his expression one of distress. Indeed, calculus was beyond Gohan's current grasp. Given the function 3-4, what is its maximum value in the interval 0-3? To make matters worse, above him, arcs of electricity crackled across the surface of his golden aura. Super Saiyan 2. That wild power was now forcibly contained within him, directed solely towards solving the mathematical conundrum. The direction that ignites potential seems somewhat amiss. Son Wukong sat cross-legged nearby, eyes closed, resembling a statue. Yet, it was as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, as he spoke softly. Gohan, your aura is in disarray. Startled, Son Gohan quickly gathered his thoughts, forcibly calming the agitation stemming from his inability to comprehend the problem, and re-established the energy output of Super Saiyan 2. His father, Gohan, was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, I truly cannot understand this question. Chapter 111. Solving Advanced Mathematics with Super Saiyan 2? Gohan's voice trembled with desperation. His small face contorted in distress, a sight most pitiable. This was a torment 1,000 times greater than battling Frieza. In a confrontation with an adversary, he merely needed to unleash his fury and strength. Yet now, he was not only suppressing the urge to obliterate everything as Super Saiyan 2, but also attempting to comprehend concepts such as functions and interval maxima with his tender intellect. Son Wukong slowly opened his eyes. He did not gaze upon the tearful expression of his son, nor did he consider the advanced mathematics problem that was beyond a primary school student's grasp. After all, when he sought Bulma's assistance with challenging questions, he had been subjected to her peculiar scrutiny for quite some time. His attention was instead drawn to the golden aura surrounding Gohan, which fluctuated rhythmically, accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity. Gohan, what do you perceive Super Saiyan 2 to be? Son Wukong's voice was tranquil, as though inquiring about the weather. It is rage. Gohan blurted out almost instinctively. This was the sensation he experienced during his transformation, the overwhelming fury that surged through him when Android 17 killed Piccolo, leaving his mind in turmoil. Son Wukong nodded, pointing to the mathematical problem on the table. And what about this question? What is it like? Gohan was bewildered. What could a problem possibly be? A collection of incomprehensible symbols and numbers? Incorrect. It is an adversary, an enemy so formidable that it eludes your understanding. Son Wukong shook his head and shifted his tone. I have asked you to solve this problem while maintaining your Super Saiyan 2 form, not to make you a mathematician. Rather, it is to teach you that, regardless of the foe you face, you must wield the most tranquil heart to master the most ferocious power. Son Wukong extended a finger, from which a strand of golden aura ignited, followed by delicate blue arcs dancing above it. The energy signature of Super Saiyan 2. Ever since merging with Vegeta to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Son Wukong, with his profound understanding of martial arts, had successfully grasped the transformation process. Yet peculiarly, his aura remained stable, effortlessly simulating the energy form of Super Saiyan 2 in its normal state. This remarkable control left Gohan utterly astounded. Father, true strength does not lie in being dominated by power, but in mastering it. Son Wukong retracted his finger, his gaze softening once more. Sun Xian once stated that your future path is a fusion of scholar and warrior. Thus, you must learn to perfectly harness the most violent power at the moments when calmness and wisdom are most essential. My purpose in having you solve this problem as Super Saiyan 2 is not to arrive at the answer. Rather, it is to teach you to focus your mind and find tranquility within yourself. When you can peacefully drift into slumber in such a state, that will signify your true mastery. These words struck Son Gohan's heart like a sudden epiphany. He had long harbored a tinge of fear and aversion towards the Super Saiyan transformation, as it symbolized violence and uncontrollable rage. Yet now, his father revealed to him that anger is merely the starting point. The true destination should be serenity. Gohan gazed at the gruesome mathematics problem sprawled across the table, and the turmoil and fury within him began to subside gradually. He closed his eyes, choosing to forget the vexatious functions and intervals. How could a mere elementary student be expected to solve advanced calculus? Gohan began to sense the ferocious power coursing through his Saiyan bloodline. Instead of suppressing it, he endeavored to comprehend it, to soothe it, allowing it to become a part of him. Slowly, the violent golden aura softened. The crackling arcs of electricity seemed to quiet down. Though still flickering, they no longer appeared chaotic and frenzied. While he maintained the form of Super Saiyan 2, his overall demeanor transformed from that of an enraged lion to a tranquil mountain. Gohan, your mother is back. At that moment, Chi-Chi hummed a cheerful tune as she entered. Upon stepping through the door, she immediately spotted Gohan seated upright at the table. Oh my Gohan is so obedient, diligently studying again. A radiant smile blossomed on Chi-Chi's face, and her steps became lighter. However, as she approached and noticed the golden aura and lightning enveloping Gohan, her smile abruptly froze. How dare you? What are you making Gohan do now? Forcing him to study in this state? Do you wish for him to lose his mind? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her voice resonating like thunder, rattling the glass windows. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Goku, she trembled with rage. Chi-Chi, please calm down. Goku scratched his head, hastily explaining. This is a suggestion from Master Shun. It's an optimal method that combines learning and training. He recounted Shin's advice in a more accessible manner for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi listened, momentarily taken aback. She looked at Gohan, who was calmly studying, then glanced at Goku, whose sincerity was evident. So, you're saying that Gohan will become smarter and can advance to middle school early? Chi-Chi's thought process was always so unique. That's about the gist of it, Goku replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Great! Chi-Chi exclaimed, her anger instantly transforming into exuberance. Truly, my husband. This idea is magnificent. This way, my Gohan can become the most formidable scholar in the world and the most cultured martial artist. Gohan, keep it up. Mommy will prepare a feast for you tonight. With that, Chi-Chi gleefully dashed into the kitchen. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of helplessness. Meanwhile, in the gravity chamber of Capsule Corporation, the countdown continued. 9,998, 9,999, 1,000. Trunks let out a final shout, his legs cracking ominously as they began to spasm. With the last vestiges of his strength, he slowly stood upright, only to be met with darkness as his body fell back rigidly. Yet, the anticipated agony never arrived. A single senzu bean was flicked into his mouth by Vegeta, instantly transforming into a warm energy that mended his nearly shattered form. Vegeta had likewise concluded his squats. He rose, coldly regarding the exhausted Trunks. Not bad, he uttered with a measured tone. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the slightest upward curve at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. Trunks rose from the ground, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him, igniting a flame of hope in his eyes. Tomorrow, we continue, Vegeta's voice rang out once more. 20,000 squats. Trunks felt a burgeoning doubt regarding his origins. Chapter 112. The initial starting point, the time nest, once a serene and tranquil sanctuary, was now in utter disarray. I can't take it anymore. This is truly unbearable. Krinoa gasped, her small face pale, darting about the time scroll library like a headless fly. She pointed at the multiverse star map suspended in midair, which flickered with blinding red lights, her voice tinged with a sob. Another 100 anomalies in time and space. Even if the patrol team worked themselves to exhaustion, they couldn't possibly manage this. Her despair deepened as she spoke, her petite frame trembling. At that moment, a spatial portal abruptly opened beside her. What is happening? Is the sky falling? Son Goku emerged leisurely from the spatial door, crouching slightly. As a member of the Time Patrol, he had also been dispatched to address the anomalies, marking this as his 998th completed mission. Over the past 6 months, the frequency of these anomalies had escalated, turning Goku, Vegeta, and the revived Hit into diligent laborers. They were preoccupied with eliminating the anomalous factors, striving to restore those doomed parallel timelines to their rightful chronological order. In the 89,757th timeline, Vegeta and Kakarot's fusion had inexplicably failed, resulting in a form dubbed Meat Suit Vegeta, which was subsequently obliterated by Majin Buu. In the 5,541st timeline, Gohan had become so engrossed in his studies that he inadvertently miscalculated the energy of the Kamehameha wave during his battle with Cell. In the 998th timeline, Yamcha astonishingly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and even managed to defeat Vegeta with a single punch. Yet, Son Goku found a peculiar enjoyment in it all. By signing in at unique locations across various timelines, he had finally repaid his debts to the system, amassing a considerable savings. Naturally, he had accrued quite a few unusual special rewards as well. Observing Krenoa's panicked demeanor, he raised an eyebrow. I understand your urgency, but hold on a moment. Son Goku opened the system space, and a rich aroma of fried chicken instantly dispelled the tension in the air. Here, have a spicy chicken wing to calm down. How can you still be thinking about eating at a time like this? Kuranoya exclaimed, turning abruptly, her eyes brimming with tears, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet. We're doomed. Absolutely doomed. I know, Sun Xian replied, shoving a chicken wing into Kuranoya's mouth, yet his gaze remained fixed on the star map. Nearly engulfed by a sea of crimson dots, merely cleaning up is futile. He set aside his previous nonchalance, adopting a more serious demeanor. It's akin to harvesting chives. Once one crop is cut, another rapidly sprouts, and it never ends. Yet, the more frenzied the enemy becomes, the more it indicates their desperation. Desperate? Kuranoya blinked in confusion. Indeed, Sun Xian nodded, his eyes deep with insight. They fear that my presence, as an anomaly, might lead them to repeat their past mistakes. Hence their attempt to overturn everything with brute force, resetting the board. Sun Xian's words illuminated Kuranoya's chaotic thoughts. So what shall we do? She instinctively grasped Sun Xian's sleeve, as if clutching the last lifeline. I intend to return to the time frame from which I originally came. Return? Why? Kuranoya's face was a mask of bewilderment. That time frame is devoid of hope and filled only with destruction. Moreover, it has long since lost its markers, making time travel impossible. The so-called markers are unique coordinates for each time frame in the river of time. Losing the marker equates to a ship adrift at sea, unable to find its destination. Randomly traversing would only lead to being torn apart in the chaotic currents of time. For therein lies the origin. Sun Xian turned to face Kuranoya, looking directly into her eyes, enunciating each word with clarity. This anomaly emerged from there. The mark of that great being appearing in that time frame was no coincidence. Besides, who says there are no markers? Suddenly, Sun Xian smiled, extending a finger to point at his chest. I am the marker. Kuranoya was utterly flabbergasted. Her mouth agape as she stared at him. Don't jest, she implored, her voice trembling with urgency. Even if you have comprehended the essence of divinity, without a marker, traversing the chaotic currents of time will ultimately lead to my disintegration into the most basic particles, completely erasing my existence. I understand, Sun Xian replied, his expression remaining calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. He held Kuranoya's icy hand in his, gently patting it. I am, after all, an anomaly. His voice, though soft, seemed to instill a sense of reassurance in Kuranoya. She lifted her head. But, do not worry, I will return shortly. Sun Xian chuckled lightly. Then, without hesitation, he melded into the boundaries of time and space, disappearing from view. The tumultuous currents of time were boundless. Wrapped in the essence of divinity, Sun Xian remained unharmed. Yet soon found himself disoriented. The origin, my origin. Sun Xian's consciousness began to blur, and he strained to recall the moment of his traversal. In that desolate future, that one-armed Gohan, that sorrowful conclusion, emerged before me. Driven by his indomitable will, a mysterious power, long dormant within the innermost depths of his soul, was awakened. A hum resonated as an ethereal mark flickered momentarily upon his forehead. It was the very mark left by that esteemed figure. In the next instant, a slender, gentle golden thread extended from the mark, defying the violent turbulence of time and space, pointing resolutely towards some unfathomable void. He had found it, Sun Xian's spirit sword. No longer hesitating, he unleashed the full might of the Super Saiyan God, fervently traversing along the path illuminated by the golden thread. The scenery around him whirled past at a dizzying pace, akin to a film played at high speed. He beheld his younger self racing against dinosaurs at Baozi Mountain. The moment he first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the fierce battle against the Demon King Piccolo, and the fury of transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time on Namek. These were all memories belonging to Sun Wukong, yet his arrival birthed countless unknown possibilities. However, none of these were his destination. At last, at the terminus of the golden thread, he perceived a unique point of light. This point radiated a soft golden glow, and as he approached, it sent a tremor through his heart. That was the place. With all his might, Sun Xian charged forward. Boom! The chaotic turbulence before him vanished in an instant, replaced by a familiar city of ruins. No, it could no longer be called ruins. Buildings soared into the sky. This was the new home of humanity in the future timeline. A faint smile graced Sun Xian's lips as he finally exhaled in relief. He had returned to the original starting point of this story. Chapter 113. Bobo, I'm laying my cards on the table, no more pretense. Sun Xian dismissed his Super Saiyan God transformation, taking a deep breath. The air was imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass and the vibrant essence of a bustling city, peaceful yet teeming with vitality. This was a stark contrast to the desolate ruins shrouded in despair he had encountered upon his arrival. Bulma had done remarkably well. A smile of contentment played at the corners of Sun Xian's mouth. Just then, swish, swish, two figures appeared before him almost simultaneously. Dad, Uncle Goku. The newcomers were none other than Son Gohan and Trunks. After more than a year apart, both had undergone a remarkable transformation. Trunks, with his golden hair and a demeanor indistinguishable from an ordinary person, had evidently mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan form. His combat prowess had likely surpassed that of the Cell he had first encountered. Truly astonishing. In just a year and a half, his strength had soared from 500 million to 20 billion. Sun Xian found himself intrigued by the adventures Trunks must have experienced. As for Son Gohan, his transformation was even more striking. Retaining his usual black hair, his resolute face bore a newfound smile, and he exhibited not a hint of energy fluctuation, appearing as though he were an ordinary individual with a combat power not exceeding 5. Yet, Sun Xian faintly sensed that within the seemingly unassuming body of Sun Wukong, there resided an unimaginable and terrifying power. This force, when silent, was inconspicuous, but when unleashed, it was astonishing. Recalling the moment of departure, where Bobo mentioned developing Wukong's potential, indeed, a mysterious form. Furthermore, it was a fusion of the embryonic state of the ultimate mastery. It appears your training has borne significant fruit. Sun Xian's gaze brimmed with approval. Wukong, Trunks, you have made great strides during this time. All thanks to the excellent tutelage of Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong scratched his head, revealing a somewhat bashful smile, yet the self-assured aura he exuded was unmistakable. Father, where have you been this past year? Why have you only just returned? Sun Wukong stepped forward, his eyes filled with inquiry. He could sense that his father's presence was vast, akin to an endless starry sky, rendering it impossible to gauge his true strength. Uncle Wukong, why did you ask Mother to conceal your whereabouts? Despite the praise, Trunks could not contain his curiosity. It's a long story, Sun Xian replied with a smile, gently patting their shoulders, indicating that he had been searching for a way to resurrect everyone and had made some progress. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Xian's gaze drifted contemplatively towards the distant horizon, where the temple floated amidst the sea of clouds. That esteemed one. So, you have been here all along. Turning to Wukong and Trunks, he announced, I have some important matters to attend to at the Heavenly Temple. To the Heavenly Temple? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Are you going to see Mr. Bobo? I'll accompany you. No need, Sun Xian replied, shaking his head, his eyes deepening with gravity. This time, he wished to speak with his father privately. Certain matters required his confirmation. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Son Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances, both astonished by what they had witnessed. Was that instantaneous movement? No, it was something far more advanced. The heavenly temple remained as tranquil and serene as ever. The pristine white tiles were impeccably clean. Mr. Bobo retained his timeless demeanor, dressed in Arabian-style attire, diligently watering the flowers in the garden with an old watering can. It was as if the chaos of the outside world had no bearing on him. Sun Xian appeared silently behind him. Believing he had made no sound and released no aura, he remained quiet, simply observing. Bobo's watering paused momentarily, yet he did not turn around. He continued his task, stating in a calm tone, "You have returned." These 4 words sounded less like a question and more like a declaration, as if he had anticipated Sun Xian's return all along. "Indeed, I have returned," Sun Xian replied, hands in pockets, strolling to Bobo's side. His gaze also falling upon the garden, where precisely 9 peculiar flowers resembling lotuses bloomed. "I am curious," Sun Xian began. "How does a divine servant teach Wukong the ultimate mastery and the mysterious state?" Bobo remained unmoved, continuing his actions with unwavering focus. Gohan possessed exceptional talent, and was indeed more astute than you. Talent is one aspect, yet without a guide, even the most gifted may remain indistinguishable from the ordinary. Sun Xian spoke with the ease of casual conversation, but his words pressed inexorably upon Bobo. "I am more curious about how many years these flowers have flourished. Furthermore, the atmosphere here is quite unique." Sun Xian raised his gaze, as if piercing through the earth and into the 7th universe, perceiving the governing force that enveloped all of space-time. It did not belong to Earth, nor to this universe. It belonged to time itself. When the words time escaped Sun Xian's lips, Bobo's watering ceased at last. The entire divine hall fell into a profound silence. The air remained stagnant for what felt like an eternity before Bobo slowly turned around. His pitch-black face betrayed no emotion, and his round, bulging eyes, reminiscent of painted orbs, now resembled swirling vortices that made Sun Xian hesitate to meet his gaze. "Sun Xian," he finally spoke, his voice still that of Bobo. Yet those 2 syllables sent a tremor through Sun Xian's heart. Was the moment of revelation upon them? No longer would they pretend. From Bobo's eyes, Sun Xian discerned the profound indifference and the weight of eons spent surveying the river of time and understanding the essence of all things. "Indeed, you are the greatest anomaly. Finally, you abandon the charade." Sun Xian smiled broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. "How should I address you? Mr. Bobo? Or perhaps that esteemed figure? Or the sovereign of time?" He advanced step by step, the divine energy within him stirring, his aura escalating as he prepared to transform into a super Saiyan God. Let us confront the truth. He was determined to unveil Bobo. He yearned to discover the identity of the figure, shrouded in mystery and frequently mentioned by Kuranoya, who was so extraordinarily powerful. Yet, in the face of Sun Xian's formidable presence, Bobo's expression remained unperturbed. He simply regarded Sun Xian, examining this variable foretold in his prophecy. Then, with a tone that blended inevitability with resignation, he countered, "You may cease to be Sun Wukong. Why then must I invariably be Bobo?" Chapter 114. The Time King, demand payment. "You may cease to be Sun Wukong. Why then must I invariably be Bobo?" Bobo's retort took Sun Xian by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He stood frozen. Indeed, he, Sun Xian, could embody a soul from another realm, occupying the body of Sun Wukong. Yet he was not the genuine Sun Wukong. Why could not this entity before him be the formidable figure described by Kuranoya, merely adopting the guise of Bobo? Logically, it made perfect sense. Sun Xian's divine energy gradually calmed, and his escalating aura diminished in an instant. The confrontation was over. Or rather, it had become meaningless. It was not fear of defeat that deterred him, but rather the realization of its futility. He gazed at this being, still clad in Bobo's visage. Apart from the profound depths of his eyes, which seemed capable of seeing into the river of time, he bore no trace of the grandeur expected of a supreme being. Thus, esteemed one, the sovereign of time, how shall I address you? Sun Xian inhaled deeply, his tone laden with complexity. They are merely titles. Yet, I find a certain fondness for the appellation bestowed upon me by Kuranoya, Time King. Bobo, or rather Time King, slowly approached the edge of the flower bed. Gently caressing the 9 peculiar lotus-like blossoms, his voice infused with weariness and the weight of ages. Those who toy with time are destined to be toyed with in return. When one lingers long enough in the river of time, one realizes that the term master is itself a jest. Before the vast expanse of time, it is nearly impossible for anyone to transcend. His words lacked the omnipotent grandeur that Kuranoya had described. Instead, they revealed an undertone of resignation. Yet this only solidified Sun Xian's conviction that the being before him was the very source of all enigmas within the Dragon Ball realm. After all, in the official chronicles of Dragon Ball, there has been no mention of such an existence. Did you foresee my arrival? Or is my presence in this timeline a part of your design? Sun Xian posed the pivotal question. No. The Time King shook his head, refuting Sun Xian's conjecture. Your arrival is the greatest anomaly beyond fate, a being who should not exist, yet undeniably does. I can foresee countless futures, yet your presence eludes my vision. Your emergence astonishes me. Your future remains shrouded in uncertainty. A flicker of unusual brilliance suddenly sparked in his obsidian eyes, a glimmer of hope. In my foresight, this world was meant to be utterly annihilated by the hands of artificial beings, humanity extinguished, ultimately becoming one of the countless forgotten timelines of failure. But you have arrived. You have altered the conclusion I foresaw, forcefully salvaging this doomed world. In that moment, I understood that you might indeed be capable of saving all. Sun Xian fell silent. He had always believed himself to be thriving solely on the advantages provided by the system and his immortality, reaping the benefits of science growing stronger at the brink of death. All along, he had inadvertently become a savior in the eyes of others. Wait, did you say this timeline is a failed one? Sun Xian keenly seized upon the key phrase. Then the one I later visited, where Sun Wukong and Vegeta reside, must be the primary timeline, correct? No, you are mistaken. The Time King's subsequent words once again shattered Sun Xian's understanding. Quite the opposite. The timeline in which you currently find yourself, one that I forcibly severed from the river of time and concealed, he paused, articulating each word with precision, is the true primary timeline. Boom. Sun Xian's mind went blank. What? This is the primary timeline. The one he had always presumed to be the past, the stage for the main narrative, is, in fact, not? How is this possible? Though some had previously asserted that the future timeline was the primary one, the protagonist of Dragon Ball is Sun Wukong. Thus, wherever he is, that is the focal point of the era. What on earth is happening? Sun Xian's voice turned hoarse. The adversaries have begun to infiltrate all timelines. Their objective is to reset everything to zero. The Time King elucidated that no normal timeline, flowing through the river of time, can escape its fate. Thus, I summoned my final reserves of strength to sever this timeline from the temporal stream, concealing it within the crevices of time. As long as this sanctuary remains intact, there exists hope for restoration and renewal. Sun Xian comprehended fully. No wonder Kuranoya stated that this space-time was no longer observable. No wonder he required the guidance of the imprints from the depths of his soul to return. It appears this realm has been isolated, akin to a computer that has suddenly gone offline from the vast internet of time. So it is, Sun Xian murmured, processing this immense revelation. After a moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze, sincerely regarding Bobo, the Time King. My Lord Time King, you are the sovereign of time. Since you possess the ability to reset the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe's time and space, surely you can restore this world to its former state? Please, allow those who have perished to be resurrected. At the very least, bring back Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin first. Sun Xian's tone was imbued with anticipation. This was his foremost concern. Otherwise, apart from Son Gohan, he would be utterly alone in this time-space, which would be exceedingly dull. However, the Time King merely gazed at him calmly, gently shaking his head. I am unable to do so. What? Sun Xian was taken aback. But you are the Time King. How can it be impossible? I have stated before, those who manipulate time will ultimately be manipulated by it. The Time King's voice remained placid. To extricate this space-time, I have exhausted all remaining power. Even my very existence is beginning to waver. Presently, I am but a mere vestige of time residing in this realm. Furthermore, a knowing smile graced the Time King's countenance as he uttered a statement that nearly shattered Sun Xian's composure. What difference does it make if one dies or remains alive in this world? After all, there is the underworld. The individuals you care for can still be encountered there, provided you are not deceased yourself. Sun Xian's eyelids twitched. Well, that is quite logical. I find myself at a loss for words. Indeed, within the worldview of Dragon Ball, As long as one possesses a modicum of power or background, death merely results in an aura of light above one's head, allowing for training in the afterlife. And even a special means to return to the realm of the living does not seem to be a significant matter. Very well, you have triumphed, Sun Xian conceded. Waving his hand, relinquishing his entanglement with this dilemma, he understood that the other party was not entirely incapable, perhaps harboring deeper considerations, reluctant to utilize that power lightly. Since the conversation had reached this point, further insistence would be futile. Let us speak no more of this. Sun Xian's demeanor grew serious once more. Let us discuss our adversaries. Since you have elevated me to the status of a savior, I must be apprised of what I am to confront. Are we facing the extraterrestrial demons? Or that so-called celestial court? Where did they emerge from? Upon hearing Sun Xian's inquiries, a flicker of emotion finally graced the Time King's typically impassive visage. In his gaze, a flicker of apprehension could be discerned. They, like you, hail from another world. Chapter 115. Unless money is added, the words of the Time King echoed incessantly in Sun Xian's mind. The carefree smile on Sun Xian's face gradually froze. Otherworld? What does it mean to be like him? Surely, the enemies cannot be from Earth as well? Or could they be invaders from beyond the realm of Dragon Ball? After a brief shock, an utterly absurd and peculiar sensation surged within Sun Xian. Huh. Sun Xian chuckled softly, attempting to dispel the oppressive silence and mask his embarrassment. Fellow villagers encountering each other, with tears in their eyes? He lifted his gaze, his expression playful as he scrutinized the Time King. You cannot possibly be concerned that I am in cahoots with them, intending to stab you in the back later, right? The Time King's dark eyes fixed intently on Sun Xian, seemingly conveying, indeed, that is precisely what I think. What of it? Sun Xian understood fully. Were he in the Time King's position, he would harbor similar apprehensions. Despite being an anomaly prophesied by the Time King, he too hailed from outside the Dragon Ball realm. Finally, the Time King spoke, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. I cannot fathom your origins, nor can I discern theirs. Yet, I can sense that you all possess a shared essence, a quality independent of the rules of this world. Sun Xian fell silent. He was acutely aware of the Time King's meaning. The most powerful journey to the West system. It was this system that enabled him to arrive in this world, to possess immortality, and to wield various supernatural abilities from the journey to the West. The so-called Heavenly Court, with its distant site, was but a facet connected to the journey to the West. If they truly originated from the mythological world of Journey to the West, then the situation could become dire. The Dragon Ball world is merely a projection of Journey to the West, significantly inferior in stature. Even if minor demons masquerade as the deities of the Heavenly Court, they would not be easily dealt with by entities from Dragon Ball. One could surmise that the Omni King is akin to the will of the heavenly Tao of a small universe. When the adversaries come from outside the canvas of Dragon Ball, can this eraser still erase them? The Time King's gaze suddenly sharpened, imbued with scrutiny, skepticism, and even a hint of wariness. Sun Xian, tell me, what will you choose? This question was what the Time King truly wished to ask. It pertained to the future of all timelines within the Dragon Ball universe. He placed his last hope upon this inscrutable anomaly, yet he also feared that this anomaly might become the final straw that breaks everything. Gazing into the Time King's wide, round eyes, Sun Xian burst into laughter. Not a cold or mocking laugh, but a genuine one, born from the absurdity of the situation. Ha ha. He laughed until he nearly doubled over, tears threatening to spill. The Time King remained expressionless, quietly observing him without interruption. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Sun Xian finally wiped his eyes and stilled his mirth. He looked at the Time King, languidly remarking, "My Lord Time King, have you been steeped in the river of time for too long, causing your mind to become muddled? I do understand the principle of fellow villagers encountering each other only to betray one another." His tone was laden with disdain, as though he held these pretenders in utter contempt. Regardless of whether they hailed from the celestial realm or the underworld, be they deities or otherworldly fiends, they had no right to wreak havoc in my domain. When asked if he would take action against them, Sun Xian flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, his crab-like hairstyle defying gravity, having already transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Should they dare to destroy what I hold dear, I shall scatter their ashes to the winds. Excellent. The Time King nodded, affirming that he had not misjudged him. In light of this, I have a plan that requires your cooperation. A plan? Sun Xian extinguished the crimson divine flames, sliding his hands back into his pockets. Let us hear it. I won't engage in anything too troublesome. My plan consists of 2 steps. The Time King slowly raised 2 fingers, mimicking a peace sign, which added an inexplicable comedic touch to his image. First, you must expedite the formation of your own faction. The strength of one individual stands little chance against those otherworldly fiends. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. Forming a faction? He instinctively thought of the 2 protagonists from Dragon Ball, Son Goku and Vegeta, along with Gohan and Trunks. Noting that few other members of the main cast were formidable fighters, this was far from sufficient. At least those with divine potential were required. In the Dragon Ball universe, any power below the divine level cannot breach the defenses of the otherworldly fiends, nor could it even leave a scratch on them. Do not underestimate the otherworldly fiends. The Time King seemed to read Sun Xian's thoughts. They represent a vast civilization, a system that thrives on plunder and destruction. While I am no longer capable of confronting them directly, the Nest of Time can fully support you. The Time King added, Kuranoa will become your most steadfast ally. Any intelligence or resources you require can be requested through her from the Nest of Time. Sun Xian's eyes instantly brightened. Goodness. This is tantamount to having the Nest of Time as his logistical support. What a boon. Sounds promising, Sun Xian mused, stroking his chin and nodding. And what is the second step? The Time King suddenly turned and walked toward the Grand Hall, prompting Sun Xian to hastily follow. The second step requires you to infiltrate their ranks, uncover their origins, their weaknesses, and their ultimate objectives from within. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. The smile on Sun Xian's face vanished. Infiltrate the enemy's inner circle? Become a mole? What an outrageous proposition. Was he not concerned that I might be a double agent? Your Majesty, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Sun Xian's expression grew peculiar. I admit I can be a bit reckless, but I am certainly not foolish. With my current strength, if I were to approach them, I would likely be crushed by a mere finger. As for being a mole, I'd rather leap into battle and fall asleep on the spot. This was not a case of Sun Xian belittling himself to elevate others. His strongest transformation was the Super Saiyan God. Although it sounded impressive, it merely qualified him as a mortal wielding divine power at best. The existence behind that mysterious mark, which far surpasses the Archmage, could likely crush me with just a single finger. Not to mention the multitude of adept beings that the counterfeit celestial court might possess. I understand the peril this presents to you. The Time King sighed softly. Yet you are the singular anomaly, the sole entity capable of deceiving them. For you and they share a common origin. A common origin, indeed. Sun Xian exploded with expletives, exclaiming, There is no way I could possibly be a compatriot of those grotesque creatures with eyes all over their bodies. They are simply too hideous. It was merely a metaphor. The Time King, unperturbed by Sun Xian's colorful language, continued, Your soul's essence does not belong to this world. This is your optimal guise for infiltrating their ranks. Sun Xian fell silent, acknowledging the validity of the Time King's words. However, he was acutely aware of the significant risks involved. If exposed by the enemy, it would be akin to voluntarily stepping into their spring water to offer oneself as a sacrifice. I refuse to participate. Sun Xian shook his head vigorously, yet internally, he felt elated. Not only could he infiltrate the enemy's domain to feast on their demonic energy buffet, but he could also exploit the opportunity to extort them. This was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. He had no desire to become a mere pawn for the enemy unless he shifted his tone. A schemer's smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. I require additional compensation. Chapter 116. Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Xian chuckled, leaning closer to the Time King. My Lord Time King, you see, you want me to be a savior and a spy, which is quite an overwhelming burden. I'm not particularly brave, and my strength is lacking. I cannot afford to be carelessly exposed by the enemy, only to lament my failed mission and meet a heroic demise, right? So, don't you think I deserve some benefits? Perhaps a boost to my chances of survival? For instance, his eyes sparkled with the light of desire. Could you first teach me the complete technique of the Ultimate Freedom Skill? The Ultimate Freedom Skill, also known as the White God State. This was the ability he coveted most at present. It represented the closest realm to divine authority within the Dragon Ball universe. Mastery of this technique could even elevate him to the level of angels. The state of being where one's body instinctively engages in battle was simply extraordinary. Once he mastered the Ultimate Freedom Skill, he could revel with greater peace of mind and endurance. However, in response to Sun Xian's request, the Time King merely smiled. Oh, so this is your intention. His dark visage bore a crescent-shaped smile in his round, bulging eyes. However, I cannot teach you. Huh. Sun Xian's expression fell instantly. Surely you jest. You are the Time King, a being on par with the Omni King. Are you telling me that you cannot impart the mere technique of an angel? Am I being taken for a fool? I am not deceiving you, the Time King replied, shaking his head. Although he did not comprehend the final words uttered by Sun Xian, he sensed a strong undertone of mockery. For a mortal to master the ultimate freedom skill requires immense fortune and exceptional insight. Moreover, your body has already grasped the rudiments of the ultimate freedom skill. Sun Xian's mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. What is this? My body has already acquired the rudimentary form of the ultimate freedom skill? How was I unaware of this? In Dragon Ball Super, it was during the Tournament of Power that Son Goku first manifested the Ultra Instinct. Impossible, Sun Xian instinctively retorted. If I had mastered it, how could I still be beaten daily? That is because you have yet to find the key to unlock that door, the Time King remarked, his gaze seemingly piercing through the body of Son Goku that Sun Xian inhabited, delving into the depths of his soul. Your soul hails from another world, and it does not perfectly align with this Saiyan body. Yet, it is precisely this dissonance that causes an unconscious repulsion between your soul and body as control. Your combat relies more on your soul issuing commands, which your body then executes. This particular body of Son Goku has undergone countless life and death battles, and its instinct for combat is deeply etched into every cell. What you lack is merely an opportunity, a moment that allows your soul to fully relinquish control and entrust everything to the body's instincts. That step is one that no one can assist you with. It is a journey you must undertake alone. The Time King's words illuminated Sun Xian's understanding. He stood there, lost in contemplation, reflecting on the Time King's insights regarding the repulsion between soul and body and the instinct for combat. It began to dawn on him. He had always relied on Sun Xian's mindset to navigate Son Goku's body. The true essence of Ultra Instinct lies in allowing Son Goku's body to fight autonomously. So that is how it is, Sun Xian murmured, feeling both a tremor of enlightenment and a pang of despondency. It seemed that transforming into the White God form was not feasible in the short term. Although I cannot assist you with Ultra Instinct, the Time King's voice interrupted Sun Xian's thoughts once more. I can offer you a small favor. Sun Xian abruptly lifted his head, his gaze ignited with fervor. Here it comes. Surely, something beneficial is on the horizon. The Time King extended a finger. A faint golden glow imbued with the essence of time gradually coalescing at its tip. Your Super Saiyan God form is merely the initial stage, and your utilization of divine energy is rather rudimentary. I can help you bypass the arduous training and enable you to grasp the true application of divine energy ahead of time, aiding you in ascending to the next realm. Sun Xian's heart raced, reminiscent of that exhilarating moment when he first beheld the true visage of Kuranoya. The next realm of Super Saiyan God? Does that mean the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan? He exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The form that frequently appears in Dragon Ball Super, with its striking blue hair. Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, the Time King nodded, snapping his fingers. The thread of golden light imbued with temporal power instantly merged with Sun Xian's forehead. Follow its guidance. Seek to understand. When you can command every strand of divine energy within you, controlling it with the same ease as a part of your own being, ceasing its unrestrained outflow, you will step into the realm of the divine. That golden light enveloped Sun Xian, as if he had crossed into another dimension. It was not merely energy. It resembled a manual for the utilization of divine energy. Sun Xian closed his eyes, his spirit immersed in the formidable divine energy coursing through his body. In the past, transforming into a Super Saiyan God felt akin to turning on a tap, allowing divine energy to flow freely like water. Although immensely powerful, it was also wasteful and lacked finesse and control. But now he perceived it. He witnessed the crimson divine energy, guided by a soft golden radiance, surging and leaping through his meridians. Control was now effortless. It became apparent that the Super Saiyan God merely granted him entry into the realm of divinity. The true essence of a god lay in the absolute mastery of one's own power. With a mere thought, the once wild and untamed divine energy instantly transformed into a serene flow, no longer leaking a single drop. Next came the Super Saiyan. Boom. The golden aura collided with the crimson divine energy within him. An indescribable, wondrous sensation permeated Sun Xian's entire being. The tempest of energy inside him calmed. Slowly, he opened his eyes. For the first time, the Time King's pitch-black eyes displayed a hint of approval. Sun Xian flashed a grin at him, then gradually raised his hand. In the next moment, boom, a cerulean flame erupted from within him. His hair instantly transformed from black to the same brilliant blue, embodying the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Commonly known as Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Xian clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power within him, far surpassing that of the Super Saiyan God, yet as gentle as a guiding hand. His smile nearly reached his ears. Exhilarating. This was true power, a force he could wield with complete mastery. Thank you, Lord Time King. Sun Xian dissipated his transformation and sincerely bowed to the Time King. Although the latter claimed he could not teach him the ultimate technique, this guidance spared him countless years of arduous training, a favor of immense worth. The path is one you carve for yourself. The Time King's voice regained its calm demeanor. Remember, this is merely the beginning of the divine realm. Do not grow complacent. I understand. Sun Xian waved his hand dismissively, approaching playfully. By the way, about that undercover matter, perhaps we could add a little more. The Time King ignored him, turning away with a watering can to tend to the 9 lotus flowers, exuding an air of indifference. TCH, stingy, Sun Xian pouted, realizing that further attempts at persuasion would be futile. Matters of importance awaited. I shall take my leave then. Reach out if there's anything needed. With that, his figure vanished from the Divine Hall. Chapter 117, Departing to Recruit. In West City, at the new site of Capsule Corporation, Sun Xian's sudden appearance startled Son Gohan and Trunks, who were practicing on the lawn. Dad, Uncle Goku. The two paused their training and hurriedly approached. You've both been training well, Sun Xian said with a smile, patting their shoulders, his gaze scanning their forms with satisfaction. Dad, did you just go to see Mr. Popo? Son Gohan inquired curiously. Yes, discuss some important matters. Sun Xian offered little explanation, his demeanor turning serious as he gazed at the 2 exceptionally promising Saiyan newcomers before him. Gohan, Trunks, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. Noticing Sun Xian's grave expression, Gohan and Trunks immediately ceased their playful banter and focused intently on him. Sun Xian selectively disclosed the intelligence revealed by the Time King, omitting details of his own identity as a traveler and the true nature of the Time King. He informed them only of a formidable adversary from another world that was encroaching upon all timelines, and that their current reality was the last bastion of hope. What? Upon hearing Sun Xian's account, shock was etched across the faces of Gohan and Trunks. They had previously believed that their greatest foes were the androids, followed by Cell. After Cell's defeat, they thought they had ushered in an era of lasting peace and had begun to let their guard down. Yet, they had not anticipated the existence of a terrifying force that could threaten the entirety of all timelines. Thus, I am preparing to establish a formidable alliance. Sun Xian's gaze sharpened, envisioning a coalition capable of uniting their strengths to confront those monstrous threats. We need to recruit more powerful allies. Wow, that sounds so cool. Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle Goku, count me in. I'm in too, Dad. Gohan declared without hesitation. Excellent. Sun Xian beamed at the spirited resolve of the 2. Truly, you are my dear son and nephew. Once you have grown sufficiently strong, I will ensure there is a place for you. However, we must first seek out an extraordinarily powerful individual and find a way to recruit him. Who is he? Is he stronger than Uncle Goku? Trunks eagerly inquired. Previously, he was certainly stronger than I, Sun Xian replied, shaking his head with a mysterious smile gracing his lips. But as for now, who can say? He turned his gaze toward the distant southern sky, his expression contemplative. Our first target is a colossal being, a true monster. He is known as the legendary Super Saiyan. Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. The legendary Super Saiyan? Isn't that you? Perceiving their bewilderment, Sun Xian slowly uttered a name that felt utterly foreign to them. His name is Broly. Broly? Who is that? Gohan was the first to speak. And Dad, aren't you the legendary Super Saiyan? That is merely a peculiar interpretation by that fellow Vegeta, Sun Xian waved dismissively, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Or perhaps just a misreading of ancient legends. Observing the 2 eager young men, he decided to impart a valuable lesson. Listen closely. A typical Super Saiyan achieves a state of heightened power through the ignition of their potential via rage, essentially a mere amplification of combat prowess. Sun Xian paused, his expression shifting subtly. However, the legendary Super Saiyan is different. He represents a mutation of lineage, manifesting once every 1,000 years. His power, theoretically, knows no bounds. The description of Sun Xian left Gohan and Trunks breathless. One could interpret it as follows. He merely requires respiration, and with a surge of fury, his combat prowess escalates uncontrollably, akin to a snowball rolling down a hill, until everything is utterly annihilated. He was born solely for battle and destruction, a true monster. Gohan and Trunks felt a profound shock resonate in their hearts. To gain strength merely through breathing? What a terrifying gift. To put it simply, Sun Xian flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, and used a term that they could not comprehend but felt was rather apt. He was a supermodel of chaos. This utterance abruptly transformed the previously heavy atmosphere into something rather peculiar. Gohan and Trunks gazed at Sun Xian's eager demeanor, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Enough of the science lesson. Sun Xian clapped his hands, interrupting their thoughts. To find this behemoth, we must first resolve the issue of transportation. With that, he led the way towards the main building of Capsule Corporation. Dog calm. A shrill scream, laced with surprise and reproach, echoed from the laboratory. Bulma, donned in an oil-stained work uniform, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the suddenly reappeared Sun Xian. You finally decided to come back. It's been over a year. I was beginning to think you'd perish somewhere. In response to Bulma's complaints, Sun Xian merely chuckled and scratched his head. Haha, my apologies, Bulma. I was tied up with some important matters, and here I am, seeking your assistance. Humph, at least you have some conscience, Bulma retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Though her concern began to dissipate. Go on, what trouble have you encountered? But let me be clear, resources are quite scarce. Rest assured, I do not require supplies. Sun Xian leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I need a spacecraft, one capable of ultra-long-distance interstellar travel. The faster, the better. A spacecraft? Bulma's brow immediately furrowed. Where are you off to now? I warn you, Earth has just regained a semblance of vitality. Do not bring back any cosmic overlords. I'm not seeking enemies. I am going to invite an ally. Sun Xian's expression turned grave. A very, very powerful ally. For the impending confrontation. Oh, never mind. You wouldn't understand. Observing Sun Xian's unprecedented seriousness, Bulma recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, she remained somewhat apprehensive. Sun Xian noticed her unease and smiled, saying nothing further. All right, you win. After a few moments of tension, Bulma swallowed hard. Follow me. I happen to have a hidden gem, a spacecraft I once built, the fastest I've ever created. It was originally intended as a backup plan for interstellar migration, but it seems it has found a more pressing purpose. Soon, a sleek, silver spacecraft, exuding a sense of futuristic technology, was released from the capsule by Bulma. Sun Xian nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gohan and Trunks, saying, Your task is to remain here and train vigorously. No slacking off. Do not neglect the training with Mr. Popo. Wait for my return. Should your progress fail to meet my expectations, the implications of that threat are all too clear. Father, let us accompany you. Son Gohan expressed his lingering concern. Indeed, Uncle Goku. I, too, wish to witness it. Trunks echoed in agreement. No, Sun Xian decisively declined. That individual is rather unstable. Having more people around might exacerbate the situation. It is more convenient for me to communicate alone. He winked at the two, a sly smile gracing his lips. Do not worry, I shall be back shortly. With that, he turned and leapt into the cockpit of the spacecraft. Amid Bulma's complex gaze, the cabin door of the ship slowly closed. Accompanied by a faint rumble, the silver vessel ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant at the horizon of the azure expanse. Chapter 118, Broly. In the boundless cosmos, a silver spaceship traversed the cold darkness. Inside the cockpit, Sun Xian reclined with his legs crossed, a root of unknown origin clenched between his teeth, idly gazing at the starry sea beyond the viewport. Bulma's spaceship was indeed of the highest caliber, its speed astonishing, yet the universe was immensely vast. The destination he sought, Planet Vampa, was a wild land without coordinates. System, could you not simply provide me with navigation? Sun Xian grumbled inwardly. Ding. This system is the most powerful journey to the West system, not a map of dubious ethics. Sun Xian scoffed. realizing that locating a specific celestial body among billions was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It appeared he would have to reluctantly purchase a guide. With a thought, he opened the system's marketplace. Tracking talisman. Single use can lock onto a specified target's location within the multiverse for a duration of 24 hours. Price, 5,000 merit points. How exorbitant. Despite his complaints, Sun Xian did not hesitate to acquire one. As a flash of golden light enveloped him, an ancient talisman materialized in his hand. He affixed the talisman to his forehead and envisioned Broly's image. Buzz. The talisman instantly transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the viewport and soaring in a particular direction. I found it. Sun Xian's spirit soared. Without further hesitation, he cranked the spaceship's engine to maximum power and plunged into the depths of space. Planet Vampa. Boom. The silver spaceship tore through the cloud cover and gradually descended above a relatively flat expanse. The cabin door opened. Sun Xian stepped out, feeling the turbulent energy particles and harsh environment of this planet, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. It is truly remarkable that they have managed to survive in such a place. No sooner had he spoken than a voice filled with wariness and hostility echoed from a nearby cave. Who goes there? A weathered figure, clad in tattered battle gear, with one arm and one eye, fixated his remaining eye upon Sun Xian. In his hand, he clutched a peculiar energy gun. Paragus. Sun Xian immediately recognized him. Me? Sun Xian chuckled lightly, just a passing traveler. A traveler? Paragus's vigilance intensified. In such a cursed place, how could there possibly be travelers? Speak. Who sent you? Is it that scoundrel King Vegeta? His emotions surged, his voice brimming with enmity. Sun Xian gazed at him, suddenly filled with mischief, dispersing his restrained aura and unleashing the Saiyan energy within. Paragus shuddered, his pupils constricting sharply as he fixated on Sun Xian's visage. That face. Bardock. Paragus's voice trembled, laced with both fear and overwhelming hatred. No, that cannot be. You are not Bardock. Your aura is far stronger, more terrifying. Who are you? At that moment, a towering figure emerged slowly from the shadows behind Paragus. Bare-chested, his muscles were sinewy, exuding explosive power. A red beast hide wrapped around his waist. His gaze was hollow and numb. Broly. However, when his eyes fell upon Sun Xian, a flicker of emotion stirred within those vacant orbs. A memory, deep within his bloodline, was awakened. It was the image of the infant next door, with a battle power of merely 2, incessantly crying in the incubation chamber. Kakarot. Boom. In an instant, Broly's gaze ignited with madness and brutality, his muscles swelling once more, power surging uncontrollably as he transformed into a primordial beast breaking free from its chains. Broly, calm down. Paragus exclaimed in horror, never expecting that a mere glance at the newcomer would send his son into a frenzy. But it was too late to intervene. Roar. The ground beneath Broly exploded, and he launched himself towards Sun Xian like a cannonball. The overwhelming pressure felt as if the entire planet of Vampa trembled. Come on. Sun Xian, rather than being alarmed, felt exhilarated, a broad smile gracing his lips as he met the charge head-on. Bang! Their fists collided midair. A tremendous shockwave rapidly spread, visibly cracking the ground within 1,000 meters radius. Paragus was directly swept away by the force, crashing against a distant mountain wall, his face a mask of astonishment. He blocked it. He could hardly believe his eyes. That punch from Broly in a fit of rage had been thwarted by this individual? Sun Xian shook his slightly numb fist, his smile widening. Impressive strength. Greater than I anticipated. Roar. With one blow thwarted, Broly became even more ferocious, unleashing a flurry of chaotic punches. Each strike resonated with a heart-stopping power. Sun Xian flickered about, effortlessly navigating through the relentless barrage. He did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he absorbed the moment, feeling the escalating strength of Broly. This guy truly is an unstoppable force. With every attack, every surge of emotion, his battle power skyrocketed in an utterly irrational manner. Faster, stronger. Sun Xian even took a few punches willingly, relishing the raw power surging within him. A look of delight spreading across his face. Haha, how amusing. Truly fascinating. Sun Xian laughed heartily, his battle instincts ignited to a boiling fervor. He finally comprehended why the Sun Wukong of the original tale was so enamored with formidable adversaries. The visceral sensation of flesh meeting flesh. The constant clash and elevation of power was far more exhilarating than the thrill of approaching death. Boom. Broly unleashed another punch, but Son Xian sidestepped, the force of the blow obliterating a distant mountain into dust. Having played enough, the smile on Son Xian's face gradually faded. The test was over. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of a Super Saiyan. In the next instant, boom! A golden aura erupted from his being. Son Xian's black hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue, his pupils shifting to an emerald green. Super Saiyan. At that moment, the entire world seemed to be illuminated by golden radiance. The ferocious Broly halted, his rage-filled eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment as he beheld Son Xian, as if witnessing an incredible spectacle. Then, a more terrifying, primal aura erupted explosively from Broly. Roar! A grass-green flame soared into the sky. Broly's physique swelled once more, muscles bulging, veins protruding, his eyes wholly consumed by a green light, brimming with destruction and slaughter. The legendary Super Saiyan. Astonishingly, upon witnessing Son Xian's transformation, he instantly grasped this power and ascended to the fabled form. What a terrifying talent. Haha, just as I thought. Son Xian, rather than being alarmed, erupted into joyful laughter. Now, this is what I expected. A true transcendent Broly. However, do you think this is all? The smile on Son Xian's face gradually diminished, his gaze deepening. It is time for you to witness the true realm of the gods. Chapter 119. Transcendent Super Saiyan Innate Laboring Saint Body? Boom! A cerulean aura burst forth once more from within him. It was a profound and powerful deep blue. Son Xian's hair instantly mirrored this hue. Super Saiyan Blue. The entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. The frenzied Broly paused, his eyes, consumed by madness, now revealing confusion and fear for the first time. He sensed that this Kakarot before him had changed. No longer was he the opponent, he could unleash his fury upon at will. Instead, he had transformed into a being of a higher dimension, causing a tremor deep within his very soul. Roar! The instincts of the beast compelled him to continue roaring, an even greater power surging from the depths of his being. And he launched a punch towards Son Xian. This was his mightiest strike at that moment. Yet, to Son Xian, this punch was excruciatingly slow. He didn't even evade it. He merely raised a finger, gently tapping the colossal fist of Broly as if it were a mere sandbag. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, devoid of the visceral sounds of impact. No tumultuous shockwaves rippled through the air. Broly's fist, brimming with rage, remained suspended mere inches from Son Xian's fingertips, unable to advance a single millimeter. The verdant, tempestuous energy coursing through his fist seemed to be subdued, rapidly dissipating and unraveling. Broly stood frozen, while Paragus, in the distance, was rendered speechless, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a dinosaur egg. What kind of power is this? Paragus's mind faltered, unable to process the bewildering scene before him. What was this? It was Broly, the culmination of his life's efforts, forged in the flames of vengeance. The mightiest weapon he could conceive, a mythic being, said to emerge only once in a millennium, born for battle and destruction. The power he unleashed at this moment was sufficient to obliterate a planet like Vegeta 1,000 times over. Yet, such a cataclysmic punch was effortlessly staved off by a mere finger. The most bewildered of all was Broly himself. In his mind, filled with fury and murderous intent, a void emerged for the first time. The exhilarating sensation of overwhelming strength was supplanted by an insidious feeling of impotence. Despite his relentless attempts to augment his power, he could not even evoke a ripple. Do you see? This is the chasm that separates you from me. Son Xian's voice resonated softly. He maintained his poised stance, a singular finger resting upon Broly's fist, reminiscent of Beerus in battle, exuding an air of grandeur. Your strength is indeed astonishing, he continued, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. But my power far surpasses yours. Your strength may be limitless, destined for incessant growth, is it not? A glimmer of something unsettling flickered in Son Xian's penetrating gaze, causing Broly's heart to race inexplicably. How fortuitous. So is my grandeur. At that moment, Son Xian snapped his fingers. Boom. A tremendous force, executed with exquisite precision, surged through Broly's fist and radiated throughout his entire being. Broly's colossal frame, akin to a mountain, was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing into a mountainside. The entire peak crumbled with a thunderous roar, burying him completely. With a single finger, he repelled his foe. Broly. Paragus let out a piercing scream, panic etched across his face. Even now, he believed Sun Xian to be an assassin sent by King Vegeta to eliminate the two of them. This man, Kakarot, was nothing short of a deity. He existed on an entirely different plane from Broly. However, a deafening explosion erupted. The rubble that had entombed Broly suddenly erupted in a cataclysmic burst. A surge of green energy, tenfold more ferocious than before, erupted into a towering column, ascending towards the heavens. The dim sky of planet Wampa was suffused with a hauntingly vivid green hue. To navigate through life, must one wear a touch of green upon their head? Roar! A primal howl reverberated once more as Broly's form gradually emerged from the luminous column. His form expanded once more. Muscles bulging to the point where a mere glance could ignite an explosion, his pupils had completely lost focus, devoid of any trace of rationality. In this fleeting moment, his strength surged exponentially. Oh! Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue gracing his features. Has he been provoked by my power, leading him to spiral out of control? Truly, the legendary bloodline surpasses even my own expectations. He resembled a child who had discovered a fascinating new toy, eagerly flexing his wrist. Come, let me witness your limits in this frenzied state. Sun Xian's words ignited the spark for their renewed confrontation. In an instant, Broly's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared before Sun Xian, delivering a simple yet brutal punch before Sun Xian could react. This blow was devoid of finesse or technique, embodying raw power and speed in their purest form. The space around the punch emitted a mournful wail under the oppressive force, and dimensional rifts began to manifest. A smirk curled on Sun Xian's lips as he chose not to confront it directly. His form flickered slightly, as if preordained, effortlessly evading the strike. Boom! The gust of the punch brushed past him, crashing into the distant planetary horizon. Moments later, a colossal chasm, stretching across the entire continental plate, slowly emerged. Failing to land a hit, Broly instinctively unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Countless green energy blasts erupted from his being, raining down upon the planet with indiscriminate ferocity. The entirety of the Wampa star was ravaged and shattered under his mindless onslaught. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic destruction, Sun Xian strolled leisurely. His figure left behind swirling blue afterimages as he navigated the relentless assault, each evasion perfectly timed, further inciting Broly's fury. He even had the leisure to wave at the stunned Paragus in the distance. Old man, watch closely. This is your son's spectacular performance. Don't miss it. Paragus gaped, utterly speechless. As he observed the blue figure skillfully maneuvering through the tempest of destruction, an unprecedented sense of absurdity surged within him. Was this truly a battle? It was plainly a mockery, a unilateral display of dominance over Broly, as if he were merely a pet being walked. However, he found himself powerless. The control collar had shattered the moment Broly succumbed to his rage. Indeed, the value of the legendary bloodline continued to ascend. As Sun Xian weaved through the chaos, he marveled aloud at Broly's escalating power. The rate of his strength's augmentation had transcended the bounds of reason. With each breath, each heartbeat, it felt as though he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. That's enough. Sun Xian sensed the energy within Broly, now swollen to its limits and on the verge of spiraling out of control. The smile on his face gradually faded. If this continued, he might truly lose control. It was time to bring this to a close. As if sensing the shift in Sun Xian's demeanor, the utterly unhinged Broly suddenly halted his movements. He halted midair, as the violent green flames surrounding him began to converge towards his chest at a terrifying speed. A dark green energy sphere, exuding an aura of endless destruction, was rapidly taking shape. Its power seemed formidable enough to rival that of a deity of destruction, and merely the energy it radiated sent shivers down one's spine. It was about to erupt. Sun Xian crossed his arms, observing with keen interest. Broly! Paragus cried out in despair. He knew that with this strike, Broly would expend all his strength, and the planet Wampa, upon which they depended for survival, would be utterly reduced to cosmic dust. Broly's hollow eyes glanced one last time at Sun Xian below. Then, he forcefully thrust the energy sphere capable of ending everything into the ground beneath him. Boom! A dark green light erupted from Broly's palm, instantly engulfing all in its path. The earth, mountains, skies, and clouds, everything on Wampa was disassembled, vaporized, and reverted to its most primal energy particles in the wake of this radiance. Broly, stop! Please stop! Paragus could only let out a furious shout before being swept up by the torrent of violent energy, his body torn asunder in an instant, and obliterated by even greater forces. No, it was merely an illusion. Before death truly arrived, he was enveloped by a gentle blue energy. When he regained his senses, he found himself floating in the cold vacuum of space. Fragments of the planet exploded outward, resembling a beautiful fireworks display, blossoming in the darkness of the cosmos. Cough, cough, cough. Paragus instinctively opened his mouth, yet nothing could enter. His lungs seared with excruciating pain, as if they might explode. There was no air. The sensation of suffocation tightened around his throat like an invisible hand. He glanced nearby. Broly floated there as well, the green flames around him having completely dissipated. His eyes were tightly shut, evidently having exhausted all his strength, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, he too seemed ill-suited to the vacuum, his body twitching involuntarily. Broly. Paragus reached out with his withered hand, yearning to grasp Broly, but he lacked even the strength to raise his arm. Hatred, ambition, revenge, all appeared so laughable in the face of death. The only thought that remained was one of unwillingness. Unwilling to have not yet avenged King Vegeta. Unwilling to die in such a wretched manner alongside his son in this desolate cosmos. Just as Paragus' consciousness was on the brink of sinking into darkness, a leisurely voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ah, what a magnificent fireworks display. Paragus widened his single eye in shock, summoning the last of his strength to turn his head. There stood Kakarot, with blue hair, arms crossed, floating not far from them. He simply hovered there, as if standing on an invisible ground. Paragus's pupils shook in disbelief. How could he breathe in the vacuum of space? Scions are utterly incapable of surviving in the cosmic void. This was an unbreakable law. Paragus's mind was utterly muddled, the immense shock rendering him oblivious to the pain of suffocation. Do you wish to live? In an instant, Sun Xian's figure materialized before Paragus, his cerulean eyes gazing at him with serene contemplation. Paragus opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He could only muster the strength to nod feebly. Very well. Sun Xian grinned widely, seizing the collars of both Paragus and the unconscious Broly. In the next moment, the technique of instant transmission was activated. Whoosh! The three figures vanished from the newly formed void of stars. King Kai was humming a tune while waxing his prized vehicle. Baburus lounged beneath a nearby tree, leisurely picking lice. Time seemed to stand still in tranquil bliss. Suddenly, whoosh! Three figures appeared out of thin air on the lawn. The sponge slipped from King Kai's hand with a thud. Baburus's fur bristled in alarm, letting out a shrill cry. What did they behold? An old man, unconscious and clad in tattered battle attire, missing an arm and an eye. A brawny green-haired giant, muscles coiling like serpents, radiating an aura of terror. And there was Sun Wukong, hoisting the two with a satisfied grin adorning his face. Wukong. The antennae atop King Kai's head flailed wildly, pointing at the unconscious Broly, his voice cracking. Where on earth did you find such a monster? Sun Xian nonchalantly dropped the two onto the ground, dusting off his hands and flashing a smile at King Kai. Fear not, my dear king. I merely borrowed your space for a moment and shall be on my way shortly. Sun Xian waved a hand, signaling for calm, then redirected his gaze to the prostrate Paragus. Enough of this charade. Sun Xian addressed the nearly unconscious Paragus. Your revenge scheme has been a farce from the outset. King Vegeta has long since perished, and planet Vegeta is but a memory. You have harbored hatred throughout your life, only to find your enemies dead before you, while your home was obliterated by Frieza. How tragic. Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils brimming with incredulity. Yet do not lose heart. A benevolent smile, reminiscent of a capitalist eyeing cheap labor, graced Sun Xian's face. From this day forth, you shall no longer endure such precarious existence. I, your new employer, shall provide food and shelter. Well, the latter may be a temporary oversight. Paragus struggled to sit up, glancing at the still unconscious Broly, then back at Sun Xian, his expression a complex tapestry of fear and confusion. He rasped, what do you truly intend to do? He could not fathom why this godlike figure would come to their aid. I present you with a choice. Sun Xian crouched down, meeting Paragus's gaze, his smile warm, yet bearing an undercurrent of menace, as if to imply that a poor decision could lead to dire consequences. Option 1. I cast you and your son onto a desolate planet akin to planet Vegeta, compelling you to continue living a savage existence among monsters. Paragus's body froze in trepidation. Option 2. Sun Qian's smile took on a profound significance. I am in the process of establishing a formidable power, a truly exceptional organization. Your son possesses boundless potential. He is a remarkable talent, and I invite him to join me. Sun Qian's gaze swept over Paragus, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. In return, I shall bestow upon him an entirely new identity, one that will allow him to thrive in the civilized world and fully harness his own power. Paragus's voice trembled as he spoke. You wish to exploit Broly's strength? Exploit? Sun Qian appeared to find this notion amusing, rising to his feet and looking down at him from his elevated position. Old man, have you lost your mind in a burst of fireworks? Sun Qian gradually dissipated his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Yet the overwhelming aura derived from the realm of the gods remained unabated. Do I truly need to exploit him? Though his strength is formidable, it pales in comparison to mine, like a firefly competing against the brilliance of the full moon. I merely believe that his extraordinary lineage would be squandered if not utilized. Sun Qian's words shattered any thoughts Paragus had of bargaining. Indeed, his pride and joy, a warrior born with a combat power of 10,000, was utterly trampled before this man. What right did he have to feel that the other was exploiting Broly? It felt more akin to a benevolent offering. Paragus found himself engulfed in a tumultuous struggle. His lifelong obsession was to avenge King Vegeta, and he had merely regarded Broly as a tool. Yet now, both King Vegeta and Planet Vegeta had turned to dust, and he himself had become a wretched outcast. Should he continue to wander in exile? Or for the sake of his son's future, pledge his loyalty to the man before him? He glanced at Broly's serene, sleeping face beside him. Perhaps this was indeed the best fate for him. In an instant, Paragus seemed to age a decade. He lowered his once proud head and, with all his strength, prostrated himself on the ground. I, Paragus, am willing to let Broly follow you, my lord. From this day forth, he shall be the sharpest spear and the most unyielding shield in your hands. Observing the fully subservient elder, Sun Qian nodded in satisfaction. A wise choice. At that moment, a system notification, audible only to him, resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Reclaim the God of Power, Larva. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Mission reward. 20,000 merit points. A fragment of the earthly fiends, 72, transformations, false form 1. Chapter 121. Too expensive? Next. Sun Qian felt a surge of joy, his mind wholly immersed in the rewards he had just acquired. The fragment of the earthly fiends, 72, transformations, false form. A stream of enigmatic information surged into the depths of his soul. Unlike the divine abilities he had obtained before, false form was not merely a transformation technique or an illusion. It resembled a form of disguise on a conceptual level. As long as Sun Qian wished, he could simulate any aura, vital signs, or even soul fluctuations he desired. This simulation is not merely an imitation of energy. It fundamentally alters the information one presents to the outside world. How fascinating. A subtle smile graced Sun Qian's lips. With a mere thought, the aura belonging to Sun Wukong vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged a handsome young man, clad in black-rimmed glasses, resembling an ordinary university student, precisely the form Sun Qian possessed before his transmigration. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he bore the muscular physique sculpted from regular workouts. Yet it paled in comparison to the formidable body of Sun Wukong. Next to him, the North Kai, still reeling from shock, twitched his antennae, nearly tangling them. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sun Qian. Wukong? Wait, no, you are not Sun Wukong. The sudden transformation left him utterly bewildered. A scion, exuding an astonishing aura, had inexplicably morphed into an inconspicuous human devoid of any presence, his flamboyant crab-like hairstyle now replaced by a simple crop. Moreover, there was not a trace of Sun Wukong's essence remaining on this individual. However, the appearance of an ordinary man under the very nose of the North Kai on a planet with tenfold gravity, was that even scientifically plausible? This was decidedly unscientific. Just a little trick, my esteemed Kai, Sun Qian chuckled, reverting to his Sun Wukong form as if the previous act were merely a sleight of hand. He took a moment to introspect through this assumed guise. He perceived that the transformation encompassed more than mere physical appearance. The formidable combat prowess and robust physique characteristic of a scion had vanished entirely. Yet, he sensed something unusual lurking within, as if something lay dormant deep within his being. This illusory form technique was nothing short of masterful, an art of subterfuge, a means to infiltrate and outwit adversaries. It was perfectly suited for covert operations against enemies. In future encounters, he could unexpectedly transform and conceal his aura, then launch a surprise attack, catching foes off guard. The mere thought thrilled him. As he contemplated, he morphed successively into the North Kai, Paragus, and Broly, leaving the North Kai and Paragus in awe. With playful distractions set aside, Sun Xian's gaze settled on the still unconscious Broly. Although Broly lay in a state of unconsciousness, the energy within him continued to surge, unconsciously radiating outward. It was an aura of brutality, ferocity, and utter devastation. My lord, Paragus knelt on the ground, observing his son's tragic state with a gaze rife with complexity, both heartache and fear. He cautiously lifted his head to meet Sun Xian's eyes, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "What do you intend to do with Broly? Dispose of him?" Did this old man truly believe he would treat Broly as he had, placing a control device upon him for better management? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, crouching beside Broly to assess his internal condition. The situation was even graver than he had anticipated. The power within Broly resembled an activated nuclear reactor, escalating in intensity with each passing moment. Meanwhile, his spirit, or rather, his soul, was akin to a fragile glass vessel. The ever-expanding force will inevitably shatter this vessel, rendering it incapable of maintaining its sanity, ultimately devolving into a beast that knows only destruction, leading to its own demise. What a troublesome constitution, Sun Xian could not help but exclaim. The reason for Broly's monstrous strength, which allows him to reach a level capable of challenging even the Super Saiyan Blue version of himself within mere minutes, lies entirely in this very constitution, in his bloodline. Is it powerful? Is it enviable? It comes at the cost of rationality. Goku, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. The North Kai approached, his expression laden with gravity. Even in his unconscious state, his power continues to grow. He is nothing short of a monster. You brought him here. And should he awaken and lose control, he began to worry that his quaint little villa and park might be inadvertently destroyed by Broly. For reasons unknown, such feelings surged within him. Rest assured, Lord Kai, with my presence, such an event will not transpire. Sun Xian rose, patting the Kai's shoulder reassuringly. He then turned to Paragus and began to lecture. You have never regarded him as your child, nor even as a human being. You merely covet his formidable talents and strength, using him as a tool for vengeance, and nothing more. Paragus trembled, a look of shame washing over his aged visage as he lowered his head. However, it is futile to discuss this now. Sun Xian shifted the conversation. Since he will be following me from now on, I will certainly find a way to address his issues. His gaze involuntarily drifted back to the system shop in his mind. System, provide a solution. Sun Xian issued the command mentally. Ding. Host's needs detected, generating optimal solution. In the next moment, a dazzling product, adorned with spectacular effects, was thrust directly before Sun Xian's eyes. The Supreme Forgetfulness Record, Fragment the Tao is devoid of sentiment, operating like the sun and moon. Sever the three corpses, eradicate the heart's demons, and transform your underling into a remorseless combat machine in one fell swoop. Friendship price, 998,000 merit points. Installment payment options available. The smile on Sun Xian's face froze instantly. He gazed at the long string of zeros, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. 99,800. Why don't you go rob a bank? After laboring tirelessly for half a year, toiling like a beast, and signing in everywhere, I have just managed to repay my debts and save a modest sum. And you, with a mere utterance, wish to send me back to square one, leaving me with a debt of over 800,000? Get lost. Sun Xian cursed inwardly. Even if I were to cast this thing back into the cosmos to fend for itself, I shall never be your beast of burden for even a second longer. He resolutely dismissed the ridiculous recommendation and began to search manually in the shop. Unable to afford the expensive items, he sought a more affordable alternative. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a product nestled in a corner. Pure Heart Bodhi Seed. Single-use consumable of Bodhi Seed infused with the tranquil power of Buddhism. Capable of temporarily suppressing heart demons, stabilizing the soul, and maintaining clarity of mind. Duration, dependent on the strength of the target's heart demons. Price, 18,888 merit points. Although it may not be inexpensive, it remains within his means. Is this merely a temporary solution? Sun Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. A temporary suppression implies that a recurrence may be possible in the future. Nevertheless, this suffices for now. Matters of the future shall be addressed in due course. This is it. Chapter 122. Broly awakens. The aroma of fried chicken is irresistible. Ding. Purchase successful, deducting 888 merit points. Balance, 115, 112. Without hesitation, Sun Xian opted to complete the transaction. As the system notification resonated, a golden orb, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood, materialized in his palm. Wukong, this is. The North Kai approached curiously. He sensed a serene energy emanating from the diminutive sphere, instilling a profound tranquility within him. A remarkable item indeed. Sun Xian grinned, clutching the Bodhi seed as he approached Broly. He refrained from rousing Broly from his slumber and gently pressed the Bodhi seed against his forehead. Buzz. The golden Bodhi seed melted like gold, transforming into a gentle, golden liquid that gradually seeped into Broly's being. Almost immediately, Broly's body convulsed violently. The faint, destructive green aura that had been radiating from him began to dissipate rapidly, as if it had encountered its nemesis. In its place emerged a soft, warm golden halo enveloping Broly entirely. His muscles, once grotesquely inflated from excessive power, began to retract slowly, restoring him to a state of perfect harmony, strong yet balanced. He appeared less menacing and more serene. What is this? The North Kai's antennae twitched with astonishment as he circled Broly twice, his face a mask of disbelief. Had that sinister power, which had even made him tremble, vanished so easily? Purified by that tiny golden orb? When did Sun Wukong acquire such remarkable abilities? Paragus gazed in stunned silence, kneeling on the ground as he observed the transformation taking place within Broly, his aged visage reflecting sheer shock. At that moment, Broly's eyelids fluttered slightly. He gradually opened his eyes, revealing a clarity and bewilderment akin to that of a newborn. He blinked in confusion, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Sun Xian. Their eyes met, confusion and bewilderment mirrored in each other's expressions. He parted his lips, a somewhat hesitant syllable escaping from his throat. Kakarot? This utterance bore no malice, only a simple inquiry. Oh, you're awake? Sun Xian beamed with a warm smile, resembling an affable neighbor. With a mere thought, a red bucket emblazoned with the visage of Super Saiyan Son Wukong materialized in his grasp. With a flourish, Sun Xian unveiled the lid before everyone present. An indescribable aroma of delectable flavors instantaneously ignited the air of King Kai's planet. It was a complex aroma, a harmonious blend of fats, spices, and chicken, all fried to perfection at high temperatures. Faced with this primal allure, the collective taste buds of the onlookers surrendered without resistance. Gulp. King Kai of the North could not help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed intently on the bucket. What is this? How delightful it smells. Even Paragus, upon catching a whiff of the scent, felt his stomach audibly protest. Yet the most pronounced reaction came from Broly. He inhaled deeply, his clear eyes locking onto the bucket of fried chicken in Sun Xian's hands, unable to divert their gaze. Throughout his existence, he had only consumed the raw flesh of the strange creatures on planet Wampa and had subsisted on their blood. To him, food was merely a source of energy necessary for survival. But now, for the first time, he discovered that food could possess such exquisite fragrance. Sun Xian retrieved a golden, crispy chicken leg from the bucket, its steam rising in tantalizing wisps. He waved it enticingly before Broly. Would you like some? Broly's eyes followed the movement of the chicken leg, his throat bobbing as he swallowed, and then he honestly nodded in agreement. Ha. Sun Xian chuckled at his innocent demeanor and handed over the chicken leg. Broly hesitated slightly, then extended his hand to accept the fragrant piece of fried chicken. Mimicking Sun Xian, he cautiously brought it to his mouth and took a gentle bite. Crack! The crispy exterior shattered under his teeth. Instantly, the tender, flavorful meat released its delicious essence, coursing through his body. Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a sublime taste he had never experienced before. So delicious. Incredibly delicious. This was far superior to the eggs of those monsters. Without a second thought, Broly devoured the entire chicken leg in mere bites, even crunching the bones. Then, with his greasy hand outstretched, he gazed at the bucket in Sun Xian's possession with an expression filled with longing, as if to say, "Is there more? I want more." In the distance, Paragus stood frozen in disbelief. He watched the once formidable weapon of vengeance he had created, now resembling a child eagerly seeking candy. Eyeing another's food with yearning. A profound sense of contrast and bittersweetness surged within him. He had dedicated his life to teaching Broly how to battle, how to harbor hatred, how to unleash power, yet had never considered introducing him to the myriad of delectable delights this world had to offer. In fact, he had never once shared a warm meal with his son. At that moment, the heart of Paragus, filled with hatred, felt its first fissures. Help yourself. Son Xian laughed heartily, shoving the entire bucket into Broly's embrace. Broly, as if in possession of a great treasure, sat on the ground, indulging in the feast with unparalleled focus, as if nothing else in the world mattered more. Goku, is he truly all right? King Kai of the North leaned in, whispering, his eyes still reflecting a hint of disbelief. The ferocious creature that once posed an immense threat to him has now, astonishingly, become so docile due to a bucket of fried chicken. For the moment, all seems well. Son Xian's smile faded slightly, and his gaze deepened. He observed Broly, whose mouth was smeared with grease, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. The calming Bodhi fruit merely offered a temporary remedy, alleviating the violent elements within Broly's bloodline and stabilizing his spirit, allowing him to regain a semblance of rationality. However, Broly's unreasonable and infinitely escalating power remained a ticking time bomb. Should he encounter another intense stimulus, or should his strength grow to a level beyond the Bodhi fruit's control? The risk of him losing control would still persist. The supreme forgetfulness technique was far too expensive. Transforming him into a heartless combat machine would indeed be a great pity. Such a pure-hearted enforcer is hard to come by. A solution must be devised to teach him how to master this power. Teach him control? An idea sparked in Son Xian's mind. In the original text, there was an elderly sage of vast knowledge who might possess the appropriate methods, given Broly's extraordinary talent, if he could receive the right guidance. With this thought, Son Xian's gaze turned towards the North Kai. Lord Kai, may I ask you something? What is it? The North Kai responded, his eyes fixated on the last chicken wing in Broly's bucket. Are you familiar with the Kaishin realm? Son Xian began slowly. Cough, cough, cough. The North Kai leapt suddenly, as if someone had stepped on its tail, staring at Son Xian in shock. How do you know about that place? The Kaishin realm. It is a dimension far beyond this North Kai's planet. It is the pinnacle of the cosmic gods, the sacred abode of the Kaishin. Not even I, the North Kai responsible for the North Galaxy, can enter without permission from our superior, the Grand Kai. How could a mere mortal like Goku know of such a place? I not only know of it, but I also intend to take him there, Son Xian said, pointing at Broly, who was still savoring the remnants of the fried chicken, a confident smile gracing his lips. We shall find him a worthy teacher for some specialized training. Chapter 123, Destination. Kaishin Realm. The antennae atop the North Kai's head flailed wildly in shock. He felt as though his mind might split in two. Going to the Kaishin Realm for training? Goku, do you even realize what you are saying? The North Kai's voice cracked, as he circled around Son Xian, frantic as an ant on a hot pan. That is the sacred ground where the Kaishin reside. It is not a training ground accessible to just anyone. Not even I, nor even the Grand Kai without a summons, may enter freely. This is a grave disrespect towards the divine. Observing the North Kai's frantic demeanor, Son Xian waved dismissively. Calm down, Lord Kai. Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. He was well aware of the significance of the Kaishin realm. Not only was it home to the old Kaishin, who could unlock the full potential of the Saiyans, but it also possessed an environment that was perfect for cultivation. Most importantly, the space there was robust enough to withstand immense power. Even if Cell were to self-destruct 100 times, it would not obliterate him as thoroughly as the destruction of King Kai's planet. This was the most suitable location he could conceive for Broly's rehabilitative training. This was an entirely different matter. King Kai of the North was on the verge of losing his mind. How would you even get there? You don't even know the way. Well, Son Xian stroked his chin and revealed a mysterious smile. The mountain man has his own clever strategies. Although he was familiar with the Dragon Ball narrative, he was indeed unaware of the route to the Supreme Kai's realm. However, he was certain that there was someone who knew. Moreover, he was absolutely confident that he could persuade that individual to willingly escort him there. Observing the expression of Son Xian, which radiated an air of complete confidence, King Kai of the North swallowed back a torrent of words. For some inexplicable reason, ever since this fellow had been resurrected, he seemed transformed, and now it felt as though he could accomplish anything. Nothing he uttered seemed surprising. This unfounded sense of trust sent a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Broly had finished an entire bucket of fried chicken and even licked the remnants from the bottom. He stood up and approached Sun Xian. His exceptionally muscular frame cast a colossal shadow over Sun Xian. Paragus' heart leapt to his throat. Was he about to brawl now? Although he had previously been rather eager to witness such a scenario unfold, Broly lowered his head to gaze at Sun Xian, his clear eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and familiarity. He extended his massive hand. Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, not flinching. Should I offer scissors or engage in a high five? Broly's hand gently rested on Sun Xian's shoulder and awkwardly patted him. It seemed he wished to convey something. Yet his limited vocabulary hindered him from forming complete sentences. Ultimately, he simply looked at Sun Xian and earnestly reiterated, "Delicious." Sun Xian chuckled. So this fellow is a foodie as well. He could sense that Broly's pat conveyed pure goodwill, akin to a well-fed animal expressing gratitude to its feeder. If you wish to eat more in the future, just stick with me, and I will ensure you are well-fed. Sun Xian patted Broly's robust arm. Broly nodded, seemingly in understanding. Kakarot. He looked at Sun Xian and called out that name once more. I am Sun Xian, but you can also call me Goku. Sun Xian corrected him. Sun Wukong, Broly repeated deliberately, as if trying to engrave the name in his memory. Observing this harmonious scene, Paragus' expression grew complex. He stepped forward and deeply bowed before Sun Xian. Sir, I entrust Broly to you. In that moment, he genuinely entrusted his son to this scion who bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. He understood that only by following this man could Broly have a brighter future, and he himself would possess leverage for survival. Rest assured, since I have taken him in, I shall naturally be responsible for him, Sun Xian remarked, casting a glance at the completely submissive Paragus. From now on, you shall remain at the King of the Worlds, assisting Lord King in tending to flowers and maintaining the lawn. Huh. The North King was taken aback. What? Paragus was equally stunned. To leave him, a former scion officer, here to serve as a gardener? What? Do you have objections? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. No. Tending to such flowers is indeed a delightful task. It is my honor to serve Lord King. Paragus feigned a smile, hastily expressing his agreement. After all, being alongside the ever-unpredictable Broly was quite the burden. To retire in this seemingly safe haven was a blessing he longed for. The North King opened his mouth, intending to voice his disapproval of accepting a mysterious one-eyed old man, but upon meeting Sun Xian's gaze, hinting at the volatile nature of Broly, he silently swallowed his words. Very well. An extra pair of hands can only be beneficial. Having him assist in polishing my beloved vehicle is acceptable, and he won't even require a salary. All right. Everything is arranged. Sun Xian clapped his hands, adopting a demeanor of completion. He placed a hand on Broly's shoulder. Let us go, Broly. I will take you to a wonderful place. Where to? Broly inquired with curiosity. A place where you can become even stronger, filled with an abundance of delicious food. Sun Xian casually painted a picture of grandeur. Broly's eyes instantly sparkled. Great. Hey, Goku, how exactly are you going to reach the King's realm? The North King shouted from behind. Sun Xian turned his head, flashing a grin. Quite simply, we shall summon someone. Summon someone. The North King's antennae twisted into a question mark, clearly struggling to follow Sun Xian's leaps in logic. Indeed, we shall summon someone. A mysterious smile played on Sun Xian's lips as he flexed his wrist. There is someone who undoubtedly knows the location of the King's realm. Or rather, if he does not know, then no one does. The North King felt even more bewildered, wondering if he was growing old. Perceiving a vast generational gap between himself and Sun Xian, Sun Xian disregarded his confusion, turning his attention to Broly. All right, Broly, step back a bit. Sun Xian patted his shoulder. Huh. Broly tilted his head, his innocent eyes filled with curiosity, yet he obediently took a few steps back. Goku, what on earth are you planning? The North King's anxiety intensified, his antennae now twisted into a tangle. Sun Xian did not respond directly. Instead, he took a deep breath, a playful expression adorning his face. Lord King, have you ever heard of Majin Buu? Chapter 124. Impersonating Majin Buu? Majin Buu? The color drained from the North King's face, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Why you? Majin Buu. That is the embodiment of pure evil and destruction summoned by the most malevolent sorcerer, Bibidi. It is the ultimate nightmare of the universe, one that even the Kais are powerless against, having been utterly decimated by it. This name is a taboo that beings of his caliber dare not even utter. How could Son Wukong possibly know? Indeed, it is that pink monstrosity that even the Supreme Kai of the West cannot subdue. A mocking smile deepened on Sun Xian's face as he entirely disregarded the North Kai, who was on the verge of a heart-stopping fright, and elaborated on his recruitment plan. As far as I know, the Supreme Kai of the East possesses an acute sensitivity to the aura of Majin Buu. The moment this aura manifests, no matter where he is in the universe, he will instantly teleport here. Therefore, as long as I can simulate Majin Buu's aura, Sun Xian shrugged, revealing a knowing expression. The North Kai understood, and his dread escalated. No, absolutely not. The North Kai screamed like a pig being slaughtered, lunging forward to cover Sun Xian's mouth. Goku, are you insane? That profoundly malevolent aura will disturb the entire universe. What if we truly awaken that monster? This is no longer playing with fire. This is dancing with a nuclear bomb. Rest assured, I know my limits. Sun Xian held back the advancing North Kai with just 2 fingers, leaving him flailing helplessly in place. He certainly did not intend to unleash an aura equal in strength to Majin Buu. He merely needed to emit a wisp of that pure, unadulterated malevolence. That alone would be sufficient to draw the hypersensitive Supreme Kai of the East, akin to a shark catching the scent of blood. As for how to imitate it, this was thanks to Android 21. When retrieving her, Sun Xian sensed a trace of the demon's aura from her split evil persona. He had been cautious enough to memorize the fluctuation patterns and energy characteristics of that aura. Now, it was perfectly timed for use. All right, esteemed Kai and Broly, please stand back. Sun Xian gestured to the bewildered Broly and the pale-faced North Kai. Although Broly did not comprehend what was occurring, he obediently retreated to the far side of King Kai's planet with Paragus. The North Kai scrambled to hide behind his little house, revealing only a pair of terrified eyes. Sun Xian stood in the center of the lawn, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, buzz. A cold, sinister, chaotic, and brutal aura, brimming with pure destructive intent, erupted from within Sun Xian. This aura was not particularly powerful, even far weaker than his usual strength. However, its essence was terrifyingly profound. It felt as though all the malice in the universe was condensed into this singular point. The sky above King Kai's planet was instantly enveloped in a bizarre pink hue. The wicked aura began to spread wildly. The North Kai's cherished red vintage car emitted crackling sounds as its paint began to show signs of melting. Squeal. Baburus let out a piercing scream, his fur seemingly ablaze, as he burrowed into the ground, too frightened to emerge. It's all over. The North Kai collapsed behind his house, feeling as if his very soul was being tainted and twisted by this aura. Is this the aura of Majin Buu? No, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, merely this fragment is sufficient to cause the entire North Galaxy to tremble. He could hardly fathom the sheer horror of the true monster that lay beyond. And astonishingly, Son Wukong had indeed managed to simulate it. What manner of creature is he? Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, a young deity of diminutive stature, sporting a white mohawk and adorned with patera earrings, was intently observing the lower realms through a crystal ball. This was East Kaioshin, Shin. Behind him stood a tall, solemn attendant, Jebet. Jebet. The frequency of anomalous energy fluctuations in the universe has been increasing, Shin remarked, his brow furrowed and his expression betraying a gravity that belied his youthful appearance. Ever since that individual named Sun Xian had emerged, the fate of the entire universe had descended into chaos, rendering it utterly inscrutable. Indeed, Lord Shin, Jebet replied respectfully. Should we? Before he could finish his thought, the image in the crystal ball abruptly shifted. The scene depicting Earth was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming, blinding pink light that sent chills down their spines. What is this? Jebet's complexion paled, and he staggered back in horror. Upon sensing this ominous aura, Shin felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The crystal ball slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground. His violet eyes shrank to pinprick size, gripped by an unfathomable terror. This aura, the very essence that haunted his nightmares each night, etched deep within his soul. There could be no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Majin Buu has been resurrected. Shin's voice, laced with fear, became piercingly sharp, nearly breaking. How could this be? The seal of Majin Buu shows no signs of damage. Why would his aura suddenly manifest? And right upon the North Kai's planet. There was no time for contemplation. Jebet, quickly! Shin bellowed in a frenzy, teleport to North Kai's planet. Now. Yes, Lord Shin. Jebet, equally startled by the sudden turn of events, dared not delay. Promptly placing his hand upon Shin's shoulder. The space around them warped, and their figures vanished from the Kaioshin realm. On the Kaioshin planet, Sun Xian dispelled the malevolent aura, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. He clapped his hands together, wearing a satisfied smile as if a task had been accomplished. Quite efficient, he remarked just as two figures materialized before him, their faces marked with terror, as if facing a formidable foe, Kaioshin Shin and Jebet. Majin Buu, get out here. As soon as Shin landed, he assumed a battle stance, divine energy surging as he prepared to fight to the death. Yet his furious shout abruptly halted as he beheld the scene before him. The anticipated pink, malevolent creature was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there stood a black-haired scion clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, waving amicably at him. Greetings, Lord Kaioshin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Not far behind the scion stands a robust green-haired man, whose physique surpasses even that of Jebet, curiously observing the scene. Additionally, a visibly terrified North Kai is nearly collapsing to the ground. The atmosphere is palpably awkward, as Sin's mind is thoroughly in disarray. What is happening? Where is Majin Buu? What has become of that cataclysmic aura of evil? Are you, Goku? Sin inquires uncertainly, gazing at the kindly smile adorning the face before him. It is I, Son Goku nods affirmatively. That malevolent presence we sensed moments ago, Sin's voice trembles. With a wide smile revealing his pearly whites, Son Goku points to himself. My apologies, that was also me. For the first time in his life, Sin feels utterly incapable of comprehending the situation. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Son Goku, uninterested in their astonishment, swiftly pulls Broly from behind him, clapping his robust chest. I wish to take my young brother to the Kaioshin realm for some rehabilitative training and, incidentally, to find him a worthy mentor. He casts a knowing smile at the bewildered Sin and Jebet. Surely, you would not refuse, would you? Chapter 125. That old man. I want him. Son Goku's smile, perceived as a provocation by Kaioshin Sin and Jebet, raises eyebrows. When did a mere mortal from the lower realm dare to address them in such a manner? Especially after mockingly utilizing the aura of the false Majin Buu to toy with them. How brazen. Unable to contain himself, Jebet's eyes widen with fury, divine energy erupting from within him. How dare this mere mortal impersonate Majin Buu and mock Lord Sin? This is a grave disrespect to the divine. Allow me to teach you a lesson, you insolent fool. Before his words even conclude, Jebet vanishes from sight, his hand slicing towards Son Goku's neck with lethal intent. He is confident that this furious strike will effortlessly subdue a mere mortal. He even holds back a fraction of his power, intending to leave Son Goku for Lord Kaioshin to handle. However, Son Goku does not even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply extends two fingers, casually pinching forward. Crack! A crisp sound reverberates as Jebet's self-proclaimed mighty strike is effortlessly caught between Son Goku's fingers, immobilized. The smirk of pride fades from Jebet's face, replaced by sheer shock and horror. How is this possible? Could this man wield magic? Despite exerting all his strength, his hand feels as though it has been welded in place, utterly unable to move. How can this mortal possess such overwhelming power? Finally lifting his gaze, Son Goku wears an unchanging smirk of derision. Too weak. In the next instant, a colossal azure aura erupts from within Son Goku, soaring into the heavens. The entire Kaioshin realm begins to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Hiding behind the house, the North Kai felt an overwhelming divine pressure descending upon him. Far more terrifying than before. He could not even muster a scream. His eyes rolled back, and he was instantly sent flying by this immense force. Jebet, caught at the forefront, realized that he was no longer facing a mere mortal, but rather a true deity of battle. The azure divine aura surrounding this being was more refined and noble than his own divine power. In comparison to this might, his once proud strength appeared insignificant, akin to the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon. The god of the East, Shin, a deity of high esteem in the seventh universe, was now utterly flustered. He staggered backward, his face a canvas of disbelief and shock, grappling with the notion that a mere mortal could possess such pure and immense divine energy. Even more despairing was the realization that this divine energy seemed infinite, continuing to surge uncontrollably. This was the effect of the activation of a celestial body, wherein life force continuously transformed into divine energy. To Shin's perception, Sun Xian had become an eternal engine of boundless divine power. Now, do you still believe you have the right to admonish me? Sun Xian's voice broke through the astonishment of the onlookers. With a slight exertion of his finger, a crack resounded. Gogeta cried out in agony as his arm was shattered by an unfathomable force, sending him hurtling back in a pitiful state. Seeing that he had instilled a sense of dread, Sun Xian withdrew his aura, the cerulean divine light receding into his being, leaving only his profound gaze that continued to instill trepidation in Shin. Lord Kaishin, may we now engage in a proper discussion? Sun Xian's tone had regained its calmness, yet it carried an unmistakably stronger undertone. Shin swallowed hard, his throat constricting. A conversation? Given his actual combat prowess, which paled in comparison to Gogetta's, was there even a point in discussing matters in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength? He forced himself to regain composure, assisting the gravely injured Gogeta, and bitterly spoke, Lord Sun Wukong, your power far exceeds my imagination. I simply fail to comprehend why you are so insistent on reaching the Kaishin realm. Quite simple, Sun Xian replied, gesturing towards Broly, who appeared utterly bewildered. My little brother here, as you can see, possesses extraordinary talent, yet lacks in mental acuity. With such overwhelming strength, he is prone to losing control. Should he spiral into chaos, the devastation could result in the annihilation of several, if not dozens, of life-bearing planets. Sun Xian's words caused Shin's expression to shift slightly. This was surely not welcome news for a Kaishin responsible for the universe. I have heard that the level of human civilization in our 7th universe ranks near the bottom among the 12 universes. Should we fall further, I fear some great being may intervene, Sun Xian said with a smile. Shin's complexion turned ashen. While he was not fully aware of the secrets Sun Xian spoke of, their implications were undeniably significant. However, Sun Xian pivoted his discourse. If he can learn to control his power, he could become a formidable force. I can assist you in shouldering your responsibilities, aiding the ascent of the 7th universe's ranking, and even confronting the potential threat posed by the formidable Majin Buu. Xian's heart skipped a beat. Confronting Majin Buu? Admittedly, he felt a stirring of interest. The Goku before him had transcended into the realm of divinity, and the young Broly possessed immense potential. If truly harnessed, he would become an indomitable force for the protection of the universe. However, I must concede your argument holds merit. A trace of helplessness and shame crossed Xian's visage, yet he continued, the issue concerning Lord Broly stems from his spirit and soul, rendering him unable to bear such power. I am at a loss regarding this matter. This was the truth. Although he was the Kaishin, his lineage had severed for 15 generations, leaving him equally powerless against the intricacies entwined with bloodline and soul. No, you possess the means. Sun Xian shook his head, retracting his increasingly audacious smile. You simply remain unaware of your own capabilities. Xian was taken aback. I am unaware? So you are the enlightened one, while I am oblivious to my own knowledge. Kaishin, may I inquire if there exists a sword embedded in stone within the Kaishin realm, said to be unremovable by any? Sun Xian retorted with a question. Upon hearing this, Xian's pupils constricted. How do you know of that divine sword? It was a sacred artifact of the Kaishin realm, one that he regarded merely as a legend and decorative relic. How could this mortal from the lower realm know such details? I not only know of it, but I am also aware that within that sword lies the seal of an ancient Kaishin who has existed for 15 generations. Sun Xian stepped closer to Xian, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. And that ancient Kaishin possesses abilities that are unfathomably powerful. Tell me, are you aware of this? Xian's mind faltered completely. Could it be that a revered ancestor was sealed within that sword? Such unheard-of secrets were beyond even his comprehension as a Kaishin. How could this Sun Wukong possess such clarity? Who, indeed, was the true Kaishin here? Observing the shattered expression on Xian's face, Sun Xian smiled with satisfaction. He patted Xian's shoulder and, in a teasing tone, proclaimed, So, esteemed Kaishin, let us proceed. I shall claim that sword and the old man within. Chapter 126, Old Man. Rise and get to work. The expressions of Kaishin, Xian, and Gogeta were akin to having ingested a bottle of expired mustard, utterly dismal. What did it mean that he would claim both the sword and the old man within? Was this coherent speech? That was a sacred artifact of the Kaishin realm. Suddenly, Xian realized he lacked the fortitude to counter. Before this man, the so-called divine authority and the identity of Kaioshin felt as fragile as parchment, easily pierced by a mere finger. Come now, do not dawdle, my esteemed Kaioshin. Sun Xian naturally draped an arm around Xian's shoulders, adopting a demeanor of camaraderie. Lead the way. Xian's body stiffened, rigid as a rod, and being half pushed, half led by Sun Xian, he ultimately succumbed to fate. He trembled as he placed his hand on Sun Xian's shoulder, while the other hand was supported by Gogeta. The space once again warped. In the next moment, they found themselves in a realm entirely different. This was the sacred realm of the King of Worlds in the 7th universe. The skies were a gentle shade of pale yellow. Beneath their feet lay lush green grass, and in the distance, there were crystal-clear lakes and several exquisite buildings. An aura of purity and sanctity enveloped the entire world, bringing a sense of tranquility to the soul. Wow, Broly exclaimed, his clear eyes shimmering with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. He could sense that the air here was far more invigorating than that of planet Wampa or King Kai's planet. Is this the King of Worlds realm? Sun Xian took a deep breath, savoring the rich life energy in the air, and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, this was the domain of the gods. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Lord Goku, Xian's voice carried a hint of bitterness. This is indeed the King of Worlds realm, and the sword you mentioned is over there. He pointed towards a towering hill not far away. At the summit of the hill, an ancient sword stood silently embedded in the ground, as if it were fused to the earth itself. Excellent, Sun Xian smiled, disregarding Xian's complex emotions as he strode directly towards the hill. Broly followed closely behind, like an inquisitive child. Xian and Gogeta exchanged glances, both seeing the sorrow and helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes before they too followed along. Soon, the four of them reached the top of the hill. The divine sword stood resolutely, its unadorned blade exuding an immensely heavy aura. This is it. Sun Xian's gaze was fixed upon the sword, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Legend had it that only the chosen hero could draw this sword, and the one who succeeded would gain unparalleled power. Beside him, Xian spoke in an almost reverent tone, recounting the sword's origins. This was a treasured legacy passed down through generations of their King of Worlds clan, the most cherished artifact in his heart. He hoped that his narration would instill a modicum of reverence in this reckless scion before him. However, oh, is that so? Sun Xian's response was dismissive, even punctuated by a yawn. Broly, why don't you give it a try? He gestured casually. Broly tilted his head, pointing to himself. Yes, you. Go. Pull that thing out, Sun Xian said, as if instructing a child to pluck a carrot from the ground. Oh, Broly obediently approached, having little understanding of legends or sacred relics. He merely knew that Sun Xian wanted him to pull it out, so he did. He reached the divine sword and grasped the hilt with his massive hand. Then he exerted force. Boom. The entire King of Worlds realm began to tremble violently. The hill cracked, and the earth groaned. The moment Broly unleashed his terrifying strength, the very heavens and earth shifted. This was a realm renowned for its unyielding stability. Xian and Gogeta stared in shock at this scene. How is this possible? The legendary divine sword is truly being shaken. Broly's veins bulged, his arms swelling with an exaggerated muscularity, resembling massive boulders. The divine sword's blade began to inch its way out of the stone, groaning under the strain. With a low growl, Broly unleashed his power once more. Yet, as the blade emerged halfway, a formidable force of confinement emanated from it, rendering Broly unable to pull it any further, despite his exertions. Breathing heavily, he released his grip and cast a perplexed glance at Sun Xian. It simply would not budge. Truly, it was immovable. Xian and Gogeta, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. Thankfully, the sword's majesty remained intact. TSK. Still lacking a bit of strength, Sun Xian remarked, shaking his head in apparent dissatisfaction. This comment nearly caused Xian and Gogeta to choke on their disbelief. To say he lacked strength? Extracting the sword halfway was an achievement worthy of divine history. Never mind, let me take over, Sun Xian said, flexing his wrist and sauntering over. Xian's heart leapt into his throat. What was he planning? Was he going to attempt to draw the sword as well? To their astonishment, Sun Xian approached the divine sword but did not grasp its hilt. Instead, he surveyed the sword before turning to face Xian and Gogeta. Lord Kaioshin, might I request a piece of the hardest metal in the universe? Xian's mind momentarily faltered. What need had he for metal? Was he not going to draw the sword? Yet, reflexively, he conjured a block of diamond, dropping it before Sun Xian. The hardness is indeed commendable, Sun Xian nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then, to the horror-stricken gazes of Xian and Jebet, he lifted the block of metal and, with a forceful strike, collided it against the sword's blade. A crisp sound echoed, light and melodious. Immediately, a fine crack appeared at the point of impact. Xian's eyes widened in shock, while Jebet's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. The crack, like a spider's web, rapidly spread across the entire blade. Finally, with a resounding crash, the legendary sword, said to be unbreakable and forged from the hardest metal in the cosmos, shattered into countless fragments. The world fell into an eerie silence. Xian and Jebet stood frozen, like weathered statues, utterly petrified. Their worldview, their beliefs, their pride crumbled alongside the sword into mere dust. How could it break? That was the mightiest sword. Done. Sun Xian clapped his hands, as if this were the correct approach. Just then, from the base of the shattered sword, a wisp of white smoke began to rise. Amidst the fog, a diminutive figure with pale purple skin, long white hair, and wearing patera earrings slowly emerged. It was the ancient Kaioshin, Peter Toro. He rubbed his drowsy eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What is happening? How did I end up here? Who released me? His gaze swept over the petrified Shin and Kibito, finally resting on Son Goku and Broly. Is it truly a mortal from the lower realm who has freed me? The old Kai frowned, then cleared his throat, adopting an air of profound mystery. Regardless of who you are, having undone my seal is a monumental achievement. Speak. What reward do you desire? Do you wish for your planet to be filled with beauties, or do you? His words were abruptly cut off as Son Goku approached. Looking down at him, the expression in his eyes was akin to that of someone regarding a fool. The old Kai's words caught in his throat. Instinctively, he sensed that this black-haired youth was anything but ordinary, as if he were acutely aware of the depths of his being. Old man, Son Goku began, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Since you are awake, it's time to get to work. He pointed at the bewildered Broly beside him, a smile of casual expectation gracing his lips. My young friend here is waiting for you to bestow your blessing upon him. Chapter 127. Old Kai. I am your ancestor, bestow a blessing? The old Kai, Petero, was taken aback, then regarded Son Goku with a look of incredulity. What audacious words! Do you take me for a street-side fortune-teller? Meanwhile, the Kaioshin Shin and Kibito had begun to regain their composure from the shock of the divine swords shattering into countless fragments. Their gazes were fixed intently on this unexpectedly intrusive old man. Who is he? Why has he emerged from the divine sword? Who are you? Kibito inquired, his voice trembling with trepidation. As Shin's attendant, he had never encountered any record of this individual in the celestial texts. The old Kai's thoughts were interrupted, and he shifted his attention from Son Goku, casting a sidelong glance at Shin and Kibito. Upon noticing the familiar patera earrings adorning Shin's ears, his expression transformed from confusion to displeasure, ultimately igniting into a furious rage. You insolent wretch! The old Kai shouted, hopping in indignation as he pointed a finger at Shin's nose. You are the Kaioshin of this generation. I was sealed within that sword, and you allowed this sacred artifact to gather dust without even knowing of my existence. You ungrateful descendant! How could I have such a foolish progeny? Shin was utterly stunned. Kibito was equally bewildered. What was happening? This unknown, cantankerous elder dared to berate the East Kaioshin Shin, and he claimed to be his elder? Shin's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, the dignity of a deity making it intolerable for him to bear such humiliation. You speak nonsense. I do not know you. How dare you be disrespectful to the Kaioshin? Disrespect? The old Kai was incensed, his beard bristling with fury as he delivered a sharp slap to Shin's face. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Petero. He puffed out his chest, adopting a stance that demanded immediate submission, and exclaimed with indignation, by lineage, I am your ancestor. Do you comprehend? The air hung heavy with a deathly silence. Xian's mind buzzed as if struck by a golden hammer. Ancestor? This seemingly lewd, foul-mouthed old man was his ancestor? What a jest! How could I possibly have such a despicable ancestor? He was about to refute this absurd claim when a calm voice interjected, causing his heart to nearly falter. He is indeed your ancestor. Sun Xian observed the unfolding farce with keen interest, Had there not been pressing matters at hand, he would have relished in watching the spectacle unfold. Did I not inform you previously? That sword contains the seal of an ancient king of the realms who has existed for 15 generations. Indeed, it is he. Xian's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor as he scrutinized the loquacious old man before him and then glanced at Sun Xian, whose face bore an amused expression. The weight of the day's revelations left him feeling utterly despondent. The majesty of divinity? It had been utterly shattered by this scion and that divine sword. Very well, we shall reminisce later. Sun Xian, uninterested in their familial drama, approached the old king of the realms and interrupted his incessant chatter. Old man, enough with the idle talk. Let us get to work. He gestured towards Broly, who was curiously toying with fragments of the divine sword like an oversized infant. My young brother possesses boundless potential, yet his spirit and soul are exceedingly fragile, often leading him to lose control of his power. When that happens, he becomes a mindless destroyer. Your task is to enlighten him, guiding him to harness his full strength while maintaining his reason. Sun Xian succinctly outlined the situation, confident that this so-called mobile repository of knowledge would have a solution for Broly's predicament. However, the old king of the realms shook his head vehemently, as if caught in a maracas rhythm. No, absolutely not. He cast a disdainful glance at Broly, his eyes brimming with apprehension. This boy's bloodline is extraordinary. Rage is his very nature. If I were to teach him control, and he were to inadvertently lose it, what would prevent him from tearing me apart? Moreover, what compensation could you offer? Why should I assist you? The old king resumed his lofty demeanor, eyeing Sun Xian with an air of condescension, as if he had the upper hand. Oh, compensation? Sun Xian responded, far from incensed. Instead, his smile brightened. He relished transactions with clearly defined terms. What sort of compensation do you seek? Wealth? Beautiful maidens? Or perhaps immense power? Humph. Vulgar. The old king scoffed dismissively. I am a deity. Such mundane trinkets cannot sway me. His words trailed off, leaving the air thick with tension. In the hands of Sun Xian, a thin, vividly colored booklet materialized out of thin air, titled The Latest Bikini Idol Photo Book from the West Capital. The expression of disdain on the old Kai's face froze upon glimpsing the cover. His seemingly murky old eyes suddenly ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, fixating intently on the booklet in Sun Xian's grasp. His throat involuntarily convulsed. What is this? His voice trembled slightly. Oh, merely a piece of art from our era. Sun Xian replied leisurely as he turned a page. On that page, a stunning blonde beauty clad in scanty fabric posed seductively for the camera. The sun, the beach, the waves, and her breathtaking curves. Everything was captivating. Boom. It felt as though a celestial body had exploded in the old Kai's mind. His eyes widened to their fullest, nostrils flaring uncontrollably, and a glistening droplet escaped the corner of his mouth. 500,000 years. It had been 500,000 years since he had encountered such a soul-stirring masterpiece. What a breathtaking composition. The interplay of light and shadow. The expression. This was nothing short of divine artistry. Cough, cough. Sin and Jiebaite stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the ancestor of our Kai? They whispered. How utterly disrespectful. How do you find this price? Are you satisfied? Sun Xian inquired with a smile, shaking the photo book in his hand. Humph. You think a mere booklet can bribe me? You underestimate my resolve. The old Kai feigned bravado, yet his eyes remained glued to the photo book, unable to tear away for even a moment. Is one not enough? Sun Xian feigned realization, leaning closer to the old Kai's ear, conspiratorially whispering, Old man, if you help me with this task, this photo book will be yours. Furthermore, I can promise that upon my return to the lower realm, I shall find you a beauty identical to the one in the book, nay, even more enchanting, who will come close and intimately assist you in your ceremonial rituals. You can have her pose however you desire. Each word from Sun Xian penetrated the old Kai's ears like a sweet melody. The old Kai's body jolted. His aged face flushed crimson, and his breath quickened. A living beauty, even more exquisite than the one in the photo book, in close proximity, posing at his whim, was irresistible. Deal, he exclaimed, a roar erupting from his lips. He snatched the photo book from Sun Xian's hands, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure, carefully concealing it within his robes. He then turned to Broly, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, filled with fervor and flattery. Come here, good child. Let me examine your body thoroughly. Chapter 128. The ritual of the great dance, the speed at which old Kai Peter Toro could change his expressions was truly unparalleled in the divine realm. In one fleeting moment, he exuded an air of arrogance, as if begging for my favor, yet in the next, he transformed into the exuberant figure of a kindly old neighbor. With hands clasped behind his back and a beaming smile, he circled Broly several times, his aged eyes sparkling with delight as though he were admiring a rare and exquisite gem. Ah, what an extraordinary lineage! This primal, untamed power appears to be the epitome of a tool forged for destruction. The old Supreme Kai observed in awe, his demeanor shifting from lewd to grave and professional. He extended a single finger, delicately pressing it against Broly's chest. A soft, golden aura of divine energy radiated outward, seeping into Broly's being. Broly, in a daze, glanced down, feeling no discomfort. Rather, he found this force warm and comforting. Moments later, the old Supreme Kai withdrew his finger, his expression growing exceedingly serious. "Young man, your condition is even more extraordinary than I had anticipated." He turned to Son Goku, his tone now devoid of its previous flippancy. The Saiyan race, known for its prowess in battle, typically evolves by refining the power within their bloodline, growing stronger, much like your own, azure form. The old Supreme Kai gestured towards Son Goku, sensing the noble purity of his strength, though he could not quite comprehend its nature. However, Broly is different. The old Supreme Kai pointed at Broly, his voice somber. He is a throwback, an extreme aberration in the Saiyan bloodline, reverting to the ancient great ape form. His power knows no bounds. With every surge of emotion and every battle, this primal force is exacerbated. Yet, his mind and soul remain akin to that of an ordinary human, struggling to bear such strength. The method you previously employed, though unknown to me, merely soothed his spirit temporarily. Should he lose control again, the consequences would be catastrophic. The words sent shivers down the spines of the Kaioshins, Shin and Kibito, as they grasped the sheer magnitude of the destructive potential harbored within Broly's physique for the first time. "Get to the point," Son Goku said, nonchalantly propping his leg. Producing a bag of sunflower seeds from seemingly nowhere, adopting a leisurely observer's demeanor. The crux of the matter is that to enable him to master his power, conventional training methods will not suffice. The old Supreme Kai puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. "We must conduct a potential awakening ceremony. He must learn to navigate this vast ocean of strength from its very source. To my knowledge, I alone possess the ability to perform this rite." As he spoke, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Son Goku, a hint of pride illuminating his eyes. All right, I acknowledge your greatness." Son Goku waved dismissively, rising to stand before Broly. He patted Broly's robust shoulder and pointed towards the old Supreme Kai, earnestly declaring, "Broly, from this day forth, he shall be your teacher, responsible for guiding you in the mastery of your power." "Teacher?" Broly tilted his head, his clear eyes reflecting confusion. "Indeed, teacher," Son Goku smiled. "By following his lead, you shall no longer face headaches, nor will you wreak havoc everywhere." Broly nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, then turned to the old Supreme Kai, mimicking Son Goku's earlier gesture, and gently patted the old Supreme Kai's shoulder. "Teacher." He uttered 2 words, his voice deep and sincere. The old Kai was nearly shattered by this remark, yet upon hearing the word master, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within him. Consider Peter Toro, who once was a formidable deity with countless disciples, sealed for 500 millennia, and today, he finally accepted a disciple. Moreover, a disciple brimming with untold potential. Ahem. Good disciple, no need for formalities. The old Kai cleared his throat, assuming an authoritative demeanor befitting a master. "Very well, the formalities are complete. Let us commence." Sun Shin urged, "How long will the ceremony take?" "Well," the old Kai stroked his chin, "the entire ceremony is divided into 2 stages. The first stage requires me to perform an invigorating dance for 5 hours to channel the power within him. The second stage involves him entering a meditative state to fully absorb and master it." 5 hours of dancing. Sun Shin's lips twitched. Beside him, Xian and Jibit exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. Dancing? This sacred and solemn ceremony of potential activation relies on dance. How could this possibly be credible? What do you know? The old Kai glared at them. This is an ancient secret technique passed down from the divine lineage. with each movement infused with the profound truths of the cosmos, capable of invoking the resonance of soul and energy. Mortals cannot fathom its intricacies. His words were delivered with righteous fervor, exuding authority. Sun Xian, uninterested in further debate, found a patch of clean grass to sit upon, casually producing 2 comfortable sofas from a capsule, beckoning Xian and Jibit. Come, take a seat in the front row for the ceremony. Xian and Jibit, gazing at the modern sofas and the increasingly absurd realm of the Kai, felt their worldview being relentlessly challenged. Yet, in the end, they succumbed, gingerly taking their seats. Good disciple, you sit in the center, relax your mind, and think of nothing. The old Kai directed Broly. Obediently, Broly sat cross-legged, resembling a small mountain. Now, the old Kai inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming fervent and devout. The ceremony begins. As the words fell from his lips, he abruptly raised one leg, striking an ostentatious pose akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg. Then, music erupted. No, not music, it was the old Kai producing the sounds himself. Move it. Shake it. Hey ha. While singing a tune completely unknown to Sun Xian, yet oddly captivating, the old Kai commenced what he termed the invigorating dance. At times he twisted his waist, at others, he thrust his hips, his hands gesticulating as if scrubbing himself, and then, like a spasm, his limbs trembled erratically. The spectacle, rather than a sacred ritual, resembled a drunken old man reveling in the throes of a disco. Uft. The juice Sun Xian had just sipped nearly erupted from his mouth. Seated beside him, Xian and Jibit were utterly petrified. Their mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, expressions blank, as if their souls had left their bodies. This is the secret technique of the ancient divine lineage. This is the invigorating dance imbued with the truths of the universe. Ancestors, the visage of our esteemed Kaioshin has been utterly tarnished. Sin's heart roared in turmoil, longing to escape into the depths of the earth, wishing to feign ignorance of this decrepit old man. Yet, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. As the old Kaioshin performed his grotesque dance, visible waves of golden divine energy emanated from him, swirling around Broly like ripples upon water. Broly, with his eyes tightly shut, began to display traces of anguish upon his previously serene countenance. The dormant green aura of destruction within him seemed to awaken, stirred by some unseen force, clashing and merging with the golden divine energy. Hey, follow my rhythm, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm soaring as he executed even more flamboyant movements, culminating in a difficult step. The photo album he held slipped from his grasp due to the vigorousness of his actions, falling open to a particularly captivating page. A fleeting glance from the old Kaioshin ignited a fervor within him, his movements becoming even more flamboyant and his vocalizations more exuberant. Go. Sin covered his face, unable to bear the sight any longer. Jebet's eyes rolled back, on the verge of fainting. Meanwhile, Sun Xian observed the scene with keen interest. Though the old man's antics bordered on madness, they seemed to yield some effect. He could distinctly sense Broly's mental fortitude gradually strengthening under the guidance of the old Kaioshin's peculiar ritual in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 129. The Descent of the God of Destruction. 5 hours. For a deity, it is but a fleeting moment. Yet for Sin and Jebet, these 5 hours became the longest, most torturous, and most paradigm-shattering hours of their existence. They bore witness, wide-eyed, as their ancestor, invigorated as if by some elixir, engaged in a 5-hour-long disco on this sacred ground. The intoxicating rhythms, the flamboyant sways of his hips, and the erratic flails of his limbs tugged mercilessly at their fragile hearts. Dignity? Shattered. Decorum? Non-existent. Worldview? Reduced to mere fragments, scattered by the wind. With a final flamboyant pose, the old Kaioshin, Peter Toro, concluded his lengthy ritual. Success, he declared, straightening up and wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a triumphant glance at Sun Xian, as if to proclaim, "Behold, the extent of my power." Sun Xian brushed the sunflower seed shells from his hands, his gaze entirely fixed upon Broly. At that moment, Broly remained seated in a meditative pose, yet the aura surrounding him had visibly transformed. The once tumultuous green energy, though still restless, now bore a hint of tranquility and restraint. His furrowed brow relaxed, and the pain etched upon his face was replaced by a serene expression. Quite effective. Sun Xian nodded in approval. Despite the old man's eccentricity, his expertise undeniably ranks among the elite within the Dragon Ball realm. Naturally, the old Kaioshin puffed out his chest, declaring that the first stage of the soul resonance had been completed, though this was merely the appetizer. Next comes the second phase, the most crucial step in energy guidance. He approached Broly from behind, his expression turning exceedingly solemn. The young man's power surged like a tempestuous ocean, while his spirit resembled but a mere trickling stream. The ritual I performed earlier has considerably expanded this stream. Now, I shall instruct him on how to master this formidable energy. As he prepared to sit cross-legged and extend his palms, a voice interrupted. Wait, ancestor. The Supreme Kai, Shin, could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward, respectfully yet inquisitively inquiring. Ancestor, might I ask why you were sealed within the divine sword? This question mirrored the thoughts of Gogeta. How could a Supreme Kai, endowed with such immense potential, find himself in a state of confinement? Upon hearing this query, the old Supreme Kai instantly perked up, clearing his throat. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, embodying the posture of a solitary master, and with a voice tinged with nostalgia. He began to speak. It is a long tale. In the past, there existed a volatile god of destruction who feared my abilities. He was terrified that I would awaken the latent powers of his adversaries, thereby threatening his position. Thus, he cowardly sealed me within the divine sword while I was caught off guard. The old Supreme Kai spoke with palpable indignation, as though he had been the victim of a treacherous plot. Shin and Gogeta gasped in astonishment, their expressions transforming into a mix of understanding and disbelief. So it was a power that even the god of destruction feared. The ancestor truly is remarkable. Sun Shin nearly burst into laughter, observing the old Supreme Kai earnestly boasting. He found immense amusement in the elder's grandiose claims. The god of destruction fears your abilities? It was that skeletal cat named Beerus who, worried that you might inadvertently meet your demise and drag him down with you, sealed you away for protection. This old man's knack for self-aggrandizement rivals his dance style, both equally extraordinary. However, Sun Shin chose not to expose him. Enough with the boasting. Let us proceed with the task at hand, Sun Shin urged, waving his hand dismissively. Ignorant mortal. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, snorting disdainfully, but chose not to elaborate further. He settled behind Broly, taking a deep breath, and gently placed his hands upon Broly's broad back. Disciple, focus your mind and spirit. Feel my power and follow my guidance. A soft power emanated from the palms of the old Supreme Kai, flowing like a gentle stream into Broly's body. In the next moment, a tempest surged within Broly, as the violent green energy clashed fiercely with the divine power of the old Supreme Kai within his meridians. Broly's body jolted violently, his jaw clenched tightly, and a look of anguish resurfaced on his face. Steady. Do not resist. Instead, embrace it and learn to wield it. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated at a timely moment, preventing Broly from succumbing to madness. As moments ticked by, the pain on Broly's face gradually eased. Within him, the verdant energy, under the guidance of the old Kai, began to traverse a fixed trajectory, attempting a cyclical rotation, from initial faltering to a gradual fluidity. With each attempt, Broly, under the tutelage of the old Kai, successfully managed to circulate that cataclysmic power through his body in a complete cycle. Boom! A dense, harmonious aura surged forth from him, rising skyward. His presence transformed, no longer solely embodying destruction and fury, but now imbued with a hint of natural essence. It was accomplished. The old Kai slowly withdrew his energy, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His first meditative process had succeeded. However, in that very moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. The entire realm of the Kais trembled violently, akin to a great earthquake. An indescribable and terrifying pressure enveloped the entirety of the Kai's realm in an instant. The color drained from the face of the Kai Shin, leaving him as pale as parchment. He stood rigid, unable to move even a finger. Gogeta, too, rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the old Kai, who moments ago had been boasting about instilling fear even in the gods of destruction, now bore a countenance twisted in horror. It was him, that wretched being, the god of destruction who had sealed him away for 500,000 years. How could he possibly be here? Only Sun Tzu-in remained leisurely seated on the luxurious leather sofa he had conjured earlier. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the void, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At long last, Lord Beerus has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a slender, purple figure, accompanied by a tall attendant angel, silently materialized upon the grass. The newcomer was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. He yawned, appearing lethargic and half asleep, his purple eyes half-lidded as he casually surveyed his surroundings. His gaze skimmed over the incapacitated Jebbet and the ashen-faced Shin, lingering not a moment longer. But upon encountering the old Kai, whose expression resembled that of a constipated individual, his brows arched slightly in intrigue. "Oh, old fellow, who set you free?" Subsequently, his attention shifted to Broly, who remained seated. A blend of confusion and clarity in his eyes, ultimately resting on the sole Scion who dared to sit cross-legged before him, wearing a smile. Beerus's yawn ceased. His half-open eyes gradually widened, unleashing an aura of dread that seemed capable of shattering the Kai's realm, locking onto Sun Goku. The premonitory dream I had foretold. The Super Saiyan God. Who among you two truly embodies this title? Chapter 130. Disappointed Beerus. The purple orbs of Beerus flicked between Sun Goku and Broly. His languid voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Which of you two truly holds that title? Mere words seemed to siphon the very air from the Kai's realm. X, N, and GBT were unable to even stand, collapsing to the ground, their thoughts nearly frozen in place. The old Kaishin, PT2 Lu, was likewise rigid, cursing Sun Goku 1,000 times in his heart. This harbinger of misfortune. Just as I was released, this calamity appeared. Boasting? What nonsense. He knows better than anyone how he was sealed away. Lord Beerus, beside him, the ever-graceful and smiling Whis gently tapped the ground with his staff. Currently, only 4 Scions remain in the 7th universe. The 2 on Earth, named Trunks and Son Gohan, are not pure-blooded Scions. Whis paused, casting an intrigued glance at Sun Goku and Broly. These 2 before us, however, are the only pure-blooded Scions left. Moreover, they are the 2 strongest Scions in the universe at present. Implicitly, if the Super Saiyan God from Beerus's dreams were to exist, it would be among these 2. Beerus's gaze ultimately settled on Sun Goku. For although Broly emanated an overwhelming aura, it was clear and unfocused, devoid of any desire for battle. Yet this Scion before him, with a crab-like head, dared to lounge with his legs crossed, even wearing a foolish grin? "Hey, you Scion," Beerus's tone turned cold. "I grant you an opportunity. Answer my question." Upon hearing this, Sun Goku finally rose from the sofa. Ignoring the subtle pressure emanating from Beerus, he stepped forward with confidence. "Indeed, I am the one you seek." His candid admission only served to further displease Beerus. Beerus narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sun Goku carefully. After a moment, he disdainfully turned his lips. "Your aura is far too weak." What a disappointing premonition. He stifled a yawn, appearing utterly disinterested. "Whis, let us depart. It seems this is merely a tedious dream. Let us see if there are any delectable dishes on Earth." However, before they could leave, Beerus's tone turned icy, a hint of cruelty flashing in his purple irises. "You, lacking any reverence for the divine, truly infuriate me. Let destruction serve as recompense for your impotence. Not just you, but let us also obliterate that blue planet called Earth." A terrifying killing intent instantly solidified. The old Kaishin's face turned pale. He knew Beerus was not jesting. This capricious destroyer would indeed annihilate a planet for the slightest annoyance. Yet, in the face of such blatant threat, Sun Goku smiled. "Destroy me? And Earth as well? You wish to wreak havoc?" He flexed his wrists, igniting a fierce battle spirit. "Anyone can utter threats, but do you possess the capability to follow through?" Boom. Before his words could fade, a golden aura erupted violently. Sun Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The ferocious wave of energy swept through, nearly tossing the incapacitated X, N, and GBT away. Oh, Beerus felt a flicker of interest. A Super Saiyan? This is becoming intriguing. Ancestor, is this? XN asked with difficulty. A Super Saiyan, the legendary transformation of the Saiyan race. The old Kaishin stared intently at Sun Xian, both anxious for his safety and gripped by fear. Yet, in the presence of Lord Beerus, this level of power was akin to that of an infant. As anticipated, Sun Xian's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. Beerus, however, lazily extended a single finger. Bang! The punch was effortlessly deflected by that slender digit. The tremendous recoil sent Sun Xian hurtling back hundreds of meters. Is this all you've got? Disappointment laced Beerus's voice. Then let's see how you fare against this. Sun Xian steadied himself, his aura surging once more. The golden flames surrounding him erupted with crackling blue arcs of electricity. Super Saiyan 2. Oh, the power has escalated. The old Kaioshin exclaimed, surpassing the Super Saiyan's peak. This young man has indeed reached an extraordinary stage. Sun Xian's aura was now magnified many times over. He charged at Beerus again, faster and more ferocious than before. This time, Beerus didn't even bother to extend a finger. He merely exhaled softly. Whoosh! An invisible shockwave instantly shattered Sun Xian's assault, sending him flying once more. Sun Xian tumbled through the air for hundreds of yards before managing to stabilize himself. Not enough, still not enough. Sun Xian growled, sensing that his current strength was but a fraction of Beerus's true power. Then allow me to demonstrate an even greater force. Huh. It is well known that the louder the roar, the stronger the transformation. Sun Xian's golden hair grew wildly, soon cascading down to his waist, with his brow furrowing menacingly, as the golden flames and lightning became ferociously intense. Super Saiyan 3. This was the pinnacle of transformation achievable by Sun Xian as a Saiyan. My heavens, what is this? Xian and Jebet were nearly speechless. He has transcended the realm of Super Saiyans. The old Kaioshin's voice trembled, astonished that this young man could reach such heights. But it is futile. In the presence of a god, all of this is meaningless. The chasm between a god of destruction and mortals cannot be bridged by mere transformations. Not bad power. Beerus finally opened his eyes, regarding Sun Xian for the first time. Among mortals, you could hold your head high. However, this is where it ends. Beerus's interest had completely waned. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a small purple orb of light in his palm. Though diminutive, the orb exuded an aura of annihilation. It is an honor to perish beneath my destruction. With that, he flicked his finger. The purple sphere of destruction traveled towards Sun Xian in a seemingly slow, yet utterly unavoidable trajectory. It was the embodiment of the god of destruction's power, capable of erasing all existence. Sun Xian's pupils dilated, and he pushed the power of Super Saiyan 3 to its limits, launching a ki blast. Yet, the moment his blast made contact with the orb, it was silently obliterated. Immediately following, it was his arm, his body. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Sun Xian's figure was completely engulfed by the violet orb of destructive energy. Alas, how tedious. Beerus stifled a yawn, turning to depart. Whis, let us go. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis maintained his serene smile, yet his gaze lingered on the spot where Sun Xian had vanished. Might you not wait just a moment longer? Beerus halted, puzzled, glancing back. At that moment, a pure white light abruptly ignited in the void. Following this, to Beerus's mild astonishment, Sun Xian, who had been obliterated by the destructive force, began to reconstitute himself from the nothingness, as if played in reverse. His arms and body were intact. What a pity, Sun Xian remarked, moving his restored body slightly. A hint of regret gracing his features. I still failed to break through the bottleneck. My combat power remains unchanged. His immortal form had withstood a direct blow of destruction. Though merely a casual strike from Beerus, it was sufficient to demonstrate his terrifying regenerative capabilities. Oh, genuine brilliance finally ignited in the slitted eyes of Beerus. Fascinating, truly fascinating. You, of all beings, did not perish? Perish? Sun Xian chuckled, lifting his gaze to meet the god of destruction, a flicker of crimson igniting within his black pupils. I have long proclaimed that you lack the ability to kill me. Now, as you wish. Boom. Crimson divine flames erupted from within Sun Xian, god of Super Saiyan. Arise. Chapter 131, Gods and Gods. The crimson divine flames blazed fiercely around Sun Xian. No longer did he exhibit the frenzied lightning and thunder of Super Saiyan 3, nor the cataclysmic waves of energy. His black hair and pupils transformed into a deep crimson, his form returning to a semblance of normality, channeling all his power into this seemingly ordinary physique. God of Super Saiyan. Oh, Beerus's languid eyes fully opened, brimming with excitement. This sensation indeed. This is it. This is the god of Super Saiyan I glimpsed in my dreams. No longer appearing listless, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling an ancient beast awakening, exuding a terrifying divine majesty. Come. In an instant, Beerus vanished from sight. Sun Xian's crimson eyes flickered, his body instinctively responding, disappearing from his location as well. In the next moment, boom! The two figures collided in the skies of the King Kai's realm, accompanied by a thunderous sound. A visible transparent ripple emanated from the point of their clashing fists, spreading wildly in all directions. Crack! 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 The robust earth of the King Kai's realm was instantly riddled with countless fissures as the ripple passed. Distant mountains were silently reduced to dust. King Kai and Gogeta let out piercing screams, feeling as though they could not maintain their footing, on the verge of being torn apart by the residual waves. Even the previously boastful old Kai now wore an expression of sheer astonishment, exerting every ounce of his divine power to shield himself and the nearby Broly. Broly gazed vacantly at the sky, lost in thought, as the suppressed energy within him surged uncontrollably. Oh dear, this simply will not do. The ever-graceful Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff. With a hum, a soft blue aura enveloped the entire Kaishin realm, smoothing the trembling earth and isolating the violent energy waves with an invisible force. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured an energy shield to protect Shin, Gogeta, the old Kai, and Broly. After ensuring their safety, he redirected his gaze to the heavens, a curious smile gracing his lips. It seems Lord Beerus has begun to take this seriously. In the sky, the battle between Sun Xian and Beerus had reached a fever pitch. Their velocities escalated, with each collision potent enough to obliterate a planet. Boom! Another earth-shattering clash echoed as both warriors were sent flying thousands of kilometers apart. Exhilarating. Beerus laughed unabashedly, executing a swift move to strike Sun Xian across the neck. Unwilling to be outdone, Sun Xian retaliated with a kick to Beerus's face. Bang! Beerus deflected the blow with his arm, his excitement intensifying. How many years has it been? How long since anyone has pushed me to such delight in combat? Likewise, Sun Xian adjusted his shoulders, the crimson divine flames continuing to blaze. Truly, Lord Beerus lives up to his reputation. However, Sun Xian's tone shifted as a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Pray tell, Lord Beerus, how much of your strength have you employed thus far? Taken aback, Beerus momentarily hesitated before proudly extending 7 fingers. Approximately 70%, he declared. Is that so? A broader smile spread across Sun Xian's face. He was well aware that Beerus was not being entirely truthful. Or rather, he was only partially honest. This might represent Beerus's 70% strength, but it certainly did not reflect the full might of the god of destruction. Although Beerus had not held back due to the allure of Earth's cuisine as depicted in the original narrative, Sun Xian knew he had yet to elicit Beerus's true capabilities. Thus, Sun Xian inhaled deeply, entering a state of rapid divine energy circulation. An unending stream of vitality transformed into pure divine essence. Before Beerus's astonished gaze, Sun Xian's power began to ascend once more. You, my friend, Beerus's voice took on a serious tone for the first time. You seem remarkably different from the others. He had stumbled upon a perplexing truth. Time had elapsed since the battle commenced, and while the power of the Super Saiyan God was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll. Yet, the aura emanating from Sun Xian showed no signs of waning. Instead, it continued to grow stronger. The divine energy within him appeared inexhaustible, an endless reservoir. Sun Xian smiled. This was the terrifying aspect of the divine body. In the beginning, within the nest of time, upon activating the celestial form, the system had indicated that his life force could be perpetually transformed into divine energy. This signified that as long as he remained alive, as long as his vitality was not depleted, he would be an eternal engine, an invincible Super Saiyan God with an infinite reservoir of energy. Come forth, Lord Beerus. Sun Xian flexed his wrist, the crimson divine flames burning with even greater intensity. Let me witness the true power of the god of destruction. As you wish. Provoked by a mere mortal, Beerus' wrath and battle spirit ignited fervently. Boom. Beerus' figure transformed into a streak of purple light, instantaneously traversing space to appear before Sun Xian. With a mere finger pointed, a minuscule purple speck, smaller than dust, coalesced at his fingertip. Destruction. This was pure, conceptual energy of annihilation. Sun Xian's gaze was filled with intense focus. He did not confront it directly. The celestial form granted him endless endurance, and his immortal body ensured he could not truly perish. Yet he wished to avoid the sensation of destruction once more. He urged the divine energy to its utmost, his form shifting imperceptibly in an instant. Sizzle. The purple light grazed his cheek, obliterating a small patch of skin along with the space behind it, rendering it into eternal void. At the wound, green life energy surged, instantly restoring it to its former state. He evaded it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Beerus's eyes. Yet, Son Qian's counterattack was already upon him. His fist, ablaze with crimson divine flames, struck Beerus squarely in the face. Bang! Beerus was sent hurtling backward by Son Qian's blow. Regaining his composure, the gravity of the situation deepened in Beerus's eyes. This opponent had indeed grown stronger in both skill and power. How intriguing, truly fascinating. It appears that if I do not reveal my true abilities, I shall be underestimated by this mortal. With a low growl, a terrifying divine power, far exceeding his previous state, erupted from within Beerus. The purple energy of destruction coiled around him like flames. This time, he held nothing back. Come forth, Scion! Beerus roared, his purple form tearing through the void in an instant. Son Qian's crimson eyes burned with fervor, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. The ultimate clash of divinities erupted in full force. The aftermath of the battle sent ripples through the very fabric of time and space in the realm of the Kais. Time passed, though its measure was lost amidst the chaos. When tranquility returned, Son Qian and Beerus hovered at a distance, suspended in the shattered void. Both bore signs of battle, their auras somewhat disordered. Yet, it was evident that Beerus was in a slightly better state. I concede, Son Qian gasped, speaking with candor. Despite the celestial form sustaining his divine energy, the fatigue of his body was undeniable. In terms of absolute power, the fully unleashed Beerus was indeed superior to his current self. Beerus shook his head, gazing at Son Qian with a complex expression. You are the first to push me to this extent. I have forgiven your rudeness. Go back and cultivate diligently. I look forward to our next encounter. Having said that, Beerus prepared to turn away, evidently having acknowledged Son Qian. However, just as he was about to turn, Son Qian's voice resonated softly from behind him. Who said this is my strongest power? Chapter 132, Super Saiyan Blue at full power what? Beerus, poised to leave, suddenly froze. Why does turning around bring another wave of heartache? He slowly turned his head, his cat-like eyes filled with disbelief. I have offered you an opportunity. Wouldn't it be better to gracefully accept defeat? You have lost, yet you still refuse to concede? What does this place me, Beerus, in? No, that cannot be right. Instantly, Beerus dismissed that thought. This Scion, as reckless as he may seem, does not appear to be the obstinate type based on our battle. Perhaps he truly possesses greater strength. Beerus's voice took on a gravelly tone. In the distance, Whis' elegant smile quietly faded. Could it be that, under everyone's gaze, Son Qian slowly closed his eyes? The crimson divine flames surrounding him did not violently erupt outward. Instead, they began to retract inward. Like the tide receding, all divine energy was drawn back into his being. The air in the King Kai's realm suddenly turned eerily silent, as everyone awaited the new transformation that would unfold. This boy is merely putting on a show. Old Kaishin Pitatoro couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What could possibly? Yet, in the next moment, a more profound and powerful aura than the previous crimson flames erupted from Son Qian. Boom. It was akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan. But this time there were no shockwaves, no raging winds, only light. A brilliant azure radiance blossomed forth from within Son Qian. His hair transformed into blue, each strand standing upright naturally. His eyes also became a translucent sapphire blue. A faint divine might envelop the entire King Kai's realm. Super Saiyan Blue. What is this? King Kaishin Xin collapsed to the ground in shock, his eyes vacant, completely abandoning rational thought. How many colors can this Scion possibly possess? Will he eventually transform into a Super Saiyan Rainbow? He has seamlessly integrated divine energy into the transformation of Super Saiyan. Old Kaishin Pitatoro's jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief. It is truly astonishing. In such a short time, he could distinctly feel that Son Qian's current form exhibited an unfathomable mastery over divine energy. It was a realm of perfect control, a manipulation of divine energy that only lacked divine power and authority to reach true divinity. Oh my, Whis continued to smile gracefully, displaying a keen interest in Son Qian. This is truly remarkable. In the absence of any guidance, The remarkable ability to intuitively comprehend this realm is truly astounding. Son Wukong, or rather, Mr. Sun Xian, you are indeed a person full of surprises. If we regard Super Saiyan God as the threshold to the divine domain, then Super Saiyan Blue serves as the testament of one's entry into this realm. It is a form that neither he nor Beerus has ever witnessed. After a brief moment of astonishment, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly splendid. This is a worthy opponent. You have successfully piqued my interest. The purple destructive energy surrounding him ignited with fervor, and the laziness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a solemn readiness. Come forth, mortal who dares to stand alongside the divine. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Before his words could fully dissipate, Beerus had already vanished. In Sun Xian's azure eyes, the image of Beerus rapidly approaching was reflected. Yet he did not evade. Instead, he confidently raised his right hand and unleashed a punch. Boom. The cerulean divine aura clashed against the purple destructive energy between them. Lord Beerus, this level of power is insufficient to defeat me. In the face of Beerus's full-force onslaught, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Xian felt a tinge of strain as he was momentarily shaken upon impact. However, bolstered by his immortal form he swiftly regained his peak condition and summoned his strength once more to engage in a direct confrontation. This time, it was devoid of any technique. It was a pure, absolute contest of strength. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the space of the King Kai's realm, recently reinforced by Whis, became riddled with cracks under the force of their clash. Oh no! Whis's expression shifted as he tapped his staff against the ground again, attempting to stabilize the space once more. Yet it was too late. The explosive power unleashed by the two had already surpassed the limits of what this realm could endure. In light of this, Sun Xian's eyes brimmed with combat fervor. Let us settle this with one decisive move. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Boom. A layer of crimson energy erupted fiercely from the azure flames. The infinite energy of the permitted him to wield such a life-risking technique with abandon. However, the recovery speed of the divine energy under the tenfold King Kai Fist was already struggling to keep pace with the consumption. A swift resolution was imperative. Sun Xian's strength surged tenfold atop that of Super Saiyan Blue. Kamehameha. He clasped his hands at his waist as a brilliantly radiant energy wave rapidly coalesced. How intriguing. Beerus genuinely sensed the threat posed by this strike. If taken head-on, even a god of destruction as powerful as he would sustain significant injury. He raised his hands high above his head, channeling the full extent of his divine authority as the god of destruction of Universe 7. With destructive energy wildly converging into his palms, a massive sphere of pure purple destructive energy rapidly took shape in his hands. This is my most potent destruction. If you can withstand it, then victory is yours. Destruction. In the next instant, a resplendent and colossal beam of light collided fiercely with a pure purple sphere of destruction, transcending the void. In that instant, the entire realm of the Kais lost all color and sound. At the epicenter of this cataclysmic clash, a novel and peculiar force appeared to emerge, obliterating the laws of this space-time continuum and giving rise to an expanse of utter void. Subsequently, as the ground, flora, and sky of the Kaioshin realm came into contact with this void, they were wholly erased, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Within the energy shield, the Grand Kaioshin and Shin could only watch helplessly as this sacred sanctuary before their eyes was transformed into nothingness, consumed alongside them by the pure white emanating from the collision. Alas, how reckless it has become. Amidst the pristine white, only the voice of Whis resonated, tranquil and melodious. He cast a glance at the absolute void, now devoid of everything except himself and the energy shield, and shook his head in resignation. He raised his staff, the crystal orb atop it radiating a gentle glow. Time began to reverse. With a soft tap of the staff, the entire world commenced a frenetic rewind. The completely obliterated Kaioshin realm re-emerged, the shattered space restored to its former glory. And the two immensely terrifying energies were drawn back into the bodies of Son Goku and Beerus. Time reverted to the very second before the two were to unleash their final strikes. All right, gentlemen. Whis's figure materialized silently between Son Goku and Beerus, his staff gently creating an invisible ripple upon the ground. This battle ends here. If it continues, the Kaioshin realm will truly vanish. Chapter 133. I'm laying my cards on the table, No more pretense. Whis' voice flowed like crystal-clear spring water. Under his manipulation of time, the Kaioshin realm returned to its original state, as though nothing had transpired moments before. Son Goku and Beerus faced each other from a distance, their terrifying energies simultaneously retracting. With a long sigh, Son Goku released his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, reverting to his normal state. A wave of fatigue, stemming from the depths of his soul, washed over him, yet his eyes sparkled remarkably, filled with the satisfaction that follows an exhilarating battle. Beerus also reigned in his purple, godly destruction power, returning to his languid demeanor, though his gaze towards Son Goku brimmed with admiration and delight. I must admit, I have lost. Son Goku spoke first, nonchalantly raising his hands with no hint of disappointment, rather wearing a relaxed smile. Lord Beerus, at full power, is indeed stronger than I am now. This admission of defeat left everyone present in stunned silence. Just moments ago, he had been so assertive, refusing even the hand extended by Beerus, yet here he was, so readily conceding defeat. The Grand Kaioshin, Pitero, opened his mouth, feeling somewhat bewildered, though he wished for Son Goku to decisively vanquish Beerus to avenge his own sealing. He understood well enough that such hopes were not grounded in reality. The young man is quite remarkable. Only Whis, with a knowing smile gracing his lips, seems to perceive something deeper. Beerus furrows his brow. He senses that Sun Xian is not lying. Yet the joy reflected in his demeanor stirs a sense of inexplicable discomfort within him. Is this fellow merely probing to uncover my true strength? Humph, I must concede you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Beerus crossed his arms and proudly lifted his chin. However, to have compelled me to this extent. Aside from that rotund fellow, you are the first. I acknowledge your prowess. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus, Sun Xian replied with a grin, his heart brimming with joy. Did he win? No. From the outset, victory was never his intention. His goal was to elicit Beerus's full power, to personally experience the limits of a god of destruction's authority, and to test the boundaries of his own enhanced capabilities. Now, with his objectives flawlessly achieved, he had also elevated his standing in Beerus's eyes. In this encounter, while Beerus may not suffer a loss, Sun Xian certainly profited immensely. Now that the battle has concluded, I shall cease this facade, Sun Xian said, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, I wish to discuss a matter concerning the seventh universe, and indeed the very survival of all universes. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere grew tense. The vigilance that Beerus had only just lowered sprang back to life, his gaze fixed on Sun Xian with suspicion. What nonsense are you spouting? What in this universe could possibly threaten me, a god of destruction? In his view, this was merely Sun Xian's attempt to salvage his dignity after defeat. A vain attempt at theatrics. Lord Beerus, you are the god of destruction of the seventh universe, overseeing destruction and balance, Sun Xian declared, his eyes ablaze with intensity. But have you considered the possibility that one day, a force may emerge that even you cannot obliterate, one that could inversely taint your very essence? Or perhaps, there exists an adversary whose aim is not conquest or slaughter, but the complete erasure of our existence, reducing everything to naught? Though his voice was soft, it reverberated profoundly within the hearts of all present. Even Whis, who had maintained an elegant smile, appeared solemn. A subtle ripple flickered in his azure eyes. Who are you? Whis inquired softly. What you speak of transcends the realm of knowledge befitting a mere mortal. Me? Sun Xian chuckled lightly, his body shimmering momentarily. A long crimson vest suddenly replaced his original turtle school martial arts attire. I am Sun Xian, and I also serve as a member of the Time Patrol, tasked with rectifying distorted histories and eradicating those who seek to alter the past. He refrained from disclosing details about the Time King, instead revealing his identity as a member of the Time Patrol. The mention of the Time Patrol evoked unfamiliarity in Beerus and Whis. Yet, from Sun Xian's words, they could sense the weight of a multidimensional existence. Meanwhile, Broly, though only partially grasping the conversation, felt an instinctive unease stirring within him. He instinctively leaned towards Sun Xian, as if only there could he find solace. Empty words. Beerus scoffed, clearly still skeptical. Where are the enemies you speak of? They are omnipresent, yet elusive, Sun Xian replied, shaking his head, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. However, by a twist of fate, I once encountered one of them. Though merely a lowly demon masquerading as a divine being, the essence of its power is etched indelibly in my memory. to provide you with a more visceral understanding. Allow me to recreate that sensation for you. With that, Sun Xian slowly closed his eyes. The earthly transformation of the 72 changes, false form, activate. A strange, ineffable aura suddenly emanated from Sun Xian, without warning. It was neither divine energy, nor malevolent essence, nor any known form of power. It was a pure, distorted, high-dimensional evil that defied the very fabric of existing rules, as if it emerged from the antithesis of all known laws. At that moment, Sun Xian's entire demeanor transformed. His features began to blur, countless eyes emerged from his being, and his form wavered as though he might morph into an indescribable monstrosity at any instant. Most terrifying of all, the space surrounding him began to emit a hissing sound, visibly dissolving and collapsing under the influence of this aura. "What is this?" the old Kai shouted in terror, scrambling to hide behind Whis. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, stripped of the courage to even meet Sun Xian's gaze. While Majin Buu was fearsome, he was not this grotesque. Even the previously oblivious Broly felt his muscles tense, an involuntary expression of dread surfacing in his clear eyes. The power within him instinctively sensed a formidable adversary, standing at the forefront. Beerus and Whis wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. This aura, Beerus's cat-like eyes widened in horror, his body bristling with sweat as the purple energy of destruction surged uncontrollably from within, instinctively rebelling against the strange aura's encroachment. He could sense that his destructive power felt utterly impotent before this aura, as if the opponent existed on an entirely different plane of rules. Even if the opponent's energy intensity was inferior to his own, he found himself incapable of obliterating it. Whis furrowed his brow, the staff in his hand emanating a soft glow that shielded against the twisted aura. A force not belonging to this world, Whis articulated slowly, a hint of dread lacing his voice. This is a form of higher dimensional corruption. Chapter 134. I shall teach the god of destruction a lesson. The aura, so bizarre that it seemed to warp time and space, was effortlessly retracted by Sun Xian, vanishing without a trace. He resumed his original appearance. A grin of astonishment plastered across his face, as if to say, "See? Impressive, isn't it?" The ancient Supreme Kai, Peter Toro, struggled to swallow. His lecherous old face turned pale, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. He would rather confront the fully unleashed Beerus than endure once more the malevolence and corruption he had just experienced. The East Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito were in even worse shape. They slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, their sweat-soaked divine robes clinging to them, their eyes filled with the terror of having survived a calamity. Even Broly, who usually displayed a simple-hearted demeanor, instinctively hid behind Sun Xian, his clear eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. His battle instincts were frantically alerting him to danger, a presence so bizarre that even the overwhelming power within him trembled in response. The only two individuals able to maintain their composure were Beerus and Whis, yet the gravity of their expressions was unparalleled in all of Dragon Ball lore. What had just transpired? Beerus fixed his gaze on Sun Xian, sensing an instinctive realization that his destructive capabilities could obliterate all matter in this universe, but could not touch the enigmatic existence that had just appeared. He instinctively glanced at his own palm. At that moment, his pride in being a god of destruction was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of impotence in the face of that aura. It felt as if an ordinary person were attempting to shatter a shadow with their fist, an utterly impossible feat, for they do not exist within the same dimension. I refer to them as the outer demons. Sun Xian's smile faded, his expression turning grave. They intend to corrupt and distort everything we comprehend: time, space, laws, life, and even the very concept of existence itself, ultimately reducing it all to nothingness. Nothingness. Beerus furrowed his brow, clearly unable to grasp the terror behind that word. Humph. What a ruse. Beerus forcefully suppressed the turmoil within, crossing his arms and resuming his haughty demeanor with a scoff. If such an enemy truly existed, the Omni King would have eradicated them long ago. There would be no room for your ominous warnings here. He invoked the Omni King, his last bastion of confidence as a god of destruction. Sun Xian merely smiled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. The Omni King? If the Omni King were indeed omniscient and omnipotent, there would not be so many distorted and obliterated timelines. Ultimately, he is but an eraser, and those enemies come from beyond the very concept of Dragon Ball. They are not mere entities on paper. how can one erase them? Furthermore, it is possible that even the Omni King is ensnared in their schemes. Lord Beerus is quite reasonable, Whis remarked gracefully, tapping his staff lightly on the ground. A soft halo of light spread out, soothing the crowd's anxiety. He turned to Sun Xian, his azure eyes seemingly harboring the entirety of the starry seas. Mr. Sun Xian, the power and information you have demonstrated are indeed extraordinary. I shall report this matter to the Grand Minister at once, so that he may decide. The Grand Minister. Upon hearing this title, Sun Xian's gaze sharpened slightly. In a flash, he recalled the indifferent figure of the white-haired minister from the 13th variant timeline. If it were the Grand Priest facing those true enemies lurking in the shadows, he would undoubtedly possess the power to engage them in battle. Yet, why did the Grand Priest of that timeline choose to align with the enemy? Might this timeline's Grand Priest follow suit? Previously, I had relied on the projection of the Rui Jingu Bang to repel the Grand Priest. Should such a confrontation arise again, I would find myself at a loss. Mr. Sun Xian, the voice of Whis interrupted Sun Xian's contemplations. He retained his composed and elegant smile, yet his gaze bore an intense, penetrating quality, as if he sought to see through Sun Xian entirely. You have divulged such crucial information to us. What is your true intention? This question was pivotal. Whis harbored doubts that Sun Xian would share such outrageous intelligence without ulterior motives. He must have his own designs. Beerus had perked up, his ears twitching, his eyes honing in on Sun Xian with laser-like focus. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Intention? Sun Xian met Whis's gaze with a nonchalant smile, shrugging his shoulders. My intention is rather simple. At that moment, Sun Xian's expression turned grave, his resolve reflecting not only his own but also that of the original owner of this body. Sun Wukong. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, the reason I share this with you is not to intentionally intimidate you, nor to gain any advantage from you. I merely wish to remind you to pay closer attention to our seventh universe. His voice rose in volume, though Beerus instinctively recoiled, his ears twitching slightly. Perhaps in the grand expanse of your long lives, the seventh universe seems inconsequential, a realm that can be recklessly and barbarically developed. With Earth merely a planet that offers culinary delights, its destruction would be of little consequence. Yet for me, this is my homeland. It is the very essence of my existence. Sun Xian surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the feigning Shun and Jebet, the still-dazed Broly, and finally returning to Beerus and Whis. I hope you remain ever vigilant, lest this timeline be insidiously tainted and eroded, ultimately transforming into the stronghold of our foes. His words were heartfelt and resonant with righteousness. Whis listened intently, his smile gradually fading, and he regarded Sun Xian with a newfound seriousness. Regardless of the true intentions of this scion, at least their stance concerning the seventh universe aligned. And that was sufficient. Mr. Sun Xian, I appreciate your warning. I shall keep this matter in mind and monitor it closely. With that, he lightly tapped his staff, and a peculiar light infused itself into Sun Xian's being. This is my contact information. Should you acquire any further intelligence regarding the otherworldly demons, you may reach out to me at any time. Lord Beerus and I will intervene and assist in their eradication. Sun Xian felt a surge of joy. Success. Not only had he made a grand impression before the god of destruction, but he had also successfully obtained the angel's private contact. A remarkable gain. He nodded in acknowledgement before glancing at the old Supreme Kai, who remained in a daze. Now, to return to the matter at hand. Old man, how is Broly doing? Huh? Oh, the old Kai, awakening from his reverie, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly replied, "It's done." He can now initially control his power, preventing any further uncontrollable outbursts. Hearing this, Sun Xian glanced at Broly with satisfaction. Broly, feeling the gaze upon him, shyly smiled back, his eyes clear and free of the previous ferocity. Excellent. The first step of our recruitment plan has been successfully accomplished. With that, we shall take our leave. Sun Xian waved goodbye to everyone, preparing to escort Broly away. Wait. At that moment, Beerus suddenly called out to him. Sun Xian turned, raising an eyebrow. Lord Beerus, is there something else? To his surprise, the god of destruction, Beerus, displayed a rare, somewhat awkward expression, licking his lips as if caught in a dilemma. Finally, seeming to have made a decision, he inquired, "You come from Earth, correct?" "Indeed," Sun Xian replied, puzzled. With a lower tone, tinged with undeniable anticipation, Beerus asked, "Is the food on your Earth truly that exquisite?" Chapter 135. More food? We're here for you. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The old Kai, Patero, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground, his entire body stiffening. Xian and Jebet exchanged glances, their eyes filled with immense confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Hadn't they just been discussing the survival of Universe 7? How had the conversation suddenly shifted to cuisine? This topic change was far too abrupt. Sun Xian observed Beerus' struggle to maintain his pride, while the desire in his eyes nearly overflowed, stifling a laugh. To think that after all he had said, Beerus only remembered the word food. You ask if it's delicious? Sun Xian pretended to ponder, refraining from a direct answer. Instead asking a question to tantalize Beerus' appetite. Beerus' feline eyes, filled with anticipation, fixated on him, his throat unconsciously bobbing. Certainly. Sun Xian finally smiled, adopting the tone of a five-star food critic. Let me put it this way, Lord Beerus. He extended a finger, gently shaking it. Everything you previously considered food can only be described as merely sustenance. However, the delicacies of Earth transcend mere nourishment. They embody a spiritual pursuit, an indescribable enjoyment. He began his culinary recital. Imagine this, a golden, crispy exterior enveloping tender, juicy chicken. As you take a gentle bite, the crackling sound resonates, and the scorching juices explode in your mouth, an exquisite blend of flavors and spices gulp. The sound of Beerus swallowing echoed conspicuously in the tranquil Kaishin realm. Unbeknownst to him, Whis had propped his staff under his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Moreover, the broth simmered for countless hours to achieve a rich and profound flavor. Combined with the al dente, silky noodles, accompanied by a piece of melt-in-your-mouth char siu and a soft-boiled egg, creates a warm flow that glides down the esophagus into the stomach, revitalizing every cell within you. Enough already. Beerus could no longer contain himself. He extended a clawed hand in a gesture of halt, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. He felt that if the conversation continued, his stomach would soon protest. He had never imagined that mere words could evoke such an intense impact. This was even more torturous than the earlier battle with Sun Xian, which had undergone numerous twists and turns. The smile on Sun Xian's lips widened, as he sensed the moment had arrived. Although Earth in the future timeline had yet to return to its former glory before the androids' devastation, the culinary delights that currently existed were undoubtedly sufficient to captivate both Beerus and Whis. After all, food is the essence of life. No matter the significance of the matter, nothing surpasses the importance of being well-fed and satisfied. The advancement of gastronomy must take precedence. So, Lord Beerus, would you be interested in visiting my homeland, Earth, to personally savor these delicacies? He extended a formal invitation. Of course, I would love to go. Beerus responded with barely a moment's hesitation. His eagerness resembled that of a cat starved for 3 centuries, lacking even a trace of the godly demeanor one would expect. However, Sun Xian's tone shifted, elongating the final word. Beerus instantly became alert, his cat ears perked up. However, what? Sun Xian shrugged, revealing an expression that implied you know what I mean. Lord Beerus, you are aware that our Earth is a rather fragile planet. Should you visit and find any dish unpalatable, and should you be displeased, he did not finish his sentence. But the implication was unmistakable. You have a history of casually obliterating planets. Beerus' face flushed with rare embarrassment as he recalled his previous declarations of intent to destroy Earth. The situation had indeed become rather awkward. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, striving to preserve his dignity. Am I such an unreasonable deity? As long as the food is sufficiently delectable, I assure you I will not act rashly. Assured? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow, knowing that verbal guarantees hold little weight. What do you propose then? Beerus' impatience grew, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fried chicken and ramen he had just heard described. Quite simple. Sun Xian grinned like a fox poised to steal a hen. Let us sign an agreement. An agreement? Beerus was taken aback. Precisely. Sun Xian stated earnestly, a friendly agreement on gastronomy and peace. First, in return for your invitation to sample Earth's culinary delights, you and Mr. Whis shall automatically become special advisors to Earth, required to assist in the event of an insurmountable crisis. Second, under no circumstances shall Earth be destroyed for any reason, nor shall any life upon it be harmed, especially that of chefs. Third, and most importantly, Sun Xian's expression grew exceedingly grave, there will be a payment involved. Huh. Beerus was still pondering the first 2 clauses when he was utterly bewildered by the third. Must one pay for food? This utterly subverted the understanding of the destroyer accumulated over countless eons. Indeed, Sun Xian proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This is the true manifestation of gourmet value. It is the price that bestows nobility upon fine cuisine. Lord Beerus, I trust you would not wish for others to know of your indulgences without recompense, would you? Beerus opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to counter this assertion. Instinctively, he glanced at Whis, hoping his angelic attendant might offer some counsel. However, Whis elegantly retracted his staff and smiled. Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, I find Mr. Sun Xian's argument quite compelling. After all, to savor exquisite delicacies, it is only reasonable to incur a modest expense. Whis, that thick-browed, wide-eyed fellow, had indeed betrayed him. Beerus's whiskers trembled in indignation. He looked at Sun Xian, who wore a face of nonchalance, and then at the seemingly helpless Whis, as images of fried chicken and ramen uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Very well. Ultimately, his appetite triumphed over his dignity. Gritting his teeth, Beerus managed to utter a word. However, I am devoid of funds. He quickly added, appearing rather self-righteous. Not to worry. Sun Xian beamed even more joyfully. Other forms of collateral could suffice. Perhaps Mr. Whis could occasionally mentor our Earth warriors in their training? Or divulge some intelligence regarding formidable beings from other universes. This was indeed one of his true objectives. A source of free training and intelligence, why not seize it? Whis, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of approval in his azure eyes. This scion was certainly unwilling to incur even the slightest loss. Deal. Beerus merely wished to expedite the conclusion of this discussion so he could indulge on Earth. Excellent. A pleasant collaboration. Sun Xian extended his hand with satisfaction. Beerus disdainfully regarded his palm, but ultimately extended his claw to lightly touch it. An unequal treaty concerning the future dynamics of the seventh universe was thus forged in this dramatic moment. Very well, now that matters are resolved. Sun Xian clapped his hands and turned to Broly, gently ruffling his hair. Broly, are you ready? Let us indulge in some delightful cuisine. Delightful cuisine? Broly's clear eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled the fried chicken Sun Xian had previously shared with him. Yes, just as delectable as that. At last, Sun Xian's gaze fell upon Beerus and Whis, a broad smile gracing his face. So, dear sirs, brace yourselves. We are departing for Earth. No sooner had he spoken than he placed one hand on Broly's shoulder and extended the other. Instantaneous movement. In the next moment, the four figures vanished from the realm of the Kais, leaving behind the bewildered Old Kai and East Kai, who exchanged glances and perceived a hint of absurdity in each other's eyes. Was the fate of the universe truly being determined by Earth's cuisine? Chapter 136. Only one meal per kilometer? Earth, West City, the opulent courtyard of Bulma's residence. A slight distortion in space heralded the sudden appearance of four figures upon the lawn. Back again, breathing in the familiar air of Earth. A smile spread across Sun Xian's face. Father, Uncle Goku. Two voices of surprise rang out in unison. After a long wait, Son Gohan and Trunks rushed forward, their faces radiating joy at the reunion. However, their smiles froze as their eyes fell upon the three individuals behind Son Goku. One was a towering figure with a fierce glint in his eyes. Another exuded an air of elegance, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. And the last was a peculiar, hairless purple cat dressed in strange attire, emaciated to the point of resembling a skeleton. Instinctively, Gohan and Trunks tightened their bodies, particularly in response to Broly and Beerus, from whom they sensed an intangible, terrifying pressure. Were they enemies? Don't be alarmed. They are allies, Son Goku reassured, patting Gohan on the shoulder to signal them to relax. Where's Bulma? I'm right here. With a melodic voice, Bulma emerged from the villa, dressed in casual home attire and carrying a glass of juice. It was evident that, following the restoration of peace, she had resumed her regimen of self-care, appearing a decade younger. Upon seeing Beerus and Whis, she paused momentarily, but soon became captivated by their unusual appearances. Wow, Goku, is this a circus performance you've arranged? That cat looks rather unfortunate, so thin. Bulma curiously scrutinized Beerus. Veins bulged on Beerus's forehead. A circus performance? A wave of formidable pressure uncontrollably emanated from him. The purple energy of destruction threatening to tear through the earth. Gohan and Trunks' expressions changed dramatically. Under this oppressive force, they felt utterly devoid of the courage to resist. Hey, Whis gently signaled, causing the pressure to dissipate instantly. He bowed slightly to Bulma, smiling gracefully. Greetings, beautiful lady. We are friends of Mr. Son Goku. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, friends. Bulma's eyes brightened, and she enthusiastically beckoned. Please, come in. Gohan, Trunks. Don't just stand there. Help entertain our guests. Bulma had always been exceedingly generous to friends. Soon, a lavish welcome banquet of the highest caliber unfolded in the new Capsule Corporation's dining hall. A long table was adorned with a dazzling array of delicacies, golden, glistening Wellington beef, translucent sushi and sashimi platters, aromatic Buddha jumps over the wall, and towering heaps of luxurious seafood. Initially, Beerus maintained the demeanor of a god of destruction, merely picking up his knife and fork symbolically. However, upon tasting the first bite of Wagyu beef, the explosion of exquisite flavors on his palate shattered his pretense. A newfound brilliance erupted in Beerus's eyes. He discarded the utensils and, with claws extended, seized a piece of tempura and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch. Delicious. So delightful. What is this pudding made of? It's simply divine. The god of destruction was utterly captivated. He could no longer care for any semblance of dignity. Channeling his destructive power into the prowess of a voracious eater, devouring the culinary delights on the table with lightning speed, leaving behind only the echoes of his consumption. Beside him, Whis, though maintaining his elegant demeanor, consumed his food with remarkable speed. He deftly lifted a slice of salmon with his chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce, and relished it with a contented squint of his eyes. The exquisite fusion of the fish's freshness and the sweetness of its fat was a testament to the remarkable artistry of Earth's culinary culture. Gohan, Trunks, and Bulma were utterly mesmerized, their mouths agape as they beheld the diminutive purple cat obliterating mountains of food with an efficiency that belied its slender form. Broly, on the other hand, sat quietly beside them, joyfully indulging in a bucket of assorted delicacies prepared specially for him by Son Goku, his mouth glistening with oil and a blissful, innocent smile adorning his face. Are our fathers truly gods? Gohan whispered to Son Goku. Indeed, they are gods. Son Goku replied calmly, sipping his ice-cold cola from the main timeline. Gods of feasting. This grand banquet continued for a full 3 hours. Only after Beerus had licked the last dessert clean did he languidly recline in his chair, stroking his round belly and letting out a contented burp. It was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed in billions of years. Well, Lord Beerus, Whis said, dabbing his mouth with a napkin and rising gracefully. We have indulged long enough. It is time to return. Return? The look of pleasure on Beerus's face vanished instantly, replaced by a palpable reluctance and resistance. What is there to return to? To eat the cat food that was prepares? No, I refuse. He gazed longingly at the mess strewn across the table and then at Bulma, his eyes filled with desire. Ahem, is there any left for tomorrow? Of course. Bulma replied generously, waving her hand. As long as you enjoy it, you can eat as long as you wish. For Bulma, a brilliant scientist who had mastered advanced technologies such as capsules, wealth was merely a means to indulge. Beerus's eyes lit up with excitement. Lord Beerus, Whis's voice chimed softly. Have you forgotten? We still have many years' worth of official duties to attend to. Instantly, Beerus's expression soured, becoming more forlorn than a bitter gourd. Observing his transformation from heaven to hell, Son Goku knew the moment had arrived. He smiled, flipped his palm, and a ring, identical to the one he had given Krinoa, appeared in his hand. Lord Beerus, since you enjoy Earth's cuisine so much, why not take some local specialties back with you? Beerus and Whis's attention was immediately drawn to the ring. What is this? Beerus inquired with curiosity. A storage artifact filled with delicacies. Son Goku explained as he tossed the ring to Beerus. Instinctively, Beerus caught it, and a surge of divine energy flowed into it. In the next moment, his breath hitched. Inside the ring's space, a veritable mountain of fried chicken, pudding, takoyaki, steak, and all the delectable dishes he had savored at the banquet was piled high, each preserved in the pristine state of having just been cooked. Is all of this for me? Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Son Goku affirmed. Son Xian nodded and added, this is sufficient for you and Mr. Whis to enjoy for an entire year. A year. Beerus initially felt a surge of joy, but his expression quickly soured as he furrowed his brow. Is that all? It seems rather scant. Could you not pack a bit more? A flicker of regret passed through Whis's eyes, clearly sharing the sentiment that a year was too brief. Alas, Son Xian shrugged, revealing an expression of helplessness. To preserve the exquisite taste of the cuisine, this is the maximum I can provide. He certainly would not divulge that the space within the ring was vast enough to accommodate not just a year's supply, but even a small world. After all, the dog capital system would not sell each item for 999 merit points otherwise. The deliberate limitation to just 1 year was intended to tease these two deities. Desire more? Simply return to Earth for a renewal after a year. Very well, a year it is, Beerus said cautiously as he slipped the ring onto his finger, treating it like a precious treasure, afraid of losing it. With this, at least for the upcoming year, he would no longer have to endure unsavory food. His gaze towards Son Xian transformed into one of unprecedented kindness. Then, until we meet again. Whis gracefully raised his staff, offering a slight nod to Son Xian and Bulma, expressing anticipation for the next culinary experience on Earth. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, a brilliant beam of light surged upwards, enveloping Beerus and Whis, and they vanished into the sky in an instant. In the courtyard, tranquility was restored once more. Mission accomplished. A smirk of triumph graced Son Xian's lips. This transaction was exceedingly profitable. Chapter 137. Farewell. Before the storm time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. This half-year marked an unusually tranquil and harmonious period in this realm, which had experienced destruction and rebirth over the decades. Above the Divine Temple, in a specially crafted training space opened by the King of Time, an intense scene unfolded. Now, golden flames intertwined with soft white light as Gohan and Trunks simultaneously unleashed their powers, converging upon a robust figure from 2 directions. Gohan's mysterious form became increasingly harmonious, his movements subtly imbued with the essence of supreme ease. He no longer relied solely on instinct, but instead integrated the angelic technique's profundity into his combat style. Trunks, heeding Son Xian's guidance, began to pivot towards the path of swordsmanship, channeling his strength into the blade, each strike lethal. However, their adversary was Broly. With a low growl, Broly unleashed a tempestuous surge of grass-green energy, yet he expertly restrained it within a 3-foot radius of his body through sheer willpower. Confronted by the duo's onslaught, Broly remained remarkably composed, his enormous hands deftly capturing both Gohan's fist and Trunks' sword spine with uncanny precision. The terrifying force transmitted through his arms caused Gohan and Trunks to change color, their offensive momentum collapsing in an instant. Broly, you have made significant progress. A leisurely voice chimed in. Son Xian, casually chewing on a blade of grass, observed the trio's training with satisfaction. After 6 months of guidance, Broly had essentially mastered control over his emotions and powers. Upon hearing Son Xian's praise, Broly broke into a broad smile, innocently loosening his grip. His aura instantly retracted, reverting to that of the innocent giant. Father, Uncle Wukong, Son Gohan and Trunks also withdrew their transformations and flew over. 6 months of peace and ample nourishment had rendered them noticeably more spirited than before, their faces adorned with the youthful vigor befitting their age. Indeed, your synergy has grown increasingly harmonious. Son Xian sat up, tousling Gohan's hair. Yet, it remains insufficient. In the face of true power, your strength still appears rather frail. Yes, the two responded respectfully. They understood that the true power Son Xian referred to was an existence beyond their wildest imaginings, stronger than even the god of destruction and the angels. After the training concluded, Son Xian led the 3 back to the new Capsule Corporation. Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. At the dining table, Broly was happily devouring an enormous seafood platter, his expression devoid of the ferocity he had once displayed. He had grown fond of Earth, its friends, and especially its cuisine. By the way, Bulma. Son Xian took a sip of juice as if recalling something. Don't forget to renew the annual packages for Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis. Those 2 are our planet's special advisors for the future and must be well taken care of. Bulma shot him an exasperated glance, radiating charm. I got it. You've reminded me 1,000 times. Do you doubt my abilities? I assure you they will enjoy it so much they want to leave. Speaking of which, she suddenly shifted her tone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've taken care of what you asked. Oh, Son Xian raised an eyebrow. Come. Let me show you your new ride. Bulma proudly led Son Xian to a vast hangar. In the center stood a brand new time machine. Its design was similar to the previous one, yet its lines were more streamlined, and its exterior shimmered with a futuristic sheen. The time machine, Bulma patted its surface, declaring with pride, it features a completely new space curvature engine, and the energy core has been upgraded, This time, it's absolutely foolproof. Sun Xian circled the time machine, nodding in satisfaction before casting a mischievous grin at Bulma. Truly foolproof? Didn't you say the same last time? Don't let me end up in some bizarre location halfway through, like a certain goddess's bathhouse or something. You. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she recalled the previous mishap. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet she couldn't help but laugh at Sun Xian's irreverent analogy. She playfully kicked him. Get lost. If you keep joking, I might just set the destination to the singularity of a cosmic explosion. After the jest, the atmosphere gradually became somber. Both understood that the completion of the new time machine signified the impending moment of farewell. Farewell, after all, had arrived. In the yard's lawn, Sun Xian gazed at all those before him. Son Gohan, who had matured into a reliable young man. Trunks, with his resolute gaze, shouldering the future, and Bulma, the brilliant mind who would forever be his strongest support. In Broly's eyes, filled with reluctance, he spoke, I must depart. Sun Xian's voice remained calm. In an instant, Gohan's eyes turned red. Uncle Goku, how long will you be gone this time? Trunks clenched his fists tightly. Do not worry. This is not a matter of life and death, Sun Xian replied with a smile, embracing each of them in turn. Gohan, you are now the protector of Earth. You must have more confidence. Trunks, take good care of your mother. Broly, remember what I taught you. Control your power and safeguard your friends. Bulma, I leave them in your capable hands. Lastly, he gazed at Bulma, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret and gratitude. With tears welling in her eyes, Bulma nodded firmly and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Go, I'll hold down the fort. Just be careful. Sun Xian cast one last glance at the place where dreams began before vanishing in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the heavenly palace above the clouds. Mr. Popo, or rather the King of Time, was watering the flowers in the garden. Are you leaving? The King of Time asked, his voice as tranquil as ever. Without turning around. Yes, it's time to meet my old companions, Sun Xian responded, stepping closer. Infiltrating the enemy is the riskiest yet most rewarding move. If you are exposed, even I cannot save you, the King of Time cautioned slowly. The greater the storm, the more exhilarating the catch, wouldn't you agree? Sun Xian shrugged. Besides, my life is quite resilient. The King of Time turned to him, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Remember, the erosion of zero is not merely a matter of power. Do not attempt to understand it, nor let it assimilate you. Is this your advice as a senior? Sun Xian raised an eyebrow. No, the King of Time shook his head. This is the sole hope of a failure, directed towards his successor. With that, he fell silent and resumed tending to his plants. Sun Xian gazed at him deeply, refraining from further words, and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Capsule Corporation. The door of the time machine closed with a hum. Sun Xian settled into the pilot seat, deftly setting the temporal coordinates to year 767 of the Age of the Gods, the main timeline. The undercover mission was officially underway. With a slight tremor, the time machine transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon and smoothly entering the vibrant time-space tunnel. Chapter 138, The Bewildered Trunks in the Main Timeline. Year 767 of the Age of the Gods, West City, Capsule Corporation. Within a specially reinforced colossal training room, the air felt as thick as mercury. Under a terrifying gravity of 1,000 times, two golden figures, enveloped in furious arcs of electricity, clashed repeatedly. Each collision erupted with a thunderous roar, as the specially designed alloy walls seemed on the verge of collapsing under the pressure, emitting creaking sounds of protest. Too slow, Trunks, Vegeta exclaimed, sending Trunks flying with a kick, his golden aura burning fiercely, eyes filled with harshness and coldness. Your anger is not pure enough. The power of Super Saiyan 2 should not be so feeble. It's my father. Trunks emerged from the recesses of the wall, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, his azure eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit and confidence. Over the past 6 months, under the grueling training regimen imposed by Vegeta, he had undergone a profound transformation. It was not merely his strength that had evolved. It was also the unyielding warrior spirit inherent in every Saiyan. He reflected upon the future ravaged by the androids, recalling Gohan's valiant guardianship in his final moments. And the fury within him surged into a formidable force once more. With a mighty roar, Trunks' aura flared violently, crackling with electricity as he morphed into a golden streak of lightning, charging once again towards Vegeta. Father and son had both shattered their limits. reaching a new pinnacle, Super Saiyan 2. Outside the training room, Bulma observed this scene through the surveillance screen, her face etched with concern. These two battle maniacs were truly reckless. Time seemed to blur until the gravity chamber emitted a signal and a release of pressure, signifying the conclusion of their training for the day. Panting heavily, Trunks reverted from his transformation, kneeling on one knee as he gasped for breath. Vegeta, meanwhile, descended slowly before him, his own breath unsteady yet still exuding the dignity of a father. He tossed a senzu bean to Trunks. "Not bad," Vegeta remarked, unable to suppress a satisfied smirk that blossomed from the depths of his heart. "Compared to the fool Son Goku has raised, you are truly my son, Vegeta." He crossed his arms, declaring proudly, "In tomorrow's contest, you shall undoubtedly surpass Gohan. I intend to show Kakarot, whose training methods reign supreme." Trunks swallowed the senzu bean, instantly revitalized, and rose to his feet, responding respectfully, "Yes, father." Yet, within him, the desire for victory was not as fervent. Over the past 6 months, he had forged a friendship with Gohan from this timeline, and understood well that under Goku's guidance, Gohan was also making swift progress. "Father, I wish to observe Gohan's training," Trunks suggested. "Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you shall never be defeated." "Humph, do as you please," Vegeta scoffed, disdainfully turning towards the shower room. "Just don't let that fool's sentimentality infect you." Trunks smiled wryly, preparing to exit when suddenly, a peculiar engine roar reverberated from outside. This sound seemed to resonate with the very fabric of space, causing the entire Capsule Corporation building to tremble ever so slightly. "What is that commotion?" Vegeta halted abruptly, frowning deeply. Trunks felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Had he heard this sound before? Before he could contemplate further, a blinding light pierced through the door of the training room, followed by a piercing shriek as the Capsule Corporation's alarm blared to life. An intruder? Vegeta's expression darkened as he dashed out of the training room, Trunks following closely behind. They burst onto the lawn, only to find themselves frozen in shock at the sight that lay before them. In the heart of the familiar lawn, a sleek, white aircraft, brimming with futuristic technology, hovered silently. It was not a spaceship, but rather resembled an enormous egg-shaped capsule. A time machine. Trunks' pupils dilated in shock as he gasped. Although the machine's details differed from the one he had arrived in, its core structure and the emanating energy were strikingly identical. How could this be? Was it possible that another version of himself from a different timeline had returned? Or had his mother constructed another one? As Vegeta and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances, a soft click sounded as the hatch of the pristine time machine slowly ascended. A familiar figure clad in Master Roshi's martial arts uniform emerged leisurely, with his black hair and a visage both refined and resolute, coupled with an innate air of calmness. Who else could it be but Son Wukong? However, Trunks' mind momentarily faltered. Uncle Wukong was supposed to be training with Gohan at Buu's Mountain, so how could he possibly emerge from a time machine? Beside him, Vegeta's expression shifted from astonishment to deep displeasure, his teeth grinding audibly. "It's you. This scoundrel. Wasn't he said to have departed from this timeline? How could he have returned?" Sun Xian stepped out of the hatch, stretching languidly and inhaling the familiar yet strange air. Year 767 of the Age of the Universe, primary timeline, coordinates accurate. Bulma had finally proven reliable this time. As his gaze swept across the yard, he spotted the astonished father-son duo. When his eyes landed on the purple-haired boy clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket, his lips curved slightly upward. He has arrived. Indeed, he returned. Even though he had traversed time in Trunks' stead to preemptively deal with the Frieza family, the immense historical juncture of the android crisis still possessed a formidable inertia. The self-correcting nature of time had once more delivered this tragic hero of the future to this era. While Sun Xian understood this internally, his expression remained inscrutable. Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard plunged into an eerie silence, a sudden whoosh announced another figure materializing before them. "Trunks, Vegeta, I sense an oddly familiar energy. What is happening?" The newcomer was none other than Son Wukong, who had just arrived via instant transmission. He had initially intended to check on Trunks' training progress and perhaps engage in a spar. However, as his gaze shifted past Vegeta and Trunks to the version of himself emerging from the time machine, his smile faltered. "Huh." Son Wukong scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. "Xiangu, how did you return?" Meanwhile, Trunks had become utterly petrified. His eyes darted between the Son Wukong on his left and Sun Xian on his right. his mind blank, teetering on the brink of a mental crash. The figure on the left was the gentle and pure-hearted Son Wukong, who had been guiding Gohan's training during this period. To the right stands a figure emerging from a newly crafted time machine, a man who bears an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Son Wukong. Two Son Wukongs. Trunks, utterly bewildered, found himself in a state of complete astonishment. Chapter 139, Trunks and Son Gohan. The air in the courtyard was thick with an uncomfortable silence. Trunks' mind came to a standstill, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Though he had heard tales before, witnessing it firsthand left him in disbelief. To the left was Uncle Wukong, who had been guiding Son Gohan's training over the past 6 months, radiating a gentle and pure aura, with a perpetual smile gracing his face. To the right was the doppelganger, stepping out of a sleek, futuristic time machine, clad in identical martial arts attire. Yet his gaze was profound, akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Two Son Wukongs. This realization struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering his prophetic sense of returning from the future into oblivion. You. Trunks stammered, his lips quivering, as he pointed back and forth between Son Wukong and Son Xian, unable to articulate a single word. He felt on the brink of madness. What on earth was happening in this world? Why was it infinitely more absurd than his obliterated future? The silence was abruptly broken by none other than the least likely person to be surprised. The Son Wukong of the main timeline's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he circled Son Xian, even reaching out to poke his arm. Xian, is that outfit new? It feels like a finer material than mine. Son Xian's lips twitched. As expected of you, Kakarot, your focus is always uniquely peculiar. Although the clothing was of the same design, Son Xian's set had been crafted by Bulma in the future timeline. While not entirely handmade, it had certainly been thoughtfully designed. That persistent nuisance. Vegeta's teeth ground together, a tempest of fury and wariness swirling in his gaze. This scoundrel, each time he appeared, dealt a blow to his pride, as if he were the arch-nemesis of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta, it's been a while. Your power seems to have increased significantly, Son Xian remarked, his tone flat, as if he had only just recalled the existence of such a person. Yet, it was this very indifference that struck Vegeta as a profound affront. You're insufferable. All right. Stop standing around in the courtyard like fools. At that moment, Bulma, clad in a lab coat and clutching a tablet, hurried out from the research facility. Drawn by the alarm, she stepped outside to witness the chaotic scene. Upon seeing Son Xian, her eyes widened in surprise, soon replaced by a look of understanding. She approached the utterly petrified Trunks and gave a light slap on his back. What are you daydreaming about? It's just two Wukongs. What is the fuss all about? Bulma pointed at Son Xian, quickly explaining in a didactic tone. This is Son Xian, another Son Wukong, who has traversed from a parallel timeline's future. He arrived before you. It was he who resolved the matter of Frieza and his son. Do you understand, Trunks? The theory of parallel universes. Surely you have accepted it long ago? I, Trunks, opened my mouth, feeling a severe inadequacy in my cognitive capacity. Indeed, I had accepted the theory of parallel universes. Yet witnessing two identical Gokus standing side by side was an entirely different affair. This was utterly ludicrous. It was simply bewildering. Calm down for a moment, Trunks. Son Xian finally spoke, his voice imbued with a soothing power. I am Son Xian, and you may consider me a distant relative of this timeline's Goku. He gently patted Trunks on the shoulder and smiled, welcoming him to this slightly more bustling primary timeline. With the repeated explanations from those present, Trunks reluctantly began to digest this revolutionary truth. He gazed at the two Gokus before him. Their appearances were identical, yet their auras were completely divergent, leaving him feeling rather perplexed. The following day, in the backyard of Capsule Corporation, nearly all the warriors had gathered on the vast lawn, which had been restored countless times. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Kaiatsu, and even the dedicated caretaker of the Sun family, Piccolo, had all arrived. Today marked the day of the duel between Gohan and Trunks. This was also the ultimate showdown between Vegeta and Goku, determining whose pedagogical methods were superior. In the center of the lawn stood young Gohan and future Trunks, facing each other. Gohan, clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform, wore a calm expression, his eyes reflecting a maturity beyond his years. Trunks, in a jacket, bore a resolute demeanor, with fierce determination blazing in his azure eyes. Gohan, for the past 6 months, I have been relentlessly striving to surpass you. Trunks declared solemnly, today, allow me to showcase my results. Likewise, Trunks, Gohan replied with a slight smile. I am equally eager to witness the fruits of my father's training. Meanwhile, Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk of unabashed arrogance playing at the corners of his mouth. Kakarot, open your eyes and behold. When your precious son is reduced to tears shortly, do not say, I did not forewarn you. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. That remains to be seen, Vegeta. Gohan is quite formidable as well. Son Xian stood by, arms crossed, observing the arena with keen interest, much like an audience member enjoying a performance. Let the duel begin, commanded Piccolo. With a mighty shout, the two distinct yet equally formidable energies erupted. A brilliant golden aura shot skyward, tearing through the clouds, while violent lightning danced around them like silver serpents, accompanied by crackling bursts of sound. Super Saiyan 2. Both Gohan and Trunks had evidently mastered the power that transcended Super Saiyan. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, his jaw agape. Have these two little ones truly reached such heights? Piccolo's expression grew grave, for these two energies surpassed anything Goku and Vegeta had exhibited 6 months prior. Boom! Before the words could escape his lips, the two figures in the arena transformed into two streaks of golden lightning, colliding fiercely before separating once more. The resounding echoes of their fists and feet clashing filled the air, each impact sending visible ripples through the space around them. Trunks unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, embodying the primal ferocity of a Saiyan. Each punch was a force to be reckoned with, exuding raw masculinity. In contrast, Gohan displayed a grace and precision that was remarkable. His movements were devoid of any superfluous gestures, consistently evading Trunks' ferocious onslaught with minimal effort, poised to counterattack at the opportune moment, as if the outcome had been calculated in advance. Their combat styles epitomized the training philosophies of Vegeta and Goku, one championing sheer strength, the other mastery of control. For a moment, the balance seemed perfectly matched, with neither side exhibiting superiority. Do you see this, Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, unable to conceal the pride swelling within him as he observed Trunks' overwhelming dominance. He drew closer to Goku, proudly proclaiming, Kakarot, this is the true fighting style of a Saiyan. The fluffy techniques you imparted to Gohan are utterly inconsequential. Trunks is destined to win, Vegeta declared with conviction. Yet, scarcely had his words settled when a calm voice emerged from behind him. No, Son Xian, casually seated on the grass with a bucket of popcorn, fixed his gaze upon the battlefield, his tone resolute. The one who will lose is Trunks. Chapter 140. Is this what you call fluffy? Son Xian's assertion struck Vegeta like an invisible slap, sending a jolt of indignation through him. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. What did you say? Vegeta spun around, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze fierce enough to instill fear. How dare you look down on my Trunks? Just because you bear a resemblance to Kakarot, you think you can speak freely. He pointed vehemently at the two engaged in their fierce battle, roaring. Open your eyes and see clearly. Trunks has been dominating Gohan from start to finish. That weakling hasn't even had a chance to retaliate. On what grounds do you claim he will lose? Vegeta's voice resonated with fury born from perceived disrespect. He believed Son Xian's words not only undermined Trunks, but also invalidated the elite training he had imparted over the past 6 months, challenging the very philosophy of combat he held dear. However, in response to his outburst, Son Xian remained unfazed, not even altering his relaxed posture. He nonchalantly popped a handful of popcorn into his mouth, his focus unwaveringly on the battlefield, as if Vegeta's ire were merely a comedic interlude to the contest. On what basis? As Vegeta teetered on the brink of a furious transformation into a Super Saiyan to confront Son Xian, the latter finally spoke, his tone laced with playful mockery. Is it based on your flushed face and heated neck? Or is it because you lack understanding? You. Vegeta trembled with rage, ready to unleash his fury upon Son Xian. Shoo, quiet now. Watch closely and learn well. Son Xian quietly released a hint of his aura, instantly calming Vegeta. Oh, almost forgot. This fellow possesses extraordinary strength. What you perceived was merely the ferocity of Trunks' attacks, yet you failed to notice how few effective strikes he actually landed. You witnessed Gohan in a state of passive defense, but overlooked how he expended minimal effort while draining Trunks of a considerable portion of his stamina. Son Xian's voice, though soft, illuminated the minds of those present. Krillin, Yamcha, and others instinctively held their breath, eyes wide, attempting to discern the intricacies of Son Xian's insights from the two swiftly fading golden afterimages. Even the usually carefree Goku seized his jovial demeanor, his expression shifting to one of keen focus. He sensed it, though Gohan's aura was suppressed, it remained remarkably steady, a testament to Master Roshi's teachings. Observing their breathing revealed the contrast. Sun Xian's commentary flowed like a voiceover, narrating the intensifying conflict. Trunks' breaths grew increasingly labored, with each ferocious assault. The rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced. In stark contrast, Gohan's aura remained unchanged, his rhythm impeccably controlled. Vegeta, tell me, who will emerge victorious? Sun Xian's words were akin to pulling Vegeta from a sauna and plunging him into an ice chamber. He instinctively shifted his focus from the chaotic flurry of strikes to the details he had previously dismissed. Indeed, just as Sun Xian had articulated, Trunks continued his relentless onslaught, punches slicing through the air, his energy radiating as the ground fractured beneath him. Yet, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. A discerning eye would note that the intervals between Trunks' attacks had elongated by mere fractions of a second. Though slight, in battles of this caliber, even the tiniest flaw could prove fatal. In stark contrast stood Gohan. Regardless of the ferocity of Trunks' onslaught, he remained steadfast. His movements were fluid, like flowing water, devoid of any excess. Even Trunks' seemingly perfect combination of explosive power and speed was evaded with mere sidesteps and tilts of the head. The prince's barrage of energy blasts was deftly deflected with a single palm, redirecting what should have been lethal strikes into the empty sky. Efficient, precise, and composed, he epitomized the advantages of Super Saiyan 2 to their fullest extent. Vegeta's countenance gradually darkened. The strength-centric philosophy he had instilled in Trunks now appeared crude and absurd when juxtaposed with Gohan's precise combat artistry. Vegeta, what Brother Xian taught me is precisely this. Goku mused, scratching his head with a tone of revelation. Power is akin to water in a reservoir. If one simply bursts the dam, though it may create a grand spectacle, the destructive force is diffused. It is only through mastery and control that one can unleash that water through a pinhole, which is truly formidable. These words shattered any lingering hope within Vegeta. They felt eerily familiar, as if he had once heard them but failed to pay attention. He fixated on the battlefield, his teeth grinding audibly. The battlefield's dynamics, as Sun Xian articulated, began to experience a subtle reversal. Trunks bellowed once more, channeling all his strength into a swift punch aimed directly at Gohan's head. He intended to conclude the battle with this blow. However, this time, Gohan chose not to evade. In the very instant Trunks' fist was about to make contact, a sharp glimmer ignited within his usually tranquil eyes. The moment had arrived. Gohan lowered his body slightly, evading the punch with an astonishing angle. Simultaneously, his previously defensive right hand sprang into action at last. His palm transformed into a blade, striking forward with simplicity, precisely landing on the unguarded armpit of Trunks, who had overexerted himself. A dull thud resonated. Trunks' ferocious assault abruptly ceased. A sharp, numbing pain surged through his body, instantly sapping the strength from his right arm. His nerves were struck. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan shifted his form, appearing like a specter beside Trunks. He lifted his leg, perfectly condensing the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 2 into a single point at his knee. Bam! A heavy knee strike slammed into Trunks' abdomen. Aya! Trunks cried out in agony, his body curling like a cooked shrimp, the golden aura dissipating in an instant as he fell heavily to the ground. Reverting from his Super Saiyan 2 state, the battle had concluded. The arena fell into a profound silence. Krillin and Yamcha gaped, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit within. Piccolo's lone arm trembled slightly, his face etched with shock. The entire sequence, from Trunks' frenzied assault to Gohan's decisive counter, unfolded with lightning speed, yet the peril and intricacy of the encounter sent shivers through the onlookers. Gohan slowly descended to the ground, the golden aura and lightning dissipating as he regained his calm demeanor. He approached Trunks, extending a hand with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. Trunks, I didn't mean to. On the lawn, Sun Xian finished the last bite of popcorn, clapped his hands, and stood up. He cast a glance at the Saiyan prince beside him, now completely frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to white, then to a deep purple hue, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, do you call this soft? Chapter 141. Kakarot, do you wish to dance as well? The air turned deathly still. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Vegeta stood rigid, his expression resembling a wildly shifting palette, oscillating from a steely blue to a ghostly white, then to a purplish hue reminiscent of liver. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the overwhelming humiliation and fury threatening to burst from his chest. He had lost. His son, whom he had meticulously crafted over 6 months with the most rigorous and efficient elite training, embodying the pride of the Scion Prince, had lost, and lost utterly. Moreover, he suffered a defeat in a manner he most despised and failed to comprehend, so utterly and decisively. On the lawn, Trunks struggled as he was assisted to his feet, gazing at his father's despondent visage, his heart laden with guilt and remorse. "I am sorry, father," Trunks murmured, his voice hoarse and dry. "I have disappointed your expectations. I could not conquer Gohan." He anticipated the thunderous wrath of Vegeta. Yet, it didn't come. Vegeta did not even cast a glance in his direction. His eyes were fixated on Gohan, who had returned to his normal state, gazing at Trunks with an expression of regret. Soft and gentle, that individual, nurtured by Kakarot's gentle hand, had vanquished his proud princely techniques with the most delicate of maneuvers. The boy's combat style, his exquisite mastery of power, and his unhurried composure epitomized true strength. And what of himself? The so-called princely techniques he imparted to Trunks. The notion that power reigns supreme stood before his opponent as the clumsiness of a brute swinging a massive hammer but failing to swat a fly. Crude, ridiculous, utterly foolish. How could this be? Power, overwhelming power, is everything. This is the essence of Saiyan combat. Why has it come to this? No. A primal growl erupted from Vegeta's throat. He recalled the humiliation he felt when he had to bow his head and seek Gohan's counsel. He remembered the past 6 months of his self-righteous elite training. He thought he had cast aside that ridiculous pride, yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. He had not. He merely shifted that pride onto his son, and now, that pride, along with his dignity as a prince, lay shattered. No, I refuse to believe it. Boom! A ferocious golden aura erupted violently from Vegeta. Blinding blue arcs of electricity surged wildly, instantly tearing up the grass beneath him, leaving the ground charred black. Super Saiyan 2. That brutal, unwilling aura swept through the arena like an 8th-degree tempest, wreaking havoc. "Vegeta, have you lost your mind?" Krillin stumbled back in fear, his face pale. What does he intend to do? Yamcha's voice trembled. Has this man gone mad? Vegeta's eyes burned crimson. Fixated fiercely on Gohan, his teeth grinding audibly, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. "Gohan, come, let us battle once more. I shall personally prove that my path, Vegeta's path, is the strongest." He dared to challenge a child who had just finished fighting. Everyone was taken aback by Vegeta's utter lack of decorum. This was no longer a spar. It was a furious display, an act of bullying. Bulma, anxious to intervene, was restrained by Goku. At that moment, Vegeta resembled a frenzied bull. Anyone who approached would suffer. Gohan, however, furrowed his brow slightly. This is rather unbecoming. Vegeta, unable to bear the pressure. He resorted to overturning the table, yet he did not intervene, for he understood that someone else would. Just as Vegeta's energy locked onto Gohan, poised to strike, a figure appeared before Gohan without warning. It was not a mere instant transmission, but sheer velocity. Goku, his back turned to Gohan. His towering silhouette stood resolute as an unyielding mountain, absorbing all the tension. The familiar, jovial smile on his face was replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and coldness. "Vegeta," Goku's voice, though soft, carried the weight of paternal authority. "This ends here. Gohan is but a child." In that moment, he transformed from the relentless warrior Kakarot, who sought ever stronger opponents, into a father, a furious protector of his son. Seeing Goku standing in front of him ignited Vegeta's rage like a bucket of oil thrown onto a flame, intensifying it further. "Kakarot!" Vegeta's roar echoed thunderously. "Will you also attempt to stop me? Will you mock me too?" Goku furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I am merely fulfilling my duty as a father." He slowly turned to glance at Gohan, who appeared fearful, and his expression softened, offering him a reassuring smile. Then, he faced Vegeta once more, his icy demeanor more pronounced. "I will not allow you to bully my son." "Bully?" Vegeta erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. "I am merely guiding him to understand the greatness of power. What right do you, who have failed in your paternal duties, have to lecture me?" "You will soon find out whether I have the right," Goku retorted, no longer willing to engage in further words. Prepare yourself. With a powerful shout, an aura of golden energy, equally formidable, if not more concentrated than Vegeta's, erupted from Goku's being. Crackling blue arcs of energy danced around him in a dazzling display. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. Kakarot had achieved this level as well. When did this happen? After the brief astonishment, feelings of resentment and elation surged within Vegeta. Excellent. Truly excellent. Since I cannot prove myself against that little brat, I shall reclaim my honor from you, Kakarot. If I can defeat you here, in front of everyone, it will vindicate my path, proving that I, Vegeta, am correct. A feral, fervent grin spread across Vegeta's face. Good. Do you think I am still the same as I was 6 months ago? As a fellow Super Saiyan 2, I will not lose to you. Indeed, while I accepted defeat to that unknown Son Xian, and Trunks fell to Gohan, those I can rationalize as my failures. But to lose to Kakarot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As long as he can defeat Kakarot, who is also a Super Saiyan 2, right here in front of everyone, he will prove himself. He will validate that his path is not in vain. Observing Vegeta's almost frantic demeanor, Goku's aura began to rise steadily. A peak confrontation between the archrivals of the Saiyans was on the verge of erupting. However, at this moment of palpable tension, a voice, tinged with confusion yet imbued with calmness, emerged from behind Goku. It was Gohan. He looked at the furious Vegeta and then glanced at his father standing protectively in front of him, tilting his head in bewilderment, and uttered a statement that left the entire arena in stunned silence. Actually, Dad has been able to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 for over a year now. Chapter 142. The broken defense of Vegeta. Gohan's words pierced through the balloon of silence like a needle. His voice was soft, carrying the innocence and purity characteristic of a child. Yet, to Vegeta's ears, it felt as though a mocking force had siphoned away his fury. A year ago? Kakarot could do it a year ago. This thought exploded in Vegeta's mind, shattering his last remnants of rationality. He recalled the time when he and Kakarot sought guidance before Son Goku. He remembered the past 6 months, during which he grasped the insights on Super Saiyan 2 brought forth by the fusion of Gogeta, desperately training alongside Trunks, barely brushing against the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Feeling proud of his achievement, he had imagined creating a tale of dual breakthroughs in Super Saiyan 2 alongside his son. So it was. Kakarot, that scoundrel, had been laughing at him from the very beginning. He had already reached that level, yet concealed it deliberately, watching him revel in his own pride, showcasing his so-called elite training like a clown. And now, his son, Gohan, had the audacity to shatter this veil of ignorance with the utmost innocence. What a mockery it was! Was the fool truly himself? This was not humiliation. What was it then? This was not merely a slight. What was it? It was nothing short of a vile drama orchestrated by the two of them, designed to trample upon the dignity of Prince Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled violently, each word laced with a chilling intensity. His eyes, bloodshot, fixed intently on Gohan's bewildered face. Deception. It had to be a deception. This little brat, just like his father, was cunning. He had said this intentionally to provoke him, to make him lose his composure completely. Very well, very well. Vegeta laughed in a fit of rage, his laughter tinged with madness. You two truly are something else. In an instant, before his words had even faded, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. No one could discern his movement. The speed at which humiliation and fury converged took the majority of those present by surprise. By the time the crowd reacted, he had already bypassed Son Wukong and appeared before Son Gohan. Gohan, be careful. Son Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to intervene, but was already a beat too late. Vegeta's gloved hand had seized Son Gohan by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a brutal force. With his feet dangling, a choking sensation enveloped Son Gohan. His small face flushed crimson, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Uncle Vegeta. Father, no. Trunks was taken aback, unable to fathom how the situation escalated to this point, that Vegeta would actually lay hands on Son Gohan. Let him go? A furious shout erupted, resonating with overwhelming authority. Son Wukong stepped forward, his golden aura surging once more, the oppressive atmosphere thickening the air in the courtyard. Vegeta, your opponent is me. Release Gohan. Son Wukong's voice bore none of its usual amiability, but was instead laced with a father-esque wrath, desperately striving to maintain his composure. Oh, Vegeta sneered, one hand gripping Gohan, turning his head to disdainfully regard Son Wukong with his crimson eyes. Feeling heartbroken, Kakarot, he aimed to compel Son Wukong, his destined rival, into a relentless battle to the death. He sought to shatter all doubts and mockery with the most primal and unrefined strength. I shall repeat myself. Son Wukong's energy fixed upon Vegeta, each word deliberate. Release Gohan. Very well. A flicker of fervent battle spirit ignited in Vegeta's eyes, and with a dismissive motion, he tossed Son Gohan aside like refuse towards Krillin. I accept your challenge. Regardless of the truth behind that little brat's words, all shall be revealed through combat. Today here, I shall demonstrate who truly is the strongest Saiyan. Krillin and Piccolo scrambled to catch Gohan, who cast a solemn glance at Son Wukong. No one anticipated that this father-son sparring, a contest meant to remain lighthearted, would devolve into a life-and-death confrontation between two Saiyan fathers. The tension in the atmosphere reached a zenith. Bulma looked at Gohan, her heart racing, nearly in tears, yet hesitant to intervene. Trunks and the others wore grave expressions, fixated on the two figures whose auras continued to escalate. However, at this moment of palpable tension, an exceedingly discordant sound resonated through the air. Crack! The sharp noise stood out starkly amid the charged atmosphere, too out of place. The crowd turned to see Sun Xian, previously seated, now standing up only to sit back down again. With his legs crossed, he held a bag of sunflower seeds, having produced it from seemingly nowhere. The sound had been the cracking of the seed shells. Nonchalantly, Sun Xian tossed the seed kernels into his mouth and whistled at the two combatants. Hey, you two, Sun Xian remarked lazily, an expression of delight in the unfolding drama upon his face. What is the point of just talking? If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta and Son Wukong, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Stop dawdling. The audience is eagerly waiting. Son Wukong, summon the authority of a father and let Vegeta understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. He shifted his attention to Vegeta, shaking his head in mock amazement. And you, Vegeta, after losing your son, you wish to reclaim your honor? Such ambition, but I admire it. You possess spirit. Go on. I have faith in you. Aim to avoid a thorough thrashing. His words were like gasoline poured on flames, instantly turning Vegeta's face a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, nearly threatening to burst through his skin. What an utter humiliation. Son Wukong's expression mirrored his exasperation, his mouth twitching with disbelief. Can't this guy be serious for once? Just then, as if recalling something, Sun Xian added in a tone that was soft yet reached every ear, whoever wins. I'll arrange a tutoring class for your child. How does that sound? Tuition will be completely waived. Chapter 143, Fighting Doesn't Solve Problems. A tutoring class? With free tuition? Sun Xian's proclamation sounded like a blessing, yet for Vegeta, it was akin to dousing an inferno with gasoline. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Sun Xian, filled with humiliation and wrath, nearly transforming into a tangible force that could obliterate the insolent spectator who was munching seeds and watching the spectacle. A tutoring class? What an affront. This was no longer merely trampling on the dignity of Prince Vegeta. It was as if he were being trampled underfoot. His very face ground into the dirt. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, whose elite education he held dear and whose rigorous training he had devoted himself to, was now reduced to a mere gimmick for a cheap tutoring class. And the prize? A special session for the child of Kakarot, who had effortlessly defeated his son. At that moment, the last thread of Vegeta's reason snapped. He let out a roar that was far from human, the unbridled fury erupting from him, transforming his rage into a tangible force. Boom! A golden aura flared violently, surging more ferociously than ever before, as blinding arcs of energy danced around him like errant silver serpents, crackling with explosive sounds. The very courtyard of Capsule Corporation trembled under the weight of his overwhelming presence, the ground fracturing beneath him. Kakarot. Vegeta uttered no more empty words. His body became a golden blur, propelled by the fiery wrath, charging directly at Son Wukong. He was determined to strike this fellow, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Xian, with such force that he would expel everything from him. All his dissatisfaction and anger towards Sun Xian, Son Gohan, and the world poured into this singular punch. Yet, Son Wukong's demeanor remained eerily calm. He did not retreat. Instead, at the moment Vegeta was about to close the distance, he too raised his hand. Buzz! A distinctly different aura began to rise. If Vegeta's energy is likened to a volcanic explosion or a raging thunderstorm, then Goku's essence embodies the vastness of an ocean and the brilliance of a burning star. Both are Super Saiyan 2, both possess golden hair standing erect and are enveloped in arcs of electricity. Yet, the arcs surrounding Goku exude a peculiar rhythm, unlike the chaotic frenzy of Vegeta, as if they harmonize with his heartbeat and breath. The golden flame emanates a subdued yet profound intensity, with not a trace of it escaping. Calm, utterly composed. This epitomizes Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form, where he channels his fury as fuel, yet masters it with a heart dedicated to martial arts. Bang! The two fists collided in midair. A visibly circular shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two combatants. However, just as this shockwave threatened to obliterate Bulma's cherished garden, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the metallic Gula Legion, initially mere background figures, activated their electronic eyes, glowing with a ghostly blue light. Hundreds of these metallic entities simultaneously extended their arms, palms directed towards the center of the battlefield. A layer of pale blue energy barrier instantaneously unfurled, like an inverted colossal bowl, perfectly enveloping Goku and Vegeta within it. The ferocious energy impact struck the barrier, merely causing ripples that were fully absorbed, with not a single particle escaping. Oh, Goku paused in his casual snacking, whistling appreciatively. Well, it seems they have learned to activate the protective shield. Their suffering was not in vain. This self-talk elicited twitches at the corners of Krillin and Piccolo's mouths, who were anxiously observing the battle. This guy returns and can immediately reclaim control over these robots. What on earth has he trained these terrifying combat machines to become? Within the barrier, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Vegeta had descended into sheer madness, akin to a furious beast. His strikes were wild and unrestrained, each punch and kick infused with explosive power and speed, leaving behind only a series of afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy blasts rained down, sealing off every avenue for Goku to evade. Die, 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 Kakarot! Vegeta roared frantically, intent on proving that his path was the correct one through sheer brute force. Yet, in the face of Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Goku did not retaliate with equal fury. His movements were stripped down to their essence, devoid of superfluous evasion, as if every action had been meticulously calculated in advance. He merely sidestepped with minimal motion just as Vegeta's fists were about to connect. At the moment the energy blasts surged toward him, he deftly deflected them with pinpoint precision. Each of his movements occurred precisely in the blind spots of Vegeta's attacks, and every counterstrike targeted the weakest points of Vegeta's defense. Vegeta may have unleashed 100 punches, yet perhaps 99 of them found only empty air or were effortlessly neutralized. Meanwhile, Goku threw only 10 punches, yet 5 of them landed solidly upon Vegeta's form. Did you see that? Sun Xian's voice lazily resonated once more, akin to a live demonstration for Trunks and Son Gohan. This exemplifies the disparity. Your father, Vegeta, possesses a power that resembles a deluge unleashed from a dam, spectacular in appearance. Yet 90% of his energy is squandered on devastating the air around him. It seems he harbors great potential for destruction. He gestured towards Son Goku. In contrast, Son Goku channels every ounce of his strength with precision. One is a brute, the other a martial artist. Pray tell, who shall emerge victorious? Trunks paled, his gaze fixed on the arena. He sensed that Vegeta's energy, though still fierce, had begun to waver. Meanwhile, Uncle Goku's aura remained long and steady, unwavering as ever. The answer was self-evident. It is impossible. How could my father? Trunks could not accept this reality. Bang! In the arena, Son Goku seized upon a momentary lapse in Vegeta's defense, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized beside Vegeta, delivering a precise strike with the edge of his hand to Vegeta's shoulder. That was the critical point, the weak spot in his energy. Vegeta's body stiffened, the tempestuous aura around him momentarily stalling. Now is the moment. Son Goku pivoted seamlessly, launching a heavy knee strike directly into Vegeta's abdomen. Puff! Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as his once volatile energy dissipated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. He had been defeated. In the clash of power and speed, he was utterly shattered by a method he most despised, one that seemed so feeble. How infuriating! Vegeta roared in frustration, forcibly squeezing the dwindling energy within him. his palms crashing together at his waist. Ultimate. He aimed to unleash his most formidable strike to conclude this humiliating confrontation. Son Goku observed the panting Vegeta, who was still intent on retaliating, his expression a mixture of complexity. He was about to utter something when, stop. Bulma could no longer contain herself, rushing to the edge of the protective barrier and striking it fervently. Enough. You two rascals. Are you intent on dismantling my company? Vegeta, cease this at once. Goku, if you strike again, you are forbidden from dining at my home. At her words, Goku froze, instinctively scratching the back of his head, a sheepish smile emerging. Vegeta withdrew his offensive, struggling to regain composure. Humiliation. An endless tide of humiliation surged within him once more. Yet, the strength in his body felt as though it had been siphoned away. The fury had given way to an overwhelming void and exhaustion. Crack. The final sound of a sunflower seed shell shattering echoed. Sun Shin rose, casting a glance at the exhausted Vegeta and then at the steady-breathing Son Goku, before finally resting his gaze upon Bulma. You see, I told you so? Fighting does not resolve issues. He flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. In light of your earnest efforts, each of you will have a spot in the remedial class. Chapter 144. What the hell is a remedial class? A remedial class? We all have a spot. Sun Wukong scratched his head, gazing at Sun Xian with a bewildered expression. He found himself struggling to comprehend the thought processes of his future self. Just as he had relaxed from the tense battle with Vegeta, how could it be that they were suddenly facing the prospect of attending a remedial class together? Vegeta was trembling with rage, his breath, which had only just calmed after exhaustion, was on the verge of exploding again. Are you mocking me? He spat through clenched teeth, his eyes seething with a desire to devour Sun Xian alive. His dignity trampled, his son beaten, and himself defeated by his arch-rival in the most humiliating manner. Now, this person had the audacity to suggest a remedial class? Was this not a deeper insult than a slap to the face? Mock you? Sun Xian's smile gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented calmness, a tranquility that compelled everyone present to fall silent. Vegeta, I have no time for jesting. His gaze swept across Vegeta, then lingered on Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan, encompassing each individual in the room. His expression transformed. He was no longer a mere spectator, but seemed to possess a godly perspective over the world. Within his eyes lay a glimmer of compassion, a weighty seriousness, and an undeniable aura of authority. The remedial class is mandatory for all of you, not just Gohan and Trunks. Sun Xian's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every mind present, including you, Vegeta, and you, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien. None of you are exempt. This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Bulma opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by the gravity of Sun Xian's presence. Despite her absence from the list he recited, she had never seen the always cheerful future Wukong display such a serious demeanor. Why? Sun Wukong gradually withdrew his playful smile, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Brother Xian, what exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Sun Xian smiled gently, a hint of weariness in his expression. Survival, of course. Survival? Krillin replied, puzzled. Aren't we doing well? Cell has been defeated, and Earth is at peace. This peace also included his imminent marriage to Android 18, propelling him to the pinnacle of happiness. Peace. Sun Xian laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. He tilted his head back to gaze at the azure sky. What you consider peace is merely a fleeting calm before the storm. You have no idea what lies ahead. His tone suddenly turned cold, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Vegeta, are you proud of your Super Saiyan 2 power? Sun Wukong, are you self-satisfied with your mastery of this strength? Sun Xian's gaze locked onto the two of them once more. Let me tell you, your strength is as fragile as paper in the face of a true enemy. Do not speak of resistance. Sun Xian paused, uttering a statement that left everyone, especially Vegeta, utterly speechless. You are not even worthy of being cannon fodder. What did you say? Vegeta's fury ignited once more, yet this time, his roar was laced with an incredulity he himself could scarcely believe. The very notion of lacking the qualification to be mere cannon fodder was audacious beyond measure. Were it not for the audacity of the one before him, he would have surely delivered a couple of harsh blows to the Saiyan Prince. I am not being alarmist. Sun Xian replied with a hint of resignation, raising his hand with his palm facing upwards. A faint gray stream of energy materialized in his palm. It was subtle and unremarkable, yet the instant it appeared, everyone present, Whether elite warriors like Goku and Vegeta or ordinary individuals like Bulma felt an inexplicable dread emanating from the depths of their souls. It was a tremor that signified a complete suppression of their very essence, as if ants gazed up at the heavens, unable to comprehend the existence of the entity before them. Piccolo turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. I cannot sense any life force emanating from this being. It appears devoid of any components. Indeed, Sun Xian acknowledged with a nod towards Piccolo. I refer to this entity as Zero, an invasive force from beyond our realm, an enemy intent on resetting our world, erasing every timeline to nothingness. Reset? Goku furrowed his brow, grappling with the significance of the term. To reset means to obliterate. Sun Xian's voice turned chillingly cold. Not to kill, not to destroy, but to utterly erase. Much like the online games we often play, it will eradicate all data associated with an account, even the account itself and its registration records. You will not enter the afterlife, nor will a soul be left behind. No one will remember your existence. It will be as if you never existed at all. Boom. This revelation struck like thunder in the minds of the audience, overwhelming them with the horrific implications contained within Sun Xian's words. Vegeta's fury had long since dissipated, replaced by an incredulous pallor. He recalled the despair he felt on Namek facing Frieza, the helplessness against perfect Cell. Yet, those feelings paled in comparison to the present moment. To be killed meant resurrection. To be destroyed allowed for reconstruction. However, the ultimate despair represented by the erasure of existence made the proud Saiyan prince feel, for the first time, the weight of true insignificance. His pride in battle, his lifelong pursuit of power, seemed utterly laughable in the face of such divine might capable of nullifying existence itself. Thus, Sun Xian retracted the gray energy from his palm, and the suffocating sense of terror dissipated. Now, do you still believe that my reference to a remedial class was a jest? Do you still think that your meager powers are worthy of pride? Sun Xian surveyed the silent crowd, raising his voice slightly. The enemy has set its sights on our world. My presence has accelerated their encroachment. I do not have the luxury of time to explain things to you slowly, nor can I allow you to develop at a leisurely pace. I must extract every ounce of potential from each of you in the shortest time possible. I will forge you into warriors strong enough to stand on the battlefield, rather than being silently erased at the first sign of the enemy's arrival. His words struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of everyone present. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, the carefree expression he usually wore replaced by a solemn demeanor. He glanced at his son, Son Gohan, and then toward the direction of the Baozi Mountain, a resolute fire igniting in his eyes. I understand now, Sun Wukong spoke solemnly, locking his gaze onto Sun Xian with unprecedented determination. When does the tutoring class commence?